Chapter 1. The Awakening of Magic. It has been 3 years my body has finally returned to normal. A chubby little boy, clad in a diaper, lamented as he reclined on the hospital bed. This little boy, originally named Xiao An, bore the English name William Chaos Vorlovitz. Xiao An was once a young salesman of the 21st century, a fresh graduate who secured a contract with a foreign enterprise during a campus recruitment fair. He had worked diligently as a white-collar employee for 2 years, although he was not a spendthrift. He had little to show in terms of savings. After accumulating some work experience, he recognized his inadequacies and opted to pursue a graduate degree. After a year of perseverance, he finally succeeded in his entrance exams and interviews. Feeling a sense of relief, he whimsically decided to pen a paper on economics, drawing from the diverse professional data he had encountered and the knowledge he had not returned. To his professors, to his astonishment, it was published in a globally renowned academic journal. However, upon receiving the offer from the journal, he sought to celebrate with a drink, only to encounter his parents' enemies. Despite being rescued and overcoming the adversaries, he succumbed to excessive blood loss and perished. Little did he know that when he regained consciousness, he would find himself cradled in the arms of a fair-skinned elderly lady, who sang him an English lullaby, having inexplicably arrived in 1984 England. Upon Xiao An's arrival, he was unaware of the reasons behind his circumstances. He had merely glimpsed the world before slipping into unconsciousness. For 3 years, each time he awakened, he could scarcely remain awake for long before succumbing to overwhelming fatigue, only to drift back into slumber. Each awakening was marked by an insatiable thirst for external knowledge. Despite having barely passed the English proficiency test in his previous life, at the tender age of 3, he could articulate fluent English, complete with a British accent. Due to the extensive hours of slumber and the limitations of a child's body, Xiao An found himself relying on diapers throughout these 3 years. His guardian, Jessamine Chaos Vorlovitz, and her friends affectionately dubbed him the Diaper Boy, much to Xiao An's chagrin and embarrassment. He felt too shy to engage in conversation with his grandmother, Jessamine, who, fearing for Xiao An's intellect, often teased him. Yet, each time she did, he would swiftly cover his face, his bashful demeanor eliciting gleeful laughter from Jessamine. Today, however, Xiao An had experienced an unusually prolonged period of wakefulness. Yet, due to his physical condition, he was unable to engage in vigorous activity and could only manage a few tentative steps. After realizing he had once again soiled his diaper, he noticed the door was not fully closed. In an effort to avoid the impending embarrassment that accompanied his adult consciousness, he hurried to change his diaper. Unfortunately, given his frail condition, he ended up soiling his hands in the process. Gazing at the indescribable object in her hand, Xiao An felt an unprecedented surge of anger. While she had previously harbored resentment towards her own frail body, especially witnessing the elderly Jasmine toil to care for her, this time, Xiao An's heart could bear no more than a fierce rage welled up within her. Yet just as this fury was about to reach its zenith, an inexplicable event unfolded. The indescribable object in her grasp gradually vanished. Water seagull, Xiao An exclaimed in astonishment, reflecting on the recent occurrence. After a brief interval, akin to the steeping of tea, Xiao An regained her composure from the bewildering disappearance of the object. However, doubts began to plague her mind, pondering the myriad possibilities that could explain such an event. Could aliens be conducting experiments on indescribable objects? Telekinesis? Perhaps Grandma is playing tricks on me with magical props? Yes, it must be Grandma. She's surely lurking outside, watching me, and will soon emerge to tease me, she reasoned, slowly making her way to the door. Peering into the empty living room, she strained to listen for any sound. Satisfied that all was quiet, she closed the door and meandered back to her bed, lost in contemplation, settling quietly against the headboard. Grandma is not hiding. Could it be she is not the one teasing me? No, that can't be right. I awaken around this time every day to read that if it were Grandma, she would certainly be somewhere, secretly observing me. Could it be telekinesis, akin to the supernatural abilities in Ghost Blows Out the Light? No, not Grandma's magical props. Magical props? Magic could be real magic? With this thought, Xiao An's eyes sparkled with excitement. Superpowers? Magic? Perhaps the heavens have deemed my past life too arduous and have bestowed upon me special abilities in this life, allowing me to become the protagonist and more easily acquire what I desire. Indeed, I must experiment immediately. Xiao An mused aloud. As she spoke to herself, she sat up from her bed, scanning the room for something to test her newfound abilities. Suddenly, she noticed the door was already closed, leaving her momentarily stunned. Did I close that door myself just moments ago? Could it be? Xiao An gasped, raising her small hand and forcefully striking forward. Ha ha ha! I am restored. My body is finally normal. Xiao An exclaimed joyfully, flailing her arms and legs, bouncing around her room in exuberance. After approximately 10 minutes of exuberance, she finally remembered that she had yet to conduct her experiment on the indescribable object's disappearance. Hastily, she grabbed a pencil from her desk, her bright eyes fixating on it with anticipation. Half an hour passed. Looking at the pencil in her hand, unscathed and intact, Xiao An eventually surrendered in frustration. It seems the possibility of superpowers is rather slim, that leaves only magic untested. With this thought, Xiao An suddenly pointed the pencil behind her and declared, Avada Kedavra. As nothing materialized from the pencil, she mused, though it was unsuccessful. I must admit, the stance was quite impressive. Scourgify, young enchanted, pointing his pencil at the soiled diaper, despite the incantation's ineffectiveness. Yet he felt an unfamiliar force coursing through his body. As he sensed this flow of energy and grew increasingly convinced of his supernatural abilities. Initially, he had indulged in self-amusement, attributing the disappearance of the unspeakable substance to mere coincidence or some other mundane cause. However, he now firmly believed that he possessed magic, attributing the earlier incident to a magical surge akin to that in Harry Potter. Cleanse and renew, cleanse and renew, cleanse and renew, and repeatedly recited the spell, feeling the energy within him pulsate. After uttering the incantation over 100 times, the energy finally surged from his body, through his hand, and into the pencil, which then unleashed a vibrant force. Immediately following the spell's release, and collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Prodigy. 3.5 hours later, and awakened, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a white blanket draped over him. As he lifted his gaze, he noted the pristine white walls, then turned to see his grandmother, Jasmine, asleep at his bedside, and 4 needles protruding from his foot, filling him. With a wave of emotion that ate tea that moment, a nurse clad in a white coat entered, holding a glass vial. Upon noticing her presence, and quickly gestured for silence, the nurse, momentarily taken aback, followed his gaze to the slumbering grandmother. A warm smile graced her lips as she approached In's bedside, gently patting Jasmine's shoulder. Elderly individuals should not sleep in such a manner. It is detrimental to their health. For the sake of her well-being, it is best to awaken her. What a dutiful and endearing little one you are, she remarked. After rousing Jasmine, the nurse proceeded to change In's dressing, advising Jasmine on suitable rest practices for seniors while recounting the events that had transpired. With heartfelt gratitude from Jasmine, the nurse exited the room. Following a brief conversation with Jasmine, she left to fetch a nutritious meal for An, leaving him alone in the hospital bed to ponder the intricacies of life. It has been 3 years my body has finally returned to normal, allowing me to leap, bound, and engage in physical activities like any other person, mused a chubby little boy clad in a diaper as he lay in the hospital bed. It seems I have acquired magical powers and learned how to wield them. I must have entered the world of Harry Potter. What bliss this is! It appears that the whimsical declarations of my past life have manifested into reality. Perhaps it is due to the burdens of my previous existence living alone after my parents sacrificed themselves for the nation, shouldering the responsibilities of life and enduring a dreary, laborious job after graduating university. Even after a year of diligent work to gain admission to graduate school, I barely had time to savor the hard-won academic experience before arriving here. Hence, it seems the heavens have granted me the gift of magic in this lifetime. And reflected peacefully as he lay on the bed. 5 years later, in a modest classroom of 20 square meters, Xiao and Jasmine, the principal of the middle school, and 2 representatives from Harvard University, William and Jess, convened. Today marks Xiao An's high school graduation, a day that should have been filled with celebration and a prom. However, due to the arrangements made by the school authorities, Xiao An finds herself attending an admission interview with Harvard University. Over the past 5 years, since Xiao An's health returned to normal, she has demonstrated a maturity that far surpasses her peers, influenced by the wisdom of adults around her. Reluctant to associate with other children, her charm and persuasion finally convinced Jasmine to allow her to pursue high school. Thanks to the remnants of her previous lives' memories, Xiao An found high school studies to be remarkably simple and began delving into various academic papers. With a solid foundation from her past learning and a childhood immersed in an English-speaking environment, Xiao An effortlessly grasped the knowledge within these papers. At the tender age of 8, she published a mathematical paper, catapulting her genius to the attention of Harvard across the ocean, prompting the university to reach out in hopes of enrolling her to M.R. Williams, we have studied your growth history and are eager for you to join our institution, that we will waive all educational expenses during your studies and provide you with a generous scholarship to relieve any financial burdens. The interviewer will, stated with sincere enthusiasm. I apologize, but while we appreciate your admiration for Xiao An, she is still quite young. We cannot consent to her traveling to such a distant country for her education. Thank you for your understanding, Jasmine's grandmother firmly responded. Ultimately, after fervent discussions between Xiao An and Jasmine, it was decided that Xiao An would not commence her studies at Harvard immediately. Instead, she would wait a year until 1993 to immigrate to the United States with Jasmine. This year would allow them to ascertain whether Jasmine's health could withstand the long journey. If not, they would seek a school closer to home to facilitate care for her. Following the prom, as Xiao An was still too young to have a dance partner, she chose to retreat into a corner, contemplating the flow of magical energy within her. Once the event concluded, she returned home to prepare a nourishing porridge for her grandmother. After watching her grandmother finish, she collected the bowl and spoon, and with a flick of her hand, the dishes were magically cleaned. Throughout the past 5 years, inspired by watching the Harry Potter series and related literature, Xiao An recalled several memorable and easily recognizable spells, including Levitation Charm, Wingardium Leviosa, one of the spells she remembers best, given its notable frequency and impressive effects in the first Harry Potter film. Lumos and Nox, the light and dark spells. Scourgify, the cleaning charm. Expecto Patronum, the Patronus charm. Incendio, the fire-making spell. Alohomora, the unlocking charm. Ridiculous, the humorous charm. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. Soul-sucking curse, the curse that extracts the soul. Cruciatus curse, the torture curse. Shattering, curse, the spell that reduces to ashes. Obliviate, the forgetting charm among the spells, apart from the guardian charm, the comical charm, the forgetfulness charm, and 3 unforgivable curses. Xiao An has mastered wandless magic. For reasons unknown, he finds himself unable to perform wandless magic with the 3 unforgivable curses, despite being acutely aware of the flow of magical energy when reciting the incantations. Yet he is unable to unleash the spells. When he began his studies and experiments with magic, his early awakening of magical powers instilled in him a profound fear of becoming a mute. This anxiety stemmed from the belief he held from his previous life, which suggested that mutes were the result of young wizards excessively suppressing their magical abilities. Consequently, each night before sleep, Xiao An fervently attempted to release his magic. Initially, he could only perform a simple cleansing charm, leading Jasmine to suspect he harbored an unhealthy obsession with cleanliness. However, through 5 years of fervent magical practice, Xiao An's magical prowess significantly advanced. He progressed from fainting after casting a single cleansing charm to effortlessly casting dozens of spells with ease. Through observing his frail physique prior to his magical surge, the nightly exertions that left him exhausted, and the subsequent explosive growth of his magical energy, Xiao An concluded that magical power is a manifestation of the strength and utilization of one's soul, or perhaps an expression of mental fortitude and willpower. Chapter 3. The Leaky Cauldron and Hermione. 13 days after the graduation gala, at 6:30 in the morning, Xiao An was on his way to locate the Leaky Cauldron. For 5 years, each time he accompanied Jasmine on outings, he had been incessantly searching for Diagon Alley, relying on his scant memories of the Leaky Cauldron from his previous life. Now that he had graduated and Jasmine was aware of his magical abilities, having learned of them years ago, when she noticed his room's immaculate cleanliness, she no longer watched him with the vigilance of a caretaker. Instead, she granted him a measure of freedom, though out of a sense of responsibility, she only allowed him to play in the vicinity of their home. However, it seemed unlikely that Xiao An would confine himself to mere play near the house. Given Jasmine's advanced age, he rose early each morning, eager not to overburden her. Thus, he took it upon himself to prepare breakfast daily, even going so far as to learn various medicinal porridge recipes from an old Chinese medicine practitioner in Chinatown. After preparing breakfast and sharing it with Jasmine, he bid her farewell and stepped outside, to which she offered no further remarks. Gazing at the map and the one remaining unexplored area, Xiao An felt the Leaky Cauldron drawing ever closer, prompting him to embark on his quest to uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, in Jasmine's room, she was engaged in discussion with the lawyer she had retained, poring over several documents. Her face radiated tranquility, adorned with a smile as she nodded in agreement with her lawyer's assertions, upon catching sight of the street sign at Charing Cross in the final area. Xiao An was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Without hesitation, he hurried into the street. After a brief search, he discovered a grimy little wooden door nestled between an old record store and a bookstore, adorned with a tattered sign that somewhat unevenly displayed The words Broken Pot Tavern. With a heart full of both eagerness and trepidation, Xiao An carefully positioned himself in a blind spot from which he could observe the door, sitting quietly. He then retrieved a children's storybook from his small bag, opened it, and began to scrutinize the little wooden door. Approximately half an hour later, a neatly dressed couple approached, accompanied by a young girl with fluffy long hair and prominent front teeth. Upon seeing the trio approaching, Xiao An quickly concealed herself and stealthily observed them. She noticed that the little girl was leading the bewildered adults through a small wooden door. Seizing the moment the door swung open, Xiao An called out to them, "How can you two bring a child into a bar? I shall report you. Is this how parents ought to behave?" Hearing Xiao An's earnest exclamation, the three turned to face her. The serious expression on Xiao An's face and her childlike admonition elicited a chuckle from the adult woman among them, who remarked, "How adorable. Can you see the leaky cauldron?" The girl with the tousled hair asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "Of course I can see it. Such a large sign, albeit a bit shabby, is hardly invisible." "I am not blind," Xiao An retorted with a haughty demeanor. "Evidently, you are a little wizard born of Muggle heritage. I am Hermione Granger, and these are my parents." Hermione proudly introduced herself. "Muggle? What does that mean? Magic? I love magic. Can you perform magic? Can you conjure a little axe for me? I adore little axes." Xiao An continued to feign ignorance, her face alight with curiosity. "A Muggle is someone who cannot perform magic. I have not yet mastered the spell for tigers. But I can transform into a bird. However, I cannot use magic outside. You may come in with us, and I can show you." Hermione said with a playful glint in her eye. "Birds? Many people enjoy transforming into those. Very well, I want to see." With that, she approached Hermione and her parents. As Xiao An drew closer, Hermione's smile broadened. Once they were near enough, Hermione turned and led her parents into the leaky cauldron. Watching them enter, Xiao An momentarily wore a mischievous expression, reveling in her success, before adopting an inquisitive look as she followed them inside. Inside the leaky cauldron, upon Xiao An's entrance, Hermione brandished her wand and declared, "Wandless magic." Suddenly, several little sparrows appeared, fluttering above her head. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao An's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow! How impressive! Impressive, isn't it? But this is not mere magic, it is true magic. You will learn it one day, little one," Hermione said, approaching Xiao An with a sisterly air and ruffling her hair affectionately. "Magic? Is magic truly real? Is this what magic looks like? But could you refrain from ruffling my hair? It will stunt my growth," Xiao An protested playfully, swatting Hermione's hand away with mock indignation. At that moment, the bar was mostly empty, likely due to the early hour. Only old Tom was behind the counter, wiping down damp glasses. Observing the interaction between Xiao An and Hermione, he chuckled softly and playfully teased them, saying with a smile, "Ah, the youth of today, so spirited, unlike me, who cannot savor the sweetness of love." Upon hearing these words, Hermione's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She stamped her foot and playfully tugged at her mother Jane's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mummy, look at him." Jane, observing her daughter's endearing antics, refrained from defending Hermione. Instead, she cast a gentle gaze toward Xiao An, reminiscent of a mother-in-law increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. Noticing her mother's lack of support, Hermione decided to disregard them. She turned and approached Xiao An, reaching out to caress his head while addressing his earlier inquiry. "Of course there is magic. I am a genuine wizard. And so are you. When you turn 11, you shall join your elder sister at a school of magic to learn the craft. However, you must study diligently to reach my level by the end of your first year, as I am the top of my class." At that moment, Hermione's mother approached, taking the hands of the two children with a tender expression. "Dear Hermione, let us guide our charming little Xiao An through Diagon Alley." Responding to her mother's words, Hermione took Xiao An's hand and led him toward the entrance of the leaky cauldron, saying, "Come, allow me to introduce you to the magical world." Upon reaching the entrance, Hermione retrieved her wand and, counting 3 bricks up and 2 to the right on the wall above the trash bin, gently tapped 3 times. Stepping back, Xiao An attentively observed the position and sequence of her taps. As Hermione retreated, the wall began to transform gradually, morphing into the shape of a door. Hermione stepped forward into Diagon Alley and turned to face Xiao An, uttering the phrase he had longed to hear for 8 years, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." She said with a smile. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Xiao An echoed silently in his heart. Chapter 4. The Passing of Jasmine and the Frantic Xiao An. After exploring Diagon Alley with Hermione, Xiao An, possessing only a modest sum of 20-some pounds in saved pocket money, enlisted Hermione's assistance to exchange it for 4 galleons. He treated her to an ice cream and subsequently purchased 3 books: Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Beginner's Guide to Charms, and Intermediate Charms Guide. With that, his funds were nearly depleted, as Hermione was not particularly fond of spending money after purchasing her books. She took Little An on a brief tour of Diagon Alley before preparing to head home. At the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, after exchanging their addresses, they parted ways following a call from Hermione's mother, inviting him to visit whenever she had the time. Upon reaching the alley leading to her home, and spotted a white ambulance parked at the entrance. Rushing forward, she was met with the sight of her grandmother, Jessamine, being carried out on a stretcher by two medical personnel clad in white coats, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman in formal attire, holding a briefcase. Upon seeing her grandmother being brought out, and shouted "Grandma," and hurried to the stretcher, following the medical staff into the ambulance. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged man, who introduced himself as Lewis, recounted the events that had transpired. He explained that he had come to verify the details of Jessamine's medical advice. After their conversation, just as Lewis was about to take his leave, he noticed that Jessamine had suddenly gone still. Upon closer inspection, he found her peacefully lying on the bed, devoid of breath. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lewis promptly called for an ambulance using his home phone. By the time Anne returned home, the ambulance had just arrived. The events that followed were those Anne had witnessed. Listening to Lewis's account, Anne extended her small hand to gently place it on Jessamine's neck, then pressed a finger to her grandmother's nose to ascertain whether she still had breath and a heartbeat. Later that evening, Anne sat on the sofa in her living room, holding a photograph of herself with Jessamine, gazing at it with reddened eyes, silent and still. On the third day after Jessamine's passing, at 10 in the morning, Anne remained seated on the sofa, fixated on the photograph, her eyes swollen with tears. Just then, a knock echoed through the house, yet Anne remained unmoved, as if she had not heard it. Outside the door stood three individuals, Lewis, along with Hermione and her mother. As they encountered one another, Lewis was in the process of unlocking the door with the key Anne had given him. At that moment, Hermione and her mother approached. Hermione's mother, upon witnessing this scene, called out to Lewis with a smile, "Hello, you must be Little Anne's father. I am Jane, and this is my daughter Hermione, who is good friends with Anne." Lewis replied, "Good day, Miss Jane. I am Anne's attorney, here to discuss the arrangements for Ms. Jessamine's funeral." "Funeral?" Hermione echoed in surprise. "Indeed, Miss. Jessamine passed away 2 days ago, and according to custom, the funeral will be held tomorrow. As Anne is Ms. Jessamine's only relative, I have come to inform him of the details. Since you are friends with Anne, you are also welcome to attend the funeral. By the way, since you are friends with Anne, could you please go in and comfort him? It would be helpful if he could refrain from feeling too sorrowful." With a sorrowful plea etched upon his face, Lewis spoke softly. Upon finishing, he opened the door, gesturing for Hermione and the others to enter. As the trio stepped inside, they were met with the sight of Xiao An seated on the sofa, her eyes swollen and red, her lips chapped. A wave of shock and heartache washed over them. Observing her distress, Lewis gently patted Hermione's shoulder, signaling her to approach Xiao An and offer some comfort. "Xiao An, please don't be too sorrowful. Grandmother Jasmine wouldn't want this for you. You must take care of your health. Do not burden her in the afterlife with your worries, if you can." Hermione knelt before Xiao An, her hand resting softly on her thigh as she spoke. Feeling another's presence, Xiao An lifted her gaze to see Hermione, only to lower her head once more. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she shot her head up, raising the hand that clutched a photograph. Grasping Hermione's shoulder tightly, her voice frantic. "Hermione, it's you. You must know a way to save grandmother, don't you? Please, tell me." Witnessing this, Lewis swiftly intervened, pulling Xiao An back. "Xiao An, please calm down. Relax a little." "No, you don't understand." Xiao An roared, violently freeing herself from Lewis's grasp. She seized Hermione's hand, attempting to dash outside. Fearing for the well-being of both Xiao An and Hermione in this state, Lewis grasped her other hand, a hint of anger in his tone. "Xiao An, you need to be calm. You must rest and gather your strength to bid farewell to Jasmine tomorrow. Please, don't do this." As Lewis held her hand, Xiao An turned back and bit down on Lewis's hand before breaking free, barely registering his words. "You handle things as you see fit. If you need me, come here tomorrow morning to take me." With that, she dragged Hermione towards the door. Seeing them rush outside, Hermione's mother, concerned for Xiao An's state and fearing for her safety, called out, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao An," before hastening after them. Leaving Lewis bewildered and alone. Outside, Xiao An pulled Hermione along as they sprinted forward. Hermione struggled to keep her balance, nearly stumbling as Xiao An tugged her along. Desperately trying to halt Xiao An's reckless pace, Hermione found her strength insufficient against Xiao An's determined momentum. Since regaining her health, Xiao An had been relentless in her daily runs, pushing her limits from 5 minutes a day to an unwavering commitment over 5 years, though modest in results. She was far stronger than the fragile Hermione. Realizing her efforts were futile, Hermione pleaded, "Xiao An, can we pause for a moment? Wherever you are headed. Can we wait for my mother? She has a car, and it would certainly be faster than running." Upon hearing those words, Xiao An immediately came to a halt. However, the formidable inertia of Hermione, whom he was gripping, rendered it difficult for her to stop in kind. Consequently, Hermione collided headfirst into him, and both tumbled to the ground, Xiao An landing face down alongside her. Chapter 5. A sudden Avada Kedavra inside the carriage. Xiao An engaged in dialogue with Hermione, inquiring about the magical realm's knowledge regarding resurrection. Yet, Hermione, merely a young girl who had just completed her first year, possessed limited knowledge. She could only recount the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone that she experienced during her first year, noting that the stone had been destroyed by Dumbledore. In the end, Xiao An bestowed upon Hermione a sum of 1,000 pounds, instructing her to exchange it for galleons and procure books from Flourish Blots, seeking any information pertinent to resurrection. As time passed, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Just as it came to a stop, Xiao An flung open the door and dashed out. He pushed open the door of the Leaky Cauldron and sprinted towards Old Tom, hoping to enlist his assistance in opening the entrance to Diagon Alley. Midway through his run, he spotted a wizard approaching the brick wall that concealed the entrance to Diagon Alley, drawing forth his wand. Quickly, Xiao An altered his course, racing towards the entrance. Upon entering Diagon Alley alongside the adult wizard, Xiao An hurriedly made his way to the location of Nocturne Alley, which he had previously discovered. After searching the vicinity, he finally located the entrance to Nocturne Alley. With a sense of accomplishment, he adjusted his attire and gathered a few nuts and coins together, then dashed into the alley. Upon entering, he observed a group of peculiar wizards conversing by the roadside. Noting their presence, Xiao An quickened his pace, intentionally enhancing the jingle of coins in his pocket as he ran. Then, he dashed into the depths of the alley, keenly observing his surroundings. As he ran, Xiao An found himself in an uninhabited area and noticed a dead end nearby. He quickly changed direction and sprinted towards it, tossing the gnats and coins from his pocket into a heap of trash before concealing himself behind the refuse, beginning to observe the entrance of the alley. After approximately 10 minutes, one of the peculiar wizards from the group at the entrance approached, arriving at the Y-shaped junction where Xiao An was hiding. He scrutinized both paths for a while before deciding to proceed down one of them. Seeing the strange wizard depart, Xiao An swiftly emerged from his hiding place, following closely behind. As time elapsed, the distance between them diminished, and Xiao An cautiously trailed the eccentric wizard. Feeling the moment was right, he extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the wizard, silently uttering the incantation Faint and Fall. A spell shot forth from Xiao An's fingertip, aiming directly at the wizard. Upon witnessing the spell launch, Xiao An immediately called out the next incantation, Shatter to Dust, repeating it thrice. Just as the spell was about to strike the peculiar wizard, inexplicably, it ricocheted off him. At that moment, the wizard drew his wand and swiftly turned to aim it at Xiao An. However, Xiao An's 3 Shatter to Dust spells were already en route. Before the wizard could react, the spell struck him, and this time he had no protective charms left. He endured the full force of the 3 spells, causing his right arm to be severed and a transparent hole to be blasted through his midsection. Faced with the wizard's grievous state, Xiao An suppressed his discomfort and unleashed another Shatter to Dust towards the wizard's head. As the gruesome remnant splattered around, Xiao An could no longer contain himself. He opened his mouth and gagged, but having not eaten for 2 days, he could only expel a stream of bile. Coupled with his swollen, tear-filled eyes, he felt utterly wretched. Unbeknownst to Xiao An, while he was tailing the peculiar wizard, a black-clad sorcerer with a slick-back hairstyle had also taken notice of his bizarre behavior. Not long after, Xiao An, having ambushed the wizard, was observed in his entirety by the oily-haired man. Once Xiao An had regurgitated most of his distress, he steeled himself and approached the corpse of the wizard. First, he retrieved the wand from the severed arm, wiping the blood on the corpse's trousers before stowing it in his coat pocket. He then rummaged through the body, collecting 3 galleons and examining several tattered parchment scrolls. As Xiao An perused the scrolls, the oily-haired man, having recovered from the shocking sight of a child committing murder, straightened his attire and walked towards Xiao An. Upon opening the first scroll, Xiao An's eyes fell upon the words Avada Kedavra, prompting him to delve deeper into the text. However, just then, the oily-haired wizard emerged, startling Xiao An into thinking another dark sorcerer had arrived. In a panic, he drew his wand, subconsciously reciting the incantation of Avada Kedavra, which for some reason unleashed successfully this time without hindrance. Yet, the oily-haired man was no ordinary foe. In an instant, he enveloped himself in a cloud of darkness, narrowly evading the killing curse. However, the oily-haired man who evaded the killing curse did not draw his wand to retaliate. Instead, he scoffed, remarking, "Children these days are truly remarkable. At such a tender age, they dare to wield the unforgivable curses without a shred of remorse, and even contemplate murder. Quite impressive." Upon witnessing the oily-haired man effortlessly dodge the killing curse, Xiao An felt a surge of panic, just as he contemplated unleashing a few more spells to confront the man. He heard his words. Observing that the man did not immediately counterattack, Xiao An, driven by caution and a desire to avoid provoking him, refrained from casting a spell. Instead, he pointed his wand at the man, feigning anger and adopting a provocative tone. "A powerful wizard like you engages in such vile acts of murder and robbery. Targeting a mere child? Truly impressive. Very well, do share your name with me. Let us engage in a proper duel rather than resorting to the underhanded tactics of the weak against a child like myself." The oily-haired man, seemingly unfazed by Xiao An's words, waved his hand and cast a disarming charm, sending Xiao An's wand flying into his grasp. With an expression as unreadable as a poker face and his lifeless eyes half open, he replied, slightly irate, "Do not point your filthy wand at me, little dark wizard. Do not address me in such a tone. It reeks of rudeness. However, I shall bestow upon you the courtesy of revealing my name. Remember it well, boy. I am Severus Snape, the greatest dark arts master in the world." Chapter 6, Snape and the Resurrection Stone. Severus Snape? From Hogwarts? Xiao An inquired, perplexed. As he sat on the ground, "It seems you are aware of me. Which family do you hail from, little giant? Who taught you the killing curse? And why do you unleash it with such cruelty?" Snape replied, maintaining his stern demeanor. Xiao An cast a disdainful glance at Snape and retorted, "Fool, can you not see the attire upon my body? This is Muggle clothing. I hail from the Muggle world. And cannot you discern my skin color? I am Chinese. Little giant, why have you come here? Where are your parents? I see you have not enrolled in school. I shall let you off this time. But I must inform your parents to prevent you from attending Hogwarts unrefined, lest you bring disgrace upon the institution," Snape stated. Despite Snape's stern expression, which bore little resemblance to the character portrayed in the films, certain features reminded Xiao An of the original depiction, much like Hermione's appearance differed from the movies. This led Xiao An to believe that the man before him was indeed Snape. Reflecting on the stories of Snape from his past life in Harry Potter, Xiao An hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge his plans to Snape. Raising his head, Xiao An fixed his gaze upon Snape's eyes and solemnly asked, "Professor Snape, may I trust you?" As Xiao An lifted his head to gaze at Snape, the latter noticed the redness and swelling in Xiao An's eyes. This sight stirred something deep within Snape, evoking memories of his own tear-stained eyes at the time of Lily's passing. At last, a shift occurred in Snape's expression. His eyes, previously devoid of life, now shimmered with emotion. A quick glance at Xiao An's visage revealed the swollen eyes and cracked lips, prompting Snape to unconsciously nod in acknowledgement. Xiao An, observing the subtle transformation in Snape's demeanor and gaze, felt reassured that his understanding from a past life was not entirely erroneous. Subsequently, he recounted his story to Snape, beseeching his assistance. Once he had finished his narrative, Snape withdrew his wand and cast a silencing charm, ensuring their conversation remained private. Upon hearing Xiao An's tale, Snape empathized with him. He sighed as he regarded Xiao An's swollen eyes and ultimately agreed to help, despite his skepticism regarding the resurrection magic. Xiao An had only mentioned his desire to learn the soul-moving curse and the fiend-fire curse in Diagon Alley, with the intention of controlling a few dark wizards capable of apparition. Thus, Snape voiced his concerns. The soul-moving curse, apparition, and fiend-fire cannot bring back the deceased. However, I possess the knowledge of the soul-moving curse and apparition. You need not seek other dark wizards for assistance, as I can aid you. In response to Snape's words, Xiao An countered, "It cannot be you. You are a good person, and I consider you a friend. It cannot be you. While it is true that the soul-moving curse, apparition, and fiend fire cannot resurrect the dead, have you heard of the Eastern practice of borrowing a corpse to return a soul? I require the soul-moving curse and apparition to retrieve an object, the resurrection stone. Have you heard of it? You know its whereabouts. Let us go at once." Upon hearing the mention of the resurrection stone, Snape could no longer maintain his composure. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand. And with the memory of Lily's demise, Snape had once sought resurrection magic and delved into the tale of the three brothers. After seeing Dumbledore's Elder Wand, Snape had come to believe in the authenticity of the story. Over the years, he had persistently searched for information regarding the Resurrection Stone, yet it had eluded him. Observing Snape's reaction and hearing his agreement, Xiao An then divulged his entire plan without reservation. "You mean to say the Resurrection Stone is hidden in the Gaunt residence, protected by Voldemort's dark magic and fashioned into a Horcrux?" Upon hearing that the Resurrection Stone was located at the Gaunt residence, Snape nearly apparat there immediately. However, upon uttering Voldemort's name, he forcibly halted his advance and gritted his teeth as he turned to Little and, noticing her nod, Snape grasped her firmly and led her deeper into Nocturne Alley. They encountered several dark wizards, but since they were in groups of 5 or 6, they managed to avoid confrontation. It was not until they spotted 3 dark wizards walking together that Snape drew his wand and cast a petrification spell on each of them, followed by a soul-stealing curse. He then commanded one of the dark wizards to apparate with the remaining 4 towards Little Hangleton. The journey was silent, with the 5 of them traversing the path in quietude. However, due to the inadequacy of the 3 dark wizards' skills, they soon found themselves dispersed and bleeding profusely. Ultimately, it fell to Snape to guide the remaining individuals onward. Upon reaching the Gaunt residence, they were greeted by moss-covered walls and a wooden door adorned with a deceased serpent. Observing this scene, Little and recalled the descriptions from her previous life regarding the Gaunt residence and remarked, "It appears we have arrived. The Resurrection Stone should be here." Upon hearing this, Snape took hold of Little and forcefully kicked open the wooden door and led the 4 of them boldly into the Gaunt residence. Inside, Snape, still grasping Little, and surveyed the disheveled state of the house and yard, inquiring, "Where is the Resurrection Stone? We must hurry." Little and shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "How would I know? I did not place it here. I only know it is within the Gaunt residence. We will need to search every inch." In response to her words, Snape cast a disdainful glance at her, muttering an insult before drawing his wand to cast a detection spell. He then commanded the 3 dark wizards to clear the path ahead, following the illuminated orb he summoned. Guided by the light, they arrived at a grave, where they beheld the bare tomb and the moss-covered headstone. Both Little and Snape fell silent, scanning the area for any sign of the Resurrection Stone's concealment. Resolute, Little and suggested that Snape administer some healing to the 3 dark wizards before having them topple the headstone and dig to see if the stone was hidden within the grave. Realizing the condition of Little and S' health, Snape retrieved a vial of potion from his bag and urged her to drink it. Once she had finished, he filled the bottle with fresh water for her to soothe her cracked lips. He then produced several vials of potion for the 3 dark wizards to consume. Chapter 7. Lilith. Snape. After the 3 dark wizards had regained some vigor from the potions, Snape commanded them to excavate the grave. One of the dark wizards, upon receiving the order, approached and kicked the headstone. However, it was evident that the wizard had neglected physical training, as the headstone remained upright while his foot suffered a fracture. Although the tombstone remained upright, it had been forcefully tilted, displacing a mound of earth in the process. Within the soil lay a beautifully crafted wooden box, intact and exquisite. Upon spotting the box, Xiao An promptly instructed Snape to command the limping wizard to retrieve it. Following Snape's directive, the wizard crawled over, picked up the small wooden box, and opened it. Inside, Snape beheld a ring adorned with a black gemstone. The sight of the dark jewel caused Snape's eyes to widen with desire, compelling him to reach out for it. However, Xiao An, possessing prior knowledge that the Resurrection Stone had been fashioned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, maintained a vigilant demeanor. Thus, upon seeing the stone, her heart remained steadfast, and she retained her composure. Noticing Snape's movements, Xiao An swiftly grasped his clothing, pulling him back with force. True to his reputation as a master of mental barriers, Snape sensed Xiao An's actions and recalled her earlier warnings. He quickly regained his calm, adopting an expression devoid of emotion, and commanded the limping wizard to don the Resurrection Stone. Without hesitation, the wizard put on the ring, and as soon as it adorned his left hand, it turned pitch black, the darkness spreading rapidly. Within 3 seconds, the wizard's complexion darkened beyond recognition, and moments later, his body shriveled, leaving him lifeless. Witnessing the demise of the limping wizard, Snape immediately ordered another dark wizard to wear the ring. This wizard met a fate similar to that of his predecessor. Subsequently, Snape instructed the final dark wizard to don the ring. Fortunately, this wizard fared slightly better. Instead of perishing, his left arm turned black. Seizing the opportunity, Snape pointed his wand at the last dark wizard and unleashed the Fiendfire curse. As the flames engulfed the ring, A black protective shield emerged around it. With Snape intensifying his magical output, the shield gradually shattered. From the ring emerged a horrific, screaming skull, which lingered for half a minute before dissipating into a plume of black smoke. However, for reasons unknown, Snape continued to incinerate the ring for an additional half-hour, until only the resurrection stone remained, with the rest of the embellishments reduced to ash. Gazing at the stone now lying on the ground, Snape pondered before casting several spells, including the Killing Curse, the Freshwater Charms, the Freezing Charm, the Warning Charm, and the Dark Magic Detection spell. Yet, true to its nature, the resurrection stone withstood the onslaught, suffering only slight deformation at its edges while remaining largely unscathed. Had it been any ordinary gemstone, it would have been reduced to cinders. Observing that the temperature of the resurrection stone had decreased and that the warning and detection spells yielded no response, Snape finally picked it up with his hand. As they beheld the resurrection stone, both Xiao An and Snape found it impossible to maintain their composure. Xiao An's grip tightened around it, her voice trembling as she declared, "This is the resurrection stone. We have obtained it." "Indeed, we have finally obtained it," Snape stated calmly, though his trembling hand clutching the resurrection stone betrayed his composure. Once Snape's magical energy had sufficiently recovered, he transported Little and back to the location of Jasmine's lifeless body via apparition. Upon seeing Jasmine's remains, his eyes welled with tears again. Taking the resurrection stone, he shakily summoned the spirit, and upon gazing at Jasmine's ethereal form, he could no longer contain himself and cried out, "Grandma, I can finally see you." However, Jasmine looked at him with confusion and said, "And why are you crying?" "Please don't cry. Shall I prepare your favorite Chinese dish, braised pork?" Hearing his grandmother's words left him momentarily stunned. It was then that he recalled a theory discussed in a forum about the resurrection stone, that it did not summon the true souls of the deceased, but rather a shadow conjured from one's own memories. Despite this realization, and remained undeterred, he directed the resurrection stone to draw Jasmine's spirit closer to her body, and then produced his wand to cast several binding charms, yet to no avail. Jasmine, observing and wielding his wand and reciting the incantations, wore a perplexed expression and said in a steady tone, "And why are you pointing your chopsticks at Grandma and speaking such nonsensical things? Is this a new spell? Are you trying to perform for Grandma? You're amazing. Learning new magic so quickly." Listening to Jasmine's unwavering words and witnessing her spirit lying helplessly, and felt the last flicker of hope extinguish within him. Defeated, he sank to the ground, his wand and the stone falling beside him. Watching the entire ordeal unfold, Snape understood the nature of the resurrection stone and, feeling utterly drained, sat down beside it. After a few moments of silence, Snape gradually regained his composure, stood up, walked over to him, and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of solace. "Do not be disheartened. The dead cannot return to life. Try to find peace and carry forward with the love your grandmother bestowed upon you." With that, Snape picked up the resurrection stone, stood still for a moment, and summoned the spirit of a young woman, and glanced over. Although he had never met her, he recognized her as Lily Potter. Upon seeing Lily's spirit, Snape's eyes moistened instantly. He gazed at her tenderly for a brief moment before uttering, "I'm sorry. I love you." After speaking, Snape commanded the resurrection stone to dissipate Lily's spirit and turned to him, saying, "Thank you, and for helping me fulfill a long-held wish." And looked back at Snape and sincerely replied, "Thank you as well, Snape, for indulging this child's whims. Do you still want this stone?" And Snape gazed at Little and, upon seeing her shake her head, cast the resurrection stone to the ground. He then drew his wand and, with unwavering determination, uttered the incantation, Fiendfire. Both Little and Snape watched as the stone was consumed by the flames, the gem gradually vanishing into nothingness. Once the resurrection stone was entirely incinerated, Little lifted her gaze to the composed Snape. Contemplating his fate, she resolved to save him and bestow upon him a Lily Snape. Chapter 8. The Mender. After returning Jasmine's lifeless body to the morgue, Little accompanied Snape back to her home. Within the confines of her abode, Snape observed Little, who appeared despondent as she sat on the sofa. He proceeded to the kitchen, where he magically prepared a beef sandwich. After watching her finish her meal, he halted her request to clean the plates, rising to take the plate toward the kitchen. However, as he approached her from behind, his right hand, which was meant to hold the plate, suddenly trembled. In that moment, Little felt a wave of dizziness and leaned toward the dining table. Just as she was about to collapse, Snape's hand moved again, and she began to levitate gently. He placed the plate on the table and, controlling the levitation spell, gradually made his way to Little's bedroom. In her room, Snape skillfully guided her to the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. He then sat at the head of the bed, gently stroking her hair with a smile before exiting the room. At the door, he looked back at the peacefully sleeping little An, smiled softly, and quietly closed the door, retreating to the living room. The following day, Snape accompanied little An to the funeral. At the ceremony, Hermione arrived and, upon spotting Snape, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "What is he doing here?" Hearing Hermione's words, little An followed her gaze and beheld Snape, clad in a black suit, his immaculate long hair cascading over his shoulders, standing solemnly with a flower in hand. "Do you know him, my dear?" little An inquired. Hermione instinctively replied, "He is the potions master at school, Professor Snape." Upon hearing Hermione's response, little An, influenced by maternal instinct, immediately grasped Hermione's hand and led her toward Snape. In a flurry of panic, Hermione exclaimed, "Mom, where are you taking me?" "Of course, to meet your teacher," little An replied, disregarding Hermione's struggles as she directed her toward Snape. "Good day, you must be Professor Snape. My name is little An, Hermione's mother. I am grateful for the care you have provided her at school." With great courtesy, it was noted that upon hearing the inquiry, Severus Snape, upon recognizing Hermione alongside his mother, instinctively regarded Hermione as an insufferable little lioness and contemplated a sharp retort. Yet, recalling that this was the solemn occasion of little An's funeral, his demeanor softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he addressed her. "Ah, it is you, Miss Granger. Greetings, I am Severus Snape. You are indeed a diligent and gifted student, ranking first in your year, I see. It appears your home environment has profoundly influenced your remarkable achievements." Hermione, taken aback by Snape's unexpected warmth, instinctively pinched her own leg, grimacing as she stammered, "Good day, Professor Snape. What brings you here?" Observing her small gesture, Snape merely nodded with a faint smile before turning away, his expression returning to its customary stoicism. Leaving Hermione and her companion to their own devices, Jane, having noticed Hermione's unease and Snape's reaction, offered an apologetic glance before gently guiding Hermione toward little An. Upon reaching little An, who was engulfed in sorrow, Hermione stepped forward to offer her condolences, saying, "Please accept my sympathies, little An. Do not grieve too deeply. We wouldn't want to cause Grandmother Jasmine any further distress, would we?" Little An turned to face Hermione, nodded in acknowledgement, and uttered a quiet thank you. Retreating into her sorrow, observing little Anne's profound sadness, Hermione refrained from further consolation and instead inquired, "Little An, how do you know Professor Snape? Are you related?" Upon hearing Hermione's question, little An turned her gaze toward Snape, recalling the morning spent lying in bed beneath the covers. In the sight of Snape asleep on the living room sofa, a smile involuntarily crept upon her face as she replied, "He is a good person, my dearest friend, and a true master." After the funeral concluded, Lewis approached little An and Hermione, announcing, in the presence of government officials, the reading of Jasmine's will. It was revealed that Jasmine had bequeathed all her estate to little An. However, due to little An's tender age, the inheritance could not be granted to her immediately. Furthermore, since Jasmine had passed away, little An found herself without guardianship in the UK, necessitating her stay in an orphanage until she reached adulthood. Lewis then inquired whether Jane would be willing to adopt little An and care for her until she came of age. Given little An's remarkable reputation for brilliance, the government agreed to allocate a portion of her estate tax to cover her living expenses. Jane, observing little An's sorrow and sensing her filial piety, along with her intelligence, contemplated agreeing to Lewis's request in hopes of providing Hermione with a companion. Little An, having absorbed Jasmine's arrangements and listening to Lewis's inquiry, glanced up at Jane. Yet, thoughts of Snape crossed her mind, prompting her to turn and face the uninvited Severus Snape. Approaching him, she looked up earnestly and asked, "Severus Snape, would you be willing to care for me?" Snape gazed at the earnest little An, reflecting on their shared experiences and considering his current identity. A sense of dread washed over him at the thought of an encountering danger. He instinctively felt compelled to refuse. Yet the pleading look in Anne's eyes prompted a reluctant nod of agreement. Upon witnessing Snape's assent, and beamed and expressed, "Thank you, Godfather." Realizing the inevitability of the situation, Snape returned the smile and introduced himself. "Greetings, let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Severus Snape, your godfather." Jean, having comprehended Snape's identity, watched this exchange without objection, a smile gracing her face. However, Lewis did not recognize Snape. Recalling Snape's previous expressionless demeanor, he grew concerned that little An might be deceived and thus approached with apprehension. Asking, "Little An, Who is he? Do you know him? Upon seeing Louis, Littlin replied, "The godfather is a professor at a school. I will return to that school to study, and with him looking after me, I will thrive there. Aunt Jane is also aware of him." Louis turned to see Jane nodding in agreement, and he thus refrained from opposing the arrangement. Consequently, Littlin and Snape, in the presence of Louis, the attorney and government official, formally established their godfather-godchild relationship. Furthermore, within Little's government documents, Snape was officially recognized as her guardian. After signing a multitude of documents with the government, it was noted that Snape did not possess a bank card. Therefore, the officials informed the bank to transfer a portion of Little Anne's inheritance tax alongside a portion of Jasmine's estate into Little Anne's New Year's money bank account, amounting to £23,000. Moreover, Xiao An's bank account still held 150,000 gifted by Jessamine, along with 100,000 from insurance compensation. The remaining inheritance from Jessamine amounted to approximately 100,000, supplemented by 250,000 from the auction of some collectibles, all of which were entrusted to the Foundation for management. Of course, the remaining collectibles and the house were not sold, but rather bequeathed to Xiao An. The government imposed an estate tax of 173,000, leaving 150,000 after deducting the 23,000 allocated to Xiao An. Chapter 9. Guardian Beast. After attending to Jessamine's affairs, Xiao An, accompanied by Snape, meticulously examined the house where she had lived for 8 years. She then gathered the necessary items and placed them into a seamless expansion bag gifted by Snape, and with reddened eyes, accompanied him to his home in Hogsmeade. A month later, having lived at Snape's residence for a month, Xiao An experienced the tender care of Snape, who treated her with the attentiveness of a single father. This gesture deeply moved her. Whenever she wished to prepare a Chinese dish, Snape would swiftly assist her, often opting to cook something himself or bringing back treats from Hogwarts for her enjoyment. Throughout this month, Xiao An learned a great deal of magic from Snape, who proved to be a true master of the craft. For every spell she could conceive, Snape was adept, and he effortlessly elaborated on various magical principles. Consequently, Xiao An systematically absorbed a wealth of magical knowledge, including numerous spells she had long desired to master, such as the 3 unforgivable curses, the stunning spell, the blasting curse, the fiend-fire curse, the shielding charm, and the Patronus charm. Today, as Snape had yet to return from brewing potions at Hogwarts, Xiao An noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Concluding her magical practice, she decided to prepare a sumptuous meal for Snape and ventured into the kitchen. She placed the seasonings she had brought from home on the countertop and began to prepare the ingredients. 50 minutes later, Snape materialized at home, cradling a small creature resembling a cat, and stealthily made his way to the backyard. As he passed the kitchen, the sounds of clanging utensils caught his attention, and a fleeting smile of satisfaction appeared on his face, only to be quickly replaced by a serious demeanor as he concealed the feline creature behind him and entered the kitchen with a stern expression. There, he found Xiao An busy at the stove, with several dishes kept warm nearby. Clearing his throat to garner Xiao An's attention, Snape feigned a serious reprimand, saying, "Xiao An, what are you doing?" Recognizing the unchanged tone in his voice, Xiao An discerned that he was not truly angry. Thus, she pretended to be frightened and replied, "Professor Snape, please don't be angry. I merely wish to help with the household chores, seeing how hard you work every day." Having lived with Little One for quite some time, Snape was well aware that she was not truly afraid. However, upon witnessing the fleeting expression of fear on her face, he could not help but chuckle softly. Approaching her, he extended his right hand to gently pat her head, smiling as he said, "From now on, do not worry yourself so much. Children should simply enjoy their playtime." Little One gazed at Snape's smiling face and kind eyes, nodding earnestly in agreement. "Close your eyes, Little One. I wish to show you something wonderful," Snape said with a smile. Once she had shut her eyes, he retrieved a golden fluff ball from his pocket with his right hand, declaring, "Now open your eyes." "Tada! Happy birthday, Little One," Snape announced with a mischievous grin. As she opened her eyes, Little One beheld the fluff ball being cradled in Snape's hand, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a plush toy. "Thank you, Godfather," she exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the plush toy. Just as she took it, Snape swiftly extended his left hand, revealing a small creature that emitted a fierce growl. Little One looked up, startled, and saw a tiny tiger. "It's a little tiger. Truly a little tiger. Where did you get it, Godfather?" she asked in delight. "This is not merely a tiger. Your Patronus is not a tiger, is it? I did some research and discovered that your Patronus is not the traditional tiger. but rather the third offspring of the tiger, known as the Biao in Chinese. Thus, I arranged for someone to procure this little fellow for you, Snape explained. Upon hearing Snape's words, Little An understood. It dawned on her that Snape had noticed her Patronus resembled other tigers in a unique way, prompting him to investigate. Clearly, he had invested considerable effort to uncover the existence of the Biao species. With her birthday approaching on August 25th, he sought to present her with a special gift. However, she realized that her Patronus was not the conventional Biao, as it possessed two forms, one resembling a tiger and the other akin to a lion-tiger hybrid. Watching the little Biao in Snape's hand, its mouth open as if to nip at him, Little An placed the plush toy into her pocket and cautiously cradled the small Biao in her arms. She gently stroked its fur and, observing the calm demeanor of the creature, she curiously inquired, "Thank you, Godfather, but why is the little Biao so gentle in my hands, yet so fierce when held?" "That is precisely why I wanted to gift you the little Biao. Each person's Patronus corresponds to an animal that instinctively draws close to its wizard. When you cast the Patronus charm, simply recite, 'O great God of magic above, please feel my joy. I wish to forge an eternal bond with this being.' Your Patronus will merge with the Biao, forming a covenant, and the Biao will become your guardian beast, loyal beyond measure." However, the creature known as the Biao possesses a wild nature. Thus, even when I am in close proximity to you, this beast remains fierce. Nevertheless, once it transforms into your guardian spirit, its demeanor should improve, Snape explained, observing the Biao calmly nestled in Xiao An's arms. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Is that so? However, Godfather, why have I never encountered your guardian spirit? Xiao An inquired. Upon hearing this, Snape fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "My guardian spirit is a doe. It is not a creature of combat, which is why I have not sought a guardian beast. But let us not dwell on that. You should summon your guardian spirit and forge a contract with it. For without doing so, the presence of this little creature will not allow for any tranquility at home." Upon hearing Snape divert the conversation, Xiao An realized he had touched a nerve and chose not to linger on the subject. Instead, he drew the wand he had seized from a dark wizard and prepared to cast the Patronus charm in order to forge a contract with the creature known as Biao. However, upon seeing Xiao An brandish his wand, Snape swiftly intervened, instructing him to place Biao on the ground. After stepping back a few paces, Snape raised his wand and uttered an incantation, causing Biao to rapidly enlarge. Before long, the creature had transformed into a massive being over 3 meters in length. As soon as Biao's size increased, it attempted to turn and bite Snape. Despite the house being enchanted with a concealment expansion charm, the space was still too cramped for the gargantuan Biao. Consequently, as it turned, it was thwarted by the walls. Observing Biao's intent to attack Snape, Xiao An hastily cast the Patronus charm to establish a contract with Biao. The moment the Patronus was summoned, it lunged toward Biao, who immediately fell silent upon sensing its presence. Xiao An then invoked, "Great God of magic, please feel my joy. I wish to bind this creature with an eternal contract using my elation." Gradually, Biao lowered itself to the ground, and as the Patronus pounced upon it, the spirit began to merge into Biao's form. Witnessing this development, Snape promptly cast the concealment expansion charm. 5 minutes later, the contract was finally completed, but Xiao An, exhausted from wielding his wand, could no longer bear the strain. As he felt the success of the contract, his grip slackened, and the wand slipped from his fingers, crumbling into a pile of dust upon hitting the ground. His weary hand fell limply to his side, and he succumbed to dizziness, collapsing to the floor. Chapter 10. Snape's tale. Xiao An awoke slowly in bed, his gaze landing on the meticulously cleaned ceiling, courtesy of Snape's cleaning spell. For a moment, he was bewildered, recalling the events that had transpired, and then it dawned on him what had occurred. He immediately sat up, but as he exerted himself, a sharp pain shot through his head, compelling him to lie back down. Perhaps it was the sudden movement, or perhaps the heightened sensitivity of animals, but the enormous Biao, who had been slumbering beneath Xiao An's bed, abruptly sprang to its feet. The massive tiger head turned towards the waking Xiao An, and in a fit of excitement, Biao nudged its head against Xiao An's face, purring incessantly. Xiao An found himself tickled by Biao's affectionate gestures and slowly raised his hand to gently pat the creature's head. Astoundingly, Biao, sensing his touch, ceased its antics and simply stared at Xiao An motionless. Reflecting on Biao's previous ferocity and now witnessing its docile demeanor, Xiao An couldn't help but chuckle. Extending his left hand to stroke Biao's head, "You truly are a remarkable creature. How I am indeed remarkable, my master. Upon hearing Biao let out a fierce roar, Xiao An was startled. How could this tiger still make such sounds? To his astonishment, he discovered that he was able to comprehend Biao's roars. He cast a surprised glance at Biao. You were the one speaking just now. Of course, it was me. How is it that you can speak? I have always been able to speak. No, I mean, how is it that I can understand your words? I'm not sure either. Mountain cannon. Master. What is a mountain cannon? Xiao An shot a glance at Biao, a thought crossing his mind as he recalled descriptions of this creature from his past life. He then said, mountain cannon means valiant, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight when challenged. From now on, your name shall be Mountain Cannon. And the fluffy one will be called Little Gold. So that is the meaning of Mountain Cannon. Very well, I shall be Mountain Cannon. You do not know this. But when I was in the forest, I cared little for anything. Upon seeing larger beasts, I would rush in to confront them, disregarding those monstrous creatures that relied on their size to intimidate others. Mountain Cannon suits me perfectly. Xiao An glanced at Mountain Cannon, then turned away with a twitch of his lips, muttering, what a true mountain cannon. At that moment, Snape, having heard Mountain Cannon's roar, realized that Xiao An might have awakened. He entered with a vial of potion, noticing Xiao An preparing to rise. He quickly stepped forward to halt Xiao An's movements, gently assisting him in drinking the potion. After a brief moment, he used a levitation spell to guide Xiao An into the living room. Seeing Snape controlling Xiao An's movement, Mountain Cannon immediately stood up, baring his fangs, ready to pounce on Snape. Xiao An, floating in midair, swiftly admonished Mountain Cannon, you must not harm the Godfather. Snape brought Xiao An into the living room and slowly set him down in a chair. He then waved his wand, summoning the meal Xiao An had prepared earlier to the dining table. After lifting the warming charm, he said, eat something to regain your strength. I would also like to sample your culinary skills, but just this once. Do not feel compelled to cook again. Simply enjoy yourself. Here, Godfather. Try this sweet and sour fish. I know it is your favorite. Xiao An conjured 2 pairs of chopsticks and offered Snape a piece of fish. After enjoying lunch amidst Snape's compliments, he waved his hand to clean the empty plates and returned them to the kitchen, intending to use the levitation spell to send Xiao An back to his bedroom for rest. Upon seeing Snape's intention to levitate him back to his room, Xiao An immediately stopped him and, noticing the puzzled expression on Snape's face, asked, Godfather, who was the woman you summoned that day? Was she my godmother? Please tell me about her. Do not keep anything to yourself. It feels better to share, and as your godchild, I am here to bear any burdens with you. Upon finishing, Xiao An nervously gazed at Snape. Upon hearing Xiao An mention Lily, a fleeting sadness crossed Snape's face, swiftly replaced by anger directed at Xiao An. Just as he was about to erupt, the sight of Xiao An's anxious, fearful expression softened his heart. After a brief pause, he sighed and said, perhaps you were right. Her name was Lily. I have known Lily since childhood. The first time I encountered her was in autumn, when she was showcasing her remarkable magic alongside her sister. However, her sister was deeply envious, and upon witnessing Lily's extraordinary abilities, she scorned her, labeling her as a monster, before storming away, leaving Lily heartbroken and bewildered. After her sister departed, I emerged from my hiding place and saw Lily's distress. It pained me greatly. So I used magic to revitalize a wilted lily flower that she had intended to present to her sister. The joy that illuminated her face upon seeing the flower was utterly enchanting. At that moment, I understood nothing, merely standing there as Lily laughed blissfully. From then on, we became friends, spending our days together, casting spells to mark the vibrant grass and flowers, lying upon them as we watched the sunset. Feeling the gentle breeze carrying the scent of blossoms as butterflies danced in the fragrant air. Under the setting sun, everything appeared so serene, so beautiful. I wish time could have lingered in that moment forever. We both enrolled at Hogwarts, and I initially believed we would be sorted into the same house. However, I found myself in Slytherin while she was placed in Gryffindor. Lily was exceptionally talented, mastering any spell with remarkable speed. Yet, Gryffindor was a wretched house, filled with mischievous students unworthy of her. Moreover, there was James Potter, that fool. The house points Lily earned were squandered by Potter and his trio of miscreants, who even dared to bully her. In an effort to assist Lily, I delved into the study of spells and potions, perhaps discovering a latent talent of my own. During that time, I invented a spell, Golden Bell Falls, which I taught to Lily, enabling her to retaliate against those Gryffindor ruffians when they tormented her. Yet, her kind heart led her to share that spell with others. When I confronted her about it, that detestable Potter used my own spell against me. Seeing this, Lily rushed to my aid. Enraged, I misdirected my frustration towards her, pushing her hand away and uttering words I would regret for a lifetime. Consequently, the distance between Lily and me grew, and out of pride, I never found the courage to apologize. Then, that Potter, taking advantage of my faltering relationship with Lily, stole her away. After graduation, Lily was deceived by that wretched Potter into joining the Order of the Phoenix. In my quest for vengeance against that despicable Potter, I aligned myself with Voldemort's Death Eaters. Chapter 11. A source of amplified power. I implored Voldemort not to harm Lily, yet he ruthlessly took her life. I sought protection for Lily from Dumbledore, but he failed to act decisively, inadvertently exposing her whereabouts, which ultimately led to her demise. However, I bear the burden of blame, for it was I who divulged vital information to Voldemort, resulting in Lily's tragic fate. Little Anne observed the emotionally shattered Snape and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. Though there is fault on your part, the true culprits remain Voldemort and Dumbledore. Try to find peace. Do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. Let the past remain in the past. You have already sought forgiveness from Lily, and I am certain Aunt Lily has forgiven you. With that, Little Anne retrieved a multitude of books from his pocket, all inscribed with the title of Elementary Mathematics. Upon examination, it revealed an extensive collection of math textbooks ranging from elementary school to high school, as well as advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and calculus from university. After producing the books, Little Anne continued to gaze at Snape, who had now succumbed to despair, lost in his own thoughts. Little Anne repeatedly patted Snape's shoulder, hoping to provide some semblance of solace. Noticing that Snape was beginning to regain his composure, Little Anne pondered whether this was truly beneficial for his godfather. Godfather, do you possess any belongings left by Aunt Lily? Speak your heart to her relics. It may bring you some relief. Upon hearing Xiao An's voice, Snape's eyes finally sparkled with life. He immediately stood and walked toward the bedroom. Xiao An stealthily observed as Snape opened a chest and carefully extracted a vial from within. As Snape closed the chest and turned around, Xiao An quickly averted his gaze, pretending to read. With the vial in hand, Snape slowly made his way to the backyard, magically transforming it into a vast garden adorned with lush grass and lilies. He then reclined on the ground, cradling the vial against his chest, lying there in tranquil stillness. Noticing that Snape was preoccupied with his own affairs, Xiao An gently patted the head of the mountain cannon, softly instructing it to lie flat on the ground to obscure any view from the outside. He then cautiously approached Snape's bedroom. Upon locating the chest, Xiao An carefully opened it and rummaged through its contents. After a brief search, he found nothing but potions and, feeling disheartened, shook his head in disappointment before returning to the living room. A while later, observing that Snape remained motionless, Xiao An, unable to bear the silence, retrieved the beginner's transformation guide that Hermione had sold at the Leaky Cauldron, hoping to pass the time. Just as he opened the book, he suddenly heard faint voices. Listening intently, he realized they were emanating from Snape. Fearing the use of magic to amplify the sound, he resumed his perusal of the spellbook while occasionally glancing at Snape. After a time, Xiao An noticed Snape rising to his feet, prompting him to set aside the magic book and watch what Snape would do next. After standing, Snape carefully cradled the vial as he made his way back inside. Xiao An quickly urged the mountain cannon to move aside. Upon seeing Snape enter the room, he caught a glimpse of a delicate doll within the vial and inquired, "Godfather, what is it that you hold in your hand?" Upon hearing the question, Snape turned to Xiao An and, after a moment of silence, replied, "This is the hair and skin I collected from Lily on the day of her passing, magically crafted to resemble her." "Oh, Godfather," Xiao An said, "I wish to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment?" Observing Snape's despondent demeanor, Xiao An continued, "You cannot continue like this. Your mastery of the mind-sealing technique is remarkable, yet all your emotions are locked away. If this persists, I fear you may do something foolish. You are my only family." "Rest assured, I am fine," Snape replied. "For over a decade, I have endured this, and it was far worse before I met you. This past month, living with you, teaching you magic, has brought me more joy than I have experienced in a long time. Trust me, things will improve. However, you truly are an enigma, my dear boy. If other children were in your predicament, they would likely have succumbed to silence long ago. Yet, your innate magical prowess is so formidable that you remain unscathed. Perhaps it is a testament to your exceptional talent, enabling you to master an array of spells and skillfully harness your magical energy, thus preventing it from overwhelming you. Do you understand the source of my abundant magical energy? Dear Godfather, I have pondered this question for years, yet remain at a loss. It may well be intertwined with my lineage and innate gifts. However, Your assertion is not entirely accurate. This is, in fact, the very reason for my substantial magical growth. As I spoke, I nudged the mathematics book across the table towards Severus. He glanced disdainfully at the tome, remarking, "What utility do these muggle texts hold for a wizard?" "Ah, but therein lies your prejudice, dear godfather. You do not embody the essence of a master of magic. It is through the study of such texts that I have amassed my considerable magical energy. I posit that the increase in magical power stems from the enhancement of one's soul. By engaging with knowledge, I continuously stimulate my intellect, thereby influencing my soul to internalize this wisdom, ultimately fortifying its strength. In truth, the soul resembles a dwelling. Initially, it housed only the two of us, resulting in little transformation. However, with the arrival of an additional occupant, one must employ an expansion charm to accommodate the new resident. The soul is akin to this dwelling, while knowledge serves as the new occupant. Each time a new piece of knowledge enters, the soul must expand accordingly. As one accumulates knowledge, the soul enlarges, thereby facilitating an increase in magical energy. The awakening time for each young wizard varies. I believe this is directly proportional to the extent of knowledge they encounter. The more knowledge one absorbs, the greater the soul's expansion. Once the soul reaches the requisite threshold for awakening, the young wizard, who has yet to wield magic, experiences a passive release of magical energy, resulting in a magical surge. Of course, these are merely my speculations. At the very least, I have found that studying mathematics can enhance magical capacity. Why not give it a try? If effective, your own magical energy could see a significant increase, potentially surpassing even Voldemort's. Would that not provide you the means for retribution? Chapter 12. A true master forever holds the heart of an apprentice. As I finished speaking, I was met with the sound of applause from nearby, and a figure gradually emerged. This individual bore a flowing white beard, meticulously groomed, with shoulder-length white hair, appearing somewhat advanced in years. With hands gently clapping, I found myself pondering the identity of this person. Suddenly, Severus, astonished and incensed, exclaimed, "Dumbledore, is it you? Have you been watching me, arriving at my home under the guise of an invisibility spell?" "Do not be anxious, Severus. I harbor no intention of monitoring you. I have merely noticed the increased smiles upon your visage of late, which has piqued my curiosity. It appears that your endeavors in nurturing your protege have yielded commendable results, particularly in fostering a bright intellect that brings forth joy upon your countenance. Your charge is named in, is it not? Your insights are indeed astute, and I wonder if you might indulge me with a few more thoughts, as a man of my years has yet to contemplate your explanation." "Certainly, Professor Dumbledore. You may have observed that I have recently accompanied my godfather to meet several young wizards. However, their magical prowess pales in comparison to that of Hermione from Gryffindor. Furthermore, it might intrigue you to investigate that the magical capabilities of the students at Ravenclaw House and Hogwarts are likely superior to those of their peers from other houses. While Slytherin should not be underestimated either, this can be attributed to Ravenclaw students' ardent pursuit of knowledge through literature, as they diligently absorb wisdom from their tomes. In contrast, the pure-blood wizards from Slytherin benefit from a formative education that enhances their magical abilities. As the saying goes, true masters forever maintain the heart of an apprentice. In the Muggle realm, this may signify humility, but in the magical world, it embodies the very essence of a wizard's existence. Have you not noticed the ever-narrowing gap in magical prowess between wizards from the Muggle world and those from our own? Perhaps in the future." "What do you mean?" Young An suddenly realized he had spoken too much and promptly ceased his discourse, insisting he could divulge no further insights despite Dumbledore's inquiries. "Lady Ravenclaw truly embodies wisdom. It seems she has long revered such principles," Dumbledore mused. "Thank you, young An. I eagerly anticipate the day you enroll at Hogwarts, where you shall undoubtedly be sorted into the ranks of Ravenclaw's prodigies." "Nonsense. He shall surely be a Slytherin." Severus glared at Dumbledore. "Severus, we cannot impose our desires upon the children. You are well aware of the sorting ceremony, and it would benefit you to attend to your own appearance. As you are, you may struggle to guide a child effectively. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to seek companionship. A bachelor cannot provide a sense of home for a child. I happen to know several suitable ladies. Would you care to meet them?" "Leave me be, you old fool," Severus yelled in exasperation. Before Severus could utter another word, a frenzy erupted upon Dumbledore's shoulder, and in a burst of flames, he vanished from sight. "Old fool," Severus muttered. "Godfather, here," young An said, pushing all the mathematics books toward Severus. Severus regarded the innocent sincerity reflected upon Anne's face, his expression contorting as he slowly placed the test tubes upon the table. Cautiously extending his hand toward the mathematics books, retrieving them and swiftly stowing them within an untraceable bag. Is there anything else? Snape gazed intently at Littlin, as if any utterance from the boy would provoke a lethal response. Could you entrust the doll on your desk to me for safekeeping? Littlin stammered. Upon hearing Littlin mention his most cherished possession, Snape's expression shifted dramatically. He instantly grasped the test tube and fixed Littlin with a predatory stare. Sensing the hostility, the mountain dog sprang up from the ground, poised to pounce on Snape. Littlin quickly intervened, calming the dog with gentle strokes, and in that moment, the tense atmosphere dissipated. I apologize, Godfather. I merely wish to safeguard it for you. If it remains in your possession, you will remain ensnared in the past. Only by relinquishing it can you redirect your focus toward other matters, and only then will you find opportunities for vengeance. Holding on to it leaves you vulnerable, exposed. Do you not yearn for retribution for Aunt Lily? Littlin continued. Look at your current state. You can't even maintain the mental barrier, Godfather. You know I would do anything for you. I cannot bear to see you like this. I don't wish to take it from you and destroy it. That is not my intention, Godfather. I cannot bear to lose you. You may kill me now. I will not resist. As long as you do not slay me, I will obtain it and destroy it. If you entrust it to me now, I will take good care of it, and once you have regained your strength, I shall return it to you. Please consider this, Godfather. With that, Littlin directed the mountain dog to the backyard and stood still, observing Snape in silence. After a moment of silence, Snape, initially furious, gradually calmed and fell into contemplation, occasionally glancing at Littlin and observing Snape's intent to speak. Littlin interjected, What is it? Godfather? Do you wish to kill me or expel me? Snape opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. Instead, he took Littlin's hand, placing the test tube into it and giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Littlin, I first came to know you because of the similarities in our experiences. I empathize with your feelings, which is why I took you as my apprentice. Over this past month, I have grown fond of this connection. I sense your genuine recognition of me, and I have grown accustomed to your presence. Perhaps you are right. I should indeed step away from it for a while and test your method of enhancing magical power. Furthermore, I am unworthy of possessing it. Each time I see it, I am filled with shame, as if Lily herself is reproaching me. Perhaps only after I have avenged Lily can I rightfully claim it. Promise me this, safeguard it well. And once I have exacted my revenge, you shall return it to me. Yes? Littlin nodded and said, Yes, I promise you, Godfather. I will undoubtedly assist you in seeking vengeance. No, you cannot aid me in this matter. It is my affair. You should enjoy life joyfully. Promise me and do not involve yourself. All right, Godfather. In a few days, I shall depart for America, distancing myself from England. While I pursue knowledge and enhance my magical prowess in the States, I shall await your news. Upon my return at the age of 11, if you have avenged yourself, I shall attend Hogwarts. If not, I will aid you in your quest for vengeance. There is no point in refusing me, Godfather. Your denial is futile, and stated resolutely. Snape remained silent. Chapter 13. Rolf 3 days later, at the airport exit in America, Snape stood with Littlin, engaged in a soft conversation while waiting for someone. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Upon recognizing them, and exchanged a few words with Snape before ceasing conversation and approaching them. As he reached the two gentlemen, he extended his hand in greeting and politely remarked, Mr. Will, Mr. Jess, it is a pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming to fetch me. These two were none other than Will and Jess from the Harvard University admissions office. Greetings, I am Snape, and Godfather. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will assist in during his time at school, Snape said. Hello, William is a remarkably bright student. We are fortunate to have him join our institution. Rest assured, and will encounter no difficulties at our school, Will replied earnestly, gazing at Snape. After the pleasantries, Will and Jess escorted in and Snape to the car, heading to Harvard University. 3 days later, as the school year commenced, given its tender age, Will had preemptively handled all necessary paperwork. Thus, on this day, and held a book, observing the various students bustling about to complete their registrations, sipping on soda and reveling in their disarray. Having spent the entire morning on a campus bench, and began to feel a tinge of boredom, with no classes to attend, he found himself growing drowsy from reading, a common fate when perusing mathematics. He pondered where he might pass the time, yet realized there were few options. An internet CAF? Alas, such establishments did not exist in this era. A bar? glancing at his small hands and then at his prized possession. He recognized the disparity between his ambitions and his capabilities. "Where else can I go to amuse myself?" he lamented, exclaiming in exasperation. "Ah, what an adorable child," someone remarked. 3 new students gathered nearby, chattering and laughing. Upon hearing their voices, Xiao An awkwardly adjusted his head, feigning nonchalance as he pretended to read. Yet he could not resist stealing glances at the trio of girls. Ultimately, he could only continue his charade of reading, though it was evident that he was unable to focus on the pages before him. The 3 girls, witnessing Xiao An's futile attempts to appear absorbed in his book, found their amusement heightened, and they approached him, still giggling and chatting. Realizing they were heading his way, Xiao An hastily closed his book and, seizing a nearby small mountain of junk, sprinted away. Is this truly the magical world of America? As Xiao An gazed ahead at the dazzling array of shops and various individuals clad in wizarding robes, he felt a sense of wonder. Entering Diagon Alley, he perceived that it was far more splendid than he had anticipated. Although it was established later than its counterpart, it had clearly flourished beyond measure. As he strolled, Xiao An noticed a vendor on the roadside, who had set up a table adorned with an assortment of cages, with a trunk positioned behind him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this stall was selling magical creatures. 2 individuals stood before the vendor, engaged in a heated discussion. One of them, a youth, was fixated on one of the cages, while an elderly gentleman was bargaining with the vendor. Interestingly, the older man was attempting to raise the price, while the vendor was fervently trying to lower it. Driven by curiosity, Xiao An approached to listen in. "Mr. Scamander, you are a master of magical zoology. I cannot accept your gold. Please, take whatever you desire," urged the elderly man. "No, Connor, this is what you deserve. Though I am opposed to the commercialization of magical creatures, it remains a means of their protection, so I must pay the market price. I also hope that when you capture them, you do so responsibly. Do not deplete their numbers," replied Scamander. No, Mr. Scamander, I cannot accept your gallant offer. Without you, our profession would not exist." As Xiao An listened intently, he gradually comprehended that the elderly gentleman before him was none other than the illustrious magizoologist, Newt Scamander, the shopkeeper. Evidently recognizing Scamander's esteemed identity, adamantly refused to accept any payment. However, Scamander, a man of unwavering principles, insisted on compensating for his purchases, which led to the peculiar scene unfolding before Xiao An's eyes. Sensing an approach, the shopkeeper remained engrossed in his dispute with Scamander, paying little heed to Xiao An. Yet, the young boy accompanying the shopkeeper noticed Xiao An, glanced his way, and then returned his focus to the small creatures within the cages. Following the boy's gaze, Xiao An discovered a peculiar little beast with a duck-like bill and a vibrant purple hue. Unfamiliar with the realm of magical creatures, and realizing that everything he encountered here diverged from the depictions in films and literature from his past life, Xiao An could not identify the creature. Thus, he approached the boy, gently tapping him on the shoulder and inquiring, "What kind of animal is this?" Upon hearing Xiao An's question, the boy, perhaps a bit shy, responded slowly and softly, "It's a niffler." "Oh, so it is a niffler. Are you well versed in magical creatures?" "I must confess, I am rather ignorant about them. Would you be so kind as to share some insights with me? By the way, my name is Zhao An. What is yours?" The boy, perhaps naturally inclined to converse or having had few friends in his youth, seized the opportunity to engage with Xiao An, enthusiastically sharing his knowledge about magical creatures. "Ah, I am Rolf Scamander. Are you from the East? Are you visiting America? I hear the East is home to many magical creatures, also adorable and powerful. My grandfather has a magical creature called a Zowu, and I have always loved playing with it since childhood. By the way, I adore nifflers and have always wanted one. Although my grandfather has many, they are far too mischievous, and he fears they might cause trouble, so he has never given me one. Today is my birthday, and I specifically requested a niffler, which is why my grandfather brought me here to purchase one. It took us quite a while to discover that they were available for sale. Look at this one. It seems so well behaved, yet it is so pitiable, confined within a cage." Upon hearing Rolf's incessant chatter, Xiao An was momentarily rendered speechless. Initially, she had suspected that Rolf might have autism and thus was hesitant to engage in conversation. However, once he began to speak, he resembled a loquacious monk, shattering her preconceived notions. Hastily, Xiao An interrupted Rolf, conjuring an excuse, and said, Hold on. My English isn't very proficient. Could you please speak a bit slower? Otherwise, I won't be able to comprehend." Noticing Rolf's eager expression, which hinted at his desire to continue speaking, Xiao An quickly retrieved 9 gold galleons from the 1,000 galleons Snape had previously given her, tossing them onto the table. She then grabbed the cage containing the niffler and thrust it into Rolf's arms, stating, "Here?" As Rolf appeared ready to refuse, she added, "Don't be hasty in declining. Today is your birthday, and one must never refuse gifts on such an occasion." Chapter 14. The mountain cannon Newt observed as Xiao An paid for the niffler and gifted it to Rolf. Just as he was about to offer Xiao An some money, he heard her declare it was a birthday present for Rolf, leaving him momentarily at a loss. "We, the people of Huaxia, cherish friendship immensely," Xiao An continued. "As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? If you consider me a friend, then keep the niffler. Indeed, you are a wonderful friend. Come. You've expressed a desire to learn about magical creatures, have you not? Let me treat you to some ice cream, and I shall introduce you as we indulge." Rolf responded, leading Xiao An aside. Having spent the afternoon with Newt and Rolf, Xiao An finally acquired a systematic understanding of magical creatures. It must be said, Newt truly deserved his reputation as a master of magical zoology. He was able to answer all of Xiao An's inquiries regarding these creatures and was well versed in many magical languages, including, but not limited to, Parseltongue. They lingered in the candy shop until twilight before departing. Rolf invited Xiao An to his family's birthday celebration, and feeling unoccupied, she decided to join him, hoping to inquire whether Newt had any spare magical creature boxes for sale. That evening, as Rolf's birthday party was merely a family affair, Xiao An was the only outsider present. The dinner was filled with delightful food and engaging conversations. After the meal, Xiao An resumed her quest for knowledge about magical creatures. And after some discussion, Newt sensed that mere words were insufficiently illustrative. He then led Xiao An and Rolf to his bedroom, where he opened a box. Upon seeing it, Xiao An recognized it as the magical creature box she had long desired. Without hesitation, she leaped in after Newt, embracing the mountain cannon as she followed suit. Just as Rolf was about to speak, he saw Xiao An had already jumped in, and after a brief moment of surprise, he followed her into the box. Inside, Rolf rushed toward Xiao An and asked, "Xiao An, do you know what this box is? I noticed you jumped in without any sign of astonishment." Little An stood in astonishment, gazing at the world within the box, when suddenly he heard Rolf's voice. Caught off guard, he instinctively replied, "Yes, I have seen it before." Once the words left his mouth, he realized what he had just said and quickly added, "I've encountered something similar. I possess a seamless expansion bag that bears a resemblance to this." "Oh, very well. Come, let me take you to Grandpa Newt, so he can enlighten you about the creatures here." With that, Rolf stepped forward and clasped Little An's shoulder. When Little An found Newt, he was tending to a creature with the face of a cat, a mane akin to a lion's, and a colorful tail. At first glance, Little An recognized the creature instantly. It was a Chinese mythical beast, the Zhou. "Welcome, Little An. Might I see the guardian beast upon your shoulder?" "Of course. I know it well. I have seen Dumbledore's fox." "Oh, splendid." Little An then comprehended that Fox was indeed Dumbledore's guardian beast, and he mused to himself why the Dumbledore family required a phoenix, and how the phoenix appeared. Chattering away, Little An handed the mountain cannon to Newt, and just as he retracted his hand, he heard Newt utter a flurry of peculiar phrases. Just as he was about to inquire about Newt's words, he noticed Zhou letting out a roar and nodding its head. Turning to face Little An, Newt, with a serious expression, inquired, "Little An, does your guardian beast possess 2 forms?" Taken aback by the question, Little An thought, how does he know? Though skeptical, he nodded in affirmation. "It seems you are exceptionally fortunate to have discovered it." "What is it, master? Is there a problem?" No, you are quite lucky." "What is its name?" "Mountain cannon." "Mountain cannon? What does that mean?" "Roar." "Oh, so that is its meaning." The depth of Huaxia culture is truly profound. "You can even speak the language of tigers?" Little An exclaimed, astonished as he observed the interaction between the mountain cannon and Newt. "Oh, no. This is a language bestowed upon me by Zhou, said to facilitate communication with all terrestrial creatures." "Oh, I see." However, Newt hesitated. "About your mountain cannon, what is it, master? I am uncertain whether I should disclose this information. All I can say is, it is not a tiger." "I know, master. It is a biao." A biao refers to a sort of Little and had yet to finish when Newt interrupted him. "I am aware of what a biao is. I have studied Chinese culture." What I meant was he sighed. "Never mind. Why don't you accompany Rolf for a stroll?" Newt returned the mountain cannon to Little and then turned away, no longer regarding him. Observing Newt's disinterest, Little and chose to accompany Rolf to explore the world within the box. As they walked, Little and marveled at the astonishing variety contained within. The box truly encompassed a myriad of wonders. Among them were the owl-like creatures with three-leaf clovers for heads and peacock tails, the griffin with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, the adorably grotesque Mutra rat with its repulsive tentacles, and the enormous toxic horned beast. There were also the plump and big-eyed moon dreamers, the tiny tree protectors resembling blades of grass, the thunderbirds with four wings, the serpentine birds, the horned cameloid resembling a camel, and the seemingly diminutive yet maddeningly loud harpy birds, whose cries could drive one to madness or even death. Not only that, but there exists an array of fascinating and charming magical creatures that remain undescribed. Furthermore, this wondrous box encompasses not only plains but also lakes, divided into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Such marvels left Xiao An utterly enchanted, continuously marveling at the wonders of magic. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more exciting. Xiao An exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words to express his awe. Wonderful, indeed, he ultimately mused. Just then, Newt approached and heard Xiao An's musings, replying, indeed, it is wondrous, beyond description. Upon turning to see Newt, Xiao An was about to greet him when Newt interrupted, saying, let us first have Shan Pao seek out Zhou Wu. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Xiao An complied, and as Shan Pao dashed off, Newt continued, Xiao An, I have long pondered whether I should share this with you. After much contemplation, I have decided to leave it to your discretion to listen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao An listened as Newt elaborated. Shan Pao is not a traditional tiger, nor is it what you refer to as a biao. Tigers and biao are not magical beings. Yet Shan Pao is. In Huaxia culture, a biao is considered the third offspring of a tiger. Typically, a tigress gives birth to 2 cubs, and the third, often undernourished and diminutive, lacks the distinctive black stripes of a tiger. Consequently, the mother does not recognize it as her own and expels it at a tender age. These young tigers, due to their frail condition, are forced to subsist on withered branches, muddy waters, and carrion, making survival exceedingly difficult, with many perishing prematurely. Those that do survive become exceedingly ferocious, driven by a deep-seated hatred towards larger creatures, and upon maturing, they seek vengeance against the mother tiger that abandoned them, as well as their 2 siblings. However, your Shan Pao, despite its size and age being sufficient for retribution, has not succumbed to madness and still embodies kindness, thus refraining from vengeance. Chapter 15. When dreams become reality, Shan Pao possesses the bloodline of Zhou Wu, a warrior among Huaxia's terrestrial beasts. It is the progeny of a union between Zhou Wu and a lion, resulting in a male lion, which subsequently mated with a tiger, yielding a male tiger, and must be the 3rd offspring in the tiger's litter. The mountain cannon possesses the bloodline of the Zhou Wu, a creature regarded in Huaxia as a benevolent being, often referred to as the kind beast. While the precise meaning of benevolence eludes me, it undoubtedly conveys a sense of goodness, owing to its lineage. The mountain cannon refrains from vengeance, allowing events to unfold unchallenged, which prevents its species from becoming ferocious. However, having been cast out of the maternal den by its siblings, it harbors a profound aversion to conflict and despises those who bully weaker beings under the guise of strength. When fate aligns and it awakens its Zhou Wu heritage, it ascends to become an unrivaled sovereign among terrestrial creatures, akin to the esteemed position of the Qilin in your legends. It is said to be drawn only to those of genuine kindness, and its bloodline can only awaken in their presence. Though the exact manner of this awakening remains a mystery for each individual to discover, I cannot ascertain the correctness of my words to you. But since you seek to listen, I share them freely. The judgment of right or wrong lies in your own hands. Upon concluding this discourse, Newt waved his wand, sending Xiao An out of the crate. As Xiao An emerged, he was eager to re-enter and press Newt for further insights. Suddenly, the mountain cannon soared out and landed in his arms. Setting it down, Xiao An attempted to return to the magical creature's box, only to find it securely shut, leaving him to lean against it in a daze. Hearing the commotion, Rolf approached, observing Xiao An in contemplation beside the crate. He inquired, what troubles you, Xiao An? Have you been teasing the creatures inside? Do not worry. Grandfather has his ways, and soon enough, you shall be able to enter again. As Xiao An pondered life's mysteries, Rolf's incessant chatter jolted him back to reality. Without fully comprehending Rolf's words, he dismissed him with a nonchalant "Oh, the day has grown late. I must take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Rolf. Until next time." Once regaining his composure, Xiao An bid farewell to Rolf's family. Since it is so late, do not rush home. Rolf is reluctant to see you go. You should stay the night. Where do you reside? I can send an owl with a message. My parents have long passed, and I currently study at Harvard University in Muggle, Massachusetts. I have classes tomorrow, so I must prepare. Ah, then it is even more fitting that you stay the night. Children should not burden themselves with work. They ought to enjoy their youth. Just as Xiao An sought to refuse once more, Rolf grasped his arm, ushering him into Rolf's bedroom, where the Scamander couple welcomed him. Realizing he could not decline further, Xiao An acquiesced to their insistence. That night, as Xiao An lay on the small bed conjured by the Scamanders, he contemplated Newt's words, while Rolf, ever the chatterbox, continued his incessant prattle, growing weary of the noise. Xiao An casually remarked, "Why not create a magical creature orb?" Rolf was incessantly chattering about magical creatures when he suddenly heard Xiao An speak at length, prompting him to halt his flow of words. "What is the magical creature sphere? Is it one of your mystical beings from Huaxia?" Rolf inquired excitedly, turning his gaze towards Xiao An. However, Xiao An was still lost in contemplation and did not catch what Rolf had said, thus he ignored him. Perceiving Xiao An's disregard, Rolf could no longer contain himself. He sprang from his bed and leaped onto Xiao An's mattress. Startled by the sudden movement, Xiao An initially thought it was an earthquake. Quickly sitting up to discover Rolf standing on the bed, leaning down in an attempt to nudge him. As Xiao An abruptly sat up, he inadvertently startled Rolf, who, thinking something was amiss, seemed on the verge of tears. Noticing Rolf's distress, Xiao An quickly set aside his irritation to comfort him. Once Rolf was calmed, Xiao An intended to resume his reverie when he noticed Rolf on the floor, fervently asking, "Xiao An, what is this magical creature sphere you mentioned? May I see it?" "What magical creature sphere? Did I ever mention such a thing?" Xiao An replied, perplexed. You did. Please show it to me," Rolf insisted. As Xiao An listened to Rolf's repeated inquiries about the magical creature sphere, he thought, "What is this magical creature sphere? I have only heard of the Pokeball. Isn't that from Pikachu? Why is there talk of a magical creature sphere here? I have never heard of such a thing. I only know of the Pokeball." "Do you possess a Pokeball?" "I adore Pikachu," Xiao An exclaimed. Upon hearing Xiao An's claim of ignorance regarding the magical creature sphere, Rolf was initially poised to ask him to retrieve it, but upon hearing the mention of the Pokeball and Pikachu, he grew ecstatic. "What is a Pokeball? And who is Pikachu? Hurry, show it to me." "I don't have any. I've never seen one," Xiao An replied, gazing at Rolf, who clung to his arm with determination. "You're lying. You clearly mentioned it just now." "I did not," Xiao An protested. "You did say it, indeed. You spoke of magical creatures. Why not procure a magical creature sphere?" "A liar's nose grows long," Rolf retorted, on the brink of tears. Exasperated, Xiao An rubbed his forehead. "You claim to be older than I am, yet." It was only then that Xiao An realized Rolf might have taken his earlier musings seriously. Reflecting on this, Xiao An recognized it as a potential opportunity to manifest his childhood desire for a Pikachu, especially since they resided in a world of magic. Thus, I recounted the tale of Pikachu from my past life to Rolf. However, due to the passage of time, my recollections were somewhat unclear, and I could only share a brief segment of the narrative that remained vivid in my memory. Evidently, Rolf, who was craving for more, persisted in urging me to continue. Yet I had exhausted all the plot points I could recall. Consequently, I feigned fatigue, citing the lateness of the hour to decline his requests, and pretended to drift off to sleep. Observing Rolf's dejected return to his bed, I too closed my eyes, preparing for slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, I contemplated discussing the matter of the magical creature ball with Newt the following day, envisioning the possibility of securing some galleons and perhaps even acquiring my very own Pikachu. With this satisfying thought, I fell into a peaceful sleep, a smile adorning my face. Chapter 16. Pika, Pika, Pika. The next day, I sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting breakfast, when I noticed Newt emerging from his room. I hastened to greet him, and after exchanging pleasantries, I intended to inquire about the story from the previous day. However, Newt, being quite perceptive, immediately interrupted me, saying, "I know what you wish to ask, but I truly cannot divulge any further information." Realizing that hope was dwindling and not wanting to sever this connection, I swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of my tongue. "You misunderstand, Master," I replied. "While I am indeed eager to ask about the mountain cannon, that is not my intention. What I wish to convey is I then proceeded to recount the tale of Pikachu that I had shared with Rolf. Upon finishing my narration, I noticed that Newt and his family had taken an interest, prompting me to continue. "Master Newt, this story is not of my own creation. Rather, I heard it from a Muggle. I am uncertain whether such a creature as Pikachu truly exists, but if it does, I would be grateful if you could assist me in acquiring one. Ever since I heard this story, I have longed for a Pikachu. With a playful tone, I mimicked Pikachu's cry, Pika, Pika, Pikachu. After a moment of contemplation, Newt responded, Little An, the magical creature you described in your story is unfamiliar to me, nor have I encountered it before. The tale appears to stem from the Muggle world, and these creatures may be products of their imagination. However, many animals within the story have counterparts in the magical realm, so do not harbor excessive hopes for Pikachu. Oh, very well then, I replied, feeling slightly disheartened. However, Master Newt, we could use magic to create such beings. For instance, with the Transfiguration charm, we could draw upon the framework of this story. We might design creatures such as thunderbirds, unicorns, and fire dragons, then fabricate some magical balls to which we could apply the Transfiguration charm, allowing them to transform. This way, we could engage in battles with the magical creatures conjured from these enchanted orbs. Moreover, you are a master of magical biology. We could incorporate the habits of magical creatures and then design an evolutionary pattern. For instance, the moonstruck beast and the three-leafed owl could evolve into a creature with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle, complete with wings. This way, wizards would not only enjoy the game but also gradually develop a fondness for magical zoology. Young An spoke enthusiastically. The Scamander family, renowned experts in magical biology, became intrigued upon hearing Young An's words and began to contemplate the feasibility of the project. Subsequently, with the exception of Rolf, who was unavailable, the Scamander family posed several professional inquiries, leaving Young An in awe of their expertise as masters of magical biology. Thus, breakfast passed amidst the contemplations of the Scamander family. After the meal, Young An, noticing the time on his watch, realized it was already 8:25. Suddenly remembering that he was attending university in America and his first class began at 8:30, panic set in. He hurriedly sought to bid farewell to the Scamander family before rushing off to class. Seeing Young An's anxious farewell, Newt worried something was amiss and quickly inquired, Young An, what's wrong? Why the rush? I have class at 8:30, and I'm going to be late. Oh, you are studying in the Muggle world, aren't you? Yes. Class starts at 8:30. In the Muggle world? What is there to be anxious about? Wizards don't arrive late for classes in the Muggle realm. That's simply inconceivable. Looking up, Young An noticed Newt smiling at him, and he replied with some frustration, perhaps I'm the first. Do not fret, Young An. I shall escort you. After all, we are wizards. Newt promptly summoned a house elf. Upon seeing the house elf, Young An facepalmed in exasperation, saying, You're right. How could a wizard possibly be late? Master Newt, do you have an extra wand? Might I borrow one for a while? I wish to connect with magic. What's the matter, Young An? You're a young wizard, and your current physical form is not yet capable of wielding a wand. The magical energy within you cannot sustain it. It's all right, Master. Look. With a flick of his wrist, Young An cast a cleaning charm, clearing the empty plates from the table. Newt paused, momentarily taken aback by this display. Without uttering a word, he produced his wand, called forth another wand, and deftly passed it to Young An with a floating spell before turning to leave, evidently affected by the encounter. Mr. Young An, may I inquire where you wish to go? My master instructed me to accompany you. Young An glanced at the house elf and replied, There is no need. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to venture into the Muggle world. Please return to tidying the dining table. Farewell. Subsequently, Xiao An bid farewell to the Newt family and, accompanied by Rolf and his parents, left their residence cradling the mountain cannon. After divulging his address to Rolf, they agreed to keep in touch regularly before Xiao An utilized apparition to make his way to school. It is noteworthy that the previous evening, Xiao An had gifted Xiao Jin to Rolf as a birthday present. With a sudden crack, Xiao An materialized atop a tree at the periphery of Harvard University's campus, a location he had meticulously chosen. Due to the constraints of the Wizarding Secrecy Act, he refrained from appearing directly in the classroom and opted for this secluded tree, typically devoid of visitors. Shaking his head to alleviate the after-effects of apparition, Xiao An was startled to discover two individuals sprawled on the ground beneath him, peacefully asleep. Astonished, his earlier discomfort dissipated in an instant, replaced by sheer surprise. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the pair, a man and a woman, were entirely unclothed, save for a blanket spread beneath them and a thin covering draped over their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Xiao An felt as if a herd of grass mud horses had galloped through his mind, and he muttered in frustration, Why here of all places? Couldn't they find a hotel room instead? After venting his grievances regarding his single status, He glanced at his watch and realized he had only 6 minutes until class commenced. Dismissing the peculiar sight below, he swiftly gathered a handful of leaves from the tree, descended hastily, and rushed toward the classroom. While running, I transformed the leaves in my hand into a notebook, a fountain pen, and ink using a transfiguration spell. Chapter 17, The Awakening of the Mountain Cannon, 2 updates of the beast, since the last incident involving apparition. Little Ann had been keen on finding a secure location for its practice. The embarrassment of that previous incident lingered in her mind. But it was the fear of being discovered using magic that truly unsettled her, given her young age. Little Ann cleverly leveraged the excuse of being bullied in the student cafeteria to gain the privilege of dining in the faculty cafeteria. Through meticulous investigation, her adorable appearance, and diligent demeanor, she successfully fostered relationships with most professors. Among them was one who took particular interest in her industrious nature. Though he was not a true faculty member, but rather an adjunct professor named Jor Soas, affectionately referred to as Master Soas. Despite being an adjunct, his status and expertise were formidable, granting him a dedicated office, though he seldom occupied it, preferring to spend his time either on Wall Street or at home. Save for his lectures at the school. As time passed, Little Ann had been studying at the school for a week. Noticing the date was the 10th. She recalled an impending significant event and, clutching her mountain cannon, quickened her pace towards Soas's office. Upon arriving, she knocked and entered. Finding Professor Soas reclining in his office chair, perusing a tome on the wealth of nations. However, it was evident that he was not genuinely engrossed in his reading. Approaching the desk, Little Ann reported on her progress in economics from the previous day. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, she was not fully attentive, and Soas, too lost in his own musings, paid little heed to his book. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Soas immediately sensed something was amiss. Looking at his usually diligent student, he questioned, somewhat irately, "What troubles you, and why are you so unfocused today?" Hearing Soas address her, Little Ann's mind sparked, prompting her to subtly inquire about him. "I apologize, Professor. I became somewhat anxious after reading a case study yesterday." "Oh? What kind of financial economics case could instill such fear? I am quite curious. Do share it with me." "Indeed, esteemed Professor, I have come across accounts of a fervent mania for tulips that swept through 17th century Holland. The Dutch were utterly captivated by these flowers, engaging in rampant speculation, convinced that nothing held value in comparison to tulips, which they regarded as the epitome of wealth. However, this fleeting prosperity ultimately crumbled, plunging the entire nation into a financial crisis, leaving countless individuals destitute and shattered, truly a harrowing tale, all stemming from a mere tulip. Upon hearing this narrative from Xiao An, Soas fell into a contemplative silence, reclining in his chair without uttering a word. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Xiao An, do you comprehend why a simple flower could incite such chaos across an entire nation?" Xiao An had pondered this conundrum in a previous life and had scrutinized numerous resources in search of an explanation, yet he realized he could not articulate an answer. Thus, he feigned bewilderment and shook his head. In truth, once any object enters the realm of capital and transforms into a tradable asset, its value can be magnified exponentially through collective impulse, far exceeding its intrinsic worth. When this value is inflated, it transmutes into the mere air within the bubble of assets, which can then be inflated further until it reaches a critical point and shatters suddenly. In the ensuing panic, the collapse of this bubble accelerates. However, had individuals exercised a modicum of rationality, such a bubble might never have emerged, or its collapse could have been mitigated, thereby lessening the losses. This was the first occasion Xiao An encountered Soas imparting such profound insights, and he realized he would glean genuine knowledge from him that day. This revelation caused him to forget the pressing matters he had contemplated before arriving, and he eagerly leaned in to absorb the lecture. After Soas concluded his discourse, Xiao An expressed his gratitude and intended to step outside to reflect upon the newfound knowledge. However, he was suddenly halted by Soas's voice. "Xiao An, you hail from England, do you not?" The mention of England instantly reminded Xiao An of a significant matter, prompting him to remain and nod in response. Eager to hear what else Soas had to say. "You're a bright child, Xiao An. Do you believe that currency can indeed be regarded as a commodity?" Pretending to be perplexed, Xiao An shook his head and replied, "Professor, your words are too profound for me. I do not understand." Soros paid no heed to Xiao An's reaction, as it was evident that his remarks were not directed at her. He merely sought an attentive ear to share his burdens. Rather than expecting a response, the exchange rate between the pound and the mark would not stabilize. While the British economy was gradually finding its footing, the German economy was flourishing. Over time, The value of the pound relative to the mark should not remain at 2,778 times. Upon hearing Soros's words, Xiao An did not respond but sighed and said, "Professor, I know you have reached a conclusion in your mind. I do not wish to say much, only to express my gratitude for your care over the past few days. Farewell." With that, she exited the office, clenched her fist, and chose to return to her dormitory. Lying on her bed with her stuffed toy, she remained silent, skipping her afternoon classes and simply resting. Since returning to her dormitory, Xiao An had not ventured outside for a week, practicing magic, playing with her toy, and perusing magical texts. Each day, her roommate Kevin would bring her meals. During this time, Xiao An had Kevin summon his wealthy cousin, employing magic for psychological suggestion, and signed a contract transferring her entire fortune, including the 100,000 from Snape, her scholarship, and 50,000 in promotional expenses, totaling 750,000 to Kevin's cousin, while also informing him of her plans to short the pound. After a week, Xiao An finally stepped outside to gather real-time updates and discovered that matters had concluded. She sighed, regaining her composure, and slowly made her way to the bank, checking her account balance of $5 million. She then patted her toy and said, "Let us go." Upon reaching a secluded spot, she intended to use apparition to return to her dormitory. However, her toy unexpectedly leapt from her arms, swiftly altering its size and roaring loudly, which transformed into the words, "Master, let me take you back." Staring in astonishment at her now larger toy, Xiao An realized that it had transported her back to her room in a manner akin to apparition, and she could only exclaim in shock, "Your bloodline has awakened." Chapter 18. I Can't Be Outdone by You Muggles. A year later, Xiao An completed her undergraduate studies in mathematics with remarkable progress, having also taken several courses in physics, thus accumulating some credits in that department, preparing to enroll in another physics course the following year. Throughout the year, her academic achievements were commendable, yet her financial situation had diminished significantly. Just 5 days into the summer break after her first year of undergraduate studies, she found herself with only $3,000 left. Indeed, despite having earned $5 million during the pound short selling battle, a year later, Xiao An lamented her dwindling funds, exclaiming, "How can money be spent so frivolously?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An encountered Kevin, who remained seated and indulging in his lunch. Without reservation, he approached and seized a slice of freshly prepared smoked beef, savagely sinking his teeth into it. Kevin, startled by Xiao An's fierce dining manner, momentarily froze, before cautiously inquiring, "Boss, what is wrong? Who has offended you? Just tell me, and I shall assist you in dealing with them." At the beginning of the academic year, Wolf from the admissions office had intended to find a host family for Xiao An. However, Xiao An adamantly insisted on this apartment-style dormitory, originally designed as a double room. It remained unoccupied by another, as no one wished to cohabit with Xiao An, considering the responsibility of caring for a child. Besides, the fear of incurring Xiao An's displeasure and facing the consequences was daunting. It was not until Xiao An had spent 3 solitary days in the double room that Kevin moved in from another dormitory. Kevin, though strikingly handsome, was physically frail. Hailing from a poor background, his father had perished in a gang conflict, and his mother, who raised him alone, succumbed to illness during his high school years. Though some wealthy relatives existed, they regarded him with disdain. These unfortunate life experiences bred a sense of inferiority in Kevin, rendering him unable to resist bullying at school due to his frail physique. In the initial days of Kevin's arrival, Xiao An swiftly established dominance over him. Each time he witnessed Kevin's cowardly demeanor, a surge of frustration welled within Xiao An. Within the first 2 days, he employed magic to orchestrate a series of mischievous pranks aimed at Kevin, who soon conceded defeat. To alter Kevin's timid disposition, Xiao An would rise early each morning to rouse him and drag him out for runs. By Christmas, Kevin had finally built up his strength. Xiao An recognized the indomitable spirit within Kevin, thus relentlessly pushing him to realize his potential during their daily runs. Subsequently, he imparted to Kevin a few martial arts techniques that Xiao An had only a rudimentary knowledge of from his past life. After a year, Kevin had come to fully respect Xiao An, realizing that apart from age, he could not surpass him in any aspect. With no grounds for dissent, Kevin yielded to Xiao An's authority, especially after Xiao An introduced him to military boxing, effectively convincing Kevin to acknowledge him as the boss. After finishing breakfast today, Xiao An inquired if Kevin had any ideas for quick financial gains. However, coming from a humble background, Kevin's experiences had not expanded significantly despite a year at Harvard. The suggestions he offered, such as delivering takeout or working as a cashier, were swiftly dismissed by Xiao An. There must be a faster and more lucrative way to earn money. These jobs are unsuitable for you, Xiao An lamented. Kevin casually replied, the only quick and significant ways I know involve smuggling arms or gambling. Gambling? That could work. Your math skills are commendable, and mine are even better. We could head to Las Vegas and strike it rich. Xiao An's eyes sparkled with excitement. No way, boss. Are you really considering that? Leaving aside whether the casino will even allow us in, even if they do, winning is not guaranteed, and surviving to bring the winnings back is another matter entirely. Kevin stared wide-eyed at Xiao An. Come on, if that won't work, then what can we do? Xiao An sighed, collapsing onto the sofa. We could delve into stock trading. Futures, or Forex, just like you had my cousin do last time. He made a significant profit following your advice and even gifted me $50,000. We could continue that, boss. With your expertise, we are bound to strike it rich. Such ventures require substantial capital. I've spent all my money and only have a few stocks left that I cannot easily liquidate. Kevin shook his head in dismay. Well then, it seems we are out of options, boss. Forget it. Let us step outside and see if we can find any opportunities. Xiao An rose, slipped on his shoes, and beckoned Kevin to follow him. After wandering for an entire afternoon, Xiao An failed to uncover any prospects. Noticing the dusk approaching, he suggested returning, primarily due to the overwhelming stench from the nearby landfill. As Xiao An called for Kevin, he headed towards his dilapidated fort. Xiao An walked back, and as they strolled, he suddenly noticed a multitude of people entering and exiting the waste treatment facility. Curiously, he inquired, Kevin, what's going on over there? Why are there so many people discarding trash at this late hour? Don't they usually go to dispose of it weekly? Oh, those folks. They're involved in storage auctions. All items from the auction warehouses must be cleared out, and these individuals might have just finished handling a warehouse. So they came to dispose of the trash before it got too late. Kevin casually glanced at the people around the landfill. Storage auctions, of course. How could I have overlooked this lucrative avenue? Xiao An's eyes lit up upon hearing Kevin's explanation. Observing Xiao An's musings, Kevin quickly interjected, Boss, you should steer clear of that industry. Storage auctions heavily rely on connections and insider information. The players in that field are seasoned veterans. They know exactly what is valuable and what is not. They are cunning and won't hesitate to exploit anyone. Moreover, we simply cannot compete with their access to information. Kevin's advice went unheeded by Xiao An, who thought to himself that such a formidable sorcerer as he could not possibly be outdone by a mere group of muggles. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An urged Kevin to inquire with his childhood friends about any upcoming storage auctions. Noticing Xiao An's persistent interest in the auctions and contemplating further persuasion, Kevin was halted by Xiao An's dismissive gesture. Realizing there was little hope of changing his mind, Kevin refrained from saying more. Following Xiao An's instructions, Kevin began making phone calls from the living room. After half an hour, he finally reached one of his childhood friends who had often trailed behind him. After gathering some information, he returned to Xiao An's room to explain the requirements and rules of the storage auction. Chapter 19. The first storage auction 3 days later. Xiao An instructed Kevin to drive to the nearest storage auction in Massachusetts, as suggested by his friend. Xiao An entrusted all his belongings to Kevin, who paid the deposit and entered the auction in Kevin's name. As Xiao An was still a child, he pretended to be Kevin's younger brother to blend in. Upon entering the auction venue, Xiao An yearned to use magic to discern the contents of the locked storage units. However, the crowd proved overwhelming, and he could not find an opportunity. During a brief visit to the restroom, he hastily retrieved his wand, only to discover that no spells were at his disposal, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Time was running out as the auction was about to commence, compelling Xiao An to emerge from the restroom in a despondent state to seek out Kevin. Upon locating Kevin and exchanging greetings, they were approached by a short, elderly gentleman with a notebook and pen who turned out to be the auctioneer. Following the old man to the front of the storage unit, they watched as a burly man wielding a large pair of pliers snapped the lock with a resounding crack and then pushed open the roll-up door, stepping aside thereafter. Once the first storage unit was unlocked, the auctioneer began describing the unit's details, concluding with the stipulations. Each participant would have only 1 minute to observe the unit. Entry and touching were prohibited, and payments were to be made in cash. After acquiring the unit, the buyer would have 24 hours to clear it. Failure to do so would result in accountability. As the auctioneer concluded his lengthy introduction, Xiao An seized the moment to pull Kevin forward to inspect the storage unit. Being a child, the burly guard paid little attention to Xiao An, allowing him to stealthily approach and mimic the guard's stance while discreetly peering into the unit. With their observations complete, The auction for the first storage unit commenced, starting at a bid of $10. A gentleman bid $10. And before the elderly man could finish his words, others began to place their bids. Observing this, the old man altered his approach. 15, 15, 30, 30, 50, 50. The price soared dramatically, ultimately culminating in a white-haired gentleman acquiring the item for $300. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao An remained by the side of a burly man, unable to discern anything worthy of such a price. In the following several auctions, Xiao An failed to secure any items, primarily due to the absence of anything of significant value, while Kevin, having no interest in participating, refrained from bidding. In the blink of an eye, 8 warehouses were auctioned off at a pace surpassing even that of a seasoned auctioneer. Xiao An continued to miss out on subsequent warehouses until the final one came up for auction. He prepared to make a move, but was puzzled by the lack of bidders. Within this warehouse, there was merely a table and several garbage bags. Although the wooden table was somewhat dilapidated, it should still hold some value, so why was no one willing to bid even $10? Observing the other participants shake their heads and depart upon viewing the warehouse, Xiao An listened to the auctioneer's attempts to entice bids, yet evidently, no one was interested. Finally, the elderly man, in resignation, declared a starting price of $1, stating that if no one wanted it, he would purchase it himself. Upon hearing the $1 bid, Xiao An quickly urged Kevin to acquire the warehouse, reasoning that at such a minimal cost, the potential loss would be negligible. After the auction concluded, they proceeded to make payment and obtain a receipt. Then began the task of clearing out the warehouse. Xiao An led Kevin to the $1 warehouse, first discarding several garbage bags, and then asked Will to move the table. However, it was evident that Will was unable to do so. "What a useless fellow," Xiao An remarked, subsequently instructing Kevin to refrain from assisting. Xiao An approached the table and suggested that Kevin inquire with those who had successfully bid on warehouses to see if they might be interested in purchasing the table. Meanwhile, Xiao An closed the roll-up door, uttering Allaho, as he unlocked the drawers secured within the table. Despite its shabby appearance, the interior was astonishingly clean, so much so that it was entirely devoid of contents, leaving Xiao An internally berating the emptiness of the drawers. However, upon opening the final 2 drawers, Xiao An's eyes instantly dimmed. Within one drawer lay a so-called instrument street rogue Suona, while the other contained a black and purple wooden stick approximately 40 centimeters in length. Faced with this disheartening sight, Xiao An felt tears welling up. He retrieved the Suona, casting a cleansing spell to restore it to pristine condition before attempting to play it. Alas, after a vigorous blow that left his cheeks aching, the Suona remained unresponsive. Next, he picked up the small wooden stick, weighing it in his hand and noting its substantial heft, leading him to ponder the possibility that it might be a rare type of wood. Without hesitation, Xiao An stowed the stick in his inconspicuous expansion bag, then took the Suona and, after opening the roll-up door, sat at the table, determined to master the instrument. Kevin returned to find Xiao An had managed to unlock the drawers and was seated at the table, puffing into the horn. Observing Xiao An's bulging cheeks, Kevin couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing Kevin's laughter, Xiao An quickly turned, indignantly inquiring, "What is so funny? Have the people arrived?" Sensing the reproach in Xiao An's tone, Kevin swiftly stifled his laughter and stepped aside to make way for an elderly gentleman who had come to auction off the first storage unit. After a round of haggling, Xiao An ultimately sold the table to the old man for a mere $1. Stealthily, he employed a mind-reading spell to glimpse the old man's thoughts, uncovering the reason behind the lack of bids on this storage unit. It turned out that the unit contained only a table and a few garbage bags, indicating that its previous owner had already sorted through its contents. Consequently, there was likely nothing of value inside. Perhaps only the table retained some utility, and the drawers might hold a few tokens left by the former owner for the new buyer. Such a storage unit would appeal only to those in need of furniture, while casual bargain hunters would steer clear, first, due to the cumbersome nature of moving a large table, and second, because they were unaware of whether the drawers were locked. If they were, while it might be easy to open them, a key would still be needed, further diminishing the table's value. Once the old man summoned 2 burly men to remove the table, Xiao An and Kevin cleared away the trash and took it to the waste disposal center. Watching as Kevin paid a $10 disposal fee, Xiao An reclined in his seat, reflecting, "It appears I truly cannot compete with the mundane." Chapter 20. Mastering magic means unbridled freedom after dining out. Xiao An returned to the dormitory and reclined on the sofa, contemplating methods to profit from the storage auction. Meanwhile, Kevin was engrossed in his computer, searching for part-time job opportunities. The presence of Xiao An ensured that the dormitory remained lively, allowing Kevin to benefit from this camaraderie without the need to seek alternative accommodation. As Xiao An lay there, his mind raced through countless possibilities. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward Kevin's room. He forcefully pushed open the door, only to find it empty. Without hesitation, he turned and hurried to the study, where he discovered Kevin engrossed in his online search. The computer on which Kevin was working had been partially purchased with a fraction of the 5 million Xiao and had previously earned, initially intended for playing Counter-Strike. The unfortunate fact that the game had yet to be developed left Xiao An feeling quite embarrassed. Since then, he had refrained from using the computer, which had become solely Kevin's domain, reluctant to use it for free. Kevin had invested a portion of the $50,000 given to him by his cousin to acquire a small printer, transforming the computer into the archetypal good computer in the eyes of parents, one devoid of any games and solely dedicated to academic and professional tasks. As Kevin searched for part-time opportunities online, the loud crash of the door startled him, causing a glass of water to spill onto his trousers in a flurry of clumsy movements. Xiao An, having witnessed the scene, promptly retreated from the room, only to call out from the hallway, "Kevin, surely you jest. This is a communal study. How could you engage in such activities here? If you have needs, perhaps you should step outside and spend a little money to resolve them, rather than always burdening our dear five." Kevin was unfamiliar with the legend of the fifth maiden, yet this did not hinder his comprehension of Xiao An's intentions. Without further ado, he rose from his seat, disregarding the moisture on his trousers, and approached the door, bowing slightly as a gesture of invitation. This was not an act of magnanimity on Kevin's part, nor an avoidance of debate with Xiao An. Rather, he was well aware of the consequences of such discussions, having encountered them numerous times before. Observing Kevin's perceptiveness, Xiao An did not linger on the matter, merely exchanging a few light-hearted jests before losing interest. 2 evenings later, Kevin was engaged in a private rendezvous with his new girlfriend in their dormitory, while Xiao An, utilizing his phantasmal ability, arrived at the venue for the upcoming auction. Concealed by the illusion spell, he sought out the warehouses that would be auctioned the following day. After wandering for a while and nearly losing his way, he finally located the 6 warehouses slated for auction. Upon confirming their positions, Xiao An began to enter each warehouse through his illusionary form, assessing the monetary value required to acquire them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An discerned that the activities next door had seemingly concluded. He took a shower and retired for the night. The following day, Kevin, slightly unsteady, accompanied Xiao An to the storage rental company. As Xiao An had already visited the previous day, their prospects looked promising, and they successfully purchased 2 warehouses within a reasonable price range. The other 4 warehouses were not lacking in value, however. Xiao An was uncertain of their worth and had no means to sell them, hence the decision to acquire only the 2. One warehouse contained firearms, while the other housed a well-maintained vintage Rolls-Royce. Of course, Xiao An had adeptly concealed the weapons and the vehicle to maximize their advantage. Over the next 2 months, Xiao An and Kevin frequented various storage auctions, with Xiao An employing his phantasmal ability to scout and ascertain the value of the warehouses in advance. During this period, they reaped substantial rewards, and Kevin ceased to attempt persuading Xiao An otherwise, eagerly anticipating his daily excursions. Each warehouse's profits were shared, resulting in Kevin becoming a modest millionaire, while Xiao An's wealth soared to 5 million. As August arrived, the previous year's academic schedule had been postponed due to certain events in the magical realm, causing the term to commence only after September. Glancing at the balance in his bank account, Xiao An chuckled to himself, murmuring, "It seems that mastering magic indeed allows one to act with impunity." Afterward, as before, he procured $4 million, of which 2 million were invested in shares of Apple Incorporated, while the remaining 2 million were allocated to Next. Unlike the previous occasion when he solely acquired shares of Next, this time he diversified his investments by purchasing shares from both Apple and Next. Observing that only 5 days remained until the commencement of school, he once again accompanied Kevin to partake in the final storage auction of the holiday. It is noteworthy that Kevin's girlfriend had ended their relationship 2 days prior. However, the reasons for this separation remained unspoken, and Xiao An refrained from inquiring. Despite this, it was evident that Kevin appeared somewhat despondent in recent days. Consequently, Xiao An chose not to attend the auction yesterday, even though it featured items that had caught his interest. Today, for reasons unknown, the number of participants at the auction was remarkably sparse, with fewer than 10 individuals in attendance, including Xiao An and Kevin. Due to the relatively low competitive pressure, Xiao An managed to secure 4 storage units. while the remaining 4 were distributed among the other participants. After clearing out 3 of the units and loading the contents into the rented warehouse, Xiao An and Kevin proceeded to the final unit. This particular warehouse had not been thoroughly examined by Xiao An the previous night, as it bore a striking resemblance to the one encountered during her inaugural storage auction, containing merely a table and several heaps of refuse. In contrast to previous experiences, this time the refuse was not contained within trash bags but rather packed into cardboard boxes. Within these boxes lay not mere waste, but a collection of soiled garments and shoes. Ultimately, Kevin acquired this storage unit for a mere $10. With a peculiar mix of emotions, Xiao An opened the unit, first discarding the dirty clothes before devising a plan to divert Kevin's attention. However, Xiao An was evidently overthinking, for this time the table was not locked. It lacked a lock entirely, and Xiao An had momentarily lost focus. Only when Kevin opened the drawer did Xiao An come to her senses. With a self-deprecating smile, she approached to inspect its contents, discovering an assortment of toys, the majority of which were still sealed, save for one. Most of these toys were from the Transformers series, and Xiao An felt a twinge of disappointment as she picked up one unfamiliar toy, only to toss it back into the box. She then seized another unopened toy, noticing an accompanying description. Upon closer examination, Xiao An realized that these toys were quite remarkable, potentially valuable, for the description indicated that one was Optimus Prime, numbered 9, from the first batch of production. Recognizing the significance, Xiao An promptly called to Kevin to collect the toys. Upon inspecting the area, Kevin noted a lack of containers for the toys and casually tipped over a nearby shoebox to use it. Just as he was about to hand the box to Xiao An, he suddenly noticed that the insole of one shoe had fallen out, revealing some verdant, dubious material. Kevin quickly beckoned Xiao An over, and upon witnessing the scene, she burst into laughter, remarking, "It seems that all men around the world hide their secret money in the same places." Chapter 21. The wand. As time passed, September arrived once more. Today marked Rolf's birthday, and Little pondered what gift he could possibly offer him. After some contemplation, he decided to present the transforming toy from the warehouse. With a spark of inspiration, he aimed to cast a spell upon the toy. He retrieved the unwrapped figure and began his incantations. After a dazzling display of magic, he experienced an anticipated failure. However, after a day of diligent effort, and finally succeeded, he employed a transformation spell, a duplication charm, 2 enlargement spells, 2 shrinking spells, and a lightning charm. The end result was that the toy could grow to life size, morphing between a car and its humanoid form, ready for battle. Moreover, due to Anne's replication of the voice from the television series using the lightning charm, this transformer could utter a few lines of dialogue. After transforming the toy's packaging, and set off to Newt's house, accompanied by the animated figure. Upon arrival and explaining his intentions, he discovered that Rolf was not at home. He had gone to attend classes at Ilvermorny. Nevertheless, Newt graciously invited him to dine with him. At the dinner table, Newt initially inquired about Anne's progress in practicing magic, evidently concerned for him. However, after listening to Anne's recount of the past year, Newt's worries subsided, and the conversation shifted to discussing matters regarding Pokemon balls. After dinner, Anne borrowed Newt's owl to deliver the gift to Rolf, preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Newt intervened. "And perhaps it is time you possessed a wand of your own. I believe you have the capability to wield one. But I am not yet 11 years old, and I have not received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts," and replied, his eyes lighting up momentarily before dimming again. Hearing Anne's response, Newt chuckled softly and approached, placing a reassuring hand on Anne's shoulder. "Do not worry. You shall not return home today. Tomorrow, I will take you to purchase your wand." Upon hearing these words, Xiao An joyfully embraced Newt and promptly followed him to the study to continue their discussion about the magical creature cards. Over the past year, Newt had meticulously compiled extensive knowledge about these extraordinary beings, including their combat styles, evolutionary forms, and mechanisms. After a night of dialogue, Xiao An and Newt primarily focused on determining the format of the magical creature game, ultimately deciding to design it in the form of cards. Each card would document a specific magical creature, featuring an interface along the edge that, upon contact with another card, would activate the battle mode. The 2 cards would then transform into the creatures they represented and engage in combat. Through intense negotiation, Xiao An successfully persuaded Newt to set the lifespan of each card to expire after 5 defeats surpassing victories. This decision stemmed from Xiao An's desire to earn more galleons. Inspired by the weapon repair mechanics in online games from his previous life, filled with excitement, Xiao An found it difficult to rest that night. Thus, with a determined mindset, he left Newt's home at 1 a.m., utilizing disillusionment charm to find a public phone booth where he called Kevin. After rousing Kevin from slumber, Xiao An, with a mischievous grin, requested his assistance in taking a day off the following day, hastily concluding the call with a wish for Kevin to enjoy a good night's sleep. As previously mentioned, Xiao An planned to take an additional elective course in the physics department this academic year, resulting in a demanding schedule. Consequently, Kevin would need to rise early and tirelessly accompany Xiao and to explain matters to the professor in his elective class. The next morning, at 6:30, Xiao An awoke with eager anticipation, washed up, and settled on the sofa in the living room, awaiting Newt's rise. Upon seeing Xiao An, whose eyes were heavy with fatigue, Newt immediately grasped the situation and proceeded to leisurely prepare for the day, taking his time with breakfast, much to Xiao An's annoyance. After what seemed like an eternity of teasing, Newt finally finished his last bite of sandwich and stood up to inform Xiao An that it was time to head to Wan's Alley. As previously noted, Wan's Alley is colloquially known as the American counterpart of Diagon Alley, though the author could not ascertain the precise terminology. The name is derived from the establishment of Iphamony by a wizard and his muggle partner, and any insights regarding the correct nomenclature would be warmly welcomed. After traveling through the fireplace to Wan's Alley, Xiao An urged Newt to hurry and take him to purchase a wand. They arrived at the American wand shop corresponding to Ollivander's, where the proprietor, Mr. Grigovich, is one of the sons of the renowned German wand master, having relocated to America due to his aversion to Grindelwald. Unbeknownst to me, after a conversation with Newt, Grigorievich surprisingly consented to allow Little An to possess a wand. Similar to Ollivander, he meticulously measured a multitude of an S physical attributes before retrieving a wand from the shelf, proclaiming, a wand of white poplar, 14¼ inches, with a core of unicorn hair. Upon receiving the wand, and waved it gently, and a bolt of lightning emanated from its tip. Witnessing this, the shopkeeper hastily snatched the wand away, exclaiming, "No, no, absolutely not. It cannot be this one. The core of this wand is Thunderbird tail feathers." Without even a chance to wave the next wand, Grigorievich swiftly replaced it with another, stating, "A wand of birch, 14¼ inches." And took the wand and waved it again, and to his astonishment, rain began to pour down in the shop. After another hour had passed, and still had not found a suitable wand. Despite his insistence that any wand would suffice, Grigorievich thwarted this notion. "Mr. An, each wand chooses its own wizard. Using another's wand may suffice for a master of magic or for casting simple spells, yet if one's magical capacity falls short, it could lead to dire consequences at best. A failed spell. At worst." Grigorievich did not finish his sentence, but the panic in his eyes conveyed the gravity of the situation to one. After conducting a series of special magical tests on all the wands, Grigorievich lamentably remarked, "Mr. An, you are indeed a discerning customer. It appears I do not possess a wand suitable for you. You are a unique patron, and your inner magical essence is quite formidable. Not every wand is worthy of you. I would recommend seeking out Ollivander in England. However, given your circumstances, do not hold out too much hope. The documented cores may not suit you. It is possible that only some untested magical creature materials could be fitting, such as the Zowil." Grigorievich cast a mournful glance at Newt, a look that sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing Zowil, both An and Newt were momentarily taken aback. Then Newt suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, that must be it." Chapter 22. The delayed birthday gift. Newt instructed An to wait a moment in the wand shop while he borrowed the fireplace to return home. Upon his return, Newt held only a single strand of hair. Grigorievich, upon seeing the hair in Newt's hand, paused before breaking into a wry smile. "Newt, you are rather frugal, aren't you? I know you adore magical creatures, but surely it need not come to this." Newt cast a glance at Grigovich before addressing Xiao An and Grigovich, stating, "It is not as you might think. I am aware that the experiment requires a significant amount of Zowu hair, but Zowu has informed me that this is the only suitable option for Xiao An. However, it is necessary for Xiao An to place a drop of his own blood onto the hair." With that, Newt handed the Zowu hair to Xiao An, who obediently pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the hair. To their astonishment, the blood did not coagulate but was entirely absorbed by the Zowu hair. Grigovich, puzzled, took the bloodied hair and summoned an array of instruments to scrutinize it thoroughly. The results of his examination remained unclear, but upon completion, Grigovich remarked regretfully, "Indeed, this can serve as the core for a wand. However, the magical essence contained within is far too potent for me to handle. If you do not mind, I would like to entrust it to my father, who can craft the wand personally." After exchanging glances with Newt, Xiao An observed Newt nodding in resignation. When may we collect the wand? Xiao An inquired. Oh, there is no need for that. I shall deliver it to your home, so you need not trouble yourselves, Grigovich replied. With the core of the wand decided and knowing that the wand would be crafted by the esteemed wand master Grigovich, a great sense of relief washed over Xiao An. With matters resolved, Newt prepared to escort Xiao An home. However, Xiao An suddenly remembered that during his first attendance at a storage auction, he had acquired a piece of wood. Despite consulting various experts in timber, he had never been able to ascertain its type, and it had been forgotten deep within his undetectable extension charm bag. Recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity, Xiao An retrieved the piece of wood from the bag and presented it to Grigovich. Mr. Grigovich, might you know what type of wood this is? I have asked many, yet have been unable to determine its nature. Could you possibly identify it? Grigovich examined the wood intently for a while, and his eyes brightened as he turned to Xiao An. I cannot definitively identify it, but I can confirm that it is indeed wood. Mr. An, would you mind allowing me to study it further? As Xiao An observed Grigovich's keen interest, he dismissed the wooden object, thinking it was merely a trinket bought for $1. Time passed, and 10 days slipped by unnoticed. One day, while Xiao An was engrossed in writing a paper on physics in his study, he was suddenly interrupted by a tapping sound against the glass. Looking in the direction of the noise, he discovered it was the owl from Newt's residence, adorned with a peacock-like tail. Hastily, he opened the window to let the creature in. Just as he grasped the letter attached to the owl's claw, it took flight once more. With a sense of curiosity, Xiao An opened the letter to find a message that read, "Your wand is ready. Come by when you have the time." Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao An retrieved the wand he had previously received from Newt during his first visit and promptly made his way to Newt's home. Upon reaching the entrance, he eagerly awaited the door to open automatically, after which he dashed inside, inquiring breathlessly, "Where's my wand, master?" Newt regarded the exuberantly rushing Xiao An with an amused smile, choosing to remain silent as he reclined comfortably in his chair, observing the young man's enthusiasm. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure under Newt's gaze, Xiao An composed himself, adopting a more gentlemanly demeanor as he approached and seated himself beside Newt. Noticing Xiao An's newfound decorum, Newt felt a wave of amusement wash over him. He subtly gestured with his eyes and following his gaze, Xiao An spotted a wand box resting on the table. Trembling with excitement, he carefully opened the box to reveal a wand of deep ebony, with a striking purple line running through its center. As Xiao An lifted the wand and prepared to wield it, a golden light enveloped both the wand and himself. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary connection, as if the wand had fused with his very essence, allowing him to effortlessly cast spells. Indeed, it appears to be the wand destined for you, Newt remarked with a smile, observing the remarkable synergy between Xiao An and the wand. Grateful for the support he had received over the past few days, Xiao An offered a vague nod, having not fully grasped Newt's words. After a while, as Xiao An's initial exhilaration began to wane, Newt summoned a box with his wand. Catching it deftly with both hands before placing it on the table and sliding it toward Xiao An, your wand measures 14¼ inches in length, with a core of Zhou hair. The wood has been identified by Grigovich as a rare type of peach wood from China, specifically a millennium-old lightning-struck peach tree. It is said that any offensive spells cast with this wand will be significantly amplified. Ah, and by the way, this is my gift for your birthday, which I learned about from Dumbledore. I hope you find it to your liking. Xiao An was initially engrossed in Newt's explanation of wands when he suddenly ceased speaking. Puzzled, he was taken aback when Newt mentioned his birthday gift. Glancing down, he saw a box being pushed towards him by Newt, and in that instant, tears welled in his eyes. This was the third gift he had received, aside from those from Kevin and Snape. Without hesitation, he embraced the box tightly with both hands. At that moment, Xiao An suddenly became aware of her own conduct, astonished that she had spoken to the Godfather in such a manner. How audacious it was to engage in face-to-face discourse with Dumbledore, all the while lacking the mastery of the mental shielding spell, and to communicate with Newt in such a fashion. What had come over her? Observing Xiao An resting her head on the box, Newt gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, interrupting her errant thoughts. I recall when you first visited my home, you were quite taken with this box. But who wouldn't be? Is this perhaps a magical creature's trunk, akin to your own? Xiao An looked up in astonishment at Newt. He nodded and smiled, saying, This trunk is my own creation, modeled after the form of a Muggle suitcase. Having lived in the Muggle world, this should pose no inconvenience for you. Come now. Xiao An, take your wand. I shall impart a spell to you, as a belated birthday gift from last year. With that, Newt led Xiao An to his study. Once she was settled, he produced a small booklet and handed it to her, saying, "This is my specialty spell, known as the Miramont spell. You are aware that the space expanded by the undetectable extension charm is limited, and the material creating this space can suffer damage. At such times, the Miramont spell is indispensable. This spell allows for the creation of a space through any medium, such as a magical creature's trunk. And it can conjure the environment you desire, be it mountains or rivers. However, to create the essence of a mountain, you will need to use a specific plant to continue employing the Miramont spell. Direct the spell at this plant, envisioning the form you wish to manifest, and it will merge with the mountain, transforming into that shape. Yet, only one plant may suffice. The same principle applies to other creations you wish to conjure." Chapter 23. The resumption of storage auctions. As time progressed, Xiao An's second year of study came to a close, culminating in the completion of his mathematics degree. In the following academic year, he would concentrate on obtaining a bachelor's degree in physics. Having already completed numerous physics courses over the years, he was poised to earn his degree in the subject. Although Xiao An had initially contemplated pursuing a degree in economics, a subject he had studied in a previous life, he ultimately decided to forego that ambition upon reflecting on the time constraints. Today marked the first day following the conclusion of the academic year. He declined a project invitation from his professor to participate in storage auctions instead, driven not by mere inclination but by necessity, as he had depleted his remaining $1 million. Thus, he was compelled to return to the realm of storage auctions to replenish his finances. He kicked open the door to rouse Kevin, who was still asleep in bed with his girlfriend, and prepared for their departure. It is noteworthy that ever since Kevin earned $1 million last year, he had become rather extravagant. His girlfriend was frequently changing, and his savings had dwindled significantly. Under Xiao An's insistence, Kevin hurriedly completed his morning routine, ousted his girlfriend, and gathered his belongings to set off. Xiao An, having secured a rope to the suitcase gifted by Newt, had the mountain of luggage in tow as they descended to the parking lot. After receiving his share of the money last year, Kevin had initially planned to forego the storage auctions this year in favor of studying stock trading and funds. However, it was evident that wealth had led him astray, and he succumbed to the temptations of a lavish lifestyle. Consequently, he now found himself with less than $10,000. Unable to pursue his dreams and relegated to the role of a mere driver for Xiao An. Despite his newfound arrogance, Kevin harbored a deep-seated fear of Xiao An, particularly after an incident where Kevin brought a girl home, leaving their dorm in disarray and subsequently taking out his frustration on Xiao An. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Xiao An cast a strength and speed spell, 2 incantations he had devised during his freshman year due to his youthful vulnerability. In the presence of Kevin's girlfriend, he decisively taught Kevin a lesson, and since that day, Kevin had refrained from overstepping his bounds. Over the course of 3 days, Xiao An and Kevin journeyed to several storage rental centers in Massachusetts to participate in various auctions. Despite Xiao An's reconnaissance efforts, their earnings were meager, leaving him disheartened. It was not until Kevin remarked on the bold nature of the Texan populace that they contemplated traveling to Texas for storage auctions, speculating that discovering firearms in the warehouses could yield substantial profits. 2 days later, they set off for Texas. After securing accommodations at a hotel, Kevin took Xiao An to survey the area. Spending the day, Xiao An familiarized himself with the professional storage buyers present and their bidding habits and limits. Subsequently, he continued to leverage his magical abilities to conduct preliminary investigations, aiming to generate income within the storage industry. After a fortnight, Xiao An had amassed a considerable collection of firearms and sporting equipment. Having disposed of the firearms, he was left with an assortment of sporting goods that he was unsure how to handle, so he stored them in a temporary warehouse rented by Kevin. Today, Xiao An and Kevin intended to seek out experts in American football, as neither of them possessed any knowledge about the sport. The warehouse was filled to the brim with football gear, and if they did not address it soon, they would be unable to accommodate anything else. They visited a bar and a sports store, inquiring among fans and owners alike, and subsequently went to the library to peruse books on American football, but to no avail. Fans and literature offered only trivialities about celebrities and records, proving utterly useless, while the proprietors had not provided any valuable insights. After leaving the library and grabbing a bite to eat, Xiao An decided to return to the hotel to rest. However, Kevin wished to unwind at the bar, hoping to charm a lady for a pleasant evening. Observing Kevin's eagerness, Xiao An acquiesced, but advised him to secure a separate room and not to jeopardize their plans for the following day. Upon returning to the hotel after Kevin headed to the bar, Xiao An contemplated investigating the warehouse once more, but the thought of the overflowing sporting goods instantly dampened his spirits. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Kevin called Xiao An to rise. Seeing Kevin's weary legs, Xiao An shook his head in resignation, initially intending to continue their quest for knowledge about football. He promptly abandoned the idea upon witnessing Kevin's condition. After breakfast, noticing Kevin had yet to recover, Xiao An suggested they head to the beach for some sunbathing and perhaps enjoy the sights of lovely women. After checking out of their hotel, they drove to a beach in Galveston. It was unclear how Kevin had chosen this particular spot, but it appeared that nearly everyone on the beach was rather uninhibited. While some were conservatively lounging on towels, many others were sprawled out. Although Xiao An was still a child, he possessed the spirit of an adult, and he found the scene intolerable. Turning to see Kevin wearing a foolish grin, Xiao An's irritation boiled over, silently casting a strength spell upon himself. He leapt and delivered a swift kick to Kevin's backside before turning on his heel and returning to the car. Once Kevin composed himself and rejoined him in the vehicle, Xiao An exasperatedly declared, "Let's go. We need to find another place." Seeing that Xiao An was clearly upset, he had no choice but to start the car and head to another beach. Upon arriving at this beach, Xiao An found it quite pleasant. So he changed into his beach shorts, rented a sun lounger, and reclined to bask in the sun. An hour later, he dismissed two young ladies who offered to apply sunscreen for him. Noticing Kevin's envious gaze, Xiao An felt a surge of anger and impulsively grabbed a glass from the table, hurling it at Kevin. As he watched Kevin rub his chest, now reddened from the impact, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and smiled as he lay back on his chair. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a large group of people approaching from a distance, estimating there to be around 50 young men and women. His curiosity was piqued further when he spotted a middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly alighting from a vehicle. Could this be the parents of those 50 youths? Quite impressive. Once the group of teenagers dispersed to engage in various activities, for reasons unknown, the beer-bellied man began walking over to Xiao An, clearly holding a specially designed beach chair. "Hello, what are you doing here all alone? Where are your parents?" "It's not safe for a child to be here by themselves," the man said with a smile. "Oh, I came here with my classmate. He is right over there." Xiao An pointed towards Kevin. Following Xiao An's gesture, the man looked in that direction and saw a sturdy young man. Momentarily suspecting that Xiao An might be trying to deceive him out of fear, just as he was about to speak, Kevin interjected, "Indeed, we are classmates. We are students at Harvard University, here for summer vacation, so don't entertain any ill intentions, old man." Kevin was quite vigilant upon seeing the beer-bellied man engaging with Xiao An. The man scrutinized Kevin and Xiao An several times before skeptically asking, "Harvard? Are you really with him?" "He is too." Kevin, noticing the man's incredulous demeanor, impatiently nodded and turned away, as did Xiao An. Despite their dismissive attitude, the beer-bellied man took it upon himself to set up a beach chair beside Xiao An. He then returned with several bottles of beer and a cup of juice, offering Xiao An a bottle of juice and Kevin a beer, before initiating a conversation with Xiao An. "Are you truly a student at Harvard? I mean, don't your parents worry?" Xiao An shot him a glance, but remained unresponsive. Sensing that his approach might be a bit off-putting, the man quickly shifted his demeanor. "Oh, I apologize if I startled you. I mean no harm. I'm just a bit curious. By the way, my name is George Cooper, a football coach. Today, I brought my team and cheerleaders here for some fun." Upon hearing the name George Cooper, Xiao An sat up in astonishment, staring intently at George. "What's wrong? Have you heard of me?" George, observing Xiao An's reaction, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Oh, no. I merely recalled that you are a football coach and thought of a few things. By the way, could you assist me in taking a look at some photographs?" Xiao An gestured for Kevin to fetch the photos. "Photos? What photos?" George asked, perplexed, as he gazed at Xiao An. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Zian, hailing from Huaxia. You may call me in." "Oh, hello. And, by the way, you truly..." "Indeed. I'm a student at Harvard University, primarily studying mathematics and physics. However, I have completed my undergraduate mathematics courses and am currently focusing on physics. I came here mainly to participate in a storage auction to earn some living expenses. As for my parents, I have not seen them since childhood." "Oh, I apologize. I was unaware. My apologies." With that, George embraced Xiao An. At that moment, Kevin returned with the photographs and handed them to George, saying, "Hello. Could you help us ascertain the value of this equipment? It appears quite old, possibly used by an athlete." George took the photographs and scrutinized them. After examining a few, his eyes suddenly sparkled as he fixated on one particular image, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this for real? Where did you acquire these photographs? It's simply astonishing. Subsequently, George elucidated to Xiao An and Kevin the significance of several pieces of equipment depicted in the photographs, revealing that some had been utilized by championship football players. Although the players had passed away, the value of these items remained exceptionally high. After a lengthy conversation, Xiao An invited George to assist in verifying the equipment the following day, to which George readily agreed. They then reclined on beach chairs, soaking up the sun, occasionally interrupted by some blonde and blue-eyed ladies playfully teasing Xiao An, igniting feelings of envy and admiration in George and Kevin. The next day, after George helped Xiao An authenticate the equipment, Kevin set off in search of buyers, while George extended an invitation for Xiao An to visit his home, which Xiao An accepted with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at George's residence, he began introducing Xiao An to his family. Upon seeing the 5-member family along with a grandmother, Xiao An finally recognized their location, the home of Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory. "Oh, and it's delightful to meet you. Welcome to my home as a guest. This is Sheldon. He has just graduated from the University of Texas. You two can have an engaging conversation," George said, nudging Sheldon forward. "A question: string theory or loop quantum gravity?" String theory, though I have a greater affinity for dark matter." "Correct. Hello, I am Sheldon. Xiao Zian." Seeing Sheldon, Xiao An was particularly excited, for in a past life while watching The Big Bang Theory, she had a fondness for Sheldon's character, finding him immensely entertaining. However, after engaging in conversation with Sheldon for a while, Xiao An found herself even more in awe of his intellect. It is worth noting that Xiao An possesses memories from her previous life, during which she had just been accepted into graduate school. Consequently, the knowledge acquired in primary, middle, and high school was rather elementary for her. Yet, in university, her studies were purely reliant on diligence and the calming potions supplied by Snape. After conversing with Sheldon, he expressed a desire to play with trains in the garage. Finding it a tad mundane, Xiao An decided to step outside for a stroll. She noticed George and young George engrossed in a football game in the living room. Curiosity about the American fondness for football led her to join them in watching the match. Upon her arrival, George eagerly welcomed her, while young George, rather inopportunely, handed her a bottle of beer. Xiao An accepted it with ease, opened it, and took a sip. George, witnessing young George's gesture, initially intended to reprimand him, but upon seeing Xiao An drink so nonchalantly, he refrained. Realizing her current form as a child, Xiao An quickly explained, "It's quite all right, Mr. George. A little beer does not affect the body, and I find the taste rather pleasant." Simultaneously, she cursed inwardly at her habits. George swallowed hard but remained silent, turning to sit in a chair, quietly watching television with his beer. Young George, being quite sociable, noticing his father's lack of reprimand, lost interest in the game and began chatting with Xiao An. "So, I heard you're a university student now." "Yes, I'm currently studying at Harvard." "Did you come to Texas for vacation?" "Not exactly. I'm here to participate in a storage auction. It's a way to earn some pocket money during the break." "Storage auction? Is it profitable? How much have you made?" For those knowledgeable in the field, it can be lucrative, but for the uninitiated, it can lead to significant losses. As for me, I began participating last year and made around a few million during the summer. "A few million?" Both George and young George exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao An was taken aback by their surprised expressions and nodded, contemplating retreating to Sheldon for some solace. However, just as she attempted to make her exit, young George grabbed her and, rather pathetically, slid down until he reached her thigh. "Big brother, you're my big brother now. Take me to the storage auction. I don't want anything, just the chance to learn from you." Little George, with an exaggerated display of servility, clung to Little and S' leg, gazing at her with a look that was enough to send shivers down one's spine. In Chapter 25, The Cooper Family Feast, George found himself infuriated by the lack of ambition displayed by his son. "No, you must dedicate yourself to your studies and pursue a university education. After 5 years of high school, do you expect to complete your degree in another 5 without further education?" Noticing his father's displeasure, George reluctantly rose to his feet, yet remained in close proximity to Little and, promptly plopping down beside her and attempting to engage her in conversation. Observing Little George's demeanor, Little Bird chuckled lightly and remarked, "Rest assured, in a few days, you can accompany me to an event. You'll exert some effort and learn something new. And since school has commenced yet, it would be wise to earn a bit during the holiday." Thus, the afternoon passed as Little and spent time watching television with the George family, learning about football, while occasionally keeping Sheldon company. As dusk approached, and with George and his wife having invited Little in for dinner, she noticed Mary beginning to prepare the meal and decided to offer her assistance. Seeing that Mary had already gathered the ingredients, Little Ann promptly approached her, saying, "Aunt Mary, I sincerely appreciate your hospitality. May I prepare a dish to express my gratitude?" Mary turned upon hearing Little Ann's earnest request, touched by her sincerity, and replied, "Thank you so much, but children should be out playing. You may join Sheldon or Missy, or allow little George to take you out for a stroll. There's no need for you to cook, dear. It can be quite dangerous for little ones." At that moment, the George family had returned home, and upon hearing Mary conversing with Little Ann in the kitchen, everyone except Sheldon, who was playing in the garage, and Connie, who was tending to the smoked meat in the yard, came over to see what was happening. Seeing the gathering of the George family, Little Ann bowed sincerely and said, "I am truly grateful for your family's kindness. Please allow me to prepare a few dishes from my homeland to show my appreciation." "You can cook," exclaimed little George and Missy in astonishment. Indeed, Little Ann nodded affirmatively. Once the dishes were prepared, Mary insisted that everyone wash their hands, after which she served a portion of each dish onto individual plates, adhering to the American practice of portion dining. Then he called for young George to carry the plates out to the table in the yard. The reason they did not dine in the living room was primarily due to Little Ann's cheeky remark about the beautiful moon tonight. To accommodate her, the entire George family readily agreed to eat outside, with Sheldon being the sole exception, since Ann's braised pork still required some reduction. She first took a bowl of the prepared health porridge outside. Upon seeing her with the dishes, George hurried to take them from her and requested Missy to assist, only to be declined by Ann. "It is better for girls not to partake in such tasks," she explained, "as my Huaxia cuisine is quite hot. It would be unfortunate if Missy were to burn herself." Once all the dishes were served, Connie also cut a piece of beef for each plate. After Mary led the prayer, George was eager to dig into the beef, earning a disapproving glare from Mary. "Why must we eat outside? There are so many germs out here. We are not cavemen," Sheldon grumbled incessantly. Initially, he had no desire to join, but Mary's authoritative insistence compelled him to comply, and chose to ignore Sheldon's complaints and directly interrupted George just as he was about to spear the beef. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the George family, she explained, "I apologize, but Uncle George, it would be better for you to have some porridge before the meat. This afternoon, I heard little George mention that his father's heart isn't in the best condition, so I specially prepared this porridge. Drinking it can help lower blood pressure and cholesterol, which would be beneficial for your health." Upon hearing Ann's words, Mary understood her intentions and gave George a fierce yet concerned look. George managed a wry smile before picking up a spoon to taste the porridge. After a couple of sips, he exclaimed, "This is delicious. And how did you make it? Come, everyone, you must try this." After sampling the soup, everyone, except for George, who was somewhat indifferent, was pleasantly surprised, including Sheldon. "It's quite simple. I'll write down the recipe for Aunt Mary so she can make it often for the family. Moreover, both Connie and Aunt Mary can enjoy it regularly. This porridge is not only good for George but also beneficial for Lady's beauty," and mischievously glanced at Connie and Mary. By the end of the meal, everyone relished the two dishes and had prepared, especially the porridge, which Ann's words had elevated to a must-have for the women of the George family each day. Of course, while the porridge was delightful, George and young George, the father-son duo, preferred Ann's other dish of braised pork. However, and felt a tinge of regret as the meat at the Cooper household lacked skin. Braised pork without the skin was soulless. After dinner, noticing Sheldon still sulking, and approached him for a chat. "What's wrong, Sheldon? Are you still upset?" "Humph, it's all because of you. Talking about the beautiful moon. Forcing me to eat outside. It's unsanitary." "Sheldon, do you know why some people fall ill so easily? Their ignorance stems from a lack of understanding regarding the avoidance of viral invasions. In truth, it is primarily due to their frail immunity. Consider this. If an individual has been sheltered within a sterile environment since childhood, how will they fare when they step into the real world, teeming with pathogens? The answer is, they will struggle. However, let us not dwell on buts, Sheldon. The reality of our surroundings is that we are perpetually surrounded by bacteria. This is an inescapable fact. If one refrains from any form of experimentation, remaining confined within a safe haven, they will undoubtedly encounter severe challenges upon venturing beyond their comfort zone. At that point, not only will they suffer discomfort, but their loved ones will also experience profound distress. Nevertheless, it is prudent to avoid excessively perilous environments. Your home has been meticulously maintained by your mother, if you hesitate to explore even that. How will you manage when you step outside into places untouched by Aunt Mary's diligent care? Thus, Sheldon was utterly deceived by Xiao An's twisted reasoning. From that day forth, He resolved to explore various dining establishments each day until a certain event transpired. That evening, Xiao An chose not to return to the hotel. Instead, she spent the night at the Cooper residence with young George. The following day, after leaving the contact number of her hotel and that of the Harvard dormitory with the Cooper family, she set off with little George to attend a storage auction. Chapter 26. George Cooper. In recent days, Kevin had been preoccupied with the arrangements for the sporting goods auction. Consequently, Xiao An enlisted young George as her driver to accompany her to the storage auction. Each evening upon returning to the hotel, Kevin would update Xiao An on the progress. However, he noticed that Xiao An had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, any slight deviation from her wishes would result in Kevin enduring her merciless pranks. Yet now, she seemed astonishingly patient and receptive to suggestions, leaving Kevin's heart racing with anxiety. After 10 days of witnessing Xiao An's benign demeanor, Kevin's heart finally settled back into his chest, gradually acclimating to her transformation. He attributed it to her maturation and newfound understanding. Were Xiao An to discover Kevin's innermost thoughts, she would surely deliver a harsh reprimand akin to a capitalist rebuke. 10 days after departing from the Cooper home, Xiao An sat in her hotel room, repeatedly dialing the Cooper household. Each morning, young George would arrive punctually at 6 o'clock, yet now it was approaching 11, and the Cooper family had not made contact. This situation left Xiao An feeling both irritable and anxious. After 10 minutes of unanswered calls, she was at a loss, unaware of the circumstances unfolding. Today, Kevin was occupied with presiding over the auction, leaving Xiao An unable to participate in the storage auction herself. Thus, she remained confined to her room, engrossed in her book, with little else to occupy her time due to her tender age. After an hour of reading, she glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly noon. Setting her book aside, she prepared to call for room service. Just as she reached for the receiver, the phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was the front desk. With a lackluster spirit, she answered the call. However, the voice that greeted her was not that of the hotel front desk, but rather that of Sheldon's grandmother, Connie. "Hello, I am Connie, Sheldon's grandmother. May I speak with Xiao An?" Xiao An replied affirmatively, only to hear Connie continue. "Hello, Xiao An. I regret to inform you that young George will not be able to attend the storage auction today, as he has passed away. I'm sorry, but we hope you can attend the funeral in 3 days." George? Which George? The elder or the younger? Xiao An was taken aback by the news. It was not George II, it was my son-in-law, who succumbed to a heart attack yesterday in the hospital. Oh, please do not grieve too deeply. Where are you now? Is there anything I can do to assist? I am currently at home while they remain in the hospital. If it is not too much trouble, I hope you can visit the hospital to assist in caring for Sheldon and Missy. The hospital's address is... After hanging up the phone, Xiao An stood frozen in place, utterly astonished by the news. Just a few days prior, they had shared a delightful meal together, and now, how could one have passed away so suddenly? After a moment, Xiao An emerged from her reverie, slipped on her shoes, left a note, and hurried downstairs to hail a cab to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, she noticed little George and Mary, their eyes swollen and red with grief. It was evident that Mary was in a state of utter disarray. Xiao An approached and offered Mary a comforting embrace before seeking out little George, the resilient child, to ascertain the situation. What transpired, little George? May I inquire? Xiao An gently inquired as she settled beside him. Upon seeing Xiao An, little George, who remembered her as a noble and caring figure despite her youth, could no longer maintain his stoic facade. Tears welled in his eyes, and he began to voice his sorrow, which allowed Xiao An to glean the unfolding tragedy. "Big sister, why have you come?" he asked. "I came to see you, to understand why my industrious little brother has not reported to work today. Do not weep. Come now, wipe your tears. Do you recall what I told you? A man may only sweat and bleed, but never shed tears." "All right, big sister," he replied. "Please, let me share what has transpired. Do not leave me to bear this alone." After a brief silence, little George recounted, "When I returned home that day and found the house empty, I intended to freshen up and organize the storage auction knowledge you entrusted to me. However, at that moment, my grandmother emerged from Sheldon's room and informed me that my father had suffered a heart attack and was resting in the hospital. She asked me to bring some food and drink to the hospital to relieve my mother in caring for him. But when I arrived at the hospital, I discovered that my father had already passed away. Only my mother sat there, lost and bewildered. What are we to do now that father is gone? How can I manage this, big sister? George, you are no longer little George. With your uncle's passing, you have become the pillar of this family. You must assume that responsibility. Observing little George's sorrowful expression, Xiao An offered her comfort, and, once he had regained some composure, said, "Come, George. Let us seek out the doctor to understand the situation better." Upon acquiring the medical records, Xiao An discovered that the patient's substantial weight, coupled with a lack of dietary attention, had led to an imbalance in blood pressure and elevated blood lipids, ultimately resulting in myocardial hypertrophy. After reviewing the case and considering George's condition, Xiao An persuaded Mary to discreetly transport George's remains back to their residence without informing Connie and the twins. During their journey, Xiao An instructed little George and Mary to devise a plan to discreetly send Connie, Sheldon, and Missy away. Upon returning to the Cooper household, Mary suggested that Connie take the children to the church for prayer, while Xiao An guided little George and Mary to the room where George's body lay. Upon seeing the remains on the bed, Mary was overwhelmed with grief and wept, but after comforting her, Xiao An retrieved the silver needles gifted by the old traditional Chinese doctor from the inconspicuous bag. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Mary and little George, saying, "What transpires next must remain forever etched in your hearts. You must never reveal even the slightest detail to anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Can you assure me of this?" Though Mary and little George were baffled about what was to unfold, the gravity of Xiao An's expression compelled them to nod in agreement. "Very well, little George. Please ignite a fire and prepare a bucket of gasoline to place in a metal basin or another suitable vessel, and bring it here. Mary, gather clean sheets and blankets. Then secure all the doors. Do so promptly." As both little George and Mary set off to fulfill their tasks, Xiao An closed the door, retrieved his wand, and uttered several incantations to disperse the frost from George's body. He then softened the remains, which had stiffened after a night in the morgue, restoring their warmth. Chapter 27. The mysterious forces from the east. Noticing that George's body had regained a semblance of warmth, Xiao An opened the inconspicuous expansion bag and searched for the potions gifted by Snape. Just as he extracted the necessary elixirs, Mary knocked at the door, seeking entry. Xiao An concealed his wand and welcomed her inside, and shortly thereafter, little George joined them. "Everything is prepared. Now, I must confide in you both. And you must promise to keep this matter confidential. It is possible that I may be able to revive Uncle George, though the likelihood is slim, and I have never attempted it before. Are you willing to let me try? Really? Can Dad come back to life?" "Indeed, though the odds are not in our favor. It is merely an attempt. Please, go ahead. If it means bringing George back, I am willing to do anything." "All right, let me conduct a preliminary examination." With that, he produced 3 silver needles and proceeded to puncture George's acupoints for pain, laughter, and itchiness. It is not that Xiao An lacks expertise in other areas, but rather that his knowledge of acupoints is limited to these 3, which have been perfected through Kevin's 2 years of arduous efforts and tearful pleas for Xiao An's experimental assistance. As he inserted 3 needles, Xiao An observed that George showed no reaction, leading to a sense of disappointment. He shook his head and began to withdraw the silver needles. Just as the needles were removed, George began to tremble uncontrollably. Witnessing this, little George was left astonished and frozen in place, while Mary, who had been praying, revealed a look of joy and exclaimed, "Thank God." Noting Mary's eagerness to embrace George, Xiao An remarked, "He has not yet returned to life. It merely signifies that there is still hope for revival. However, why do you thank God? He has no influence over my actions." "Ah, yes, yes. This must be the mystical arts of the East. What do you Easterners believe in?" Mary paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Xiao An thought to himself, "How would I know what to believe in? The Jade Emperor, the Buddha, or perhaps even Sun Wukong?" Seeing the pleading look in Mary's eyes, he shook his head and suggested, "Let's discuss this later. You should leave for now. What follows must remain confidential." After Mary escorted the still dazed little George out of the room, Xiao An locked the door and cast a powerful protective spell. He then picked up the potion on the table and approached little George. He first administered a small amount of the elixir of life and death, then drew his wand, transforming some clothes and shoes in the room into surgical instruments. After applying several acupoints to stop the bleeding, Xiao An picked up the conjured scalpel and, without any form of sanitation, directly incised George's abdomen. Subsequently, certain descriptions are deemed inappropriate to disclose. "I trust in your understanding." Xiao An pried open the cavity and located George's heart, employing a mirroring spell to replicate the heart's shape, along with the length and thickness of its connecting vessels. Immediately after, the wandless spellcaster performed a cleansing charm upon his hands, then retrieved his wand and intoned, "Heal swiftly. Heal swiftly." Once George's body had mended, he withdrew a silver needle. Following that, Xiao An produced a youth-restoring elixir and administered a small dose to George, then stepped back to await the changes in his body. When George's physical transformation culminated in the appearance of a man in his 20s, the metamorphosis ceased. Observing this halt, Xiao An promptly grasped a scalpel and repeated the earlier procedure, meticulously comparing the heart of middle-aged George with that of young George. After a diligent search lasting 10 minutes, he finally located a nearly perfect match. Upon discovering this site, Xiao An took a lighter and extracted a small electrical device from it, proceeding to administer a series of shocks to George's heart. With his left hand, he raised his wand and recited the incantation Veravito. Just as Xiao An was losing patience, the heart began to beat. Witnessing this revival, he seized the scalpel and deftly cut the heart from that precise spot, setting down the scalpel and placing the heart upon the tray he had conjured earlier. Gritting his teeth, Xiao An raised his wand and continuously cast Veravito upon the heart, while with a flick of his right hand, he executed a silent duplication spell, resulting in 2 identical hearts. He hurriedly took the replicated heart and positioned it back in place, ceasing the incantation and channeling his magic with abandon through his wand while chanting "Heal swiftly." Once the heart had fully restored, Xiao An quickly administered the antidote to George, tossing the vial onto the bed and once more wielding his wand to cast a transformation spell, ensuring the heart's vitality was maintained. After a minute, George finally reverted to his original state. Xiao An, no longer as meticulous as before, casually wielded the scalpel, swiftly locating the incision point and extracting the unnecessary tissue. With a flick of his wrist, he aligned the pulsating heart with the gap, delicately slicing upwards. As the heart's figure began to wane, Xiao An urgently directed his wand, casting several transformation spells in rapid succession. Only when he felt dizzy did he finally pinpoint the correct position. He hastily uttered a sticking charm and, wielding his wand, rapidly recited the healing spell. Following the completion of the healing, Xiao An swiftly cast the transformation spell at the connection site, relieved to see the heart return to its normal state. Despite battling dizziness, he managed to heal all wounds before collapsing onto the ground. At this juncture, Xiao An's magical reserves and mental strength were utterly depleted. Biting his lip, he forced himself to observe George, noticing the scattered potion vials and surgical instruments. He waved his hand to revert their transformation and stored the vials in a seamless expansion bag. Watching George remain still, Xiao An was on the verge of despair until he noticed the rhythmic rise and fall of George's chest. Quickly attempting to rise, he pushed against the floor but nearly fell back down, instead rising unsteadily to approach George. He reached out to check for a pulse and breath, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, lacking any energy, he slumped back down to the floor. Seeing George revive with a heartbeat and breath, Xiao An raised his wand to open the door, then, exhausted, called out weakly for little George. Little George and Aunt Mary, who had been anxiously pacing in the living room, rushed over upon seeing the door ajar. Upon entering the room, they beheld George, nearly drenched in blood, along with the stains upon the bed. For a moment, they stood frozen, then suddenly noticed the rhythmic movement of George's chest, gazing at Xiao An in astonishment. Realizing Xiao An was slumped weakly on the ground, they rushed to assist him, but he feebly waved them off. Little George and Aunt Mary, half the task is accomplished, he said. As for the final outcome, I cannot predict. Now, quickly attend to the matters I previously instructed you to finalize, and remember, you must divulge this to no one. After finishing his words, Xiao An suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and he fainted. Chapter 28. Some final trivialities from America. 3 days later, Xiao An finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, it took a moment for him to gather his thoughts. He attempted to rise but found himself utterly devoid of strength, resigning himself to lie back down on the bed. Turning his head slightly, he noticed someone seated beside him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was little George, immersed in music through his headphones. Xiao An called out several times, yet George remained unresponsive. With no choice, he reluctantly abandoned his attempts, turning his head back and enduring the pangs of hunger and thirst, reflecting on the events that transpired. George had passed away. I went to his house to assist him and simultaneously test my theories. Right. I recall that George seemed to have regained his breath and heartbeat. Yes, that's it. It appears my idea was successful. Indeed, utilizing the transformation spell to animate the living can truly rejuvenate the body. But why have I undergone such a drastic change lately? After pondering for a moment, Xiao An suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in shock as a realization struck him. Could it be that death curse? It must be so. It seems that the casting of the death curse has indeed influenced my character. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken to Snape in such a manner. Nor would I have dared to converse so freely with Dumbledore without having learned the art of mental shielding. Yet, why did neither my godfather nor Dumbledore perceive my origins? But then again, I had employed the mind-reading spell during the storage auction and even used the soul-snatching curse. Why did it not succeed with certain individuals? Could it be that Dumbledore's mind-reading spell also encountered failure? In truth, Dumbledore had attempted the mind-reading spell on Xiao An as well, but it was unsuccessful. He mistakenly assumed that Snape had already taught Xiao An the art of mental shielding, though Snape had never used it. Could it be? No. I must find an opportunity to test this. At that moment, George concluded listening to a song and, as per routine, checked to see if Xiao An had awakened. Upon realizing that Xiao An was already conscious, looking at him with a deadpan stare, George quickly removed his headphones and cautiously called out, "Xiao An." Xiao An's train of thought was interrupted. Seeing little George, that infuriating boy who ignored his calls, he retorted with irritation, "Damn it, you wretched brat. I called you several times, and you didn't respond, leaving me on the brink of starvation and thirst." George, feeling awkward, scratched his head and promptly dashed off to fetch food and water. Observing George's foolish antics, Xiao An felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and closed his eyes, choosing to ignore George's retreating figure. After a while, George returned with Mary carrying water and nourishing porridge. Upon seeing them approach, Xiao An quickly inquired, "How is George? Has he come back to life?" Hearing Xiao An's question, Mary gazed at him, her eyes glistening with tears as she tenderly replied, "He has come back to life." Xiao An, "Thank you." Upon hearing Mary declare that George was alive, Xiao An finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she calmly sipped some water and consumed a bit of porridge. After regaining some strength, Xiao An requested little George to assist her in sitting up. Inquiring about George's current condition and his recovery, little George reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiao An George has regained consciousness. However, like you, he can only lie weakly in bed. Focus on nurturing your health first, and once you have regained your strength, it will not be too late." Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Mary promptly responded with gentle reassurance. Xiao An lay in bed for an entire day, and her health gradually improved. It must be noted that a wizard's constitution is indeed superior to that of a muggle's. After lunch, Xiao An stepped out of George's room, intending to check on him. But as she reached the living room, she found Sheldon and Missy seated there, engrossed in Doctor Who. Upon spotting Xiao An emerging from little George's room, the twins immediately rushed to her side, supporting her from either side, leaving Xiao An quite perplexed. Missy, being the most emotionally astute in the Sheldon household, quickly discerned Xiao An's confusion and said, "Oh, we merely noticed that you seemed a bit weak, so we came over to assist you." While Missy's reasoning was sound, it was quickly overshadowed by Sheldon, who promptly retorted, "How can you say that? Clearly, it was An who saved our father, leading to her weakness. Which is why we came to help her." Understanding the situation, Xiao An lifted her gaze to Mary and little George, who had just exited George's room with expressions of regret. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Is this how you treat your friends? This matter is only to be known by you people. If it gets out to others, do not blame me." With that, Xiao An stormed out of the Cooper household, finding someone outside with a vehicle and paying them to take her back to the hotel. Nearly a year later, Xiao An successfully passed her graduation defense. Since she had completed her studies a year ahead of schedule rather than following the prescribed timeline, she did not have the opportunity to attend the graduation gala. After her defense, filled with excitement, Xiao An returned to her dormitory, disrupted the romantic candlelit dinner that Kevin had meticulously prepared, and sent Kevin's new girlfriend away. She then called Kevin to the living room, exclaiming, "Kevin, where's your boss? I've passed my graduation defense, which means I will soon be returning to England. Do not speak yet, let me finish. After I leave, everything will be left to you, and shortly, I will teach you that parkour move you have been so eager to learn. Moreover, regarding the check for $150,000, you delivered it to George Cooper in July. Following that, there is a check for $1 million, which you will present to George Cooper 2 years hence. Additionally, after liquidating all my next stocks in the upcoming year, specifically in 1996, I intend to invest the entirety of the proceeds into shares of Apple Incorporated. Subsequently, I plan to divest all holdings around October or November of 1999, only to reinvest the total sum back into Apple stocks by the end of the year 2000. That encompasses everything. Do you have any inquiries?" "Well, boss, is it possible for you not to leave? That is not an option. It seems you possess but a singular question. Go and take a rest." "Very well, boss, since I cannot dissuade you. I shall see to all the tasks you have assigned. Rest assured, I will handle everything with diligence. After entrusting the final parkour maneuver to Kevin, and observing Kevin's earnest dedication, Xiao An felt a rush of emotion. Fearing detection, he retreated to the restroom to compose himself. Unbeknownst to him, as he made his way to the restroom, Kevin silently shed tears, two streams cascading down his face. Chapter 29. Greetings, Hermione England. I have returned. Godfather, how fare you? Xiao An mused to himself. He returned to England without informing Snape, boarding a flight that would arrive in England by 3 in the afternoon. Upon landing, Xiao An summoned a vehicle, opting not to return to Snape's residence in the Muggle world, nor to the homes in Hogsmeade or Jasmine's, but rather instructing the driver to take him to Hermione's home in Hampstead Garden. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Xiao An, with a magical creature box resting on his shoulder, ambled towards Hermione's abode. When he was approximately 10 meters from the entrance, he set down the box, retrieved his wand, and uttered the incantation, multi-shot. The birds summoned by his spell were directed to strike the glass of Hermione's window. By what seemed to be sheer fortune, the impact landed precisely on Hermione's window. Hearing the noise, Hermione set her book aside in curiosity and turned to the window, only to discover not a mischievous child, but rather mechanical birds colliding against her glass. However, she found it peculiar that once the birds made their impact, they vanished as if in a welcoming gesture. After observing for a moment, Hermione's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and she exclaimed to herself, "Isn't this multi-shot? Multi-shot. Could it be him?" With that thought, Hermione hurried downstairs, disregarding her footwear, and dashed out in her slippers. Upon opening the door, she beheld a striking youth of around 10 years, casually leaning against a tree at her doorstep, with a creature resembling both a cat and a tiger perched upon his shoulder. Confused, she wondered who this unfamiliar individual was, for there was no such acquaintance at Hogwarts. While she pondered, the boy revealed a mischievous grin and said, "Hello, Hermione. Who are you?" "Multi-shot. It's you. It's truly you, Xiao An." Upon seeing Xiao An nod, Hermione, filled with excitement, rushed towards her and embraced her tightly. "Xiao An, where have you been? For 3 years, where did you go? Ever since you left with Professor Snape. I haven't seen you at all. How have you been these past years?" Xiao An gently patted Hermione's back and replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. I just went to the United States for my studies. But now that I've returned after completing my studies, I must say, you've certainly grown more graceful over these 3 years." Initially, Hermione did not react much to Xiao An's earlier words, but the latter part, which was clearly teasing, caused her cheeks to flush. She pushed Xiao An away and, with a crimson face, retorted, "How can you be so improper? You're still so young, and yet, you little rascal, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Xiao An, undeterred by Hermione's remarks, merely gazed at her with a mischievous smile and remained silent. However, as Hermione noticed Xiao An's unwavering gaze, her shyness intensified. She stomped her foot and approached, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Xiao An's waist, feigning wickedness. Yet, had this been 3 years ago, it might have had some effect. Now, though, with Xiao An nearly reaching 1.7 meters in height, almost matching Hermione's stature, it only made Xiao An find Hermione even more endearing. Feeling that the teasing had reached its peak, Xiao An quickly sought forgiveness and then took Hermione to an ice cream shop. Eager to learn about the happenings in the British magical world over the past few years. Once seated at the shop, Xiao An ordered a drink and an ice cream for both of them. As the server prepared their drinks, Xiao An inquired, "Hermione, over these years." "Don't call me Hermione. Call me Sister Hum." "All right, dear Sister Sweet, what has happened over these years?" "Don't use that nickname, just call me Sister." Xiao An chuckled softly, shaking her head, and was about to speak when Hermione quickly interrupted, "Never mind, just call me Hermione. Has anything significant occurred in the magical world during this time? What about Hogwarts?" "Well, not much has happened, just the usual studying, reading, and exams. Nothing major." Noticing Hermione's hesitant expression, Xiao An sensed that she was concealing something. She then spoke with a serious tone. "You don't need to be afraid. If something has happened, just tell me directly. It's all right. I'm here to understand." Observing Xiao An's earnest demeanor and serious tone, Hermione opened her mouth but hesitated. Finally, she confessed, "Actually, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that this matter is, too." Understanding Hermione's hesitation and recalling memories from her past life of Harry Potter, Xiao An gently looked at her, taking her small hand and holding it softly with both of hers. "You needn't be afraid, Hermione. Just share with me everything that has transpired over these 3 years." If there are things you experience that are too difficult to discuss, you need not mention them. Indeed, over the past few years, I have encountered various events that perplex me. To begin with, during my first year, a mysterious individual infiltrated Hogwarts with the intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Are you aware of the Philosopher's Stone? I know. Hermione, please continue. Very well, alongside Harry and Ron, we thwarted this mysterious figure, although both Harry and Ron sustained injuries in the process. Then, in my second year, we faced a basilisk hidden within Hogwarts. Following that, the most terrifying event unfolded last academic year, the resurrection of the mysterious figure. Oh, Voldemort is returned. How intriguing. Do not utter that name. It is cursed. Well, what about my godfather, Snape? How is he? He remains as peculiar as ever, sly, petty, and biased. How could you possibly consider him a godfather? Oh, has he always been this way? Indeed, during our very first class in the first year, he posed a potion-related question to Harry. If powdered sunroot tubers were added to the juice of wormwood, what would be the outcome? Yet, the following year, he asked Harry the same question again, and Harry, with his rather large head, failed to answer on both occasions. Snape promptly deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. His bias is astounding. It's not as if we didn't win the House Cup last year. Xiao An paid no heed to Hermione's complaints but fell into contemplation after hearing her words. My godfather, truly. Sigh. What is it, Xiao An? Why did you sigh just now? Is something troubling you? Oh, it's nothing. Let us leave it at that. By the way, Hermione, do you know where Harry Potter resides? I wish to see for myself what makes him so special that it elicits such scrutiny from my godfather. Chapter 30. Is this Harry Potter? After escorting Hermione home and entrusting her with the care of the magical creature box, Xiao An took a taxi to Harry Potter's aunt and uncle's residence at number 4, Privet Drive. Upon arrival, Xiao An carried the creature down and, once the driver had departed, discreetly cast a disillusionment charm on both himself and the creature before entering the Dursleys' home. After searching the premises and finding no sign of Harry Potter, he decided to meander about aimlessly before leaving. As he strolled through the streets, Xiao An, cradling the creature, sought a place to rest. At that moment, the creature suddenly clamped its jaws onto Xiao An's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Master." There are two very malevolent presences moving swiftly in that direction. Malevolent presences? How intriguing. Come, creature, lead me there. With that, Xiao An cast a cushioning charm on the creature's back and mounted it. After finishing the disillusionment charm, he rode the creature towards a location resembling a cave entrance. Upon reaching the site, Xiao An heard a young boy shouting, "Run, quick, Dudley! Dudley, is this not the son that Vernon just mentioned? This plump little fellow must be Dudley, and could that slender lad be Harry?" With this thought, Little An's interest surged, and without lifting the disillusionment charm, he sought a vantage point to observe the two from a distance. As he watched, Dudley stumbled and fell, prompting the boy who appeared to be Harry to rush forward to assist him. However, Dudley began to slide along the ground, and in a state of panic, he shouted, "Harry! Quick, save me!" At this moment, Little An was certain that the lean boy was indeed Harry Potter. Next, he witnessed Harry attempting to rush towards Dudley, when suddenly, two Dementors emerged from the entrance. One seized Harry by the throat, lifting him off the ground, while the other floated ominously above Dudley, beginning to siphon his joyful emotions in an exceedingly unsettling manner. Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with calling out to Dudley, and Little An shook his head in disappointment. Was this truly Harry Potter, the so-called savior? Without hesitation, Little An leapt down from his mount and gave it a pat on the head, instructing, "Go." At the command, the creature charged towards the Dementors, letting out a fierce roar that caused them to recoil momentarily, granting Harry and Dudley a fleeting chance to breathe. Harry, feeling the grip loosen around his neck, looked up to see the Dementor above him and was startled. Quickly, he retrieved his wand and cast a Patronus charm, driving the Dementor back. Just as he was about to pursue, he saw the creature he had been grappling with being tackled by his protector. The creature swiftly pinned the Dementor to the ground, using its forepaws to hold it down, and then opened its massive jaws, biting down on the Dementor's head with ferocity. In one swift motion, it severed the head, and the lifeless body of the Dementor transformed into a swirling black mist. The creature then inhaled deeply, drawing the dark vapor into its being. The remaining Dementor, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but it was no match for the creature, which dispatched it with ease. Following the fate of its fallen companion, Little An was taken aback, realizing that this guardian beast possessed the qualities of the Patronus charm, capable of driving away Dementors. Yet, he had not anticipated that it could annihilate them outright. pondering that the guardian creature must possess many undiscovered traits. Seeing that the threat had been neutralized, Little called for the creature to return, lifted the disillusionment charm, and slowly approached Harry Potter, clapping his hands as he walked. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed Harry Potter, though I must admit, you are rather disappointing. However, your use of the Patronus charm is commendable. You exhibit a modicum of talent, perhaps a hint of capability. Upon hearing someone shout a phrase that resembled mountain cannon, the creature that had just been confronting the Dementor abruptly darted away. Harry then witnessed the emergence of a dark-haired youth. Upon hearing what Xiao An had said, Harry immediately pointed his wand at him and inquired, "Who are you? Was it you who aided us?" "Indeed, Mr. Potter," came the reply. "However, brandishing your wand at a benefactor is hardly the conduct of a true wizard." With a mere flick of his hand, Xiao An cast a silent disarming charm, rendering Harry's wand useless. This display of skill left Harry momentarily speechless. He managed to stammer, "I apologize, but thank you for your assistance earlier." "That is more like it," Xiao An replied, using a levitation charm to return Harry's wand to him. "It has been long enough. You ought to reveal yourself now," he said in a rather stern tone. At this moment, an elderly lady appeared from the distance, prompting Harry to exclaim in surprise, "Mrs. Fig." "Oh, you know her, Harry. It appears you are indeed one of Dumbledore's," Xiao An remarked. "Correct. I have been assigned by Professor Dumbledore to keep watch over Harry," Mrs. Fig confirmed. "Now, Harry, do not stow away your wand. The danger has not yet passed. We must return to your aunt's house, where you will be safe." "Right, and Dudley, come help." "Dudley has been attacked by a Dementor," Harry exclaimed, reaching out to assist Dudley. However, Dudley's considerable weight posed a challenge. Observing Harry's plight, Mrs. Fig stepped in to help. Sighing, Xiao An raised his wand and levitated Dudley. "Let us be off. Lead the way." He then cast a disillusionment charm on himself, Dudley, and the creature. Upon reaching the Dursley's residence, Xiao An released Dudley from the enchantment, allowing Harry to support him before he himself disapparated to Hermione's house. As night had already fallen, arriving at Hermione's doorstep, Xiao An repeated his earlier tactic, calling her out. After a brief conversation, he took his belongings and disapparated back to the home that his grandmother, Jasmine, had left him, where he had lived for 8 years. Once home, Xiao An tidied up a bit and sensed that the time was right. He settled onto the sofa, embracing the creature as he began to stroke it while he awaited further events. Just as he was getting comfortable, he heard a crack, and a figure began to materialize. Chapter 31. The Ministry of Magic hearing hello. It has been a long time, Godfather. The figure that emerged was none other than Severus Snape. "You're back. When did you return?" "I just arrived home and sought out some information regarding the events of the past 3 years, Godfather." "Well, it's good to return. Spend a few days in England before heading to America, to Ilvermorny. Have you forgotten, Godfather, what I said before I left?" "You need not worry, Godfather. I am perfectly fine." Just as Little was engaged in a heated argument with Snape, another figure suddenly appeared through apparition. Hearing the commotion, Little promptly drew his wand and, in an instant, cast a protective armor charm around both himself and Snape. As the figure fully materialized, Little observed closely and realized it was none other than Dumbledore. Upon his arrival, Dumbledore clapped his hands a few times and remarked, "Excellent work, Little, and greetings." "Professor Dumbledore, why have you come here instead of seeking Horcruxes?" "Do not be alarmed, Severus. This afternoon, Harry cast a spell in front of Muggles, and Connolly, for some reason, wishes to use this as grounds to expel Harry. Little happened to witness the entire incident, so I merely wish to ask him to assist in court tomorrow." "Excuse me. Why must I testify?" "Well, Little, you are a good child, and you cannot bear to see an innocent person wronged, can you?" "I apologize, Professor. You old fool. You have bound me, and now you wish to put Little in danger as well." With that, Snape drew his wand, pointing it at Dumbledore. No, Little, Severus. I simply wish to request Little's assistance for the sake of an innocent person. Professor, let us speak plainly. If you desire my help, then teach me some magic in exchange. Of course, I have no reason to refuse the request of a keen learner, do I? After learning a few of Dumbledore's signature spells, Little agreed to testify for Harry the next day. After writing down the address for the Ministry of Magic hearing, Dumbledore vanished through apparition. "Wait, hold on. You haven't told me the time yet." After Dumbledore departed, Little prepared a cup of coffee for Snape, and they sat facing each other in silence until Snape could no longer contain himself and spoke. "Little, you should go to America. It is safer there. The Dark Lord has returned, and I cannot ensure your safety here. Do not worry, Godfather." By the way, let us have a duel. To be honest, I sensed earlier that my magical power now surpasses even Dumbledore's, though my combat experience is lacking. What? Wait, what? Stronger than Dumbledore? How can that be? Have you forgotten, Godfather? The mathematics books? The mathematics books you left me, are they truly useful? Ah, you did not study them, did you? Observing Snape's awkward reaction, Littlin immediately understood. Snape had indeed not studied them. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao An sparred with Snape for a while, honing his skills. Noticing that it was already quite late, he suggested that Snape return first, while he himself washed up and retired for the night. The following morning at 6 o'clock. Due to the effects of jet lag and his recent fatigue, Xiao An woke up earlier than usual, having not slept well. After freshening up, he summoned the house elf, Toby, whom Newt had helped him acquire, to prepare a light breakfast. Once he had eaten, he hailed a taxi outside and headed directly to the Ministry of Magic. Upon arrival, the ministry was not overly crowded, so Xiao An casually found a spot, conjured a lounge chair, and reclined, closing his eyes to rest. Less than half an hour later, Dumbledore approached him. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he led Xiao into a quiet lounge. Just as Xiao An began to drift off, Dumbledore roused him, and they were soon escorted by Madame Fig to the witness stand at the hearing. Arriving at the hearing, Xiao An surveyed the room, casually conjured a sofa, and reclined on it nonchalantly. Dumbledore, upon witnessing Xiao An's behavior, facepalmed, regretting his decision to have Xiao An testify. The judges from Wizengamot and ministry officials were momentarily taken aback, bewildered and questioning their surroundings and purpose. Eventually, Dumbledore regained his composure and swiftly approached Xiao An, urging him to be mindful of the setting. All right, Xiao An replied, with a flick of his wand transforming the sofa into a recliner, half lying back upon it. Seeing this, Minister Fudge was about to reprimand him when a sharp voice from the witness stand interrupted. How dare you treat this place so disrespectfully? Turning towards the sound, Xiao An spotted an elderly woman and, with a wave of his hand, cast a complex spell that combined a silencing charm with a binding curse, infused with significant magical power, effectively sealing the woman's mouth. This action plunged the hearing into chaos, with some individuals whispering and others chattering animatedly. While a few drew their wands, preparing to cast spells, only Harry remained, laughing heartily at the unfolding scene. Order! Fudge rapped his small hammer against the table. However, Fudge, true to his role as Minister of Magic, exhibited remarkable composure. He remained silent in response to the actions of young Harry and continued the hearing. If Harry had utilized the art of legilimency at that moment, he would have perceived the myriad of thoughts racing through Fudge's mind, each laden with concern. Cornelius. He has returned. Azkaban is no longer secure. He will undoubtedly attempt to rescue his followers. A voice echoed in Fudge's mind. Wake up, Cornelius. He did not return. He is dead. Fudge gritted his teeth in retort. Observing Fudge's reaction, Dumbledore chose to withhold his comments. As per the proceedings of the hearing, it was soon time for Harry and Mrs. Fig to provide their testimonies. After hearing the accounts from both Harry and Mrs. Fig, coupled with Harry's notoriety and Dumbledore's esteemed reputation, the votes cast by the members of the Wizengamot ultimately led to Harry's exoneration. Upon witnessing the results, Fudge realized that this attempt to undermine had utterly failed, and thus he refrained from any further machinations, promptly concluding the hearing. As they departed from the hearing, a momentary smile flickered across Fudge's otherwise sullen visage, leaving one to wonder what nefarious thoughts had crossed his mind. It is noteworthy that the elderly woman, whose mouth had been sealed by Little Anne's charm, was the very first to cast a guilty vote. Chapter 32. The reason upon the conclusion of the hearing. Dumbledore whisked Little Anne away to a secluded corner, where he inundated him with a deluge of platitudes about the virtues of humility in youth. The barrage of wisdom left Little Anne feeling quite dazed, and it was only after a prolonged discourse that Dumbledore finally relented. Fortuitously, the previous day, after a practice session with Snape, Little Anne had whimsically inquired about learning the art of mind shielding, leading him to grasp the fundamentals of this technique, enhanced by elements of self-hypnosis. While Dumbledore lectured him, Little Anne deftly shielded his mind, immersing himself in the whimsical world of Stephen Chow's flirting scholar. Upon returning home, Little Anne found Snape seated on the sofa, having prepared a meal. Welcome back. Let us dine, Snape said. Thank you, Godfather. How was the hearing? Did the old bee trouble you? The old bee? Oh, you mean Dumbledore. Not at all. He merely lectured me on a plethora of grand philosophies. How dare he? How could he presume such audacity? Never mind, Godfather. By the way, have you heard of Grindelwald? Why do you inquire about him? That is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Now, finish your meal and resume your training. After lunch, it seemed that Little An's earlier question had inadvertently provoked Snape's sensitive heart. He internally chastised himself for his indiscretion. Had he not already recovered? Why had he so bluntly questioned his mentor? After a few self-reprimands, Little An took out his wand and began to train in combat techniques under Snape's vigilant guidance. Snape was particularly earnest in his instruction today, and Little An found joy in learning, though his body, on the receiving end of spells, was less than pleased. Godfather, why does my legilimency fail against certain individuals? Little An inquired during a break. That is because some possess formidable willpower, rendering our spells incapable of breaching their mental defenses. Such individuals are akin to those who have mastered the art of mind shielding. Xiao An nodded and inquired about several issues he had encountered during the recent duel, before resuming practice with Snape. Thus, the two engaged in rigorous training for an entire week, during which Xiao An's dueling skills significantly improved. Coupled with the vast reservoir of magical power within him, Snape found it increasingly challenging to gain the upper hand in their encounters. After concluding their final sparring session, Xiao An tidied up the area, arranged for the magical creature box and Toby to be taken home, and then accompanied Snape to Hogsmeade. Naturally, the magical creature box and Toby were concealed from Snape's view. During his 3-day stay at Snape's residence, Xiao An diligently studied potion-making under Snape's expert guidance. It was through Snape's patient instruction that Xiao An finally mastered the art of concocting a remedy for scabies. Overjoyed at Xiao An's newfound skill, Snape could only shake his head in resignation and offer reluctant praise. After presenting Xiao An with another potion recipe, Snape departed, leaving Xiao An to ponder the peculiar decision made by Dumbledore to assign Snape the responsibility of guiding a considerable number of Muggle-born wizards this year. Once Snape had left, Xiao An soon used apparition to return to Jasmine's home. Summoning Toby, he inquired, "Toby, how is the search for Numengard progressing?" "Master, ever since you instructed me to locate Numengard, I have been diligently searching every day. I have finally found it. But there is a barrier that only house elves can pass through directly. Wizards cannot apparate inside, and must approach on foot." "Very well, Toby. This evening, you shall fetch me from Hogsmeade, and we will venture to Numengard together. However, do not bring me directly inside. Find a nearby spot to halt, lest we alert any watchful eyes." "Understood, Master. Your wishes are my command." That evening, after dinner, Snape went to Hogwarts to brew potions. With Xiao An's birthday approaching, it was customary for Snape to gift him a potion each year, and this year was no exception. However, the potion he was preparing posed considerable difficulty, necessitating Snape's nightly attention. Half an hour after Snape's departure, Xiao An confirmed that Snape would not be returning that night. He then retrieved his wand and summoned Toby. Once Toby arrived, Xiao An grasped his small arm, and together they were transported to Numengard. Upon arrival, Xiao An surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Toby, is this indeed Numengard?" "Yes, Master, but there is only that tower as the sole structure here." "Very well, Toby. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." As he spoke, he swiftly cast a lightness charm and a speed spell upon himself, racing towards the tower. Just before reaching the entrance, Xiao An came to an abrupt halt, conjuring a stone figure from a nearby rock with his wand, instructing it to push open the grand door. With the stone figure leading the way, Xiao An followed it up to the pinnacle of the tower. Upon arriving at the summit, he beheld an elderly man with a white beard, reminiscent of Dumbledore, standing on an open terrace, observing the distant scenery with an air of profound mystery. As soon as Xiao An stepped in, the old man spoke. "You have arrived, Tom. I knew you would seek me out eventually, but I shall not divulge the information you seek. Oh, it appears you are the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. You seem to be in good spirits. Your later years must be quite enjoyable," Xiao An remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback by Xiao An's voice, which was not what he had anticipated, but rather that of a child. He turned his head, exclaiming, "Ah, no way. Tom, have you been reduced to a child? Or perhaps, you..." Upon seeing Xiao An, he faltered, "You are not Tom. Who are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Zian, though you may call me William. I have long admired your illustrious reputation as the Dark Lord and have come seeking your wisdom." With that, Xiao An offered a slight bow to Grindelwald. "Oh, young one, are you a descendant of saints?" "No. I merely hold your name in high regard and have come to seek your counsel. Let me be direct. How does one attract followers?" "Oh, quite astute of you. It seems you possess ambition akin to that of a Dark Lord." "Not exactly, but please refrain from using legilimency on me. I find it rather unpleasant." "Fascinating, truly fascinating." Chapter 33. One must eventually repay debts. An intriguing lad you are. "Very well. I shall tell you. Here, take a seat. As he spoke, Grindelwald conjured 2 chairs. It is not so simple to aspire to be like me, but emulating Tom is an entirely different matter. If you possess strength, you can easily rally a multitude of followers by promoting notions of pure bloodlines. However, I am driven by a greater purpose. Had I not felt that the path of the saints had gone awry, I would have succeeded in my endeavors. The greater good would have been achieved. But due to the missteps, I willingly allowed my old friend to defeat me, confining myself here to prevent even graver consequences. Our abode, the saints, exists for a greater purpose, to reclaim the rightful benefits that wizards deserve in this world, which have been unjustly seized by muggles. Several centuries ago, we were the sages of the world, the most formidable beings on this planet. Yet, the muggles, envious of our power and knowledge, harbor fear that has led them to persecute our kin. In the past century, muggles have accelerated their advancements, acquiring weapons that pose a significant threat to us. If they fully master such weapons, it is undeniable that they will turn against us, persecute us, oppress us, and seize all that we hold dear. Their jealousy, arrogance, and greed render them dismissive of our kind. If we do not resist, they will gradually encroach upon our living spaces, ultimately driving us to extinction, much like they did to our wizarding brethren centuries ago. What say you, young one? Will you join my ranks of followers, perpetuating our ideals, safeguarding the magical realm, and upholding the noble status of wizards? Then, Your Excellency, the Dark Lord, might I inquire about your methods of summoning followers? I wish to glean a deeper understanding of your philosophy from your adherents. My followers have aged. Now, it is the era of the youth. Pray tell, Dark Lord, why share this with me? Surely, you do not wish for me to join the saints. Ah, certainly not. 45 years ago, a boy named Tom Riddle, who is now known as Voldemort, came here. At that time, I envisioned him as my successor among the saints, but after conversing with him, I realized he was not one who would champion the wizarding world. I have heard of you, young Al, for 3 years ago, Dumbledore spoke of your deeds. You are the individual I have been seeking. What is the incantation for summoning the saints, and what spell do you use to express your thoughts? Might you share that with me? Very well, you interest me. I shall enlighten you. I have never misjudged a person. Learn Dumbledore's incantation, scrutinize it closely, and test it thoroughly. Thankfully, it was in Nurmengard, so the effects of the spell were not disseminated. After confirming that all spells were sound, Al rose, brandishing his wand towards Grindelwald, and uttered the incantation, Crucio. Following the initial cast, he unleashed another. Seeing Grindelwald in such agony that even the mental shield could not be maintained, Al continued to point his wand at him, stating, Since you no longer hold any value, there is no need for pleasantries. You are correct. I am indeed not one like Tom. Perhaps if you had found someone akin to myself, they might have consented to your ideology and become your follower. There is one truth in your words that I wholeheartedly agree with. This is indeed the era of the youth. However, you have overlooked one crucial matter. The very fact that I have come to seek you out indicates my concurrence with your thoughts, or perhaps a stark opposition to them, or even the existence of a complex history between us. I am unaware of the intricacies surrounding your conflict with the Muggles, but regardless of your intentions, you have nonetheless inflicted harm upon numerous innocent souls. While I cannot speak for others, your ideologies have swayed Voldemort, resulting in the suffering of my godfather. Therefore, you must face the consequences. I initially harbored the desire to eliminate you outright. However, after 9 excruciating curses, the enmity between you and my godfather has been resolved. Remember this, Grindelwald. In the world we navigate, one must ultimately settle their debts. The relentless torment continued, as I unleashed 7 additional curses, and after a total of 9. Grindelwald was on the brink of madness, yet he remained alive, curled upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat and visibly trembling, clearly enduring immense suffering. With a flick of my wand, I turned away from Grindelwald and approached the window, addressing him, You shall remain here. Our paths shall never align. Witness my actions. For regardless of any virtuous deeds you may have performed in the past, or the grave errors you have committed, the moment I grasp the entirety of the situation will be the time for reckoning. With that, I disregarded Grindelwald's presence and descended from the tower, seeking out Toby, who would assist me in operating beyond the barrier. Upon exiting the confines of the enchantment, I instructed Toby to cleanse any traces of magic before making my way home. Once Toby had purged the remnants and returned home via apparition, I waved my wand and ascended into the sky, producing a strand of Grindelwald's hair I had collected. I pointed my wand at it and uttered an incantation, witnessing the hair transform into a translucent membrane enveloping the location of the enchantment. Subsequently, I directed my wand toward the barrier and intoned, "No living being shall pass." This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. The incantation uttered by Xiao An is a curse, one that he devised himself by consulting the magical tomes found in Severus Snape's abode. The effect of this curse is that the living shall never escape from Nurmengard. However, as Xiao An utilized Gellert Grindelwald's hair in its formulation, this curse is directed solely at Grindelwald, intended to prevent his emergence and thwart Xiao An's plans. Yet, every curse exacts a toll, and the price Xiao An must pay is the annihilation of his own soul. Upon reflecting on his recent reckless endeavors, particularly after directly inquiring about Grindelwald's whereabouts from Snape, Xiao An ultimately realizes that his soul has been eroded. The cause lies in his first encounter with Snape. Following the defeat of a dark wizard and the subsequent casting of a killing curse, which resulted in the curse's repercussions tainting his very essence, it is essential to recognize that the creation of Voldemort's Horcruxes involves murder, which then fragments one's soul. Ever since Xiao An sought answers regarding Grindelwald from Snape, he has been on a quest to understand the state of his soul, eventually uncovering the existence of another persona within him. This alter ego emerges to influence Xiao An's actions whenever he contemplates undertaking something significant. Moreover, this persona possesses a faint sense of self-awareness. Xiao An has long suspected that it embodies the consciousness originally inherent to this body. Having arrived in this world with memories, he found himself at odds with the body's condition, leading this consciousness to manifest as a child until he turned 3. After 5 years, the two consciousnesses had largely merged. However, the untimely death of Jasmine and Xiao An's subsequent act of murder, accompanied by the use of a killing curse, led to a renewed separation of this consciousness from him. Thus, the curse he invoked exacted the toll of this consciousness, essentially the awareness nurtured by this body. Had Xiao An not traversed into this realm, this consciousness would have governed the body's actions. Following the sacrificial offering of what could be deemed a complete youthful soul or a fragment thereof, Xiao An finally sensed that he had genuinely undergone a rebirth, attaining complete mastery over his internal magical power and bodily control. As for why his original consciousness remains intact, it is attributed to Xiao An's practice of mind-sealing techniques, which safeguarded his soul. This also elucidates why Voldemort could fragment his soul yet still remain alive. However, if that consciousness still exists, then Xiao An would possess an extraordinarily powerful artifact, one that could undoubtedly secure her an invincible position among her peers. It was precisely this artifact that instilled in Xiao An a sense of suspicion regarding the presence of another soul within her body. Although that consciousness has now vanished, the treasure it left behind remains, albeit requiring Xiao An to exert considerable effort to master it. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that she will be able to fully control it, and the influence of the departed soul's personality continues to linger, undiminished by its absence. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Xiao An utilized her apparition skills to return to Snape's residence. Following her evening routine, she retired for the night. As the days slowly passed, Xiao An diligently practiced magic under Snape's guidance, delving into potion-making and studying magical knowledge through the system. A month later, having just finished her meal and cleared the dishes, Xiao An noticed that Snape had already left. She resumed her perusal of the potion-making book he had left behind. After a while, 2 owls fluttered in through the window. Upon seeing the owls, Xiao An waved her hand, beckoning them closer. She retrieved some nuts from her pocket to feed the owls, then carefully removed a newspaper from one owl's leg, placing several copper nuts into the pouch attached to its foot. She then took the letter from the other owl's leg. Glancing at it and discovering that it was from Hogwarts, it was likely the long-awaited acceptance letter. Without needing to open the letter, Xiao An could surmise its contents. After all, countless fanfiction tales from his past life had been penned. Upon finally unveiling the parchment, he was struck by the sheer absurdity of his misconception. It was not penned by Professor McGonagall, but rather, the missive bore the signature of that old bee. Dear Mr. Vorlovitz, we are unable to inscribe your Chinese name. So you understand we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I extend a warm welcome for your studies at Hogwarts. I am confident that you shall acquire the knowledge you seek, and I eagerly anticipate further discourse on the ideas you previously mentioned. Enclosed, you will find a list of necessary books and equipment. You may review it. I am aware that you already possess many of these texts, so feel free to bring them along. However, you will need to procure some clothing. Or perhaps you could request Severus to assist you in that regard. By the way, do inquire if Severus has any thoughts on seeking a companion. I have received numerous inquiries from admirers of his, and it seems his temperament has transformed considerably. They incessantly pester me for news of him, and I am quite weary of it. The term commences on September 1st. You may arrive without the need for a reply. Severus has been visiting Hogwarts daily, so I shall consider him your owl. Until September 1st, then. Yours sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Xiao An scoffed at the irreverence of the old man. Casually tucking the letter into his undetectable expansion bag, he exited his abode in Opperat directly to Diagon Alley. Clutching the acceptance letter, his first stop was Gringotts, where he intended to exchange some galleons. Standing before the familiar entrance of Gringotts, he glared at the sign, musing to himself about the newfound power of having an acceptance letter. This time, I possess an acceptance letter. Let us see if they dare refuse me galleons. However, dreams often clash with harsh realities. When Xiao An presented £10,000 to exchange for galleons, he was met with an unwelcome response. I am terribly sorry, sir, but each young wizard may only exchange 100 galleons with an acceptance letter. The current exchange rate is 5:1, thus you are only able to exchange £500. As Xiao An gazed at the enchanting figure behind the exchange counter, a surge of frustration welled within him, compelling him to envision casting a lethal curse with his wand. Ultimately, he resigned himself to exchanging 100 galleons, subsequently purchasing books and clothing. With his enthusiasm waning, he completed these errands and returned home. Upon arrival, Xiao An reclined on the sofa and perused the Daily Prophet. To his astonishment, the front page headline proclaimed, Harry Potter, the most insidious conspirator. The accompanying photograph was taken during a hearing, leaving Xiao An speechless. Was it truly the case that over a month had passed, and only now was this reported? It seemed a deliberate attempt to malign Harry Potter in light of the upcoming school year at Hogwarts, aimed at influencing the perceptions of new students. How treacherous! It was likely orchestrated under the auspices of the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, the Daily Prophet would hardly dare to publish such a piece. It appeared that the ministry was utterly unreliable. After sharing a meal with Snape, Xiao An informed him of his impending enrollment at Hogwarts, presenting the acceptance letter. Snape glanced at it, muttering with disdain, "Old B." Following this, Snape offered no further comment, merely nodding in agreement to Xiao An's decision before returning to his potion making. Once Snape resumed his potion brewing, Xiao An summoned Toby, instructing him to accompany him to Azkaban. Upon reaching the island housing the infamous prison, Xiao An floated invisibly above the water, observing the solitary structure that loomed amidst the sea. Surrounding the building were Dementors, circling ominously, with some entering and exiting sporadically. Was this truly the most secure prison in the world? Yet, if memory serves, this place would soon be besieged by Voldemort, leading to the liberation of numerous Death Eaters. Chapter 35. Confrontation with Voldemort. Xiao An meticulously observed the vicinity of Azkaban for 3 hours. Feeling it was time to depart after committing several significant locations to memory, he intended to return directly. However, 2 figures suddenly emerged approximately 2,000 meters away. Uncertain of their identity, Xiao An promptly minimized his altitude and stifled his presence. After reassuring himself with a gentle pat on the shoulder of his companion, the mountain cannon, he strained to discern the identities of the approaching individuals. Despite his scrutiny, Xiao An was unable to identify them and, fearing to draw closer, remained suspended in the air, biding his time. Abruptly, he noticed the taller of the 2 figures open his mouth, seemingly engaged in conversation with an unseen entity. Xiao An focused intently on the tall figure, eager to ascertain his next actions. Suddenly, the tall man unleashed a roar, raising his wand with fervor and striking towards Azkaban. In that instant, the protective enchantment surrounding Azkaban collided with the dark spell hurled by the tall figure, who then brandished his wand twice more. Xiao An was rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. An assault on Azkaban? Surely not. Wasn't Voldemort supposed to attack Azkaban early next year? Who were these 2 individuals? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Xiao An abandoned his concealment and cast an eagle-eye charm coupled with a mirror charm. Yet, the image flickered into existence for less than a second before being interrupted by the tall man. Nonetheless, in that fleeting moment, Xiao An recognized the figure, the noseless man. Tom Riddle, infamously known as Voldemort. How could it be him? Xiao An gasped audibly. As Voldemort turned his gaze in his direction, Xiao An swiftly cast a concealment charm upon himself. He then hurled the mountain cannon ahead of him and, with a deft motion, mounted its expanding back. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a killing curse. The mountain cannon charged towards Voldemort. Covering the distance of over 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye, Xiao An found himself less than 20 meters from Voldemort. The spell freshly unleashed from his wand, the timing impeccable. However, Voldemort, true to his nature, immediately reacted, executing a short-distance apparition to evade the attack. In return, he cast a killing curse, while the gaunt figure beside him, resembling a rat, unleashed a disillusionment charm. Shan Pao, carrying Xiao An, managed to evade the lethal curse. But their presence became evident due to the rat-like man's area effect disillusionment charm. Upon realizing the initial attack had failed, Xiao An floated down from Shan Pao's back. While Shan Pao swiftly darted away, unfazed by Shan Pao's departure, Xiao An unleashed a relentless barrage of spells towards Voldemort. The incantations of Avada Kedavra, Cruciatus, and Disarm were hurled forth, 3 silent curses targeting 3 distinct directions, closely following Voldemort's apparition. Voldemort perceived a green light approaching, followed by 2 additional spells. Without discerning their nature, he executed a series of apparitions to evade them. After dodging the first 2 curses, he recognized the third and conjured a protective shield. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a combined spell of Fiendfire and Transfiguration, sending a colossal serpent of flame toward Xiao An. Seizing the moment when Xiao An was distracted, the rat-like figure audaciously cast Avada Kedavra, trailing behind the fiery serpent. Realizing the peril, Xiao An swiftly operated into a beam of white light, narrowly avoiding the fatal curse, and promptly conjured a Protego Maxima to defend against the advancing fiery serpent. It must be said that Xiao An is still rather inexperienced. He possesses great magical potential, yet lacks the knowledge to wield it effectively. Although his spell, all-ending spell, is commendable, it indeed requires significant gestures. As Xiao An thrusts his wand downward, Voldemort immediately unleashed a killing curse. Upon witnessing the green light, Xiao An hastily performed a disapparition. However, as he stowed away his wand that had been warding off the fire snake, the flames had not entirely extinguished, resulting in a small flame scorching his shirt, leaving him with a 7-centimeter burn on his chest. This exchange clearly ended in Xiao An's defeat. Subsequently, he could only endure the pain while evading through disapparition or using protective spells, simultaneously retrieving a potion from his bottomless bag to consume. After dodging 7 of Voldemort's curses, including 3 lethal ones, Xiao An finally managed to drink the potion from his pocket. Yet, at that very moment, Voldemort conjured another fire snake, this time uttering the incantation aloud. Serpent's Flame. Realizing the fire snake was approaching him, Xiao An, having distanced himself from Voldemort, quickly gulped down the potion and executed a disapparition to evade. Initially, Xiao An intended to retreat further, but since Voldemort had spoken the spell, its potency was greatly amplified. The energy required for Xiao An's disapparition surged, making it impossible for an ordinary wizard to evade. Fortunately, Xiao An possessed formidable magical energy. Moreover, he had previously learned a composite spell from Grindelwald, and, upon returning, had further refined it based on his studies of transformation spells from Dumbledore. Noticing that his disapparition had not landed him in the desired location, Xiao An felt a moment of panic, but quickly regained his composure as he saw the fire snake redirecting towards him. He promptly recited the composite spell he had created, Phoenix Ascending to the Heavens. The 2 spells collided spectacularly, and Voldemort, taken aback by the depth of magical knowledge displayed by this young boy, momentarily faltered, committing a grave error in battle. The rat-like figure was also rendered speechless. Initially, he had attempted to interfere, launching several sneak attacks against Xiao An, but upon witnessing Xiao An's ability to contend with Voldemort, he was left straining to defend against the magical fallout from their clash. While Voldemort was momentarily stunned, Xiao An seized the opportunity. After completing his incantation, he unleashed a killing curse towards Voldemort, who, caught off guard, lost the initiative and could only hastily evade. Xiao An pressed the attack, casting several spells. But realizing he could not significantly harm Voldemort, he took advantage of the moment when Voldemort dodged the lethal curses, following closely behind Voldemort's disapparition with his right hand. He swiftly moved his left hand to execute a stunning spell aimed at the rat-like figure. Chapter 36. The Descent of Divine Light and the Resurrection of the Dead. Upon witnessing Xiao An's assault on the rat-like figure, Voldemort did not attempt to save him, but instead directed a curse towards Xiao An, exclaiming, Avada Kedavra, as the deadly curse hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Xiao An found himself with no alternative. He swung his wand vigorously and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Instantly, the 2 curses collided, engaging in a fierce struggle, each attempting to overpower the other. Xiao An felt a formidable force pushing his wand backward, prompting him to grip it tightly and channel more magical energy forward. Likewise, Voldemort exerted his utmost effort to amplify his magical output, desperately trying to dominate Xiao An. In this contest of magical prowess, a smile flickered across Xiao An's face. For he had previously measured his power against Dumbledore's and discovered that his own magical strength had surpassed that of the esteemed wizard. However, as Voldemort intensified his magical force, Xiao An's confidence faltered. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Voldemort's power, realizing that continuing this battle would lead to his inevitable defeat. Xiao An understood that retreat was not an option. His current level of skill rendered him incapable of severing the magical link between them. It seemed that death was inescapable. What on earth is happening with Voldemort? How can he possess such vast power? Xiao An pondered. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and channeled every ounce of his magical energy in a desperate bid to see if he could drag Voldemort down with him. Yet, to Xiao An's astonishment, Voldemort abruptly severed the magical connection, redirecting Xiao An's curse away and stepping aside effortlessly. Just as Xiao An intended to unleash the remnants of his magical energy in pursuit of Voldemort, the Dark Wizard evaded his attack and chose to disapparate away. Seeing Voldemort escape, Xiao An yearned to give chase, but his depleted magic could not sustain his own disapparation. He could only glare resentfully in the direction of Voldemort's retreat, gradually descending towards the ocean's surface. Upon hitting the water, he fought to maintain his composure, lying back on the surface to float. Once stabilized, he waved his wand, signaling for the cannon to come to him. However, before the cannon could arrive, a black skull appeared in the distant sky, from which a serpent emerged. Recognizing the ominous sign, Xiao An realized what it meant: the return of the dead. Voldemort was summoning his Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. Not long after the Dark Mark materialized, the cannon soared towards him, but it was not alone. Clutched in its grasp was a person. Upon closer inspection, Xiao An discovered it was the rat-faced man who had succumbed to his curse. A smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "Well, this guy has a remarkable constitution. I can't believe he's still alive. I thought he had drowned." Xiao An floated onto the back of the mountain cannon and lay there for a while, sipping a potion to restore some of his magical energy. He soon realized that the effect of the resurrection spell had faded, prompting him to instruct the mountain cannon to ascend slightly. Once he felt the altitude was sufficient, Xiao An stood atop the mountain cannon, raised his wand high towards the heavens, and proclaimed loudly, "Holy light, descend." This was one of the 2 summoning spells for saints he had acquired from Grindelwald. From the tip of his wand emanated a swirling gray-black light, which swiftly ascended into the sky, exploding like fireworks. The burst of light rapidly darkened the sky, revealing a crescent moon surrounded by 13 eagle-shaped stars, which rotated gently around it. Observing the effect of the holy light, Xiao An smiled and uttered, "Come forth, let the magical world grow ever more vibrant." He then reclined back on the mountain cannon's back, patting its body as he said, "Let us go, brother. This world is about to become lively at last." Upon receiving the command, the mountain cannon propelled itself into the distance. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of Azkaban, 3 elderly men with snow-white hair and impeccably clean appearances peered through the shattered cracks of their cells to witness the holy light in the sky. Their eyes glistened with tears that cascaded down their cheeks like waterfalls. As they wept, the 3 elders seemed to converse among themselves, yet also spoke as if to the air. "This day has finally arrived. Ha ha ha, Dark Lord, the old ones are coming. For the sake of a greater good." They roared, tears streaming as they looked skyward. With their cries, a beam of white light materialized around the moon, swiftly descending toward Azkaban, splitting into 9 beams that scattered in various directions. Returning to Severus Snape's home in Spinner's End, Xiao An administered a brief treatment to the rat-faced man, feeding him a bit of the elixir of life before casting a petrification spell and placing him beneath the bed. Xiao An then proceeded to freshen up. The following day, after breakfast, Snape went to Hogwarts as usual to brew potions, while Xiao An lounged on the sofa, idly cradling a Pikachu. After a while, an owl delivered the Daily Prophet. Xiao An picked up the newspaper to see what it reported, only to find the headline boldly declaring, "Harry Potter, the greatest liar." He flipped through the entire paper, searching in vain for any mention of Azkaban. Faced with this disappointment, Xiao An felt utterly disillusioned with the Ministry of Magic. It seemed he would ultimately have to rely on himself. The Ministry was consistently unreliable. He had once held some hope for its usefulness, but now it seemed, After finishing his words, Xiao An tossed the Daily Prophet aside and conjured a flame with a mere wave of his hand, reducing the newspaper to ashes. Thus, Xiao An spent his days at home, reflecting on his previous battle with Voldemort, learning from his experiences, addressing his shortcomings, and systematically organizing his knowledge of magic through reading. Gradually, August arrived, marking Xiao An's birthday. A few days prior, Snape had completed the potion, and during this time, he chose not to venture out, but instead stayed at home to impart knowledge to Xiao An, occasionally engaging in practice with him. Chapter 37. The Gathering of Saints. As evening fell, Snape celebrated Xiao An's birthday and presented him with a meticulously prepared gift, saying, "Happy birthday, Xiao An." "What is this?" Xiao An inquired, holding a small vial of potion that Snape had handed him. "This is Felix Felicis. Just a few drops will allow your wishes to come true," Snape replied, gazing at Xiao An with warmth. "Thank you, Godfather. I haven't given you a birthday gift in these past years, and I hope you won't hold it against me." "Of course not, Xiao An. Thank you. However, I have prepared a birthday gift for you over these 3 years, but I cannot present it to you just yet. I will give it to you in due time. I assure you, it will not disappoint." "You may look forward to it," Snape chuckled, ruffling Xiao An's hair affectionately. The next day, Snape could no longer remain at home, for Hogwarts was set to commence in less than a week. As a professor and the head of Slytherin, he must now prepare for the upcoming academic year. After bidding farewell to Xiao An and reminding him of a few important matters to keep in mind, Snape observed Xiao An's understanding and then lingered for a moment, gazing at the boy's small face before resolutely summoning his broom and soaring toward Hogwarts. 2 hours later, Xiao An had tidied up the items in the house, and then summoned Toby to accompany him and the rat-faced man to the home of the Muggle, Jessamine. It is worth mentioning that the rat-faced man had been thoroughly intimidated by Xiao An during this time, having divulged all he knew. Xiao An learned the true identity of this loathsome character, Peter Pettigrew. Disturbed by the dark magic emanating from Peter's metallic hand, Xiao An, upon regaining his strength the following day, severed the entirety of the rat's arm. Upon returning to Jessamine's home, Xiao An organized all the matters at hand, and as he picked up the daily prophet of the day, he casually glanced over it, intending to discard it. However, upon seeing the headline, he abandoned that thought. The front page read, "Azkaban under attack. Over 20 malevolent dark wizards have successfully escaped, allegedly orchestrated by the previously escaped Sirius Black." Upon witnessing this, Xiao An chuckled and remarked, "Is the Ministry of Magic unable to conceal the truth any longer?" However, the resurgence of the skeletal remains and the descent of divine light remain unreported. It appears that Fudge still cannot bring himself to believe that Voldemort has returned. Yet, I imagine Dumbledore must be in quite a predicament. In that case, let us stoke the flames further and make the tempest even more ferocious. With that, Xiao An brandished his wand and apparat to the top of the London Eye. After casting a Muggle-repelling charm, he raised his wand skyward and proclaimed, "Magic, bloom." Instantly, a torrent of magical energy surged forth from his wand, radiating in all directions. This spell nearly depleted all of Xiao An's magical reserves, leaving him with merely a tenth of his power. Originally, this incantation was not meant to consume such vast amounts of energy, but Xiao An had chosen to amplify its effects. Soon, the dispersed magic transformed into a translucent black shroud, enveloping the entirety of London. Within approximately 10 minutes, every structure in the city was draped in this dark fabric, with secretive inscriptions, comprehensible only to the saints, marking the locations of the gatherings inscribed upon each veil. However, the distinction lies in the fact that Grindelwald concealed information beneath a depiction of an eagle, while Xiao An, disliking this emblem, replaced it with a motif of flames. Yet, the effect remained unchanged. Once the black cloth enveloped London, an additional strip of black fabric unfurled from its midst, stretching skyward in uneven heights that resembled the dispersal of fireworks. "Come now, let us allow magic to bloom in even more resplendent glory." Standing atop the London Eye, Xiao An spread his arms wide, embracing the heavens. After approximately 3 minutes, the magical effects throughout London dissipated, and Xiao An promptly apparat back home, reclining on the sofa, sipping a potion to restore his magical energy. Thus, an afternoon slipped away, and as evening approached, the hour had reached 8 o'clock. Unaware and unconcerned about the events transpiring throughout the day or how the Ministry of Magic had mitigated the situation, Xiao An only knew that it had rained for an hour in the afternoon, leaving the ground slightly damp when he ventured out that night. Upon arriving at the gathering location and noticing it was not yet 8:30, Xiao An found a nearby spot to sit and reflect on the speech he would soon deliver. Observing the various wizards around the venue casting spells, He smiled but paid them no heed. As the time drew near, he strode purposefully towards the circular platform that had materialized at the center of the assembly. Once there, he surveyed his surroundings and noted the modest attendance of approximately 80 individuals. Smiling to himself, he cast a spell to amplify his voice, gesturing downwards with his hands before commencing his address. My fellow wizards, you gather here today not for any other reason than your belief in Grindelwald's vision. You believe that Grindelwald has returned to lead you once more. However, today it is not Grindelwald before you, but I, Xiao An, your Mr. I must inform you that Grindelwald has forsaken you and shall never emerge from Nurmengard again. He has failed, and many of his notions are fundamentally flawed. The moment Xiao An finished speaking, the wizards in the elevated stands erupted in chaos, many drawing their wands to assault them. Xiao An deftly deflected their attacks without retaliation, casting a large counter-apparition spell, and signaled for calm before continuing. I understand your thoughts, and I know you find them difficult to accept. Grindelwald has aged. He can no longer lead you, and he has been defeated by me, not solely in combat, but in ideology as well. Thus, he has divulged to me every method he would use to summon you. It is for this reason that I am able to gather you here today. Now, you may pose any questions you desire. The wizard on the stage observed the formidable prowess of Xiao An, who had even employed the counter-disillusionment charm. Consequently, he maintained his stance with the wand directed at Xiao An, continuing to listen attentively to his discourse. Upon hearing Xiao An invite questions, a few fervent supporters of Grindelwald hastily directed their inquiries towards him, to which Xiao An responded with clarity and precision. Chapter 38. Crimson Fire. Once Xiao An had addressed their queries and noticed that the saints had ceased their questioning, he proceeded with his speech. I have shared all that you wish to know. Now allow me to express my thoughts. Many of Grindelwald's ideas are fundamentally flawed. Dumbledore is merely a traditionalist, and Voldemort is nothing more than a foolish madman. In the current magical realm, only I possess the capability to lead you. Only I can illuminate the world of magic, and only I can guide you towards a brighter future. I am neither a proponent of blood purity nor a wizard aligned with muggles. I am simply an ordinary wizard. My desire is for my fellow wizards to traverse this world in the light, hoping that both purebloods and muggleborns can coexist as brothers, collaboratively forging a path for the future of wizards. I aspire to establish a society devoid of class distinctions, exploitation, and oppression, where every wizard can contribute according to their abilities and take according to their needs, pursuing their dreams freely. From this moment forth, there will no longer be saints. Only Crimson Fire remains. All comrades willing to join this noble cause are welcome. I will not compel you to join. Everyone is free to depart. Those who wish to follow me may leave now, spreading the news of what transpired here and inviting more of our kin to join us. Now, everyone depart. Upon concluding his words, Xiao An dispelled the counter-disillusionment charm and, with a flourish of his wand, conjured a new spell, a transformation of Grindelwald's signature incantation. Thereafter, disregarding the crowd. Initially, Xiao An had hoped to retain a handful of followers, but after a moment's wait, he was astonished to find that not a single individual chose to leave. Instead, they gazed at him with fervent anticipation, as if yearning for him to deliver another address. What do you intend by not leaving now? Xiao An inquired, puzzled. We wish to follow you and help create a brighter future for the magical realm, they responded. What is this? How have they all been so easily swayed? This complicates matters. I initially sought merely to recruit a few gullible minds from Grindelwald's followers to aid me in contending with Voldemort, yet here we are. Littleton was enveloped in a cloud of despondency, yet these thoughts remained unspoken. He could only nod. Observing his assent, the assembly erupted into cheers, and, witnessing their enthusiasm, silently expressed his resignation before proclaiming, You are now all members of the Crimson Flame. Depart now, in pursuit of our noble cause and seek out more kindred spirits. Upon hearing this, most of the gathered individuals fervently dashed through the blazing crimson flames, their faces alight with zeal, and swiftly vanished, leaving behind only two fervent souls who raced toward him. These two were the last to traverse the fiery barrier, and although it anticipated their imminent departure as well, they stood before him, fervently gazing, mouths agape, yet no words escaped their lips, and recognized their desire to communicate. But having performed throughout the night, he felt utterly fatigued and was reluctant to invest further time in their discourse. However, seeing that they had endured the trials of the blazing inferno, he resignedly nodded. With his nod, the two individuals began to vie for the opportunity to speak, nearly erupting into conflict. Observing their quarrel, and casually selected one to voice his thoughts first. The chosen one spoke, Esteemed Mr. My name is Amos Diggory. I come to express my apologies, for I initially had no intention of joining. My son was tragically taken by a mysterious figure, and I sought vengeance, yearning to align with an organization that opposes this enigma. However, after hearing your perspective, I have reconsidered. I am here to apologize, as I cannot accompany you in forging a new magical realm. Instead, I intend to confront the mysterious figure in combat, uncertain if I will return. Nevertheless, rest assured, I will ardently propagate your ideals in pursuit of our dream. Ah. Amos Diggory is your son Cedric Diggory, who attended Hogwarts Hufflepuff House and met his demise months ago during the Triwizard Tournament, and inquired. Indeed, Mr. An. I am sorry for disappointing your expectations, Amos replied. Diggory, if you wish to seek out Voldemort for a duel, you ought not to refer to him as the mysterious figure. Instead, you should call him Voldemort or by his birth name, Tom Riddle. Furthermore, I have heard of your son's fate. I would like you to bring his remains, as I require them for an experiment. But fear not. My intentions in conducting this experiment are for your benefit. I can utilize his body to assess Tom's combat capabilities. Subsequently, you may utilize the data derived from my tests to confront Voldemort, thereby increasing your chances of success. Even in failure, it may inflict some harm upon him, serving as a form of retribution for your son. Is this true? You can really. I shall retrieve him at once. Go. I shall await your return here. With a wave of his hand, Xiao An spoke. And you? He turned to another middle-aged man with red hair and said, Oh, Mr. An, I am Arthur Weasley. I must say, you are truly remarkable. However, the situation is dire. Voldemort has returned. If he seeks trouble with you, what shall we do? Although you are undeniably powerful now, you are still, after all, quite young, are you not? That is not my intention to imply. I merely, rest assured, Mr. Weasley. I have already faced Tom once, back at Azkaban. Being a member of the Ministry of Magic, you should be aware that Azkaban was attacked a month ago. I did not mean to conceal anything. I initially came to gather information alone, and the Ministry was unaware of my knowledge of the address. Please, Mr. Weasley, I harbor no ill feelings or suspicions towards you. Any compatriot wishing to join our cause is most welcome. We gather here for the future of the magical world. Thank you, esteemed An. Is it true that Voldemort has fully restored his power? You mentioned having battled him. Is that indeed the case? We crossed paths once. Without a decisive victor. Chapter 39. Resurrection, Fortuitous 2 updates. Oh, I see. Thank you for your generous disclosure. As Arthur finished speaking, Amos Diggory returned, gently placing Cedric before Xiao An. I have brought him to you. My apologies for the trouble, esteemed Mr. An. Xiao An stepped forward to examine Cedric. Noting that he was well preserved, he then drew his wand, placing its tip against Cedric's chest, channeling his magical energy. After a moment, Xiao An retracted his wand, rising to wipe his hands and wand with a handkerchief, which he subsequently tossed behind him. With a flick of his wand, the handkerchief transformed into a chair, upon which he sat, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin and closing his eyes in contemplation. Seeing Xiao An deep in thought, Arthur and Amos dared not move, standing silently in anticipation. It appears my hypothesis was not mistaken. Those struck by the killing curse rapidly wither away, ultimately becoming mere dust-shaped figures resembling their former selves. However, Cedric's head has not undergone this transformation. There remains hope. After a period of contemplation, Xiao An summoned Toby, issuing a few instructions before sending him on his way. In less than 5 minutes, Toby returned, presenting Xiao An with a seamless expansion bag before promptly departing. Xiao An opened the bag to inspect its contents, retrieving a cauldron. After conjuring a pot of water, he instructed Arthur to bring it to a boil. Amos, I now present you with 2 choices. Either allow me to instruct you on how to confront Voldemort, or attempt to resurrect your son, Cedric. Indeed. You truly wish to instruct me on how to confront the situation. No, what did you just refer to as the second option? Can you repeat that? How audacious of you. How could you? I apologize, esteemed Mr. An. I did not mean to. Pay no heed. Arthur, Amos is merely careless. Now, make your choice, Amos. Could you kindly reiterate the second option, esteemed Mr. An? Little An did not respond, merely gazing at Amos, quietly awaiting his answer. Amos, perceiving Little An's silence, fell into quietude himself, fearing he may have offended Little An, and nervously uttered, I apologize, esteemed Mr. An. I shall choose the second option. Very well, yet I cannot assure you of the outcome. This is merely my conjecture, untested. However, since you have made your choice, it cannot be altered. Without regard for Amos's reaction, Little An approached the cauldron, observing that Arthur had already conjured the water to a boil. He then procured a small vial filled with a blood-red liquid from his bag of holding and poured half of it into the cauldron. Subsequently, he extracted a collection of potions for healing and rejuvenation alongside raw meat and raw bone essence and added them all into the cauldron. Afterward, Little An brandished his wand and recited, Avada Kedavra, summon the guardian, mend the body, all shall be sealed. Upon completing the incantation, the liquid within the cauldron rapidly diminished until it transformed into a bowl of viscous gray substance. Little An swiftly extracted the liquid, placing it into a vial. Just as the cauldron morphed into a pile of ashes scattered across the ground, Little An, employing the same technique once more, poured the remaining red liquid into the cauldron, followed by a piece of meat still attached to bone. He refrained from adding any more potions. Instead, he summoned Amos closer and instructed him to cut his arm, allowing a few drops of blood to flow into the cauldron. Once sufficient blood had been drawn, Little An hastily urged Amos to withdraw. Then, wielding his wand, Little An intoned, blood is thicker than water, bond stronger than gold, all shall be sealed. The liquid in the cauldron swiftly transformed into a bowl-sized pure white liquid. After extracting the liquid, Little An approached Cedric with 2 vials in hand. He first poured the gray liquid over Cedric, witnessing the rapid restoration of his body to a rosy and supple state. Subsequently, Little An called Amos over and taught him the incantation Lily had employed for Harry, instructing him to continuously recite the spell while supporting Cedric. Once Amos had completed the incantation, Little An hurriedly poured the white liquid over Cedric, raising his wand and reciting, the blood of the father, willingly offered, shall allow his child to be reborn. The blood and bones of the foe, forcibly surrendered, shall revive his enemy's body. The blood of the guardian, voluntarily given, shall permit the soul of the protected to return. Upon reciting the incantation, Xiao An immediately exclaimed, blood is thicker than water, and affection is stronger than gold. Cedric Diggory, if not now, when shall you return? As he uttered these words, Cedric, cradled in Amos's arms, slowly opened his eyes. Both Arthur and Amos were taken aback, and Amos instinctively wished to embrace Cedric tightly. However, Xiao An quickly interjected, Amos, do not cease the incantation. Continue swiftly. It wasn't until Cedric fully opened his eyes and uttered the word father that Xiao An permitted Amos to halt the spell. He then cast a note beside Amos and turned, using magic to propel Arthur in the opposite direction, allowing the stage to be set for the Diggory father and son. Once Xiao An had magically escorted them a considerable distance away, he paused, and Arthur finally grasped the situation. Stammering, he said, just now, you revived Cedric, who was to be killed by the killing curse. Is this truly real? Xiao An, ignoring Arthur, retrieved an encyclopedia and a phonograph from his bag of holding, tossing them to Arthur before operating home, leaving the foolish boy behind. After Xiao An's departure, Arthur stood in a daze for a moment, then took the phonograph and encyclopedia back to his humble abode, while only the Diggory father and son remained, weeping sorrowfully. My child, you have returned. Father has missed you dearly. You are finally back. Father, what has transpired? Was I not struck by the killing curse? How is it that we? My child, it was the Master, the Lord of the Crimson Flame, the greatest being in this world who resurrected you. We must express our gratitude to him. But where has the Master gone? The Lord of the Crimson Flame? Who is he? The Lord of the Crimson Flame is the 3rd-generation Dark Lord. No. He's the reincarnation of Merlin, the greatest god of magic. Today, Grindelwald, you have become a follower of the 3rd-generation Dark Lord, the Dark Lord himself. Preposterous, Cedric. You must not speak of Mr. An in such a manner. He is not the Dark Lord. He is the true embodiment of greatness, who saved your life. He is not a reckless madman like Grindelwald, nor a fanatic of blood purity like Voldemort. He is the genuine great being. Let me tell you, Mr. An. Chapter 40. Draco Malfoy. It must be said that Amos possesses remarkable memory and eloquence, for he has not only retained the exact words of Little An, but also skillfully conveyed the essence of Little An's message to Cedric. Upon hearing this, Cedric, predictably, was captivated, especially given that Little An had previously saved him. Thus, Cedric has now become an ardent devotee of Little An, observing his son's reaction. Amos smiled knowingly and casually surveyed the gathering place, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he contemplated taking Cedric to express their gratitude to Little An. However, as soon as he exerted himself, Amos discovered that Cedric's body was astonishingly pliable, so soft that it seemed devoid of any bones. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Amos promptly laid Cedric flat on the ground, only to find a piece of parchment quietly resting beside him. It then dawned on Amos that Little An had seemingly thrown something to him earlier, prompting him to hastily pick up the parchment and examine it. The note read, Cedric's body has just recovered, lacking any bones, so please refrain from moving him with your hands. This parchment has been enchanted with a transfiguration spell. Once placed on Cedric, you will be able to take him home. Oh, and do not forget to ensure that Cedric returns to Hogwarts after Christmas to complete his studies. He has yet to receive his diploma. After the gathering concluded, Little and remained at home. Initially, there was little to occupy his mind, but as his thoughts settled, it became clear to everyone that when one finds themselves in a state of calm and boredom, they tend to indulge in idle musings. Reflecting on his past actions filled Littlin with trepidation, particularly when he recalled certain pivotal details that heightened his anxiety. He was acutely aware that if a single detail were to falter, he could face dire consequences at the hands of the wizards present. And though he possessed a hidden advantage, extricating himself would still prove challenging. Days swiftly passed, and after several anxious days at home, the much-anticipated 1st of September arrived. Rising early, Littlin completed his morning routine without pausing for breakfast. He merely gathered his belongings and set off with his magical creatures box toward the train station. Hailing a cab, he arrived at King's Cross Station, where early morning found only a few muggles about, with no wizards in sight. Thus, he hurriedly maneuvered his magical creatures box toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Upon entering platform 9, Littlin caught sight of the train waiting on the tracks and hastened to board, quickly finding a VIP compartment to conceal himself within. He swiftly donned a suit of armor for protection, closed the compartment door, and cast a protective charm over it. With urgency, he released a magical detection spell to assess his surroundings. After a thorough scan, he found no anomalies among the wizards aboard, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that he had not yet been revealed. Voldemort had not dispatched anyone to trouble him. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to refrain from consuming any food on the train until reaching Hogwarts. All matters could be addressed upon arrival there. Xiao An pondered for a moment. Subsequently, he dispelled all protective charms in the carriage, cast a warning spell, and then closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, he was awakened by the incessant chatter outside. The cacophony that reached his ears filled him with irritation. Upon opening his eyes and glancing out the window, he discovered a throng of people outside, both adults and children. It was then that Xiao An realized he had arrived an hour earlier than expected. Understanding the situation, he felt no anger. Instead, he casually cast a soundproof charm and went back to sleep. However, not even half an hour had passed before the warning spell jolted him awake. He sprang upright from his seat, wand in hand, pointing it swiftly towards the door. Once he discerned the figures standing at the entrance, he lowered his wand. It was not that they posed a threat, but rather that the 3 individuals were merely a trio of teenagers, posing no danger whatsoever. What brings you here, seniors? If there's nothing urgent, kindly leave me to my rest, Xiao An said as he dispelled the soundproof charm. You must be Xiao An. I heard that Professor Snape has taken on another apprentice. A Chinese one at that. I searched the train and found only 2 Chinese students. One is a Ravenclaw girl, and the other is you, said the silver-haired boy among the 3 as he pushed the carriage door open and sat down opposite Xiao An. Ah, so you're Malfoy, my godfather's apprentice. A pleasure to meet you, Xiao An responded. Indeed, I am Draco Malfoy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, brother, Malfoy replied, performing a formal aristocratic bow. Xiao An, mirroring him, stood and executed a similar bow. Seeing Xiao An's gesture, Malfoy's smile broadened as he introduced his companions. Hello, and this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Should you need anything at Hogwarts, just seek me out. I shall look after you. Just as Xiao An was enjoying his conversation with Malfoy, the carriage door was abruptly pushed open again. 3 figures rushed to Xiao An's side, positioning themselves between him and Malfoy. Upon realizing who they were, Xiao An understood immediately. It was Hermione, Harry, and a freckled boy with red hair, Ron, without a doubt. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao An hastened to stand and explain. But Ron had already begun to taunt Malfoy. The Malfoy heir, bullying a first year? Are you so weak that you cannot even best a second year? Or are you merely here to flaunt the ostentation of your family amongst the first years? Do you even have the right to be in a VIP compartment? You disgrace of a pureblood wizard? Are you looking to get beaten up again, Weasley? In a matter of moments, the 2 were on the brink of a confrontation. The second-year students, Crabbe and Goyle, brandished their wands, clearly eager to engage. Harry stood resolutely beside Ron, embodying the protective spirit of a brother. Meanwhile, Hermione sat beside Luna, her face a picture of exasperation as she shielded her visage with her right hand, evidently signifying her disassociation from the chaos. It was only when the situation escalated that Hermione quickly rose to intervene, aiming to quell the antics of the 2 ineffectual men. However, before she could take action, Luna waved her hand, effortlessly pushing both parties back a step. Fortunately, the spacious VIP compartment prevented Harry and Ron from colliding with the wall, while Draco and his companions fared slightly better, as they had merely stood from their seats and then sat back down. Chapter 41. Spew after being repelled. Both sides stood momentarily stunned, scanning their surroundings for the source of the magic. It must be said, Hermione truly was astute. She quickly deduced the situation and turned to Luna, only to be taken aback upon realizing that Luna was devoid of a wand. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at Luna, exclaiming, "Luna, it was you. You." Upon hearing Hermione's words, the others turned their attention to Luna, equally astounded. "What happened? Were you not just playing peacemaker? Did you wish to see them fight?" No, it's not that. How did you accomplish that?" "Well, it was simply a matter of a basic separation," Luna replied nonchalantly, demonstrating with another wave of her hand. "That's not what I meant. I understand that part. But how can you cast spells without a wand? Isn't it rather simple? Don't you all know how?" The group shook their heads in unison, with Hermione finally speaking up. "I can only perform silent spells. Wandless magic eludes me." Upon hearing this, the 5 men, excluding Luna, gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Luna quickly grasped the situation and, not wishing to delve into explanations, sought to change the subject. However, she clearly underestimated the girls' relentless curiosity. Ultimately, Luna could only helplessly mutter, "It's just a talent. Perhaps I possess a gift," which elicited a pout from Hermione, her lips jutting out a good 3 centimeters. "Honestly, I have no idea how it happened. It just came to me all of a sudden. I'm not even sure of the circumstances." "Please don't be upset," Luna offered, attempting to soothe Hermione's irritation. Just then, the train attendant appeared with a cart of snacks, and seizing the opportunity, Luna hastily retrieved some galleons from her pocket to purchase an assortment of treats, hoping to placate Hermione and ease the tension within the compartment. "Come now, don't be angry. Allow me to treat you to some snacks. Try this licorice wand." Xiao An's efforts in purchasing snacks indeed bore fruit. Although Hermione remained slightly irked, her mood had noticeably improved, and she ceased to press Xiao An further. However, Xiao An had evidently overlooked a certain matter, which led him to inwardly chastise himself for being foolishly infatuated. He placed the snacks he had brought onto the table and, after encouraging the 5 men present, turned his attention to comforting Hermione. Malfoy and the others did not stand on ceremony and immediately began to indulge in the treats. Yet it was clear that Malfoy's demeanor was rather insufferable. With a single bite, Malfoy decapitated a chocolate frog, continuing to chew as he tossed another one to Ron, tauntingly remarking, "You poor wretch, eat up. This might be the only snack you have all year. With your meager funds, I doubt you can afford any treats this year." Upon hearing this, Ron was incensed and nearly erupted in anger. Fortunately, Harry managed to restrain him, preventing another quarrel. As Harry pulled Ron along, he expressed his gratitude to Xiao An for the hospitality and intended to escort Hermione and Ron away. At that moment, Malfoy's derisive tongue struck again. Observing Harry and the others attempting to depart, he sneered, "What's the matter, Scarhead and the Pauper? Do you feel out of place leaving your VIP box for your squalid surroundings? Especially you, Weasley. Hurry and buy a new cloak. For the stench you carry is overwhelming the entire compartment. You're dirtier than my family's house elf, truly repulsive." At this, Ron and Harry could no longer contain their fury. In an instant, both drew their wands and unleashed a pair of spells. Petrificus Totalis. Stupefy. Soon, a protective armor charm swiftly manifested around Malfoy, effectively countering the 2 spells aimed at him, indicating that he possessed a magical artifact. Fortunately, both assailants had directed their attacks at Malfoy. In response, Malfoy and his companions promptly drew their wands, aiming them directly at Ron and Harry, ready to unleash their own hexes. Observing this, Xiao An realized the gravity of the situation. The entire compartment could very well be demolished. Without hesitation, he brandished his wand and cast a silencing spell, rendering their mouths incapable of uttering any further incantations. Both parties, previously intent on casting spells, now found themselves staring at Xiao An, their wands still raised. Xiao An paid no heed to their accusatory gazes. Noticing the unfolding chaos, Harry quickly turned to Hermione, hoping she would intercede on their behalf. However, it was evident that Hermione was unwilling to assist them, as she feigned ignorance and continued to munch on her snacks. Malfoy, lacking any subtlety, approached Xiao An with a gaze that could evoke goosebumps in men and discomfort in women alike. Faced with Malfoy's unsettling demeanor, Xiao An couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, wishing to deliver a sharp slap across Malfoy's face. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself and lifted the silencing spell. Once the spell was lifted, both sides lost the desire to continue their quarrel. Malfoy and his companions returned to their seats, indulging in snacks, while Harry and Ron attempted to pull Hermione away. However, it was clear that Hermione had matters to discuss with Xiao An, so she remained in the compartment, leaving Harry and Ron to depart after Ron labeled her a traitor. Upon hearing Ron's accusation, Hermione was immediately incensed, but Harry, sensing the impending conflict, swiftly dragged Ron away, preventing an escalation of the situation. After calming Hermione down, Xiao An attempted to recline and rest. However, with 5 individuals now occupying the compartment, he begrudgingly settled himself on Hermione's lap. When Malfoy noticed Xiao An in this position, he momentarily froze before breaking into a mischievous grin, beckoning Goyle and Crabbe to join him as they exited the compartment. It was only then that Hermione realized Xiao An had chosen to rest on her lap. She felt a rush of shyness but also hesitated to push him away, convincing herself that he was merely a child and that this was a duty of an older sister. Thus, she refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to awaken him gently. Retrieving a badge from her pocket and waving it enticingly before him, asking, "Would you like this?" Little An observed Hermione waving something tantalizingly before her, inquiring if she desired it. Mistakenly believing it to be a gift, she reached out and snatched it without discerning its true nature. However, upon bringing it closer to her eyes, regret washed over her, for it was a badge adorned with the image of a house elf, inscribed with the words Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, abbreviated as SPEW. Chapter 42. Finally arriving at Hogwarts, realizing what it was, Little An hastily attempted to return it to Hermione. Yet, how could such an astute girl as Hermione fail to perceive Little An's intentions? Preemptively, she declared, "Once accepted, no returns. Farewell." With that, she stood up, disregarding the disheveled Little An sprawled on the floor, and exited the compartment, playfully sticking her tongue out at her as she opened the door. Little An could only manage a resigned smile and shake her head in defeat. She reluctantly changed her clothes, pinning the badge to her chest, and sat alone in her seat, extracting a magazine to pass the time while munching on snacks. As the train journeyed far along its route, Little An's suspicions faded. Engrossed in her magazine and snacks, time flew by, and it felt as though no sooner had she begun than the train came to a halt. Sensing the train had stopped, Little An laid aside her magazine and turned to gaze out the window, discovering they had arrived at Hogwarts. First year students, come here. Place your luggage on the train, and it will be delivered to your dormitories after the sorting ceremony," called out a plump old woman smoking a pipe. Perplexed, Little An complied, placing her belongings onto the train while clutching her mountain of snacks as she approached the pipe-smoking lady. Upon closer inspection, Little An noted the woman's rotund figure exuded a certain authority. Observing her appearance, Little An pondered, "Is this Hagrid, the one of giant lineage? She looks nothing like him. An ISNT Hagrid male? Does he have a penchant for cross-dressing?" Perhaps sensing Little An's dubious gaze, the lady turned to her and, noticing the young child, spoke gently, "Fear not, little one. Soon you shall step into Hogwarts and become a young wizard. Although you will undergo the sorting ceremony, there is no need for excessive fear." Thank you for your concern, Professor. But are you Professor Hagrid? You don't look like what my friend described." Little An replied, "Oh, no, I'm not Hagrid. However, I too am a professor at Hogwarts. Once you enter the castle, you shall discover my identity," she responded. "All right then, thank you, Professor." Once all the first-year students had gathered, the elderly lady, with a pipe clenched between her teeth, confidently directed the young wizards to board the boat. Young An did not make a deliberate choice. He simply found a small vessel by the water's edge and took his seat. Soon, the young wizards, grouped in fours, gently sailed towards Hogwarts. It must be said that the nocturnal scenery of Hogwarts is particularly enchanting. Under the gentle glow of the small oil lamp aboard the boat, everything around exudes a hazy beauty. As Little An immersed herself in the surrounding landscape, the boat gradually reached the opposite shore. Once the vessel docked, and recalled her thoughts, and, along with the rest of the group, disembarked and made her way towards Hogwarts. The elderly lady, accompanied by a chattering crowd, slowly approached a grand wooden door, tapping it thrice. Moments later, a kind-hearted witch emerged from behind the door, which remained shut. The young wizards were taken aback by this spectacle, followed by a flurry of excited whispers. "Silence. First-year students, Professor McGonagall here." "Very well, please enter. I shall take charge of the first years. You may take your seats, Professor Flitwick." McGonagall stepped aside, allowing the pipe-smoking Professor Flitwick to proceed first. Focus your attention, dear newcomers. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will pass through the wooden door to meet your fellow students. However, before you take your seats, you must determine your respective houses. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Since you are here, you must consider the school your home. Exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. While Professor McGonagall continued her address and suddenly sensed a magical energy directed towards her. Recognizing it as a message charm, she chose to disregard it, speculating that it conveyed something akin to ready. After receiving the charm, McGonagall announced, "Very well. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please follow me inside." With a flourish of her wand, McGonagall transformed the wooden door into a beautifully ancient entrance, which then opened slowly by itself. Peering inside, and discovered a grand hall, presumably the dining area for the school's inhabitants, and she followed Professor McGonagall into the hall. Reaching the podium, McGonagall ascended and turned to address the students. "Please wait here for a moment. Before the sorting ceremony begins, our esteemed headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, has a few words to share." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Before the new academic year commences, I must make a few announcements. First years, please take heed. It is strictly forbidden for any student to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the school corridors. That will be all. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, for your enlightening explanation. Now, the sorting ceremony shall commence. New students, when I call your name, please step forward to don the sorting hat, which will reveal the house to which you belong. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed sorting hat." As Professor McGonagall finished her words, the young wizards turned their gazes towards the sorting hat perched upon the high stool. Gradually, a pair of eyes and a mouth materialized upon the hat. Perhaps due to a sluggish reaction, the hat, despite having eyes and a mouth, remained unremarkably akin to an ordinary hat. Initially, the young wizards had anticipated some extraordinary quality from the sorting hat, but upon witnessing merely a regular hat adorned with a mouth and eyes, their spirits plummeted in disappointment. Littleton shared this sentiment. He too felt a tinge of disillusionment, having previously read fanfiction from his past life that depicted the hat's melodious tunes. He now found himself somewhat let down, observing that the sorting hat appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary hat. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao An sensed a hint of astonishment emanating from Professor McGonagall, though the cause of her surprise remained elusive. The atmosphere grew peculiar, albeit for a mere 7 seconds. In Chapter 43, fortuitously not Azkaban, after 7 seconds had elapsed, Professor McGonagall contemplated the possibility that the sorting hat had finally met its demise. Just then, the sorting hat abruptly broke its silence. "Ah, it is that time of year again, the annual welcome of fresh faces. The moment for my magnificent Hogwarts sorting hat to showcase its wonders has arrived." Upon hearing the hat's raspy voice, Xiao An felt her enthusiasm wane. However, before her disappointment could settle in, she was taken aback as melodies began to emanate from the hat. "Future wizards, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome indeed." The sorting hat audaciously commenced its song, accompanied by music. "I am the Hogwarts sorting hat, and now the time has come for me to fulfill my duty. You may see me as tattered and unimpressive, yet I am the legendary sorting hat, steeped in 1,000 years of tradition. For the full version of the song, please search online. Come now, do not be afraid. Place me upon your head, let me peer into your mind, and I shall assign you to the house that suits you best." At this point, the sorting hat paused, leaving Xiao An and her fellow young wizards astonished. They thought to themselves, despite the hat's unappealing voice, it indeed possessed a remarkable talent when it sang. As the hat ceased its melodic interlude, Xiao An, still yearning for more, anticipated the sorting to commence, but was suddenly surprised by a shift in the music, as the hat continued in a different manner. "I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, a magical hat of profound heritage." Wizards face peril once more, lost and uncertain in their response to the looming danger. The venerable sorting hat shall guide you in your preparation. Now, allow me to narrate a tale for you. Listen closely. As the sorting hat uttered these words, all in the great hall, including Dumbledore and others, were rendered speechless. The tale traces back over a millennium to 4 wizards of formidable and profound intellect. The valiant Gryffindor, hailing from desolate marshlands; the wise and beautiful Ravenclaw, from tranquil river valleys; the gentle and kind Hufflepuff, from expansive meadows; and the cunning Slytherin, from the swamps. They dreamed of one day imparting their lifelong knowledge, attracting witches and wizards from afar as the school grew ever stronger, culminating in the establishment of a towering edifice by the Black Lake. Oh, ancient sorting hat, please sing for me, when evil encroaches and there is nowhere to hide. Unite the four houses, and we shall stand together against the tide. Oh, venerable sorting hat, please sing for me, when calamity descends and there is nowhere to hide. United in purpose, we await hand in hand. Once the sorting hat concluded its song, the wizards gradually regained their composure, all eyes fixated upon it save for one individual. Yet, the sorting hat did not cease its melody. Soon, it commenced singing once more, astonishingly repeating the very first song it had just rendered. This left the assembled wizards in a state of utter astonishment, gazing at it in disbelief. After finishing its performance, the hat seemed to presume that everyone was awestruck by its enchanting voice, unabashedly gesturing toward the audience while feigning humility with a series of deliberately modest platitudes. However, the professors did not allow this minor incident to disrupt the established procedure and continued with the sorting as per the original plan. Michael Barton, Gryffindor; Chris Borg, Slytherin; Nigel Chris, Gryffindor. When Zhao finally heard her name called, she nearly burst with excitement, as she was the last to ascend the stage. Rubbing her numb legs, and slowly made her way to the podium. Gryffindor, so soon, could it be a mistake? And donned the sorting hat, and within mere seconds, it announced her house, prompting her to mentally grumble. Nevertheless, as long as she wasn't sorted into Azkaban, she considered herself fortunate. Being assigned to Azkaban would indeed pose a significant dilemma. With a sense of resignation, and consoled herself. After removing the sorting hat and bowing to Snape, she proceeded to the Gryffindor table. To her surprise, the twin brothers Fred and George stood up, loudly calling out to her, and look over here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the feast, and while everyone still has energy to spare, allow me a moment to speak, said Dumbledore. Good evening, students. This year, there are 2 personnel changes. Please warmly welcome Professor Grappaland back, who will be replacing the temporarily absent Professor Hagrid in teaching care of magical creatures. We also extend a welcome to Professor Dolores Umbridge, who will instruct in defense against the dark arts. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a soft chuckle emanated from the faculty table. Dumbledore paid it no mind, and then glanced towards the sound, noticing an elderly witch clad entirely in pink. Let us wish both professors the best of luck, Dumbledore continued, but before he could elaborate, Umbridge interjected with a few chuckles, followed by a cough, which rendered Dumbledore unable to proceed. All eyes turned to Umbridge, who, without hesitation, stepped from the faculty table to the podium, stating, "Thank you, Headmaster, for your welcoming words. Dear students, the delight I see on your faces is truly heartwarming. I am certain we shall become great friends." At this moment, and finally recalled who this S.B. was, but beside her, the twin brothers suddenly remarked, "Not a chance. If that were true, it would be a ghost." Xiao An felt perplexed upon hearing the twins' remark, for he had not caught what Umarich had said moments prior. All his attention had been devoted to enduring the principal's speech and anticipating dinner. At that moment, he recalled the identity of the old woman. And coupled with the annoyance instigated by this individual, which prolonged his wait for the evening meal, he promptly drew his wand. He then unleashed a complex spell that combined a powerful binding charm, a silencing hex, and a repulsion spell, all infused with an abundance of magical energy. However, this time it proved ineffective, as Umbridge countered it with a spell from her wand, effectively nullifying the attack. Yet, it was evident that Umbridge was not unscathed. For little and had infused her spell with an abundance of magical energy. Drawing from her previous experience, Umbridge had also channeled considerable power to withstand the incantation. But she evidently underestimated its prowess, which resulted in her being forcefully repelled by the residual magic, causing her to stumble. Haha. Witnessing Umbridge's predicament, the entire student body erupted in laughter, especially the students of Gryffindor. However, the expressions on the professors' faces were considerably more composed, clearly indicating that Umbridge was not well regarded in their eyes. Otherwise, it would be expected of Professor McGonagall to investigate the source of the prank. Yet, astonishingly, even she remained inactive. Chapter 44. Confrontation with Dumbledore. Apologies, the whale has indulged too much, hence only one update today. Boldly, you filthy blood traitor. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to assault me? Rising to her feet, Umbridge brandished her wand at Little and, filthy blood traitor? The term incited genuine ire within and, who was particularly well versed in the Harry Potter series. It was a piercing insult. Without hesitation, Umbridge launched a Cruciatus curse. The students surrounding and swiftly evaded the attack. Avada Kedavra. Upon witnessing Umbridge's use of the unforgivable curse against her, and could no longer restrain herself. After narrowly dodging the attack, she retaliated with a killing curse of her own. Clearly, Umbridge was not as battle-hardened as an Auror. The moment she saw and unleashed the killing curse, her prior fury vanished, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Fortunately, a throng of professors stood nearby. Dumbledore, upon observing Anne's use of the killing curse, promptly conjured a wild buffalo to shield Umbridge from the deadly spell. Seeing Dumbledore take action, and remained undeterred, casting 2 more killing curses in quick succession. Yet, Dumbledore, the consummate master of white magic, effortlessly countered with 2 summoning spells. As 3 killing curses were unleashed, observing Dumbledore's calm demeanor, and recognized the disparity in their abilities, it became evident that she could not possibly match Dumbledore's prowess. Though her magical power surpassed that of Umbridge, it was clear that in a true confrontation, she would not stand a chance. Consequently, she decided to withdraw her attacks. However, it remains uncertain whether Umbridge is simply foolish or emboldened by unseen assistance. As she dares to attack Young, and after regaining her composure, all fell into a stony silence, collapsing to the ground. 2 successive curses were hurled towards him, but he, with a mere flick of his left hand and without the aid of a wand, conjured a protective armor around himself, and, however, chose not to retaliate. Instead, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore, the latter made no attempt to shield him from the 2 curses, which struck him directly. Fortunately, the protective armor absorbed the impact, leaving him unharmed. Dumbledore's inaction clearly enraged Anne, who perceived this as a blatant bias from the esteemed wizard. Thus, Anne unleashed his full force, casting spells with ferocity, shattering bones, piercing hearts, and invoking the shadow of death. 3 curses flew towards Umbridge, culminating in the lethal Avada Kedavra, aimed directly at Dumbledore. Seizing the moment while Dumbledore defended against the death curse, and pointed his wand skyward, casting a powerful spell, Phoenix ascending to the heavens. This sudden display compelled Dumbledore to abandon his previous composure and hastily raise his wand in defense. Seeing Dumbledore momentarily distracted by the fiery Phoenix, and intensified his assault on Umbridge. The death curse was evaded, but the subsequent piercing curse could not be avoided, striking her squarely. As Umbridge writhed in pain upon the ground, and swiftly disarmed her, snatching her wand and breaking it with a decisive force. Immediately, he unleashed 2 more piercing curses, following their impact, and prepared to cast another death curse upon Umbridge, yet Dumbledore had already vanquished the Phoenix summoned by a spell. Observing Anne's intent to cast the death curse, Dumbledore swiftly moved to confront him. Faced with Dumbledore's imminent attack, and reluctantly abandoned his lethal pursuit of Umbridge and turned his attention to the formidable wizard. The ensuing duel with Dumbledore proved far more challenging than dispatching Umbridge, as both engaged in a vigorous exchange of silent spells, creating a raucous spectacle. Professors seated at the faculty table, witnessing in swift resolution of Umbridge, rose to their feet, uniting their powers to cast a protective shield, safeguarding the students from the tumultuous magic unleashed by the 2 combatants. The duel unfolded with fervor as both sides exchanged powerful curses. The professors, having exhausted their protective spells, noticed that Dumbledore had yet to subdue young Un and sought to assist him by directing their attacks towards him. However, at that moment, Snape stepped forward, positioning himself as a barrier between the professors and Anne. "What do you intend to do, Snape?" Professor McGonagall inquired, perceiving his obstruction. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. But if you wish to assault my student, you must first contend with me." The professors, who generally held a disdain for Snape, seized this opportunity to retaliate against him instead. In the midst of his confrontation with Dumbledore, and caught sight of Snape struggling against the onslaught, and, seizing a moment, unleashed his fiery spell, Phoenix Ascendant. However, the cost was steep. Dumbledore's counterattack shattered Anne's left arm, undeterred by his injury, and quickly pivoted to counterattack the professors who were assaulting Snape. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus, with these incantations, and revealed one of his trump cards, the Splitting Curse. The killing curse he cast immediately fragmented into 3, targeting the 3 professors engaged in their assault on Snape. Initially, the professors had focused solely on Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, believing Anne's wand was aimed at her. Thus, Flitwick and McGonagall continued their attack on Snape, but upon witnessing the sudden division of Anne's spell, they hastily sought refuge. It must be said that these 3 professors, having ascended to the position of dean, possess remarkable skills. In such a pressing situation, they managed to deftly evade the looming curse. However, little Anne is not easily subdued. Following closely behind was a silent petrification spell that split into 3, targeting the trio. This time, they could not escape and were struck directly, meeting a tragic fate. Witnessing that all three had been affected, Little An seized the opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the fallen adversaries, unleashing a shattering spell with the intent to eliminate them outright. However, upon witnessing Xiao An's intent to eliminate the three professors, Snape hastily intervened. Yet, having already exerted himself to defend the other three professors from their assaults, Snape could only conjure a single suit of armor for protection. Chapter 45. Life and Death. Indifferent, if unyielding, then engage. Do not forget that the spell Xiao An cast was a splitting curse. Thus, Snape managed to block only one, while the other two curses continued their trajectory towards the remaining professors. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore sprang into action, conjuring a large suit of armor that safeguarded the two professors. Observing Dumbledore's intervention, Xiao An could no longer sustain his offensive. Believing that Dumbledore had resolved the threat of the Fire Phoenix, he swiftly turned, pointing his wand at Dumbledore and uttering the incantation to disarm him. To Xiao An's astonishment, he indeed succeeded in disarming Dumbledore. Holding the wand, he was perplexed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Despite engaging in an extended battle with Dumbledore without gaining any advantage, he had somehow managed to seize Dumbledore's wand. As Xiao An scrutinized Dumbledore, he noticed that the latter was casting spells without his wand to extinguish the flames engulfing him. At that moment, realization dawned upon Xiao An. Dumbledore had indeed paid a price to deflect his curse. Although he had neutralized the Fire Phoenix, the exertion had taken a toll on his magical energy, and the residual flames of the Phoenix had successfully scorched Dumbledore. After a brief moment of stupor, Xiao An's anger dissipated, prompting him to forego his intention to eliminate Dumbledore. Instead, he tossed the wand back to Dumbledore and walked slowly towards Umbridge, who lay on the ground, astonished at the unfolding events. Raising his wand and aiming it at Umbridge, Xiao An contemplated unleashing the killing curse. However, Dumbledore's voice called out to him, halting his action. Xiao An, do not kill her. Give me a reason. She is an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Killing her will lead to complications. I do not care. No. Please do not kill me. I promise I will not retaliate. Spare my life, and I will grant you anything you desire. Oh, intriguing. What could you possibly offer me? Galleons, magical tomes. I possess them all, and I can give you everything. Very well. With that, Xiao An sheathed his wand, disregarding her, and approached Dumbledore to assist him to his feet. Headmaster, you won't expel me over this incident, will you? Of course not. Trust me. This old face of mine can still resolve this matter. Thank you, Headmaster. I believe we both require medical attention. Xiao An glanced at his severed arm and Dumbledore's burns. Indeed, let us go. Xiao An trusts that Madame Pomfrey will be able to treat us. Saying this, Dumbledore led Xiao An to the infirmary. Upon entering, Madame Pomfrey, having just finished her meal, was taken aback at the sight of Dumbledore and Xiao An's injuries. Oh, Merlin's beard. What has transpired? Has the Dark Lord attacked? This is the Shatterbone curse. It appears to have been caused by the fiery spell. Good heavens, what have you all endured? After some urgent medical treatment, Xiao An's bleeding has completely ceased. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey brought 3 vials of potion, 1 for Xiao An and 2 for Professor Dumbledore. Xiao An, you may drink it directly, but you must remain in the infirmary for 3 days before you can be discharged. As for you, Professor Dumbledore, feel free to drink yours, and you may leave immediately. The smaller vial is for external application, while the larger one is for consumption. Once they had finished, Madame Pomfrey ushered Dumbledore out, stating that the patient required a tranquil environment for rest. That evening, after drinking the potion, Xiao An lay on the hospital bed, reflecting on the battle that had just transpired, assessing the outcomes, and pondering the events unfolding outside. In Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was tense. So, Dumbledore, aren't you supposed to be the greatest wizard? How is it that you couldn't even defeat my student? Xiao An is immensely powerful, possessing far greater magical energy than I do, yet he lacks experience in combat and a keen sense of battle. However, he is like an uncut gem, Severus. With proper guidance, he could become a formidable force against Voldemort. Oh, our headmaster isn't afraid of producing another Dark Lord? Snape retorted sarcastically. Do not speak in such a manner, Severus. While I do appreciate your transformation, this attitude is uncalled for. As for your concerns, Xiao An is different from Voldemort. He possesses love within him, which is evident as he risked injury to assist you. Perhaps I could invite him to join the Order of the Phoenix. That would arm us with a significant ally to combat Voldemort, Severus. You dare. Very well, Severus, I respect your opinion. However, could you please inquire with Xiao An about the Horcruxes? In 3 years, I have only discovered one genuine Horcrux and a counterfeit. Perhaps Xiao An might possess some knowledge regarding them, considering you have already uncovered one. Do not attempt to manipulate my student, Snape replied, enunciating each word before turning sharply and exiting the office. Xiao An lay in bed, absorbing the lessons from the recent confrontation when suddenly, his stomach growled loudly, pulling him back to reality. Rubbing his abdomen, he surveyed his surroundings and found nothing but medical supplies. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. The sensation of hunger is truly unbearable. He contemplated seeking food in the kitchen, but being unfamiliar with the place, he doubted he could locate it. With no other option, he retrieved some snacks he had purchased on the train to quell his hunger. As he munched, a thought struck him. Where is the Gryffindor common room? No one has shown me the way there. How will I return to the house after being discharged? Moreover, he recalled nearly injuring Professor McGonagall earlier. What a predicament this was. However, it appears that the influence of another persona upon me is enduring. Otherwise, I would not be so impulsive. Although I have always had a rather reckless disposition. What should I do? Well, as the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. And there will be a path when the cart reaches the mountain. Why fret so much? At worst, I could learn to embrace my reckless side, taking life and death lightly. And if I am unwilling, I shall take action. There is an old adage that one should never dwell on trivial thoughts while eating. This time, Xiao An experienced it firsthand. Just as Xiao An contemplated a carefree attitude towards life and death, he instinctively clenched his teeth. However, he was unaware that what he had bitten was not food, but rather his own finger. Feeling a sharp pain in his digit, Xiao An's thoughts abruptly returned to reality. Upon looking down, he discovered that he had bitten through the skin of his right index finger. Quickly, he placed his finger in his mouth to staunch the bleeding and glanced at the snacks on the bed, feeling an overwhelming surge of anger. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted, incinerating all the snacks in an instant, clearly a result of Xiao An's inability to control his magical power, leading to an outburst. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the infirmary, growing closer to Xiao An Chapter 46, Visitors from the Ministry of Magic 2 updates. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiao An opened his eyes to see who was coming, and to his relief, it was Professor Snape. He quickly sat up and exclaimed, "Professor, you have come to see me. How is your recovery?" "You mustn't do this again, Xiao An," Snape replied, taking a seat by Xiao An's bedside and enveloping him in an embrace. At Snape's warm gesture, Xiao An's eyes immediately welled with tears, which he could no longer contain, and he began to weep. Thus, the two remained silent, one crying, while the other's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a while, perhaps fatigued from crying, Xiao An fell silent. Noticing this, Snape rose, looked at Xiao An, and said, "Lie down and focus on your recovery. I will shoulder any burdens for you. Come, let us have something to eat." With a flick of his wand, Snape tapped the table beside the bed, and a bountiful array of food appeared before them. Snape smiled at Xiao An, encouraging him to eat. After indulging heartily, Xiao An wiped his mouth with a napkin and turned to Snape, saying, "Professor, I am full." "Good," Snape replied, tapping the table once more, causing the remnants of the meal to vanish instantly. "Professor, could you do me a favor?" Xiao An asked, gazing at Snape. "Of course, do not hesitate to ask. I shall grant you any request." "Thank you, Professor. I hope you can treat Harry Potter with more kindness and cease your antagonism towards him. Please regard him merely as the son of Aunt Lily, if you would." Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Snape's expression darkened significantly, lost in contemplation. "I have always cared for him. I am aware of the Godfather. Yet I implore you to refrain from treating him in your previous manner. I understand your intentions are noble, but I desire for you to regard him as you do me. I recognize this may be a challenge for you, yet I still hope you can achieve it." "Very well." Snape fell silent for a moment before responding. "Thank you, Godfather. Please, return to rest. Rest assured, I am fine." "Then, very well. Take care of your health. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Godfather. Do ensure your safety." After Snape departed, Littleton lay in bed in silence for a while before retrieving his wand to summon the mountain cannon. Initially, he intended to bring the mountain cannon to the Great Hall. However, prior to the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall thwarted his request, stating that first-year wizards were not permitted to bring pets into the Great Hall during the sorting ceremony. Consequently, the mountain cannon was left outside the hall with the other young wizards' pets, sent to the pet dining hall for rest, a rule established in a certain year of Harry Potter's adventures. Thus, it did not accompany him during the ensuing battle within the hall. Upon receiving An's call, the mountain cannon swiftly dashed from An's dormitory to his side. It must be said, the mountain cannon indeed possessed a speed rivaling that of instantaneous movement, arriving at An's side in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching An, the mountain cannon initially wished to leap into An's embrace for affection, but upon noticing the grievous state of An's left arm, it froze momentarily, then bristled, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl. Seeing the mountain cannon's reaction upon its arrival, An quickly extended his uninjured right hand to soothe it. Once the mountain cannon was calmed, An sat up, cradling it in his right arm, and spoke to it, "Mountain cannon, you have been with me for quite some time. Yet you have not partaken in many battles. Upon reflection, I believe that such protection may do you more harm than good. I wish for you to venture into the Forbidden Forest this year to engage in combat with its magical creatures, thereby enhancing your combat prowess and magical resistance. What do you think?" Roar, roar, roar. "Master, I heed your call. I too yearn to grow quickly so that I may assist you. Then go forth, grow swiftly. When I need you, I shall summon you. I trust you will find the Forbidden Forest. Go now." Shan Pao cast a fleeting glance at Xiao An before turning and fleeing. Xiao An was uncertain of Shan Pao's destination, yet she firmly believed that he had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, a realm teeming with magical creatures that a being of his nature could effortlessly sense. After Shan Pao's departure, Xiao An lingered sorrowfully in the direction he had gone, until weariness enveloped her, prompting her to cast several protective charms around herself before succumbing to a deep slumber. However, scarcely had 10 minutes passed when the enchantment she had just set in place abruptly roused her from sleep. Startled, she sprang to her feet and brandished her wand towards the approaching figure. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, 6 spells were hurled in her direction. Hastily, she conjured an armor of protection around herself, disregarding the identity of her assailants, and unleashed a killing curse in retaliation. The 6 individuals present, initially lacking in vigilance upon realizing their target was merely a child, were taken aback, coupled with the fact that Xiao An's killing curse was a silent incantation. It struck one of them directly, claiming their life. Witnessing the green light emitted from Xiao An's spell, the 6 newcomers were rendered speechless, grappling with the incongruity of a mere child capable of casting a silent killing curse with such swiftness, especially after having just awakened from slumber. However, the experienced fighters swiftly regained their composure after a brief moment of distraction. Yet, Xiao An was no ordinary individual. He was destined to become the 3rd generation of Dark Lord, having faced formidable foes such as Voldemort and Dumbledore. Seizing the opportunity presented by their momentary lapse, Xiao An executed a lethal curse, eliminating yet another adversary. The rapid demise of 2 opponents left the remaining 4, along with the 2 observers outside the door, utterly astounded. Among them, it was only the elderly man outside who lingered in disbelief, while the 4 combatants within the room momentarily faltered, yet their incantations continued unabated. Shields were conjured, weapons were summoned, and curses were unleashed. Stunning spells, incapacitating charms, and the infamous killing curse were all simultaneously cast. Witnessing the coordinated rhythm with which these 3 operated, Xiao An quickly dismissed any prior underestimation and promptly invoked an additional splitting charm. However, to successfully execute the spell, he needed to vocalize the incantation. Thus, this time he refrained from using the silent spell and boldly recited, "Shatter to dust." However, it was evident that the enemy had previously employed protective charms on several individuals, rendering Xiao An's assault unsuccessful. Nonetheless, the dispersing magical effects enlightened Xiao An regarding the identities of the newcomers. He recognized 2 figures stationed outside the door. One was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and the other was Umbridge. Thus, Xiao An accurately deduced that his adversary was none other than an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 47. Confrontation with Cornelius Fudge. Upon discerning the identities of his visitors, particularly upon seeing Umbridge outside the door, Xiao An quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly Umbridge who had gone to the ministry to report him and summoned reinforcements to confront him. Realizing the gravity of the circumstances, Xiao An ceased to hold back and engaged in a fierce battle. However, due to the prior magical assaults unleashed by the 3 Aurors, he had failed to evade their attacks, resulting in the shattering of both his protective charm and the armor that shielded him. Consequently, Xiao An refrained from launching an immediate counterattack, as he believed he was still within Hogwarts, where the disillusionment charm remained effective. Thus, he was unable to utilize apparition to escape the spells aimed at him, relying solely on his physical movements to evade the onslaught. Swiftly, He rose from the hospital bed and conjured a large wild boar from the bed itself to serve as a barricade against the incoming attacks, promptly donning protective armor. Of course, the four Aurors did not merely stand by and watch as Xiao An prepared his defenses, they relentlessly directed their spells towards him. The wild boar he had conjured did not endure long, succumbing to a barrage of spells and swiftly reverting to its original form under a countercharm. However, it is evident that Xiao An would not remain stationary, encasing himself in protective armor. Instead, he would deftly maneuver while donning his shield. Moreover, let us not forget that Xiao An is merely a child, albeit one who has grown remarkably, standing over 1.6 meters, nearing 1.7, yet. The wild boar he conjured was even larger, providing a perfect cover for his escape. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao An had already slipped away while the boar obscured the vision of the Aurors. When the boar was dispelled, the Aurors found themselves bewildered. Hastily turning to locate Xiao An, who seized this moment to swiftly cast 3 silent spells, one to shatter bones, another to induce unconsciousness, and the last a deadly curse. The spell that shattered bones alone was sufficient to breach the Aurors' defenses. The other 2 spells directly struck 2 of the wizards. Originally, Xiao An had intended to hit only 1, but due to his impeccable positioning, the 2 Aurors stood perfectly aligned. Thus, while Xiao An aimed to utilize 2 spells to dismantle the barrier, the mere shattering of bones sufficed, allowing the unconsciousness spell to directly hit one of the Aurors. The spell of unconsciousness would indeed cause its target to collapse. Thus the death curse that was originally aimed at this Auror soared above him, targeting the other instead. It is crucial to remember that the death curse has no counterspell. Hence, protective charms such as armor would be ineffective against its assault. Consequently, although the other Auror was also clad in protective armor, it proved utterly futile, and the curse snatched away his life. This stealthy strike eliminated 2 Aurors in an instant, leaving the remaining 2 unable to pose any threat to Xiao An. Within just a few exchanges, they too fell victim to his death curse. The scene was left with 1 Auror in a state of unconsciousness, alongside 2 figures observing from the doorway, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Umbridge. Xiao An paid no heed to the fallen Auror. Instead, he advanced slowly towards the 2 individuals at the entrance. His measured footsteps echoed through the vacant medical room, resonating in the hearts of the observers like a countdown to their demise. Umbridge, witnessing Xiao An's approach, was stripped of all desire to fight, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. Cornelius Fudge, a man who had risen to the position of minister, despite his growing anxiety, showed no signs of fear. As Xiao An drew near, rather than retreating, he brandished his wand towards him, invoking a curse, Avada Kedavra. Fudge, uncharacteristically bold, launched the death curse with determination, catching Xiao An off guard. The timid character depicted in his previous life's tales seemed to vanish. Xiao An quickly evaded, internally mocking the prevalence of the death curse. It seems everyone knows how to cast it. In the blink of an eye, after dodging the lethal spell, Xiao An retaliated: disarm, unconsciousness, petrify. 3 spells were swiftly unleashed, and Xiao An initially believed that this would be enough to subdue Fuji. However, Fuji remained unperturbed, promptly deploying 3 silent, diminutive shields of armor to deflect Xiao An's enchantments. Observing this, Xiao An's interest was piqued. He opted not to cast spells infused with overwhelming power, but instead controlled his magical output, engaging in a reciprocal exchange with Fuji. Clearly, he intended to use Fuji as a sparring partner to refine his combat skills. Moreover, even when Fuji faltered, Xiao An refrained from delivering a decisive blow, choosing instead to emulate a Western knight, allowing Fuji the opportunity to recover. However, Xiao An did not continuously engage with Fuji. Rather, at the moment when Fuji could no longer endure, Xiao An swiftly delivered a decisive blow that rendered Umbridge unconscious, sparing himself from the irritation of gazing upon her infuriating visage. After a brief skirmish, Xiao An discerned that although Fuji possessed a certain level of skill, his combat prowess and magical aptitude were rather lackluster. Consequently, Xiao An grew impatient and resolved to swiftly eliminate Fuji. Avada Kedavra. As Fuji faltered once more, Xiao An did not relent but instead unleashed the killing curse, intent on vanquishing him. Just as he believed his success to be assured, Xiao An was taken aback by Fuji's sudden incantation, Expelliarmus. Afterward, Xiao An's killing curse, emanating a green light, collided with Fudge's disarming charm, which shone with a white light. In that moment, Xiao An felt a familiar sensation reminiscent of his previous encounter with Voldemort. He was astonished to discover that the disarming charm could counteract the killing curse. pondering whether it was not due to the brotherly connection between the wands of Harry Potter and Voldemort that allowed for such a clash. How could Fudge's disarming charm stand against his own, especially considering that their wands were certainly not of the same core? As Xiao An contemplated this, he suddenly sensed his wand slipping from his grasp, prompting him to refocus his thoughts and intensify his will to judge Fudge. It is noteworthy that the killing curse he wielded was not the traditional incantation. Rather, it was a method he had recently devised. The conventional killing curse necessitated a murderous intent, which often clouded Xiao An's mind with dark thoughts. In contrast, Xiao An's interpretation of the curse, which he termed the judgment curse, was devoid of such malevolent influences, as it was rooted in the belief that the target was guilty or erroneous, thus allowing him to cast the spell as a representation of justice. His discovery was serendipitous, following his last battle with Voldemort. He realized he had been unaffected by the killing curse's darker implications. Although the mind shield could mitigate some of these negative thoughts, it was not entirely effective. Upon recognizing that he was immune to the curse's malignancy, Xiao An embarked on a study, ultimately uncovering this new application. Its principle lay in judging evil for the sake of love and justice, using the killing curse to send adversaries to their demise. Thus, with each casting, not only was he shielded from negative thoughts, but he also found support from benevolent intentions. Of course, this method did not guarantee success. There were instances when he did not perceive the opponent as wrong or wicked, which resulted in unsuccessful casts. During his confrontations with Dumbledore, he had resorted to the traditional killing curse several times, particularly as the battle progressed, and he began to question the righteousness of his actions. This was why he ultimately refrained from employing the killing curse against Dumbledore and the other professors. Xiao An's penchant for mischief led him to transform the killing curse into a forgiveness curse. The rationale behind this shift was likely clear to those observing. Returning to the battle, as Xiao An regained his focus and strengthened his resolve, Fudge found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. The green light of Xiao An's killing curse visibly surged towards Fudge. Just as Xiao An intensified his magical output, Dumbledore rushed forward from a distance, his expression one of urgent concern, and shouted, "No, Xiao An." However, Xiao An did not exert the same force as Dumbledore. Instead, he intensified his magical output, aiming to eliminate Fudge. Just as Xiao An's killing curse was on the verge of consuming Fudge's disarmament spell, Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly cast a silent disarmament spell, redirecting Xiao An's killing curse towards a different path. As the curse attempted to veer towards Dumbledore, he quickly withdrew his wand, nullifying the spell. Rushing forward, Dumbledore inquired, "Connolly, what is the meaning of this? How did you get in here? And for what purpose?" At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly noticed the lifeless body of an Auror on the ground, and in shock, he exclaimed, "What has transpired, Connolly? Why have you brought someone with you? Do you no longer regard me?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's relentless interrogation, Fudge's initial delight at Dumbledore's arrival evaporated, replaced by a sullen expression directed at Dumbledore. This time, Dumbledore chose not to yield, fixing a steadfast gaze on Fudge, demanding an appropriate explanation. Meanwhile, Xiao An paid no heed to their confrontation. With Dumbledore's arrival, his opportunity to eliminate Fudge had vanished. Recognizing that he was still injured, he disregarded the two and made his way back to the infirmary. There, he found a clean hospital bed, cast a few protective charms, and lay down. Closing his eyes, Xiao An sought to shut out the world. As this day had been exhausting, traveling by train for school, battling Dumbledore, and engaging in a confrontation with the Ministry of Magic that night had truly worn him out. Just as Xiao An was on the brink of slumber, Dumbledore entered and roused him from his rest. Upon opening his eyes to Dumbledore's imposing visage, Xiao An was filled with indignation. "What on earth? Just as I was about to fall asleep, you come in to wake me? Is this how one behaves? Twice now? Am I not allowed a moment's peace?" Enraged, Xiao An nearly drew his wand to unleash a devastating spell upon Dumbledore's intrusive face. "Xiao An, Fudge has been dismissed. I acknowledge my fault in allowing them to enter the school, but trust me, nothing will occur shortly. I understand. Now may you leave? I require rest." Xiao An was disinclined to engage with this old meddler and unceremoniously issued a dismissal. Recognizing that Xiao An wished to avoid further conversation, Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak but ultimately turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, Dumbledore abruptly halted and remarked, "Ah, my dear, we must visit the Ministry of Magic tomorrow afternoon. After all, you have slain 5 Aurors. Although our position is justified and we should face no serious repercussions, we must remain cautious, especially since Fudge is the Minister of Magic. While you may currently possess formidable strength and feel indifferent towards the ministry, we still need to attend a hearing at Wisingamot to mitigate any complications. Having spoken, Dumbledore departed without waiting for Anne's response, who, lacking the inclination to reply, simply closed his eyes, teetering on the edge of slumber. The following day, and succumbed to sleep until noon, awakening to the sun's zenith. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were unfamiliar yet devoid of danger. The protective and alert charms he had cast showed no signs of disturbance. Lying in the well-restored infirmary, and stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on the events of the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, he pieced together the occurrences. He had arrived at Hogwarts, encountered several key figures on the train, been sorted into Gryffindor, and surprisingly, his godfather had not expressed anger. He also recalled engaging in 2 skirmishes, during which his left arm had sustained an injury. Oh, and Dumbledore had mentioned something. What was it? Never mind, he thought, but now he was exceedingly hungry. Lost in thought, and grasped the sequence of events, yet the specifics of Dumbledore's words eluded him. However, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the urgency of his hunger. With his stomach growling, he dismissed Dumbledore's remarks and focused solely on the quest for sustenance. Glancing around, he noted the absence of nutritious meals or snacks. Just as he contemplated rummaging through his pockets for a morsel, he suddenly remembered that all his snacks had been incinerated the night before. Now, he found himself utterly despondent, left with no recourse but to lie in bed, gazing up at the ceiling with a face full of existential despair. Chapter 49. The struggle for a meal. While languished in his bed, enveloped in a sense of futility, Madame Pomfrey approached, carrying an array of items. Upon noticing that Anne was awake, she placed the tray on the table and said, "Ah, you're awake. And it's time for your dressing change." Hearing his name called, and snapped back to reality and recognized Madame Pomfrey. He quickly rose, and under her attentive care, had his severed arm fitted with a new cast and consumed a potion. During the process, he observed that his left arm had fully regrown, though it lacked strength and appeared notably slender, reminiscent of malnourishment. Nevertheless, witnessing such remarkable recovery within a single night filled him with admiration for Madame Pomfrey's medical prowess. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. You are a truly remarkable healer. Thank you for your compliment, and I heard about yesterday's events. I never imagined you were so formidable that even Dumbledore could not best you. Of course, I am a genius." Pomfrey smiled lightly, refraining from further conversation, merely offering a few reminders to young Anne before departing with her tray, and understood that Madame Pomfrey must already be aware of her actions. For after a morning of gossip, all present students had witnessed the clash. Pomfrey had certainly heard accounts of it by then, yet she continued to care for Anne as diligently as ever. It was solely due to Anne's status as a patient that she considered herself a true healer. After Madame Pomfrey's departure, Anne, following Pomfrey's instructions, tapped her wand upon the table to activate the transfiguration charm, summoning a bountiful array of food from the kitchen. Upon witnessing the summoned food, a mere taste extinguished Xiao An's appetite entirely. The reason for this lamentable turn of events was unmistakable. The offerings were scarcely fit for human consumption. Have you ever seen boiled greens devoid of even a pinch of salt? And there were other unmentionables, which I shall leave to your imagination. Xiao An was well aware that all the fare had been prepared by the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. With a sigh, he set down his fork, transforming it into a piece of parchment upon which he inscribed a message, subsequently causing the offending dishes to vanish. Before long, a shabby house elf appeared before Xiao An, clad in tattered cloth. The sound of apparition caught his attention, prompting him to turn in its direction. Faced with the suddenly materialized elf, trembling with trepidation, Xiao An paused and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Shulman, the house elf of Hogwarts, sir." "Ah, Shulman, what brings you here?" "I requested a new meal. Yet all I see is you." "Ah, yes, this is your food, sir." Xiao An glanced at the floating dishes before him, realizing they remained unchanged. Anger welled up within him as he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this, Shulman? Did I not ask for a new meal?" Startled by Xiao An's ire, the elf recoiled, hastily placing the food upon the table, and began to bash its head against the surface in a frenzy, murmuring, "It is Shulman's fault. Shulman has failed the sir. Bad Shulman, bad Shulman." "Stop. I command you to listen and explain," Xiao An ordered. Upon hearing Xiao An's command, Shulman ceased its self-punishment and, with palpable fear, replied, "It was Madame Pomfrey who arranged it. Every meal for the wizards in the infirmary is dictated by her, and no one is permitted to alter it." Understanding dawned upon Xiao An at the elf's explanation, and his anger dissipated. "Very well, Shulman. Go and prepare a proper lunch for me immediately." Disregard Madame Pomfrey's orders, though do take heed of some practical guidelines. Seasonings such as salt may be used sparingly, but they must not be omitted entirely. Do you comprehend? Shulman nodded in acknowledgement, and Xiao An, seeing this, commanded, "Go forth, now, at once." At last, the prospect of a proper meal glimmered on the horizon. Yet, how difficult it was to secure a simple repast. As Xiao An gazed at the freshly delivered lunch, tears of joy welled in his eyes. However, just as he began to eat, that insufferable old meddler, Dumbledore, approached, indifferent to Xiao An's meal, intent on whisking him away to the Ministry of Magic. What on earth do you think you're doing? Are you not aware that interrupting someone's meal is impolite? Wasn't it agreed that we would go to the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An? It's almost 1 o'clock now, and the trial at Weisengamot is set for 2. We should prepare ourselves and arrive early. It was at this moment that Xiao An recalled what Dumbledore had mentioned the previous day. However, she chose to disregard his words and continued her meal. Only after finishing her food did Xiao An wipe her mouth, tidy up, and rise to leave. Yet, she noticed that Dumbledore remained still, prompting her to inquire, "Professor Dumbledore, what is the matter? Aren't we heading to the ministry? Let us go? What are you doing? We could simply apparate there," she exclaimed. "Is it not an abuse of power to apparate within Hogwarts?" Dumbledore did not respond to Xiao An's questions, but instead approached her, extending his left hand in a gesture for her to hold on. Once she grasped it, he raised his right hand, and suddenly, a phoenix appeared on his right. In an instant, flames enveloped Xiao An and Dumbledore, and with a flash of red light, they vanished from the infirmary. In the blink of an eye, they materialized at the Ministry of Magic. Xiao An, still startled by the flames, wondered if they were in danger. However, the flames dissipated as quickly as they had come, revealing their new surroundings. Once Xiao An regained her composure, she turned, her eyes blazing as she glared at Dumbledore's phoenix. The fierce look in her eyes startled Fawkes, causing him to flinch, and he ignored Dumbledore, shrinking down to his original size. Dumbledore, having noticed Xiao An's reaction, recognized her intentions with ease, his years of wisdom allowing him to interpret her feelings accurately. He stroked his long beard, a smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Well, what do you think of Fawkes?" Xiao An did not respond verbally but instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 50, The Weisengamot Trial. As time progressed, it was now 2:25 in the afternoon. Since Xiao An and Dumbledore had arrived around 1 o'clock, Dumbledore had ample opportunity to engage the members of the Weisengamot. Upon reaching the trial chamber, Xiao An conjured a bed and lay down, casting only a few protective charms before succumbing to sleep. The cacophony of voices nearby disrupted her slumber, and she soon awoke, realizing it was already past 2. Aware that the trial was about to commence, Xiao An refrained from returning to sleep and self-deprecatingly mused, "I can't believe that within less than 2 months, I have participated in 2 trials. Truly, how absurd." Then, Xiao An drew his wand, intending to summon the house elf Toby. However, Fudge, standing at the podium, and Umbridge, positioned behind him, were startled by Xiao An's action, instinctively stepping back. They were all too aware of the nature of Xiao An. Nearly everyone present observed the reaction of Fudge and Umbridge, as their prominent positions made them highly conspicuous. The judges were puzzled by their behavior, while Xiao An noticed their reaction but chose to disregard the 2 clowns. Upon Toby's appearance at his side, Xiao An gave a few brief instructions before sending him off to carry out a task. Nearly half a minute later, Toby reappeared, this time bearing Xiao An's magical creature box. After placing the box down and performing a traditional Chinese bow, Toby promptly dove inside, while Xiao An levitated the box onto the bed. It was then that Fudge announced the commencement of the trial. Yet, Xiao An paid no heed, instead summoning a basin and dental tools, conjuring fresh water with a spell, and proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Among the Weisengamot judges, most recognized Xiao An, especially since it had not been long since they had adjudicated the incident involving Harry's use of magic. The memory of the child who had slept in the courtroom was still vivid. As for the proceedings of the trial, it was essentially a duet of verbal sparring between Fudge and Dumbledore, both ignoring Xiao An's impudent behavior as they engaged in a fierce debate. After listening for a while, Xiao An discerned the crux of their argument. Fudge's side asserted that Xiao An had employed an unforgivable curse, resulting in the deaths of 5 Aurors, thus advocating for his imprisonment in Azkaban or even the death penalty. Conversely, Dumbledore's faction contended that Xiao An acted in self-defense, as the Aurors had ambushed him while he was recuperating in the infirmary, lacking any identification or arrest warrant, and Xiao An had been unaware of their identity, thus justifying his lethal response. Listening further, Xiao An recognized Dumbledore's adeptness. He navigated the rules with skill and wisely refrained from mentioning Xiao An's desire to eliminate Minister Fudge. Observing the debate, Xiao An noted that Dumbledore appeared to be at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, he simply shook his head, unconcerned, for he was confident that he would not face any repercussions. Thus, he reclined comfortably on the bed, watching the discord unfold. It was only when the Deputy Chief Justice of the Wisingamot could no longer tolerate the unrefined bickering between Fudge and Dumbledore that she intervened, striving to redirect the trial back to its intended course. After a period of attentive listening, the Wisingamot judges grasped the situation. Once the argument was halted, all eyes turned towards Xiao An, eager to scrutinize this young wizard who had so recently enrolled, yet managed to wield an unforgivable curse and fend off an assault by 6 Aurors. More astonishingly, he had killed 5 of them, a fact that left the judges astounded. A cold-blooded yet formidable individual, and alarmingly, merely a newly admitted wizard. Subsequently, the trial proceeded under the guidance of Amelia Bones, the Deputy Chief of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Xiao An regarded this woman with surprise, not expecting such competence within the ministry, having previously assumed it was populated solely by fools. First, the prosecution, represented by Fudge, was asked to present the rationale and details of the case. After an extensive exposition, Fudge's side called forth a witness, and to Xiao An's astonishment, it was the Auror he had spared. Good afternoon, esteemed judges of the Wisingamot and officials of the Ministry of Magic. I am Percy Weasley, the sole surviving Auror from last night's operation. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. On that day, Deputy Minister Umbridge arrived at the Ministry of Magic. Following this, under the embellishments of Percy Weasley, and employing a narrative style reminiscent of the spring and autumn annals, a portrayal emerged depicting the ministry as exceedingly just, with Minister Fudge characterized as a man of unwavering resolve, fiercely opposed to malevolence, and wholeheartedly dedicated to the image of the magical community. Percy articulated this version of events. However, the judges present from the Wisingamot were far from naive. They were all wizards of discernment. This assessment stems from the composition of the Wisingamot members, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon here. Consequently, the judges did not wholly accept Percy's account. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weasley. I have 2 inquiries I hope you can clarify. Firstly, as I understand it, you are currently affiliated with the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry. How then have you transitioned to being an Auror? Secondly, what prompted your participation in this operation, and what role did you play? Amelia inquired without hesitation. Well, the situation is as follows. I have been promoted to the position of assistant to Minister Fudge. I participated in this mission to protect the minister, as his security detail consists solely of Dementors and Aurors, and since Dementors are not permitted within Hogwarts, I was temporarily assigned to the Auror department, Percy explained. The members of the Wisingamot present were skeptical of this reasoning, yet they could discern the underlying circumstances. Many of the judges were also members of the ministry and were well aware of Percy's character. Thus, they chose to see through the facade without explicitly addressing the matter. Upon hearing Percy's explanation, Amelia comprehended the situation and refrained from further questioning him, redirecting her attention to Young and Chapter 51. A flawless resolution. Thank you for your testimony. You may take your seat now, Mr. Weasley, Amelia remarked while gazing at Anne. Now, Mr. N, could you please recount the events and present your testimony? Amelia requested, directing her gaze towards Anne. Upon hearing Amelia's inquiry and gathered her thoughts, surveyed the room, and noticed that all eyes were upon her. Clearing her throat, she began her narrative with a flourish. Good afternoon, fellow wizards. Before I recount the events, I would like to request Professor Dumbledore to perform a task. I hope he can send a message to Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts and Mr. Harry Potter, inviting them to attend this trial, and proclaimed as if delivering a speech. Also, please summon my godfather as well, Professor Dumbledore. Xiao An added. Dumbledore was unaware of Xiao An's intentions, yet he summoned the Phoenix Fox to deliver a message to Harry and his companions, inviting them forth. Upon witnessing Fox materialize in an instant and then vanish just as swiftly, Xiao An felt a pang of envy, though he refrained from lingering his gaze upon the majestic creature for too long. After bowing respectfully to Dumbledore, Xiao An disregarded the fearful expressions of Fudge and the others and continued speaking. Fudge and Percy had already recounted the events, albeit with some embellishments, but the essence remained intact. I shall clarify the inaccuracies and omissions in their account. Firstly, while I initiated the use of magic, it was merely a harmless prank spell, incapable of inflicting any harm. Secondly, it was Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic who first unleashed an offensive curse upon me, employing the unforgivable Cruciatus curse. Lastly, I must mention that Umbridge insulted me, referring to me as a mudblood, a derogatory term aimed at my lineage. As the Deputy Minister of Magic, her words represent a declaration of war against my family, and I see no reason to refrain from responding to such an affront. This declaration was made with gritted teeth. Consequently, following this meeting, I shall inform my family members and declare war against the Ministry of Magic. That is all. As he spoke, Xiao An conjured the memory of Umbridge's insult and the casting of the Cruciatus curse. Once he utilized the method obtained from Grindelwald to project the image, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore, who was observing him. After witnessing the memory, the judges present could no longer maintain their composure, casting fierce glares at Fudge and his associates. Initially, Fudge and the others had presumed that Xiao An's prowess lay solely in combat, and that he lacked a deep understanding of complex magical knowledge. However, upon witnessing Xiao An's adeptness in such advanced diplomacy techniques, they realized the situation was dire and could only lower their heads in defeat. During Xiao An's narration, Fawkes had already brought Professor McGonagall, Harry Potter, and Snape to the scene. Thus they too were privy to Xiao An's subsequent account. Professor McGonagall and Harry Potter maintained their composure, albeit with a hint of anger, while Snape was visibly incensed, his face contorted with rage and his right hand clenched tightly. Very well, I believe everyone now comprehends the gravity of the situation. I will conclude by stating that a fully grown wizard, particularly one in a high-ranking position within the Ministry of Magic, resorted to using an unforgivable curse following a child's harmless prank. Now, I invite the esteemed judges to cast their votes. Dumbledore stood before the tribunal, facing the judges with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, through a unanimous vote, Youngin was acquitted of all charges, while Fudge, due to his administrative blunders, confronted the prospect of compensation and impeachment. Meanwhile, Umbridge managed to secure her position through Fudge's protection. After the vote concluded, Fudge could only weakly announce the adjournment of the meeting and disperse the judges. However, at that moment, and called for the judges to halt. Since we are gathered here so rarely, we cannot merely witness the lackluster performance of an old monkey. It is essential that the display be far more captivating, is it not? Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to remain a little longer, for I wish to solicit your assistance in adjudicating a matter, and declared, bringing the judges to a standstill, perplexed by Anne's interruption. The judges turned their puzzled gazes towards him, unfazed by their expressions, and turned away, waved his wand, and summoned an individual from a box. This person, however, was grotesquely disfigured and bore the absence of one arm. However, Dumbledore and McGonagall, among others, instantly recognized the individual, exclaiming in astonishment, "Peter Pettigrew." The judges and Fudge clearly heard their exclamations and turned their gazes toward the figure lying motionless on the ground, resembling a statue. Indeed, this was Peter Pettigrew. I implore everyone to re-examine the case concerning the tragic demise of the Potter family, said Xiao An, who, after making his statement, disregarded the reactions around him and continued to recline on the bed, resuming his previous entertainment. Upon hearing Xiao An's acknowledgement of Pettigrew's identity, the assembled crowd became visibly agitated. Several impassioned wizards immediately drew their wands, eager to rescue their perceived hero. Yet, after a few failed attempts to lift the petrification, their hopes waned as they observed the utterly unresponsive Peter Pettigrew. All eyes turned to Dumbledore. What a remarkable man Dumbledore was. He could discern at a glance that Pettigrew had been administered a petrification potion and subjected to additional petrifying spells. He then directed his gaze towards Xiao An, seeking clarification, to which Xiao An merely nodded. In an instant, Dumbledore comprehended the situation and turned to address the wizards before him, stating, "I apologize, but I am unable to lift his petrified state. However, I assure you that our esteemed potions master, Severus Snape, will undoubtedly resolve this predicament with ease." Dumbledore cast his gaze upon Snape. Snape, instead of responding, turned his attention to Little An, who, after providing an answer to Dumbledore, was fixated on Snape, eager to discern his reaction. When their eyes met, Little An nodded slightly at Snape, yet he shook his head, signaling his reluctance to intervene. Little An, in return, offered Snape a look that conveyed an air of resignation, choosing to disregard him thereafter. Chapter 52. The Betrayal of Wormtail. Snape scrutinized Little An's youthful visage for a moment, but upon realizing that Little An was ignoring him, he soon felt disheartened. At that moment, Dumbledore approached Snape, intending to persuade him to take action. However, Snape had already averted his gaze, having been wholly absorbed in observing Little An, and thus failed to notice Dumbledore's approach. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Snape rose abruptly and strode directly towards Peter, leaving Dumbledore, who had extended a hand in an attempt to touch Snape, speechless and astonished. After administering a vial of potion to Peter, Snape turned to return to his original position, only to find Dumbledore standing beside the very spot he had just occupied, seemingly petrified, hand outstretched and motionless. Snape paused momentarily but chose to disregard the situation, continuing his stride back to his seat without acknowledging Dumbledore's presence. Although Wurtail was indeed petrified, the nature of the spell differed from that of a slumbering enchantment, allowing him to perceive his surroundings. Upon emerging from the box, he quickly grasped his current predicament, fervently beseeching Merlin to prevent anyone from lifting his petrification. However, as the potion entered Wurtail's mouth, his hopes were dashed in an instant. He felt the return of strength coursing through him, yet he dared not make a move, opting instead to feign death upon the ground. Yet, Wormtail's clumsy pretense could not deceive the assembled wizards. Little and swiftly discerned his act, but chose to overlook it. For he was no longer the focal point of the scene and willingly ceded the stage to the denizens of Hogwarts. Snape and Dumbledore, one a master of white magic and the other a connoisseur of potions, could hardly be oblivious to Wormtail's charade. Nevertheless, Dumbledore, possessing remarkable composure, remained seated serenely on the ground, while Snape, on the other hand, thought to himself, "You think I am blind to your farce? You are no actor. Simplicity would suffice." Snape could no longer contain himself. He swiftly drew his wand and cast the slug-vomiting charm. The assembled wizards were taken aback by the audacity of such a direct assault. And even Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, was caught off guard. Consequently, the spell struck true, prompting Pettigrew to instinctively turn away, bracing himself on the ground as he began to retch. Reactions among the wizards varied, yet only two individuals found amusement in the spectacle, Snape and Harry Potter, who had initially harbored thoughts of striking at Pettigrew upon seeing him. However, Professor McGonagall detained him, and upon witnessing Severus Snape tormenting Peter Pettigrew, he could not suppress a laugh, which significantly altered his previously antagonistic demeanor towards Snape. Observing Pettigrew in distress, Snape maliciously refrained from lifting the curse immediately, instead savoring the rare spectacle for a moment before finally releasing him. At this juncture, the judges from the Wizengamot began to comprehend that Pettigrew had merely been feigning. Once the curse was lifted, Deputy Head Amelia called for silence and commenced the proceedings. "Mr. And you requested a re-examination of the case concerning the betrayal of the Potters. May I inquire if there is any new evidence?" "Indeed," he replied. "Upon investigation, I have discovered that the true traitor who betrayed the Potters was not Sirius Black, but rather Peter Pettigrew. You may interrogate the accused, Pettigrew." Having spoken, and turned to Harry Potter and, employing a subtle method of the summoning charm, privately addressed him, "You may now contact your godfather, Sirius. I am aware that you possess a means to reach him." Upon hearing someone speak to him, Harry instinctively surveyed his surroundings, soon realizing that and was directing his words towards him. Just as he was about to respond, he heard, "There is no need for verbal confirmation. You may decide for yourself." Harry nodded, slightly shifting his posture, and discreetly retrieved a small object from his pocket, in a manner unknown to the onlookers. He nodded again and stealthily swept the object across the Wizengamot, ultimately focusing it on Peter Pettigrew. "Very well, Peter Pettigrew. It has been claimed that you were the one who betrayed the Potters. Do you have any defense?" Amelia inquired, her gaze fixed on Pettigrew. "Yes. It was I who disclosed their whereabouts to Voldemort," he began, only to suddenly realize the gravity of his words. Without a moment's hesitation, he covered his mouth with his hands, overwhelmed by the implications of his confession. Although the diminutive figure attempted to stifle his words, the judges present still caught the initial part of his statement, which ignited a tumultuous uproar. Severus Snape exhibited the most intense reaction. Upon hearing the admission of the little figure, who acknowledged his role as Lily's murderer, he instantly aimed his wand at Peter Pettigrew, his lips forming the incantation for the killing curse. Albus Dumbledore hurriedly intervened to prevent Snape from acting on his impulse. Subsequently, the events unfolded with clarity as Pettigrew recounted the entire narrative in detail, even if he had wished to withhold the truth. He was unable to do so due to the evident addition of certain substances in the potion that Snape had administered to him. Ultimately, the Wizengamot delivered its verdict, declaring Peter Pettigrew as the traitor who betrayed the Potters and a bona fide Death Eater. However, at the moment Amelia was about to announce the judgment, Sirius Black burst into the chamber. Recognizing him, Amelia swiftly obstructed the pursuing Aurors. Yet, As she restrained the oars, Sirius directly attacked Peter Pettigrew. With relentless fervor, he unleashed 3 consecutive stinging hexes upon Pettigrew, who writhed on the ground in agony, pleading for mercy. Once Dumbledore regained his composure, he promptly halted Sirius's actions. Amelia, observing that Dumbledore had successfully intervened, cast a few glances at Sirius but refrained from speaking, instead continuing with the announcement. Meanwhile, Cornelius Fudge and others attempted to voice their objections but managed only to part their lips without uttering a sound. Thus, the verdict of the Wisengamot was rendered. Peter Pettigrew was found guilty of willful murder, having joined the Death Eaters and betrayed the Potters, which ultimately led to their demise. For his multitude of crimes, he was sentenced to Azkaban, with the Dementor's Kiss to be executed 3 days hence. As for Sirius's case, it was to be deliberated later. The Assembly would reconvene in half an hour to reassess the matter concerning Sirius Black. Chapter 53. The Ministry's Bullying of the Minister of Magic. As the judges were departing, Sirius suddenly exclaimed, "You cannot imprison him in Azkaban. He is capable of escaping." Upon hearing Sirius's outcry, the judges halted, perplexed by his assertion, for in their minds, no one had ever managed to flee from Azkaban, a place deemed the most secure of all. Although Sirius had indeed once escaped from Azkaban, they had now come to regard him as a hero, and surely a hero could accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Youngin, having listened to Sirius's words, did not leave immediately after Amelia declared the trial concluded. Instead, upon hearing Sirius's statement, he raised his wand and unleashed a stunning spell towards the diminutive figure. A blood-curdling scream echoed as he severed the other arm of the small figure, and with a flick of his wand, a flame erupted, reducing the severed limb to ashes. "Is this satisfactory now?" An inquired. Sirius opened his mouth to respond but fell silent, merely swallowing hard and nodding in acquiescence. Witnessing An's ruthless demeanor, Fudge stumbled back in fear, hastily attempting to retreat. However, his movements were no match for An's keen gaze, which had been fixed upon Fudge and his companion since earlier. Observing their furtive gestures, An remarked, "What troubles you, our esteemed Minister of Magic, Mr. Fudge? Why the haste to depart?" However, Fudge did not respond. Instead, he hastened his steps, eager to depart. At that moment, however, Little An unleashed a wide-reaching repelling charm, albeit in reverse. Consequently, Fudge and his companion were propelled backward by an immense force. This was one of Little An's hidden tactics, the reversal charm. "Why the rush? We still have matters to settle," he declared, his tone deceptively calm, before suddenly accelerating the incantation of a spell. Fudge and his companion, having already been struck by Little An's repelling charm, had just turned to face him when they heard the incantation of the killing curse. This startled them to the very core, rendering them paralyzed with fear. As they sat there in shock, observing their reaction, Little An conjured a mask to cover his face, while the remaining judges who had yet to leave cast scornful glances at Fudge and his companion, covering their mouths and noses. Initially, Little An harbored a somewhat favorable impression of Fudge, but witnessing his cowardly response obliterated any lingering fondness. In truth, Little An had merely uttered a spell without any real intent to cast it, solely aiming to intimidate Fudge. However, upon witnessing such a disgraceful display, he decided to unleash his full power. Various spells erupted from Little An's wand, all of a playful nature, lacking the destructive force of more harmful curses. The only exception, the hanging bell, was not employed, given that Snape was still present. The judges, observing Little An's humiliation of the Minister of Magic, contemplated intervening but hesitated, recalling Little An's earlier declaration of war. Yet, among them stood a false Auror, Percy. Witnessing his pillar being so brazenly bullied, he swiftly drew his wand and directed it at Little An, casting several spells in quick succession. Yet, how could he possibly succeed? With a mere flick of his wrist, Little An effortlessly dispelled Percy's attack and sent him reeling, all without employing any harmful spells, as Percy was still Arthur Weasley's son, a follower of his. Having subdued Percy, Little An continued to torment the two, casting transformation charms and tooth removal charms with reckless abandon. However, this moment of merriment was abruptly curtailed by Amelia, one of the earliest judges to depart. Upon recognizing her as the one who intervened, Little An felt a twinge of respect. After all, individuals like her were rare within the Ministry of Magic. Granting Amelia her due, he ceased his torment of the two, though not without a parting threat. "Very well. I shall grant you this reprieve, but mark my words, I will strike again. The Ministry's insult to me is far from over." With that, Little An turned to leave. But to his surprise, Fudge spoke up. No, it is our fault. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall provide. You want magical tomes and galleons, correct? I will give you everything. Xiao An had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Fuji and his companion, for he was acutely aware that once Fuji could no longer conceal the news of Voldemort's return, the outcome would certainly be dire. Thus, Xiao merely sought to impart some lessons to the two. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bounty, 30,000 galleons and 30 volumes of exquisite spellbooks, to be delivered to Hogwarts the following day, remarked Littleton. After speaking, he waved his wand to revert the conjured bed back to its original state and approached Professor Dumbledore, stating, Professor Dumbledore, my matters have been resolved, and I have no further business here. Might I request that Fawkes transport me back to Hogwarts? My injuries have yet to heal. Will you not linger a while longer? Dumbledore inquired. Not at all, given my injuries, Littleton replied. Very well then, Dumbledore said, summoning Fawkes. Upon seeing the Phoenix arrive, Littleton promptly returned his wand to his concealed expansion bag and grasped Fawkes' leg. However, before departing, he left a message for Severus Snape. Professor, could you kindly assist me in transporting my trunk back to Hogwarts? I am still unaware of my accommodations there. No sooner had Littleton spoken than a flash of red light appeared, and he vanished with Fawkes, surveying his surroundings. Littleton realized he had returned to the Hogwarts infirmary. With a firm grip on Fawkes' leg, he pulled himself down. Just as Littleton seized Fawkes' leg, he cast a spell in the fleeting moment of their apparition, which is why Fawkes did not immediately disappear after delivering him. The Phoenix, being a sentient creature, sensed the spell on Littleton's hand. However, he perceived no threat or harm from it. Instead, he was intrigued to observe what this remarkable young man, whom Dumbledore had spoken so highly of, intended to do. Thus, he chose to disregard the spell on Littleton's hand and remained. Otherwise, if someone were to employ a spell or any act imbued with magic against the Phoenix, they would have long since faced its wrath or been driven away. Chapter 54. A fortuitous opportunity presented on a silver platter. Would it not be more bestial to decline? In truth, Xiao An's intention in capturing Fawkes was to undermine Dumbledore. However, upon seeing the docile Phoenix nestled in his embrace, Xiao An found himself at a loss. Alas, what should he do if he could not speak the language of the Phoenix? He chided himself inwardly. However, a spark of mischief flickered in Xiao An's eyes, and suddenly an absurd idea took root in her mind. She placed Fawkes on the hospital bed and swiftly drew her wand, intending to engage in a serious confrontation. Yet, Fawkes was no ordinary creature. The moment he sensed Xiao An's malevolence, he vanished in a flash of fire. Holding her wand, Xiao An stood motionless, staring blankly at the spot where Fawkes had been, lost in a daze. Confused, she pondered how her disillusionment charm had failed despite her confident casting. After a moment, realization dawned upon her, and she slapped her forehead in despair, collapsing onto the bed with a sigh. Damn, he's a Phoenix. How could a disillusionment charm possibly affect a Phoenix? Thus, Xiao An lay there for the entire afternoon, even as Madame Pomfrey came to change her bandages. Her own lack of energy causing the matron to speculate, with some irritation, whether Xiao An had suffered a romantic setback. However, Littleton truly experienced heartbreak. After the Fox's phantasm vanished, the innocent, pure, and kind-hearted essence of his youthful spirit shattered beyond repair. It was not until the evening when Harry and Hermione came to visit that he began to feel a flicker of anger. That night, in the infirmary, anyone who entered at that moment would undoubtedly witness an shameless display. There sat Hermione upon Anne's bed, while Anne lay across her lap, his small face nestled against her abdomen, feigning an overwhelming sob. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy and tears in any onlooker. If one were to overlook the chili powder and pepper clinging to Anne's fingers, what transpired, you may wonder. In truth, after Madame Pomfrey had tended to his wounds and summoned the house elf, Sherman, instructing him to prepare some delectable treats to soothe his wounded spirit, once dinner was finished and everything tidied away, and felt that his emotional comfort was still insufficient. Thus, he retrieved a roasted chicken leg intended for a midnight snack from his concealed pouch. However, just as he took his first bite, a sharp pain surged through his injured left arm. Instinctively, he reached to cover the source of the pain, forgetting about the chicken leg in his hand. Consequently, as he moved his right hand abruptly, it slipped from his grasp, creating a perfect arc in the air, landing squarely on Anne's eye. Anne had a preference for food with a mild spice, but the chicken leg was generously coated with chili and pepper. Hence, the spices invaded his eyes, prompting a flood of tears. At that precise moment, Hermione and the others entered, only to find it in a state of distress. Puzzled by the sight, Hermione's maternal instincts surged forth, and she swiftly gathered it into her embrace. And, bewildered by being cradled in Hermione's arms, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Was it merely the chili that had caused his eyes to water? Yet, as a fine young man of the 21st century, how could he refuse such an unexpected kindness? Reluctantly, he surrendered to the embrace, striving to portray his distress more convincingly by allowing his sobs to escape and occasionally bringing his chili-coated fingers to his eyes for an added effect. What was happening to him? With a swift glance, the small-eyed one realized that one could not continue to weep indefinitely. Although Harry and Ron were unconcerned, it was only a matter of time before the astute Hermione would uncover the truth. However, upon reflection, no plausible excuse emerged. Was there a benevolent deity who could provide assistance? In the end, little Anne was unable to devise a satisfactory alibi, and as she pondered, her tears ceased. Hermione, noticing Anne's silence, believed her words had made an impact. Yet, upon helping Anne to her feet, she observed that the latter's visage bore no trace of sorrow. After a moment's pause, Hermione swiftly comprehended the situation, only to witness a visible blush spread from Anne's ears to her entire body. Subsequently, Hermione stamped her foot, causing Anne to tumble backward onto the hospital bed. In a flurry, Hermione advanced to deliver a flurry of blows, but Harry and Ron, those rather slow-witted companions, finally reacted, realizing that matters were escalating and hurried to restrain Hermione's actions, though their intentions were noble, and merely rolled her eyes. Harry, however, caught sight of her exasperation and, fearing a calamity, urgently called for Madame Pomfrey, imploring her to come and assess the situation. Upon hearing Harry shout, Anne nearly lost her composure, almost succumbing to the moment. Once she regained her bearings, she sat up, gasping for breath, her gaze fixated on Harry, as if wishing to pierce him with her eyes. Hermione, witnessing Anne's reaction, burst into laughter, only to realize that her demeanor lacked the decorum befitting a lady. She quickly covered her mouth, yet it was evident that her amusement lingered. Anne, upon hearing Hermione's laughter, glanced at her and discerned that a significant portion of Hermione's ire and embarrassment had dissipated. She understood that with a little coaxing, the situation would soon resolve itself. However, Harry and Ron, true to their oblivious nature, saw Hermione's laughter and, upon observing her demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. They exclaimed words that made Anne wish to silence them. Hermione, how could you? You've reduced into this state, and yet you can still find amusement. Despite her evident distress and tears, how could you push her with such force? As Hermione heard Harry's words, her laughter abruptly ceased. A captivating blush suddenly graced her cheeks. As if she had recalled some intimate thought, she cast a fierce glare at Harry, mirroring Ron's expression, and then shot a penetrating look at Xiao An before turning and exiting the infirmary. Harry, taken aback by Hermione's intense gaze before she left, remained bewildered, mumbling to himself in confusion. Chapter 55, The Unrefusable Gift. Xiao An, unable to contain himself any longer after witnessing Harry's reaction, unleashed his frustration with a swift motion that sent Harry sprawling. Observing Harry on the ground, Xiao An continued to glare at him with unyielding intensity. Harry rubbed his sore backside, puzzled by Xiao An's sudden aggression. When he looked up, he was met with Xiao An's deathly stare, which startled him greatly. Though Ron was often perceived as a staunchly straightforward individual, the influences of his family had softened him somewhat, and he quickly grasped the situation at hand. Upon seeing Harry knocked down by Xiao An, Ron felt no concern. Instead, he found humor in Harry's misfortune and chuckled as he approached to help him up. Whispering a few words into Harry's ear, Ron's remarks triggered a realization in Harry, who could only muster a foolish grin and an apologetic glance towards Xiao An. Noticing the subtle exchange between Harry and Ron, shot Harry an exasperated look and said, "The trouble you've stirred up, you must resolve. If Hermione remains upset, just wait and see how I deal with you both. It's not entirely our fault." It was clearly Harry mumbled. "What did you just say?" Xiao An inquired. Never mind. I merely meant to say you can trust us," Harry quickly amended, fully aware of Xiao An's nature. Seeing Harry's quick wit, Xiao An decided to let him off the hook. With Hermione having departed, Xiao An lost interest in further engagement with the duo. He reclined on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. "By the way, thank you, Xiao An, for helping to clear my godfather's name," Harry said, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Not a problem," Xiao An replied casually. "What may seem trivial to you is of utmost importance to me. I am willing to offer anything I possess to repay your kindness," Harry declared earnestly. "Well, if you wish to repay me, how about your invisibility cloak? I'd like to examine it," Xiao An casually suggested without much thought. Sure. Here it is," Harry replied, handing it over. Uncertain of where Harry had procured the cloak, He placed it gently upon Little An's bed. Little An, engrossed in the practice of legilimency, was meticulously revisiting his previous encounters with Voldemort and Dumbledore to glean insights from their fierce battles, a process formally termed review. After laying the invisibility cloak on Little An's bed, Harry awaited a response. However, after a moment of silence, he noticed Little An remained unresponsive, prompting him to speak up. "Is there anything else?" "No." "Very well, then we shall take our leave." "All right, goodbye." With that, Harry and his companion departed, though Ron's expression bore a trace of displeasure. After thoroughly reviewing his memories 3 times through legilimency, Little An finally withdrew from his contemplative state. Rubbing his weary head for a moment, he regained a modicum of energy. He then sat up, reclining on the bed, intending to retrieve a sweet treat from his undetectable extension charm bag for a late-night snack. However, after sampling a few puddings, he glanced at a chicken leg he had bitten into, only to discover it had grown cold and unappetizing. Reluctantly, he placed the entire chicken leg on the table and wrote a note to send to his house elf. After dispatching the chicken leg, Little An found himself at a loss for activities. After a brief contemplation, he considered taking out a singing toy to pass the time, but in that moment of distraction, he noticed something particularly exquisite on the bed. There lay a shimmering object resembling liquid, rippling and glistening under the light, akin to sparkling diamonds or celestial reflections, glimmering under the moon's gentle embrace. Upon closer inspection, Little An could not discern what it was, yet as he prepared to set it down, he noticed a fragment of the object fall away. Studying it intently, he realized it was a garment of sorts. Unfolding it, he discovered it was a cloak, astonishingly opaque, for it possessed the remarkable ability to render the wearer invisible. Could this be an invisibility cloak? Little An pondered aloud. Further examination revealed this was indeed a premium invisibility cloak, impervious to disillusionment charms and retaining its effects even during vigorous movement. Following a preliminary test, Little An fell into deep thought, questioning from whom this high-end cloak had come. Had he overlooked something crucial, or had he experienced a peculiar twist of fate? After a moment of reflection, it dawned on him that he had inadvertently acquired Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, leading him to wonder about Harry's judgment in so casually parting with such a precious item. Yet it also reflected Harry's commendable character. Perhaps it would be best to find an appropriate opportunity to return it to Harry at a later time. Xiao An instinctively spoke out. After a brief silence of approximately half a second, he continued with a smile. "However, one cannot resist a gift so generously offered." After contemplating for a while, he returned the invisibility cloak to the seamless expansion bag and took out a book to read. About 10 minutes later, Shulman returned with the heated chicken leg. Xiao An accepted the tray and placed it on the table, observing Shulman, who stood there trembling. He patted the edge of the bed. "Thank you, Shulman. Please sit down and keep me company for a while." "Ah, thank you, my lord," and actually said thank you to Shulman, Shulman exclaimed, covering his mouth in shock, his already large eyes widening further. "Come sit, Shulman. Do not refuse me. Sit down immediately." Sean was quite adept at handling his domestic sprite, Toby, and knew how to manage Shulman as well. Shulman cannot sit on my lord's bed," Shulman insisted. "No, you wish to decline my request." No, I wouldn't dare," Shulman replied timidly. "Sit down." There was a hint of irritation in Xiao An's voice. Domestic sprites possess an uncanny ability to provoke the anger of even the most easygoing individuals. Upon hearing Xiao An's commanding tone, Shulman reluctantly sat at the edge of Xiao An's sickbed. Chapter 56. The concept of creating new magic. Seeing the domestic sprite settle at the bedside, Xiao began to engage Shulman in casual conversation about various topics. Humans are peculiar creatures, particularly in their thoughts. They may harbor feelings they would never share with anyone, but find themselves revealing their innermost secrets to small animals, inanimate objects, or even strangers. Xiao was no exception. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself divulging secrets he had never shared with anyone before. However, as Xiao spoke, she suddenly realized and hastily added, "Shulman, please. What I just said must remain a secret, never to be shared with anyone else. This is Lord in secret." Of course, Shulman would never divulge such a secret. Shulman quickly stood up, assuring her, "I promise." "Very well, I trust you, Shulman. By the way, how do the house elves in your family perform magic? I have observed that many wizards require incantations and wands to cast spells, yet you seem to conjure some extraordinary magic based on your desired outcomes, which I have never witnessed before. How do you manage that?" "I apologize, Lorden, but I am not certain. Every time I attempt to use magic, it simply manifests naturally, I do not comprehend how it occurs. Upon hearing Shulman's response, Xiao An pondered for a moment, intrigued. Interesting. Then, Shulman, could you use your magic to fetch the syringe from that hospital bed for me? She inquired. Soon, Xiao An watched as Shulman merely extended his hand towards the syringe, making a gesture as if to grasp something, and then the syringe flew directly into his hand. Throughout Shulman's spellcasting, Xiao An focused her magical energy to sense the flow of magic within him. She discovered that Shulman's magic seemed to pour forth effortlessly, devoid of any complex transformations or intricate pathways within his body. Yet, remarkably, Shulman had successfully cast the spell. A wave of confusion washed over Xiao An, and she then said to Shulman, "All right, you may return to rest now, Shulman. Thank you for your assistance." After Shulman departed, Xiao An tucked a pillow beneath his head and fell into contemplation. This time, however, his reflections were not profound. He frequently waved his hands or patted the bedside with vigor. After an hour of this, someone entered the ward. The sound of footsteps jolted Xiao An from his reverie, and he turned to see who had arrived. Since it was the beginning of the school year, Xiao An was the sole occupant in the infirmary, allowing him the freedom to ponder. The arrival of anyone in the medical room signified that something was amiss. The likelihood of injuries or illnesses during this time was exceedingly low. Previously, students might have sustained injuries during potions class, but now that Xiao An had commenced his studies, Snape had become more restrained. Furthermore, with no new students like Harry Potter to provoke Snape's nerves, and given that Harry's class had developed a clear resilience to Snape's methods, the chances of young wizards getting hurt had diminished significantly. As he turned his head, Xiao An recognized that the newcomer was Snape. He quickly rose, eager to greet his elder brother, but Snape, noticing Xiao An's movement, hastened his steps to prevent him from doing so, gently laying him back down on the bed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting both Xiao An and Snape to glance towards it. After a brief pause, a girl bounced into the room, Hermione Granger. Initially, Hermione had come to tease Xiao An, feeling flustered after he had playfully provoked her earlier in the evening. As an older sister, she felt it beneath her dignity to be teased by him. Torn between the desire to retaliate and her own sensibilities, she finally succumbed to the urge around 8:30 that evening, leading to this moment. However, as Hermione pushed the door open, intending to startle Xiao An, she was taken aback to find Snape beside him. It was evening, and Hogwarts had strict rules against nighttime excursions. Stunned, Hermione momentarily froze, her first instinct being to feign sleepwalking away from the scene. Just as she turned to make her escape, she halted, ultimately opting to greet Snape. Xiao An, witnessing Hermione's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Hermione to shoot him a fierce glare. Of course, their exchange did not escape Snape's notice. Maintaining his characteristic poker face, he addressed her, "Good evening, Ms. Granger. You should return to your rest. Students ought not to roam the school at this hour." At Snape's words, Hermione was even more taken aback, dazedly turning to leave the infirmary. Xiao An's amusement only grew at her bewildered reaction. Once outside the medical room, Hermione regained her composure after a short distance, feeling as if she had just encountered Merlin himself. At that moment, the sound of Xiao An's laughter reached Hermione's ears, infuriating her to the point where she almost turned to storm into the infirmary to reprimand him. However, it remained merely a fleeting thought, and she instead, quite honestly, cast a disillusionment charm and made her way to the Gryffindor common room. Snape glanced back at Xiao An and remarked, "I have not returned your trunk to your original dormitory. Rather, I have brought all your belongings back to my office. You may collect them once you are discharged." Before rising and departing, observing Snape's maneuver, Xiao An felt compelled to commend him, as he had not only frightened Hermione away, but had also left him alone, which he deemed a masterstroke. Once Snape exited, Xiao An found himself once again in solitude within the infirmary, regretting his decision to release the mountain cannon, as he now lacked even a companion for conversation and amusement. Gazing around the empty room, Xiao An fell back into contemplation, with two of his trump cards already disclosed. Only one remained hidden, instilling a sense of urgency in him to bolster his defenses. Additionally, due to Shulman's recent spell casting, Xiao An had encountered some novel insights, prompting him to delve deeper into research, seeking to create his own spells inspired by Shulman's technique to enhance his arsenal. Otherwise, being thoroughly analyzed could render him vulnerable in future confrontations. Chapter 57. Am I truly so frightening? After 3 hours of relentless study, Xiao An exhausted all his energy and concluded that he lacked the requisite skill to execute the desired operations. Thus, 3 days passed, and at long last, Xiao An's arm had fully healed, signifying that he was finally ready for discharge. Following Pomfrey's final examination, she uttered the long-awaited words, "Your injury has completely healed. You may now leave the infirmary. However, do remain cautious after your discharge." Little An did not finish listening to what Professor Pomfrey had to say and swiftly exited the infirmary, leaving Mrs. Pomfrey's words echoing in the air. However, it seemed that Little An had forgotten about her unconsumed lunch. Upon leaving the infirmary, due to her unfamiliarity with Hogwarts, she had to rely on the portraits and ghosts to navigate her way to Professor Snape's office. Although the portraits appeared to be quite frightened of her, retreating at the sight of Little An, the ghosts were more accommodating. She encountered a particularly amiable ghost who guided her, and she successfully arrived at Snape's office. After knocking on the door, she received no response from within. Little An realized that there was no one inside, as Snape was likely attending a class. However, she did not possess the key to Snape's office. While she could have easily used magic to unlock the door, she refrained from doing so, as Snape was her godfather. Instead, she conjured a sofa and sat down at the entrance of Snape's office, waiting for his return. Fortunately, Snape's office was somewhat secluded, and only a few Slytherin students might venture there in search of him. It was not until nearly noon that Snape finally returned to his office. Upon seeing Little An seated at his door, he quickened his pace and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "You've been discharged. How wonderful. Please, don't act so impulsively in the future," he said. "Yes, Godfather, you're holding me too tightly. I can barely breathe." Severus Snape promptly released his grip. Yet he continued to regard Little An with a benevolent gaze. He then guided her into his office, which also served as a resting chamber. To Anne's astonishment, Snape's office was devoid of a key, as he utilized magic to unlock it. Subsequently, Anne retrieved all her belongings, only to learn from Snape that he had secured a room for her, thus sparing her the necessity of sharing accommodations with someone she had never met, although she was unaware of their identities. Accompanying Snape to the Gryffindor common room, and observed as the previously boisterous Gryffindor students fell silent, their eyes fixated on her and Snape. Upon arriving at her private dormitory, and surveyed her surroundings and discovered that the room was quite spacious, featuring not only a sleeping area but also a practice space for spells and a potion brewing area, alongside other essential rooms, and felt immensely satisfied with the accommodation. Snape assisted in tidying up, leaving behind a class schedule before departing from her dormitory. Once Anne finished organizing her belongings, she found herself at a loss for what to do. She reclined on the sofa, contemplating for a moment, when, inexplicably, she reached for the class schedule Snape had left. Gazing at the document in her hand, she swiftly pressed down with her left hand, forcibly seizing the schedule from her right hand and casting it away. Oh, how terrifying! How could I have acted in such a manner? It is utterly frightening. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to simply lounge about? Why pursue the class schedule? Anne exclaimed, patting her chest and taking several deep breaths. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must venture out quickly. This is too frightening. With that, Anne exited her dormitory, her face etched with fear. Standing at the doorway, she took a few more breaths and murmured, "This is too terrifying. But where can I go now that I cannot stay in my room? Well, never mind. I shall take a stroll. I must explore Hogwarts properly." With that resolution, Anne began to meander about Hogwarts, though she refrained from wandering through the dormitory area, opting instead to circle the public common room. However, the young wizards in the common room were all quite intimidated by Xiao An. Upon seeing him approach, they fell silent, as if struck by an icy chill. Xiao An surveyed them, puzzled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Could it be that he had donned inappropriate attire? He glanced down at his clothing and found nothing amiss. Breathing a sigh of relief after inspecting his trousers, he pondered the peculiar behavior of the group. Having spent less than 10 seconds in the common room, the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable for Xiao An, prompting him to exit and wander outside. To his bewilderment, as he strolled, every young wizard he encountered, whether engaged in games or conversation, immediately averted their gaze and fell silent upon noticing him. Even those conversing in the corridor instinctively stepped aside, bowing their heads until he passed, at which point they resumed their activities. "What on earth is going on?" Xiao An exclaimed in frustration. After enduring yet another moment of silence, he could no longer contain himself and shouted. Following his outburst, he noticed that the nearby young wizard bowed their head even lower. Taking in the scene, Xiao An lost all desire to continue his leisurely stroll. He decided to return to his dormitory for some rest, but after walking a short distance, he realized he had become lost. Yes, Xiao An was indeed lost. Staring at the fork in the path, he could not recall from which direction he had come. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that it was all due to those wretched individuals who had distracted him. faced with the crossroads and feeling utterly despondent. He sought to remember which route he had taken, but his memory failed him. Reluctantly, he opted for the most scientific method to determine his path. Raising his wand toward his undetectable extension charm bag, he muttered, "Galleons, come forth." The left side represented one direction, while the right side signified another. He thought to himself, flipping a coin, and caught it deftly. At that moment, a young wizard in Gryffindor robes walked past. Xiao An stared at him, momentarily lost in thought, and quickly called out to the young wizard. However, upon realizing it was Xiao An who had addressed him, the wizard hastened his steps and fled. "Am I truly that frightening?" Xiao An murmured, watching the young wizard disappear into the distance. Chapter 58. I have no idea how to return. Although the little wizard had fled, Xiao An distinctly recalled the path he had taken and promptly set off in pursuit. However, it was evident that Xiao An was rather naive. 2 hours later, he found himself standing on the staircase, gripping the handrail as it swayed, letting out a sigh. His lack of worldly experience, coupled with his shallow knowledge, weighed heavily on him. Gazing at the now darkened Hogwarts and the restless staircase, Xiao An lamented. "Do you see those moving steps? They represent my lost youth." Resigned, Xiao An continued his journey. Even though it was already past 7 in the evening and Hogwarts had entered its curfew, all the young wizards had dined and retreated to their dormitories, while he was left to endure his hunger and search for a way back. After yet another hour had passed, he sat down on the ground, contemplating where he had gone astray. After half an hour of reflection, Xiao An begrudgingly accepted a harsh truth. He was indeed directionally challenged. As for why he had never realized this before, one could only say that he had been fortunate. Whenever he ventured out, he was either accompanied by someone able to take a cab, or could simply use apparition to arrive at his destination. Yet this time, he found himself without the luxury of transportation or companionship, revealing his true nature as a spatially challenged individual. With no choice but to wander, Xiao An recognized he could not remain on the astronomy tower. Although he could rest there for the night, his stomach protested. He had already missed 2 meals, and at his age, the discomfort of hunger was quite unbearable. Without the inclination to admire the stunning night view of Hogwarts, he descended from the astronomy tower and continued his aimless stroll. However, as it was quite late, the portraits lining the corridors of Hogwarts were all adorned with sleeping figures. Noticing the slumbering images, Xiao An hurried to the nearest portrait and began to shake it. "Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to disturb my slumber?" "Ah, it's you. Oh my." The portrait stirred to life, mumbling and grumbling, but upon seeing Xiao An, they immediately squealed in fright and scampered away. In an instant, the entire corridor was awakened, the sleeping portraits under Xiao An's bright spell all shrieking as they fled. Xiao An stood there, mouth agape, utterly bewildered by the scene, unsure of what to say. The primary reason for Xiao An's reluctance to return to the dormitory was indeed these very portraits. After losing sight of that mischievous little wizard, Xiao An wandered a bit longer and suddenly recalled that Hogwarts was not merely populated by wizards, but also by a multitude of portraits. Thus, Xiao An attempted to inquire about directions from them. However, upon recognizing Xiao An, they all screamed and scurried away. Frustrated, Xiao An seized the frame of one recently fleeing portrait and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on it a few times to vent their anger. After that, Xiao An resolved never to ask the portraits for directions again, which led to their aimless wandering until they stumbled upon the astronomy tower. Observing that the portraits had once again vanished, Xiao An could only continue searching for the way back in resignation. However, it wasn't long before 2 heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. Hearing the sound, Xiao An hurriedly followed it, only to find no one around when they arrived at the source, and the footsteps had ceased. Quickly stopping, Xiao An drew their wand, cautiously on guard while meticulously scanning the surroundings. Just then, another set of footsteps approached, accompanied by heavy panting. With vigilance, Xiao An pointed their wand towards the direction of the sound, but upon its arrival, they were met not by a person, but by a small kitten bounding toward them. As Xiao An caught sight of the fleeting shadow, they swiftly aimed their wand, but the speed of the figure had left them unsure of what it was, only to realize it was a little cat. Gazing at the kitten, Xiao An mused to themselves, "A cat? Could it be Professor McGonagall? I recall that her animagus form is a cat. If it truly is Professor McGonagall, that would be splendid." Hastily, Xiao An stowed away their wand and crouched down, eager to exchange a few words with the little feline. However, just then, the previously vanished footsteps returned, prompting Xiao An to realize that this cat might not be Professor McGonagall after all. Quickly rising, Xiao An turned to face the source of the footsteps. And it wasn't long before they discerned who was approaching. It was Hogwarts caretaker, Filch. Overjoyed to see Filch, Xiao An beamed with relief, thinking that at last They could find their way back, for Filch was exceedingly familiar with Hogwarts. Uh-huh, got you now. Oh wait, it's you. Filch, upon spotting someone ahead, peered into the dim glow of the oil lamp and discerned a small wizard. His face instantly brightened with joy. But as he followed the light emanating from the wand in Xiao An's hand, his expression changed to one of sheer horror upon realizing it was Xiao An. Without a moment's hesitation, Filch turned swiftly and fled, his speed surpassing that of his earlier approach. Watching Filch and the cat retreat into the shadows, Xiao An felt his heart shatter, his body weakening as he sank to the ground, extending his hand and lamenting, "Oh, my lost youth." At that moment, however, a surge of magical energy emanated from a nearby darkened corner, prompting Xiao An to abandon his facade. He quickly rose, grasped his wand, and cast a protective armor spell upon himself, then directed his wand toward the source of the magical disturbance. Just as he pointed his wand, two figures suddenly emerged from that very location, startling Xiao An and prompting him to prepare a spell. Yet, he was taken aback as a bright light illuminated the figures, revealing them to be the Weasley twin brothers. Immediately lowering his guard, Xiao An rushed towards them, eager to seek their assistance and returning to the dormitory. After all, when it came to familiarity with Hogwarts, even Dumbledore might pale in comparison to these two. However, just as Xiao An was about to act, the twins unexpectedly clung to his legs. Stunned by this turn of events, Xiao An thought to himself, "What is going on? Are you lost too? You want me to lead you back, but for heaven's sake, I have no idea how to get back." Chapter 59, The Stronghold of Hogwarts. After a while, Xiao An began to comprehend the situation. Fortunately, his reaction was slower than that of the twins. Otherwise, he might have been oblivious to the unfolding events. The matter at hand was this. Due to Xiao An's astonishing act during the sorting ceremony at the opening feast, all the young wizards had to wait until very late to have their dinner. Furthermore, Xiao An's direct defeat of Dumbledore in front of the entire school, albeit partly because Dumbledore had been preoccupied rescuing the professors, left an indelible impression of strength in the minds of all students and faculty, instilling a deep sense of fear towards him. Yet, the wizard's inherent admiration for the powerful led the young wizards to simultaneously revere Xiao An. Additionally, the tales of his exploits during his brief hospitalization spread throughout the school, causing all those with a modicum of awareness to regard Xiao An with both respect and trepidation. Thus, when he ventured out of the hospital for the first time at Hogwarts, it became apparent that no one dared to engage him in conversation, rendering his return to the dormitory impossible. However, this pervasive fear did not extend to the twin brothers, whose mischievous natures rendered them less susceptible to intimidation. On the contrary, they held Xiao An in the highest esteem, believing that his actions at the feast constituted the most remarkable, successful, and flawless prank they had ever witnessed. Moreover, as previously mentioned, upon being sorted into Gryffindor, the twins had cheered his name, spurred on by their father, Arthur Weasley, who had attended one of Xiao An's fiery gatherings and subsequently become one of his followers. Xiao An had gifted Arthur a book and a gramophone, and when the twins observed their father engrossed in the book, they were inspired to concoct a prank. Although their attempt ultimately failed, they managed to glean Xiao An's identity from Arthur. Once Arthur realized that the matter was out in the open, he found himself unwilling to resort to harsh measures against his sons, especially since he could not outwit them. In the end, he reluctantly divulged the entire story to the twins. Upon hearing this, their interest was piqued. However, the twins, being spirited by nature, were not like Cedric. Their newfound fascination with Xiao An was merely a hint of admiration. Their playful disposition, coupled with this slight reverence, prompted them to cheer Xiao An's name upon learning of his assignment to Gryffindor, but this was merely for amusement. Yet, after witnessing Xiao An's extraordinary feat during the sorting ceremony, that fleeting admiration was magnified exponentially. Consequently, when they saw Filch being incapacitated by Xiao An, they quickly dispelled the disillusionment charm and rushed to embrace Xiao An's legs. Logically, given their years of outsmarting Filch and their mastery of numerous spells, the Weasley twins should not have been easily detected by the squib. Their pursuit by Filch had been a whimsical endeavor, a mere game for the twins, at least. That was how Xiao An perceived it. The twins, however, viewed it differently. According to them, it had become a tradition, since entering their third year. They had never been caught by Filch during their nocturnal escapades. This was due in part to the Marauder's map and their basic grasp of spells acquired over the past 2 years, along with the fact that Filch was a squib. Thus, they had evaded capture. What should have been a fortunate circumstance turned into a source of dissatisfaction for these two idlers, rather than being caught. They found themselves longing for the thrill of toying with Filch. This playful rivalry eventually solidified into a tradition. Once Xiao An grasped the situation, he cast a glance at the twins, a look imbued with a blend of disdain, delight, and other complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "You two miscreants. Ah, well, the brave of Gryffindor to the brave of Gryffindor. Indeed, the essence of Gryffindor has been profoundly grasped, truly impressive." Xiao An quickly retracted his half-finished words, altering his statement. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a hint of skepticism. He inquired, "Are you suggesting that all the faculty and students in the entire school are afraid of me, including which staff members?" "Of course. You are our esteemed leader. By the way, esteemed leader, allow us to join the Crimson Fire. We have long held you in high regard." Wait. Are you serious?" "Indeed, we hold you in such reverence." Stop. I meant the part about everyone being afraid of me." "Oh, certainly. We are known as the honest and reliable gentlemen of Hogwarts, never uttering a falsehood. We have stated our admiration for you." Stop. Xiao An cast a glance at the two lively fellows, pondering, what on earth have these two been raised on? Even at this age, they remain so whimsical. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. Please refrain from disturbing me for a moment. If what these two claim is indeed true, then I would be the prominent figure at Hogwarts. And that could be troublesome. Lost in his musings, Xiao An suddenly seated himself on the ground. Upon seeing him drop to the floor, the Weasley twins assumed he had fallen and hurried over to assist him. However, as they approached, they heard him lamenting, "What should I do now? What should I do?" "What is the matter, boss?" the twins inquired tentatively. "What should I do? Oh, it's nothing." Startled by their sudden question while he was lost in his own thoughts, Xiao An replied, "Never mind. Every road will lead to a resolution when the time comes. Regardless, I'm truly hungry." Xiao An's last remark was in Chinese, leaving the twins perplexed as they did not comprehend its meaning. However, the two individuals quickly discerned that Xiao An had touched her stomach, a gesture universally understood. The twins promptly rummaged through their pockets and produced 2 bags of candy. "Here, have some. We can eat something in the cafeteria later," they offered, extending the bags towards Xiao An. Upon seeing the sudden presentation of the candy, Xiao An instinctively reached out to take them, but hesitated for a moment. Raising her gaze, she realized it was the twins who were offering them. Upon hearing that the candy was for her, she feigned aloofness as she accepted it. Yet, her swift actions betrayed her true eagerness. Without a hint of suspicion, she stashed one bag into her pocket while swiftly tearing open the other, extracting a piece and devouring it. Chapter 60. The Twins' Bounty. Not so easily consumed. After consuming a piece of candy, Xiao An was struck by an inexplicable impulse and abruptly halted her actions. She pondered briefly, sensing she had forgotten something crucial, yet the thought eluded her. Just as she was lost in contemplation, she suddenly felt her mouth filled with an unexpected liquid. Not knowing what was happening, she widened her mouth and spat out what she had just eaten. To her astonishment, what she expelled was the very candy she had just consumed. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her, and she realized what she had neglected to remember. Damn it. How could I have been so foolish to eat anything from the twins? Cursing herself inwardly, she felt a strong urge to slap herself. The twins, upon witnessing what Xiao An had spat out, suddenly recalled what they had given her and were immediately frightened, attempting to sneak away. Realizing their intentions, Xiao An swiftly drew her wand, pointing it at them, and declared, "Stop right there. So you think you can trick me and just run away? How naive." With her mouth slightly agape, she glared at them. Hearing their names called, the twins froze and slowly turned around, only to be met with the sight of Xiao An aiming her wand at them. Terrified, they quickly raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, looking at her with wide eyes. "Please, don't. This isn't our fault. We just saw you were hungry and well, we only had these with us," they stammered. "Oh, so you had only these with you, and that justified giving them to me, did it?" Xiao An retorted. "Exactly. We just wanted to help you satisfy your hunger," they replied, their voices laced with anxiousness. "Oh, so you decided to play a prank on me under the guise of kindness?" she questioned, her tone sharp. "Yes, precisely," they echoed, their nervousness palpable. "Is that so?" Xiao An suddenly emphasized, "Indeed, no, that is not correct. We truly did not intend for this to happen. Transform into a pig's head and consume a slug." With a flick of her wrist, Xiao An cast a spell of transformation and a curse of slimy creatures upon the twins. Upon being struck by the incantation, the twins immediately reacted. Their faces momentarily sprouted pig ears, which vanished just as swiftly, only to be replaced by pig noses. True to their nature as twins, they exhibited no sign of panic from the malevolent spell. Instead, they pointed at each other's rapidly changing faces and erupted into hearty laughter. Xiao An joined in their amusement. Yet soon their laughter turned to dismay. Suddenly, a slug crawled from their mouths, and their expressions darkened. In unison, they knelt and retched upon the ground. Initially, when Xiao An witnessed the twins' faces begin to morph, she couldn't help but smile at their comical appearance. With a casual flick, she cast a cleansing charm upon herself and crossed her arms, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, upon witnessing the two individuals expelling slimy substances from their mouths, Xiao An's complexion darkened considerably. As the duo began to kneel and retch on the ground, the sound of their heaving filled the air. Xiao An's face swiftly turned a shade of despair. In sync with their distress, he lowered his head, feeling the urge to vomit. Initially, he managed to suppress the queasiness, but it wasn't long before he too began to feel nauseated. Having not eaten for 2 meals, his stomach was devoid of content, leaving him to regurgitate only a bitter bile. The experience was indescribably unpleasant. Realizing he could no longer endure the situation, Xiao An fought through the nausea and hurriedly broke the spell on the two. Yet, no sooner had he done so than he succumbed to his own discomfort, bending forward and supporting himself on his knees as he expelled the remnants of his stomach. Once the twins had been freed from the spell, they felt an immediate relief from the sensation of something slimy trying to escape their throats. They touched their necks and erupted into laughter, pointing at each other with delight. However, the pleasant moment was fleeting. Upon hearing the retching sounds from nearby, Xiao An and his companion curiously turned their heads to investigate. It was well known that such vomiting could be contagious, and within less than 3 seconds of observation, both were soon seized by the same urge. The scene quickly became lively, as the three of them continued to retch for 5 minutes before finally subsiding. Once the nausea dissipated, Xiao An promptly cast a cleansing charm, tidying the mess on the floor. He then hurriedly took a few steps forward to escape the strange odor lingering in the air, with the twins swiftly following suit. Xiao An strolled casually for a while, closely trailed by the inseparable Weasley twins. True to their nature, the twin spirits were undampened, and soon they were filled with mirth. They remained beside Xiao An, incessantly inquiring about the transformation spell he had just executed. Overwhelmed, Xiao An quickened his pace in an attempt to evade them. However, being only 11 and in his first year, he was no match for the older twins, who were several years his senior. After merely 3 minutes, Xiao An could no longer endure their incessant questioning and contemplated teaching them a lesson. Yet, he suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with his surroundings. Surveying the scenery, he resignedly called out to the twins. "Where is the kitchen? Come, lead me there." "Ah, if you seek guidance, you have come to the right pair. There is no place within Hogwarts that the Weasley brothers do not know," they replied, leading Xiao An downstairs. Upon reaching the kitchen door, the twins, in a boastful manner, scratched a pair depicted on a painting. To Xiao An's astonishment, the painting swung open like a door, revealing an entrance connected to the surrounding wall. The twins stood at either side of the newly revealed doorway, bowing exaggeratedly and inviting Xiao An to enter. "My lord, please, after you," they said, their heads tilted up in a comical display. Gazing into the darkened interior beyond the open door, Xiao An hesitated, murmuring, "Why does it look somewhat eerie?" Observing the beseeching expressions of the two individuals, Xiao An, emboldened yet helpless, ventured inside. For reasons unknown. As soon as Xiao An crossed the threshold and took merely 2 steps, the previously dark chamber was suddenly illuminated. Regrettably, only a small portion of the room was aglow, encompassing Xiao An's immediate vicinity. The abrupt emergence of light instinctively caused Xiao An to shield their eyes. After a moment of adjustment, they lowered their arm and acclimated to the brightness. Chapter 61. Emerging flaws after dining in the kitchen, feeling satiated and refreshed. Xiao An requested the twins to escort them back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Although the twins hesitated, they ultimately obliged, and upon parting, Xiao An acquired a copy of the Hogwarts map, which the twins had painstakingly deciphered over the years during their nocturnal escapades. Once back in the dormitory, Xiao An reclined on the bed, reflecting on the day's events and the twins' words. Confusion clouded their thoughts regarding how to address the matters at hand, and it was not until the early hours of the morning that exhaustion finally claimed them, leading to a slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Xiao An stretched languidly in bed, shaking their head to clear their mind. Rolling over, they leaned against the headboard and scanned the room, noting nothing amiss. However, fatigue soon washed over them again, and with heavy eyelids, they yearned to drift back into sleep. Summoning considerable willpower, they valiantly resisted for a fleeting second, but ultimately succumbed to slumber once more. This cycle repeated itself twice more, although each time Xiao An's resistance grew longer, lasting a remarkable 7 seconds during the 3rd attempt. They ultimately could not withstand the allure of sleep. It was only upon awakening for the 4th time driven by hunger, that Xiao An triumphed over their desire for slumber. Supporting their belly, they attended to personal hygiene. Once dressed, Xiao An exited in search of sustenance, yet a faint sense of forgetfulness lingered in their mind. Meandering into the kitchen, they sought out the house elf, Sherman, requesting a meal. Afterward, they chose a random spot at one of the 4 large tables in the kitchen and began to eat, completely forgetting the weight of their earlier concerns. Clearly, Xiao An remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation until, after satisfying their hunger and returning to the dormitory, they intended to retrieve the class schedule that Professor Snape had given them the previous day. It was then that the realization of what they had forgotten struck them. At this juncture, it was evidently too late. Just as Xiao An recalled that she had forgotten something, her door swung open, magically, at the hands of another. Without even seeing Xiao An, one could easily discern his identity. He hurriedly sought a place to conceal himself, but the newcomer was swift. As Xiao An made his move, the person called out, "Xiao An, ha ha ha, Godfather, what brings you to my humble abode? You could have simply informed me of your needs. There was no need for your esteemed self to come in person. Surely, it is I who ought to pay you a visit," Xiao An said, wearing a smile that was both cheeky and obsequious. "Oh, so you remember that I am your godfather. Have you taken to skipping my classes? Is it that you've grown up, spread your wings, and now look down upon your godfather? Not at all, godfather. I would never dare to skip your class. I simply stayed up late last night, which led to my tardiness today." "Ah, rising late, yet still finding time to dine before reporting to my class. Isn't that a display of leisure?" Snape cast a glance at Xiao An's attire. "Oh well." Following Snape's gaze, Xiao An looked down and discovered ketchup smeared on his clothing, leaving him at a loss for words. "Enough of these excuses. Let this be a lesson. Regardless of your current prowess, you are still required to attend class. While I have previously guided you, it was not in a structured manner. Thus you must engage in systematic learning within the classroom. Alas, as you say, I shall heed your counsel and attend class this afternoon. Skip the afternoon class. You have only just recovered. I will speak with Professor Binns on your behalf. Today, take the opportunity to rest well. For other courses, simply attend the theoretical lessons. The rest will not benefit you significantly." After conversing with Sneak, Xiao An was accompanied by him for a while, during which he brought some food, presumably thinking that Xiao An had not yet dined. Xiao An, however, did not decline and indulged in some of the offerings, saving the remainder for a late-night snack. Once Sneak departed, Xiao An glanced at the class schedule to comprehend the arrangement of his courses for the semester. After familiarizing himself with the schedule, he reclined on his bed, attempting to commit the details to memory. Eventually, after recalling the essentials, he contemplated rising to explore Hogwarts further. Yet, each time he propped himself up with his hands, his arms would instinctively grow weak, leading to his inevitable defeat. He succumbed to the allure of slumber, lying back down for a midday nap. Upon awakening, Xiao An rubbed his sleepy eyes, rose to sip some water, and glanced out the window, observing the sun still shining brightly. He then gathered the map he had obtained from the twins and ventured out of the dormitory to wander through Hogwarts. It was not until dusk that he decided to return to the kitchen, requesting a small meal from the house elf. After dining, he resumed his exploration of the castle. Armed with the map, Xiao An navigated successfully, returning to the dormitory around 10 o'clock in the evening. The day had yielded its rewards, as he had finally memorized the route from the dormitory to the kitchen. The night passed without incident, and upon awakening the following morning, Xiao An drew back the curtains to assess the daylight outside, only to find it still shrouded in darkness. Assuming it was not yet morning, he drifted back to sleep. Upon awakening once more, he checked the sky outside and noted the persistent darkness, but with a significant distinction, it was raining. It was at this moment that Xiao An realized he may have overslept once again. However, the dormitory lacked any timekeeping devices, and Littleton was oblivious to the current hour. Reluctantly, he retrieved the pudding that Snape had given him the previous day to satiate his hunger. After soothing his empty stomach and tidied himself up and, armed with a map, exited the dormitory. This time, his destination was not a class, but rather a quest to seek out Snape in hopes of acquiring a timepiece or something akin to it. Since some of the other dormitories housed wizards from the Muggle world, it was conceivable that they possessed wristwatches or similar items, whereas pureblood houses like Slytherin had little to no products from the Muggle realm. Nevertheless, they seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the world around them. Frustratingly, they managed to awaken quite early each morning. Thus, and was eager to consult Snape about how they addressed this conundrum. Following the map, and navigated effortlessly to Snape's office. With permission granted, he opened the door not with the usual unlocking spell, but rather with a special incantation given to him by Snape, akin to a password. Chapter 62. The solitary journey at Hogwarts upon entering Snape's office, and discovered that Snape was not present, and thus had to wait alone. It was not long before Snape returned, and upon seeing and waiting inside, he hurriedly inquired, "And what brings you here? Is there something you need? Rest assured, your godfather will find a way to assist you," and recounted his predicament in detail, but as he spoke, he noticed Snape's expression growing increasingly peculiar. Before he could finish his explanation, Snape interrupted him, rapping on a small table beside his desk and uttering, "Go. Fetch me a clock." In mere seconds, a vintage clock materialized on the table, resembling an ornate wall clock. Snape picked it up and handed it to him, saying, "Simply speak your commands to it." Since the clock's appearance, and had been in a daze, staring at Snape until he finally regained his composure upon receiving the clock. He glanced rapidly between Snape and the clock, much like a bobblehead, hardly able to believe the simplicity of it all, murmuring, "Is it truly this easy? Now that you know how to use it, you may return," Snape concluded. Snape remarked with a wicked grin. After being thrust out of the door by Snape, Xiao An still found herself in a daze, her fingers incessantly twirling between the clock and the wooden door. Within less than 10 seconds, hearty laughter echoed from the office. Awakened by the sound, Xiao An composed herself and, hearing Snape's mirth, gritted her teeth and delivered a forceful kick to the wooden door. It was evident that she had realized Snape was playing a trick on her, knowing full well that he would have cast a silencing charm on his office. "Just wait. I shall have my revenge," Xiao An vowed before departing from Snape's office and heading towards her dormitory. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao An casually selected a spot and, after employing a sticking charm, affixed the clock to the wall. Glancing at her timetable, she subsequently issued 3 commands to the clock, instructing it to awaken her at 7:30, 7:40, and 7:50 the following morning. After reclining on her bed for a while, her stomach began to grumble again. Although she had eaten recently, the meal had been rather rich, leaving her unsatisfied. With hunger gnawing at her, Xiao An recalled her time in the infirmary, particularly the table there. The more she thought about it, the more she craved it, until she could no longer resist. With a sudden burst of energy, she quickly dressed and exited the dormitory, hastening towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Xiao An promptly sought out the house elf, Sherman, hoping to request a table for herself. Initially, she believed that her esteemed status at Hogwarts would afford her some privileges among the house elves. However, disappointment washed over her. While house elves are bound to obey a wizard's commands, they were not her personal house elves but those of Hogwarts itself. After hearing Xiao An's request, Sherman did not respond immediately, instead lowering his gaze in fear and distress, unwilling to meet her eyes. Recognizing the futility of her request, Xiao An sighed and gently patted Sherman, saying, "Never mind. I no longer want it. However, could you bring me something to eat? I am feeling rather hungry." "Certainly, I shall bring it to you right away, after the meal." Though a small table was not available, Xiao An emerged from the kitchen with a heart full of contentment. Despite the unremarkable nature of British cuisine, the culinary skills of the house elf were indeed commendable. Swaying slightly as he exited the kitchen, Xiao An pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to continue his exploration of Hogwarts. After meandering about and memorizing a few paths, he followed the map back to his dormitory. The following day, under the vigorous awakening service of the 3 reminders, Xiao An found himself sitting up for the first time before 8 in the morning. Glancing at the time, he sprang into action, dressing and grooming himself in a mere 3 minutes. Grabbing the map, he dashed out of the dormitory. Upon reaching the Transfiguration classroom and noticing the door still closed, he reflected on the time he had left his room and realized he had seemingly forgotten something monumental. "Ah, I can't bear this," Xiao An exclaimed in despair. "Why is today a weekend?" After his outburst, he grumbled as he meandered back to the dormitory. With a face full of disillusionment, he caught sight of the fat friar. Under the watchful gaze of the frightened ghost, Xiao An uttered a phrase of auspiciousness before stepping through the open door. Flopping onto his bed, he pulled the covers over himself without bothering to remove his shoes, and promptly fell asleep. Upon awakening, he ventured out of the dormitory to wander through Hogwarts. Over the next month, Gryffindor students would frequently observe a little wizard consistently leaving the common room alone, while Hogwarts students witnessed him walking solitary along the paths of the castle. Thus, Xiao An would sleep until he naturally awoke, after which he would head to the kitchen for some sustenance before setting out to explore Hogwarts. Except for the classes with Snape, which might compel him to rise early, he neglected all other lessons without hesitation. However, over the course of the past month, Little did not forge any significant friendships. Even the Weasley twins, after accompanying her for 2 nights of nocturnal adventures, departed to diligently prepare for their examinations. As the days passed, the adage "the early bird catches the worm" proved true. Through persistent effort, and finally memorized the majority of the pathways within Hogwarts, ensuring that she would no longer easily lose her way. With each passing day, another achievement blossomed. Hogwarts portraits no longer shied away from her presence. Perhaps it was due to her lack of perilous antics towards the portraits over the past month that they began to treat her with the same kindness they extended to others. Out of respect for Anne, the portraits became particularly amicable towards her. After a month, Anne could no longer endure the stares of her peers. Although the glances from young witches and wizards had improved significantly, and even some Slytherin students regarded her with admiration, the incessant silence that enveloped her whenever she passed by, regardless of the lively conversations that preceded it, became unbearable. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory, Anne lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Reflecting on her experiences over the month, she sighed deeply, curled into a fetal position, pulled the blankets over herself, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 63. The peculiar Hogwarts upon awakening, and remarkably did not linger in bed. Glancing at the time, she noted it was only 7 in the morning. After a brief moment of contemplation, she rose, washed up, dressed, and once everything was in order, she tidied her hair and exited the dormitory. Given the early hour, Anne opted not to join her peers in the great hall for breakfast. Instead, she made her way directly to the kitchen. The house elves, rising considerably earlier than the wizards, were already busy preparing breakfast, ensuring that the young witches and wizards could enjoy their meals punctually. After a leisurely breakfast, Anne strolled towards the charms classroom at a relaxed pace. Although she had arisen early, her gentlemanly, or pretentious, manner of eating consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus, upon reaching the classroom, she found it already filled with students. Choosing a random seat, she prepared to absorb the rare lesson on charms. Before long, Professor Flitwick entered the classroom, his short legs carrying him to the podium. He placed the basic textbook at his feet, stood atop it, and glanced around, only to spot a familiar new face in the corner of the classroom. Startled by this sight, Professor Flitwick stumbled off the book, quickly regaining his composure. Yet without taking attendance, he launched into the lesson. It was evident that he was particularly anxious, as his speech was rapid and beads of sweat dotted his brow. It must be said that the professors at Hogwarts truly possess remarkable expertise. In just 10 minutes, Xiao An discerned the extraordinary, the fundamental knowledge of magic flowed from Flitwick's lips, enchanting Xiao An to the point of rapture. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived. Just as the lesson reached its midpoint, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open. The moment the intruder stepped in, Xiao An recognized her immediately. To Xiao An's astonishment, upon seeing this individual, the entire class instantly lowered their heads, feigning interest in their books, leaving Xiao An utterly perplexed. The woman casually selected a place to sit, and after listening for less than 2 minutes, she audibly interrupted Professor Flitwick's exposition and proceeded to bombard him with a barrage of questions. "Ah, hello, Professor Flitwick, is it? Indeed. You are still the head of Ravenclaw, correct?" "Yes." Ultimately, the woman's actions drew a laugh from Xiao An, and not just from her. The entire class erupted in laughter at the sight, though some managed to stifle their amusement while others, like Xiao An, could not contain themselves. The woman produced a tape measure and began measuring Flitwick's height. Watching her antics, Flitwick's expression darkened, and Xiao An could sense a potent surge of magical energy emanating from him. After measuring Flitwick's height, the woman sought to continue her inquiry. However, Xiao An felt compelled to intervene, coughing twice to disrupt the exchange. At the sound of the cough, the woman instinctively glanced toward the source, and upon meeting Xiao An's gaze, she recoiled in fright, stumbling back and landing unceremoniously on the ground. The students, who had previously been suppressing their laughter, could no longer hold back and erupted into fits of giggles. "Do not disturb my lesson. Leave," Xiao An directed toward the door. Upon hearing Xiao An's command, the woman scrambled to her feet and awkwardly fled the room. The reason for Xiao An's authoritative tone was simple. The woman was Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic. Once Umbridge exited, Flitwick managed a brief smile, though it quickly faded as he called for silence and resumed his lecture. With Umbridge's appearance, Xiao An understood why laughter had diminished so significantly in the school over the past month. It was undoubtedly due to her meddling. It seemed that Minister Fudge from the Ministry of Magic had not yet given up. Yet, this insufferable individual dared to ban my products, thwarting my ability to earn galleons. It appeared that I would need to take matters into my own hands. As Xiao An gazed at the departing Umbridge, he reflected on the progression of the course. Once the small wizards were allowed to practice their skills, Xiao An quietly slipped out of the classroom. Professor Flitwick noticed his departure but chose to overlook it. For the next fortnight, Xiao An transformed into a diligent and exemplary student, seizing every opportunity to attend lectures. By the end of those 2 weeks, all the professors had become acquainted with him, and their perceptions of Xiao An had markedly improved. However, he never fully attended any class. He merely absorbed some theoretical knowledge before departing as soon as the practical exercises commenced. The professors paid little heed to Xiao An, as they were aware of his abilities and allowed him to follow his own path. Yet, despite acquiring a wealth of knowledge, Xiao An found Hogwarts increasingly peculiar. In the Gryffindor common room, students continued with their usual activities and no longer avoided him. However, beyond the common room, the corridors were eerily deserted. Save for a few hurried students passing by, which struck Xiao An as odd. The entire Hogwarts felt akin to a ghost town. And he had not seen Harry and his friends since those initial days after his return to the castle. Their encounters had dwindled to nothing. One day, having overslept and missed a charms class, Xiao An noticed the time had already surpassed 10 o'clock. With little inclination to attend class, he tended to his personal hygiene and made his way to Dumbledore's office. Holding the map, he meandered to the headmaster's chamber. But upon arriving at the stone statue guarding the entrance, he felt a pang of anxiety as he realized he did not know the password. He could only guess, mumbling a series of sweet treats from the magical realm, cockroach clusters, lemon drops. Yet the stone statue remained unmoved, inciting Xiao An's frustration. Magical creature's card, he muttered irritably. However, I am uncertain whether it is merely a stroke of luck, but Xiao An has indeed guessed correctly. Observing the door ajar, Xiao An's eyes widened in surprise as he murmured, "Who would have thought that this old bee, rather than indulging in snacks, has taken a liking to playing games? By the way, what exactly is the indoor rolling ball game?" Upon entering the headmaster's office, Xiao An discovered it to be empty. Save for Fox perched on a wooden frame made of sycamore, lost in thought. Spotting Fox, Xiao An stealthily approached. Chapter 64. A confrontation with Dumbledore once more. As he drew near, Xiao An noticed that Fox had become somewhat alert, prompting him to leap forward. In an instant, a flash of red light erupted, and Xiao An found himself tumbling to the ground, rubbing his handsome face, which had been bruised from the fall. Xiao An rose and cast a glance at Fox's previous position, exclaiming, "Darn it. I refuse to believe that I won't catch you next time. I am determined to seize you." After regaining his footing, Xiao An surveyed the headmaster's office and discovered a meditation basin at the edge. He contemplated submerging his head within to glimpse Dumbledore's memories. Just then, a burst of flames illuminated the room, and Dumbledore along with Fox materialized in the office. Startled by the sudden appearance, Xiao An turned towards the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing Dumbledore, he sheepishly greeted, "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." "Ah, good morning." "Oh, hello there. Xiao An, what brings you here today?" Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. "Well, I was hoping you could grant me a note. I wish to visit the restricted section. But Madame Pants, the librarian, refuses to grant me access without one," Xiao An complained. "Ah, I see. Very well, I shall provide you with a note. Given your current abilities, I doubt anything untoward will occur. However, Xiao An, I must implore you to refrain from delving into the dark arts there," Dumbledore advised earnestly. "Fear not. I merely wish to peruse some texts on magical theory for my studies," Xiao An assured him. "All right then, here you are." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore summoned a quill from the desk, which swiftly penned a note and fluttered into Xiao An's grasp. "Thank you, Headmaster. Until we meet again," Xiao An said, turning towards the door. "Wait a moment," and, upon noticing Xiao An's intent to depart, Dumbledore hastily called out to him. Hearing his name, Xiao An quickened his pace towards the exit. Fully aware that Dumbledore's summons was unlikely to herald good news, swiftly exiting the headmaster's office, he patted his chest and glanced back, eager to leave. However, just as he turned, he collided with something. Stepping back, he looked up and discovered it was Dumbledore himself. Xiao An, filled with suspicion, darted his gaze between Dumbledore and the office. "Professor Dumbledore, have you just returned?" Xiao An inquired, gesturing towards the headmaster's office. "No need to point. I have just exited the office," Dumbledore replied with a smile directed at Xiao An. After pondering for a moment, Xiao An's irritation flared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Dumbledore, exclaiming, "You old bee, this is an abuse of power. I demand that you grant me the song privileges, or I shall report you to the Ministry of Magic." "Enough with the theatrics. Granting you such privileges is out of the question. Only the headmaster possesses the right to apparate freely. I pursued you to discuss," Dumbledore began. But Xiao An attempted to leave. "Professor, must you trouble me so? I am merely a fledgling wizard. Why not bother someone else? Faced with Dumbledore's presence, Xiao An realized he would not escape unscathed today. I have heard that you have attended classes for the past 2 weeks, yet only the theory sessions. Your godfather Snape has also approached me, hoping I might guide you, Dumbledore remarked, observing Xiao An's evident impatience with a resigned smile. Ah, so you intend to teach me personally. Wonderful. Let us begin at once. Before Dumbledore could finish, Xiao An interrupted, eagerly pulling Dumbledore towards the office. Wait. What I meant to say is, I wish for the 4 house hens to conduct small lessons for you daily. After all, as headmaster, I am rather occupied, Dumbledore explained, nearly losing his footing as Xiao An yanked him. If it's not you, what's the point? Disappointed by Dumbledore's lack of personal instruction, Xiao An let go of his grip and sulkily turned away. Hold on. Are you saying that Professors McGonagall and the others will teach me themselves? Xiao An's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. Yes, that is indeed my intention. Snape will surely agree, though the other 3 professors may prove less accommodating. You are aware of your rapport with them, Dumbledore said with a sly smile, observing Xiao An's dawning realization. Understanding the implications, Xiao An retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and declared, All right then, how many galleons do you require? Name your price, and I shall leave the rest to you. After finishing her words, Xiao An affixed her signature, tore off a check, and handed it to Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore was evidently taken aback by Xiao An's unexpected gesture. It was truly astonishing. Clumsily accepting the check, he initially intended to slip it into his pocket, but suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily deposited it into his pocket instead. He then remarked, That is not my intention. I merely wish to inquire how you came to know that the Resurrection Stone was located in the Gaunt residence. If you could enlighten me, I would be willing to advocate for those 3 professors on your behalf. Xiao An regarded Dumbledore's earnest demeanor, and she couldn't help but recall that this old fellow had just accepted her check. Otherwise, she might have been easily deceived by him. However, upon hearing Dumbledore mention the Resurrection Stone and the Gaunt residence, Little and instantly perked up, just as she contemplated employing the brain conjuration technique. She recalled that her mastery of it was still insufficient, and thus abandoned the idea to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Little and inquired, feigning ignorance. However, Xiao An did not hear Dumbledore's response. Instead, he sensed an entity attempting to invade his mind. He immediately fortified his will and expelled the intrusion. How could our esteemed master of white magic, Professor Dumbledore, resort to such despicable tactics? After banishing the entity from his mind, Xiao An gazed directly into Dumbledore's eyes without hesitation. This time, Dumbledore refrained from employing the mental occlusion technique. Despite Xiao An's unwavering gaze. Chapter 65, The Twins in the Office. My apologies. I mean no harm. It's just, well, I couldn't help myself. He hastily explained, observing Xiao An's face, which had taken on a distinctly unfriendly demeanor. Xiao An understood that Dumbledore's legitimacy would have no effect on him, and thus, he had anticipated Dumbledore's attempt to probe his thoughts. After all, what time traveler would not be wary of the old bee's mind-reading abilities? Although Xiao An possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes and had bolstered his willpower through years of knowledge acquisition, the very nature of Dumbledore still irked him greatly. Consequently, Xiao An fixed Dumbledore with a steely glare and stated emphatically, Let this matter rest for now. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to show any leniency. With that, he turned away, not bothering to acknowledge Dumbledore. As he walked away, he added over his shoulder, I know what the Resurrection Stone is. If you wish to seek such artifacts, consider it through Voldemort's perspective. And do not forget about those 3 professors. In the moment Xiao An had threatened him, Dumbledore's expression had changed dramatically. However, recalling Xiao An's prowess displayed at the opening feast, he managed to maintain his composure. After Xiao An departed, Dumbledore ceased his inquiries, scrutinizing the retreating figure closely. Suddenly, he heard Xiao An's voice, which snapped him back to attention. Regaining his focus, Dumbledore smiled slightly at the vanishing silhouette, murmuring to himself, That young man. Once Xiao An was beyond his sight, Dumbledore returned to his office. Just as he settled into his chair, a thought struck him. His eyes narrowed slightly, pondering something elusive. He then quietly mused. How could a young wizard from the Muggle world have acquired information about Tom? Meanwhile, our protagonist, Xiao An, was sprinting down the corridor at an astonishing speed. It was only after he had run a considerable distance that he pressed himself against the wall, doubled over, gasping for breath. As he panted, he glanced back, reassured to find no one in pursuit. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, finding no one else present, and then plopped down onto the ground, catching his breath. After regaining a semblance of strength, he hastily retrieved his wand and deftly conjured several protective barriers. Once the barriers were established, Xiao An finally exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest as he murmured, "Phew, I finally escaped. That was terrifying. It's best to steer clear of Dumbledore from now on. Dealing with him at Hogwarts is exceedingly difficult. That old scoundrel can even apparate. How shameless." With a dismissive wave, he decided to put Dumbledore out of his mind for the moment, focusing instead on seeking out that old toad who had dared to obstruct his source of income. Xiao An clenched his teeth in frustration. After resting for about 10 minutes, he had sufficiently regained his energy. Upon dismantling the barriers, he set off towards Umbridge's office. Consulting the map, he navigated with deft turns, soon arriving at the door that stood out starkly from the others. Approaching it, he unleashed a powerful blasting curse with a flick of his wand. In an instant, the wooden door was obliterated by the spell. Once the dust settled, Xiao An stepped inside with caution. Upon entering the office, he was met with the sight of the Weasley twins, perched on a small chair, gaping at him with quills in hand. A casual glance at the room's occupants allowed Xiao An to breathe a sigh of relief. Initially startled by the twins' presence, he had feared that his explosive curse might have harmed them. Fortunately, he had come not to cause harm, but merely to teach Umbridge a lesson, and had deliberately tempered the spell's potency. Had he not done so, the twins might have been caught in the crossfire, and after this ordeal, he would need to avoid them for a few days. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly make a fuss about the incident, driving him to distraction. Xiao An mused to himself. However, Littlin did not have much time to ponder. Turning to the corner where Umbridge sat, and approached with deliberate steps, wand in hand. "It has been quite some time. Inspector Umbridge, do I detect a lack of welcome in your demeanor? Not even a beverage in sight?" With a flourish of his wand, and conjured a grand armchair, crossing his legs as he settled into it. "Oh no, no, no. I shall prepare that for you immediately. Would coffee suffice? I possess the finest quality." Upon hearing Anne's cultured words, Umbridge hastily rose, trembling as he made his way to the desk. Anne's gaze remained fixed upon Umbridge, watching intently as he stood, quaking, and felt a surge of irritation. In both of his lifetimes, he had held a profound disdain for those who cower before the strong. Had Umbridge shown any semblance of fortitude, Anne might have spared him. Yet, observing Umbridge's pitiful state, Anne waved his wand and cast a repelling charm, sending Umbridge back to his original position. "What are you doing standing there? Hurry up, I am eager for my coffee." After repelling Umbridge, Anne casually waved his wand again, dismissing him from his thoughts, and instead turned his attention to the twin brothers. He noticed they sat like wooden figures, fixated on him. Switching his wand to his left hand, he extended his right hand and beckoned them closer. However, for reasons unknown, the twins appeared oblivious, remaining in a state of stupor. Witnessing this peculiar situation, Xiao An felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With a snap of her fingers, she sought to rouse the twins from their daze. It must be said that this method is indeed effective. With merely a snap of the fingers, the twins regained their composure, turning their gaze towards Xiao An, who was observing them intently. They hurriedly rose to their feet and approached Xiao An. However, after merely taking 2 steps, the twins abruptly halted, their left hands tightly clenched. Instinctively, they attempted to cover their actions with their right hands, but as soon as the right hand was lifted, it was lowered once more. They released their left hands, feigning nonchalance as they continued their approach towards Xiao An. Chapter 66. Let us have a discussion. During the brief interval as the twins advanced towards Xiao An, they discreetly tugged at their sleeves, seemingly intent on concealing something. It must be said that twins truly embody their nature, as years of mischief and classroom antics have honed their skills of disguise to a level that renders them nearly imperceptible. Of course, Xiao An belongs to that oblivious segment. Thus, she merely noticed the twins' momentary and peculiar pause, mistakenly believing they were plotting yet another prank. She simply took extra caution, anticipating the potential mischief that might ensue. However, upon the arrival of the twins, they refrained from playing pranks on Xiao An, who remained on high alert, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. After all, the mischievous antics of twins are notoriously unpredictable. As the twins approached, Xiao An scrutinized them closely, but at that moment, the protective spell he had just cast was triggered. Swiftly, he turned around and unleashed another repelling spell. "Hurry up. Do you wish for me to perish of thirst?" After repelling Umbridge once more, Xiao An cast a disdainful glance at him before shifting his focus back to the twins. The twins, having witnessed Xiao An deftly fend off Umbridge, comprehended his intent to thoroughly discipline Umbridge and were instantly intrigued. Yet upon meeting Xiao An's gaze, they promptly adopted a more subdued demeanor. However, due to overwhelming tension, The sleeves of the two individuals fluttered slightly. In that moment, Xiao An finally discerned the issue. Both twins' left hands were inflamed and reddened. Hastily, Xiao An grasped George's left hand and, using his wand, adjusted the sleeve. To his astonishment, he discovered that George's left hand was swollen and bore an inscription, seemingly etched into the skin, which read, "I cannot lie." Upon seeing these words, Xiao An abruptly released George's hand and seized Fred's left hand, only to find the same phrase inscribed there, "I cannot lie." Anger surged within Xiao An, for he recognized the enchantment at play. This was a spell typically employed by the Ministry of Magic for interrogating criminals, and it was evident that Umbridge had further cursed it. Fuming, Xiao An flung Fred's hand away and turned, directing his wand at Umbridge to unleash a piercing curse. The incantation struck true, and Umbridge collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Witnessing her pitiful state, Xiao An nearly succumbed to the urge to cast a lethal curse to end her. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, opting instead to bestow another dose of the piercing curse, sparing Umbridge, albeit with a sense of benevolence. Ignoring Umbridge's agonized cries, Littlin turned away and grasped George's hand, examining how to eliminate the inscription etched upon the twins' skin. However, and was merely aware of the existence of this curse, lacking knowledge on its application. Consequently, gazing at the scars on George's hand, and resorted to a curse-dispelling spell to alleviate his suffering momentarily. Following this, several commonly used counter-curses were attempted, yet proved ineffective. After casting a curse-dispelling spell on Fred as well, and found himself helplessly awaiting the conclusion of Umbridge's torment, hoping she would ultimately come to unravel the curses afflicting the two. However, it was evident that Umbridge rarely engaged in training, for after merely enduring 2 piercing strikes, he lay on the ground for over 10 minutes, unable to recover from the poison. Helpless, Littlin conjured 2 chairs for the twins to sit upon while he delved into the magical incantations in their possession. Cautiously channeling his magical energy, he probed the spells, but the reaction was quite intense. As it increased his magical input, George's complexion gradually turned ashen. Yet, unlike Umbridge, George refrained from wailing. Gritting his teeth as cold sweat poured down his brow. After approximately 3 minutes of research, George was nearing his limit when it finally made a breakthrough, discovering that the spell was not particularly intricate and could be dispelled through 3 methods. The first was to allow time to wear it away, given sufficient duration. The spell's effects would gradually dissipate. The second method could also dispel the magic, but quickly dismissed this approach. Thus, he was left with no choice but to employ the third method, gradually counteracting the magical effects. After determining the nature of the spell, and aimed his wand at George's wound, casting a dispelling curse followed by a healing charm. Gradually, George's injury began to shrink and fade. However, this method does not entirely alleviate the curse afflicting George. It merely diminishes its intensity, rendering it less agonizing. Given the persistent nature of the curse still looming, which is notably stubborn and exceedingly difficult to eradicate, Xiao An could only lessen the magical mark on the twins' hands, relying on the passage of time to gradually wear it away. In truth, the curse could be easily resolved with a simple incantation to halt its effects. The complication lies with the lingering curse. Once the twins' curse was addressed, Xiao An retrieved several sheets of parchment from his pocket and swiftly inscribed a multitude of words upon them using magic. He then handed the parchment to the twins, stating, "I have detailed the method to lift the curse. You too should take these sheets and study them. Then you shall assist others afflicted by the curse. Now, take these and depart." Feeling the pain in his left hand had ceased and the magical mark had significantly faded, the twins understood that Xiao An wished to further reprimand Umbridge. Although they were inclined to linger, they had no choice but to leave Umbridge's office upon hearing Xiao An's instruction. After their departure, Xiao An dispelled the transfiguration spell on their chairs and turned to gaze at Umbridge, who still lay on the floor. At that moment, the effects of the curse had vanished from Umbridge, yet she remained on the ground, clearly feigning her condition. Who, pray tell, is Xiao An? Moreover, it is Xiao An who has cast the 2 heart-wrenching curses, thus she is the one most knowledgeable about their effects. Enough pretense. You have previously fallen victim to my heart-extracting spell. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your limits? How audacious of you to attempt to deceive me. Just as I was speaking, I noticed Umbridge still feigning innocence, prompting Xiao An's tone to grow noticeably more severe. Upon hearing this, Umbridge realized that Xiao An had seen through her charade and understood the necessity to abandon the act. Otherwise, she could only dread what further methods Xiao An might employ to rectify the situation. Consequently, she hastily rose and, with a submissive demeanor, approached Xiao An, bowing her head in humility. "Let us converse," Xiao An stated, conjuring a small stool for Umbridge. Chapter 67. Misunderstanding. Please, take a seat. We shall thoroughly discuss the debts you owe me and clarify everything. Xiao An reclined in her armchair, crossing her legs as she regarded Umbridge. Yes, whatever you say. I shall comply immediately, Umbridge quavered as she gingerly perched herself upon the stool. First and foremost, where is my 30,000 galleons? Xiao An inquired, tapping her wand against her palm. Galleons? What galleons? If you desire galleons, I can provide them all, Umbridge replied with a bewildered expression. Indeed. I am referring to the 30,000 galleons you owe me. Do you intend to renege on your debt? And no, I do not wish to evade my obligations. But when did you ever demand them from me? Heart-extracting curse. How brazen. Observing Umbridge's attempt to evade her debt, Xiao An forcefully slammed her foot down, casting the heart-extracting curse with precision. Subsequently, she magically compelled Umbridge, retrieving her wand. After a brief moment, Umbridge, shaken and trembling, gazed up at Xiao An, fear evident in her demeanor. Have you recollected your memory now? Xiao An questioned, standing over Umbridge with an imposing presence. I truly do not remember. Oh. You fail to recall? Very well. As she spoke, Xiao An aimed her wand at Umbridge, preparing to cast another formidable spell. And no, please, I remember now. Since you have remembered, then do provide it to me. With that, Xiao An turned and seated herself back in her armchair, noticing Xiao An's departure. Umbridge hastily wobbled to her feet and approached with trepidation, her steps unsteady. I do not currently possess such funds. Might I have some time? I will request it from the minister. Ah, no money. Is that so? Upon hearing Umbridge's claim of financial incapacity, Xiao An once again raised her wand, pointing it at her. And no, please. The 30,000 galleons I previously provided have entirely depleted my savings. I truly have no money left. I can only seek an advance from the minister. Upon seeing Xiao An point the wand at himself once more, Umbridge hastily began to clarify. Indeed. I have already provided it. When did I ever receive the 30,000 galleons? How could I possibly know whom you gave it to? In any case, I certainly did not witness it. Ah, you cannot do this to me. 60,000 galleons is simply beyond my means. Even if I were to apply, it would be futile. You claim that the 30,000 galleons have already been given. To whom did you hand them? Ah, it is as follows. After the conclusion of that hearing, the payment was arranged, and galleons along with the books were all organized. I heard Dumbledore mention that Snape is your godfather. Since you had departed, we entrusted the items to Snape, asking him to convey them to you. Entrusted to my godfather? Is this true? I urge you to speak honestly. Otherwise, should I discover your deceit, you shall face dire consequences. Truly, this is absolutely the case. Out of fear of delays, we mobilized resources from the department, which allowed us to gather everything swiftly. You must believe me. I would never deceive you. Silence. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you this once. I will soon seek out my godfather to inquire. If I uncover that you have lied to me, mark my words. However, you have prohibited students from utilizing my inventions, thereby cutting off my means of income. How shall this matter be resolved? What? Prohibiting the use of your inventions? How could I dare? This must be a fabrication. You must believe me. Someone is attempting to frame me, hence this accusation. Fabrication? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Could I possibly be the one to slander you? Oh, no, not you. But what exactly is it that you have invented? Might you enlighten me? I wish to ascertain who has wronged me. No. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding among the subordinates, which led to the ban on your product. Xiao An scrutinized Umbridge, clearly discerning her intentions. Nevertheless, Xiao An did not wish to conceal anything. For addressing this matter was one of the primary purposes of his visit. The magical creature sphere. Ah, the magical creature sphere. Is that your invention? No. Was it not Newt who invented that? Indeed. Xiao An's expression shifted. Yes, it is your invention. I shall lift the ban immediately. Observing Xiao An's change in demeanor, Umbridge quickly altered her stance. Very well, let us proceed this way for now. With that, Xiao An rose and waved his wand, dispelling the enchantment on the conjured chairs and stools, before striding toward the door without a backward glance. Seeing Xiao An rise, Umbridge was startled and instinctively recoiled. But upon hearing Xiao An's words, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, before she could regain her composure, Xiao An waved his wand once more, dispelling the transfiguration, causing Umbridge to lose her balance and plummet to the ground. Upon hearing Umbridge's anguished cries, Xiao An could not help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth, yet he paid no heed and continued to stride toward the door. Xiao An was well aware of the reason behind Umrich's wails. The bench upon which Umrich sat had been transformed into a sharp wooden shard by the explosive spell Xiao An had just conjured. As he ambled along, he noticed Umrich, despite his evident discomfort, hastily rise to accompany him, surprised by the sound of footsteps behind him. Xiao An turned around and was taken aback to see Umrich unsteadily attempting to stand in order to bid him farewell, which led him to regard Umrich with a newfound respect. However, with but a fleeting glance, Xiao An disregarded Umrich and turned to leave. At that moment, Umrich called out to him, "Wait a moment, Mr. And might I kindly ask for the return of my wand?" "Oh, you mean this?" Upon hearing Umbrich's request for her wand, Xiao An turned around, brandishing it playfully. With a decisive snap, he broke the wand in two, clearly aware of the hopeful glint in Umbrich's eyes. "Here, consider this a form of interest for your bullying of George and Fred." Without a second thought for Umbrich's reaction, Xiao An tossed the broken wand to her and exited her office. Once outside, Xiao An surveyed his surroundings. After casting a spell to refresh his cloak, he took out a map, glanced at it, and proceeded toward Snape's office. Meandering leisurely, he savored the sights of the castle. No longer the disoriented individual he once was. He had become quite familiar with Hogwarts and soon found himself at Snape's office. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and opened the door to enter. Chapter 68. The Hogwarts classroom is now in session. Upon entering, Xiao An discovered that Snape was not engaged in teaching or other duties. Instead, he was seated behind his desk, engrossed in a book, with a substantial stack of parchment covered in dark ink nearby. Hearing the door creak open, Snape swiftly emerged from his focused reading, glancing towards the entrance. With a single look, he recognized Xiao An. Disregarding Xiao An, Snape returned his attention to the book, clearly deeming it more significant than the visitor before him. Intrigued by this indifference, Xiao An approached to see what Snape was studying. However, before he could reach his destination, Snape reacted, standing up and walking toward Xiao An. "Come to see me? What is the matter, Xiao An? Is there a problem?" "Problem? Who would dare cause me trouble?" "Well, it's good to hear that. By the way, Dumbledore mentioned he wanted us 4 heads of house to personally deliver something to you. Have you heard about it?" "Yes, Dumbledore informed me, and I even provided him with the tuition fee." "Tuition fee? I don't recall him mentioning anything about that. It seems." "Oh, here. What is this?" Xiao An inquired as he accepted the parchment Snape extended to him. "This is your new class schedule. The classes will be held in the offices of the 4 heads." "Oh, how soon?" Xiao An hurriedly lowered his head and began to peruse the parchment. In truth, the decision had long been made. However, as he was the sole student, even this modest classroom required careful consideration of the knowledge to be imparted, which was far from simple. Thus, determining the precise time for the lesson proved to be a rather convoluted process, as it was essential to avoid disrupting his rest while ensuring that both parties were adequately prepared. Consequently, the specific time was only finalized yesterday, Professor Snape elucidated. "Oh, thank you, Professor," Xiao An replied, folding the parchment with reverence and bowing slightly to Snape, knowing that his assistance was instrumental in this endeavor. After all, how many could boast of receiving instruction from the headmaster of Hogwarts' 4 esteemed houses? Snape promptly helped Xiao An to his feet and gently patted him on the shoulder. Saying nothing, merely gazing at him, Xiao An, in turn, remained silent, returning Snape's gaze. After a couple of minutes had passed, with no words left to exchange, Xiao An decided it was time to take his leave and study the course schedule in earnest. However, just as Xiao An was about to speak, Snape seemed to recall something and brought over a chair for Xiao An, saying, "Please sit for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. But let me finish my reading first." With that, he disregarded Xiao An and resumed his seat, engrossed in his book. Observing that Snape had no intention of acknowledging him, and recalling that Snape had mentioned a matter to discuss, Xiao An felt it inappropriate to leave and thus settled into the chair, studying his course schedule. Before long, Xiao An had memorized the entire schedule, noting that it had been arranged entirely according to his own habits. It appeared that Professor Snape had orchestrated this for him. Touched, he looked up, wanting to express his gratitude, but just as he opened his mouth, he caught sight of Snape, who was simultaneously holding a book and a quill, inscribing something onto parchment. Xiao An was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. Was the professor expected to write reflections while reading? Reluctantly, he refrained from disturbing Snape and instead retrieved a magazine from his pocket. He had to admit that he particularly enjoyed this magazine. Initially, he had subscribed to it merely as a pretext to connect with Luna, but after reading it once, he discovered it to be genuinely engaging. The sensational news while he could not ascertain its authenticity, was undeniably thrilling. More importantly, some of the content made him feel that the editor of the magazine was truly gifted. Delving into microbiology without employing any technical means, achieving remarkable accomplishments even within the magical realm. Just as Xiao An completed reading the magazine and was about to reach for another, Snape had already finished his task. Noticing Xiao An engrossed in the magazine, he chose not to interrupt but simply observed him quietly. When Xiao An intended to take out another magazine for further reading, he caught Snape's gaze directed at him. Realizing that Snape had completed his work, he lost the desire to continue reading, quickly stowing the magazine in his expansion bag, sitting upright and awaiting Snape's words. Having watched Xiao An's actions throughout, Snape smiled at the earnest demeanor he now exhibited. Understanding Xiao An's mindset, he remained silent for a moment before flicking his wand, summoning an unseen bag from somewhere. Xiao An recognized it as an expansion bag and was uncertain of Snape's intentions, yet he felt no inclination to inquire, simply waiting quietly for Snape to speak. Subsequently, Snape placed the expansion bag before Xiao An and then pushed the parchment along with the book from the table toward him. Here, these are your belongings, given to me by Fudge and Umbridge. It is time for them to be returned to their rightful owner. Snape spoke with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Little An instantly understood and did not hesitate, accepting the undetectable extension charm along with the books and parchment from the table, intending to place them into his own undetectable extension bag. Just as Xiao An had placed the books inside, a sudden thought struck him. Instead of stowing away the concealed extension bag, he opened it and retrieved the books along with the parchment, placing them into his own hidden extension bag. After casting a detection charm and a mirroring spell, he discovered that apart from the galleons, there was nothing else within. He promptly dispelled the enchantments, tucked away his wand, and pushed the bag filled with galleons towards Snape. Godfather, please keep these galleons for now. I am currently living at school and have no need for money, especially since I have enough to sustain myself. As you are a master of potions, I believe you require these funds more than I do, Xiao An expressed, observing the touched expression on Snape's face. However, Snape did not accept the galleons. Instead, he smiled gently, his eyes soft as he approached Xiao An, extending his right hand to take hold of Xiao An's. He then placed the bag filled with galleons into Xiao An's hands. Chapter 69. The Invisible Tycoon of the Magical Realm, Severus Snape. Afterward, Snape reached out with his other hand, gently clasping both of Xiao An's hands around the hidden extension bag. He gazed at Xiao An's youthful visage and reassured him, rest assured. Although some potion ingredients may require substantial funds, I am still able to afford them. Upon hearing Snape's words, Xiao An pondered briefly before understanding, no longer refusing. He withdrew his hands and secured the bag filled with galleons. By the way, I have added an additional 20,000 galleons for you. Although the three heads have agreed to teach you, it is important to maintain a cordial relationship with them considering your past transgressions. Snape remarked just as Xiao An was about to express his gratitude. Oh, is he what is it? Now, go and prepare yourself properly. Classes will commence in a few days, Snape said, unable to hide a smile as he ushered Xiao An out of his office. Standing outside, gazing at the now closed wooden door, Xiao An felt a sense of bewilderment. However, upon reflection, he realized with a sigh, so my godfather is an invisible tycoon after all. Taking out the seamless expansion bag filled with golden galleons, Xiao An shook it gently before tucking it away again, shaking his head as he wobbled towards his dormitory. Upon returning, he made a beeline for his large bed, throwing himself onto it with vigor, sliding slightly before finding a comfortable position to recline against the headboard. He then retrieved his seamless expansion bag, extracting all the books and parchment contained within. After a brief organization, he waved his hand, conjuring a bookshelf that magically placed all the books upon it. Casting a glance at the parchment given by Snape, he retained the one marked as the first and placed the rest onto the shelf. For the next 3 days, Xiao An immersed himself in the study of this parchment, causing Snape to momentarily question whether he had inadvertently led Xiao An astray, given the formidable challenge posed by the first parchment. It was not until the 4th day that Xiao An finally completed his examination of the parchment, promptly retrieving the corresponding book to delve into its contents. As soon as Xiao An picked up the book, a sudden realization struck her. She had forgotten her appointment with Professor Flitwick. Hastily glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 5 in the afternoon, prompting her to quickly stow the book away. In a flurry, she rushed to the restroom to tidy herself up and then magically summoned her study tools into her concealed expansion bag. Grasping the bag, she dashed towards Professor Flitwick's office. After a hurried yet determined sprint, Xiao An arrived at the office just before 5:30. Standing at the entrance, she retrieved 1,000 galleons, placing them into a temporary expansion bag conjured with a simple spell. Once her belongings were secured, she cast a mirror charm to ensure her appearance was presentable before gently knocking on the door, awaiting Professor Flitwick's response. "Come in." "Good evening, Professor Flitwick." Upon entering through the open wooden door, Xiao An composed herself and stepped inside. After exchanging pleasantries with the professor, she quietly moved to the side, awaiting the conclusion of his meal. However, witnessing Flitwick's rather awkward manner of eating filled her with regret, wishing she could slap herself a dozen times. Clearly, her timing was far from ideal. In a typical classroom setting, her early arrival would have been inconsequential, but this was an intimate one-on-one session. Adhering to the British customs of etiquette, her decision to arrive prematurely felt quite impolite. Nevertheless, having already arrived, retreating was not an option. She could only stand silently and wait for Professor Flitwick to finish his meal. However, little time passed before Professor Flitwick hastily finished his meal, tidied the table, and produced a small glass vial filled with an unknown substance. After he sprayed it into the air, Xiao An noticed that the lingering aroma of the dishes had vanished. Subsequently, with a flourish of his wand, Professor Flitwick summoned a chair and a table for himself, saying, "Come, take a seat. Do not be shy. First, take a moment to organize the questions you wish to ask, while I familiarize myself with the teaching materials I have prepared for you." "Oh, very well, thank you, Professor." Xiao An replied, aware that he had previously offended Professor Flitwick, and thus chose to speak less, opting instead for action. As the lesson concluded, Xiao An felt a lingering desire for more, yet upon glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized that considerable time had passed. Reluctant to impose further on Professor Flitwick's time, he could only take his leave. Before departing, Xiao An took out the historical invisible extension bag he had crafted, placing it upon his desk. He then spoke, "I apologize for having offended you earlier. I possess nothing of value, so I can only offer this humble trinket as an apology." Without waiting for Professor Flitwick's response, Xiao An swiftly took her leave, hastily exiting the room and making her way toward her dormitory with determination. In the subsequent days, Xiao An diligently followed a professor for lessons, dedicating 2 hours each day to this enriching experience. Each session proved to be immensely beneficial, and during her free time, she would review the material covered in the previous day's lessons or delve into the parchment and books provided by Snape. However, ever since Xiao An began reading the second book, he discovered that studying these texts according to Snape's hints was truly a remarkable efficiency boost. Time swiftly passed, and before Xiao An realized it, 2 weeks had gone by. One day, just as he emerged from Professor McGonagall's office, an impulse surged within him. Unsure of what had prompted this sudden feeling, Xiao An hastily cast a levitation charm upon himself and swiftly dashed towards the Gryffindor common room. Upon returning, disregarding his surroundings, he seated himself cross-legged on the floor, calming his mind to attune to the enigmatic call. In a short while, he discerned the source of the disturbance. It was his fiery heart curse acting up. After careful contemplation, he surmised that his follower was likely under attack from a Cruciatus curse, or perhaps one of the other 2 unforgivable curses, or even some other heinous dark magic. After pondering, he quickly rose, donned a simple cloak, cast another levitation charm, and seized the map, hurrying towards the secret passage leading outside the school. Upon exiting the passage, Xiao An gauged the intensity of the call from all directions and promptly apparat towards the strongest source. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Nagini. Following this direction, he continued to apparate, checking his surroundings each time to ensure he was on the right path. However, as he drew nearer, he realized he could distinctly sense the precise location. Confirming his bearings, Xiao An apparat directly to the spot, materializing in an instant, though his appearance was far from pristine, as he lay on the ground, filthy and disheveled. Were it not for his magical lineage, he would have perished. Trembling hands retrieved his wand and his undetectable extension charm bag, from which he hastily summoned a potion, gulping it down in urgency before quickly rising. After casting a few healing spells on himself, he stretched his limbs and drank another potion. Assessing his condition, he found he had nearly recovered. Glancing around, he realized he was in a familiar location. Upon closer reflection, Xiao An recognized it was the Ministry of Magic's territory. He dashed towards the location of the telephone booth, and upon entering the ministry, for reasons unknown, he encountered no obstacles, allowing him to swiftly reach the position he sensed. Running at full speed, he arrived at his sensed location and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover he was in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. However, in this moment, Xiao An found himself alone, sensing an unsettling stillness in the air. This prompted him to adopt a vigilant stance. As such an eerie silence could result from only two circumstances. Either the task had been completed and everyone had departed, or he had fallen into a trap. Gripping his wand tightly, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, keenly aware of any emerging threats. After a thorough inspection, he concluded that all was well, leading him to believe that the ordeal had come to a close. Lowering his guard, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and began to meander through the vicinity. Casting his gaze across the area, utilizing his magical energy, he discerned traces of enchantment lingering in the air. Prompted by this revelation, he hastily invoked a trace spell to uncover the events that had transpired here. As the spell took effect, Xiao An observed with rapt attention, and soon enough, several phantoms and beastly shadows manifested along the corridor. The magical residues indicated that matters were far more complex than they initially appeared, and the situation was far from resolved. Consequently, he promptly dispelled the charm and hastened in the direction indicated by the trace spell. Before long, he stumbled upon two factions embroiled in combat. Upon closer inspection, he noted that none of his allies were among them, and the conflict was not between serpents and humans. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to assist the members of the Ministry of Magic in vanquishing their foes. His earlier findings from the trace spell had revealed the presence of Death Eaters among the attackers, as he had spotted a serpent among them, and they were all adorned with the ominous masks of their ilk. With a flurry of spells, he helped the Ministry's members gain the upper hand before swiftly resuming his search for Arthur, racing forward in pursuit of his elusive trail. However, after just a few steps, Xiao An swiftly turned around and cast a spell of legilimency upon a Death Eater, hoping to uncover any trace of Arthur. As anticipated, Xiao An swiftly discerned the direction in which Arthur and the serpent had departed, hastening towards that location. Before long, he discovered Arthur, who was lying on the ground, valiantly attempting to fend off the serpent's relentless assaults. Upon realizing that it was Arthur on the ground, Xiao An promptly unleashed a spell. However, as expected, his aim faltered. He was not surprised, for if this serpent were indeed Nagini, his attempt would undoubtedly miss its mark. After evading the attack, Nagini swiftly turned to regard Xiao An with a vigilant stance, raising her head high in preparation for an offensive. Observing Nagini's aggressive posture, Xiao An quickly readied his wand, though neither party initiated an attack immediately. Casting a furtive glance to the side, he checked on Arthur and noted that the latter lay motionless, his breath shallow and labored. In desperation, Xiao An aimed his wand at Arthur, intent on providing assistance. Just as he cast the spell, Nagini launched her assault. With a sudden lunge of her head and a powerful contraction of her muscular tail, the serpent lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming to strike Xiao An. Witnessing Nagini's approach, a smirk crept across Xiao An's face, realizing she had fallen into his trap. He swiftly waved his arm to retract his wand and deftly shifted his body, narrowly evading the serpent's lethal bite aimed at his throat. However, the serpent's strike is not something that an ordinary person can easily evade. Although Xiao An managed to avoid a fatal blow, he was still bitten on the shoulder by Nagini. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder momentarily, but it soon faded, replaced by a heavy sensation in his head and a dizzying blur before he realized he had been poisoned. In a desperate bid for clarity, he bit down on his tongue. The sudden pain jolted him awake. Though the symptoms of poisoning lingered, this brief moment of lucidity was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao An swiftly directed his wand towards Nagini. Avada Kedavra. In his current predicament, with Nagini still clamped onto him, he dared not aim for the serpent's head and instead targeted its midsection. A flash of green light erupted as a killing curse was unleashed from his wand. Yet the formidable spell, for which he had paid a great toll, failed to strike Nagini. The serpent, having merely nipped at Xiao An, released its grip almost immediately. It must be said that the speed of serpents, both in reaction and in short bursts, is indeed remarkable. Just moments ago, Xiao An had been observing Nagini, and as he unleashed the killing curse, Nagini swiftly departed from his shoulder. Unfortunately, although the curse did not find its mark, Xiao An could only endure the dizziness and pain, persistently launching further attacks at Nagini. Failing to strike true, he quickly enveloped himself in a protective layer of armor. Given the proximity of their positions, should he continue his offensive, the likelihood of hitting Nagini remained uncertain, yet it was assured that Nagini's counterattack would undoubtedly find its target. Armor of protection. Avada Kedavra. With remarkable swiftness, he cast two silent spells, one to shield himself and the other aimed directly at Nagini. However, this time, Xiao An clearly miscalculated. Although he had nearly eliminated Nagini by exploiting a flaw moments earlier, Nagini's subsequent performance was entirely unexpected. Chapter 71. A confrontation with Voldemort. Once more following the swift release of 2 silent spells, Nagini deftly evaded Xiao An's onslaught. Yet, Xiao An remained composed, for he had successfully cast his protective armor, ensuring his safety. Upon witnessing Nagini avoid his killing curse, Xiao An quickly redirected his gaze to Nagini's new position. However, at that moment, Nagini suddenly launched an attack against him. Though the sight of Nagini's gaping maw instilled a modicum of fear in Xiao An, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his trepidation, and continued to unleash spells toward Nagini. With wide eyes, clearly filled with terror, Xiao An waved his left hand gently, casting a petrifying spell aimed at Nagini. Once the spell was released, it struck true, hitting Nagini as anticipated. However, the magical effect fell short of expectations. The spell merely momentarily halted Nagini's assault, leaving a faint grayish-white mark on the impacted area, which was disappointingly narrow, estimated to be less than a centimeter in width. At this juncture, Xiao An had no time to examine the spell's effects further. He needed to seize the opportunity to continue his attack. Although Xiao An's wandless magic was executed with remarkable speed, he failed to conjure a second spell. Nagini, with its wide-open jaws, lunged towards Xiao An's throat. But the earlier petrifying spell had slightly diminished the ferocity of the attack, redirecting it towards Xiao An's chest instead. Just as Xiao An prepared to cast his second spell, he found his protective armor ineffective, allowing Nagini to breach his defenses unimpeded, and in an instant, Nagini's mouth closed around Xiao An's chest. However, Little An was not to be outdone. Biting her tongue, she executed a nimble leap backward, swiftly raised her right hand, and directed her wand at Nagini, casting a petrification spell. Maintaining her stance with the wand aimed at Nagini, she chanted fervently, "Ultimate Petrification." A beam of white light shot forth from An's wand, striking Nagini with a force unlike the previous spell. This time, An had articulated the incantation with an infusion of immense magical energy. Even Nagini's considerable magical resistance could not withstand such a potent assault. Upon being struck by the curse, Nagini initially intended to release her grip and withdraw to seek another opportunity to attack An. However, she was evidently unprepared for the overwhelming power of An's spell. As soon as Nagini touched down, An's magic struck her, and in an instant, the upper half of Nagini's form became petrified, transforming her into a creature with a stone torso and the lower half of a serpent. Casting a fleeting glance at Nagini, An swiftly waved her wand, unleashing a lethal curse. Yet, as soon as the spell was cast, Nagini's body darted rapidly to An's left. With her swift movement, An's curse missed its mark, ultimately crashing to the ground. The unsuspecting bird sensed a surge of magical energy approaching from its left, unaware of the nature of the incoming spell, and felt its rapid approach and, with no alternative, turned abruptly. Before she could discern the identity of the figure, she caught sight of a blurred silhouette and cast a silent killing curse in its direction. As An blinked, her vision quickly cleared, revealing the most striking feature of the newcomer: 2 hollow sockets where a nose should have been. It was none other than the infamous Tom Marvolo Riddle, known in the shadows as Lord Voldemort. Startled by his presence, and nearly faltered in her magical concentration, but regaining her composure, she intensified her magical output. However, it was not long before Xiao An could no longer endure. Her eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, and she yearned for a moment of slumber. Hastily, she employed the spellcasting techniques learned from Professor Flitwick during the first lesson. With agility, she redirected the spell to the side, swiftly retracting her wand, and aimed it at Nagini, who was lying beside Voldemort. She unleashed a shattering curse with precision. In her recent skirmish against Nagini, Xiao An had discerned that spells of the shattering variety held little efficacy against the serpent. Although she had managed to petrify a portion of Nagini with her transfiguration spell, her shattering curse would at best inflict a grievous injury. Only by articulating the incantation could she hope to achieve a more profound effect. As it stood, the outcome would amount to nothing more than a moderately severe wound. However, Voldemort remained oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time with Nagini, he harbored a profound trepidation regarding the abilities of Little An. Upon witnessing Little An launch an attack on Nagini, Voldemort exclaimed in alarm, swiftly placing his hand upon Nagini's serpent head before instantly transforming into a wisp of black light and vanishing from the spot. Observing Voldemort's transformation, Little An took a deep breath, realizing that while apparition was not permitted within the Ministry of Magic, this rudimentary form of it was indeed viable. Consequently, Little An hastily morphed into a gleaming white light and soared toward Arthur, swiftly whisking him away in the opposite direction. Within mere moments, Little An and Voldemort became invisible to one another. Little An promptly halted, quickly retrieving the extension bag, and with a spell, extracted a packet of white fresh herbs. After hastily opening it, he grasped a handful of the herbs and swiftly pressed them against Arthur. Arthur, witnessing Little An administering the potion, wished to intervene, yearning for Little An to first tend to his own wounds. Yet, despite his intentions, he found himself powerless, unable to lift his arms or utter a word, left only to watch with wide eyes. Having just administered the potion to Arthur's wound, Little An sensed a surge of magical energy approaching. With no time to tend to his own injuries, he quickly stowed away the herbs, seized his wand, and directed it toward the source of the magical disturbance. Soon, he spotted a dark light hurtling toward him from afar. Realizing this was the apparition specific to dark wizards, Little An swiftly waved his left hand toward the approaching darkness, casting a shattering curse. He then aimed his wand with his right hand at the position beneath the dark light, anticipating its evasion of the spell, and cast another shattering curse. As a result, the dark light was caught off guard by the first spell, clearly unprepared for Little An's unconventional approach to casting. Subsequently, the dark figure plummeted from the sky, transforming into a man and a serpent. Arthur, upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, recognized it as Voldemort. Observing the wounds on Voldemort's body, he wished to rise and assist Little An, but found himself utterly immobilized, reduced to lying there, cheering for Little An. Chapter 72. Departing without a word with no excess energy to ponder Arthur's thoughts, Little An, upon recognizing Voldemort lying on the ground, seized the opportunity and aimed to cast a killing curse upon the fallen Dark Lord. However, at this juncture, Little An was teetering on the brink of death. The potency of Nagini's venom was overwhelming, and blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. Little An waved his wand, evidently attempting to unleash a spell. Yet nothing emerged from the tip of his wand. Despite Voldemort managing to evade a fatal blow in midair and Nagini shielding him from the spell's impact, he was still severely injured by Little An's shattering curse. Just as Little An sought to cast another spell, disregarding its nature, Voldemort hastily raised his wand, pointing it toward his chin, and swiftly cast an apparition spell, disappearing from the scene. Realizing that his killing curse had not succeeded, Little An felt a rush of urgency. Yet, dizziness overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of maintaining clarity. In a desperate attempt to regain composure, he bit his lip forcefully, striving to awaken his senses. However, at that moment, the pain in his mouth ceased to be of any significant effect. Helpless, Xiao An could only muster a fleeting moment of clarity, forcing himself to gather his strength in an attempt to deliver a final blow to Voldemort. Just as he was about to cast his spell, he observed Voldemort vanish from sight, wand in hand. Xiao An recognized this as the quintessential application of the disapparition spell. Although he was perplexed as to how Voldemort could execute such a powerful form of disapparition, he understood that Voldemort had indeed departed from the scene. Realizing that the opportunity to vanquish Voldemort had slipped away, he swiftly retrieved a vial of white essence from his pocket to tend to his wounds. After applying the healing potion to the 2 injuries inflicted by Nagini, Xiao An could no longer endure the strain and collapsed to the ground. His body felt utterly limp, weighed down by fatigue, yet sleep eluded him, leaving him in a state of overwhelming drowsiness. Aware that he could not simply lie there, he summoned what little strength remained and painstakingly opened his concealed extension pouch. He reached inside, hoping to retrieve something, but where he would typically accomplish this with ease. It took him 2 arduous minutes to extract a vial of potion. Trembling, he brought it to his lips, biting off the cork and downing its contents in one swift motion. Almost instantly, Xiao An felt his vitality being restored. However, Xiao An currently felt utterly devoid of strength, managing only to sit up unsteadily. After tidying up her belongings, she imparted a few instructions to Arthur, utilizing a spell to glean knowledge. She ascertained the route to the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, Xiao An transformed into a stream of white light and, guided by Arthur's recollections, soared towards the Ministry's exit. Just as she glided beyond the confines of the Department of Mysteries, a blaze erupted at the entrance, yet it held no significance for her, as she remained oblivious to the flames, and the individual emerging from them was equally unaware of her presence. Once she had wearily navigated her way out of the Ministry, Xiao An promptly invoked a summoning spell, followed by several long-distance apparition jumps towards Hogwarts. Upon reaching Hogsmeade, she could bear it no longer. Her body was drained, and her magical energy nearly expended. Fortunately, having previously cast a summoning spell, she appeared in a dazed state and was caught by a diminutive creature. Looking down, she recognized it as the house elf, Toby, whom she had summoned earlier. After issuing a few brief commands, she closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. When Xiao An awakened once more, it was the following afternoon. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a transparent cloth draped over her. Although it did not obstruct her view, it was nonetheless bothersome. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled the fabric away. However, when Xiao An wished to discern the changes that had befallen him, he was abruptly struck by the realization that his body had vanished. Overcome with fright, he instinctively assessed his physical form, and only then did he feel reassured. He extended his hand to touch himself again, gradually comprehending his situation. Casting his gaze around, Xiao An began to ponder deeply. Before long, he deduced the circumstances that had transpired. It must have been yesterday when he had instructed Toby to bring him to this place. Reclining upon Snape's bed, Xiao An surveyed the room with a tinge of melancholy. Closing his eyes momentarily and exhaling deeply. Upon reopening them, he cast a sidelong glance at Snape's door and remarked, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Godfather. Seizing the invisibility cloak draped over him, he tossed it aside with casual abandon and attempted to rise. However, as he exerted himself, a searing pain shot through his chest and shoulder, prompting him to brace himself with his right hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his upper body was ensconced in bandages, with blood ceaselessly oozing from his shoulder and chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao An refrained from making any sudden movements, instead supporting himself with his right hand as he gradually shifted his body upward, leaning against the headboard. Only then did he release his grip and retrieve his wand. Directing it toward the four corners of the room, he intoned, cleanse and renew, cleanse and renew. After casting several cleansing spells, Xiao An finally transformed Snape's disheveled abode into a pristine sanctuary. Observing the immaculate surroundings, he chuckled to himself. It seems I must find a girlfriend for my godfather. Otherwise, even his bedroom remains in disarray. After tidying up Snape's quarters, Xiao An was at last able to ascertain the time. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Realizing he had only been unconscious for a brief spell, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he would have missed several classes, a situation he could not easily conceal. Thankfully, he had not been unconscious for long. But who was he scheduled to attend class with today? Oh, Professor Flitwick. That should be manageable, he mused to himself. Sensing with his magical abilities that no one was present in Snape's office, Xiao An concluded that Snape must be preoccupied. With little else to occupy his time, he reclined on the bed in a stupor, casually retrieving a magazine to peruse. Yet, after only a brief moment of reading, a sudden realization struck him. Chapter 73, The House Elf Blasted. How foolish of me. Xiao An chastised himself, smacking his forehead in exasperation. Swiftly, he set aside the magazine and closed his eyes, reflecting on the battle from the previous night, eager to glean insights from the experience to elevate his prowess. Half an hour swiftly elapsed as he replayed the events of the confrontation in his mind multiple times, yet he found himself lacking in any substantial revelations. However, Xiao An was suddenly struck by an idea that she could no longer resist. It was akin to rising up and taking action, but just as she exerted herself, the excruciating pain radiating from her injuries pulled her back into the harsh reality. With a resentful glance at her wounds, she reclined back onto the bed, casting a woeful gaze towards the door, reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. After a while, noticing that the door remained shut, she relinquished the unrealistic notion of continuing to wait for Snape. With a flicker of inspiration, she began to summon Toby through her contract. In no time, Toby appeared before her, standing with his head lowered, listening attentively to her admonitions. Sensing the movement, Xiao An turned to see Toby standing there, resembling a lamppost in his impeccably tailored suit. Yet, she could still discern the trepidation emanating from him. Toby's hands rested at his sides, though his left hand was furtively clutching the corner of his garment. Xiao An recognized this behavior all too well, as it had occurred numerous times before. With a soft smile, she waved her hand, and a spell emanated from her fingertips. Instantly, the grip on his left hand slackened, revealing a small blue stain that swiftly vanished. I am sorry, great master, Toby exclaimed, eager to apologize as soon as the blue mark was cleansed. Yes, I shall not do this again. Good. First clean your shoes, then go to the kitchen and ask Shulman to procure some ingredients for me to prepare a meal. Understood, Toby replied, swiftly vanishing from sight. Watching the spot where Toby had just stood, Xiao An couldn't help but smile wryly, reminiscing about the time when she had first taken charge of him. Back then, when she and Newt had just begun collaborating on the magical creature's cards, Newt, noticing that Xiao An was just a child without much care, secretly arranged for a house elf to be brought to her. When Newt presented the house elf to Xiao An, she was taken aback, but due to certain circumstances, she genuinely needed a house elf, and thus accepted his kind gesture. However, due to Newt's apprehension that little Anne, still a child, might not adeptly manage a house elf, he surreptitiously contravened the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and completely dissolved the contract binding Toby, leaving only the most fundamental agreement intact. He then proceeded to impart the knowledge of this contract to Little Anne, enabling her to summon Toby with ease. It is essential to understand that house elves cannot be summoned from a considerable distance. If one is within their own home and the distance is minimal, a simple call suffices. Alternatively, a house elf can employ magic to provide an object that allows the master to summon them whenever that object is used. However, with the re-establishment of the contract, such issues are alleviated. One could say that Newt truly exerted considerable effort in this endeavor. However, Newt truly deserves recognition as a master of magical creatures. The unraveling of such contracts is a mystery to most, and only someone of Newt's expertise in magical beings could successfully devise a solution. Witnessing Newt's selflessness, Xiao An found it difficult to refuse and thus acquiesced to his arrangements. Subsequently, he adhered to the protocol and purchased a suit, presenting 3,000 galleons to Newt, Toby's original owner, in Toby's presence. Consequently, the house elf Toby officially ceased to belong solely to Newt. Xiao An then gifted Newt the trousers from the newly acquired suit, which Newt subsequently passed on to Toby, thus further severing his ownership. Toby transformed into a being without a master, yet remained bound by the spell to Xiao An. This meant that Toby could only enter into a contract with Xiao An, preventing anyone else from claiming him. This situation mirrored that of Dobby and Harry Potter. The socks Dobby received were given to Lucius Malfoy by Harry Potter in a rather convoluted manner. Although Lucius accepted the socks in Dobby's presence, it was a gesture that symbolically freed Dobby from Lucius's control, rendering him partially beholden to Harry Potter. As long as Harry refrained from providing Dobby with another piece of clothing, no one else could contract with him, ensuring his freedom. Should the original owner casually bestow a garment upon a house elf, the elf would indeed gain freedom. However, if operating in the Muggle world, the Ministry of Magic's observational department could still capture Dobby, allowing for a potential new contract with him. This elucidates why Lucius refrained from dispatching anyone to recapture Dobby. The magical realm had become incapable of detaining house elves, lacking detection methods. Moreover, contemporary magic predominantly targets wizards, with little research dedicated to spells concerning magical creatures like house elves, who have been subjugated for many years. A house elf that cannot be detected or constrained is virtually impossible to capture. Xiao An surmised that Harry Potter was oblivious to these intricacies, having learned them solely from Newt. After all, Harry is the protagonist, fortunate by mere happenstance. Afterward, Xiao An was on the cusp of finalizing his contract. Thus he presented the jacket to Toby. Once Toby accepted it, Xiao An would officially become his master. Unsurprisingly, Toby readily complied, as house elves of Dobby's ilk are rather rare. Upon claiming Toby as his own, Xiao An gifted him the shoes. Fortunate that footwear is not classified as clothing within the contract. It is worth noting that the first-generation masters of house elves were nobles, who would never allow their servants to go barefoot, as it would be quite unbecoming. After all, they were aristocrats and retained a sense of dignity. Chapter 74. Hidden Talent and Reputation. Not long after reflecting on these matters, Toby reappeared at Xiao An's side, bearing provisions. Upon seeing Toby return, Xiao An hastily propped himself up and sat upright. After their meal, he waved his wand, conjuring a small table to set atop the bed, carefully placing the food upon it. Little Anne remarked. Soon, Toby, using magic, levitated the dishes onto the table conjured by Little Anne. Once the task was complete, Toby bowed deeply. Upon witnessing this, Little Anne immediately comprehended Toby's intention, recognizing the customary practice of house elves. They must not be in their master's sight while the master dines. Despite having instructed this several times to no avail, Little Anne chose to let Toby be. Observing the unfolding events, Little Anne quickly halted Toby's next action, calling out to him, "Wait a moment, please bring my magical creature box." "Yes, sir." Toby bowed once more before vanishing from sight. Watching Toby's antics brought a smile to Little Anne's face. He shook his head, choosing silence as he reached for a steamed bun, picked up his chopsticks, and began to enjoy his meal. Casting a glance at the spread before him, Little An swiftly grabbed a piece of braised pork, biting into the bun as he devoured his food voraciously. In no time, the table was in disarray. Satisfied, he laid down his chopsticks and reclined on his bed, raising a hand to pat his belly. However, noticing the remnants of the meal still on the table, he casually waved his hand, casting a cleaning charm, followed by a few more spells. After placing the table on the ground, Little An contentedly patted his belly and sighed, "How wonderful it is to wield magic." After lying on the bed for a while to digest, he assessed his condition and, somewhat unsteadily, rose to his feet. With a wave of his hand, he tidied up the lingering aroma of the meal and the spilled broth on the bed. Little An then conjured a reclining chair and settled into it, closing his eyes to reflect, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Soon, Xiao An heard a sound, and he knew it was Toby arriving. Without opening his eyes, he simply instructed, "Toby, from now on, this box can remain here. You should carry on as usual, and I will communicate with Professor Snape about the other matters." Paying no heed to Toby's response, Xiao An resumed his rest, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. Time passed, and eventually, he sensed a surge of magical energy approaching him, waking him from his sleep. Upon discovering it was Snape, he felt a sense of relief. After Snape placed him gently onto the bed, Xiao An immediately sat up and addressed him, "Godfather, are you feeling better?" Snape inquired, promptly moving to sit beside Xiao An. "I am much improved, thank you, Godfather." "That is a relief," Snape replied. "Godfather, it is not that I intend to withhold information from you, but there are matters I truly cannot disclose. I know you must have inferred some things, but I beg your forgiveness for my silence. In due time, you will understand everything." Noticing Snape's inclination to speak, Xiao An hastily interjected. Knowing that he could not hide his injuries from Snape, given Snape's adeptness as a double agent and the limitations of the trace spell, Xiao An realized that Snape would likely deduce how he had been harmed. Therefore, he preemptively halted any forthcoming inquiries from Snape. After all, he was now effectively the third Dark Lord, and if Snape were to discover this, it would be dire. Thus, Xiao An chose to remain silent, intending to complete all his tasks first. By then, it would be too late for Snape to intervene. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Snape opened his mouth, aware that Xiao An would never divulge the truth, and thus refrained from further questioning. He tended to Xiao An, ensuring he lay down comfortably, then retrieved 2 vials of potion. After administering one to Xiao An, he unwrapped the bandages from his injuries and applied the contents of the second vial. Once the treatment was complete, Snape spoke little, merely stroking Xiao An's head and advising him to rest well before departing the bedroom. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Xiao An pondered whether his secrecy was for better or worse, but he dared not continue his gaze, withdrawing his eyes and pulling out a magazine in an attempt to read. However, at that moment, his mind was a tumult of thoughts, rendering him incapable of focusing on the words before him. With a dismissive toss, Xiao An flung the magazine aside, shutting his eyes in an attempt to forget all that plagued his mind, eventually succumbing to sleep. Yet, as soon as his eyelids fell, a torrent of thoughts surged forth, causing him to toss and turn restlessly, unable to find solace in slumber. Frustrated, he angrily threw off the covers and took several deep breaths. Glancing at the closed door, Xiao An quickly retracted his gaze, turning his thoughts to the path ahead. However, it was evident that he could not concentrate. Ultimately, in resignation, he retrieved his study notes along with the book he had borrowed from Snape. It must be said, this method proved remarkably effective. Before long, Xiao An found himself immersed in the ocean of knowledge, forgetting all his achievements and failures, worries and sorrows, his entire being absorbed in the delight of acquiring wisdom. Unbeknownst to her, time had slipped away, and it was already quite late. Xiao An remained absorbed in her book when the door creaked open, revealing Severus Snape, who entered with a collection of plates. Upon noticing Xiao An still engrossed in her reading, he uttered no words, but offered a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. With a flick of his wand, he levitated all the dishes onto the table that Xiao An had conjured earlier, then observed her for a moment before turning to leave. In truth, Xiao An had sensed Snape's presence the moment he knocked, but the knowledge that he was about to enter sent a tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind. Unsure of how to confront him, she feigned concentration on her book, though it was evident that she could not truly focus. Once Snape departed, she finally set the book aside and glanced at the door, then at the sumptuous spread before her. Without uttering a word, she waved her hand, causing the table to rise and float in midair, and began to eat with a stoic expression. However, her eyes betrayed her, revealing that her emotions were far from tranquil. Before long, Xiao An finished her meal, partly due to having dined late earlier, and partly because her heart was not in it. She glanced at the time and realized she was significantly late, yet she felt no urgency, choosing instead to tidy up the dishes. After a brief moment of contemplation, she calmly gathered her belongings and exited the room. Upon opening the door, she found Snape seated in a chair, seemingly engrossed in concocting some potion. Observing this, Xiao An opened her mouth, yet no words escaped her lips. Suddenly inspired by a thought, she spoke. "Professor, I must attend my class now. I have left my trunk in your room. I hope you can watch over it for me." After a brief pause, she continued. "I trust you have noticed that it is a magical creature trunk. My house elf, Toby, resides within. I have instructed him to attend to your needs. So should you desire any traditional dishes from Huaxia, do not hesitate to ask him to prepare them. I must now be on my way to class." With that, Xiao An turned and exited Snape's office. Throughout the exchange, Snape remained silent, though she noticed that he took considerable time to place the potion ingredients into the cauldron as she spoke. Furthermore, even before she had fully closed the door, her external magical senses detected that Snape had thoroughly cleaned the cauldron. As Xiao An was already late, she arrived at Professor Flitwick's office significantly past their agreed time. She initially presumed that Professor Flitwick had not been waiting for her and had resumed his own activities. Upon entering Professor Flitwick's office after knocking, Xiao An discovered that the professor had not abandoned his wait for her. Instead, he occupied the same spot he had during class, engrossed in the magical tome she had gifted him. As soon as he noticed Xiao An's entrance, he closed the book and gestured towards her seat, inviting her to take her place. This gesture filled Xiao An with warmth, prompting her to bow respectfully to Professor Flitwick before settling into her chair without uttering a word. Before long, the class concluded. It is worth noting that when one is deeply engaged in an activity, time seems to fly. After bidding farewell, Xiao An stood momentarily at the threshold of Professor Flitwick's office, glancing about to ascertain her bearings. With a complex expression, she cast a fleeting glance towards Snape's office before turning back with a serene demeanor and heading towards her dormitory. Upon returning to her dorm, Xiao An attended to her personal hygiene as per her usual routine, with no notable changes. She reclined on her bed, organized her notes, and reflected on the lesson, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. In the ensuing days, Xiao An resumed her daily activities, attending classes, reviewing her studies, and spending time with her twin brothers. Before long, it was time for Snape's class. Xiao An had missed the previous sessions, and each time she attended, Snape would hand her 2 vials of potion before concluding the lesson. It was not that Xiao An was disinclined to attend. Rather, Snape had insisted that her injuries were not yet fully healed and that she ought to rest. In truth, Snape had reservations about her attending classes taught by other professors as well. However, without a plausible excuse to skip classes, Xiao An continued to attend regularly to conceal the extent of her injuries. On this particular day, although her physical wounds had not completely healed, they had improved significantly. One could not deny the potency of Nagini's venom. Not only was it resistant to conventional remedies, merely capable of stemming the bleeding, but it also negated any healing effects. Moreover, standard antidotes proved ineffective against such toxins. Had Snape not been a master of potion making, it would have been unlikely for him to concoct an antidote. After knocking on the door, Xiao An retrieved her wand and opened it herself, stepping inside. This time, Snape was not engaged in brewing some peculiar concoction. Instead, he was seated at the lectern, awaiting her arrival. "Good evening, Professor." "Good evening. Is your recovery progressing well?" "Yes, I am much better now. There are no significant issues." "Very well, come closer. We shall commence our lesson. Here, this is the potion we will study today." Isn't today meant for learning the creation of the cheerfulness potion?" Xiao An inquired, glancing at the recipe with a look of confusion. "Those potions can be learned from your textbooks. Today, we shall not focus on the ordinary." Upon hearing Severus's words, Little refrained from posing further inquiries, silently taking her seat. She picked up the formula and began to examine it, discerning whether it matched the materials that Severus had meticulously prepared. Soon, she had committed the general steps to memory. Subsequently, and, as was her custom, reached for the cauldron and ignited the flame, eager to commence the potion-making process. However, just as the fire flickered to life, she froze in place, for she had unexpectedly discovered several particularly precious ingredients listed in the formula. Turning her gaze towards Severus, she opened her mouth to inquire. But before she could articulate her question, Severus anticipated her concern. "Proceed as you usually would. There is no cause for alarm," he reassured her. Hearing Severus's response, and felt she could not contest his words. Instead, she exercised an abundance of caution, meticulously beginning the potion preparation. Despite her heightened vigilance, the outcome proved less than satisfactory. Nearly 2 minutes into the process, having added only 6 or 7 required ingredients, the potion erupted violently from the cauldron. Observing this chaos, Severus swiftly waved his wand, clearing the potion's remnants with precision, and hastily set down the ingredients she held, turning to Severus, eager to express her apologies. Before Xiao An could turn around, Snape spoke up. "It's all right. Continue. Do not be anxious. Take your time." Upon hearing this, Xiao An paused momentarily, then slowly turned back, carefully inspecting the ingredients. After rearranging them, he picked up the recipe and scrutinized it several times before commencing the potion brewing process. However, this time, Xiao An once again met with failure. He did not turn to Severus Snape to apologize, but instead meticulously recalled the configuration procedures of the potion. Thus, Xiao An faced repeated defeats yet remained undeterred, failing countless times. Fortunately, most of his failures occurred in the earlier stages of the process, resulting in minimal loss of potion ingredients. After all, Xiao An was not a genius. His journey through time had merely bestowed upon him a magical aptitude, without endowing him with any other exceptional talents. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary person, fortunate to have ridden the wave of transmigration. Chapter 76, The Tender Heart of Parents. As previously mentioned, although Xiao An was a traveler from another world, he was not a prodigy. While he could complete university courses in a remarkably short time, this was due to the memories of his past life. His considerable magical prowess was simply a stroke of luck, as he had discovered a method to enhance his magical abilities. This time, he came to a clear understanding of his limitations, and during the potion-making process, he repeatedly scolded himself inwardly, lamenting his utter lack of talent in magic. Time slipped away like a fleeting horse, and as Xiao An diligently continued his potion-making, an entire afternoon passed. At last, with the final batch of potion, he achieved success. He hurriedly bottled the concoction and, eager to showcase his accomplishment, immediately sought to display it to Snape. However, upon turning around, there was no trace of Severus Snape to be found. After searching the area, Xiao An still could not locate him. Only a piece of parchment and a non-marking expansion bag lay nearby. Perplexed, Xiao An set aside the potion and picked up the parchment, which, as soon as he grasped it, was swiftly adorned with a multitude of words. It read, "Xiao An, I have matters to attend to. Once you have prepared the potion, you may return on your own." The non-marking expansion bag contains the ingredients required for potion making and the formulas for the potions you will study in your next class. Take it and depart. Xiao An surveyed the room before retrieving his wand to tidy up the disarray caused by his potion-making endeavors. He then collected his belongings and exited. With a flick of his wand, he closed the door for Snape before slowly making his way back to his office. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to hastily retrieve the potion he had brewed. Upon gently opening the vial and inhaling its scent, his expression shifted dramatically, and he was immediately compelled to rush back to Snape's office. However, recalling that Snape had already left, he reluctantly retracted his steps, his feet heavy as he headed towards his dormitory. Once back in his room, Xiao An sat on his bed in a daze, lost in thought. After a while, he frantically began to extract items from the non-marking expansion bag, fervently memorizing the parchment he had retrieved. He then drew forth the cauldron and commenced brewing the potion inscribed on the parchment. After countless failures, he finally succeeded. He quickly compared it to the potion he had previously concocted, scrutinizing it meticulously until he confirmed that these were indeed the 2 potions Severus had used to heal his wounds. Gazing at the 2 vials, Xiao An finally grasped Snape's heartfelt intentions and, clutching the potions tightly, looked skyward and sighed, "How pitiful is the heart of every parent." Subsequently, Xiao An found himself devoid of the desire to engage in any other activities, sitting there repeatedly recalling the steps of his potion-making. Before long, he cleaned the cauldron once more and resumed brewing the 2 potions. As time passed, Xiao An's proficiency in crafting these potions grew ever more refined. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he sank onto his bed, having become exceedingly adept at brewing the 2 potions. With a weary flick of his wand, he tidied the cauldron and cleared away the refuse and odors from his room. Lacking the energy to freshen up in the washroom, he simply collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, the moment her head touched the pillow, Xiao An abruptly sat up and exclaimed, "This is bad. The Godfather is in danger. He must have gone to Voldemort. Seeking Snape at this hour can only spell trouble." She uttered these words to herself, her face etched with terror. Sitting upright, she swiftly contemplated various possibilities, but the more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. Ultimately, she decided to dress quickly, don her invisibility cloak, and dashed out. She hurried to the dormitory of the twins and knocked anxiously on the door. Upon hearing the knocking, the door swung open promptly, and Xiao An hurried inside, only to find several older students staring at her with bewilderment. Before long, a seemingly naive student, with a look of astonishment, rushed down from his bed and approached Xiao An, extending both hands to grasp his face, exclaiming, "No way. I can't believe it. You two are incredibly bold to impersonate evening. Are you Fred or George? If you don't offer some sort of benefit, don't blame me for reporting you both." Observing the individual tugging at his face, Xiao An's fury rapidly escalated, while the assailant continued to pull and speak. Soon, Xiao An's anger reached its zenith, and in an instant, the tall figure transformed into a mouse, which Xiao An promptly crushed beneath his foot. Following up with a swift kick, the mouse then soared into the air, quickly reverting to its original form, albeit in a noticeably poor state. "Serves you right for tugging at my face." Upon Fred and George's return, Xiao An instructed the others, "Make sure to inform them to find me as soon as they return, and take this fool to the infirmary." With that, Xiao An turned to face the other residents of the dormitory and departed from the twins' quarters. Once back in his own room, he reinforced the protective enchantments he had previously set. Subsequently, he opened the door, removed his shoes, and lay down on his bed, succumbing to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the protective charm. Awakening instantly, he sat up, grasped his wand, and waved it to open the door. As expected, the twins entered. Unfazed, the twins stepped inside, and upon seeing Xiao An seated on the bed, they approached him, standing before him with their heads bowed like errant students. Xiao An paid no heed to their demeanor, waved his wand to close the door, and cast a few protective spells against eavesdropping within the room. "All right, I'm not in the mood for idle chatter. You two need to inform your father. Tell him to be cautious in all his dealings. He and I may have already attracted Voldemort's attention, and trouble may be brewing for him. Additionally, have your father inform Diggory that the plan is off." Chapter 77. Press on, Snape. Voldemort knows. "Very well, we shall go at once. Wait, when you inform him, avoid using L-Post. It would be best to make a trip to Hogsmeade and return home through the cupboard there to speak in person. Also, take these 2 undetectable extension bags, one for Arthur, and keep the other for yourselves. Now go, and be swift with your notifications." "Understood." Having spoken, the two turned and departed from Xiao An's room. Once they left, Xiao An succumbed to a sense of helplessness, leaning back onto the bed and gazing at the ceiling as thoughts began to swirl in her mind. However, before long, the door to Xiao An's room was once again knocked upon. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao An swiftly discerned the identity of the visitor. With a sense of resignation, he rose to tidy himself up, and with a flick of his wand, he opened the door. As expected, the visitor was indeed Snape. Observing the utterly unsurprised expression on young An's face, Snape hesitated for a moment before swiftly approaching, eager to speak. However, Little An did not allow Snape to voice his thoughts. Instead, upon noticing Snape's intent to speak, and waved his hand to signal him to refrain from doing so, and proceeded to consume the potion he had brewed earlier that morning. After finishing, he declared, "Let us go, Godfather. We shall venture together. Rest assured, I shall cooperate with you." "No, no, no. How do you know?" "It is merely a guess. At this hour, to summon you so urgently, and for you to respond so swiftly, who else could it possibly be but that person? Indeed, however, I am not taking you away. My godfather is not so foolish. Do not worry. I have come merely to inquire if you are concealing something from me. Do you not already know? Truly you are." "No, no. How could you?" "Why, Little An, you are still but a child." As he spoke, tears streamed down Snape's face. "Everything is fine. Do not fret." "Godfather, but how can you act in such a manner?" That is, the Dark Lord. As I said, Godfather, I cannot divulge everything now, but rest assured, you will soon learn the entirety of the matter." Upon hearing this familiar phrase again, Snape swiftly approached, towering over An, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Faced with such intensity, and felt a strong urge to reveal the truth to Snape, yet ultimately clenched his teeth, averted his gaze, and turned his head away to look elsewhere. However, Snape shifted his position, attempting to direct Little An's gaze towards his face. Yet, Little An resolutely steeled herself, refusing to yield. Instead, she closed her eyes and fervently engaged her mental barriers. Nevertheless, Little An spoke up, saying, "Godfather, please do not act this way. Rest assured, every decision I make is the result of careful consideration. Snape had been intently fixated on Little An, and upon hearing his words, his expression softened slightly. Yet, he did not relent. He drew his wand and conjured a chair, sitting down with a thud, his gaze still firmly fixed on Little An unbeknownst to him. Little An was oblivious to these actions but sensed Snape's demeanor, aware that his ire had not yet subsided. Thus, he maintained a stance of defiance and noncompliance. Minutes passed, and observing Little An's obstinacy, Snape, in resignation and disappointment, decided to abandon the confrontation. He cast one last glance at Little An before rising, dispelling the chair with a flick of his wand, and turning toward the door to leave. Sensing Snape's intent to depart, Little An quickly spoke. "Eyes still closed, Godfather. Please believe in me and do not injure yourself on my account. If you require anything from me, simply express it. With my abilities, there is nothing to fear." Upon hearing these words, Snape immediately turned around, ready to unleash a reprimand. "You insufferable." However, upon witnessing the unwavering gaze of Xiao An, Snape refrained from uttering the reprimand that threatened to escape his lips. With a flick of his robes, he turned and departed from Xiao An's chamber. After sensing Snape's absence, Xiao An finally opened his eyes, yet continued to employ his mental barriers, surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed that he was alone, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing at the door, Xiao An let out a deep breath and seemed to address Snape, saying, "Do not blame me, my godfather. You shall understand in due time. Forge ahead, and do not let me down." Having cast a few protective charms, Xiao An retired to rest. The night passed in silence, and upon awakening, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was still early, merely 11 in the morning. Hence, he took his time to freshen up and then lay in bed, perusing a magazine. It was not until noon that Xiao An donned his invisibility cloak and made his way to the grand hall of the school. As a current student of Gryffindor, he naturally gravitated towards the house's designated seating area. Ignoring the curious stares from students surrounding him, he sat down and began to eat. However, he noticed the absence of Harry Potter at the Gryffindor table, forcing him to consume his lunch in solitude before returning to the Gryffindor common room. In the lounge, he casually approached a fellow student to ascertain the location of Harry Potter's dormitory, and then returned to his own quarters to review and prepare for his studies. After perusing a few magical texts, he ambled towards Professor Sprout's office. Soon, he completed his studies on the subject, as his understanding of plant knowledge was limited to classroom instruction. Consequently, among the 4 professors, he spent the least amount of time in Sprout's lessons. Yet he approached the subject with utmost seriousness. After all, Professor Sprout taught herbology, and with Xiao An's aspirations of becoming the Dark Lord, it was imperative to comprehend the properties of various herbs. One could never predict what challenges lay ahead. Understanding the characteristics of these plants could prevent the risk of poisoning. Although the likelihood was minimal, the wisdom passed down from ancestors remains invaluable. One should harbor no intent to harm others, yet always remain vigilant against potential threats. However, after studying under Professor Sprout for such an extended period, Little An had yet to experience the practicalities of the century. It was not that she lacked the desire, but rather due to certain characteristics of the herbs, Professor Sprout forbade and from disturbing the delightful plants of Nasarima during the night. Chapter 78, A Return to Origin After Class, and bid farewell to Professor Sprout and, having confirmed the date for her first practical lesson, meandered her way back to her dormitory. Though she encountered Filch once more along the way, she chose to ignore him. Upon realizing her presence, he merely huffed and departed. After all, Filch was a mute, and merely managing to secure a meal at Hogwarts was a considerable challenge for him. There was no need for her to further torment him, especially since he had never wronged her. Upon her leisurely return to Gryffindor's dormitory, and casually placed her invisibility cloak on the coat rack and strolled towards Harry Potter's room. After knocking on the door, Harry quickly opened it, though his face bore an expression of exhaustion, and conjured a subtle magical sensation to discern the cause, and it became evident that Dumbledore's army had indeed been established. She mused to herself. However, it wasn't long before Xiao An regained her composure, extending her hand to return the invisibility cloak to Harry Potter, remarking, "I was merely jesting the last time. It was an unintentional oversight. Now, it rightfully returns to its owner." After uttering these words, Xiao An paid no heed to Harry's demeanor, turning instead to retrieve her wand and casually casting a protective spell before making her way to her dormitory. Harry gazed at the invisibility cloak in his hands, aware that it was a treasured keepsake from his father which he had previously given to Xiao, and observing her departure, he felt compelled to pursue her, but after a mere moment of running, a spell sent him tumbling back. Just as he contemplated continuing the chase, he heard Ron's voice behind him. "Hey, Harry, what's going on? Who's looking for you? Ron quickly approached Harry, rubbing his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of the invisibility cloak. His drowsiness vanished in an instant as he exclaimed, "That's an invisibility cloak. How did you come by it? Didn't he give it to him?" "Yes, this is indeed mine," Harry responded. "Ah, could it be that Anne returned it to you just now?" "Precisely," he replied, sensing no further inclination to stand idly conversing with Ron. Realizing that catching up with Xiao An was futile, he turned to head back to his bed. Meanwhile, Xiao An meandered through the corridors, only to find herself unexpectedly in the Hogwarts kitchen. Upon realizing her location, she hesitated momentarily before entering, indulging in a feast that left her quite satisfied. With a contented pat on her belly, she ambled back to her dormitory. After refreshing herself, she succumbed to slumber. The following day, however, Xiao An awoke in a state of confusion. For today, she had no classes. After a month of continuous lessons, Dumbledore, that old busybody, had summoned all 4 house heads for an undisclosed discussion, resulting in an unexpected holiday for Xiao An. While a day off is generally a boon for any student, for Xiao An, it felt more like a punishment. In an era devoid of smartphones, and with computers being outdated models that offered little entertainment, she found herself feeling particularly stifled. Especially within the confines of a fully enclosed institution like Hogwarts, she had initially felt a sense of joy before falling asleep. But upon awakening, it took her merely 2 minutes to revel in happiness before a profound emptiness settled in. What is there to do? This is utterly devoid of excitement. With a deep sigh directed towards the heavens, Xiao An lamented his predicament. This time, he truly understood the drawbacks of traversing through time. If he had been an inhabitant of ancient times, it might have been bearable. However, being a traveler from the 21st century left him in a disconcerting void. Suddenly finding himself at leisure yet devoid of any pursuits, he felt utterly despondent. After rummaging through his dormitory and his inconspicuous extension bag, Xiao An discovered not a single entertaining item, only a few toys, none of which were electric. Resigned to his fate, he retrieved a few books in hopes of passing the time. Gazing at the volumes and the parchment in his hands, he sighed, reflecting that had he possessed such a diligent spirit in his previous life, he would have achieved great success, married a wealthy and beautiful woman, and ascended to the pinnacle of life. Alas, he lamented his ill-timed existence. Despite his grievances, he realized he must continue to occupy his time. So he opened a book once more. Yet, soon enough, he found himself unable to concentrate. While he might have managed to read under normal circumstances, the relaxation he now felt extinguished any desire to pursue literature. Before long, he set the book aside, donned a casual outfit, and exited his dormitory. However, after wandering through the Gryffindor common room, he found no intriguing spots. It dawned on him with stark clarity that he had no friends at Hogwarts. He was utterly alone. In that moment, he yearned for Kevin, recalling how he could always find someone to tease. Now, he lacked even a companion to torment. With this thought lingering, Xiao An made his way toward Umbridge's office. The very notion of bullying had sparked his desire to seek her out, hoping to assuage his wounded spirit by engaging in some lighthearted mischief. However, halfway through, Xiao An relinquished this notion, shaking his head as he turned towards the secret passage. Soon, he arrived in Hogsmeade and chose a random spot to sit down. After approximately half an hour, Xiao An appeared to have resolved something within himself. He casually tossed some coins onto the table and then vanished with a flicker of apparition. Upon reappearing, Xiao An found himself in London. He surveyed his surroundings briefly before selecting a location, transforming into a beam of white light and gliding towards the place he had previously envisioned. Thereafter, he brushed off the dirt and sat down, producing his wand and pointing it skyward, intoning, "Crimson fire blazing the prairie." At that moment, Xiao An unleashed a spell modified from Grindelwald's incantation, which was essentially a rebranded version of the holy light descending. In an instant, a surge of white light erupted from Xiao An's wand, swiftly morphing into black fabric that dispersed in all directions. However, this time, the spell cast by Xiao An was imperceptible to Muggles. Unlike the previous occasion, which was purely intended to stir up trouble, this time it was merely an endeavor to convene the Crimson Fire, seeking to engage in some activity as he was on the verge of succumbing to boredom. Should the members of the Crimson Fire become aware of Xiao An's intentions, it is likely that everyone within the organization would chastise him for being unreliable. Chapter 79. The second gathering of Crimson Fire. In no time, half of London was shrouded in black cloth, yet this spectacle was short-lived, vanishing without a trace almost immediately. Although the duration was fleeting, Xiao An was confident that all members of the organization had received the message. For the previous members had undergone the trial of refining their hearts through fire. Thus, after Xiao An's incantation for gathering, all members were able to sense its call. Uncertain of the gathering location, one can still employ the tracing spell to ascertain the site. The moment the flame mark on the spell is visible, the location becomes clear. After casting the spell, Xiao An vanished like a wraith from his previous spot. However, he did not return to the dormitory but instead made his way to a steakhouse near Jessamine's home. With an air of nonchalance, Xiao An entered the establishment. Despite not being attired formally in his tender age, the staff welcomed him without hesitation, treating him as they would any ordinary patron. Soon, he ordered his usual dishes, taking his time to survey the surroundings. The other diners seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing their meals and conversations as though he were invisible. Xiao An paid no mind to their reactions, for he understood their nature. He wandered about, yet his gaze appeared to overlook everything, even when his order arrived. He did not spare it a glance. This was a restaurant that Jessamine often frequented with him. The food was mediocre, yet everything felt different in her company. Clearly, Xiao An's purpose for visiting this time was not merely to dine. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Xiao An regained his focus. He left some pounds on the table and vanished once more. Shortly thereafter, a figure materialized at the entrance of the Hog's Head Inn. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a cherubic visage, one might mistake him for a 16 or 17-year-old youth at a glance. But closer observation would reveal he was merely a boy of 13 or 14. This was Xiao An, who had inherited the genes of his previous life. Standing over 6 feet tall at the tender age of 11, though his present self bore signs of an awkward growth spurt, as his belly had begun to protrude. Casting a simple disillusionment charm, Xiao An entered the Hog's Head. Inside, he found the establishment deserted, perhaps due to the early hour or other reasons. The only occupant was an elderly man with snow-white hair, diligently polishing glasses at the bar. Upon hearing the door open, the old man glanced up instinctively but, seeing no one, returned to his task, seemingly indifferent. Xiao An sensed that his presence had aroused the elder's suspicion. He was evidently aware that someone had used the disillusionment spell. Yet, for reasons unknown, the old man chose not to expose him. Since the elder remained silent, Xiao An refrained from revealing himself. His primary objective was to observe this old man, Aberforth, who was Dumbledore's right hand and brother. He wished to gauge the elder's strength and its potential impact on his own plans. After a period of scrutiny, Xiao An grew impatient. He had gathered sufficient data and had little desire to linger. Maintaining the disillusionment charm, he proceeded towards the inn's basement, where a secret passage to Hogwarts lay. After meandering through the hidden corridor, he eventually returned to his dormitory. Upon his return, Xiao An did not engage in reading or any other activities. Instead, he settled into a chair, leaning over the table to write. After several drafts and revisions, he finally deemed the parchment satisfactory, burning it afterward. The following days unfolded in a routine manner at Hogwarts, but the 5th day brought a change. Today, Xiao An was to accompany Professor Sprout to the greenhouse to tend to the herbs, affording him a free evening. Mustering his energy, he completed the class and ventured to the kitchen to procure some food before returning to his dormitory to prepare himself. He then made his way to the secret passage he had traversed many times before, arriving in Hogsmeade. Noticing the time, he realized it was still early. Although he was eager to proceed, Xiao An, aware of his status as the Dark Lord, understood the importance of maintaining an air of composure. Thus, he casually apparat to a nearby Muggle residence. With a few simple spells, he rendered the household unconscious and took a seat at their dining table, savoring the meal he had prepared in the kitchen. After dining, he idly turned on the television, watching until it was nearly time to depart. He then apparat to the designated meeting spot, the same location as before, the Portobello Road Market in Notting Hill. As he strolled along the disheveled street, Xiao An recognized the chaos as the handiwork of the members of the Crimson Fire, who had likely employed the Muggle-repelling charm. In truth, the Crimson Fire's meeting place was not in the open but rather within a nearby building, invisible and intangible to Muggles. This structure had once served as a laboratory for a dark wizard experimenting with dark magic. After a failed experiment led to the wizard's demise, the Ministry of Magic intervened to conceal the magical world. During Grindelwald's reign, this location also functioned as one of his hideouts. The road ahead appeared fraught with challenges. It seemed my journey was far from over. As Xiao An traversed the chaotic streets, he cast a spell of cleansing upon the litter visible to his eyes. Soon, he arrived at the assembly venue and entered with measured steps. Much like Grindelwald, Xiao An welcomed anyone to listen to his speech. resulting in the absence of any gatekeepers at the gathering. This meant that anyone could enter, as long as they could see the location and make their way inside. For the enchantments had been lifted by the early members of the Crimson Fire during the Assembly's organization. Consequently, any wizard, whether an adult sorcerer or a young one with nascent magical talent, was free to attend the lecture. Even members of the Ministry of Magic, such as Ors, were not turned away. Upon reaching his designated pathway, Xiao An cast a brief glance over the attendees, and he was taken aback by the sight. The previous assembly had attracted merely a handful of participants, yet this time, he estimated that there were already over 1,000 present. The sheer number of attendees left Xiao An feeling somewhat flustered, as his initial intention had merely been to gather a few of Grindelwald's loyal followers to aid him in resisting Voldemort. This gathering was primarily meant to provide some relocation assistance to the members from the last meeting. It is evident that Xiao An had anticipated this situation. Although somewhat flustered, he maintained his composure, for he had prepared a contingency plan for handling an influx of attendees, though he had not expected quite such a large crowd. Taking a moment to steady himself and adjust his attire, he calmed his mind. With a serene demeanor, he strode confidently toward the podium, each step more assured than the last. In his previous attempt, he had sought to emulate the gait of a celebrated figure, but this time, he had grown significantly. Realizing that he need not rely on imitation to achieve a sense of self-worth, simply being himself sufficed. As he emerged, he imagined the audience was captivated by his presence. Upon reaching his designated spot, he stood firm and offered a respectful bow to the gathering before him. Once everyone had acknowledged him in kind, he gestured for their attention. My brothers, sisters, and friends, I anticipated a larger turnout, yet I did not foresee such an overwhelming number. Undeniably, you are all remarkable wizards. Drawn here not for trivial reasons, but out of a desire to discover new insights, knowledge that you may have heard of but not fully grasped. During our previous assembly, I shared a wealth of information, and I trust many of you returned seeking further enlightenment. However, I wish to diverge from my earlier discourse and introduce fresh topics. Firstly, I must address the resurgence of Voldemort. I believe some astute individuals may have already surmised this, yet the so-called pure-blood families in England have persistently concealed this information, deliberately fostering an illusion of peace. What could be the reason for this? Among us are friends hailing from various countries. Regardless of whether you belong to a pure-blood lineage, are of mixed heritage, or come from Muggle families, it is apparent that every nation harbors numerous so-called pure-blood families, many of which are relatively new and merely possess some wealth. Having conveyed all this, I understand if some of you feel somewhat bewildered. What I am about to express may be unsettling for some, yet since you have gathered here, I trust in your capacity for discernment. First and foremost, whether in the wizarding world with galleons or in the Muggle realm with pounds or marks, their existence does not equate to prosperity. Yet, there are many wizards living in dire poverty, unable to afford a clean meal, unable to provide their children with new textbooks or clothing, and unable to gift their loved ones even a modest birthday present. Meanwhile, numerous families enjoy a life of abundance, and when the impoverished wizards cross paths with the affluent, they often suffer greatly. Moreover, during such times, the Ministry of Magic often aids the affluent wizards who engage in bullying. Is this truly fair to all? From the moment capital arrives, it is stained with blood and dirt from head to toe. Capital does not produce, it merely encroaches upon the rights of the laborers, cloaking its actions in the guise of investment. Yet, as you accept their terms, they gradually test your limits until you can bear no more. At that juncture, resistance becomes futile, for all that you have created has been usurped, leaving you with only the meager salary bestowed upon you by capital, a mere token of their exploitation. Capital frequently employs the slogan that their products have undergone the strictest inspections, with all attributes deemed satisfactory. However, I ask, do such items reside in your wallet? Many of these goods are, in fact, products of your own labor, yet you find yourself unable to afford them. Money is merely money, power is merely power, and knowledge is merely knowledge. Undeniably, the presence of money can invigorate the creation of knowledge. However, those who wield wealth often exploit this vitality to invade the process of knowledge creation. Once we acquiesce to the cooperation of capital, and when we can no longer tolerate its gradual encroachment, capital reveals its predatory nature. In their eyes, your creative endeavors are merely products of their capital, despite their provision of only rudimentary conditions for creation. When you can no longer accept this reality, their hidden fangs will tear you apart. They will no longer approach you with the friendly demeanor they once wore, but will instead don a fearsome visage, striking you until you can no longer endure. leaving you to lie on the ground, humiliated by their exploitation. Before they act, they will invoke the virtues they often profess, which we endeavor to embody, in an attempt to influence your spirit. Yet, do not forget that capital possesses none of these virtues. Its essence lies in the pursuit of profit. When there is an opportunity for gain, they will behave like fish in water, forsaking virtue for the allure of delectable prey, engaging in a ruthless cycle of big fish eating little fish. I must clarify that my critique is not directed at the pure-blood families, but rather at the nouveau riches. I believe the ancient pure-blood aristocracy would not oppress the common folk as these newly wealthy individuals do. Furthermore, everything that exists has its reason for being. However, power remains power, and money remains money. Power can command wealth, yet wealth can never represent power. Once money begins to symbolize authority, the bloody essence of capital is laid bare, trampling everything outside its domain without hesitation, driven by the allure of substantial profit. Chapter 81. Solitude Silence. Please, Xiao An urged, gesturing towards the bustling crowd in the stands. He understood that his discussion of Mr. Marx's theories would incite considerable excitement. Yet he was unprepared for the immediate fervor that ensued. Xiao An had come to learn that the Ministry of Magic's insular existence for centuries had rendered them severely disconnected from the realities of society. Curiously, the magical community is replete with intellectuals. While one might argue their intelligence, it is indeed profound, albeit primarily concerning the realm of magic. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of politicians among them. One could contend they possess wisdom, yet they frequently engage in actions that elicit incredulity, exemplified by figures such as Fudge and Umbridge. Such politicians possess keen minds, but often misapply their intellect elsewhere. Conversely, one might assert they lack acumen. Yet they occasionally achieve remarkable feats, as illustrated by Arthur, who ingeniously devised a loophole regarding the misuse of Muggle artifacts, endowing them with astonishing capabilities. In Xiao An's perspective, these individuals may excel in research, exhibiting both cunning and sagacity, but their vision remains limited, and they often lack innate talent for broader conceptual frameworks. Consider Grindelwald, who introduced numerous elements from the Muggle world during the World Wars, while this group merely engages in trivial maneuvers, showing little interest in expansive thought. Xiao An conducted inquiries revealing that all wizards, note, all wizards, exhibit a disinterest in philosophy and ideology. Present them with a copy of Das Kapital, and they would struggle to decipher a single word. Observing them, one might inquire what they were reading, only to find they cannot recall a single explanation, leaving one to ponder the nature of their intellect. It has been suggested that wizards possess magical bloodlines fused with those of magical creatures. However, Xiao An believes that while bloodlines confer certain abilities, it is the soul that truly influences magic. Blood, body, and lineage are merely vessels. Having articulated my thoughts, allow me to convey my singular ambition to construct a magical realm that relentlessly pursues truth, embraces life, and champions freedom. In this new magical society, every individual's contributions, be they knowledge or power, will be met with equitable treatment. Here, those passionate about knowledge may freely pursue their studies, unencumbered by external oppression. Those who revel in joy may create delightful products, and those with a penchant for adventure can embark on their quest without hindrance. In essence, all may pursue their true desires. Here, there exists no hierarchy, no oppression, and every individual aspiring to attain their goals may compete freely. In this space, every endeavor resonates with a singular principle, fairness. I aspire for a magical realm where all wizards, whether of pure blood, mixed heritage, or those hailing from the Muggle world, are afforded the respect they deserve, acknowledging their creations and the value they bring to the magical community. Now, let me articulate my stance regarding Muggles. Those who have listened to my words or are acquainted with me may know that I originate from the Muggle world. I do not perceive wizards as inherently nobler than Muggles, nor do I consider Muggles to be of lesser worth than wizards. Many of us have ventured into the Muggle realm, where it is evident that these seemingly ordinary individuals possess an extraordinary capacity for innovation that far surpasses our own. Over the past centuries, we have not only failed to generate significant new advancements, but have also lost a great deal of our ancient wisdom, including spells and alchemical knowledge. As far as I am aware, there are dedicated individuals within the magical world who study the legacies left by ancient wizards. What has transpired? Why can we not preserve our knowledge and traditions so that future generations, whether wise or foolish, might stand upon our shoulders and gaze towards a brighter future? I shall not, now or in the future, employ the fiend fire to test the hearts of others. In my eyes, we are all esteemed wizarding brethren. As long as you are here, you are already a seeker of truth. Regardless of whether you concur with my cherished ideals, you are all truth-seeking wizards. Thank you, everyone. After concluding his speech, Xiao An disregarded the calls of the members and departed from the podium, dispelling the fiend fire he had conjured as he walked. Upon exiting the gathering, he apparat to a location far removed from the assembly site. Under the glow of the streetlights on Hunan Road, he found himself enveloped in silence. Wandering aimlessly along the deserted streets, he felt utterly alone, his solitary figure illuminated by the streetlight. In that moment, he harbored a deep resentment for his own circumstances. Reflecting on the possibility of an alternate reality, if he had not traversed worlds, if he had survived in his past life, he might now be strolling through a bustling street, surrounded by a few close friends, casually enjoying skewers and beer, engaging in lively banter. Snapping back to reality, Xiao An gazed at the dimly lit street, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in self-reproach, murmuring to himself, to have the chance to live again and possess magical abilities, what more could one desire? Having come to terms with his thoughts, he lost the inclination to linger, and with a flick of his wand, he apparat directly back to Hogsmeade. It must be said that Hogsmeade is far more vibrant than the Muggle world. The glow of lanterns still flickers warmly, albeit relatively speaking, as the majority of the shops remain open, visibly bustling with wizards coming and going, amidst a tapestry of intertwined sorrow and raucous noise. At this moment, Xiao An had no desire for libations. After some contemplation, he refrained from summoning Toby to escort him into Hogwarts. Instead, he casually sought a hidden passage, cast a Lumos spell, and gradually ventured inside. Step by step, he made his way toward Hogsmeade, and upon exiting the secret pathway, he effortlessly cast a cleansing charm upon himself, transforming into a streak of white light that swiftly darted towards his dormitory. Before long, he returned to his quarters, opened the door, and after refreshing himself, he disregarded all external matters, lying down on his bed and closing his eyes, soon succumbing to the realm of dreams. Chapter 82. The Christmas holiday commences. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Xiao An paid little mind to the developments of his previous gathering, resuming his daily routine of attending classes, perusing books, and taking moments to rest, thus passing the days in a monotonous rhythm. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he realized it, a month had elapsed, leading him to the eve of the Christmas holiday. Xiao An continued to attend classes with the 4 professors, but today he found himself not in the company of one of them, but rather learning from Dumbledore. Previously, he had harbored a certain trepidation about being alone with Dumbledore. However, he had since come to terms with his fears and felt no reason to be apprehensive. Thus, he confidently followed Dumbledore in his studies. After a full day of instruction, Xiao An recognized that Dumbledore truly lived up to his reputation as a magnificent master of white magic and an exceptional professor, able to articulate any knowledge with remarkable eloquence. However, Dumbledore proved to be a rather negligent professor. For Young and had heard him mention the Order of the Phoenix in connection with Voldemort no less than 10 times today. If there were no issues at hand, who would believe such claims? After enduring Dumbledore's incessant ramblings post-lecture, and bolted from the professor's office like a gust of wind, only to glance back momentarily at Dumbledore's direction before ambling towards his dormitory. Upon returning to his quarters and refreshed himself, yet, when he raised his gaze to check the time, an epiphany struck him. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Christmas holiday. After a brief pause, he swiftly cast a glance towards Snape's office, his feet twitching slightly, but ultimately he succumbed to his habitual routine, reclining on his bed. He perused his notes for a while before extinguishing the light and surrendering to slumber, and awoke, blinking through a veil of drowsiness, and upon checking the time, discovered it was merely 1 o'clock in the morning. He paid it little mind, merely attending to his nightly needs before sinking back into a deep sleep. When he stirred again, as was customary, he noted the time had only advanced to 2 o'clock, and again, he thought little of it. By this point, his drowsiness had waned considerably, and realizing his current state, he felt no inclination to continue sleeping. Thus, and rose from his bed, made his way to the bathroom, and began to wash up. As he splashed water on his face, a jolt of alertness surged through him. Suddenly, he froze, disbelief washing over him as he dashed to the bedside and flung open the curtains, revealing an outside world as bright as day. It dawned on him that it was already 2 in the afternoon. The reason for his astonishment was his propensity to indulge in back-to-sleep moments. And having slept for less than half an hour this time, it raised his suspicions. Quickly gathering his belongings and stowing them within his enchanted expansion bag, and seized the bag and hurried out. The common room was deserted, But he found no reason for surprise, knowing it was indeed the Christmas holiday. Without further ado, he dashed forth, racing out of the castle. At that moment, however, Xiao An beheld a familiar figure at the threshold, Albus Dumbledore. Upon sighting this individual, Xiao An instinctively slowed his pace, ceasing his hurried steps to gradually approach the grand entrance. He initially assumed that Dumbledore stood there gazing into the distance, lost in reminiscence of days gone by. However, it was evident that Xiao An had misjudged the situation. As soon as she entered, she noticed Dumbledore beckoning to her. Yet, Xiao An chose to disregard him, acting as if she had not seen him at all, and walked past him without a second glance. Dumbledore was left momentarily speechless. And it was only after Xiao An had distanced herself that he regained his composure, swiftly casting a disillusionment charm to appear before her. Nevertheless, Xiao An regarded Dumbledore as mere air, swiftly following suit with a disillusionment charm that rendered him an ephemeral specter vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, Xiao An found himself at the platform. Observing that the train had long since departed, he did not dwell on it for long. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a small-scale anti-disillusionment array. The moment the incantation took effect, he vanished once more. This technique is commonly employed in the magical realm, as certain adept wizards can pinpoint the location of a disillusionment charm by detecting its magical fluctuations. However, by preemptively casting an anti-disillusionment spell, one's own disillusionment location becomes significantly more elusive. Of course, it can still be traced, yet it offers a modicum of delay. Shortly thereafter, the vanished Xiao An re-emerged at the train station, albeit in a secluded corner, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him, even with a meticulous search. Subsequently, Xiao An employed the same tactic repeatedly, casting several anti-disillusionment and disillusionment spells in succession, allowing him to distance himself considerably. His final appearance was at the doorstep of Hermione's residence in Hampstead. At this moment, Hermione had yet to return home, thus Littlin refrained from knocking at the door. Instead, he casually found a spot to sit down, ordered a glass of juice, and settled in. After casting a muggle-repelling charm, and took out a spellbook and resumed his reading. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after finishing the book, he stowed it away, only to realize it was quite late. Given that England is a capitalist nation, most shops closed early in the evening, and even the dining establishments seldom remained open late, let alone the beverage shop he had chosen. After dispelling the charm, he summoned the waiter, settled the bill along with the tip, and without further ado, exited the beverage shop. However, just as he stepped outside, he overheard the waiter muttering about what a peculiar child he was. Once outside the ice cream parlor, he contemplated and decided to head towards Hermione's house. It seemed that she had just returned home, but opted not to knock on the door. Instead, he wandered around for a bit before moving further away, releasing his magical essence to cast several spells, ensuring there were no wizards nearby. Upon detecting no imminent danger, he made his way back to Hermione's residence. He prepared to cast another spell and unleashed a barrage that tapped against Hermione's window. This time, and refrained from knocking directly on the door, not out of desire but necessity. After having been greeted by Dumbledore at Hogwarts, he understood that his Christmas holiday had come to an end. Chapter 83. Please no? Hence. And chose not to employ a more straightforward approach, but resorted to this method that would surely infuriate Hermione. Clearly, once again, and had miscalculated. The reason was that the last time he used the barrage, the Granger couple had heard the sound. Although Sue Anrin did not catch it, she remained concerned nonetheless. After all, their daughter was maturing into her teenage years, and given her beauty, suitors were inevitable. Naturally, as parents, they were somewhat on edge. The last time the barrage had rattled the glass, the Granger couple had assumed it was a new boyfriend visiting their daughter, despite their extensive inquiries yielding no answers. As parents, they were genuinely invested in such matters. Just then, Hermione returned home, had dinner, and after announcing her intention to retreat to her room to read, she ascended to her chamber. However, the Granger couple could not ease their minds. Although they did not intervene in Hermione's actions, a sense of vigilance had taken root within them, particularly as the Christmas holiday was upon them. Previously, they had heard whispers and followed their daughter, catching only a glimpse of her boyfriend's silhouette, as their realization came too late. Furthermore, after the two entered the ice cream shop, they seemed to vanish, leaving only the certainty of their presence as they observed the staff attending to thin air. Being no ordinary muggles, they understood that this was undoubtedly a manifestation of magic, leading them to conclude that their daughter was indeed involved with a wizard. Now that their daughter was on holiday, especially during the festive season, and with the serving of dishes having occurred only recently, the Granger couple heightened their alertness. In times like these, a parent's instinct for investigation should never be underestimated, particularly when it involves a daughter in her teenage years. Though one might believe they have concealed matters skillfully, it is ultimately the parents who know their children best. It is worth noting that last time, Little An had unconsciously cast a muggle-repelling charm and briefly granted the staff access, driven by her desire to discuss matters of the magical world with Hermione, an instinctive action. Hermione, sensing the magical fluctuations, understood the implications of Anne's behavior and did not interfere, nor did she feel the need to be wary of being followed. Thus, Anne faced the consequences of her lack of preparedness, insufficient caution, and a sense of underestimation. It is essential to recognize the weight of a father's protective instincts towards the young men his teenage daughter interacts with. Following Anne's assertive knocking, Hermione swiftly responded, peering to ascertain the source and realizing it was Anne, prompting her to rush downstairs. However, this time, it was not Anne who descended first, but rather Mr. Granger, Hermione's father. As Anne called out to Hermione with a magical summons, an array of peculiar sounds erupted from the Granger household, accompanied by a heated argument, particularly marked by the rising tone of the male voice. However, Little An did not immediately comprehend the situation, mistakenly believing that it was merely a domestic dispute between Hermione's parents, the Grangers. She paid it no heed, but soon regretted her indifference. Suddenly, Mr. Granger rushed out, positioning himself before Little An, his eyes ablaze as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Little An recognized him as Hermione's father. After all, Mr. Granger was no longer young, and there were no dramatic changes to disguise him, allowing her to identify him with ease. Thus, she remained unfazed by Mr. Granger's perplexing demeanor and did not retaliate with magic, instead standing still and allowing him to observe her. Gradually, Mr. Granger's expression darkened, but at that moment, Little An also noticed something peculiar. Through the slightly ajar door of the Granger residence, a pair of eyes was fixated on her. Being scrutinized like a rare specimen was an uncomfortable experience, especially when the observer was a parent, viewing her as their daughter's potential suitor. The dual gaze made Little An feel quite uneasy, yet this discomfort did not linger for long, as Hermione soon descended the stairs, visibly flustered. Clearly, she was aware of her parents' predicament, for she descended with a scowl, casting a reproachful glance at both individuals before swiftly rushing to Little An's side. Grabbing her hand firmly, Hermione led her back upstairs. Little An, not wishing to remain there under scrutiny, offered no resistance and willingly ascended with her. Meanwhile, Mr. Granger, witnessing Hermione's approach, quickly ruminated on how to communicate with her. However, before he could formulate a plan, Hermione shot him a glare and seized her companion, hastily retreating. Just as he contemplated intervening, he noticed his precious daughter had already passed by the position of his wife, prompting him to signal her to stop the pair. Yet it was evidently too late. After a brief pause in the street, Mr. Granger sprang into action, intending to halt them. But it was clear that Hermione had already caught wind of his call. Uncertain of her motivations, Hermione swiftly seized Xiao An's hand and hurried past the location where Madame Granger resided, then accelerated up the stairs in a flurry. Upon reaching the threshold of her room, she forcefully turned the doorknob and brusquely pushed Xiao An inside. In an act that left Xiao An utterly confounded, Hermione, after entering the room, locked the door behind her. Staring blankly at the locked door, Xiao An's mind raced with thoughts. Was something amiss? Should she resist or acquiesce? Such a difficult choice. However, at that moment, a sudden chill of menace washed over her, pulling her back to reality, and she turned to see Hermione advancing toward her bed with a fierce expression. Observing the intensity on Hermione's face and the direction she was heading, panic surged through Xiao An. It felt as if an overwhelming force was about to descend upon her. After all, Hermione was still a child. This was not right. As Xiao An's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, Hermione had already seated herself on the large bed, her demeanor evidently grim. Noticing Xiao An standing there like a statue, she could not help but feel a surge of frustration, realizing it was this very individual who had unwittingly instigated this cascade of troubles. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Come here at once." As soon as Xiao An heard Hermione's call, she snapped back to reality, leading to an incident that rendered both of them profoundly awkward. Chapter 84. The Faux Know-It-All. Upon hearing Hermione's summons, Xiao An quickly turned her gaze towards her. Leaping forward in a single bound, shedding her outer garment in midair and tossing it aside. Transforming into a predatory leopard, she pounced toward Hermione, who instinctively screamed, "Ah!" The sound of a loud thud followed, accompanied by the creaking of the bed as it bore the weight of their activity. Approximately 3 minutes later, the bed echoed with Xiao An's voice. Ah. Oh my, for heaven's sake, close the door. Afterward, Xiao An extended her hand to support herself on the bed and slowly began to rise. However, it was evident that she lacked the strength. For as she lifted herself halfway, her body weakened, and she collapsed back down. Soon, a series of sharp sounds reverberated through the air. In a swift motion, Xiao An propped herself up again, turning to lie flat on the bed instead of remaining prone. A soft gasp escaped her lips, startling Hermione, while below. The Grangers exchanged wary glances. Mr. Granger shot a fiery glance toward Hermione's room, while Mrs. Granger looked on with a complex expression, tinged with melancholy rather than anger. Hermione, in turn, wore a mask of shock and embarrassment, covering her mouth with her hands. Then, Xiao An, clutching her abdomen and drenched in cold sweat, began to roll around on the bed in distress. To understand the situation, one must rewind 5 minutes prior, where Xiao An had pounced on Hermione like a hungry tiger leaping for its prey. Initially, Hermione, who had been watching Xiao An, was taken aback by the sudden advance, but, being the strong woman she was, quickly regained her composure and shifted slightly to the side. Xiao An then leaped onto the bed in a graceful manner, her eyes reflecting confusion and fear, resulting in a loud thud as she landed heavily, nearly collapsing the bed beneath her. Xiao An found herself in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Hermione's earlier movement. As she pondered, the sharp pain from landing on the bed struck her mind. Dazed, she attempted to rise but found herself utterly drained of energy. Observing Xiao An struggle to get up, Hermione mistakenly believed she had recovered. Recalling Xiao An's previous actions, Hermione's irritation flared, and she raised her hand to deliver several swift smacks to Xiao An's backside. The pain from the fall had already ached in Xiao An's abdomen, and these new blows were merciless, intensifying her suffering. With little time to think, Xiao An instinctively sought to evade Hermione's strikes, but her waning strength allowed only a slight shift. Just as she managed to turn, Hermione's next slap landed squarely on Xiao An's already pained abdomen. Xiao An cried out in agony, instinctively shielding her belly as she writhed in pain. Witnessing this, Hermione gasped, her hands covering her mouth, frozen in shock. Soon, the painful moments passed, and Xiao An quickly assessed her physical condition using her magic, relieved to find no serious injuries. She exhaled a long sigh of relief and opened her eyes to glare at Hermione, eager to question her motives. Yet, upon seeing the innocent look in Hermione's eyes, all thoughts of reproach dissipated. Xiao An soon realized the reason for her fall and berated herself, delivering a stinging slap to her own face in frustration. Seeing Xiao An begin to recover, Hermione quickly leaned down to embrace her, her eyes glistening with tears as she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please don't hold it against me. As she gazed at the weeping Hermione, Little Anne's mind momentarily faltered, bewildered by the situation. She could only extend her hand to gently pat Hermione's back, relishing the beauty of the moment. However, this bliss was short-lived. With a resounding crash, Mr. Granger forcefully kicked open the door, startling both Little Anne and Hermione. Little Anne swiftly propped herself up, while Hermione turned her head towards the door in alarm. There stood Mr. Granger, one foot still raised in the act, as Mrs. Granger, Jane, tugged at him, clearly attempting to halt his door-kicking antics. Upon recognizing her parents at the threshold and witnessing Mr. Granger's poised foot, Hermione's expression darkened swiftly. She opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Granger interjected. Oh dear. A misunderstanding. Would you like me to bring you both some coffee? Ah, yes, a misunderstanding indeed. Please, continue, she added hurriedly. Observing her husband, who resembled a wooden statue, Mrs. Granger pinched Mr. Granger's waist sharply, all the while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Despite gazing at Aunt Jean's petite face, Xiao An felt an inexplicable sense of fear. After the two departed, an awkward atmosphere swiftly enveloped the room between Xiao An and Hermione. Observing Hermione still resting upon him, Xiao An gradually relaxed his supporting arms, a smile gracing his face as he lay back upon the bed. However, how could Xiao An's subtle intentions escape Hermione's keen perception? It did not take long for Hermione to react. With a forceful shove, she sent Xiao An sitting upright, her eyes ablaze with indignation. At that moment, Xiao An was at a loss, merely gazing at Hermione with an expression of innocence. What brings you to me? After a brief silence, Hermione, observing Xiao An's innocent countenance, exhaled in exasperation and rubbed her forehead. Oh, I came to inquire about certain matters. Nothing of great significance, really. I simply wish to know if anything intriguing has transpired at Hogwarts this semester. As you are aware, my social standing is rather lacking, and I find it difficult to gather information. Well, I am not privy to much, aside from matters pertaining to you. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Surely you jest. You are the epitome of a know-it-all. There must be something at Hogwarts that eludes your knowledge, are you not, in fact, a fraud? Chapter 85. Are you serious? You get lost. Upon hearing Xiao An refer to herself as the know-it-all, Hermione's temper flared instantly, and she raised her hand, poised to strike Xiao An. However, just as she raised her hand, Hermione lowered it once more, regarding Xiao An with a serious expression. Time seemed to fly. Yet Xiao An felt as though it stretched on endlessly, her face still adorned with a look of bewilderment. Throughout this interval, neither spoke. One appeared as though burdened by a monumental weight, while the other gazed back in utter confusion. Eventually, Hermione's countenance darkened, clearly indicating that Xiao An had managed to irritate her. Yet, Xiao An, seemingly oblivious, continued to feign ignorance, her gaze still lingering on Hermione, tinted with unspoken emotions. Hermione surveyed her surroundings before abruptly rising and striding towards the door. Observing this, Xiao An hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the threshold, Hermione scrutinized her door, prompting Xiao An to offer a wry smile as she stood beside her, admiring Hermione's stature. Thus, one was preoccupied with an absent-minded inspection of the door, while the other stood alongside, arms crossed, appreciating the figure before her. Occasionally, Hermione would catch glimpses of Xiao An's reactions from the corner of her eye. Time and again, she was met with Xiao An's admiring gaze, her demeanor shifting from discontent to an impenetrable calm. At that moment, Xiao An seemed to ponder something, gently tapping Hermione on the shoulder as she said, "Hermione, I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall visit again another day. Farewell." Upon concluding her words, Xiao An vanished from the spot. Hermione rose and turned her gaze towards the place where Xiao An had just stood, yet found nothing remaining. A smile of relief crept across Hermione's face as she surveyed her room with a glimmer of joy, with a lightness in her step. She made her way to her small bed. However, an unexpected surge of magical energy, likely detectable by both Dumbledore and Voldemort, suddenly permeated the atmosphere within Hermione's chamber. A minute later, the door to Hermione's home swung open on its own and then gently closed. After 3 more minutes, a figure emerged from the shadows at a street corner not far from Hermione's residence. This figure leaned against the wall, gazing intently at the window of Hermione's room for an extended period before vanishing into thin air. A skilled observer would discern that this figure reappeared at the doorstep of Jasmine's home. It was none other than Xiao An, who, upon materializing at the entrance, cast a melancholic glance at the building before once again disappearing. Subsequently, Xiao An manifested in several locations, this time lingering for longer periods. Though she appeared to be quite busy, the final appearance was at Arthur's humble abode, where a portly middle-aged man was reclining in a beach chair, lost in thought. Xiao An's sudden appearance startled him, causing him to bolt upright and point his wand in her direction. However, upon recognizing her, he swiftly lowered his wand. With a determined push, he sprang to his feet, but upon seeing Arthur seated in the beach chair, Xiao An quickly stepped forward to halt his movement, eager to exchange a few pleasantries. Before Xiao An could utter a word, Arthur, who had fallen asleep, instinctively leaned his head closer to Xiao An's ear and whispered, "Sir, we must leave quickly." Upon hearing Arthur address him as Sir, Xiao An felt a surge of irritation, for he detested being referred to in such a manner. He had repeatedly expressed his disdain for titles like Sir or Master during their gatherings. While others adhered to his wishes, Arthur remained obstinately unchanged, which often vexed Xiao An. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, he caught the essence of Arthur's subsequent words, which clarified his identity and emphasized the urgency of the situation. Realizing he was being urged to flee, Xiao An's mind swiftly assessed that something was amiss. He scanned the surroundings but discerned no one, however. He was acutely aware that someone must be hiding, likely within the dilapidated abode nearby. Examining the rundown dwelling closely, he noted Arthur, in a state of agitation, gripping his arm and insisting that he hurry. Yet, Xiao An chose not to respond. Abruptly freeing his arm from Arthur's grasp, he patted Arthur's shoulder, stood up, tidied his attire, and headed toward the house while simultaneously channeling his magical energy to probe the interior of the dilapidated structure. Soon, an individual emerged from within, and upon recognizing the visitor, Xiao An shook his head in resignation, dropping his combative stance. He disregarded the newcomer and turned back to Arthur. The person who had been evading Xiao An for an entire day was none other than Dumbledore, not at all perturbed by Xiao An's indifference. Dumbledore approached with a disarmingly cheerful expression. "Please, do not be so wary. I mean no harm and merely wish to pose a few inquiries." Xiao An ignored Dumbledore and moved closer to Arthur, waving his wand to conjure a reclining chair, promptly settling into it. True to form, Dumbledore remained unflappable. He merely smiled as he conjured a matching chair beside, Xiao An with a flourish of his wand. Recognizing Dumbledore's shamelessness, Xiao An understood that the old man was deliberately provoking him. Wishing to avoid further annoyance, he said, "Speak quickly. What do you want? I am pressed for time. So ask your questions and depart promptly." Dumbledore, unperturbed, replied, "In that case, I shall take my time. Allow me to have a snack first." With that, he retrieved a plethora of sweets from his seemingly bottomless bag and offered one to Xiao An. "Are you serious?" Xiao An exclaimed, raising his hand to retrieve his wand. Instantly, Dumbledore ceased his playful antics, sensing the shift in Xiao An's demeanor. "Hurry, do not waste my time. Ask your questions quickly and never disturb me again." "Did you create the Crimson Fire?" Dumbledore inquired. "I did," Xiao An affirmed. "Do you wish to become the third Dark Lord?" "Yes." "Oh. You would not become the second Voldemort?" "Yes." After the conclusion of the three inquiries, Dumbledore fell silent, a smile gracing his features. Chapter 86. The dawn will be beautiful. Upon hearing Little An's affirmative response, Dumbledore involuntarily glanced at him, then rose from his chair with a sense of relief. Casting another look at Little An before turning his gaze towards the distant sky. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Little An paid him no mind. Assuming that the old fellow had finished his questioning and was preparing to depart, with a flick of his wand, he retrieved several bottles of beer he had procured from the supermarket prior to his arrival, casually tossing one to Arthur. "Give it a try. It's rather good." Arthur, bewildered, caught the beer thrown by Little An, uncertain of how to proceed. Hesitant to act in that moment, he merely shifted his gaze between Little An and Dumbledore. Noticing Arthur had not yet opened the beer, Little An initially thought it was due to Arthur's lack of knowledge, but soon realized it was actually his reluctance to drink. With another wave of his wand, he opened the bottle in Arthur's hand and then paid them no further attention. Reclining in his beach chair, he took leisurely sips. At that moment, Dumbledore unexpectedly remarked, "The darkness of night obscures the beauty, it is aged, rendering it indistinct." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Little An halted his hand mid-pour. Gazing at Dumbledore, who continued to observe the sky. "The dawn will be beautiful." Initially, there was no reason for such a statement. However, upon hearing Xiao An utter those words, Dumbledore's body visibly swayed, and it seemed as though time itself had come to a halt. Dumbledore stood there, still as a statue, while Xiao An held the beer suspended in midair, gazing at him. Arthur, reclining in a chair, tilted his head to glance at Xiao An. Had it not been for the movement of Arthur's eyes, the atmosphere would have appeared utterly frozen. Moments later, Dumbledore, oblivious to what had transpired, suddenly vanished from his upright position. Xiao An then returned to normalcy, pouring another drink for himself. After finishing a bottle, Xiao An began to feel a bit tipsy, which was to be expected given his youthful age. He opened another bottle, and upon noticing that Xiao An had emptied one, Arthur hurriedly took a swig from his own. After finishing, he smacked his lips, finding the taste quite delightful, and wished for another bottle. However, seeing that Xiao An was indifferent to his silent plea, he could only gaze at him with a forlorn expression. After taking a sip of his beer, Xiao An glanced in Arthur's direction and conjured 2 bottles from his pocket, which flew toward Arthur through the use of magic. One red bottle was for external application, and the blue one for internal use. Why haven't your injuries healed yet? Is the medical care in the magical community really this inadequate? After handing Arthur a substantial amount of beer, Xiao An remarked, "Well, you see, after my previous injuries healed, I was captured by Voldemort and his followers, which led to this latest injury," Arthur explained. "What happened? Were you not advised to exercise caution? How could you have been captured?" "Well, how should I put it? Actually, my home was compromised. Voldemort discovered my connection to you, so he sent people to seize me, and my wife was also injured." Sigh. "All right, I apologize for involving you. By the way, those 2 potions are for treating Nagini's bite. Here are some ordinary healing potions as well. Take these galleons and take good care of your family." With that, Xiao An disapparated, leaving Arthur staring at the space where he had just been, retracting his previous refusal. At that moment, Arthur's wife, Molly, the mother of the twins, slowly floated over, her demeanor now a stark contrast to her usual composed and resilient self. She appeared pale and was wrapped in bandages. Upon reaching Arthur's side, she noticed the unchanged chair where Xiao An had been and lay down upon it. Turning her head to look at Arthur, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, remaining silent. Molly had witnessed everything that transpired but chose to remain an observer, not intervening. "Your decision was not an error. Next time, please take me along when you go to seek him. We shall not regret following him." "I'm sorry, I misjudged you. This time, the effort truly matters. Indeed, I could have endured the darkness had I not glimpsed the light." As Arthur uttered these words, He magically placed all of the belongings left by Little and onto the table beside the magical energy, accompanied by a bottle of beer. Give it a try. It is quite delightful. Subsequently, the two reclined in their chairs, silently gazing at the sky, enveloped in tranquility. After Little departed, the next location he found himself in was the London Eye, the very spot where he first wielded magic to summon a gathering. After what felt like an eternity, Little, having consumed an indeterminate number of bottles of beer, was in a state of pleasant inebriation. With a casual flick of his wand, he incinerated the empty bottles and rose to his feet, staring skyward, pondering, am I right or wrong? With fire descending from above, he directed his wand towards the heavens and bellowed, red fire. Upon the release of his magic, Little vanished from his original position and reappeared near a hotel close to the house left behind by Jasmine. With a nonchalant application of a confusion charm, he secured a room and staggered into it, collapsing onto the bed without removing his shoes. Before long, the sound of his deep slumber filled the air. Upon awakening, he shook his head to dispel the remnants of his intoxication and, still somewhat dazed, made his way to the bathroom. After refreshing himself with a cold shower, Little was fully revived. At this moment, Xiao An had already learned to shiver with trepidation. After drying off and dressing, she vanished once more from the hotel, reappearing in Spider's Tail Alley. Casting an illusion spell, Xiao An gradually entered Severus Snape's abode. At that moment, the house was devoid of any presence. After meandering through the rooms at a leisurely pace, she settled into her usual chair, gazing toward the kitchen, lost in profound contemplation. Before long, a diminutive gray figure appeared beside Xiao, and sensing the presence of another, he awakened and glanced down at the figure at his feet. Rising to his feet, he took up his magical creature box. Guided by Toby, they arrived at the doorstep of Jasmine's house. Xiao An raised his wand, pointing it at the house. And with a vigorous flourish, the door swung wide open, and several items flew out from within. With a flick of his wand, Xiao An summoned all the items back into the magical creature box, and with another wave, he compelled every person within a 500-meter radius to emerge from their homes. Chapter 87. Humph. Cowardly individuals who rushed out appeared as if the world were ending. Some drove away, while others fled on foot, hastily vacating the area. Let us go, keep these safe, Xiao An instructed. Toby bowed to him and promptly vanished from sight, taking the magical creature box with him. Shortly thereafter, Xiao An also disappeared, only to reappear seated in a vehicle. However, he did not exit the car. Instead, several middle-aged men in suits disembarked. After stepping out, they exchanged jovial remarks as they approached the house, skillfully opening the grand door and entering unguarded. After approximately 10 minutes, they emerged once more, nodded towards the car, and re-entered. Meanwhile, Xiao An was no longer in the vehicle. As the men settled in, before the engine could start, several figures swiftly appeared before the car. Clad in magical cloaks and wielding wands, they approached the vehicle and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a blasting curse, followed by individual petrification spells. The startled occupants of the car, who had been taken aback by the sudden appearance of these figures, quickly found themselves frozen in place. The wizards then deftly maneuvered their wands, causing the individuals inside the vehicle to levitate out. Not far from the car, a faint magical disturbance emanated, but tranquility soon returned. The wizards, wands at the ready, aimed resolutely at the individuals lying on the ground and promptly cast the memory extraction spell. Evidently, these individuals had miscalculated. Upon the release of the mind-seizing spell, the sorcerers found themselves momentarily paralyzed, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror. They exchanged bewildered glances before hastily casting another mind-seizing spell. Following the incantation, the terror etched upon their faces intensified, mingled with confusion, when several figures suddenly appeared. Among them stood a sorcerer with a grotesque visage, evidently of high rank, who approached one of the others and inquired, "What is happening? Is it not resolvable with mere curses? This is impossible. How could this be?" Yet, the sorcerer addressed seemed oblivious to the question, lost in self-muttering. Frustrated by the lack of response, the leader waved his wand, unleashing a shattering curse, which resulted in the immediate obliteration of the questioned sorcerer's head. Clearly, he was of a fiery temperament, as he did not bother to consult anyone else. Instead, he directed a mind-seizing spell at the nearby muggle, and soon, a look of sheer terror manifested upon his countenance. Nevertheless, this individual is undeniably a leader. The initial shock quickly faded, and he swiftly dispelled the petrification curse. Before the people on the ground could rise, he unleashed a spell. His soul seemed to detach from his body. It was evident that this person was no benevolent figure, his actions were ruthless, commencing with the unforgivable soul-snatching curse. Almost instantaneously, the man's eyes glazed over. Observing this, the distorted-faced sorcerer was initially elated, but soon, terror washed over his countenance. As he beheld the now normal muggle, the expression on the distorted-faced sorcerer shifted dramatically. In an instant, he cast a stunning spell, incapacitating the muggle, and promptly bent down to grasp the muggle's arm, intending to apparate. At that moment, a figure materialized from the location where the magical disturbance had originated, and a green light shot towards the distorted face. The figure that emerged was Xiao An, who had been aware that his previous dwelling was undoubtedly discovered by Voldemort, likely due to information relayed by Snape. This was also the reason Snape was able to return unscathed. Of course, Xiao An did not deduce that there was a problem. It was Snape who informed him. After Snape came to confront him, Xiao An found himself at a loss regarding how to interact with Snape, which instilled a sense of fear in their encounters. Consequently, he chose to skip one of Snape's classes. It wasn't until Dumbledore advised him to attend the final class before the Christmas holidays in his office that he decided not to skip Snape's lessons anymore. Dumbledore subtly hinted that Snape had been optimizing his teachings. Upon reflection, Xiao An resolved to attend Snape's classes, yet every time he visited Snape's office, he found the professor absent, discovering only some potions and formulas. Initially, Xiao An did not perceive anything unusual, but after 3 classes, he stumbled upon a revelation. Snape had concealed several phrases within the potion formulas he provided, cleverly crafted in the form of acrostic poetry. Had Xiao An not encountered a potion formula he had previously studied with Snape, he might have remained oblivious to these hidden messages. Returning to the matter at hand, as Xiao An cast his killing curse, it predictably struck the distorted-faced man. Meanwhile, the other sorcerers stood by, awaiting instructions, when suddenly, a green light hurtled towards their leader. Just as they reacted to protect him, the spell had already found its mark, hitting their superior directly. Before a few had the chance to react, Xiao An swiftly brandished his wand, casting a series of stunning spells. As anticipated, the results were underwhelming, merely striking a few sluggish individuals. Boldly, they dared to slay Antonin. "Ah, you are Zhao Zian." One rather hunchbacked wizard gazed at Xiao An with terror. Xiao An chose to ignore him, indifferent to whom he had slain. After all, they were merely minor minions, and their demise mattered little. Seizing the moment as they recognized his identity and were momentarily stunned, Xiao An swiftly pointed his wand skyward and intoned, "Fire Phoenix descends." Immediately, a magnificent fire phoenix erupted from his wand, and with a flick, it soared towards his adversaries. Once the spell took form and Xiao An confirmed the presence of his targets, he quickly waved his wand, unleashing a repelling charm that sent the sprawled muggles tumbling away. However, their response astounded Xiao An. Rather than attempting to defend themselves, they transformed into shadows of darkness and fled into the distance. Observing their retreat, Xiao An couldn't help but chuckle. Cowards, far too naive. Chapter 88. The Traveler is remarkable, however. It is exceedingly naive to wish to utilize such a formidable spell and then attempt to escape via apparition. The once swift transformations of a few individuals into shadows had dramatically altered under their own casting. Their metamorphosis into black light proceeded at a languorous pace. They had scarcely begun to vanish when Xiao An's fire phoenix soared beside them. In an instant, those who had already transformed into shadows reverted to their human forms, only to be swiftly encircled by Xiao An's ink bamboo. Soon, they were reduced to mere ashes, and with a gentle breeze, their remnants vanished completely. After dispatching them, Xiao An paid no heed to the aftermath, merely waving his wand to summon the muggles he had brought along. Without delay, he unleashed several spells of forgetfulness, one for each individual, ensuring a fair distribution of his enchantments. Once the magical bindings upon them were lifted, Xiao An vanished from sight via apparition, leaving the rescued individuals in a state of disarray, their eyes clouded and still not fully lucid. It took a considerable time for them to regain their senses, after which they scrambled into their vehicle, hastily departing without regard for the shattered glass. Xiao An reappeared in the room he had occupied the previous day. Upon returning, he tidied up his personal hygiene, and before he could even recline on the bed for a moment's respite, a knock echoed at his door. Rising to open it, he welcomed the individuals he had previously brought along. Seeing only Xiao An in the room, they felt no hesitation and entered naturally. Under his guidance, they seated themselves comfortably. After a round of conversation, they produced their points contracts, and without suspicion, Xiao An signed them. However, as he dismissed them, he remarked, "Please allocate all the earnings to my cousin, and establish a separate account for him to be presented on his coming-of-age day. With that, he paid no further attention to their reactions, closing the door behind him. He retrieved his wand, tidied the room, and then lay down on the bed. For the next 2 days, Xiao An did not venture outside. Upon awakening, he tidied up, donned a fresh set of attire, and put on a brand new robe of magic. While such routines were commonplace, today he dressed with a deliberate slowness, imbued with a sense of ceremony. After adjusting his garments, he brewed a pot of tea and gazed out the window, savoring each sip leisurely. Before long, he checked the time, rose, and with his wand in hand, vanished from the room via apparition. At the Gunter estate, Xiao An materialized slowly outside, surveying his surroundings. Without a hint of doubt, he unleashed a blasting curse to shatter the front door before stepping inside. Once he entered, a multitude of magical fluctuations erupted outside, some in the air, others upon the rooftops. However, Xiao An paid no heed to these matters. Instead, he waved his hand and conjured a grand armchair, seating himself with poise. This was the designated rendezvous point agreed upon with Voldemort. 3 days prior, after departing from Arthur, Xiao An arrived at the London Eye, casting a spell of holy fire, which signified, 3 days hence, in your domain, the Gunther Manor, the Lord of Life shall face Voldemort in a decisive confrontation, determining both supremacy and fate. Thus, Xiao An had sold off all the belongings left by Jasmine, wishing to prevent Voldemort's minions from tainting those items. Previously, his spell had already obliterated Jasmine's most cherished and frequently used possessions, leaving behind only some less favored antiques and furniture. Naturally, items cursed by Voldemort's followers were also thoroughly destroyed. Accompanying Xiao An were various muggles, including lawyers, auctioneers, and real estate agents. Once matters were settled, Xiao An took the time to adjust the ambience of the room, preparing himself to embrace death in a state of perfection. Indeed, he was preparing to greet death. For at that moment, he held no glimmer of hope in vanquishing Voldemort. After all, Voldemort's magical prowess far exceeded his own. A realization Xiao An had come to during their initial encounter. Furthermore, with Voldemort's Horcruxes, it implied that he could recklessly engage in a battle with Xiao An. While Xiao An could dispose of Voldemort's father's bones, who could say if there were remnants hidden in the shadows or other means of resurrection? Most importantly, Xiao An was acutely aware that he was no match for Voldemort. In terms of magical application, knowledge, and experience, he fell short in every aspect. Thus, this time, Xiao An had come to court death. Yet, it was not merely a quest for demise, but rather an opportunity to cast a curse upon Voldemort. A curse with no ulterior motive other than to allow for constant tracking of him. Surely, a Voldemort exposed to the sunlight and easily locatable would be a foe that Dumbledore and his allies could dispatch with relative ease. However, this time, Xiao An miscalculated, for he could not fathom Voldemort's intentions. In Xiao An's perception, he was now Voldemort's greatest adversary, ready to engage in a fair duel that could lead to his own demise. Surely, Voldemort would return. Yet, Xiao An overlooked the fact that he had already confronted Voldemort on 2 occasions, both of which concluded with Voldemort's retreat, particularly during that encounter at the Ministry of Magic, where Xiao An's spell nearly obliterated him. Although Voldemort was acutely aware of Xiao An's various combat shortcomings, he had yet to fully acclimate to his own body and thus genuinely feared that he might be overpowered by Xiao An and ultimately vanquished. After all, Xiao An hailed from the East, and no one could ascertain whether he possessed some extraordinary form of Eastern magic. Despite Voldemort having thoroughly investigated Xiao An's background, he remained skeptical. Individuals like Voldemort harbor a profound disbelief in the growth narratives of others, in his eyes. It was implausible for someone so young to be so formidable without underlying issues. Were Xiao An to comprehend Voldemort's perspective, he would be at a loss to determine whether to weep or to laugh. After all, he had diligently prepared himself, arranging for his future, only to be confronted with such doubts. Furthermore, he believed there were no issues at all. His magical prowess was merely coincidental. If there were to be any problems, it would be akin to being another traveler from a different realm. Travelers are exceptional. Oh, indeed. Chapter 89. It appears he has already lost well. The previous topic had strayed far afield, so let us return. Upon arriving at the Gunner estate, Xiao An sat in a chair for an entire day, remaining there until darkness enveloped the sky, still not having moved. However, the location from which the magical fluctuations had originally emanated revealed fleeting silhouettes during this time, but they were often merely transient glimpses. Yet, initially, there was no heed paid to this phenomenon. Xiao An understood that these individuals were merely onlookers, spectators drawn to the event. There was no reason for Xiao An to chastise them. nor did he possess the energy to do so. After all, he needed to conserve his strength to confront the ever-looming threat of Voldemort. In the beginning, upon realizing that Voldemort had yet to arrive, despite the passage of time, Xiao An remained skeptical that Voldemort would ultimately abstain from appearing, suspecting it to be a ruse. This led Xiao An to experience a profound sense of regret, pondering why he had arrived so early, which had inadvertently diminished his morale. However, in doing so, Xiao An regarded Voldemort with a heightened sense of respect. After all, a Voldemort well-versed in the 36 stratagems would indeed be a formidable opponent. Yet, as time progressed, Xiao An's patience was gradually depleted. Although he continually reminded himself that this was merely Voldemort's ruse, the efficacy of this excuse diminished with each passing moment. When darkness enveloped the surroundings, Xiao An finally came to the realization that Voldemort was unlikely to appear. Nevertheless, he did not surrender hope. With a casual flick of his wand, he conjured several bonfires, casting flickering light that illuminated the Gunter mansion, and he continued to sit in his chair, awaiting Voldemort's arrival. However, Xiao An did not merely wait idly. Instead, she conjured a clock with 4 faces and effortlessly transformed it into a perfectly cylindrical pillar, placing the clock atop it. Soon, the clock struck midnight, signifying the complete passage of the day and indicating that Voldemort had no further reason to delay his arrival. After midnight, Xiao An glanced at the time but did not depart immediately. Instead, she remained seated for an additional 10 minutes. Following this, she wildly waved her wand, unleashing a flurry of spells that soared in all directions. Thereafter, Xiao An closed her eyes to attune herself to the moment, and shortly thereafter, a smile graced her lips as she opened her eyes to regard the clock. She then uttered, "It seems he is already lost." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao An swiftly turned, her wand following suit, unleashing a devastating barrage of spells. In rapid succession, the site that once belonged to the Gunter family graveyard was reduced to mere ashes. Xiao An then waved her hand, sending forth a powerful gust from her wand. Subsequently, stone slabs materialized from the sky, falling into a precise order atop the ruins, a clear manifestation of her conjuration and transfiguration spells. Once everything was in place, Xiao An surveyed the tidy expanse beneath her and self-deprecatingly remarked, "I never imagined I could be so diligent and patient." Just after this reflection, she directed her wand skyward, casting a spell for a conflagration. Almost immediately, a multitude of figures began to materialize in the courtyard. Within 5 minutes, thousands had gathered. Those standing on the ground and those flying on broomsticks, all controlled by levitation spells, landed to pay their respects to Xiao An before ascending once more, brandishing their wands in fervent gestures. Before long, the once stone-paved ground transformed into a series of steps, evidently intended to evolve into a gathering place for speeches. Throughout this process, Xiao An sought to maintain her distance, as construction continued nearby. Although the dust had been kept at bay by the prowess of these individuals, she still felt a discomforting anxiety. However, with wizards continually approaching to pay their respects, she found herself obliged to remain in place, mindful of their sentiments, as it would be improper to disregard the decorum expected of a representative of her heritage. However, Little An was not subjected to torment for long. With the strength of many and the aid of magic, a venue was swiftly erected. Once it was completed, Little An could no longer contain herself. She instantly appeared at the center of the venue with her chair. Upon landing, she waved her wand, and the air became refreshingly pure. The other wizards, noticing that Little An was in position, hurriedly scurried to their seats, forming clusters with familiar faces. However, these individuals did not engage in chaotic chatter. Instead, their eyes were fixated with fervor upon the person leisurely seated, sipping tea. Once everyone had taken their positions, Xiao An did not rise to deliver his usual speech. Instead, he waved his wand and, with a few spells, began to speak while remaining seated. It is noteworthy that this time, Xiao An cast a spell for an amplified voice, a technique he had not utilized before. Previously, he had informed attendees of the gathering location in advance, allowing the wizards to prepare the venue with the amplification spell prior to the commencement of the assembly. This time, however, these individuals intended to remain unaware of the incantation. But just as they had barely set up the area, Xiao An had already executed a disapparition. Consequently, they refrained from further employing the spell. Realizing this, Xiao An had been mentally berating himself while waiting in silence. However, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Thus, Xiao An must endure this bitter fruit. My brothers and sisters, my friends, I warmly welcome you to this gathering. Today, I do not wish to discuss anything beyond what you have already witnessed. I shall speak solely on one matter, The interactions among sorcerers from various nations. First and foremost, I believe that all sorcerers are equal, regardless of their strength or weakness. You are all on equal footing. Secondly, sorcerers from different nations should respect one another and refrain from interfering in each other's affairs. Lastly, the dignity of a sorcerer is inviolable. Under no circumstances should this dignity be compromised, even in the face of a powerful sorcerer bullying or humiliating a weaker one. The dignity of the latter must be upheld. Even if one sorcerer must perish at the hands of another, they should be allowed to meet their end with dignity. Chapter 90. Cedric. That is all. For those who wish to join the Crimson Fire and consider themselves members, these are the rules that must be adhered to. I shall not concern myself with your moral alignment, be it good or evil. If you violate any of these principles, do not blame me for showing no mercy. This opportunity is all I have to say. You may leave now. Initially, Xiao An intended to depart after stating these regulations, but as a figure of authority, one cannot simply exit without due decorum. Thus, after announcing their departure, Xiao An sought to allow everyone to leave. However, observing the sorcerers deep in contemplation, Xiao An scratched their head, uncertain of the situation and unable to leave immediately, so they remained seated. What was thought to be a lengthy deliberation soon transformed into a chorus of cheers. Initially faint, the applause rapidly swelled into a resounding ovation. Crimson fire, crimson fire, crimson fire, crimson fire, crimson fire. Startled by the sudden eruption of enthusiasm, Xiao An was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing the source of the cheers, a smile broke upon their face as they surveyed the jubilant crowd. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao An waved their wand to lower the volume, deciding to step back from the situation. This outcome, while perhaps unexpected in its fervor, was anticipated to some degree, as it was inspired by the philosophy of a great figure from Huaxia. Noticing Xiao An's gesture, the audience understood the intent. After all, they were not fools, but rather a majority of formidable sorcerers. It is evident that only those with considerable strength would dare to witness the duel between Xiao An and Voldemort, the two Dark Lords. Once they comprehended Xiao An's meaning, the cheers subsided shortly, and the crowd began to disperse. In the end, a few wizards remained. Little An, seated with closed eyes, listened to the gradually diminishing sounds, initially filled with joy. However, as the noise lessened, it gradually transformed into something else. Sir, may we join the Crimson Fire? Upon hearing such a query, Little An, perplexed, opened his eyes and surveyed the group. He realized there were still quite a few individuals present and quickly grasped the situation. You are already members of the Crimson Fire, he stated. I do not require any markings akin to those of the Death Eaters, nor do I need to conduct any trials of fire to test your sincerity. As long as you attend my gatherings and embrace my ideals, you are part of the Crimson Fire. I shall impose no further restrictions upon you. With that, Little An resumed his meditative state, ceasing to speak. The assembled individuals, upon hearing his words and observing his demeanor, understood that Little An would not provide them with any form of identification. Though discontent lingered in their hearts, they had no choice but to depart in disappointment. As they departed, their glances frequently drifted toward Xiao An, who remained unresponsive, ultimately causing the phantoms to leave with expressions of profound sorrow. In the end, only two individuals remained. Xiao An sensed their presence but was oblivious to their intentions, choosing to remain undisturbed. Xiao An deemed it far more pleasant to rest than to seek out trouble. Yet, as the esteemed Mr. Lucen wisely remarked, trouble often finds those who do not seek it. Thus, the two individuals gradually approached, one walking while the other floated gracefully downwards. Upon closer inspection, Xiao An would undoubtedly recognize one of them, for it was none other than Amos Diggory, with the other being magically levitated by him. Feeling their approach, Xiao An grew curious about their identities, momentarily puzzled by their lack of awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. He immediately recognized Amos and soon realized that the other figure was Cedric. He hurriedly attempted to rise but remained frozen in astonishment, anxiously seated and awaiting their arrival. Not long after, Amos, noticing Xiao An's gaze fixed upon him, discerned that recognition had dawned upon Xiao An. Without further ado, he hastened toward him, disregarding Cedric momentarily. Upon reaching the edge of the speaking platform, Xiao An swiftly cast a silencing charm, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he inquired, "What brings you here? Is today not the day you are to duel Voldemort? I came to assist you, and in doing so, perhaps avenge ourselves as well. But why did you bring him to the gathering?" Xiao An asked, gesturing towards Cedric, who evidently had consumed Polyjuice potion. "This is your gathering, is it not?" Cedric insisted on attending, having never participated before. I could not dissuade him, and considering he is my child. Amos began to explain. But Xiao An raised a hand, signaling him to cease. Turning his attention to Cedric, Xiao An scrutinized him closely, employing a spell to assess his condition. He discovered that despite the transformation induced by the potion, Cedric's bones remained soft. After casting several more spells, Xiao An determined that while Cedric's bones were still somewhat pliable, the situation was not dire, and with some rest, he would likely recover fully. Contemplating the matter, Xiao An realized that sending Cedric to study had been a hasty decision. It would be prudent to wait until Cedric regained his health before sending him abroad. Should Voldemort discover that he still lived, it would pose a significant danger. Once Voldemort was vanquished, they could bring him back. Xiao An gazed at Amos, an expression of remorse in his eyes. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You should depart quickly as well. This place remains perilously dangerous. Without waiting for Cedric and his father to respond, Xiao An vanished from the spot. After witnessing Xiao An's sudden disappearance, Cedric and his father exchanged a bittersweet glance. Amos, resigned, waved his wand, and together with Cedric, they too vanished from the scene. As soon as the Cedric duo had disappeared, Xiao An reappeared at the same location. It turned out that he had not left, but rather had merely used apparition to relocate to a nearby spot, where he continued to observe the two men. Chapter 91. The terrified Lucius. Xiao An remained vigilant, fully aware that this was the very stronghold of Voldemort. Moreover, he had summoned Voldemort for a duel today, anxious that Voldemort might send someone to disrupt the proceedings, which is why he dared not leave the area. Upon returning to the speech center, Xiao An surveyed his surroundings, casually waving his wand to sense the environment. Once he confirmed that no outsiders remained, he exhaled in relief and swiftly ascended into the sky. With rapid gestures of his wand, he unleashed spells with abandon. The once picturesque gathering place quickly disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a desolate ruin, with all the stone slabs that adorned the ground obliterated. The terrain became uneven and dust-laden. Yet Xiao An paid no mind to the chaos. After casting a protective charm against the dust, he soared toward other locations. Surveying the Gunter estate, he examined the central stone pillar and clock in the courtyard. With a smile, he waved his wand, and the clock was rapidly petrified, merging seamlessly with the pillar. Gradually, a line of words began to emerge upon the cylindrical stone, ultimately forming a singular phrase: Coward, Voldemort. Pleased with his handiwork, Xiao An grinned with satisfaction before vanishing once more through apparition. Shortly after Xiao An vanished, two individuals appeared. Upon their arrival, they immediately adopted a tense defensive posture, standing back to back and swiftly brandishing their wands. After a moment, they returned to a semblance of normalcy and began to scrutinize the Gunter Manor. They then hurried towards a cylindrical pillar, which stood out rather conspicuously. As they approached, they noticed the inscriptions Xiao An had carved into the pillar, causing them to freeze momentarily in shock before retreating in evident fear, ultimately sitting down abruptly on the ground. After a prolonged silence, they regained their composure. Yet their gaze remained fixed on the words etched by Xiao An. In a panic, they scrambled away, utilizing both hands and feet to distance themselves. Even as they fled, their eyes remained glued to the pillar. Suddenly, one of them appeared to grasp something, instinctively glancing to the sides, his expression of terror intensifying. Without hesitation, he cautiously moved closer to the other, disregarding the dirt coating his hands, and patted the other's shoulder. The second person, who had been nervously observing the stone pillar, was startled by the sudden touch and shivered, turning to face his companion. The individual extended his plump hand, unable to articulate his thoughts, merely gesturing animatedly. Any British wizard present would undoubtedly recognize the two. The elegantly clad wizard with shimmering silver blonde hair, glistening in the dim light, was none other than Lucius Malfoy, while the slightly portly wizard was Goyle. Initially fearful, Lucius grew impatient as he watched Goyle's erratic gestures. However, it was too long before Lucius's eyes mirrored Goyle's alarmed expression. Clearly, Lucius had come to the same realization, and he stiffly turned to Goyle, who, witnessing Lucius's reaction, also understood. He nodded stiffly in agreement, intensifying the fear etched on Lucius's face. Lucius cast a terrified glance at the flattened graveyard, trembling as he stood and held his wand upright against his chest. Seeing Lucius's actions, Goyle hastily attempted to rise, but his legs had turned to jelly, and he faltered, collapsing back down. Soon, both men were embroiled in a struggle. Lucius, displaying a hint of camaraderie, stood first, assuming the stance for apparition. However, rather than disapparating immediately, he noticed Goyle's weakness and extended a hand to assist him. helping them both to stand before they finally disapparated from the scene. It remains unclear why Lucius operated first, while Goyle followed suit only after Lucius had vanished. Neither had cast a counter-disapparition spell, leaving one to wonder how Voldemort would respond upon discovering their actions. When they reappeared, it was outside an ancient manor, where they leaned on each other as they entered. As they approached the door, it swung open automatically, revealing a rather peculiar figure, a true oddity among wizards. This was Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves. Sporting a visage reminiscent of a canine, though to call it dog-like would be an understatement, as his appearance could indeed frighten a child into sleeplessness. "Welcome back," he said. "The Dark Lord has been eagerly awaiting your return." Lucius and Gaul offered no response, clearly holding Fenrir Greyback in disdain, perceiving him as a being of inferior stature. "A disgraceful individual, timid and cowardly," Fenrir Greyback muttered. However, it is evident that Fenrir did not lower his voice excessively, as if intentionally allowing Lucius and his companion to overhear him. Of course, this was deliberate. Upon hearing Fenrir's words, the two turned in anger to face him, and Fenrir glared back with his wolf-like eyes. Noticing Fenrir's reaction, the two reached out to cast spells, but since they were initially facing away from him, they stumbled as they attempted to turn, resulting in a humiliating fall to the ground. Ha! Witnessing their reaction, Fenrir laughed heartily, disregarding them as he strode towards the house. Lucius, feeling a mix of embarrassment and rage, was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a figure. Upon seeing this individual, Fenrir immediately bowed in respect, while Lucius and Goyle quickly stowed their wands and rose to pay their respects. However, the newcomer was none other than Voldemort. Observing the pathetic demeanor of the two, he waved his wand, pinning them forcefully to the ground. "Lucius, Goyle, you truly are a disgrace. Your behavior has left me profoundly disappointed." Chapter 92. The chase. The two were already consumed by fear, and Voldemort's words nearly brought them to tears. Lucius hastily began to plead for mercy, stammering, "Master, we." This fragmented speech only served to infuriate Voldemort further. "What is the matter? Do you possess so little courage? Speak, what troubles you?" Clearly, Voldemort had no intention of showing leniency. A sharp curse was cast, and Lucius writhed in agony on the ground, rolling in torment. Goyle, witnessing this, dared not utter a word, choosing instead to lie silently, trembling in fear. "I demand a response. Why do you remain silent? Speak up, Lucius." Voldemort's fury escalated as he gazed upon Lucius, who was in excruciating pain. In truth, Lucius was to blame, initially. Voldemort had underestimated the situation and refrained from engaging in a duel with Xiao An, fully aware that this decision would significantly tarnish his reputation. Throughout the day, Voldemort had been contemplating dispatching Death Eaters to monitor N's movements, aware that it had been waiting for him all day. Each report from his subordinates only deepened his turmoil, leading Voldemort to endure a day of torment. Finally, as the day drew to a close, he recalled those he had sent out. After much deliberation, he resolved to investigate further. However, upon their return, the scouts appeared utterly disheartened. Their lack of information felt like a personal affront, inciting further anger within Voldemort, who was already in a volatile state. Thus, he unleashed his wrath upon the pleading Lucius. Alas, Lucius found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. If only he had let Goyle plead for mercy instead, he would not be enduring such suffering. However, Voldemort was acutely aware that his current manpower was insufficient, thus he refrained from further admonishing Lucius and simply issued a brief directive before departing. Observing Lucius's pitiful state, Fenrir couldn't help but chuckle before he too left the scene. Of course, he lacked the courage to use apparition and chose instead to walk back. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that Lucius managed to regain his composure. One must admit, despite Lucius's formidable prowess, he had never engaged in any significant battles throughout his life, nor had he encountered truly formidable adversaries, which rendered his patience woefully inadequate, so much so that one could only describe him as a mere weakling. Lucius, despite his circumstances, maintained a commendable rapport with those around him. Goyle did not depart, choosing instead to remain by Lucius's side until he regained his strength, at which point they rose together to report back to Voldemort. Meanwhile, as Voldemort's matters reached a temporary conclusion, we turn our attention back to Littlin. After leaving the Gunter estate, Littlin directly operated back to the hotel. Although the hour was quite late, sleep eluded him, as prolonged leisure often leaves its residual effects. Restlessly tossing and turning in bed, his mind was a tumult of thoughts, primarily concerning Snape. Though he had arranged a meeting with Voldemort the previous day, and although it had not come to fruition, Now Littlin found himself devoid of any thoughts about Voldemort, as if he had dismissed him entirely. The entire night passed, and it was only with the arrival of dawn that exhaustion finally claimed him. Alas, fate had other plans. As the adage goes, misfortune seldom comes singly. Just as Littlin had drifted into slumber, a knock resounded at his door, abruptly rousing him from his dreams. Swiftly seizing his wand and pointing it toward the door, he demanded, "Who goes there?" However, upon glancing toward the source of the sound, he suddenly realized he was in a hotel room, not the Gunter estate. Shaking his head clear, he cast a spell to investigate, discovering that the visitor was merely a muggle, which brought understanding to the situation. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to find a middle-aged woman standing there with an array of cleaning tools. Upon seeing Littlin, she was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. She opened her mouth to inquire, but Littlin, not one to be caught off guard, swiftly waved his wand and cast a Confundish charm upon the cleaner. Without further ado, he waved his wand again, magically changing the bed linens, provided her with a tip, and sent her on her way. He then reclined once more, sinking into a deep slumber. As spring arrived, so too did the season of mating for creatures great and small. Just as Littlin was lost in the depths of sleep, he was unexpectedly transported back to his previous life, a child once more. Captivated by the wonders of nature as narrated by the esteemed Xiao Zhengxiang in the animal world. Yet, in but a second, it all crumbled. In her childhood, Xiao An did not comprehend the meaning of this, but now, upon hearing it, she instantly understands. One can only say that she has indeed grown up. At that moment, Xiao An awoke with a start, immediately sensing something amiss. Grasping his wand tightly, he swiftly unleashed a fierce fire spell and promptly sat up in bed. With a sudden movement, he evaded the approaching figure. He quickly raised his wand, intending to cast a killing curse. A reflexive habit honed from countless tales and cinematic portrayals of his past life. He believed in acting decisively, for the first line of defense was always a lethal spell, leaving no room for hesitation. Yet, this time, Xiao An refrained from casting the curse, for he recognized the intruder. It was Severus Snape. Ironically, his two previous attempts at casting the Avada Kedavra had both been directed at Snape, one successful and the other thwarted. Upon realizing it was Snape, Xiao An's eyes sparkled with emotion, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward and embrace him. However, he hesitated, taking a step back instead. Drawing upon this momentum, he attempted to use apparition to escape the scene. Yet, as fate would have it, in his groggy state after just awakening, he lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. However, Xiao An remained undeterred, seated upon the ground, and with a swift flick of her wand, she vanished, leaving Snape grasping at emptiness in an attempt to seize her hand. Yet this time, Xiao An was unable to conjure the disillusionment charm in time to erase her presence, resulting in her appearance in another location, which prompted Snape to pursue her. Consequently, Xiao An had to disappear once more, and thus began a frantic chase, Xiao An fleeing swiftly, while Snape pursued ardently through the familiar streets of London, where both of them made fleeting appearances. In Chapter 93, The Magic of Names, Xiao An ultimately fell into Snape's grasp. This was not due to her inferiority in skill, but rather because she was directionally challenged. Despite having lived in London for 11 years, she had scarcely ventured to many places, and her memories of numerous locations had begun to fade. Consequently, she could only lead Snape in circles around a select few spots, eliminating one of the venues where she had previously held gatherings. Before long, Snape caught up with her. Initially, he presumed that Xiao An was attempting to confuse him by leading him in circles, yet he recognized his inability to match her prowess. Thus, he resorted to a rather clumsy tactic. He meticulously set up the disillusionment charm at several gathering spots and placed his bet on a location where she was most likely to appear. He then preemptively used apparition to arrive there first, quickly deploying the disillusionment charm, seizing the opportunity when Xiao An was momentarily incapacitated by the charm. Snape executed another disillusionment charm, effectively ensnaring her. In truth, Xiao An had little desire to flee, had she wished to escape. She could have taken a few steps and then vanished again, repeating the process until Snape was rendered incapable of casting spells. However, witnessing Snape's earnest efforts, coupled with his genuine intent to capture her, rather than merely issuing a warning or something of that nature, dampened her resolve to continue evading him. She surrendered to the inevitable, allowing Snape to apprehend her. I've caught you now. Haven Ti? Are you all right, Godfather? Upon realizing Xiao An had ceased her flight, Snape smirked wickedly and cast a glance her way. Yet, abruptly, he felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao An hurried over to support him. her concern evident in her voice. Seeing her rush to his side, Snape felt a wave of emotion nearly bring him to tears. However, he was still Snape. And before Xiao An could perceive his vulnerability, he regained his usual demeanor and seized her arm. "Ah, I've caught you now. Come, let us go meet the Dark Lord." Upon noticing the hand gripping his own arm, Xiao An's instincts were instantly heightened. With subtlety, his right hand reached for the wand he had just stowed away. Should Severus make any movement, Xiao An would retaliate without hesitation. Severus's earlier words had caused Xiao An's heart to race. For it was uncommon for Severus to refer to the Dark Lord in such a manner. He typically used terms like the Mysterious One or Voldemort, reserving the latter for discussions within the confines of Hogwarts. Therefore, he had likely meant to say the Mysterious One. Furthermore, Xiao An was aware that only Death Eaters would dare to call Voldemort the Dark Lord. Severus had never done so, always referring to him simply as Voldemort. And only in the presence of outsiders would he employ the title of Dark Lord, which Xiao An certainly was not. Xiao An's subtle movements could not escape Severus's keen observation. If he failed to notice such details, he would be utterly incompetent as a triple agent. After all, a lack of perceptiveness would have led to his demise long ago. "Do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting," Severus quickly clarified upon realizing the misunderstanding. However, upon hearing this, Xiao An's vigilance only intensified. His eyes gleamed with a newfound determination as he scrutinized Severus. Uncertain of the cause of Xiao An's reaction, Severus momentarily found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. He released his grip on Xiao An's shoulder and dispelled the long-held mental block, forcing a smile that was more unsettling than endearing. "Truly, do not be anxious. I was simply making a jest, a mistake on my part, if you will," he said, attempting to reassure him. The sight of Severus's disconcerting smile sent chills down Xiao An's spine, prompting him to nearly draw his wand for an Avada Kedavra in response to such an unsettling expression. Yet, recognizing the familiarity of that smile, Xiao An lowered his guard. Despite its eerie quality, it resonated with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the first time Severus had smiled at him. Xiao An understood the reason behind it. Severus had explained that prolonged mental blocking would render one's facial expressions rigid. Though he had smiled frequently over the years, if the mental block persisted beyond a week, such expressions would become strained. This was a nuance that could not be replicated, even by the most esteemed actors. "Father, you are aware that I am that person, and yet you most despise this title, so how come you?" Xiao An gazed at Severus with an expression of flattery. "Ah, you mean this?" Severus replied with a hint of acknowledgement. "Indeed." Xiao An chimed in eagerly, resembling an overzealous puppy. "You claim to be the Dark Lord, yet you behave in such a manner, devoid of decorum," Severus remarked, pushing Xiao An's head away dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. First, explain why." Upon hearing that Snape did not respond immediately, Xiao An sensed something was amiss, and her curiosity ignited fervently. Never mind, let us go home first, and then I shall discuss it with you." With that, Snape grasped Xiao An firmly and apparat away from the location. They reappeared in the lobby of the hotel where Xiao An had booked a room. It was unclear how Snape managed it, but he skillfully approached the front desk to check Xiao An out, then reserved a room in his own name for her before leading the bewildered Xiao An with the attendant to the new accommodation. "Godfather, you certainly have surprised me," she remarked. "Of course, if I had no knowledge of this, how would I have found you?" Suddenly, Xiao An realized she had forgotten something significant. "Do not digress, Godfather. You have yet to answer my question." With clarity returning, she hastily inquired. "Oh, that matter? It's a long story," Snape replied. "That's all right, I have time." "Please, take your time," Xiao An declared, plopping herself onto the bed. "Very well, to be succinct. The Dark Lord's name is subject to a name spell cast by the Death Eaters, which is why one cannot utter the name of that individual, or the identity of whom you know. If the name is spoken, he becomes aware and will send someone to pursue you. Generally, only those who dare to confront him or are unafraid of him would dare to utter that name." Chapter 94. The Name Spell 2. Ah, the name spell? It truly exists? Xiao An gasped at Snape's mention of the name spell, initially believing it to be a jest rather than a legitimate phenomenon. It seemed utterly implausible that merely speaking a name could trigger a response. "Do you think this is some sort of mythical trick? Would you dare respond if I called your name?" "Indeed. Do not interrupt. Listen to me." Snape, displeased by her interjection, pondered how such a person could become the Dark Lord. "Where was I? Ah, yes, typically, only those who dare to confront him or are unafraid would utter that name, while those who fear him usually refer to him as the Dark Mark or avoid mentioning him altogether. The Death Eaters, or those who idolize him, would call him the Dark Lord. Oh, do you idolize him as well? Get lost. Do you even want to hear this? Snape flicked Xiao An's forehead with a casual gesture, sending her head back. Oh, that hurt. Truthfully, I once admired him, but before he could finish, Snape fell into contemplation, though he soon regained his composure. I apologize, Godfather. Xiao An understood Snape's intentions. Observing Snape lost in a contemplative trance, he hastily offered his apologies. It's nothing, but please refrain from interrupting me, listen attentively and learn well. As Snape regained his composure and glanced at Xiao An involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The reason I refer to him as the Dark Lord is that I have no other means of addressing him in this realm I navigate. Hence, I must use this title. My earlier mention of the Dark Lord was also to avoid detection. Although there is no significant issue, it is always prudent to err on the side of caution. As for you, simply continue as you have been. He dares not cause you trouble. However, you truly possess a remarkable talent. As I anticipated, your wand is custom-made, is it not? And it appears to be of exceptional quality. Indeed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xiao An quickly silenced himself and resumed listening to Snape's explanations. Snape, having heard Xiao An's remarks, cast a brief glance at him, but chose to continue his discourse instead of engaging in conversation. I cannot discern the type of wood or core your wand is made from, and I have never encountered such a wand before. It must be a recent creation from some master, certainly not crafted by that old fellow Ollivander. I am well aware of his abilities. While he is capable of producing existing wands, he lacks the ingenuity to research new combinations of wandwood and core. He is simply too antiquated. Upon hearing Snape's words, Xiao An's curiosity intensified. It seemed there was a significant matter at hand. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for such inquiries, especially with another pressing mystery soon to be unveiled, so he reluctantly set aside his curiosity. Your wand represents a new combination. According to the unspoken rules of the magical community, it does not contain any trace of thestral hair. It is no wonder, considering your penchant for misusing magic in the Muggle world. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would have summoned you for a chat by now. By the way, I assume no one else knows your English name? Suddenly, Snape shifted the conversation and posed a question to Xiao An. Well, aside from you in the magical world, I don't think anyone else knows. As for the Muggle world, I'm not sure, but I doubt anyone is aware. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao An replied, Oh, that is reassuring. However, you should still investigate further. It is always best to have precise information regarding such matters. All right, Professor, but is it truly necessary? Observing Snape's serious demeanor, Xiao An felt puzzled, unsure of why Snape emphasized this point. It is not just necessary, it is imperative. Do you know my full name? Isn't it Snape? I mean my full name. Severus Snape? And my middle name, do you know it? Do you have a middle name? In the magical realm, every individual possesses a middle name, albeit they refrain from disclosing it to others. You may find it hard to believe, but should I divulge my full name today, I would meet my demise by dawn. How could this be? This phenomenon is known as name magic. If your adversaries become privy to your middle name, any moderately powerful dark wizard can employ name magic to cast a curse and bring about your end. Only a select few in the magical community dare to reveal their full names, namely, the successive ministers of magic, the heads of departments, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the Dumbledore family, and the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald. As for the Ministry of Magic, I am uncertain how they manage it, but they must possess unique means. The headmaster of Hogwarts is safeguarded by the protective magic of the founders, while the Dumbledore family enjoys the protection of the Phoenix, which is immortal, merely undergoing rebirth. Thus, they fear not such trivial curses. Regarding Grindelwald, being a master of dark magic himself, he must have employed certain strategies to circumvent these dangers. So that is the situation. It appears I must devise a plan. However, what of Voldemort? Moreover, to my knowledge, many in the magical community have had their middle names exposed without suffering from curses. Clearly, Severus Snape's understanding is somewhat limited. Furthermore, Dumbledore must be aware of Voldemort's full name. Why does he not utilize this method? Enough of this perplexing thought. I shall not dwell on it. Littleton's mind raced, swiftly formulating her subsequent plans, but she found solace in the knowledge that only Jasmine was aware of her middle name. She resolved to investigate further in America when the opportunity arose. Thank you, Godfather. By the way, how does Ollivander possess such knowledge? Are you? Before Littleton could finish her query, Snape interrupted her. Upon hearing her mention of Ollivander, Snape's expression shifted dramatically, as if he were caught in a moment of embarrassment. Enough of what I had to say. You must refrain from visiting Spinner's End. That individual has taken to surveilling my residence, and your presence there would create complications. Snape stated, his tone laced with a menacing edge, clearly having noted the fleeting look in Little One's eyes. Chapter 95. Return to Hogwarts. Oh, very well. Little One replied reluctantly. Then, Godfather, you do not concern yourself with me. I am well. Well? Although reassured by Snape's words, Little One could not shake her anxiety, especially after witnessing the fleeting seriousness in Snape's gaze when he spoke. This indicated that something was amiss. By the way, after the Christmas holidays, you shall continue your studies with the four of us, just as before. Before the fleeting thoughts had dissipated, Xiao An heard Snape instructing him to return to Hogwarts, which left him momentarily speechless. Indeed, going to Hogwarts was the directive from Dumbledore. And there was no malice in his intentions, this much was certain. With that, Snape departed without affording Xiao An a chance to protest, vanishing in a swirl of apparition. Wait. Why the haste? Surely he must be seeking that old curmudgeon Ollivander. But what could their concern possibly be? The Godfather's words lingered in his mind, prompting Xiao An to recall the fleeting glimpse in Snape's eyes. Could it be, as I once read in the Harry Potter novels? No, it cannot be, he thought. Disbelief etched across his face. Instinctively, Xiao An attempted to decipher the trajectory of Snape's apparition. In a moment, he followed suit, but as he materialized, he plummeted from the air. Upon landing, he heard gasps nearby, and, instinctively glancing around, realized he was sprawled in the middle of a bustling street, surrounded by a torrent of traffic. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Xiao An quickly sprang to his feet, deftly waving his wand to conjure a streak of white light that soared into the distance. He then swiftly cast a petrification spell on all the muggles in the vicinity who had witnessed him. Soon, he had dealt with these muggles, erasing their memories and lifting the petrification spell, only to survey his surroundings and acknowledge that tracking Snape was no longer feasible. With a heavy heart, he resorted to apparition to return to his room. Once back, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, for the thought that had crossed his mind was indeed terrifying. He recalled that when he read the novels, it seemed that after Voldemort's resurrection, Dumbledore had posed a question to the Godfather, something along the lines of, "Are you prepared?" Severus? Vivid memories of Snape's shifting expressions accompanied that recollection. Why couldn't I remember it properly? In the ensuing days, Xiao An found himself engrossed in contemplation regarding the matter at hand, pondering deeply what Severus Snape might ultimately decide. However, one truth remained unequivocal to him. Albus Dumbledore harbored no benevolent intentions. Throughout this period, Xiao An remained confined to his room, his sustenance delivered by the diligent staff, which resulted in a rather harsh lesson, though merely a financial one. As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, clarity dawned upon Xiao An, prompting him to venture out of his room for the first time, albeit reluctantly. Upon exiting the hotel, he sought a secluded spot before executing a disapparition to the Hogwarts station, specifically the terminus rather than the mere third of the platform. Transformed into a glimmering light, Xiao An arrived at Hogwarts Castle, realizing that the presence of anti-disapparition spells did not render disapparition impossible. Rather, one could circumvent such barriers if their magical prowess surpassed that of the caster of the spell. Naturally, this strength referred to being more powerful than the wizard who had cast the enchantment. Thus, while Xiao An remained unable to disapparate freely within Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic presented a different scenario. It was conceivable that he could disapparate at will, much like Voldemort had done previously. However, it was worth noting that anti-disapparation spells were not infallible, especially with formidable sorcerers like Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore in existence. Xiao An's use of disapparation allowed him to bypass such spells, albeit with varying degrees of exertion depending on the strength of the opposing wizard. Consequently, despite utilizing disapparation to hasten his journey, he still took considerable time to return to his dormitory. Upon arrival, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly fatigued, as the exertion of disapparation within Hogwarts proved to be quite taxing. Soon, he felt his lower eyelids beckoning his upper ones, which, in a feigned resistance, attempted to stave off slumber for a brief moment. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to the allure of sleep, disregarding the perspective of a single individual such as himself. This slumber lasted a significant 8 or 9 hours, effectively nullifying the time he had gained through early dismissal and disapparation, which could have been utilized more productively than mere sleep. Upon waking, Xiao An rubbed his bleary eyes, perplexed by the persistent feeling of never having had enough rest after each slumber. He envied those spirited students who appeared invigorated each day during their school years. As Xiao An rubbed her eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. Glancing outside, she noticed the sky had darkened considerably. A quick look at the wall clock revealed that it was still early, merely 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Thus, she leisurely proceeded with her evening routine, washing up and donning her attire. After indulging in a soothing bath, Xiao An ambled into the Hogwarts Great Hall clad in her cozy pajamas. Upon entering, she observed that the hall was already bustling with numerous individuals. The sight of her outfit elicited suppressed laughter among the crowd, with several struggling to contain their amusement, resorting to coughs as a means of stifling their mirth. Noticing the throng, Xiao An quickly checked her enchanted watch, which she had specially acquired and magically enhanced. To her surprise, it was still not yet 6:30. Puzzled, she pondered to herself, isn't dinner meant to commence at 7? Why are there so many people here so early? However, upon observing her own bear-like paws, Xiao An comprehended why everyone was amused. She was currently clad in the Snorlax pajamas she had crafted herself, adorably plump and endearing. Once enlightened, she disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around her, retrieved her wand from the belly of her pajamas, and with a casual flick transformed her attire into a magical robe. Thereafter, she nonchalantly proceeded towards the Gryffindor long table, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 96. Goodness. It's Cedric seated in the secluded area of Gryffindor. Xiao An remained oblivious to the others, appearing utterly indifferent as she sat there, surveying her surroundings in a state of utter boredom. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes, a figure entered through the doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Upon sighting this individual, every Hogwarts student, save for the first-year newcomers, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they fixated on the newcomer. Intrigued by the spectacle, Xiao An followed their gazes and, upon realizing the identity of the visitor, was taken aback. The silence of the Great Hall was abruptly pierced by an exclamation. Goodness, it's Cedric. However, the crowd did not initially recognize the voice of Cedric. Yet, once it resonated throughout the Grand Hall, a cacophony erupted, far more vibrant than the peak hours of a bustling market. Ah, it's Cedric. Cedric. Cedric, the upperclassman, exclaimed the first-year students, inquiring about this illustrious figure. Moments later, a throng of students hastily surged from the corridor, converging upon Cedric, particularly the enthusiastic Hufflepuffs, with nearly all of them rushing over except for the first-year newcomers. After the initial uproar, it remained unclear what Cedric had communicated, but eventually the crowd dispersed somewhat, although a significant number of students lingered around him, especially the upperclassmen, who seemed reluctant to leave. Amidst this commotion, Little noticed 3 pairs of eyes from the Gryffindor table fixated on Cedric, each gaze distinctly unique. Among them, Ron's was particularly noteworthy. He would glance at Cedric, then at Harry, and subsequently at the Ravenclaw table, following Ron's line of sight, and realized he was observing the only reserved girl from Ravenclaw, Zhang Qiu. In that moment, and comprehended that there was likely some unspoken connection between Zhang Qiu and Harry. Yet, it was also true that Zhang Qiu had previously shared an ambiguous relationship with Cedric, and now, with Harry Potter, this tangled web grew even more complex. Although Cedric had met his demise, he had somehow been resurrected, promising quite the spectacle ahead, and couldn't help but revel in this unfolding drama. Afterward, and decided to shift focus away from Cedric, for he was acutely aware of the details surrounding Cedric's revival, perhaps more than anyone else at Hogwarts. Of course, there was one other individual who might possess some knowledge, but believed that her understanding was superficial at best, lacking the depth of his own insights. With a sense of schadenfreude, and averted his gaze and rested his head on the table, closing his eyes. He understood that the journey leading to the climax was often the most exhilarating, and he resolved to follow Cedric closely, lest he miss the unfolding drama. Just as he settled into his thoughts, the twins approached, boldly occupying the space on either side of him. They leaned in, their heads near his ear. "What are you two up to?" and exclaimed, startled, as he quickly distanced himself from them. "Listen, you two are a couple of jokers. Don't drag me into this. I still have my sights set on charming a certain young lady, so back off." Initially, the sudden and exuberant outburst of Young startled the Hogwarts wizards. Yet upon hearing his words, they quickly relaxed. Once they discerned the identity of the twins, all tension dissipated. For the entire Hogwarts community was well aware that the bond between the twin brothers and Young was unmatched. The recent incident, wherein had entrusted the twins with a solution to the markings on his hands, further solidified this impression among the young wizards. Consequently, those who had previously harbored fear towards him began to view him in a much more favorable light, feeling a mixture of respect and trepidation. With the sole exception of the Slytherin students. Among them, the female students harbored desires to either marry in or cultivate some form of connection. While the male wizards held him in high esteem, eager to be near him and seek his companionship. No, we are not here for that. We have come to. In truth, Xiao An was well aware of the intentions of the two individuals who had approached him. He simply waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to cease their chatter. Subsequently, he moved closer, yet unexpectedly gestured with a swift motion that sent them stumbling back. The young wizard who had been jostled dared not express his displeasure. After all, the twins had earned a formidable reputation over the years at Hogwarts, and many young witches and wizards held an affinity for the prank items sold by them. Moreover, the incident was instigated by Xiao An, and it had not been particularly painful, so the aggrieved wizard bore no ill will and easily forgave the twins. Once they had offered their apologies, they attempted to approach once more. However, Xiao An was resolute in preventing them from sitting nearby. Should they succeed in taking their seats, Xiao An's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Even falsehoods could be twisted into truths, for the power of rumor is indeed formidable. Upon witnessing Xiao An's unwavering gaze, the twins refrained from encroaching further. After all, one of them was a member of the Crimson Fire, while Xiao An held the title of its leader. The twins had even attended a Crimson Fire gathering and were present during the events at the Gunter Manor, although Xiao An had little recollection of that day. With so many attendees on every occasion after the first, it was understandable that he would not remember them all. He was no genius, merely an ordinary person bearing the mantle of a time traveler. Understanding Xiao An's intent, the twin brothers hesitated to approach but were unable to suppress their curiosity, casting him glances filled with longing that made Xiao An feel quite uncomfortable. Unable to endure such glances from the mischievous duo, he attempted to ignore them and focus on his own recuperation. Yet, even in his attempts to turn away, the intensity of their gazes was overwhelming, and he felt as though his spirit was being subjected to indignity. Turning to face them, Xiao An noticed that they continued to regard him with those mournful eyes, and he could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 97, a lesson for the twins. Recognizing that if he did not find a way to dismiss the twins, he would not enjoy a peaceful dinner. Xiao An understood that they likely had gleaned some insight into the situation, as they had previously mentioned learning about him through Arthur. Thus, they must have picked up some whispers from Arthur regarding the matter at hand. However, Xiao An could not divulge the details to them directly. Instead, he resorted to his subtle use of legilimency, conveying a message to the twins. There is no need for further inquiry. Some matters are beyond your grasp. Regardless of what you may have learned, refrain from speaking of it and do not dwell on this issue any longer. After transmitting the sound, Xiao An glanced at the still bewildered duo. Without hesitation, he amplified his magical power and delivered a lesson to them. In an instant, the twins' expressions shifted from astonishment to joy, only to be abruptly transformed. Their mouths agape, they suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. Instantly, their faces turned ashen, revealing their fear as they glanced at Xiao An and hurriedly rose to return to their previous positions. However, Xiao An was not inclined to let them off so easily. The moment they took a couple of trembling steps, they swiftly flew forward. With a loud thud, the twins collapsed onto the ground, and all the observing wizards witnessed something emerging from their mouths. When it fell to the ground, everyone saw it was several bloodied teeth. Fear flickered in the eyes of all who gazed upon Xiao An, yet the terror upon the twins' faces gradually faded. One must admit, they were rather astute. Rising from the ground, they took a few steps to retrieve their fallen teeth, unperturbed by the peculiar stares around them, and directly exited the Great Hall. It was evident they had come to realize that Xiao An was imparting a lesson, understanding that they had indeed overstepped their bounds by inquiring after his clear refusal. Yet, even with this newfound awareness, it was too late, and they had to bear the consequences. Thus, the matter concluded, and they resolved to exercise more restraint in the future, lest they encounter further unforeseen repercussions. The twins headed toward the infirmary, but the incident was far from over, as a certain individual with ulterior motives lingered on the Gryffindor bench. After the twins departed, a figure rose from the bench. Addressing Xiao An with indignation, "What wrong did my brother do to you that you would bully them so? They have not offended you, yet you struck them so harshly." This person was none other than Ron, who, it must be said, displayed a modicum of wisdom. He evidently believed Xiao An would not dare to act against him in this moment, and thought that even if he did, he would not go too far. Thus, he sought to make a name for himself. However, he was gravely mistaken. Had it been earlier, Xiao An might have indeed spared the twins and Arthur, choosing not to retaliate against Ron. Yet after the incident with the twins, Xiao An realized he could no longer adopt a conciliatory approach. Otherwise, his identity as the Dark Lord and the integrity of the Crimson Fire he had founded would be jeopardized. Therefore, Xiao An remained silent. Swiftly drawing his wand and directing it at Ron, casting a spell with intent. Observing Xiao An's aggressive action, the other two members of the trio seated beside him immediately sprang to their feet, ready to assist in defense. Armor protection. Armor protection. Spell halt. Among the array of spells cast, the one released with the utmost swiftness was the protective armor conjured by Ron. It was evident that Ron had prepared himself before rising. For upon witnessing Xiao An unleash his incantation, he promptly summoned the armor, resulting in the rapid execution of his spell. Xiao An, clearly cognizant of this, noted that the first successful spell was Ron's protective armor, followed by Harry's, and finally Hermione's stunning spell. Observing this development, Xiao An smiled quietly, refraining from speaking, and instead placed his wand upon the table, patiently awaiting the arrival of dinner. As Xiao An had set down his wand, Hermione let out a sigh of relief and stowed her wand away, while Harry Potter remained vigilant, clutching his wand tightly. Xiao An, however, did not perceive their reactions, as his entire focus was directed towards the table, with the clock indicating it was nearly 6:50, signaling that dinner was imminent. Though he paid no heed to the trio, their expressions conveyed disbelief. Harry and Hermione wore looks of astonishment, while Ron lay on the ground, moaning in agony. The spell Xiao An had just cast was no ordinary incantation. It was the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Despite Ron's readiness to swiftly deploy his protective armor and the assistance from his companions, it proved futile. The unforgivable curses are impervious to defenses such as protective armor or stunning spells, as they lack specific counterspells and can only be resisted with disarming spells. Thus, Xiao An's Cruciatus Curse struck Ron directly. Harry and Hermione, witnessing the unimpeded passage of Xiao An's spell through their defensive attempts, were left in a state of incredulity. It was only after hearing Ron's anguished cries that they quickly grasped the gravity of Xiao An's spell. Many were familiar with this incantation, having learned it from Barty Crouch Jr. while he was impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. Upon observing Ron's reaction, they swiftly recognized the spell. Hermione's face reflected utter disbelief, while Harry Potter regarded Xiao An with a conflicted and twisted expression, though neither of them voiced any immediate response. Harry's gaze towards Xiao An grew increasingly hostile, his eyes gradually filling with animosity. Simultaneously, Xiao An's display left the entire student body of Hogwarts in a state of shock, particularly the upperclassmen and those from Slytherin House. The upperclassmen possessed the discernment to recognize the severity of the situation, while Slytherin students hailed from pureblood or half-blood families, making ignorance of such matters unthinkable. In the Great Hall, only a few younger wizards remained oblivious to the nature of the curse, merely sensing its terrifying essence, trembling in fear, with one even on the verge of tears. Chapter 98. Do you wish to die? The myriad of human expressions was vividly apparent as the Hogwarts students reacted. However, Xiao An paid little mind to their responses. Noticing the time, he realized dinner was approaching, so he disregarded everything else and rapped his wand thrice against the table. In an instant, a figure appeared before him, and a uniquely Chinese hot pot materialized on the table. Yet, the hot pot was not fully prepared. It was in the process of heating, and the pot hovered in midair above the table. Xiao An understood the situation and chose not to elaborate further. However, despite his desire for tranquility, chaos persisted, as Ron's cries suddenly intensified. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, who was both watching Xiao An and attending to Ron, reached a breaking point. Seeing Xiao An's indifference to Ron's suffering, while he himself was preoccupied with the prospect of dining, only deepened Harry's resentment. At this moment, Xiao An was attentively focused on the hot pot while glancing at the time, for every evening at 7 o'clock. The dining arrangements at Hogwarts would shift in accordance with the kitchen's designated tables. This was common knowledge among all young wizards, and thus, during the moments leading up to mealtime, they refrained from placing their belongings on the tables to avoid having their items inadvertently taken during the exchange. Moreover, it was strictly against school regulations to leave clothing on the tables, and repeated offenses could result in severe consequences. Although any misplaced items could ultimately be retrieved, the process could be quite time-consuming. Consequently, Xiao An remained vigilant about the time, especially with his closest house elf companion, Sherman, nearby, utilizing magic to levitate the hot pot. Prolonged use of magic could be quite taxing for house elves. Despite Xiao An not being overly concerned about Harry and his friends, his prowess was undeniable. Thus, when he heard a spell being cast by Harry, he instinctively raised his wand and deflected the incantation. However, while he managed to block the spell, the hot pot remained untouched, as the shield charm had a propensity to reflect spells outward. Although Xiao An's abilities were formidable, He had yet to learn how to nullify such spell characteristics. As he blocked the spell, a surge of magical energy ricocheted back towards the levitating hot pot. Unbeknownst to Sherman, who lacked the foresight to guard against incoming attacks, Xiao An's considerable efforts to teach him how to prepare the hot pot were rendered futile. Upon witnessing the hot pot tumble, Sherman hastily cast a spell in an attempt to salvage the precious dish, which, in his eyes, was a recipe imparted to him by the benevolent Lorden and a promise made prior to the Christmas holidays. If it were to be ruined, Sherman would be overwhelmed with guilt. Xiao An was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A house elf's failure to uphold a promise to a wizard could lead to dire consequences, while other matters might not invoke such severity. Mishaps in cooking, given a house elf's peculiar mindset, could leave no room for consolation. However, despite Xiao An's intentions to rectify the situation, it was too late. The brief distance of less than 2 meters from which the pot fell provided insufficient time for effective intervention, and although Sherman attempted to remedy the situation, the broth erupted from the pot. While he managed to catch it with magic, the hot pot itself was ultimately destroyed, although the dish remained edible. Sherman vowed never to let himself touch it again, as, in the eyes of a house elf, food that had been tainted by their own magic was deemed unclean. Xiao An understood this predicament all too well, for it was a painful lesson. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and disregarding the distraught Sherman, he raised his wand and directed his ire toward Harry Potter. Harry Potter, do you wish to meet your demise? Upon concluding his words, Xiao An paid no heed to whether Harry Potter responded. Instead, he swiftly wielded his wand, uttering a series of incantations directed at Harry. An array of spells erupted from Xiao An's wand, unleashing a torrent of magical assaults: shatter to dust, collapse in unconsciousness, petrify entirely, pierce the heart, disarm utterly. 5 spells were cast in succession. However, to Xiao An's astonishment, 3 of them were thwarted by Harry Potter. Unexpectedly, Hermione also intervened, aiding Harry in repelling Xiao An's onslaught, enabling him to successfully defend against 3 of the spells. Otherwise, at the level of Harry Potter, one could merely defend against a single spell, leaving them devoid of any further capacity for resistance. After all, Littleton is not Voldemort, and there exists no ambiguous connection between him and Harry Potter. Despite both individuals having successfully blocked 3 of their spells, they found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the subsequent 2, especially since the 4th spell was a merciless one, devoid of any counter curse. Thus, their capabilities were insufficient to fend it off. Consequently, they could only watch helplessly as N's merciless incantation struck Harry Potter, followed by the sight of Harry's wand being seized by N. With Harry's wand in hand, N slowly approached Harry, looking down upon the 3 of them. His wand still pointed menacingly at Harry. However, as N advanced toward them, Hermione's expression shifted rapidly. Upon realizing N had come so close, Hermione was taken aback, fearing that N intended to inflict harm upon the 2. "And, please," she stammered, her face etched with concern. "Don't do this. Let them go. Please. Do not harm them. They are my friends." Seeing N merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before directing his fierce gaze back at Harry, Hermione panicked. "How dare you? Who do you think you are that you can lay a finger on my friends?" N, incensed by Hermione's defiance, slapped her sharply across the face. Hermione was left stupefied, staring at N, unable to comprehend why he would treat her in such a manner. Chapter 99. When the false becomes true. The true becomes false, and, having noted Hermione's reaction, chose to disregard it. After delivering a resounding slap and uttering a few curses, he discreetly withdrew his trembling hand and pointed the wand once more at Harry Potter. Shatter to pieces. Upon witnessing Harry Potter's swift recovery, Xiao An brandished his wand and unleashed the bone-breaking curse directed at Harry. Naturally, Harry's rapid resurgence was to be expected. After all, he had traversed numerous trials throughout his journey. Although some circumstances seemed preordained, akin to narratives from Journey to the West, Harry remained blissfully unaware, thereby cultivating a certain degree of resilience. Xiao An's attempt at the bone-breaking curse, however, was not executed in the conventional sense. In truth, it represented a failed incantation, sustained only by Xiao An's formidable prowess. The successful casting of such a curse necessitates a tranquil state of mind, often accompanied by the use of mental occlusion techniques, rendering it rarely employed by the average sorcerer. Were it otherwise, the prevalence of this curse among wizards would be rampant. Yet, powerful sorcerers like Voldemort and Grindelwald could wield it without resorting to such mental barriers, and Xiao An was no exception, attributable to his own strength. This is precisely why the curse has earned its place among the 3 unforgivable curses. The soul-stealing curse, designed to exert control over individuals, compels utter submission to the caster, transcending the realm of dark magic to approach that of true malevolence. The killing curse, on the other hand, results in immediate death, leaving no chance for reprieve. It is understandable that such lethal spells are prohibited. In contrast, the bone-breaking curse appears rather innocuous, a spell seemingly devoid of significant utility. Yet, its stringent requirements for successful casting elevate it to the status of an unforgivable curse. The mental fortitude required to cast it without mental occlusion and with insufficient strength to suppress its effects speaks volumes about the character of the individual capable of such a feat. One must ponder the terrifying potential of anyone who could wield this curse without hesitation. Throughout the annals of magical history, there have indeed been individuals who fit this description. Following the creation of the bone-breaking curse, it was predominantly employed for punishing criminals or eliciting confessions. However, the prolonged use of this curse by executioners led to troubling developments. Alarmingly, some individuals, after casting the curse, found amusement in observing its effects, a fact that went unnoticed by others at the time. Consequently, when this individual eventually succumbed to darkness for unknown reasons, it caught everyone off guard, leading to horrifying consequences. Ultimately, this culminated in the birth of the 3 unforgivable curses and the emergence of the Dementors in Azkaban. Returning to the present, Xiao An's uncaring application of the bone-breaking curse struck Harry Potter directly, resulting in a grisly explosion of flesh and bone. Witnessing this, the young wizards of Hogwarts were left utterly petrified, for they perceived Xiao An as intent on killing Harry. Yet, Xiao An had no intention of committing such an act of senseless slaughter. While this could have potentially destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry's value extended far beyond that. Thus, Xiao An deliberately tempered the spell. Otherwise, the bone-breaking curse would have obliterated Harry beyond salvation. Though the onlookers could not discern this nuance, exceptions included the Slytherin students, Cedric, Hermione, and the ethereal Luna from Ravenclaw. While Xiao An's curse did not claim Harry's life, it severely incapacitated him, rendering him unable to continue the fight. After casting the spell, Xiao An dismissed Harry from his thoughts, turning to return to his position, but not before leaving a parting remark. This time, I grant you an opportunity, hence, I spare you. Should there be a next time, I shall show you no mercy. Having finished speaking, Xiao An promptly made his way to his seat. However, at that moment, an elderly man with a long beard unexpectedly appeared before him. Without question, it is undoubtedly Dumbledore. If we consider who at Hogwarts is most averse to any misfortune befalling Harry Potter, apart from Snape, it can only be Dumbledore. Upon his arrival, Dumbledore immediately intercepted Littleton, his face contorted with anger as he demanded an explanation. Shouldn't you provide me with an account? What is there to explain? He.s. alive, isn't he? Littleton feigned ignorance, playing the fool. Dumbledore, upon receiving such a retort, felt a surge of indignation and instinctively reached out to grasp Littleton. However, the agility of Littleton, being far superior to that of the elderly Dumbledore, allowed him to swiftly evade to the left. Yet, Littleton did not disregard Dumbledore entirely. Having sidestepped him, he discreetly waved his wand towards Dumbledore, casting the spell of legilimency. Now, who is Dumbledore? A rare genius, appearing once in a century, and in his own domain. He sensed the magical fluctuations the instant the incantation was invoked. Reflexively, he drew his wand to defend himself, but hesitated upon further reflection. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, and he realized that Littleton was using legilimency to communicate with him. Instantly, Dumbledore's earlier fury dissipated, though he maintained his composure, his expression reverting to its usual demeanor. When the line between reality and illusion blurs, the truth may also become a deception. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Littleton had spoken that last line in Mandarin, causing the illusion to falter, leaving Dumbledore bewildered as he turned to gaze at Littleton's retreating figure. The meaning of those words? That is for you to discern, but keep it to yourself. I trust in your capability. Good luck. Littleton did not dispel the magic but continued to convey messages to Dumbledore, even winking at him. Afterward, he promptly lifted the spell and returned to his original position. In Chapter 100, Why Are You Crying? Dumbledore, regarding Harry Potter, that foolish boy, I hope you can convey my thoughts to my godfather. I believe he can manage this trivial matter, but when you seek his assistance, do be mindful of your approach. Littleton pondered and once more employed legilimency to communicate with Dumbledore. Having done so, he departed with a carefree demeanor, returning to his place where he sees the weeping and guilt-ridden showman. Do not despair, showman. Come now, take these belongings and escort me back to the dormitory. We shall discuss this matter later, all right? No, it is Showman's fault. I am truly foolish, utterly wretched. Enough, Shulman. Let us return to the dormitory at once. Initially, I intended to persuade with gentle words. However, a sudden realization of the temperament of house elves struck Xiao An, prompting a shift in tone as she began to issue commands. Upon hearing Xiao An's authoritative voice, Sherman ceased her tearful lamentations and obediently followed Xiao An out of the grand hall, eventually arriving at Xiao An's dormitory. Yet, upon their return, Sherman resumed her weeping, her demeanor darkening significantly. Observing this distressing transformation, Xiao An swiftly grasped Sherman, firmly aligning her gaze. Sherman, at once, prepare another hot pot for me. Remember, should any mishap occur this time, I shall not be lenient. Now go, hurry. Time was of the essence, and without alternatives, Xiao An resorted to this singular method, disregarding its effectiveness. But Sherman, immediately, leave and prepare my meal. You have 5 minutes. Should you fail, I will not hesitate to end you. Yes. I will do it right away, Sherman replied before promptly disappearing, evidently heading to the kitchen to prepare the hot pot for Xiao An. Meanwhile, a loud crash resounded from outside Xiao An's door, and she quickly deduced the cause, as she was all too familiar with that sound. Someone was attempting to use disillusionment to enter her room. However, they had not anticipated the protective disillusionment charm in place, resulting in a direct collision with it, causing them to fall heavily to the ground. It was evident that the individual was none other than Dumbledore, given that they were at Hogwarts. As anticipated, upon flinging open the door, Xiao An was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore awkwardly rising to his feet, unceremoniously rubbing his posterior. The moment the door swung ajar, Dumbledore caught sight of the smile that was about to illuminate Xiao An's face, and his expression darkened at once. His mind raced to devise a strategy to extricate himself from this predicament. However, before he could formulate a plan, the hint of amusement on Xiao An's visage evaporated, though it was evident that he was stifling something. Naturally, Dumbledore recognized this. Yet, as Xiao An remained silent, Dumbledore felt compelled to do the same. Once he had regained his footing, Dumbledore cast a cleaning charm, restoring himself to his usual demeanor. He fixed a serious gaze upon Xiao An, seemingly ready to speak. Yet, Xiao An was not inclined to grant him the opportunity. Sensing Dumbledore's intent to converse, he preemptively interjected, "Do not inquire further. I shall divulge nothing. If you wish for me to leave Hogwarts, simply say the word, and I shall not resist. As for the questions you wish to pose, it would be prudent for you to ascertain the answers on your own. Nevertheless, I trust you are not foolish enough to waste your time on this matter. Now, if you would be so kind as to depart, I wish to enjoy my dinner. I am utterly exhausted from the day's toils." "No, I do not wish for you to leave. You are aware of that," Dumbledore sighed. Please do not close the door." Upon hearing Dumbledore's reluctance to allow him to leave Hogwarts, Xiao An lost interest in the remainder of his words. With a casual flick of his wand, he shut the door and cast several protective charms, accompanied by a silencing spell. Gazing at the now closed door, Xiao An chuckled softly, inadvertently exclaiming, "Enjoy yourself, Dumbledore. Ha. Consider this a portion of retribution for all those torturous English lessons you subjected me to. Now, you too shall experience the dread of being governed by a foreign tongue." Ha. Afterwards, Xiao An chose to disregard other matters, immersing himself entirely in the transfiguration spell. In no time at all, he transformed his dormitory into a different realm entirely. Of course, this transformation was perceptible only to him. To others, it merely appeared as though the wallpaper had changed and a new desk and sofa had been added. While it seemed that such an endeavor would require considerable effort, one must remember that this is the magical world. Thus, Xiao An accomplished it in merely a minute. Having completed these tasks, he surveyed the room, feeling that it had reached perfection, unable to conceive of anything amiss. With a resigned sigh, he settled into a chair, succumbing to daydreams, intermittently glancing at his watch, clearly caught in a web of conflicting thoughts. However, Xiao An did not linger on the matter for long, as Shulman soon arrived, carrying the hot pot and the charcoal with a look of apprehension. He carefully placed the hot pot in the location indicated by Xiao An. Upon closer inspection, Xiao An noted that the colors of this hot pot were even more vibrant than the one he had previously taught Shulman to prepare in the kitchen. It was indeed a bittersweet memory. In truth, Xiao An had never prepared hot pot himself, as he hailed from the north, where the predominant style of hot pot revolved around lamb slices, lacking the fiery zest characteristic of southern varieties. Having spent considerable time in Sichuan, he had developed a fondness for spicy cuisine, making the northern hot pot somewhat less satisfying, especially when dining with friends. as one could not persuade the chef to add an ample amount of chili peppers. When Xiao An first yearned for Huaxia cuisine, his limited knowledge of recipes left him with only hot pot as a dish he could somewhat master, compelling him to rely on Schulman for its preparation. However, one was merely a connoisseur of hot pot while the other, a domesticated sprite residing in a land devoid of culinary delights, faced a considerable challenge. It was evident how much effort Liang Ran must have exerted to create this pot of hot pot. Xiao An distinctly recalled Schulman's reaction after their first successful attempt, which nearly left him in tears. "Surin, why are you crying?" At that moment, Xiao An had taken a mere bite, only to erupt into a fit of coughing, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 101. The Paradox of Existence. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Having endured several painful lessons, Xiao An approached this occasion with heightened caution. He examined the red broth and tentatively used chopsticks to retrieve a slice of tripe, gingerly immersing it in the broth before slowly placing it in his mouth. When Xiao An first instructed Schulman to prepare tripe, the sprite was nearly terrified. Having no prior knowledge of what it was, he mistakenly believed it to be an unfamiliar delicacy, and in a fit of despair, he even banged his head against the wall, punishing himself for his ignorance of the ingredient. Upon learning what tripe actually was, Schulman's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. For in the eyes of a domesticated sprite, such fare was unthinkable for a wizard. Upon hearing Xiao An's desire for it, Schulman immediately conjured a knife and, without hesitation, aimed it at his own throat. Had it not been for Xiao An's quick reflexes, Schulman might have reported to the afterlife, be it Yama, Jesus, or perhaps Merlin. Though the specifics were uncertain, it was best to leave it at that. Now, as Xiao An took a bite of the tripe, beads of sweat rapidly formed on his forehead. "This is the flavor. You must try it too, Schulman. Do not hesitate. Join me in this feast." Without waiting for Sherman's response, she swiftly waved her chopsticks, and soon, plates of thinly sliced beef, lamb, and pork lined up and leapt into the pot on their own. Xiao An could only exclaim in awe how convenient magic was, as the food effortlessly plunged into the boiling water. However, as the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Little and soon came to a profound understanding of this adage. With a swift motion, he extended his chopsticks, only to halt abruptly and then relinquish them with great speed. A fit of coughs erupted from his mouth, followed by tears streaming down his face. Originally lost in thought, Sherman lifted his gaze upon hearing An's cough, and his eyes widened in alarm at the sight of tears on An's cheeks. "Dearin, why are you crying again? Are you homesick? I recall you wept last time due to longing for home." "Cough, cough, no, cough, cough. It's just spicy." "Ah. Would you like to hear the song you taught me last time?" Before An could finish, he could no longer contain himself. Ignoring his coughs, he waved his hand, attempting to summon the distant kettle with magic. A spell quickly emanated from An's hand, but instead of retrieving the kettle, it exploded into shards. Startled by the commotion, An's cough momentarily ceased, yet it resumed almost instantly. "Watts, give me 5 meters of Watts. Ah, your Watts." Realizing the situation, Sherman surveyed the room and swiftly vanished, only to reappear moments later, this time not alone but accompanied by a table and a large bucket of lemonade. Upon arrival, Sherman deftly summoned a nearby cup and began to pour lemonade into it. However, before he could finish, An snatched the cup and gulped down a generous amount. "Ah, refreshing. This feels much better." After consuming the lemonade, An's cough finally subsided, becoming less frequent. "Dearin, were you indeed homesick? Why did you cry again? Would you like me to sing for you?" No, it's just too spicy. It caught in my throat. Come, let's eat together." Fortunately, thereafter, An encountered no further mishaps. Although the spiciness lingered, it was manageable, aside from the portion of lemonade that An had consumed. After the meal, An rubbed his belly, conjured a stream of water to wash his hands, and instructed Sherman to tidy the dining table. "Hey, what is this? Why did you bring this here?" Upon seeing Sherman clear the table and place the hot pot onto the previously brought table, he teleported it away. "Ah, Dearin, this is a teleportation table. It was given to you by the esteemed Dumbledore, who said this table would be for your use from now on." "Ah, no, that's not acceptable. Take it away immediately." Upon hearing Xiao An's command, although Schulman was reluctant, he obediently removed the table. In truth, Xiao An had long desired such a table, as it would facilitate his meals and other needs. However, at that moment, any thoughts of the table were entirely absent from Xiao An's mind. Who knew what other enchantments it might harbor? Was there something Dumbledore had inscribed upon it? The mere thought of Dumbledore potentially using it to spy on him sent a chill down Xiao An's spine. Without further hesitation, Xiao An swiftly brandished his wand, casting spells throughout his dormitory, inside and out. Exhausted, he surveyed the room now adorned with various enchantments, feeling a slight sense of relief. Just then, a knock echoed at his door, and before him appeared a vivid portrait, akin to a full-spectrum projection. Upon seeing this image, Xiao An instantly understood and chose not to open the door for Cedric outside. Instead, he merely triggered a spell. Cedric, who had been anxiously waiting outside, suddenly heard Xiao An's voice, believing that Xiao An had come out. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one present. At that moment, he heard Xiao An's voice again, stating, "Cedric, aside from my identity, you may speak the truth about everything else. Furthermore, refrain from visiting me again, and do not reveal my identity. That is all. You may return now." Understanding Xiao An's intent, Cedric, despite harboring many questions, refrained from asking further and turned to leave. Observing Cedric's understanding, Sister Hui departed, and Xiao An smiled with contentment, gazing skyward as he mused. When falsehood appears as truth, truth becomes false. In the realm of the non-existent, existence may yet be found. A splendid spectacle awaits. Chapter 102, Rubius Hagrid. After a night devoid of conversation, Xiao An awoke at noon the following day, refreshed himself, and then proceeded to the kitchen to instruct Shulman to prepare some food for him. After enjoying his lunch, he began to meander leisurely through the halls of Hogwarts. During this period, Xiao An managed to carve out some time to engage in various activities. Although the transfer table brought by Shulman was declined by Xiao An, it did not signify a rejection of such privileges. Thus, while Shulman prepared lunch, Xiao An crafted his own transfer table to present to Shulman. This meant that henceforth, Xiao An would no longer need to venture into the kitchen to request meals from Shulman. It transformed into a true embodiment of the adage, "A man sits at home while his meal descends from the heavens." In the following days, Xiao An reveled in a life akin to that of a wealthy landlord, where he was catered to every whim without the burdens of classes or homework. His days were marked by ease and leisure, allowing him to indulge in whatever he desired. While Xiao An basked in comfort, the four esteemed heads of Hogwarts found themselves in a less enviable situation. Not only did they have to teach students, but they also had to assist Dumbledore in strategizing against Voldemort, and most daunting of all, they were required to prepare lessons for Xiao An. Consequently, Xiao An had not attended classes for several days, as the heads had exhausted their lectures, necessitating a revised curriculum. Originally, the four had prepared a year's worth of lessons. Yet Xiao An's relentless inquiries had led them to complete an entire semester's worth of material in a fraction of the time. The four lamented their plight. Yet they also found joy in instructing someone they perceived as a prodigious talent like Xiao An. Their satisfaction only intensified as they came to appreciate his remarkable abilities. Adding a layer of complexity to their situation, Professors McGonagall and her colleagues could not help but smile upon witnessing Harry Potter's arrival at Snape's office. Speaking of Snape, since Dumbledore had compelled him to care for and treat Harry Potter, he had sought out Xiao An on numerous occasions in an attempt to provoke him. However, Xiao An was resolute in his silence, consistently keeping his door firmly shut and refraining from engaging with Snape. Over time, Snape ceased his attempts to confront Xiao An. Yet Xiao An remained aware that once he resumed his studies, Snape would not be inclined to offer him any favors. Although Xiao An did not provide Snape with explanations, the latter's dedication to caring for Harry Potter, despite his disdain for the boy, had significantly improved Harry's perception of him. While Harry still harbored some animosity towards Snape, he no longer approached every situation with suspicion as he once did. One day, after concluding a day devoid of purpose, Xiao An ambled slowly through the grounds of Hogwarts. He had ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorns, yet found no trace of even a stray cat. Disheartened and aimlessly wandering, he soon noticed that the dilapidated wooden hut he often saw was ajar, with lights spilling from within. Suddenly, he recalled that this was Hagrid's abode, where the Care of Magical Creatures class was held. With renewed urgency, he quickened his pace towards the door. Knocking gently, he called out, "Is Hagrid there?" At that moment, a sudden cacophony of barks erupted within the room, quickly followed by a rough, booming voice, "Yaya, be quiet, you foolish dog." "Hello, who are you?" A dilapidated wooden door swung open with a forceful motion, revealing an exceptionally large figure, tall and stout, likely surpassing the stature of Shaquille O'Neal, who stood at the entrance, gazing at Xiao An with a perplexed expression. Ruber. Hagrid?" "Yes, you are." "Ah, you are in." No, it's Xiao, not in. But never mind. Won't you invite me in for a moment?" "Ah, all right, please come in." Hagrid, exhibiting a countenance of fear and caution, ushered Xiao An into the room. Xiao An noticed Hagrid's reaction but paid it no mind, stepping inside with ease. Simultaneously, Hagrid cast a spell, one that posed no harm, merely silencing the barks of Yaya. He then disregarded everything else and proceeded further into the room, allowing Xiao An to enter first. Suddenly, he realized something, swiftly shutting the door and rushing inside. Yaya. Hush, do not worry, it is merely a silencing charm, it poses no threat. Come here, Yaya. With that, Xiao An extended his hand, beckoning Yaya to approach. Whether it was due to the inherent intelligence of magical creatures, Yaya, though frightened, cautiously advanced, glancing back frequently, and eventually leaned forward, resting its head beneath Xiao An's hand. Inviting a gentle caress, Xiao An smiled, patted the dog's head a few times, then conjured a chair with a flick of his wrist, and casually sat down. He then used a summoning charm to retrieve a portion of his favorite braised pork from his enchanted bag, placing it unhesitatingly before Yaya. Afterward, he turned his attention to Hagrid, stating, "Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions." No, you aren't. I mean, that's not what I meant. Everything is fine. I've heard you are the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I have come to request a small favor. What sort of favor can I provide? Fear not. It is but a trifling task. My brother may be traversing the Forbidden Forest at this moment. He is a sphinx. And I hope you can assist him when you encounter him. His name is Shao, and simply calling out Shao will suffice. He will not harm you. Oh, is that all? Rest assured, with me around, there will be no issues. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief. Then thank you. By the way, here are some delicacies from Huaxia. I hope you will enjoy them. Additionally, these galleons shall serve as compensation. With that, Xiao An produced a plethora of items from his enchanted bag, food, an empty enchanted bag, and galleons. Huaxia delicacies, thank you, and why are there galleons as well? I cannot accept these. Do you look down upon me? However, it was evident that the amount of galleons presented by Xiao An was rather excessive. Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Xiao An's eyes, he reluctantly retrieved a seamless expansion bag, attempting to stow away the galleons. Yet, as he observed Xiao An continually producing more coins, he hesitated, exclaiming, "This is far too much. I simply cannot accept it." Chapter 103. Xiao An teases the dog. Take it. Use this money to procure some delightful food and drink. I have heard you possess a fondness for wine. Am I correct? Nevertheless, this is overwhelmingly generous. By the way, I recall you once had a three-headed dog, did you not? You are familiar with Lu Wei. That creature was the most endearing pet I have ever had. Splendid. Might you introduce me to him? I have a particular affection for large and robust animals. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Hagrid swiftly grasped Xiao An's hand and dashed toward the exit, with Yaya closely trailing behind, having consumed the food that had previously frightened him. Slow down, Hagrid. Where are we headed? After being pulled a considerable distance, Xiao An finally grasped the situation. There was no escaping Hagrid's formidable strength. Initially, he had merely tugged at Xiao An, but soon he had lifted him entirely with one hand. My sincerest apologies. I was simply too exhilarated. I hope I did not hurt you, Hagrid said, realizing he nearly caused an accident and promptly set Xiao An down. It's quite all right. Where are we going? Oh, we are off to see Lu Wei. I have placed him in the Forbidden Forest. Splendid. Let us proceed. With that, Xiao An cast a levitation charm on both himself and Hagrid, then playfully leapt upwards. Soon, it appeared as though Xiao An possessed the grace of a skilled acrobat, lightly landing upon Hagrid's shoulder, settling down as if they were the closest of companions. Hagrid, unfazed by the unusual seating arrangement, felt a surge of joy, chuckling heartily before striding purposefully into the Forbidden Forest. It must be said, Hagrid truly lives up to his reputation, effortlessly traversing the Forbidden Forest with remarkable agility. However, Littlin found himself in quite a predicament, perched upon Hagrid's broad shoulders. Moreover, Hagrid's reactions were rather sluggish, causing him to remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger, resulting in him being struck by numerous branches along the way. Fortunately, and possessed considerable strength, he quickly composed himself and cast several spells to avoid arriving at their destination with a bruised visage, with Hagrid's formidable pace propelling them forward, and soon reached their destination. As their pace slowed, he gradually beheld a colossal creature. Instead of succumbing to fear, and was filled with excitement, he leaped from Hagrid's shoulders, transforming into a streak of white light as he darted toward the creature, Louis. Witnessing its boldness, Hagrid gasped in alarm, urgently calling out for him to return, warning of the danger. Yet, and paid him no heed, eagerly landing on Louis's back and exploring with curious hands. Louis, sensing the tiny being upon him. Initially contemplated a reaction, but upon spotting Hagrid and hearing his voice, he immediately ceased his movement and wagged his tail, rushing towards Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid's side, Louis halted abruptly, while An, propelled by momentum, soared into the air. Thankfully, he managed to grasp Louis's fur, preventing a disastrous fall, though he still landed rather hard. Given the circumstances, An realized he could no longer remain atop Louis. However, there was no room to stand beside Hagrid, as Louis was enthusiastically showering him with slobber. In a stroke of ingenuity, An conjured a flying spell, gracefully descending from Louis's back to hover beside Hagrid. "Haha, that tickles. Stop it, you silly Louis." How could Louis possibly heed Hagrid's words, remaining there as usual, licking? Witnessing this scene, Xiao An found himself even more enamored with Louis. Disregarding the unpleasant scent and drool emanating from him, and once again leaped onto Louis, this time landing near the position of his 3 heads. Subsequently, Xiao An quickly crouched down, vigorously petting Louis's heads on either side. However, feeling the little creature alight upon him once more, shamelessly stroking his heads, Louis could scarcely endure it. His 3 heads abruptly ceased their licking of Hage and instead lunged forward, attempting to bite Xiao An, demonstrating his intent with his mouth. He then frantically turned to gnaw at Xiao An on his back. Yet, Xiao An was far from compliant. With a few swift motions, he vanished from sight. Only for another Xiao An to materialize in his previous position. This one, however, remained motionless and, if seen by a modern observer, would undoubtedly be recognized as a plush toy of Xiao An. In an instant, Louis managed to bite down on this new Xiao An. And in the blink of an eye, the plush figure shattered, gradually transforming into a single strand of dog fur. Upon realizing that the person he had been frantically biting had suddenly turned into a mere hair, Louis was rendered speechless. The more he gazed at the familiar strand, the more he sensed a pang of recognition. Lowering his head, he sniffed the fur, and only then did he comprehend that he had been deceived. Instantly, the 3 heads, communicating through their 6 eyes, turned a vivid red as they began to scrutinize their surroundings with meticulous attention, leaving no corner unchecked. Meanwhile, Xiao An observed that Louis had caught on, searching for him, and soon enough, the 6 eyes detected his location, leaving Xiao An perplexed as to why this was happening. However, this newfound admiration from Xiao An for Louis only served to further expose his position. Louis's 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Xiao An, his body slightly hunched, clearly poised to launch an attack. Observing Louis's reaction, Xiao An decided to abandon his stealth and reveal himself. In an instant, Louis lunged towards Xiao An, who deftly evaded, casting a lightness charm upon himself in the fleeting moment. Thus began a playful exchange between Xiao An and Louis, though to Xiao An it felt like a game, as he frequently waved his wand to conjure a plethora of whimsical objects, with plush toys being the favored choice for Louis to chase and tear apart. In contrast, Louis perceived Xiao An's antics as blatant provocation. Each time he caught Xiao An, he would discover that the little one would transform into a curious assortment of items, including stones and branches. Eventually, both Xiao An and Louis sat on the ground, panting heavily, while the chaotic skirmish between the 2 creatures had completely disregarded Hagrid's presence. Chapter 104. A Dream Come True. Hagrid watched the 2 adorable beings frolicking together, feeling despondent as he sat upon the ground, unable to join their playful antics. He lacked both Louis's stamina and Xiao An's magical prowess. After all, Xiao An had been engaged in casting spells for an entire hour, which was the reason Louis appeared so fatigued. Xiao An, on the other hand, experienced minimal fatigue, save for a slight ache in his arms, while Louis seemed utterly exhausted, lying there with his 3 heads gaping and drooling incessantly. Realizing their game had come to an end, Xiao An glanced at the time and noted that an hour had flown by. At that moment, Xiao An's gaze towards Louis was imbued with an unreserved desire to possess this creature. Consequently, he ceased his evasive maneuvers and slowly approached Louis. The moment Louis noticed Xiao An's deliberate advance, he became wary, aware that Xiao An was not to be underestimated, thus preventing him from getting within 3 meters of his space. Yet, Xiao An would not concede to Louis's wishes. With a swift displacement charm, he transformed into a streak of white light and surged forward. Initially, Louis recoiled in fear as he saw the approaching light, but his energy had reached its limit, and soon he could muster no strength, collapsing in place. Despite this, he did not surrender. Instead, he wildly thrust his head forward, attempting to bite Xiao An. But the latter's protective charms rendered Louis's final resistance ineffective. At this juncture, Xiao An reached out to rub Louis's middle head, both hands fervently stroking. Witnessing this, Hagrid's interest peaked, and he hurried over. Upon seeing Hagrid approach, Lu Wei's spirits lifted momentarily, but his expression quickly turned to one of despair as Hagrid arrived. In Lu Wei's eyes, Hagrid had come to rescue him from Xiao An, the formidable sorcerer. However, instead of aiding Lu Wei against the perceived threat, Hagrid began instructing Xiao An on how to pet him, instantly dampening Lu Wei's mood. Meanwhile, Xiao An took this opportunity to observe Lu Wei's habits, for he had always held a fondness for such large, robust creatures. As time passed, the sun set, and Xiao An realized how late it had become. He checked the time and discovered he was indeed tardy. While Xiao An had resumed attending classes, today was Snape's potions class. Nonetheless, he felt little anxiety, as he had no intention of attending, having been evading Snape's presence. Although only 5 minutes remained until the lesson concluded, it was still not considered skipping class. Recalling that Snape's class was on schedule today, Xiao An's tension dissipated, observing that he had learned quite a bit, and Lu Wei was no longer as resistant to him. Xiao An focused solely on the delightful creature before him, indulging in the affectionate strokes until he had exhausted himself. Ultimately, he plopped down onto the ground to rest. At that moment, Lu Wei had also regained some energy, yet he did not attempt to retaliate, clearly having been won over by Xiao An noticing this change. Xiao An's heart filled with joy as he cast aside all worries, surveying his surroundings and realizing the clear sky above. To his surprise, he discovered that this was indeed a clean, loving dog. Little Anshin pondered for a moment. Without further ado, she beckoned Hagrid to help clear a space around them. Subsequently, she summoned Toby, who promptly appeared. After giving him a few instructions, she provided him with a seamless extension bag and sent him on his way. Meanwhile, Hagrid had finished clearing an area and approached, albeit with a certain hesitance, indicating he had something to convey. Understanding Hagrid's reticence, and with a playful intent, Anshin surveyed the awkward giant and chuckled. "What's the matter, Hagrid? If you have something to say, just say it. This shyness doesn't suit you." Well, Hagrid stammered. "Just speak your mind. Whatever it is, I will assist you without reservation, for I consider you a friend." In Huaxia, friends should not keep secrets from one another. "Thank you. I wish to ask for your help regarding a brother of mine, Lu Wei." Is that all? There's no need to feel embarrassed about it. I will help you. But don't you want to know what kind of help it is? I said we are friends. Didn't I? Thank you. You are a good person. Come, I will take you to meet my brother. Wait, there is no need to rush. Let us have something to eat first. As she spoke, Anshin cast a spell that gently pushed Hagrid back, then leisurely made her way to sit beside the newly cleared space. Hagrid, seeing her wobble towards the area he had prepared, felt a twinge of urgency, but was uncertain whether to assist. He simply shuffled along behind, ready to respond to Anshin's commands. As they settled on the ground, Hagrid opened his mouth to speak, but Anshin ignored him, instead gesturing for Lu Wei to come over. Observing her behavior, Hagrid hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, "Wait. I haven't discussed the matter yet." "Then speak up," Anshin replied impatiently. "I hope you can take him in. After all, he is a magical creature bred under restrictions. If the Ministry of Magic captures him, they will kill him. Even if they do not, he will certainly be bullied." Bullied? Anshin mused. However, upon hearing that Hagrid wanted to entrust Lu Wei to her, joy surged within her. She had long desired to acquire such a creature, and now her dream was coming to fruition. This is wonderful. Thank you, Hagrid." Xiao An was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Toby appeared, bowed to Xiao An, and presented him with the recently acquired undetectable extension charm bag, holding it with both hands. Once Xiao An accepted it, Toby vanished from sight. Chapter 105, Dumbledore's Subtle Intentions Upon Receiving the Undetectable Extension Charm Bag. Xiao An felt a surge of happiness and quickly retrieved several small porcelain vials from his own bag. "Come, Hagrid. Lend me a hand so we can indulge in a feast together." Without waiting for Hagrid, he took out a large piece of lamb from his bag, returned to the house, and with a flick of his wand, conjured a giant cutting board. Using magic, he levitated the lamb into the air, and after a series of unknown incantations, the large piece of meat transformed into several smaller chunks, gracefully landing on the board. Soon after, a multitude of items swiftly emerged from the undetectable extension charm bag, and Xiao An conjured a blender. The ingredients that had been floating in midair began to peel and enter the blender on their own. With a dazzling array of maneuvers, Xiao An transformed the contents, and soon the blender was filled with an assortment of wooden sticks. Hagrid, who had been anxiously awaiting Xiao An's progress, was left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Even the reluctant Louis, who had hesitated to approach, gradually shuffled closer. For Louis, this was a swift movement, Despite his size, after all, he was quite a substantial figure. Xiao An noticed the reactions of the two and chuckled, choosing not to engage with them. His earlier preparations were now complete, allowing him a moment of respite. However, there remained one unresolved issue. Xiao An glanced at the bewildered Hagrid and, giving his thigh a gentle pat to rouse him, thought it best to awaken him there. As Hagrid's considerable stature made it the most accessible point. Although Hagrid was slow to react, the moment Xiao An tapped him, he jolted awake, startled by the unexpected touch. Amused by the sight of such a large fellow being startled, Xiao An couldn't help but laugh. Let's set aside other matters for now. First, could you help me gather some dry wood? Ignoring Hagrid's mournful gaze, he turned his attention to Lu Wei, who was at a distance yet yearned to draw closer. He extended his hand, attempting to summon the creature, but Lu Wei was no ordinary animal. He was a three-headed hellhound. Without Hagrid's presence, no matter how delectable the treats conjured by Xiao An, Lu Wei would remain disinclined to approach, observing Xiao An's gesture inviting him over. Lu Wei's innate wariness as an animal proved difficult to assuage. Furthermore, having been bullied by Xiao An for an extended period, he was well aware of his inability to contend with him, resolutely deciding to maintain his distance. Thus, rather than approaching, Lu Wei retreated even further from Xiao An. Witnessing Lu Wei's refusal to accept his goodwill, Xiao An responded with a mere smile and resumed his previous activities. Before long, he had produced nearly 10 mixers, each containing 20 wooden sticks. At that moment, Hagrid approached, carrying 2 withered trees he had just gathered. Hearing the commotion, Xiao An glanced in Hagrid's direction, feeling a twinge of anxiety, for he suspected he might have underestimated Hagrid's size, though he did not dwell on it. After turning back, Xiao An casually waved his wand, and 3 barbecue grills swiftly materialized in the clearing, 2 larger and 1 smaller. With another flick of his wand, 2 plump sheep emerged from the expansion bag, landing gracefully within it. Paying no heed to Hagrid and Lu Wei, Xiao An returned to his wand work, dividing the withered trees Hagrid held into several segments, arranging them beneath the 3 grills to ignite. Only then did Xiao An address Hagrid, patting the spot where Hagrid had previously stood, signaling him to sit. Rest assured, I shall take care of your brother, he stated, but you must tell me why. And there's no need to regard me with such apprehension. I know your brother is as large as you are, yet that does not concern me. Moreover, you are aware that few dare to provoke me at Hogwarts. After this remark, Xiao An resumed his focus on the skewers and whole sheep he had prepared. However, even as Xiao An sought to distance himself from Hagrid, Hagrid was eager to engage. No sooner had Xiao An finished speaking than Hagrid began to interject. Yet, with the likes of Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic so brazenly present at Hogwarts, and considering your own circumstances, as Hagrid spoke, he seemed akin to a wayward child who had erred, rendered mute by his own misstep. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, it became evident to Xiao An that without elucidating matters clearly, Hagrid's limited intellect might struggle to grasp the entirety of the situation. With a nonchalant flick, Xiao An adjusted the roasted lamb. Then, with a wave of his wand, he transferred all the skewers of lamb onto the grill before pausing his actions. Turning to gaze at Hagrid, who resembled a child burdened by guilt, Xiao An smiled and patted Hagrid's thigh, saying, You are aware that I am the Dark Lord. So you must also comprehend that until my downfall, no one would dare to confront me directly. Therefore, rest assured, I understand your fear of being ousted by Umbridge. But fret not. While I am present, he wouldn't dare act against you. But you are the Dark Lord. What if they discover your true identity and come after you? Discover my identity? They have long been aware, especially after the recent events I orchestrated so publicly. If they cannot discern this, then they are indeed beyond redemption. I see. Very well. Upon hearing Hagrid's response, Xiao An lost the inclination to further elucidate, concluding that it sufficed for Hagrid to understand, without the necessity of exhaustive explanation. Consequently, Xiao An disregarded Hagrid, turning his attention back to the lamb skewers, intermittently sprinkling them with cumin and Sichuan pepper, a rare seasoning he had procured with great effort. However, just as the whole lamb began to sizzle and release its savory oils, Xiao An suddenly uttered a seemingly inexplicable remark. It was Dumbledore who prompted you to ask that, wasn't it? Oh, how did you know? No, it was TM. It was merely my own curiosity. Upon hearing this, Hagrid experienced a moment of realization and quickly amended his statement. Chapter 106. I wonder what the rain in the magical world looks like. It seems it's going to rain. I wonder what the rain in the magical world is like. Upon hearing Hagrid's response, Xiao An immediately grasped the situation. However, rather than dwell on Hagrid's reply, she scoffed softly and gazed at the starry sky. Rain? Is it really going to rain? That's impossible. The astronomy department didn't forecast any rain. Huh. It's raining, and the starlight is resplendent. With that, Xiao An dismissed any further thoughts, waved her hand, and summoned the already grilled lamb skewers to her grasp. She casually grabbed a few and placed them in Hagrid's hands. Then, without a second thought, began to indulge heartily in her meal. Yes, this flavor. After consuming 5 skewers in rapid succession, Xiao An finally paused her fervent assault, not because she could no longer eat, but rather due to having overindulged to the point of feeling slightly choked. However, how could such a situation possibly confound a wizard skilled in the art of magic? With a mere flick of the wrist, a porcelain cup materialized, and almost instantaneously, water flowed from the air into the vessel. The cup then gracefully soared into Little N's hands. Observing the conversation delve deeper into a topic he had not intended to explore, Hagrid glanced at the skewered lamb in his hand, aware that it had been expertly prepared, yet unsure of how to partake in it. However, Hagrid was not foolish. He refrained from eating and instead observed how Little N feasted. After consuming 5 consecutive skewers of lamb, he finally grasped the method of indulgence. Yet, skewers of lamb were evidently ill-suited for someone of Hagrid's stature. Imitating Little N, he attempted to place a skewer in his mouth, but his approach was markedly different. Hagrid, being of giant lineage, towered over Little N, who, at around 1.7 meters, could easily swing on Hagrid's shoulders. One could only imagine Hagrid's height. Thus, even if he sought to emulate Little N's way of consuming the lamb skewers, his mouth was simply too vast. He devoured a skewer in a single bite. Fortunately, he managed to mimic the act without inadvertently consuming the wooden skewer as well, a feat Little N never doubted, given Hagrid's remarkable biting strength. After savoring a skewer, Hagrid's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm, and in the blink of an eye, he devoured all the skewers Little N had prepared for him. But he was not yet satisfied. After smacking his lips, he quickly turned his gaze toward Little N, clearly yearning for more. Little N was taken aback by Hagrid's voracious appetite, but swiftly regained his composure and waved his wand, conjuring a plethora of large marinated lamb skewers. The enticing aroma wafting through the air proved irresistible to Lu Wei. It is said that nothing entices quite like the aroma of roasted meat, a close second to none. Witnessing Little N and Hagrid's feast, and drawn by the delicious scent emanating from nearby, Lu Wei struggled to resist. However, having gone a considerable time without sustenance, his body could not be deceived and, in an honest display of hunger, he gradually made his way toward Little N. Before long, the creature made its way over, its imposing stature unmistakable. However, even upon approaching, Louis chose to keep his distance from Xiao An, opting instead to sit beside Hagrid. Observing this situation, Xiao An realized that the moment had nearly arrived. He retrieved several skewers of lamb from the house, deftly removing the meat before magically delivering it to Louis. At this juncture, Louis shed his pretentiousness. Unlike those astute canines who refused to consume anything other than their owner's offerings, he naturally devoured the morsel without a glance at Hagrid. With the lamb now settled in his stomach, his wariness towards Xiao An diminished slightly, and he suddenly recalled Hagrid, promptly glancing in that direction. However, Hagrid remained engrossed in the tantalizing skewers, oblivious to Louis's presence. Noticing that Hagrid was ignoring him, Louis hesitated to request food from Xiao An. His gaze fixed longingly on Hagrid, who was still preoccupied with grilling the lamb. Seeing this, Xiao An swiftly nudged Hagrid. Once Hagrid turned his attention toward him, Xiao An discreetly motioned towards Louis and said, "Hagrid, may I borrow Louis for a while?" "Ah, of course. If you're willing to take care of Louis, I certainly have no objections. Besides, weren't we just discussing this?" Hagrid replied without grasping Xiao An's true intention. After his response, he looked at Xiao An with a puzzled expression, then shifted his gaze to Louis. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Louis quickly realized he had been sold to the formidable Xiao An by this clumsy giant. This was not the first time, 5 years prior. Hagrid had similarly sold Louis to Dumbledore, though that occasion had been for assistance, whereas Xiao An had far different plans. Although Hagrid's reply was not what Xiao An had hoped for, it sufficed. After Hagrid's words, Xiao An sprang to his feet, approached Louis, and embraced the canine's head, initiating a delightful petting session. As he stroked Louis's fur, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, Louis, you are mine now. There's no escaping." This time, Xiao An relished the moment, alternating between the 3 heads of the dogs, indulging in the experience thoroughly. Though Louis was reluctant, he recognized that with Hagrid's endorsement and his inability to contend with Xiao An, he had no choice but to accept this humiliating fate. However, Xiao An did not linger too long with Lu Wei. as he still relied on the sustenance of meat. After plopping down beside Lu Wei, he began to tend to the lamb he was grilling, occasionally reaching out to affectionately pat the dog's head. As time gradually slipped by, Xiao An devoured 2 whole lambs and a generous assortment of skewers, yet he soon realized that Lu Wei still seemed unsated. Unfortunately, there were no more ingredients available, leaving them with no choice but to accept the situation. Following the barbecue, Xiao An fetched some water to freshen up and summoned Toby, instructing him to retrieve his magical creature box. Once Xiao An had placed Lu Wei into the magical creature box, Paige finally understood why Xiao An had asked his domesticated sprite to bring a box. This was indeed the magical creature box, crafted by none other than Newt himself. "Ah, Master Newt, may I have the honor of taking a look inside?" Upon hearing Xiao An mention that this was crafted by Newt himself, Hagrid promptly made a request. However, Xiao An disregarded Hagrid's appeal, casually stating that she would take her leave and allowed Toby to escort her away with the trunk. After returning to the dormitory and briefing Toby on certain matters, Xiao An instructed him to return the trunk to Snape's chamber. After a moment of contemplation, she penned a letter and dispatched it to Hagrid using a messaging charm. Once these tasks were accomplished, Xiao An contentedly refreshed herself and reclined on her bed, delving into a tome of magic. Chapter 107. Tediousness. Sage mode. Following the acquisition of the potion ingredient, Xiao An resumed her usual routine, attending classes and wandering the halls of Hogwarts. However, she had not attended Snape's lessons since, having mastered the essentials of potion making as well as some advanced yet practical concoctions. Additionally, she found herself uncertain about how to approach Snape, leading her to forego his classes altogether. A month later, on this particular day, Xiao An was tailing Cedric. Throughout the month, she had seized every opportunity to gather information about him, yet for reasons unknown, the anticipated events she had longed for failed to materialize. Reluctantly, she could not hasten the progression of her endeavors, as Cedric was one of her followers. Thus, she maintained her vigilance. On this day, after rising and sneaking into the Gryffindor common room, she suddenly overheard a discussion among Gryffindor students concerning Harry and Cedric. Intrigued, she swiftly exited the common room in search of Cedric, ultimately taking considerable time to locate him, only to discover he was in the dormitory. Consequently, she sought the assistance of a house elf in the kitchen adjacent to Hufflepuff's dormitory to keep watch, before returning to her own quarters. That afternoon, Xiao An abstained from wandering aimlessly and instead immersed herself in her studies until evening, when she received word from the house elf. Hastily, she cast a messaging charm to request leave and set out to follow Cedric. Xiao An trailed Cedric as he meandered, eventually arriving at the rooftop. It was at this juncture that the wisdom of her decision to follow Cedric became evident, as there was no place to conceal oneself on the rooftop. Thus, she boldly made her presence known. "Good evening, Cedric." "Ah, Masterin, what brings you here?" Xiao An did not directly respond to Cedric's inquiry. Instead, she conjured a chair with her wand and settled into it, gazing at Cedric as she said, "I trust you don't mind my presence as an audience." "An audience? You? Haha." Before Cedric could finish speaking, Xiao An waved his wand, casting a transformation spell to conjure a ceiling that lifted him into the air. He then waved his wand several more times to render the ceiling one-way transparent, allowing him to swim through a few sticking charms to secure it in place. This was the most effective method Xiao An could conceive to conceal his presence. However, once he had hidden himself, he took advantage of Cedric's distraction to cast a memory charm, ensuring Cedric would forget his visit to this place. The effect, though fleeting, would last only 2 hours, yet that was sufficient time. Thus, Xiao An remained hidden above, while Cedric reverted to his state before Xiao An's arrival. Strangely, Cedric magically conjured a chair identical to the one Xiao An had created, sitting upon it and gazing toward the staircase, seemingly awaiting something. Half an hour passed, and Xiao An began to grow impatient, suspecting Cedric had merely come to the rooftop to stargaze. Just then, Xiao An sensed the approach of several individuals. Calming himself, he resumed his observation. As anticipated, Harry Potter soon entered, accompanied by 3 others, Ron, Hermione, and Cho Chang. Yet, Xiao An felt the presence of even more individuals following behind. Upon entering, Cedric's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze upon the quartet. However, Xiao An noted that Cedric's attention was solely directed at one person, Harry Potter. "Oh, the stage is set for a captivating spectacle." Xiao An, filled with excitement, gazed intently downwards. Harry Potter, feeling uneasy under Cedric's scrutiny, instinctively reached out, only to forget that he was beside someone. none other than Zhang Qiu. In that moment, he inadvertently grasped her hand. Startled by the unexpected touch, Zhang Qiu glanced over and, upon realizing it was Harry, instinctively attempted to pull away. However, sensing her retreat, Harry tightened his grip, preventing her from breaking free. To Xiao An, this was merely the prelude to an impending clash. Yet, he suddenly felt movement behind Harry, but upon looking in that direction, he saw no one, knowing they must have concealed themselves. Unfazed, Xiao An assumed those individuals were merely spectators like himself, and returned his attention to the scene below. To Cedric, the exchange between Harry and Zhang Qiu held a deeper significance. Witnessing Harry clasp Zhang Qiu's hand was an unmistakable display of defiance. Zhang Qiu's instinctive struggle to escape was, in Cedric's eyes, a playful display of affection from a girlfriend to her boyfriend, a shy reaction prompted by an outsider's presence, after all. Why else wouldn't she simply slap him? Upstairs, both Xiao An and the unknown figures below eagerly anticipated Cedric's response, but he evidently did not meet their expectations. Xiao An had anticipated a confrontation, yet Cedric remained remarkably composed, his gaze sharp rather than hostile. Harry and Zhang Qiu, sensing Cedric's reaction, immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. However, their hands remained intertwined, refusing to part. After they bowed their heads, Cedric smiled, casting a lingering glance at the pair before striding towards the door. Xiao An, misinterpreting Cedric's demeanor as a precursor to violence, felt a surge of excitement. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. "I've bared it all, and this is what I get to see? What on earth?" Yet, lost in thought, Xiao An was oblivious to the fact that Cedric had already moved far away. Though he heard someone speaking, Cedric seemed deaf to the words, continuing on his path. With the thrill of the spectacle dissipated, Xiao An felt utterly disenchanted, as if all enthusiasm had evaporated after a night of toil, plunging him into a contemplative state. He glanced around, no longer inclined to linger, and, disregarding the sudden appearance of three individuals, shook his head and made his way towards the exit. Chapter 108. The Foolish Harry Potter. It seemed there was still a performance to behold. As Xiao took just 2 steps, a sudden realization struck him. He swiftly turned to face the 3 individuals who had unexpectedly appeared, only to discover that they were Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. A quick glance at the 4 individuals frozen in place made it clear to him that these 2 groups were intertwined in a complex rivalry. He hastened his pace towards the exit, and after a few more hurried steps, he ensured that they were out of sight. Immediately, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, then proceeded to walk briskly back. Fortunately, it was quite late, and Hogwarts lacked any illuminating fixtures. Xiao An did not venture far and soon returned. As he accelerated away, the 7 individuals approached, momentarily taken aback by the fallen ceiling from which Xiao An had just ascended. They quickly turned to one another, recognition dawning upon them. It was no surprise that the 2 rival groups from Hogwarts identified each other at once. Their expressions hardened as they faced off. Among them, Harry Potter felt a tumult of embarrassment, anger, and shame. "Malfoy? What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Ah, of course, I am here to watch the show. Such a rare and splendid spectacle. How could I possibly miss it? It would be a regret for a lifetime if I did. Yet, it is truly unfortunate that you were not on the receiving end of Cedric's lesson. You're asking for trouble." Harry, seething with pent-up frustration, could hardly contain himself upon hearing Malfoy's taunt and charged forward with a clenched fist. "Oh dear, is that not the foolish one? Why would a wizard resort to mere fists? Cast a spell, perhaps? Avada Kedavra, perhaps?" Littleton watched anxiously from the side, but unfortunately, Harry Potter and his companions could not hear his silent pleas. Then, Malfoy, having just received a punch, let out a cry, clutching his nose, tears welling in his eyes as he glared at Harry and his friends. Malfoy and his comrades were quite clever. Instead of confronting Harry directly as he had done, they swiftly drew their wands and cast a petrifying charm at him. Crabbe and Goyle, initially eager to engage in a physical brawl, hesitated upon witnessing Malfoy's use of magic. But soon they too retrieved their wands and began to unleash spells upon Harry and his companions without a moment's hesitation. Caught off guard by Malfoy's sudden attack, Harry was unable to defend himself and fell victim to the full force of the petrifying curse, instantly becoming immobilized and toppling backward. With a heavy thud, he landed on the ground, while at that moment, Crabbe and Goyle aimed their wands at him and swiftly began chanting their spells. Ron, still reeling from the shock, barely had time to react when a spell was hurled in his direction. Although Ron was somewhat dim-witted, there was still a clever mind among them. Seeing Harry struck, Hermione was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Just then, she noticed Crabbe and Goyle also preparing to cast spells, prompting her to draw her wand in haste. As Goyle's spell was unleashed, Hermione dashed toward Ron, swiftly waved her wand, and recited an incantation to conjure a protective shield around him, thereby evading the magic aimed at her by Crabbe. Watching this unfold, Littlin felt a profound discomfort in his heart and lost the desire to continue observing. He stepped forward, brandishing his wand and casting protective charms for Malfoy and his two companions, before approaching them. "And how did you come to be here?" Initially perplexed by the sudden appearance of a protective suit of armor surrounding Malfoy and his companions, Hermione was further startled when she noticed Xiao An approaching, exclaiming in surprise. Xiao An merely cast a penetrating glance at Hermione before turning his attention to Malfoy and his entourage. With a casual flick of his wand, he administered a healing spell to Malfoy before abruptly departing. Unfazed by the potential developments between the two groups, Xiao An's mind was in disarray, prompting him to leave them behind. Malfoy, elated at the prospect of receiving assistance from Xiao An, sought to capitalize on the opportunity to admonish Harry and his friends. However, he was taken aback when Xiao An merely bestowed a protective charm and a healing spell upon him before making his swift exit. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Yet he had little time to ponder, as Xiao An had already distanced himself. Consequently, Malfoy lost interest in further conflict, leaving behind a parting threat before hastily following Xiao An, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. As they quickened their pace to catch up with Xiao An, eager to engage him in conversation, a common tactic among pure-blood families, they were met with Xiao An's unfriendly demeanor, compelling them to retract their unspoken words and trail closely behind him. It was not until they reached the Gryffindor common room that Malfoy could no longer contain his curiosity and interrupted Xiao An's thoughts, inquiring, "Cousin, what troubles you? Your expression appears rather grim." "Ah, you are Malfoy. What brings you here?" Xiao An responded, somewhat surprised. "Seriously? I've been following you all this time. And you just now noticed?" Malfoy retorted. Upon hearing Malfoy's comment, Xiao An finally registered his presence, yet he was not inclined to engage in conversation, seeking to dismiss Malfoy with a curt response. However, upon being interrupted by Malfoy, Little Anne's spirits were surprisingly lifted. Nevertheless, she had no desire to engage with Malfoy and his companions. She proceeded directly to the portrait of the fat lady, brandished her wand, and requested her to open the entrance. "Wait a moment, cousin. May I learn magic from you?" "Certainly. Just return home." In truth, Little Anne had scarcely comprehended Malfoy's words, offering a perfunctory response. Subsequently, she tapped the portrait with her wand, rousing the fat lady. Upon recognizing Little Anne, the fat lady, without inquiring for the password, promptly opened the entrance. Ever since the incident at the beginning of the term, the portraits had grown quite apprehensive of Little Anne, while others could evade the fat lady, as the guardian of Gryffindor's entrance had no means of escape. Therefore, whenever she saw Little Anne, she dared not ask for the password and merely allowed her passage. Over time, the fat lady came to realize that Little Anne was not as fearsome as rumored, thus easing her trepidation. Consequently, all the portraits in Hogwarts ceased to fear Little Anne, largely due to the fat lady's change of heart. However, despite her lack of fear, the privilege that allowed Little Anne to enter Gryffindor without a password remained firmly intact. Chapter 109, The Wish-Granting Room After a Night Devoid of Conversation. Little Anne awoke the next day, followed her usual routine of washing up and resting, and used the transfiguration table to notify Schulman to bring her some food. After her meal, she continued to wander around Hogwarts. Yet, upon exiting the Gryffindor dormitory, she encountered 3 figures, 2 stout and 1 slender, waiting for her. A closer inspection revealed them to be Malfoy and his companions. As Little Anne emerged, Malfoy hurried forward. "Cousin, I didn't expect you to venture out at this hour." "How did you know?" Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Little Anne's alertness heightened. After Malfoy's explanation, Little Anne understood the situation. Her habitual routines had been documented by others, and Malfoy had merely inquired a little to ascertain this information. Upon realizing this, Little Anne's expression darkened, and she recognized that she had grown too lax within the confines of Hogwarts. Though she wished to alter her habits, she soon realized the futility of such aspirations. Some matters could be transformed, while others adhered to a systematic nature, governed by rules, rendering it difficult to evade the scrutiny of others, even with the intent to change. "Is there something you seek from me?" Little Anne inquired, her gaze fixed quizzically on the trio. "Weren't you the one who promised to teach me magic yesterday?" "Thus, I have come today, eager to seize the opportunity to learn," Malfoy replied. "Ah, did I? Well, I suppose there was indeed a promise made." "Very well. Since I find myself in good spirits and have some time to spare, let us proceed." as Xiao An proceeded towards the staircase without acknowledging the trio. Malfoy quickly followed suit, with Goyle and Crabbe hastily trailing behind. Although Xiao An had not agreed to teach the two, they were not foolish. Seizing the opportunity was imperative. After all, there was no outright refusal, and accompanying Xiao An could yield significant benefits. His prowess was formidable, having managed to outmaneuver Dumbledore during the opening feast. Learning under Xiao An's tutelage could only be advantageous. Should he remain reluctant to instruct them, it would merely entail walking a few extra steps, with no real loss. Although Goyle and Crabbe often displayed a certain navet, when it came to their self-interest, their intellect would inevitably surface. Otherwise, they risked appearing truly foolish. After a somewhat bumpy journey, Xiao An guided the trio to the 8th floor of Hogwarts. However, upon reaching this floor, Xiao An paused, as he was aware of a room of requirement hidden somewhere within, yet its exact location eluded him. Casting his gaze around, he remembered having instructed the others about this mysterious chamber, but its whereabouts remained a mystery. Let's split up and search for it. We only need, he began, prompting the three to scatter in pursuit of the elusive room. Meanwhile, Xiao An nonchalantly waved his wand to conjure a chair, settled into it, reclined, and crossed his legs, succumbing to his inherent laziness. Half an hour later, having fallen asleep, he was roused by the frantic return of the trio. Xiao An, we found it. Hurry, come see. Their voices grew fainter as they noticed Xiao An resting, fearful of disturbing him. However, their earlier shouts had already awakened him. What is the matter? Did you find it? He inquired. Yes. Come, let us lead you there. As Xiao An waved her wand, she dispelled all enchantments and approached the trio. Throughout the afternoon, she remained inside the room of requirement, not teaching them spells but rather delving into the construction and principles of magic. Teaching Malfoy and his companions had slipped her mind. However, she did impart a few potent incantations, including the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, both of which belonged to the 3 unforgivable curses. Other spells she favored, such as the Repelling Charm, she wished to teach them, yet they showed no interest. Conversely, they eagerly grasped those spells for which they already possessed books at home, revealing that they had previously studied them, albeit imperfectly. With Xiao An's guidance, the trio made swift progress, though the room of requirement bore the brunt of their destructive tendencies, becoming riddled with dents and holes. Xiao An soon encountered a perplexing issue. It seemed that a powerful enchantment had been cast upon the room. For even after unleashing the Cruciatus Curse, the flames did not consume any of the room's contents, merely leaving behind unsightly marks. After an entire afternoon of fruitless research, she instructed the trio to leave, requesting that they assist her in taking a day off, while she remained behind to continue her studies. It was only when hunger gnawed at her that she realized the magic within the room of requirement was beyond her current understanding. With a heavy heart, she stepped outside, only to be unexpectedly jostled from behind, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, her agility saved her, and she managed to steady herself before turning to the side. There, she beheld a figure with long hair, who tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. Ouch, that hurts, cried the girl, who propped herself up with both hands and rubbed her forehead in pain. At that moment, Xiao An felt no sympathy. Instead, she swiftly drew her wand and pointed it at the girl sprawled on the floor. As the girl rose, Xiao An finally discerned the identity of her assailant. Sitting on the ground, the girl calmly tidied her hair, revealing a strikingly enchanting face. Wow, she's truly beautiful, Xiao An thought. At that moment, the foremost thought that occupied Xiao An's mind was a resolute determination to enter her life. Otherwise, her existence would remain flawed. He felt that only he could appreciate her beauty. It was perplexing how such thoughts swiftly surfaced in Xiao An's mind. Chapter 110. Dumbledore's Army. Upon seeing the girl seated on the ground, Xiao An felt no inclination to be angry. He hurriedly approached and grasped her hand, pulling her up. Are you all right? He inquired. Ah, I'm fine, the girl replied, still in a daze as she was lifted. Once she stood, she realized that her hand was held firmly by Xiao An. A blush crept across her face, and she instinctively wished to withdraw her hand. However, Xiao An had pulled her up rather forcefully, making it difficult to do so now. My apologies. Had I not stepped aside, you wouldn't have fallen, Xiao An said, tightening his grip as he sensed the girl's desire to escape his hold. He shamelessly continued to act as if nothing were amiss while apologizing. No, it is I who should apologize. I bumped into you, the girl quickly retorted, though she remained intent on extricating her hand from Xiao An's grasp. Xiao An felt a surge of joy upon hearing her apology. He swiftly stowed his wand and placed his other hand over hers. It's quite all right. By the way, my name is Xiao An. What is yours? Luna Lovegood, she replied. Oh, Luna, such a beautiful name, akin to the luminous moonlight, truly befitting of you. Thank you for the compliment, but could you please let go of my hand? Luna's face flushed at the praise. Yet she still wished for Xiao An to release her hand. Upon hearing Luna's request, Xiao An felt a twinge of embarrassment and reluctantly relinquished his hold, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Luna, are you a student of Ravenclaw? He asked. Yes, Luna Lovegood. You know me? Not quite. I merely enjoy reading the Quibbler and happen to hear that Mr. Lovegood has a daughter studying at Ravenclaw. Ah, you enjoy the Quibbler as well? Of course. While some may deem this magazine peculiar, to me it is a veritable tome of magic. Xiao An's admiration was sincere upon first encountering the magazine. He sensed its extraordinary nature, and he had actively experimented with many of the magical discussions within, discovering their authenticity. Is that true? Do you genuinely feel that way? Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Luna was filled with delight, momentarily disregarding her earlier desire to withdraw her hand. She grasped Xiao An's hand fervently, her voice laced with earnest supplication. Witnessing this display, Xiao An felt her heart melt, eagerly nodding in response, rendered momentarily speechless, as Luna noticed Xiao An's enthusiastic nodding. Her initial beseeching demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a delightful laugh. The moment Luna smiled, Xiao An was utterly captivated, her gaze fixated solely on Luna, oblivious even to the presence of others emerging from the room. The individuals who emerged were none other than Harry Potter's close-knit circle, who, upon seeing Luna holding Xiao An's hand and Xiao An gazing at her with an infatuated expression, were left utterly bewildered, while Xiao An remained unaware of their presence. Luna quickly realized she was still holding Xiao An's hand and promptly withdrew it. The absence of the electric sensation caused Xiao An to regain her composure. Glancing at Luna in confusion, noticing her tense demeanor as she stared anxiously at the side, Xiao An, suspecting that Luna might be confronting someone who was bullying her, felt a surge of anger rising within her. She swiftly drew her wand, aiming it in that direction, only to turn and find herself faced with a throng of people, including Harry Potter and his companions, which instantly made her feel awkward. However, she soon recognized that these individuals had interrupted her moment with Luna. The thought that they might as well experience the warmth of Luna's hand ignited a fire within her. Scram! She bellowed, pointing her wand at Harry and the others. Upon seeing Xiao An's fierce expression, the group scattered like birds startled from their perch, fleeing as if pursued by some dreadful entity, Hermione included. She was now acutely aware that Xiao An was no longer the timid girl she had first encountered. The current Xiao An was formidable and decidedly unfriendly. Having slapped her just the other day, once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao An quickly returned her focus to appreciating Luna's beauty, though she then noticed that Luna was dressed quite peculiarly. Yet, her mood was dampened by the interruption, and all her thoughts had evaporated. What are you doing here so late? She inquired. I'm sorry. I promised them I wouldn't say anything unless you joined too. All right, it's late. I'll walk you back, Xiao An replied, recalling that Harry and his friends had formed something called Dumbledore's Army. However, she had little interest in such trivial matters. And since Luna was unwilling to divulge anything, she decided to let it be. Sounds good, Luna readily agreed, and together, Xiao An and Luna joyfully embarked on their journey back to the dormitory. However, what truly delighted Xiao An was not Luna's company, but rather the fact that she did not have to resort to desperate measures in order to engage Luna in conversation. Instead, it was Luna who animatedly discussed various topics with Xiao An, even engaging in playful dissent. Thus, as they walked and conversed, they returned to the Gryffindor common room, only realizing their misdirection when they arrived at the fat lady's portrait. Oh dear, I've taken the wrong path, Xiao An exclaimed, grasping Luna's hand and steering her towards the direction of Ravenclaw. No need for that. I can return on my own, Luna replied, becoming aware of how engrossed she had been in their conversation. However, now that Luna had arrived at Gryffindor, she did not dwell on it too much. She simply thought that since Xiao An was a student of Gryffindor, it sufficed for him to return there, and there was no need for her to accompany him back to Ravenclaw. Yet, how could Xiao An possibly comply with Luna's wishes in this matter? He merely pretended not to hear her words and began to pull Luna along as they ran. However, Xiao An was not foolish. He did not sprint too quickly, as his initial intent was merely to distance themselves from that spot. Not having run far, he halted his steps and resumed their previous conversation, feigning that nothing had transpired. Although Xiao An acted this way, Luna's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 111. You agreed. Xiao An intended to act as if nothing had happened and continue chatting with Luna, but her response was anything but ordinary. She called out to him and then posed a question that could silence any topic. Xiao An, do you like me? Luna gazed at him with a serene expression. Oh, well, yes, I like you, Luna, Xiao An stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity to him, he finally managed to speak normally. However, to others, it appeared as though he had been rendered speechless upon hearing Luna's words, only to quickly regain his composure and respond haltingly, "Would you be my girlfriend?" Upon uttering those words, Xiao An was uncertain about what to expect. He noticed a change in Luna's expression as she swiftly grasped his shoulders and looked into his eyes, saying sure, of course. It was unclear what Luna thought at that moment, but observing the nervousness in Xiao An's gaze, she made no further movements and instead replied, thank you. Wait, no, what did you say? You agreed. Xiao An had prepared himself for Luna's rejection, so when he heard her response, he did not quite grasp it and spoke without thinking. However, as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that it seemed Luna had indeed accepted his proposal. Really? Luna, do you truly want to be my girlfriend? After regaining his composure, Xiao An anxiously looked at Luna, seeking confirmation once more. Yes, I can sense that you harbor no ill intentions towards me, and you genuinely enjoy being contrary. I have never encountered anyone like you before, someone who does not wish to bully me, who sincerely wants to be my friend, and who enjoys being contrary, she said. However, Luna's lengthy discourse was entirely lost on Xiao An, who could only perceive the word yes. Her mind was utterly vacant, with the phrase "she truly wishes to be my girlfriend" incessantly echoing in her thoughts. Before she could comprehend her own emotions, her hands instinctively descended and enveloped Luna in an embrace. Luna gasped in surprise but did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated the embrace. Time seemed to dissolve, and it was only after an indeterminate duration that Xiao An regained her composure, her mind free from chaotic musings. Once she collected herself, Xiao An decided against escorting Luna back to her dormitory. Instead, she swiftly grasped Luna and, with a flick of her wand, vanished in a flash of white light. At that moment, Harry Potter had just reached the Fat Lady of Gryffindor. After uttering the password, the Fat Lady had barely opened the door when she sensed a surge of magical energy from afar. She quickly turned her gaze in that direction and beheld two beams of white light racing towards her. Before she could prepare herself, the lights abruptly vanished, and two figures materialized beside her. Suppressing her astonishment, she observed that it was indeed Xiao An and Luna, with Xiao An's arms still wrapped around Luna's waist. Instantly, Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a smile of wonder illuminating his face as he regarded Xiao An and Luna. Initially, Xiao An had intended to pause to allow the Fat Lady to open the door, but upon halting her apparition spell, she was surprised to find Harry standing there, uttering the password. In truth, the apparition spell cannot be halted midway. It can either fail, leaving the caster stationary, or succeed, transporting them directly to their destination. Regardless of how many bodies are involved, once the spell is successful, a part of the body will arrive at the destination. However, this specific form of apparition, characterized by white and black light, demands a continuous output of magical energy. The only way to cease is to exhaust one's magic or to stop oneself, which is why Xiao An paused to let the Fat Lady open the door. She had not anticipated encountering Harry, believing he and the others had already returned to their dormitory. Seeing Harry at the entrance, Xiao An had no intention of engaging him. She merely tightened her hold on Luna's waist and swiftly cast her wand again, enveloping them in white light and propelling them deeper into Gryffindor's sanctuary. Luna, eager to converse with Harry, found Xiao An's response too swift, barely touching the ground and calming the magical turbulence from their forced apparition at Hogwarts. Xiao An whisked Luna away in a flash of white light, leaving Luna with only the chance to utter, "Hello, Harry Potter." Before long, Harry returned to his dormitory, his face a canvas of disbelief. Upon entering, he saw Ron and seized him with urgency, exclaiming, Ron, you will not believe what I just witnessed. Luna is with Xiao An. Did we not see that together?" Ron responded. Ron questioned in confusion, "No, I just saw it at the entrance of Gryffindor." And was even holding Luna's waist. "Ah, indeed." Upon hearing Harry Potter's words, his roommates quickly became intrigued and leaned forward to look at Harry and Ron. Subsequently, Harry embellished the tale several times, perhaps as a means of retaliation against Young, and nevertheless, he concluded with a caution not to spread the word. Yet, how could such a matter remain concealed? The greatest delight of gossip lies in its dissemination. A rumor that cannot be shared holds little value. Meanwhile, Young took the initiative, returning to his dormitory with Luna, shutting the door behind them. He turned to Luna, exhilarated. and gently cupped her small head before leaning in to kiss her. It was at this moment that Luna realized what had transpired and where she found herself. However, she offered no resistance, clumsily responding instead. After a considerable time, their lips parted, and Young and made no further advances. After all, at the tender age of 11, he lacked the means for anything more. Then, Young and led Luna to the window. With a swift flourish of his wand, the original window vanished, replaced by an expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Behind them, a cozy sofa materialized, just suitable for two, albeit a bit snug, a deliberate creation by Young. He then embraced Luna as they settled onto the sofa, reclining slightly while Luna leaned against him. Chapter 112, Young and Luna beneath the night sky. It is unclear how much time has passed, but beneath the night sky, Xiao An and Luna appear utterly sweet together. In that moment, Xiao An suddenly lowered his gaze to Luna, gently kissed her hair, and smiled. At that instant, Luna looked up at Xiao An. Would you like something to drink? It's rather late. Perhaps we should have a late-night snack. Sure, but where shall we go? No worries, I'll take care of it. What do you wish to eat? Pudding. All right, Xiao An replied with a smile. Xiao An then returned to his room, retrieving his wand. Before long, a quill began to swiftly inscribe on parchment purchased from the Muggle world, detailing the items needed by him and Luna. The paper subsequently soared to the transfer table before vanishing into thin air. After the parchment disappeared, Xiao An waved his wand again, conjuring an armchair and a small table. He truly wished to share this moment with Luna over food, yet he feared that he might inadvertently spill something on her. Hence, he summoned an additional chair. Luna, upon noticing the extra chair, understood Xiao An's intention. Though reluctant, she recognized the practicality of not sitting too close while dining, and reluctantly attempted to rise. However, Xiao An could not allow such a foolish act. With the food and drinks yet to arrive, he was understandably reluctant to let her go. Embracing Luna tightly and saying, "Could you wait a moment?" Hearing Xiao An's words, Luna naturally could not refuse. Instead of rising, she remained by his side, observing Luna's compliance. Xiao An tightened his embrace, almost as if he wished to envelop her entirely within himself. Luna, feeling Xiao An's actions, leaned closer rather than feeling uncomfortable, for reasons unknown to her. Xiao An too felt a twinge of confusion. He had regretted his eagerness during their second apparition at the Gryffindor entrance. Questioning his impulsiveness in inviting a girl to his residence so soon after establishing their relationship, especially at such a late hour, it was hardly a fleeting encounter. However, Luna's reaction exceeded Xiao An's expectations. She showed no fear, instead expressing warmth towards him. This alleviated his worries, although he remained curious about her unexpected behavior. However, this is certainly not the appropriate moment to pose such a question. Xiao An, being no fool, simply embraced Luna as they sat together on the chair, quietly admiring the nocturnal beauty of Hogwarts. Occasionally, Xiao An would make subtle movements, yet Luna did not resist. Instead, she appeared remarkably compliant. Not long after, a plethora of delectable dishes suddenly appeared on Xiao An's transfer table, including steak and authentic Chinese barbecue, prepared with exquisite ingredients that Xiao An personally taught Sherman to use, including the special seasonings. Xiao An was aware of his desire to continue this moment with Luna, yet he understood it was inappropriate. So he briefly returned to his room and used his wand to transfer all the food and beverages to the 8 Immortals table. Luna had never seen the 8 Immortals table before. Although curious, she lacked the inclination to explore it. It was only when she observed Xiao An arranging the food that she reluctantly rose and moved to another chair, this time without Xiao An's intervention. Once Luna was seated, Xiao An picked up his knife and fork and, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, began to slice the barbecue. Soon, a small piece of grilled meat was cut. But instead of eating it himself, he extended it toward Luna. Initially, seeing Xiao An eagerly cutting the barbecue did not irritate Luna. Rather, she rested her chin on her hands, intrigued by his actions. She was curious about what he was eating, although she recognized it as barbecue. She was oblivious to its preparation, captivated by its rich aroma. When Xiao An offered her a piece of meat, she accepted it without hesitation, leaning forward to take it into her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she chewed. After savoring the meat Xiao An had provided, she promptly lost interest in her beloved steak, gazing at Xiao An with shining eyes. Xiao An quickly realized Luna's intent and continued to slice more meat to feed her. Before long, Luna was thoroughly satiated, unlike Xiao An, whose eating habits were erratic. Luna was accustomed to 3 regular meals a day and had already dined before heading to the request room for her studies. However, given the late hour and the extensive training she had undergone, The modest dinner she had consumed was long digested. Noticing that Xiao An was continuously feeding her while she had yet to eat anything herself, Luna felt a desire for him to enjoy a meal first but was reluctant to voice it. Thus, she ambivalently relished the food he provided. Throughout her life, apart from her parents, no one had shown her such kindness. Luna's gentle demeanor, unassuming nature, and striking beauty had often made her a target for bullying in Ravenclaw, leaving her without friends, and even her dormitory mates shunned her. This year, however, things had improved slightly. She had found companionship in Harry Potter and his friends. And now Xiao An, who had become her boyfriend, made her feel as though Merlin was watching over her. She had heard of Xiao An's remarkable deeds. Yet rather than feeling intimidated, she admired him. It seemed as though he possessed an innate mastery of legilimency, able to perceive the essence of things and understand the human heart, as if he could see through facades to grasp the nature of reality. While Xiao An had some understanding, he was puzzled as to why Luna accepted him so readily, even accompanying him to his dormitory on their first meeting. He had long admired Luna, having cherished her from a previous life, and this life, coupled with his penchant for playful banter, made his feelings for her undeniable. Nonetheless, he remained uncertain as to why Luna would so openly embrace him, and their shared meal revealed her genuine affection for him. When Luna ceased eating and adorably rubbed her stomach, Xiao An felt compelled to indulge himself, devouring his meal voraciously. Luna, with her refined manner of eating, appeared slow yet was surprisingly swift and delightful to behold, while Xiao An's approach was more brutish, swallowing in large bites. Yet, Luna did not disdain him. Rather, she watched him with an amused smile, her chin resting on her hands. Before long, Xiao An had consumed his fill and noticed Luna watching him with keen interest, prompting an awkward smile from him. However, he was unbothered by the scrutiny, dismissing any embarrassment with a casual wave of his hand. After washing his hands and face, he cleared away the remnants of their meal. Without further ado, he returned to his room and undid the spell on the table he had conjured, then gestured for Luna to join him on the sofa he had created. Luna hesitated briefly but ultimately took a seat beside Xiao An, in a playful yet mischievous manner. As she turned her back to him, Xiao An swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pulling her onto his lap. While this act might have embarrassed any other girl, Luna merely paused for a moment before naturally shifting to sit beside him. Soon, she leaned against his chest, and they sat quietly, enjoying the enchanting night view of Hogwarts. Time slipped away unnoticed as neither felt drowsy. However, Xiao An was cognizant that it was getting late and reluctantly decided to interrupt the rare moment of tranquility. He gently tapped Luna's arm, signaling her to rise. While others might have found Xiao An's abruptness puzzling, Luna simply looked up at him and, albeit reluctantly, stood up. For Xiao An, this was a rare moment of beauty. As he had spent his time in this world living with his grandmother, striving to fulfill the role of a genius and not disappoint Jasmine, while also willingly embracing darkness to help Severus Snape take revenge. Days were filled with relentless endeavors to enhance his power or navigate the machinations of others. Yet, Luna too had her own burdens. In no time, both found themselves naturally sharing a bed, though this time Xiao An felt less than beastly. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather that the circumstances did not permit such behavior. The following morning, Xiao An unexpectedly awoke early, around 10 o'clock. Yet to his surprise, Luna remained asleep, her brow furrowed, clearly troubled by a nightmare. Xiao An felt helpless. Although he could use legilimency to understand her dream, he refrained, knowing it would not alleviate her fears. Instead, he leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, turning away, unable to bear seeing her distressed. After quietly rising, he hurried back to his room to send a message to Sherman before heading to wash up. Perhaps the noise he made was too loud, for just as he finished brushing his teeth, Luna stirred awake. Upon realizing where she was, she initially relaxed, but then noticed the absence of Xiao An beside her, recalling that he had been there just moments before. However, the sounds from the bathroom dispelled any doubts. As Xiao An exited the bathroom, his gaze fell upon Luna, who was reclining on the bed, her large, playful eyes sparkling with mischief. It wasn't that her eyes protruded, they were simply large and exceptionally cute, inspired by her appearance. Xiao An playfully swooped in, scooping Luna into his arms and heading toward the bathroom. "What are you doing, Xiao An?" she exclaimed. At first, Luna was unaware of Xiao An's intentions, playfully wrapping her arms around Xiao An's neck. However, upon being led to the bathroom and witnessing the water filling the bathtub, a wave of panic washed over Luna in an instant. However, Xiao An was merely jesting with Luna. It was inconceivable for Xiao An to harbor any serious thoughts at that moment. Upon seeing Luna's embarrassment, Xiao An ceased to tease her. casually conjuring a pair of slippers for Luna before gently setting her down and stepping out of the restroom. Upon reaching the bedroom, Xiao An settled into a chair, retrieving a magic book to peruse. Soon enough, a bountiful feast appeared on the transfiguration table in Xiao An's room, a delightful surprise that he had previously arranged with Schulman. After indulging in both the exquisite sights and the delectable food, Luna took her leave. It was not that she was unwilling to remain with Xiao An, rather, she had no choice, as her belongings remained in her own dormitory, and Hogwarts strictly forbade cohabitation between male and female students. While Xiao An could easily disregard such regulations, he had to consider Luna's feelings. If they were to live together now, it would not only be unbearable for Xiao An, but Luna would also suffer from the scrutinizing gazes of their peers. Thus, each night, Xiao An attended classes with the 4 house heads, while during the day, he guided Luna on explorations around Hogwarts. Notably, Xiao An had resumed classes with Snape. However, he found that Snape was invariably absent, leaving behind only the recipes and ingredients he needed to study. A week passed, and after a day spent traversing Hogwarts with Luna and an evening attending Professor Failaway's lessons, Xiao An wished to invite Luna to enjoy the night scenery. Yet, fearing it might disrupt her studies, he reluctantly returned to his dormitory alone. The following day, Xiao An rose late as usual, completing his routine before heading outside. Today, he intended to visit Hagrid, but upon stepping out, he was taken aback to find all the young wizards wearing somber expressions, save for the Slytherins. Although curious, Xiao An refrained from inquiring further and continued towards the Forbidden Forest cabin. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Hagrid absent. Checking the time, he realized it was midday. Hagrid should have been in his quarters. It dawned on Xiao An that something must have gone amiss, and it was likely serious. Swiftly, he drew his wand and, enveloped in a shimmering white light, transformed and sped towards Hogwarts. Once back at Hogwarts, he apprehended a slow-moving young wizard, eager to discover what had transpired. It turned out that the Dumbledore's army, which Harry Potter and his friends had organized, had been exposed, leading to Harry successfully orchestrating Dumbledore's downfall. Chapter 114. The twins caused trouble. Upon hearing of Dumbledore's army's exposure, Xiao An felt little concern. However, upon learning of Dumbledore's removal and Umbridge's ascension, he found himself pondering the implications of Dumbledore's actions. Despite his curiosity, he chose not to dwell on it excessively, remaining vigilant in case Dumbledore sought to execute a cunning plan against him. After all, this was Hogwarts, Dumbledore's domain. While he had felt secure with Dumbledore in plain sight, now that Dumbledore had retreated into the shadows, Xiao An was filled with trepidation. An enemy in the open is not as fearsome as those lurking in the dark, poised to strike. This news prompted Xiao An to consider leaving Hogwarts, deeming it too perilous, yet thoughts of Luna dissuaded him from such a course. Thus, he lacked the resolve to remain and instead returned to his dormitory. Restlessly lying on his bed, Xiao An pondered the significance behind Dumbledore's maneuver. Suddenly, he recalled that Luna was also a member of Dumbledore's army. Panic set in, prompting him to spring up and dash towards Ravenclaw. After navigating the arduous riddle posed by the eagle-headed knocker, he gained entry. He hastily approached a Ravenclaw student and learned that Luna was unharmed. It seemed that in the days prior, they had been inseparable, and the entire Hogwarts community was aware that Luna was Xiao An's girlfriend. Former bullies of Luna had returned her belongings, albeit discreetly, and even the professors recognized her relationship with Xiao An, offering her no distress. Even Snape, whom Xiao An had not seen in a long time, had left a teasing note for him, indicating that Umbridge was undoubtedly aware of the situation and had not troubled Luna. As other members of Dumbledore's army transcribed school rules, Luna remained unscathed, engrossed in her studies in the library. Reassured of her safety, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and contentment as he returned to his dormitory. Yet, after only a few steps, he lost his motivation. Returning to the dormitory promised little entertainment. Instead, he ventured towards the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, where a club for magical creature card exchanges resided. Following a friendly discussion with Umbridge, the magical creature cards had been restored. Consequently, all the young wizards flocked to the magical creature card club, as other activities were forbidden. After spending a brief time in the clubroom, Xiao An left, feeling awkward. Despite having facilitated the return of the magical creature cards, his presence elicited a stiff atmosphere, devoid of any lively spirit. To avoid further embarrassment, he departed and meandered through Hogwarts for a while before returning to his dormitory. After resting until evening, he checked the time and realized it was time for class. In the subsequent days, Hogwarts resumed its usual rhythm, although Slytherin students were notably more active. Nonetheless, this did not disrupt Xiao An's routine. He continued to enjoy leisurely conversations and playtime with Luna, attending classes at night. However, within just a week, Xiao An could no longer bear the tension. Initially, he had wished to remain uninvolved, but while with Luna, he could see the subtle furrows of concern on her brow, indicating that something weighed on her mind. He suspected it was related to Dumbledore's army. Moreover, the Weasley twins had approached him, seeking his assistance in reinstating Dumbledore. Yet Xiao An pondered who would willingly allow their adversary to remain hidden. Ultimately, he felt powerless, as Dumbledore had voluntarily stepped down. The twins, however, did not grasp this rationale. And Xiao An could not articulate it to them, so he offered vague reassurances, encouraging them to remain calm. Today, Xiao An could no longer suppress his feelings. He could not stand by idly while his beloved bore a burden. Thus, he concocted a flimsy excuse to send Luna back. Understanding that Xiao An had matters to attend to, Luna complied without protest and returned to Ravenclaw. Once she was safely back, Xiao An swiftly transformed into a beam of white light and darted towards Umbridge's office. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Umbridge was not present. After questioning several young wizards, Xiao An hastened towards the Great Hall, where the students were currently undergoing their wizarding level examinations. Umbridge sat comfortably, reveling in the fearful gazes of the young wizards, imagining the rewards she would receive from Fudge for orchestrating such a grand affair. Just as Xiao An approached, a loud, unexpected knock resounded at the Great Hall's door. Unmistakably not made by hand, but rather by a foot or a stone, Umbridge, jolted from her reverie, stormed towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Xiao An, rather than confronting Umbridge as he had envisioned, cast a disillusionment charm to conceal himself. He had detected 2 magical signatures in the distance and witnessed 2 fireworks soaring from that direction, landing on the wooden door. Intrigued, Xiao An realized that someone had beaten him to the punch. Given the 2 magical signatures, it appeared to be the Weasley twins, who were undoubtedly poised to create quite a commotion. Little Anshin pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as a smile crept onto her lips. Evidently inspired by an amusing thought, without delay, she sprang into action. Swiftly, she stowed away her wand and retrieved her inconspicuous expansion bag, rummaging through it until her hand emerged holding a familiar object from the land of Hua. Chapter 115, Twin Eruption. Before long, a new development unfolded. The grand doors of the Great Hall were pushed open by a plump, elderly hand, revealing Umbridge clad in a flamboyant pink ensemble, who began surveying her surroundings. At that moment, from the very spot Anshin had sensed earlier, 2 individuals on flying broomsticks soared into view. As anticipated, they were the mischievous twins, each wielding a wand in one hand and fireworks in the other as they swooped into the Great Hall. Upon their entrance, the students present for the examination instantly lost their composure. The young witches and wizards, who had little inclination for the test, turned their full attention to the twins. The duo, once inside the hall, relentlessly waved their wands, creating chaos with the examination papers while periodically tossing their cumbersome fireworks into the air. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The students erupted in excitement at the twins' antics, clearly illustrating that no one relished the prospect of examinations. Otherwise, such behavior would not transpire. Shame on you. A bunch of students who detest tests. How wonderful examinations are. Anshin mumbled, feeling discomfort at the students' reactions. Examinations are splendid. I adore them. However, her moment of idealistic reverie was short-lived. Umbridge quickly regained her composure and dashed into the Great Hall, shouting, "How dare you? You two, come down at once." Yet, the twins had no intention of heeding her summons. Seeing Umbridge rush and only incited them further. At that moment, Anshin discreetly placed the object she had in her hand into her mouth. Instantly, the disillusionment charm surrounding her dissipated, revealing her presence, though the surrounding crowd remained oblivious, their focus entirely on the twins and Umbridge. Soon, however, their attention shifted to Anshin. Not only did the nearby young witches and wizards notice her, but even Umbridge and the twins turned their gazes toward her. The twins, perched on their broomsticks, nearly lost their balance, narrowly avoiding a fall, thanks to their decent Quidditch skills. As Umbridge chased the twins, who were fully committed to their mischief, Anshin seized the moment to blow into the instrument she held, a swona, renowned for its ability to resonate melodiously across vast distances. This marked the swona's debut since Anshin had acquired it at an auction, and she had diligently practiced in Chinatown for quite some time. Otherwise, she would not have been able to produce a sound. Where was the BGM for the protagonist's entrance? Xiao An pondered over the situation. Upon chasing into Umbridge's vicinity, he promptly struck up a spirited tune, "A Man Should Stand Strong." As the sound of his swona resonated, All eyes were drawn to this singularly unique individual. Meanwhile, the mischievous twins, caught off guard by the melody, momentarily faltered in their antics, almost losing their balance. Regaining composure, they immediately turned their attention to Xiao An. Undeterred by the collective gaze of the students, Xiao An felt a surge of defiance. However, when the twins also focused on him, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He thought to himself, what is the meaning of this? Though the suona is a splendid instrument for stealing the spotlight, today, you two are the protagonists, not me. After casting the twins a sharp glance, Xiao An swiftly altered his tune, transitioning into a melancholic piece. The twins, upon hearing the shift in Xiao An's music, found their previous mischief transformed into an air of melancholy. Indeed, the eldest sibling was truly remarkable. His level of trickery was exceptional. As they gazed at Xiao An, the twins exchanged glances, realizing they must refocus and resume their playful antics. Observing the sudden appearance of Xiao An, Umbridge's mind began to race. Unlike the twins, who were merely engaged in mischief, Umbridge had navigated the corridors of power within the Ministry of Magic for many years, and her thoughts were considerably deeper. However, upon noticing the glance Xiao An cast towards the twins, she quickly comprehended his intentions. He was merely seeking amusement. Consequently, she chose to disregard him and redirected her efforts towards the twins. With all three now preoccupied, Xiao An shifted his melody once again, transforming his lament into the spirited anthem of a man should stand strong. The young wizards, momentarily stunned, turned their attention back to the twins, who were now creating chaos by scattering examination papers everywhere. The twins then produced a large firework, hurling it towards Umbridge's direction. Sensing the imminent threat, Umbridge instinctively prepared to defend herself. However, Xiao An had already broken her wand, and the new wand she had just acquired lacked the same affinity as her previous one. As a result, she could only conjure a basic protective charm. The firework, with unerring precision, struck the shield she had erected. Umbridge felt a fleeting sense of relief upon realizing her spell had held, but her satisfaction was short-lived. The firework erupted upon impact, transforming into a flaming phoenix that bore a striking resemblance to Xiao An's own conjuration. The phoenix rises. Realizing the twins had executed this clever maneuver, Xiao An's expression shifted dramatically. Understanding their intentions, he immediately altered his tune once more, unleashing a vibrant melody titled "A Hundred Birds Worship the Phoenix." However, Xiao An did not expose the twins' trick on the spot. Instead, she cooperatively performed the lengthy phoenix cry from A Hundred Birds paying homage to the phoenix. As anticipated, the moment the obstructed object was revealed, the transformation of the phoenix into Xiao An's signature technique took everyone by surprise. Umbridge was momentarily stunned. It must be said that Xiao An's melody was exquisitely executed. Whether it arrived a second early or late, any deviation would have resulted in a blunder. Yet, it emerged precisely during the chaotic display of the fire phoenix. The impact was instantaneously altered, for at that moment, the painstakingly summoned phoenix, now soaring skyward, was poised to launch an attack. Upon witnessing this formidable fire phoenix, Umbridge abruptly snapped out of her stupor, her composure shattered. In her panic, she forgot to resist. Her trembling hand could no longer grasp her wand, which fell from her grasp. Without regard for her circumstances, she swiftly turned and fled toward the exit. However, escape was a futile endeavor. As she ran, her protective armor dissipated due to unstable energy, and the fire phoenix swiftly pursued her, closing the distance with alarming speed. Inevitably, it struck, carrying Umbridge beyond the castle's confines, where it detonated spectacularly, forming a W-shaped explosion. Chapter 116. The oncoming battle. After Umbridge was whisked away by the fiery spectacle, the twins followed suit, and upon witnessing their departure, the young wizards could hardly remain behind. They surged forward, hastening to follow in the twins' footsteps. It was unclear how many times the twins had rehearsed this maneuver, but as they soared into the air, they rapidly ascended. Once all the young wizards had emerged and found their footing, it coincided with the moment the fire phoenix abandoned Umbridge and soared into the sky, erupting in a brilliant explosion. However, Little Anne did not follow them outside. Instead, she first played a tune on her suona before retrieving her wand. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a flame spell that incinerated all the examination papers before dashing out. Yet, not all were consumed by the fire, for Anne had secretly retained 2 copies. As she emerged into the open, she beheld the magnificent sight of a fiery phoenix soaring into the sky, bursting into a glorious W. At that very moment, 2 figures on enchanted brooms erupted from the W, the illustrious Weasley twins. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembly of students and faculty erupted into fervent excitement. The crowd was no longer merely composed of those who had just taken the exam. Nearly the entire Hogwarts community had gathered. After all, the commotion stirred by the Weasley twins was so grand that only the deaf could remain unaware, drawing every witch and wizard in Hogwarts to the scene. Oh, oh, oh. Weasley, Weasley, Weasley. The students exploded with jubilation, chanting the twins' names, while the professors managed to maintain a semblance of composure, refraining from intervening. Even Severus Snape appeared unfazed. An, having just arrived, caught sight of Snape, whose typically impassive demeanor was momentarily disrupted by the twins' antics, eliciting an involuntary smile from her. Unlike the others, and was not merely caught up in the excitement, though she felt a twinge of joy, her gaze fixated on the twins' unexpected display emanating from the W. Her pupils dilating in astonishment. She marveled at their ingenuity, thinking to herself how brilliant the twins truly were. Yet, amidst the revelry, a disturbance rippled through the crowd, and soon understood why. The throng parted, forming a clear path, from which emerged two individuals supporting an obviously unconscious figure. These three were Ron, Neville, and the slumped Harry Potter. Upon seeing Harry in a state of unconsciousness, Anne's thoughts spiraled back through the years, recalling that a great battle was set to unfold this year, commencing with the awakening of Harry's latent powers. Seizing the moment as the trio approached, Anne discreetly drew her wand and, as if nonchalantly, returned to her quarters for a brief moment, casting a spell of legilimency on Harry. Following this, Anne hurriedly sought out Luna, knowing she was a member of Dumbledore's army and regarded Harry and his friends as allies, thus likely to participate in the impending conflict. To safeguard Luna from harm, Anne rushed to find her. It did not take long, for as the esteemed representative of Hogwarts, no one dared oppose her wishes. Moreover, with everyone aware that Luna was now Anne's girlfriend, they eagerly provided her with all the information she sought. Upon locating Luna, Anne swiftly embraced her. Disregarding the curious glances from onlookers, and in a flash of white light, they vanished together to Anne's dormitory. "What is it, Anne?" Luna inquired. "It is nothing. I simply miss you and desire your company. However, Harry Potter has sustained an injury. Might you accompany me to visit him? He is fine. I checked on him earlier. And after a brief rest, he shall be well." "Oh, very well." With that, Luna approached Xiao An, naturally nestling into his embrace. She discerned his subtle concealment. Yet the astute girl knew better than to pry, respecting the boundaries of unspoken truths. Subsequently, Xiao An and Luna remained in his room, not venturing out, until evening arrived. After partaking in dinner and sipping a glass of pumpkin juice, Luna succumbed to slumber. It was not mere fatigue that overtook her, rather. Xiao An had surreptitiously added a sedative to her drink. Luna seemed aware of this, as Xiao An observed her delicate nose twitch slightly upon tasting the juice, followed by a fleeting furrow of her brow, which quickly vanished as she feigned delight in her beverage. Once Luna was settled onto the bed, Xiao An swiftly shed his outer garments, retaining only his undergarments, the concealed extension bag, and his wand. He deftly brandished his wand towards the bed, casting a flurry of spells. In a blink, he donned a set of pajamas and, with another flourish of his wand, adorned himself in a new outfit, one of a rather forgiving hue, albeit snug-fitting. This attire was remarkable. Externally, it appeared seamless, devoid of zippers or openings. And Xiao An donned it not by hand but through magic. After retrieving the concealed extension bag from the inner pocket of his collar, Xiao An surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was nothing further to prepare. He then turned swiftly, opening the door to depart. However, as he closed the door, he cast a lingering, affectionate glance at Luna before transforming into a beam of white light, hastening towards the exterior of Hogwarts. Upon reaching the station, Xiao An executed a rapid disapparition, vanishing from the scene. Following several more instances of this magical transport, he found himself at the periphery of the Ministry of Magic. Initially, he intended to enter the ministry as a flash of light, yet after a brief flight, he realized that the barrier surrounding the ministry today was particularly potent, presenting a greater challenge than his previous attempts. However, there was no excessive contemplation. Rather, it was a case of accepting the situation and proceeding with heightened caution. Subsequently, Xiao An relocated to the Department of Mysterious Affairs, a place she had visited previously. Upon arrival, she swiftly produced a substantial amount of glass from her concealed expansion bag. With a flourish of her wand, the glass transformed into an invisible state, coalescing into a protective shield that enveloped her form, clearly manifesting as an invisibility cloak crafted by Xiao in Chapter 117. A convergence at the Department of Mysterious Affairs. This shield was remarkably lightweight, as its edges were distinctly secured around Xiao An's waist, allowing her to move with ease while the glass shield accompanied her effortlessly. Moreover, this protective garment remained steadfast during her movements, unaffected by any instability in the magic. Though it did emit slight magical fluctuations, a phenomenon that explained why Harry Potter's cloak of invisibility was unique. Other cloaks, whether conjured through magic like Xiao An's or fashioned from the hide of invisible beasts, could maintain their concealment while stationary, yet they would inevitably reveal flaws when in motion. However, the invisibility cloak that Xiao An crafted on a whim possesses numerous advantages. In contrast to cloaks made from the hides of invisible beasts, Xiao An's creation does not impair vision in the slightest. Additionally, unlike the illusion spell, this cloak boasts the remarkable benefit of not consuming magical energy. It is not entirely devoid of energy consumption. Once the magical power imbued in the cloak is depleted, Xiao An must replenish it. However, due to the application of a solidification spell, continuous energy output is not required. Thus, while Xiao An's cloak may be deemed somewhat lackluster, it is undoubtedly the most suitable invisibility garment for her. After conducting a brief experiment, Xiao An swiftly waved her wand, casting several spells upon the cloak. Subsequently, the magical fluctuations emanating from it closely resembled those emitted by the Ministry of Magic itself. Without meticulous scrutiny, one would scarcely notice the difference. However, for a master like Xiao An, such matters are trivial, as she is acutely aware that she will soon sense the presence of others nearby. Hence, she has no reason to believe that Voldemort would be incapable of perceiving it. Despite the brevity of the time, it was sufficient for a confrontation with a skilled opponent. Indeed, Xiao An was cunningly plotting against the Dark Lord. After surveying his handiwork, Xiao An nodded with satisfaction and subsequently sought a vantage point with the best visibility to await the unfolding of events. After a considerable duration, Xiao An noticed that no one approached, and his patience began to wane. Realizing he could not simply wait idly, he disregarded all else and removed his glass invisibility cloak. From his inconspicuous expansion bag, he extracted a substantial delicacy, a steaming roast leg of lamb. Yet, Xiao An did not merely indulge in his meal without concern. Following the emergence of the roast leg, he swiftly retrieved a lamb skewer from the same bag and devoured it with haste. With a flick of his wand towards a nearby stick, it instantaneously transformed into a wall resembling those of the Ministry of Magic. Without pausing, Xiao An deftly maneuvered the wall to the edge and cast several spells to obstruct the transmission of odors, allowing him to finally enjoy his meal in peace. He could hardly believe that even a simple act of eating had become so complicated. Once everything was in order, Xiao An muttered under his breath and took a hearty bite of the leg of lamb, as if it were a bitter adversary he sought to vanquish. After consuming a few bites of lamb, the fiery turmoil within Xiao An dissipated. It was at that moment that Xiao An realized something important had been overlooked. Glancing around, he recalled the location he had just occupied, which triggered his memory. Alarmed, he momentarily abandoned the tantalizing lamb leg in his hand. With a swift flourish of his right hand, he cast several spells in rapid succession. Any auror present would undoubtedly recognize the incantations Xiao An employed, as they were commonly studied forms of magic designed to eliminate odors, erase traces, and dispel residual magical fluctuations. Once he completed the series of spells, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and settled down to enjoy his meal. Before long, Xiao An found himself satiated, though his modest appetite limited his consumption. He set aside the lamb leg, gently rubbed his belly, and, with nothing else to occupy his time, he lifted the transformation spell, stowed away his wand, donned his glass invisibility cloak, and resumed his patient wait. However, it was not long before Xiao An became restless again. Clearly, Xiao An was a person unable to remain idle, a habit inherited from a past life. It was not that Xiao An was particularly industrious, rather, having grown accustomed to playing with a smartphone and computer, every moment of leisure inevitably led to a longing to engage with the device, merely to pass the time. To Xiao An's dismay, after so many years, this flaw had not changed. It was indeed a malady that needed remedy. Xiao An was aware of this, muttering a quiet curse under their breath. Yet, no effective solution came to mind, leaving them no choice but to forcibly suppress their thoughts and direct all attention toward the entrance. This time, Xiao An did not have to wait too long. Soon, several individuals riding broomsticks flew into view at the entrance of the Department of Mysteries, members of Dumbledore's army from the Harry Potter series. Strangely, Zhang Qiu was among them. While it was understandable for Ron and Hermione to accompany Xiao An, Zhang Qiu's presence was truly peculiar. A moment's reflection made it clear. Although Harry Potter and Zhang Qiu had parted ways, she was still a member of Dumbledore's army, and it was only reasonable for her to lend assistance. There was no time to ponder further, as Harry and his companions showed no sign of hesitation, swiftly steering their broomsticks deep into the Department of Mysteries. Upon seeing them arrive, Xiao An felt an immediate urge to follow. However, just as they cast the levitation charm and the speed charm upon themselves, a significant surge of magical energy emanated from outside the Department of Mysteries. These individuals were unabashedly radiating magical energy, and Xiao An quickly realized the reason. Upon sensing the magical disturbance, Xiao An promptly retracted their advancing steps and paused to wait in silence. Before long, a surge of dark energy appeared at the entrance of the Department of Mysteries, indicating that someone was using the disapparition charm. Xiao An was certain that these individuals were Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort, as dark energy of this nature could not possibly originate within the Ministry of Magic. Only the Dark Wizard's disapparition would manifest in such a black luminescence. It was only after this malevolent group had departed that Xiao An dared to take action, albeit with utmost caution, heightening their senses to the maximum. Thankfully, Xiao An's vigilance paid off. Otherwise, they could have found themselves in a perilous situation. Xiao An detected a magical aura at the entrance of the Department of Mysteries that was in motion, evidently cast by someone using the disillusionment charm. Although unsure of the person's identity, it was clear that anyone capable of such an act possessed remarkable strength. Chapter 118. The arrival of the Order of the Phoenix. No one lacking power could be so audacious as to employ the disillusionment charm at such a critical juncture of impending conflict. It was undoubtedly a formidable individual. While perception itself may not constitute a form of magic, it is a manifestation of a master's aura. In the presence of even moderately skilled opponents, such heightened perception would be easily detected. Fortunately, Xiao An's swift withdrawal prevented the individual employing the disillusionment charm from noticing them. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable before they could proceed. However, Xiao An did not act impulsively. With that individual present, Xiao An had to exercise utmost caution. For one could triumph in battle yet falter in strategy. Approximately 3 minutes later, Xiao An resumed his actions, confident that the individual had ventured far away. Upon first noticing the counterfeit, Xiao An had observed the swift movement, clearly indicating that he, like Xiao An, had employed a spell to enhance his speed. Sensing that the time was ripe, Xiao An hurriedly cast the lightness charm and the speed charm upon himself, swiftly making his way towards the direction of Harry Potter. As he dashed forward, he also did not neglect to cast spells to ascertain the path ahead. Before long, he arrived at his destination. However, standing outside the door, Xiao An was suddenly engulfed in doubt. This location was exceedingly renowned within the magical realm, for it was the innermost sanctum of the Department of Mysteries, the Chamber of Death. However, time would not grant Xiao An the luxury of contemplation. Glancing at the ominous markings of the death chamber, he steeled himself and entered without hesitation. Yet, just a few steps in, he found himself confronted by two factions, the Death Eaters and Harry Potter's Dumbledore's army. Harry Potter stood defiantly against one of the Death Eaters, clearly engaged in a heated exchange. Observing this, Xiao An immediately halted, centering his thoughts and striving to suppress any magical aura that might emanate from him. Before him, the Death Eater slowly removed his mask, and upon revealing his face, Harry Potter froze in shock, evidently recognizing this individual. Xiao An had discerned the identity of this figure at first glance. With silvery white hair that gleamed like gold, there could be no other than Lucius Malfoy. This distinctive hair color was all too familiar to Xiao An from Draco. As Lucius discarded the mask, it disintegrated into ashes in his grasp. He then extended his hand towards Harry, his mouth slightly agape, speaking with an air of nobility. "Hand it over, Harry Potter. Give me the crystal ball, or watch your friends perish." Don't give it to him, Harry," Hermione and Ron shouted in unison. Silence. The two Death Eaters holding Hermione and Ron growled fiercely. Harry glanced at his friends, visibly affected, then turned slowly to grasp the crystal ball, extending it toward Lucius. Upon witnessing Harry's intent to relinquish the crystal ball, Lucius's demeanor shifted to one of elation, reaching out eagerly while maintaining his lofty composure. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Just as their hands approached the same level, Harry inadvertently flexed his fingers, allowing the crystal ball to slip from his grasp. Lucius was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, momentarily stunned, and as he regained his composure, he instinctively reached out to catch the falling orb. However, his earlier pretense cost him precious time. He remained frozen in his noble stance, mouth agape, hand outstretched, watching the crystal ball descend. Upon crashing to the ground, the orb shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, Xiao An sensed a violent surge of magical energy emanating from a distance, yet when he turned to investigate, he found nothing but emptiness. It's him, he surmised silently, his mind racing. But time offered no respite for contemplation. For just as the Death Eaters were momentarily distracted by the shattered crystal ball, Harry Potter suddenly leaped backward, swiftly raising his wand, declaring, "Now is the time." Stupefied, several members of Dumbledore's army swiftly reacted, immediately falling into step with Harry Potter, each seeking an opponent and unleashing a stunning spell that sent their adversaries collapsing to the ground. As expected, Lucius was instantaneously struck by Harry Potter's spell, while the Death Eaters who had initially subdued other members of Dumbledore's army were likewise overwhelmed by the young wizards. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Death Eater who had just controlled Hermione swiftly regained his composure. Not only did he evade Hermione's attack, but he also conjured a protective shield that deflected her spell, subsequently launching a counteroffensive. At that moment, several beams of dark light suddenly surged toward them, landing with a thud and materializing into human figures, some masked and others unmasked. One figure, a woman resembling a lunatic, left a particularly indelible impression on Youngin. While the other Death Eaters were preoccupied assisting their beleaguered comrades in warding off spells or lifting curses, she immediately directed her assault toward Harry Potter and his companions, unleashing a barrage of highly destructive incantations. "Bone-breaking," she exclaimed, launching a spell at Harry. In response, Harry, demonstrating the formidable prowess honed through years of Dumbledore's guidance, conjured a protective shield to intercept the spell. However, it was evident that Harry's abilities were still lacking. For while seasoned wizards could easily counter such spells with a simplified protective charm, he resorted to a full-body enchantment, Fiendfire. In the ensuing exchanges, Harry found himself solely on the defensive, while the other members of Dumbledore's army, despite their intentions to assist, were each engaged with their own adversaries, rendering them unable to lend support. The tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the Death Eaters. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. As Harry and his friends valiantly resisted, another group of individuals arrived. These newcomers radiated white light, and as they approached, they circled the Death Eaters, colliding with several of them before swiftly descending to the ground, transforming back into their original forms. Upon landing, they promptly aided Harry and his allies in mounting a counterattack. Yet the Death Eaters still held the advantage. The adversaries who had just been felled by Harry's group were rapidly rescued by their comrades, and the reinforcements comprised a significantly larger number than the magical defenders. Chapter 119. A fierce clash. Although these newcomers provided assistance, the situation remained precarious. Nevertheless, their strength vastly exceeded that of the Death Eaters as they engaged in a one-on-two struggle, with some wizards even finding opportunities to strike. It appeared that these individuals were indeed members of the Order of the Phoenix. Upon witnessing the prowess of these individuals, Xiao An swiftly recognized their origins. Despite the formidable strength of the newly arrived wizards, the Death Eaters collectively believed their defeat was merely a matter of time, as the situation had become quite clear. However, Xiao An held a differing perspective, sensing that the circumstances were rife with uncertainty, particularly concerning Zhang Qiu. His conviction stemmed from a rather peculiar observation during the recent skirmish. Zhang Qiu was far from ordinary. The members of Dumbledore's army, being merely novice wizards, had not been adequately instructed in authentic magical practices for quite some time at Hogwarts. Thus, even though Harry Potter had avenues to learn such spells, his execution remained somewhat lacking. For instance, a simple and swift shield charm could have sufficed, yet Harry opted for a more taxing and time-consuming full-body bind curse. Xiao An's insights were born from this foundation. During the earlier confrontation, the nature of the full-body bind curse prevented it from entirely nullifying magical effects, allowing a portion of the spells to rebound in various directions. Consequently, when Dumbledore's army utilized their protective charms, some of the spells reflected towards Zhang Qiu. Although his outward performance appeared akin to that of an average young wizard, merely slightly stronger, he had not transcended the realm of a novice. Moreover, it was evident to all present that Zhang Qiu was not concealing his abilities. He was exerting himself fully, albeit with a strength that surpassed that of his peers. However, Xiao An noted that the spells reflected towards Zhang Qiu, despite being diminished in potency, still seemed to have no effect on him, as if they had entirely missed their mark. This observation underscored Zhang Qiu's exceptional nature. Of course, the other wizards present were oblivious to this fact. As their own capabilities had not reached such heights, they perceived the shield charm as wholly effective against the spells. Xiao An's insights were a product of his own advanced skills, bolstered by inquiries with more powerful wizards like Snape and Dumbledore, who had informed him that the abilities of these wizards did not compare to the level of Xiao An and Voldemort, rendering them incapable of recognizing the subtleties at play. Although some among them might have discerned the truth, they were enmeshed in the battle, lacking the capacity to observe such intricate details. After witnessing the clash among these individuals, Xiao An finally resolved a long-standing question that had lingered from his previous life. Why do those with formidable strength consistently engage with equally powerful adversaries rather than targeting the weaker ones? However, following this chaotic battle, Xiao An came to a profound realization. It was evident that when the members of the Order of the Phoenix first made their appearance, the deranged Bellatrix Lestrange of the Death Eaters immediately sought out the weaker members of the Order to attack. Indeed, that frenzied woman was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange herself. As Bellatrix assailed Remus Lupin's girlfriend, Nymphadora Tonks, Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather and a formidable fighter of the Order, called out her name to divert her attention, thus initiating a duel with her. Had Sirius not confronted Bellatrix individually, the Order would have undoubtedly faced imminent collapse. For allowing Bellatrix to operate unchecked would have led to the swift disintegration of the Order, especially given the overwhelming numbers of the Death Eaters. As Xiao An scrutinized Zhang Qiu, Mad-Eye Moody found himself ensnared by 4 Death Eaters. Clearly, the Death Eaters recognized Moody's exceptional prowess, a sentiment shared by Xiao An. Initially, Moody had been fending off 2 adversaries, but with his staff, which also served as a cane, striking the ground, he quickly incapacitated 1 Death Eater, leaving him motionless. The Death Eaters, not lacking in cunning, soon refrained from attacking him 2 at a time, opting instead to surround him with 4, which, while insufficient to subdue Moody, was adequate to restrain him. Fortunately, the burden on Moody intensified. Otherwise, the other members of the Order, particularly Daedalus Diggle, would have been in dire straits. Yet, amidst the fray, the 4 Death Eaters suddenly began to lead Moody towards the outskirts. Well done, James. Just as Xiao An grappled with whether to pursue, Sirius suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao An's gaze shifted towards Sirius, who unleashed a shattering spell that struck a Death Eater without a wand, obliterating him instantly. Following this, Sirius deftly redirected his wand, sending Lucius Malfoy's wand flying from his grasp, and cast another devastating spell, which, predictably, hit Lucius. However, this time, Lucius suffered minimal damage, as a sudden flash of light enveloped him, deflecting the curse. Evidently, Lucius had learned his lesson, having activated his magical artifact in advance. However, Lucius was still sent flying by Sirius's spell, crashing to the ground and rolling in agony, seemingly having fallen upon something unforgiving. At that moment, a sudden flash of black light appeared on a distant stone, revealing Bella, who had just been engaged in battle with Sirius and had now vanished. Upon her reappearance, she immediately cast a spell towards Sirius. As per Xiao An's knowledge, it was a mere stunning spell. Chapter 120. Hagrid emerges once struck by this spell. Despite his formidable strength allowing him to momentarily resist its effects, Sirius could only maintain his consciousness while relinquishing control over his body. Even Xiao An and Voldemort would find themselves powerless to command their bodies after being hit. A look of disbelief washed over Sirius's face as he processed the reality of his impending demise, yet he dared not dwell on it. His body, however, promptly began to fall sideways, directly towards the curtain of the Department of Mystery's death chamber. Observing this grim scenario, Xiao An understood that Sirius was beyond salvation, particularly since Harry Potter, situated beside Sirius, was struggling valiantly against Bella and could not offer assistance. Thus, Sirius was resigned to his fate, teetering into the curtain. In truth, had Harry been able to grasp Sirius's hand at that moment, Sirius would undoubtedly have evaded death, but circumstances were beyond their control. Just then, a spell shot forth, catching Sirius and delivering him from the brink of demise, a perfectly timed levitation charm that spared him from plummeting into the curtain. Upon witnessing the spell's trajectory, Xiao An swiftly turned his gaze in that direction, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the caster was none other than Zhang Qiu. At that precise moment, Xiao An also noticed that a Death Eater, who had been dueling with Zhang Qiu, seized the opportunity and unleashed a bone-breaking curse. The spell struck Zhang Qiu with alarming speed, and what transpired next left Xiao An both shocked and queasy. The moment the curse reached Zhang Qiu, she was no longer shielded by the armor-like protection that had previously reflected spells. Her arm was instantly shattered, blood and flesh erupting. Her clothing was likewise reduced to tatters, exposing a significant expanse of skin. However, just as Xiao An focused intently on Zhang Qiu's disrobing, her appearance began to morph dramatically. Her face broadened, her stature increased, and her physique thickened. The sight froze everyone in place, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion, utterly bewildered by the transformation that had overtaken Zhang Qiu. Soon, the transformation concluded, and Xiao An was met with a vision that made him wish he could gouge out his own eyes. Where Zhang Qiu had once stood, there now loomed a towering, muscular man. It was none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the esteemed professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts, who stood before them, clad in tattered garments that revealed large swathes of his furry torso. In that moment, Little An could no longer maintain her composure. Her magical aura intensified involuntarily. Fortunately, Hagrid's appearance had repulsed everyone so thoroughly that no one noticed the shift. The realization struck and like a bolt of lightning. She understood at last why she had sensed an oddity in Zhang Qiu. The formidable resilience of Zhang Qiu's body was attributed to Hagrid, whose giant lineage rendered him impervious to the reflected spells, feeling even less than the sting of a fly. It dawned on her that Hagrid had consumed Polyjuice Potion to assume Zhang Qiu's form as an undercover agent. Had it not been for this clever ruse, Sirius would have been in grave danger. It is pertinent to note that while Polyjuice Potion allows one to fully transform into another's likeness, it does not render one immune to harm. Spells such as the Stunning Spell or Petrificus Totalis have no effect. Yet damaging spells like the Blasting Curse or Fiendfire will cause the potion's effects to dissipate upon injury. However, if one were to be struck down by the Killing Curse, the transformation would be irrevocably retained, and no antidote could remedy it. Though Hagrid had been struck by the Blasting Curse, the situation was evidently not dire. For amidst the shock of the onlookers, he displayed an astonishing cleverness, swiftly retaliating against the Death Eater who had just attacked him with a wand that seemed absurdly small in his massive hands. In the midst of this chaos, however, no one noticed when Bellatrix suddenly unleashed a Blasting Curse aimed at Sirius. Although he perceived the attack, he was powerless to evade it, despite his formidable strength. Merely remaining conscious was his utmost limit. Thus, Sirius could only watch helplessly as Bellatrix's curse hurtled toward him. As fate would have it, the spell struck his chest rather than his head for reasons unknown. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that this is a common practice among the majority of wizards. While a strike to the head can indeed prove fatal, most wizards tend to aim for the torso, as its larger surface area makes it easier to hit. Only those of exceptional caliber, such as the likes of Little An or Voldemort, would dare to cast spells directly at the head. This is not merely a testament to their confidence in their own abilities. After all, any wizard capable of contending with someone of Little An's prowess is unlikely to be weak. Aiming for the torso may inflict injury upon the opponent. Yet one can never be certain of their hidden cards. For instance, Little An has endured several hits to the chest, yet he managed to retaliate. Thus, Bella's curse did not directly claim Sirius Black's life. Rather, it left him in a gruesome state, his flesh and blood a macabre sight, though not lethal. Little An observed that while Sirius had been struck, his heart remained unscathed, and with prompt medical attention, there was still hope for recovery. However, the others present did not share this perspective. They were convinced that Sirius had succumbed. The members of Dumbledore's army and the Order of the Phoenix were overwhelmed with grief, their eyes glistening with tears, while the Death Eaters rejoiced, instantly launching a counterattack. "I have slain Sirius Black! I have slain Sirius Black!" Bella exclaimed, her heart swelling with glee upon seeing the tragic state of Sirius, transforming into a carefree maiden as she sang and skipped away into the distance. Harry Potter, witnessing the mangled form of Sirius, let out a primal scream. Yet, upon hearing Bella's cheerful song, a surge of fury ignited within him, and he seized his wand, pursuing Bella with relentless determination. Soon, Harry Potter caught up with Bella and immediately unleashed a spell, unbeknownst to Bella, who was merrily hopping forward. She was completely unaware of the presence behind her and thus unwittingly succumbed to the spell, collapsing to the ground with a gasp. Chapter 121. The Manifestation of Voldemort and Dumbledore. As previously mentioned, the use of the Crucio curse necessitates a serene state of mind. The calmer one remains, the more potent the incantation becomes. Although Harry's curse struck Bella, his emotional state was evidently far from tranquil, and thus the spell's power was diminished. Xiao An hurried a few steps forward, eager to gain a clearer view. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed Harry's lips move, clearly preparing to cast another spell. Yet for some unknown reason, he hesitated. Just then, a figure appeared less than 3 meters away from Xiao An. It was none other than the noseless man, Voldemort. Recognizing him instantly, Xiao An noted that although only the head was visible amidst the mist, the distinctiveness of the man's absence of a nose made identification effortless. Of course, Harry and Bella were oblivious to this. Perhaps only Xiao An was aware of Voldemort's presence. Upon materializing, Voldemort immediately began to incite Harry. "You must harden your heart, Harry. She killed him. She deserves it. You know how to use that spell, Harry." With that, Voldemort flew towards Harry, provocatively exhaling near his ear. A scene that nearly made Xiao An burst into laughter. At this moment, Bella regained her composure. Though still somewhat weak, she was no longer in pain. And upon witnessing Voldemort's antics, she laughed aloud. "Go on, take action." After merely exhaling, Voldemort swiftly darted to the side, unfortunately heading directly towards Xiao An's position. Initially engrossed in the spectacle, Xiao An lost his composure upon realizing Voldemort was heading in his direction, fearing his cover had been blown. He quickly grasped his wand, ready to retaliate. However, Voldemort merely floated a short distance before halting. At this juncture, it was perplexing what Harry was thinking, as he did not cast the killing curse at Bella, but instead swiftly turned to point his wand at Voldemort, ready to unleash a spell. Yet, how could Voldemort be confronted by the current Harry Potter? With the right circumstances, there might have been a glimmer of hope in overcoming Voldemort, but at this moment, Harry was akin to a fish on a chopping board. Voldemort, without even glancing at Harry, effortlessly turned and with a flick of his cloak, knocked the wand from Harry's grasp to the ground. A prime opportunity. Upon witnessing this situation, a flicker of joy ignited within the heart of Xiao An, for she recognized this as Voldemort's prime opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter. If one were to ponder who harbored the most fervent desire for Harry's demise, Xiao An would confidently declare herself the foremost contender, leaving even Voldemort in a distant second. Thus, she fervently prayed in silence for Voldemort to vanquish Harry Potter. However, Voldemort was not attuned to Xiao An's wishes. After disarming Harry, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead resorting to a verbal onslaught of mockery. "So feeble," he sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yet what significance did it truly hold? The adage that villains perish through excessive verbosity rang true. Observing Voldemort's hesitation, a chill coursed through Xiao An, signaling that the situation was far from settled. Indeed, scarcely had Voldemort's words faded when a flash of green light erupted from the nearby cupboard, revealing none other than the venerable Albus Dumbledore, distinguished by his white hair and beard. "Your presence here tonight is a foolish choice, Tom," he declared. Stepping forth with his wand in hand, his gaze fixed upon Voldemort, laced with derision. "The Aurors are en route. By the time they arrive, I shall have departed, while you will have met your end." Before Dumbledore could continue his taunts, Voldemort swiftly initiated his assault, casting a killing curse towards Dumbledore with a mere flick of his wand. Yet Dumbledore was no novice. Perceiving Voldemort's imminent threat, he reacted with alacrity, twirling his wand above his head, while simultaneously pushing Harry to the side. In that instant, a disarming charm and a fatal curse collided, resulting in a stalemate where neither party could gain the upper hand. However, Xiao An soon realized that Dumbledore had fallen into a disadvantageous position, as Voldemort's killing curse was evidently suppressing Dumbledore's disarming charm. Observing this, Xiao An decided to reveal himself, recognizing Dumbledore's current value, even if death were imminent. It could not come at this moment, for it would disrupt Xiao An's plans. Without seeking a more opportune moment, he immediately manifested, casting a repelling charm that sent Dumbledore flying. Simultaneously, the confrontation between the disarming charm and the killing curse dissipated as Dumbledore was struck away, resulting in the disarming charm vanishing and the killing curse hurtling toward Dumbledore's original position. However, due to Xiao An's repelling charm, Dumbledore was no longer there, causing the killing curse to merely pass through the space he had occupied and strike the ground behind him. "He is mine, Dumbledore. Long time no see, Tom. You certainly made me wait. It's you. How did you come to be here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Avada Kedavra. As Xiao An uttered the incantation, he did not harbor any illusions of actually hitting Voldemort. He merely sought to irritate him. As anticipated, the moment Xiao An began his spell, Voldemort sensed it and, without the luxury of time to counter with an incantation, unleashed a silent killing curse. Seeing Voldemort's lack of a verbal incantation filled Xiao An with a momentary joy, as he believed Voldemort's curse could not match his own. However, that fleeting joy quickly turned to astonishment as he witnessed Voldemort's killing curse effortlessly redirect Xiao and spell upon contact, with Voldemort merely flicking his wand to alter its trajectory. Unbelievable. It can be done like that? Xiao An was momentarily dumbfounded by Voldemort's display of skill, yet he dared not linger too long on this revelation, swiftly regaining his focus to prepare another spell. After all, in a duel between masters, every second counts. Victory often hinges not merely on the potency of a spell, but on seizing the fleeting moment. Chapter 122, The Battle of the Ministry of Magic. Is this how your parents taught you? You don't even understand the basics of dueling etiquette. Xiao An was inclined to continue his assault, but Voldemort taunted him instead. For a mongrel like you, who dares not engage in a fair one-on-one confrontation, there's truly no need for etiquette. Come on, Tom, show me your true strength. Xiao An had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with Voldemort. He immediately launched into action. However, Dumbledore, who was observing from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency upon hearing Xiao An's words. He had hoped to prolong the encounter, for as he had mentioned, Auro was already en route. Yet, the situation spiraled out of control the moment Xiao An uttered that phrase. Xiao An's implication was a derogatory term, yet the English he spoke translated to mixed blood. A particularly sensitive topic given that Voldemort was an ardent proponent of blood purity. Furthermore, Voldemort harbored a deep-seated disdain for his Muggle father. Thus, upon hearing the truth revealed by Xiao An, he lost all composure. Without engaging in dialogue, he seized his wand and swiftly cast several spells without uttering a word. Silent spells are the epitome of a wizard's combat prowess, as the absence of incantation renders the nature of the spell indiscernible. One must rely solely on intuition, observing the caster's gestures, the color of the spells, their trajectories, and velocities to ascertain their intent. Among these, the gestures can be particularly deceptive, for the motions of any spell can be simplified or misinterpreted. A gesture intended for a stunning spell might resemble that of a shattering curse, and the motions for the killing curse are even more varied, as extending the wand forward suffices. The possibilities for manipulation are virtually limitless. Is it possible for spells to transform in such a manner? One might ponder, wasn't that a shattering curse? How did it morph into a bone-breaking curse? By Merlin's beard. How could a stasis charm turn into a shielding charm? Goodness, how did disarm turn into transfiguration? As Xiao An and Voldemort engaged in their fierce duel, members of Dumbledore's army converged, among them, Rubeus Hagrid, who, for reasons unknown, had been gifted with a garment that concealed his original appearance. Witnessing the confrontation between the two, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. It was evident that the power displayed by both combatants challenged their very understanding of reality. Hermione, in particular, was beside herself, struggling to reconcile her textbook knowledge with the extraordinary feats unfolding before her. Each spell cast by the two combatants relentlessly shattered her worldview, and the battle had reached a fever pitch, with the realization dawning upon them that mere ordinary spells would not suffice to defeat one another. Fire Serpent, Fire Phoenix. In a remarkable synchrony, the two individuals unleashed their formidable spells. However, neither uttered the complete incantation. Both employed simplified versions. It was evident that Voldemort exhibited a far greater mastery, while Xiao An's attempt appeared rather inexperienced. This was to be expected, for Xiao An typically utilized Phoenix ascending to the heavens as his incantation, and this marked his inaugural practical application of simplified spells. Despite its naivety, the incantation materialized entirely. Before long, a colossal fire python swiftly took shape at the tip of Voldemort's wand, which he then directed menacingly toward Xiao An with a flick. In contrast, Xiao An's Fire Phoenix formed at a slower pace, yet it eventually emerged, albeit with less vigor than Voldemort's creation. Consequently, Xiao An could not permit the Phoenix to engage Voldemort. Instead, he redirected his wand to confront the advancing fire python. Upon noticing the manifestation of Xiao An's Fire Phoenix, Voldemort subtly maneuvered his wand, redirecting the python, originally aimed at Xiao An, toward the Phoenix instead. In this moment of hesitation, Xiao An's Fire Phoenix had merely lagged slightly behind, granting Voldemort the opportunity not only to alter the python's trajectory but also to unleash a spell. Of course, as soon as Xiao An's Phoenix fully formed, he too began to cast his spell, yet it was already too late. The incantation from Voldemort erupted forth, while Xiao An's spell remained unformed, still brewing within his wand. At the critical juncture, just as Voldemort's lethal curse was about to strike Xiao An, the latter's own curse finally took shape. With a decisive flick of his wand, he met Voldemort's curse head-on. Xiao An's choice mirrored Voldemort's previous decision. He swiftly redirected both spells away from their intended targets. Immediately thereafter, He unleashed a new incantation toward Voldemort. With relative ease, Voldemort managed to defend against it. From that moment on, Xiao An eschewed ordinary magic, favoring instead complex spells that often intertwined 2 or 3 additional enchantments. Caught off guard, Voldemort fell victim to this intricacy, evidently unable to discern the nature of the magic Xiao An had woven together. However, the setback was not significant, for Voldemort recognized all the truly lethal spells within Xiao An's composite magic. Yet, Xiao An had a penchant for employing inconspicuous spells for his combinations. Thus, Voldemort, caught off guard, was swiftly struck by a repelling charm. It was as if he had been kicked, and he fell to the ground. In such a moment, how could Xiao An refrain from seizing the opportunity? He immediately unleashed a barrage of spells, including a petrification charm, a shattering spell, and a disarmament charm, all intertwined within a single incantation. However, a mere repelling charm could not secure victory. Though having the upper hand was sufficient, Xiao An was still too inexperienced. At the moment the spell struck, Voldemort quickly devised a countermeasure. As Xiao An's spell had yet to be cast, Voldemort rolled as he hit the ground, regaining his footing just in time to retaliate with a spell of his own. Upon witnessing Voldemort's evasive maneuver, Xiao An realized his spell would surely miss, and indeed, Voldemort dodged it, swiftly launching a counterattack. Consequently, Xiao An's newly gained advantage evaporated, and he found himself at a disadvantage, compelled to defend. After several exchanges, Xiao An still struggled to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack, resorting only to a vigorous defense. Observing Xiao An's plight, the members of Dumbledore's army grew increasingly anxious, while Bella wore a smile, reveling in the chaos. This madwoman had not left the scene but was instead watching the battle unfold, nearly driven to despair when Voldemort had been at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the tide turned, and the atmosphere became charged with fervor as the onlookers silently cheered for Voldemort's resurgence. Chapter 123. He is returned. At that moment, Dumbledore, witnessing Xiao An's struggle and inability to find an opening, could no longer contain himself. He raised his wand and cast a composite spell of a stunning charm and a shattering curse toward Voldemort, thereby alleviating Xiao An's predicament. However, Xiao An did not express gratitude. Rather, he was filled with rage. Just as Dumbledore's spell interrupted Voldemort's rhythm of attack, another spell was released. Before Voldemort could ready a counter, Xiao An swiftly waved his wand, casting a shield charm and an armored protection to block Voldemort's advance. I have said it before, he is mine. As Xiao An summoned the Fire Phoenix, a spark shot towards Dumbledore. Observing this, Voldemort did not immediately confront Xiao An. Instead, he directed the Fire Serpent to launch a spark at Dumbledore as well. The two joined forces, swiftly forcing Dumbledore to retreat. Noticing Xiao An's lack of gratitude, Dumbledore chose not to escalate the situation further, putting away his wand and stepping back, signaling his withdrawal from the conflict. Subsequently, their battle became ensnared in a stalemate. However, unlike at the beginning, they could no longer fight recklessly. Above them, the Fire Phoenix and the gigantic serpent clashed, with flames raining down intermittently, each maneuver deliberate on both sides. After all, the flames produced by these formidable creatures were no ordinary fire. They were the infamous, ever-burning flames, with even a single spark equivalent to a powerful fire curse, demanding their utmost attention. With the assistance of the Fire Phoenix and Fire Serpent, their destructive capability surged. At that moment, Harry Potter and Bella dared not approach the heart of the battle, retreating to a safe distance to observe. Suddenly, the fireplaces on both sides flickered with green light, indicating the arrival of individuals using flue powder. Emerging from the flames were none other than officials from the Ministry of Magic, including Fudge. Notably, there were no Aurors present, suggesting that Fudge did not take Dumbledore's warning seriously, coming merely to save face or to diminish Dumbledore's standing. "Ah, he is back," Fudge exclaimed, stepping out of the fireplace and immediately spotting Voldemort in combat, his face a portrait of shock. Both Voldemort and Xiao An sensed Fudge and his entourage, yet were too engrossed in battle to divert their attention. Bella, noticing Fudge's arrival, lost interest in spectating and swiftly adhered to their prearranged plan, leaping towards the fireplace and vanishing in a flash of green light. Meanwhile, Xiao An continued to maneuver the Fire Phoenix towards Fudge and his group. Initially, Voldemort was puzzled by Xiao An's intent with the Fire Phoenix, but soon realized it was headed towards Fudge, prompting him to cease directing the Fire Serpent's assault. An awe-inspiring scene unfolded in the sky as the battle between the Fire Phoenix and the Fire Serpent escalated dramatically. Sparks rained down, fiercer than before. Yet both combatants understood the intention behind this intensification. Soon, A wall of fire encircled them, and they both halted, standing opposite each other. It appeared that a conclusive victory would elude them once again. "Your strength is commendable," one remarked, "though I wonder why you hesitated to meet me last time." Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Voldemort found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. His silence, however, only delighted Xiao An, who had originally uttered those words to mock Voldemort. Witnessing Voldemort's reaction, Xiao An had every reason to feel pleased. "I shall grant you a chance. Once you dominate England, we shall engage in a decisive battle, and we will see whether you are the Dark Lord or if I truly am the genuine Dark Lord." "Very well, it is settled. We shall see who the true Dark Lord is." Upon hearing this, Voldemort readily acquiesced, for in his eyes, Xiao An's statement implied that he would not contest him for England. How could he not feel elated with one less formidable adversary? After Voldemort's agreement, Xiao An did not linger. He promptly raised his wand skyward and forcefully executed a disapparition, vanishing from the Ministry of Magic. In the wake of Xiao An's disappearance, Voldemort swiftly waved his wand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that shattered all the glass within the Ministry, sending shards cascading downward. He too vanished instantaneously, evidently having employed a similar disapparition. Meanwhile, Fudge and his colleagues were desperately employing every spell at their disposal to counter the infernal flames conjured by the fiery phoenix and serpent. By the time they extinguished the flames, both Xiao An and Voldemort had long since departed, leaving only a carpet of shattered glass in their wake. At that moment, Harry Potter, standing beside Dumbledore, suddenly collapsed, contorting on the ground. After a brief interval, Harry returned to his semblance of normalcy, albeit a rather peculiar version of it. "You have lost, Dumbledore." Suddenly, Harry Potter, who had been lying on the ground, propped himself up with both hands, tilting his head to speak hoarsely to Dumbledore. Upon witnessing Harry's state, Dumbledore was instantly taken aback, his face reflecting confusion and fear as he gazed at Harry. Meanwhile, after operating away from the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An did not venture far. Unlike Voldemort, who was universally reviled, Xiao An's current predicament had not reached such dire straits. Thus, Xiao An's apparition merely brought him to the telephone booth outside the Ministry, for it was the place he was most familiar with. The thought of leaving without straying too far led him to arrive there in an instant. With no time to admire the enchanting London nightscape, Xiao An quickly performed several apparitions and returned to Hogwarts, bypassing his dormitory and heading straight for the restricted section. On his way, he encountered Filch, who, upon recognizing Xiao An, wasted no time in fleeing. Unperturbed by this brief encounter, Xiao An proceeded directly to the restricted section, meticulously exploring its layout. After familiarizing himself with the area, he swiftly made his way to the section on the origins of magic. However, he refrained from picking up any books, for no one could ascertain whether those tomes harbored any dangers. Thus, he only memorized the titles to determine what he intended to read. After identifying a few magical texts, Xiao An did not linger but turned to head back to his dormitory. Chapter 124. The holiday. Throughout his journey, Xiao An dared not tarry, for in the dormitory lay the person he cared for most, Luna, whom he had inadvertently drugged. Returning late could truly spell disaster. The mere thought of Luna propelled Xiao An into a flurry of apparition, transforming into a streak of white light as he hastened toward his dormitory. Upon his return, seeing Luna still sprawled on the bed, he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly washed up, donned his pajamas, and slipped into bed without administering the antidote, as the potion he had given her was merely a mild sleep aid, far inferior to the elixir of life. The night passed in silence. When Xiao An awoke the next morning, he found himself alone in the bed, Luna having mysteriously departed. The sight of her vacant spot left a hollow ache within him, stirring feelings of unease and contemplation regarding his actions. Was it possible he had offended Luna the previous day? As his thoughts spiraled into disarray, he lost all desire to engage in any activity, lying in bed with vacant eyes fixed upon the ceiling, lost in chaotic musings. Yet, in the midst of his reverie, Xiao An suddenly sensed someone approaching outside his dormitory, jolting him from his thoughts. He shot a fiery glare toward the door, clearly aware that whoever was outside would not meet a favorable end. To his astonishment, he noticed that the protective charms he had set up seemed to have faltered, allowing the intruder to advance toward the door. Initially stunned, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. It was Luna. Xiao An sat up in surprise. It was evident that Xiao An recognized the visitor, for there was but one individual at Hogwarts capable of approaching the door with such audacity and speed: Luna. This was a privilege bestowed by Xiao An, for anyone else attempting to come near would undoubtedly be thwarted by magic. As anticipated, the doors soon swung open, revealing a rather eccentric girl, none other than Luna herself. Luna's attire had improved significantly. She now donned an outfit reminiscent of a Muggle songstress, indistinguishable from the clothing of others in the magical realm. However, the accessories she wore imbued her with an air of quirkiness. Xiao An refrained from advising Luna against these adornments, understanding their profound significance to her. Some served as protection against unwelcome advances, while others warded off pesky creatures. Nevertheless, Luna was considerate and aware that Xiao An preferred her to wear fewer of these trinkets. Indeed, she had already reduced their number considerably since her earlier days. Upon entering, Luna's gaze immediately fell upon the delighted Xiao An. With a smile, she dashed toward him and leapt into his embrace. After Luna's return, Xiao An set aside any errant thoughts, naturally wrapping his arms around her and gently guiding her onto the bed. 3 weeks later, Xiao An's first year at Hogwarts came to a close. Today marked the final day, and all the young wizards and witches were anxiously awaiting the ultimate announcement, their examination results. However, Xiao An was free from such worries, for he had no examinations to contend with and had legally exempted himself from them. Thus, he spent the day wandering aimlessly as he typically did. In fact, Xiao An could have departed a few days prior. With no exams and the conclusion of his courses, there was no pressing reason to remain at Hogwarts. Yet, he found himself tethered here, for he was now a man with a girlfriend, and thus stayed to accompany Luna. Although Xiao An was eager to be by Luna's side and she appreciated his presence, their time together was limited. Unlike Xiao An, Luna had to sit for her exams, and each time he found her engrossed in her books, he felt a strong urge to vanquish the 4 heads of houses. Soon, evening descended, and Xiao An instructed Schulman to prepare a late-night snack in advance. Meanwhile, he exerted considerable effort to arrange the room, having opted out of attending the Hogwarts feast. Once the room was prepared, he reclined on the bed, perusing a tome on magic, fully aware that Luna would not return early. It is worth noting that 3 weeks prior, Luna had been staying at his place every night. Of course, others were oblivious to this arrangement, except perhaps for Luna's roommates. To ensure discretion, after Luna's first night at his abode, Xiao An had taken the initiative to visit her roommates, employing a straightforward yet effective approach to secure their silence. Before long, and before he could finish the book, Luna arrived, stepping through the door and instantly captivated by the room's transformation. "Wow, this is stunning," she exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. Seeing her reaction filled Xiao An with joy, yet he understood that the moment was not yet complete. He composed himself, donned a nonchalant demeanor, and with a gentlemanly smile, approached her, extending his hand in invitation. As Luna shyly placed her hand in his, Xiao An gently led her to the floor-to-ceiling window. With a wave of his hand, the curtains vanished, revealing an expansive window that framed the entire sky. A breathtaking vista unfolded. Stars began to twinkle brightly in the distance, and the moon transformed into a perfect orb, seemingly pulled downwards, growing ever larger. Captivated by the spectacle, Luna stood mesmerized, her eyes fixed on the heavens, while Xiao An took a fleeting glance at the sky before turning his attention to the enchanting sight beside him. "I adore magic," he mused. In a moment of subconscious reflection, Xiao An muttered to himself. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Xiao An awoke only around noon, while Luna had risen early. Of course, nothing transpired between them that night. In truth, Xiao An had intended to utilize the aging potion. However, to his dismay, the potion did not actually increase a person's age, unlike the youth potion, which could directly revert an individual to their youthful appearance. The aging potion was merely regarded in the magical realm as an antidote to the youth potion, or as a complement to other potions to nullify tracking spells that had entered a young wizard's body through their wand. Thus, Xiao An's activation was abruptly concluded before it even commenced. Upon awakening, Xiao An observed Luna meticulously organizing her suitcase, which contained little beyond clothing and books. Chapter 125. The commencement of vacation. At this moment, the Hogwarts Express had already departed. Naturally, Luna was aware of this, as she had awakened just in time for the train's departure, although there was sufficient time for her to retrieve her suitcase from her dormitory before boarding. She chose instead to bring her belongings to Xiao An's room, waiting for him to leave together. Xiao An recognized the situation as well. After all, a glance at the time was sufficient for understanding. Yet, this arrangement was precisely what Xiao An desired, so he proceeded with his usual morning routine, rising, washing up, and tidying himself, before preparing a seamless extension bag for Luna to accommodate her belongings. Subsequently, Xiao An accompanied Luna to Professor Snape's office. Upon arrival, Luna appeared quite apprehensive, underscoring the notorious reputation Snape held at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, after a glance at Xiao An, she followed him inside. This time, Snape did not vacate his office, as he had anticipated that Xiao An would follow the previous pattern and not seek him out. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao An chose to defy that trend. When he hoped Xiao An would come, he did not, and when he wished for him to stay away, he arrived. Thus, upon witnessing the door to his office open, Snape's mental fortification faltered momentarily, but he swiftly regained composure. Xiao An, what brings you here? Snape's tone was decidedly unwelcoming. At this juncture, Xiao An found himself at a loss, as he had never encountered such a situation before. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao An tentatively broke the silence, though in reality, only a brief moment had elapsed, yet all three felt as though time had stretched indefinitely. Professor, this is Luna. My girlfriend. Luna, this is my godfather. Hello, Professor Snape. Luna managed to utter, her reluctance to engage with him palpable, yet in this circumstance, she had no choice but to speak. My girlfriend. Upon hearing Little Anne's words, Snape instinctively cast a glance at the two, muttering to himself, clearly taken aback by Little Anne's audacity. Very well, I understand. Is there anything else? That. All right, godfather, is my suitcase still with you? It is. Here. With a flick of his wand, Snape summoned the magical creature suitcase to him. No. Godfather, I hope you can keep it for me. Very well. With another wave of his wand, the suitcase swiftly returned to Snape's chambers. A thud resonated as it hit the ground. What is the matter, godfather? What is going on? Observing Snape's actions, Little Anne's expression shifted to one of ire, her mind racing with thoughts. Godfather, what is troubling you? If I have erred in any way, you need only to speak plainly. There is no need for such theatrics. Unable to comprehend the situation, Little Anne decided to confront Snape directly. Her earlier good spirits had been thoroughly dashed, and her tone grew noticeably sharper, anger etched upon her features. You. Snape, incensed by Little Anne's remarks, abruptly dropped his quill, rising to stand before her. Dear, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to attend to. All right. With that, Luna turned and exited the office. Speak. I am listening. Once Luna had departed, Little Anne turned to face Snape. However, given their height difference, she cast a levitation charm to elevate herself to his eye level. Little Anne was equally incensed, refusing to grant Snape any semblance of dignity. Very well. I shall tell you now. Noting Little Anne's defiance, Snape abandoned his mental barriers, fiercely pointing at her as he spoke. In that moment, he employed the rare and intricate legilimency, transmitting all his thoughts and knowledge directly into Little Anne's mind. This method was exceedingly uncommon in the magical world, not due to a lack of desire, but rather the scarcity of those capable of wielding it. Perhaps only Snape, and the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, possessed such a skill. Even Dumbledore could not summon it. Of course, Little Anne could easily shield herself against it if she wished, but there was no need for such defenses. As Snape's thoughts flooded into her consciousness, the reason for his agitation became clear. It was not a grave matter, rather, it stemmed from Little Anne's refusal to join Dumbledore in confronting Voldemort during the Ministry of Magic's battle, a rejection that had deeply wounded Snape's prideful heart. I thought it was something significant. After understanding the reasons behind Snape's anger, Xiao An nonchalantly remarked. Upon hearing this, Snape's fury intensified to the point where he nearly brandished his wand to unleash his wrath upon Xiao An. However, the latter was far too clever to afford him that opportunity. Calm down, Xiao An hastily interjected, sensing Snape's escalating rage. Voldemort cannot die just yet. He is destined to perish, but not at this moment. At present, he may hold greater value alive than dead. Would you like to know the reasons behind this? Unlike Snape, Xiao An lacked the finesse to articulate his thoughts delicately. Apart from that matter, what other reasons could there be? Snape retorted, turning his head away in an exceedingly proud manner, dismissing Xiao An entirely. So you are aware, godfather. How could I not know your worth? Xiao An continued. Since you are enlightened, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Now, dear godfather, please ensure the safekeeping of my magical creature box. It is of utmost importance. For without it, everything else would be rendered meaningless. All right, I understand. Now be gone, Snape replied curtly, with a flick of his wand that propelled Xiao An out of the office. Xiao An offered no resistance, obediently departing from Snape's domain, for the task was accomplished. and there was no reason to linger, especially with Luna awaiting him outside. "Ah, the delightful holiday has commenced," he exclaimed as he embraced Luna, standing nearby. Yet, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. Did the Godfather perhaps misunderstand something? Just as he contemplated this, Xiao An recalled Snape's earlier demeanor. Never mind, let it be. After all, the one who is truly pained is him. As Xiao An disregarded everything else, he embraced Luna, and with a swift apparition, they soared towards the station. Chapter 126. The holiday comes to an end before long. Xiao An had brought Luna to the heart of London. After all, it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There was little to be done about Xiao An's remarkable skill in apparition. First, he transported Luna in a burst of white light from Hogwarts to the Hogwarts station, and then with 2 consecutive apparitions, they arrived at the bustling center of London. Upon reaching the city center, Xiao An immediately cast a disillusionment charm, rendering them invisible, and hurried to a nearby clothing store to purchase several outfits. Their current attire was far too unconventional. After all, it was not the 21st century, and cosplay had yet to gain popularity. Once they had changed into more appropriate clothing, Xiao An led Luna on a leisurely exploration of London, devoid of any specific destination, wandering wherever their feet took them. Xiao An found little to admire. Having witnessed the sights for many years, he had long since grown weary of them. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he had been quite enamored, as it presented a refreshing landscape. However, Luna was far less composed. As they began shopping, her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of beautiful garments, and she became so entranced that she nearly caused their disillusionment charm to falter. Xiao An silently vowed never to take Luna shopping again. "How delightful!" she exclaimed. "How beautiful! Oh, this one is even better." Upon observing Luna's keen interest in the wares displayed by the roadside, Xiao An, in a moment of extravagant impulse, declared that she should purchase whatever she fancied. After hastily placing a particularly coveted item into Luna's hands, regret swiftly washed over him. 3 hours later, fatigue weighed heavily upon Xiao An, rendering him nearly unable to continue, while Luna remained invigorated, exploring the street with unrelenting enthusiasm. Fortunately, his inconspicuous expandable bag contained ample cash, and the items Luna selected were reasonably priced. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to make a detour to the bank, as mobile payments were not accepted, only cash. Noticing Xiao An's weary demeanor, Luna relinquished her shopping spree and hurried to his side, assisting him toward a nearby bench where they could rest. Seeing her concern dispelled any remnants of fatigue Xiao An had felt, leaving only a profound sense of gratitude. Thus, they remained on the bench, resting together until Luna's departure became imminent. After utilizing apparition to escort Luna to platform 9, Xiao An reluctantly took his leave. To his surprise, he had encountered his future father-in-law, who seemed rather amiable. Though tempted to address him as father-in-law and introduce himself in detail, he ultimately dismissed the alluring thought. After Luna's departure, Xiao An turned to leave as well. Following a casual overnight stay at a hotel in London, he boarded a flight to America the next afternoon. Having previously experienced life alone in the United States, he navigated the process of securing a ticket with ease. Rather than indulging in a lazy morning, he opted to retrieve the funds acquired from the previous auction. Since he was heading to America, there was no need to entrust the transfer to others. Instead, he brought along a lawyer to assist with the proceedings. Naturally, Xiao An covered the travel expenses, as he was still a child, dependent on a lawyer to manage these matters to avoid the money becoming of dubious origin. Upon arriving in America, Xiao An, accompanied by the lawyer, swiftly sought out the Woolowitz family. However, he discovered that Sam Woolowitz had already found a new partner. Nonetheless, Xiao An refused to hand over any funds to this man who had abandoned his wife, instead seeking out his true spouse, Debbie Woolowitz. The name struck him with an unexpected resonance. However, during the journey to Debbie's location, Xiao An did not reveal herself. Instead, she employed a doppelganger spell to accompany the lawyer discreetly, unbeknownst to the others. After addressing these matters, Xiao An did not seek out Kevin. Rather, she settled the legal fees and ventured alone to Las Vegas. Yet, her purpose was not for leisure. She embarked on a quest for mastery. Since the last battle with the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An had been fervently striving to enhance her abilities. However, the growth of her magical power had become exceedingly sluggish. While other wizards might be experiencing a rapid surge in their magical prowess at this stage, for Xiao An, despite her seemingly swift progress, the sheer magnitude of her potential rendered the advancement insufficient. On this trip to America, Xiao An harbored 2 primary objectives: to seek out a master of magic and to find a serene locale to rekindle her martial arts training. Although it was premature for her to delve into martial arts, she could no longer afford to be concerned about the associated drawbacks. Fortunately, Xiao An has come to a clear understanding. Currently, he focuses not on practicing techniques, but on honing his footwork to evade spells. After all, no matter how swift his reactions may be, if his body cannot keep pace, all efforts would be in vain. As for learning magic, his primary focus lies in mastering close-up magic and sleight of hand, aimed at diverting attention and enhancing his dexterity, thereby enabling him to employ spells more swiftly and discreetly. With a substantial sum of dollars invested, coupled with a few incantations, Xiao An effortlessly located 2 master magicians and promptly immersed himself in the learning process. At this moment, his holiday existence was officially declared over. The art of magic and the discipline of martial footwork may be easily acquired, provided one finds a reliable mentor and dedicates oneself to earnest study. However, to achieve mastery, it transcends mere teacher-student dynamics or the seriousness of one's efforts. It requires the passage of time for refinement. Fortunately, with ample resources to support his endeavors, Xiao An possesses everything he needs. Having mastered various magical techniques along with some challenging close-up magic, Xiao An has also diligently practiced martial arts, even though it has been quite some time since he last engaged with it. However, he has not adhered to his initial intention of solely focusing on the basics. Unfortunately, Xiao An's nature compels him to practice intricate moves, and despite his efforts to suppress his restless spirit, he often finds himself yearning to explore these advanced techniques. Initially, he managed to restrain his fidgeting hands and feet, yet as time passed, he could no longer resist the allure of those complex maneuvers. Reluctantly, he has willingly embraced the practice of these advanced techniques, becoming increasingly addicted to them, rendering it impossible for him to cease. Fortunately, under his intentional control, Xiao An has not developed a muscular physique. Instead, he possesses a sleek, streamlined figure devoid of bulk. In Chapter 127, titled The Gathering in Paris, it is evident that while some muscle definition can be discerned on his limbs, it is rather minimal. As for the rest of his physique, particularly his abdominal muscles, they are entirely absent. Should he ever achieve such development, it would surely bring him to tears. It is not that having abdominal muscles is inherently negative. Rather, at this stage of development, possessing such musculature can adversely affect growth. Therefore, Xiao An deliberately moderates his training in this regard. By the way, Xiao An practices Baji Quan and Wing Chun, along with a touch of Baguazhang. Without these martial arts, in his previous life, Xiao An would not have met a mutual demise but would have been mercilessly slaughtered. However, although Xiao An had achieved remarkable mastery of his skills, a considerable amount of time had indeed elapsed, merely 10 months, to be precise. During this interval, Xiao An remained in Las Vegas, resorting to his alchemical concoctions to gain a modest fortune at the casinos, and it was assured that he would emerge victorious with just a sprinkle of his subtle magic. Upon concluding his secluded cultivation, Xiao An glanced at the clock and realized he had neglected a full year of his studies. Yet, he remained indifferent to this fact, as it had been a prior decision. Thus, after finishing his retreat, Xiao An chose not to hasten back to Hogwarts but instead indulged in leisurely exploration. As for the 2 magic instructors, he had dismissed them 3 months earlier, and after nearly a year of dedicated training. Emerging into a world that had transformed was a stark reminder of how swiftly time progresses. Nevertheless, it remains steeped in vintage charm, starkly contrasting with the myriad of entertainment options that flourished in the 21st century. Consequently, Xiao An lost interest after a brief sojourn, finding the muggle world of this era rather dull compared to the enchanting realm of wizards. Standing atop a desolate expanse, he sighed as he gazed at the distant skyscrapers. With that, Xiao An vanished in a wisp of apparition, first venturing into the magical realm to procure some essential supplies, before swiftly departing once more. It was not a matter of urgency that compelled Xiao An, but rather the fervent gazes of numerous enthusiastic wizards fixated upon him. Had it been solely the women, Xiao An might have merely indulged in a fleeting moment of vanity regarding his looks. However, the attention from men proved intolerable. Casually selecting a wizard, he employed a spell to discern thoughts, swiftly grasping the situation at hand. Clearly, in the nearly year-long span since the great battle in the Ministry of Magic, the magical realm had undergone significant changes, altering the course of his life. Unbeknownst to him, someone had divulged all his personal information. And coupled with the promotion by the members of the Crimson Fire, it seemed that virtually every wizard was now acquainted with Xiao An. Furthermore, The Crimson Fire had evolved into an extraordinarily expansive organization. Fortunately, Xiao An had spent the past year in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have faced relentless turmoil. While staying in Britain might have been somewhat manageable, with Voldemort serving as a formidable barrier in other countries, Xiao An would undoubtedly become the prime target for pursuit. Having comprehended these revelations, Xiao An did not linger. After casting the Crimson Fire's Spreading Flames spell, he employed a counter-disapparition charm to erase any trace of his magical relocation. He promptly made his way to the airport, casually procuring a ticket for a flight to Paris, and took his seat. It must be said that the current magical realm is exceedingly foolish, for little and has safely arrived in Paris. Clearly, those wizards never anticipated that it would employ such a method to depart from America. Upon reaching Paris, and wasted no time in locating the seat of the French magical community, and without engaging in any other endeavors, merely cast a gathering of crimson flames before departing for the Père Lachaise cemetery. It is not that Xiao An possesses any peculiar hobbies, rather, it is due to a rather simple reason. Xiao An is notoriously directionally challenged, unfamiliar with other locales. The only place that resonates with him is the site where Grindelwald once held his assemblies, and thus he has chosen to disclose this location. Of course, Xiao An is equally unaware of the whereabouts of the Père Lachaise cemetery, having only discovered it after inquiring around. Nevertheless, much like in England, this area has been cordoned off by the French Ministry of Magic. Yet, such obstacles do not deter Xiao An. Although he may lack the ability to dispel enchantments, he possesses formidable strength, and with a few well-aimed incantations, he effortlessly dismantles the Ministry's magical barriers. Subsequently, Xiao An hastens to board a flight to Germany, where he first locates the magical community, releases a spell, and without lingering, promptly departs back to Paris. 2 days later, he returns to the Père Lachaise cemetery, the designated venue for today's gathering. Everything Xiao An has undertaken in recent days has been in preparation for this assembly. He has come to realize that the Crimson Fire has spiraled into an uncontrollable phenomenon. Initially, he sought merely a few allies to aid him in confronting Voldemort. But the ranks of the Crimson Fire have swelled significantly. Despite his inability to actively recruit, the membership has burgeoned at an astonishing rate. Were he to engage Voldemort in battle now, he would undoubtedly obliterate him and his followers with ease. However, the timing is not yet ripe, and Xiao An has no desire to continue suppressing the growth of the Crimson Fire today. After all, once a situation reaches a certain threshold, it can no longer be redirected solely by human will, but rather follows the natural course dictated by the principles of growth. Upon arriving at the Père Lachaise cemetery, Xiao An discovers that the Ministry has once again cast spells upon the area. Clearly, this serves as a declaration of war. The French Ministry of Magic wishes to prevent Paris from experiencing another gathering. Yet, Xiao An has already informed the members of the Crimson Fire about the location and has made the necessary preparations. It is inconceivable that he would retreat due to such minor inconveniences. Thus, he surveys the scene, draws his wand, and resolutely shatters the Ministry's enchantments, entering the premises. This time, Xiao An arrives 2 hours early, not out of newfound diligence, but rather out of sheer boredom. Fortuitously, his early arrival spares him considerable embarrassment. Soon, the 2 hours slip away, and adhering to the customary procedure, he steps into the assembly venue. However, upon entering, he is taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the crowd. The turnout is astonishing. Throngs of people fill the space, and the already expansive gathering site has been enchanted by the wizards to accommodate many seated above. Witnessing this overwhelming scene, Xiao An realizes just how grave a miscalculation his earlier, seemingly casual decision was. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he is still astonished by the sheer number of attendees. Chapter 128. Let us awaken those cowardly failures. Ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, your presence fills me with immense joy. In truth, Xiao An initially hesitated to refer to his companions as siblings. However, after some contemplation, he decided to embrace the term, recognizing it as a means to foster a closer bond. A year has elapsed since our last gathering, and I had not anticipated such a considerable turnout today. Nevertheless, your presence here signifies that you are thoughtful wizards, free spirits in pursuit of truth. Friends, the muggles we once knew have transformed, and our kind is dwindling, inching towards extinction. Upon hearing Xiao An's declaration, the assembled wizards gasped in disbelief, clearly taken aback by his words. Anticipating their reaction, Xiao An was well prepared. He gestured for silence, and once the crowd quieted, he slowly raised his wand to his temple. With a swift incantation of the Patronus charm, he flicked his wand skyward, releasing a silvery plume that soared like a feather into the air, hovering gracefully. Immediately, he waved his wand at the ethereal, feather-like apparition. With a resounding pop, it burst apart, transforming into a series of vivid images, silent yet striking. This enchanting spell was birthed from Xiao An's contemplations upon the pensive, aided significantly by Snape's expertise. Although Snape did not engage directly in discussions with Xiao An, his mastery of the Patronus charm was undeniable. Prior to enrollment, Xiao An had aspired to learn the art of mental occlusion, and with Snape's insightful writings and the abundance of texts available, he effortlessly crafted the incantation. However, this spell was recently devised by Xiao An previously. There had been attempts to formulate this incantation, yet the requisite skill was lacking. Nevertheless, after a year at Hogwarts, Xiao An's theoretical prowess advanced remarkably. In the final 3 weeks, Xiao An frequently ventured into the restricted section, which naturally sparked a plethora of ideas. This particular opportunity became the catalyst, enabling Xiao An to craft the spell in merely a day. Returning to the assembly, the images conjured by Xiao An would evoke a sense of familiarity in anyone from 15 years hence. For what was displayed represented the fabric of daily life, seemingly mundane elements such as making phone calls on mobile devices, engaging in video chats on laptops, among others. Some more astonishing phenomena were withheld, as the focus remained on the quotidian, yet even these ordinary glimpses were sufficient to astonish those wizards who had never encountered such sights. What was presented was not a distant future, for these occurrences are not far removed from our present, and indeed, some are unfolding as we speak. Moreover, certain spells have become ineffective against numerous muggles, such as the memory charm and the soul-sucking curse. After the assembly, attendees could seek out muggles for experimentation. Yet, amidst the perilous circumstances, the fools of the Ministry of Magic continued to revel in their oppression of us wizards, while the capitalists gradually encroached upon our creative achievements. Xiao An was eager to resume the oration. The most wizards remained entranced by the visions just revealed, unable to extricate themselves from the spellbinding spectacle. Thus, Xiao An paused momentarily, allowing the wizards to ponder the implications of the earlier revelations. As hoped, nearly all the wizards awakened from their reverie, their faces alight with fervor, save for a handful who regarded Xiao An with palpable animosity. However, these minor concerns were of little significance. Upon witnessing the arrival of the gathered assembly, Xiao An pressed down with both hands, signaling his intent to continue his discourse. A speech does not require an extensive duration, and it swiftly approached its conclusion. At this juncture, Xiao An had articulated all he wished to convey, leaving only the final words to be spoken. "Brothers and sisters of the arcane," he began. "You are the valiant seekers of truth. I am aware that many, for various reasons, are unable to join our ranks as sorcerers. Yet, I harbor no resentment towards them. We are distinct from those ignorant fools who thrive on exploitation and oppression. Therefore, I implore you not to coerce those sorcerers into our fold. For we are not the weak. Only fools and the feeble resort to violence. Ladies and gentlemen, why must we endure this? Let us awaken those cowardly failures. You may now depart from this place. Go forth and disseminate your thoughts and ideas." Xiao An bellowed this final declaration, then stood resolutely in place, acutely aware that although the gathering had concluded, numerous matters still awaited his attention. Upon hearing Xiao An declare the meeting's end, the assembled sorcerers refrained from vociferously calling his name. Instead, they silently offered a noble salute before swiftly vanishing from the scene with a flicker of apparition. Before long, merely a few breaths had passed, and only around 20 wizards remained on the field. This was something Young and had not anticipated. During the course of his speech, he discerned that only a handful of wizards had paid no heed to his words, while the rest, including the furious Hogwarts, had been glaring at him. Yet now, astonishingly, there were still over 20 individuals who had not departed. Upon scrutinizing them and quickly grasped the situation, it was evident that these individuals bore ill intentions. And without a doubt, they were Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. It was quite unexpected that a mere speech could overturn so many Aurors. How intriguing, he mused. "Let us advance," declared one who seemed to be the leader, swiftly rallying the remaining wizards as they charged towards him. "Come forth," and responded, having certainly noticed their movements, as they were hardly subtle. With that, he brandished his wand, and with a swift motion, a fiery phoenix erupted from its tip, rapidly taking form in the air. As he waved his wand, the phoenix dove towards the charging wizards. "All spells shall cease. Armor shall protect," seeing and unleash his magic at the slightest provocation. The Aurors instantly became unsettled. Given the dissemination of An's information over the past year, they could not possibly be unaware of his formidable prowess. prompting them to cast their own defensive spells. However, they were unaware of the counter-curse to Xiao An's spell, leaving them to employ a myriad of incantations in a futile attempt to probe its nature. In Chapter 129, The Failed Boyfriend, it became evident that Xiao An's spell was far from simplistic. Had she chosen to magnify the fire phoenix to an enormous size, perhaps they could have withstood it. Yet, Xiao An refrained from doing so. Initially, she intended to unleash another spell, Phoenix Ascending to the Heavens, but upon witnessing the reactions of the aurors, she promptly opted to cast a sleep-inducing curse instead. With a flick of her wand, she released a splitting sleep curse that swiftly struck 6 of the unfortunate souls who had been shattered by the Fire Phoenix's all spells end. At this juncture, the terrifying potency of Xiao An's splitting curse became apparent. Indeed, any wizard could concentrate a singular spell on multiple adversaries, but such an approach would diminish its effectiveness. For instance, a spell that would typically require the combined efforts of 6 individuals to withstand could now be effortlessly countered by a solitary foe. Furthermore, the magical energy consumed in this manner would surpass that of casting 6 spells consecutively. However, Xiao An's splitting curse bore no such drawbacks. The energy expended to divide the spell into several strands was akin to that of casting multiple spells, yet the power was only halved. Thus, the aurors, caught off guard, swiftly succumbed to slumber upon the ground. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix, having been temporarily thwarted by the all spells end, soared once more into the skies, launching another assault on the aurors. Consequently, they dared not retaliate against Xiao An and were compelled to hastily invoke all spells end to defend against the Fire Phoenix she had summoned. It must be said that the adaptability of these aurors is remarkably exceptional. However, their proficiency leaves much to be desired. In truth, if the heads of Hogwarts were merely to cast a glance, they would discern the necessity of employing the spell all-ending to counter the fiery phoenix of Littlin. Observing the aurors once more attempting to fend off her phoenix, and swiftly utilized apparition, materializing behind them. Subsequently, employing a familiar tactic, she elegantly waved her wand, unleashing 6 streams of stunning spells that soared toward the aurors. However, this time the aurors were well prepared. The moment Xiao An's spell was unleashed, several wizards crouching at the edge swiftly waved their wands in an attempt to counteract it. As previously mentioned, the power of Xiao An's splitting spell was diminished to only half, necessitating 3 individuals to effectively thwart each of Xiao An's incantations. Consequently, Xiao An's spells effortlessly pierced through the auror's protective magic, albeit at the cost of reducing 6 spells to merely 4. In the span of 2 rounds, the once formidable group of over 20 aurors had dwindled to merely a handful. Glancing upwards at the Fire Phoenix soaring in the sky, Xiao An realized that the remaining magical energy could only launch one more assault. Without hesitation, he swiftly performed apparition, reappearing directly behind the aurors. Accompanied by the impact of the Fire Phoenix, he cast the stunning spell once more. To Xiao An's surprise, only 3 spells struck the aurors, while the other 3 were valiantly intercepted. The price of the aurors' defense was that their combined spell failed to deplete the Fire Phoenix, prompting Xiao An to forego evasion. He vigorously waved his wand again, unleashing 6 more stunning spells. With the Fire Phoenix's charge, Xiao An managed to incapacitate 4 additional aurors, rendering the Phoenix unable to exert its influence any further. Upon witnessing the Fire Phoenix's disappearance, Xiao An did not dare to grow complacent. He quickly waved his wand, releasing 6 more stunning spells, and immediately apparat to a position behind the aurors once again. Unrelenting, he cast 6 additional stunning spells, which, predictably, struck all remaining aurors. This success was a result of the spells he had unleashed prior to his apparition. By the time he reappeared behind them, only 5 aurors remained standing. Eliminating these aurors was merely a minor interlude for Xiao An, of little concern. After decisively dispatching them, he did not even glance at his handiwork, vanishing with apparition, only to reappear in a pet shop within the French magical community. The sudden appearance of Xiao An startled the shopkeepers. As the magical realm is governed by barriers that prohibit apparition, naturally, transformations into light forms are exempt from such restrictions. Nevertheless, Xiao An had seemingly breached these confines by appearing with a distinct pop in the pet shop, which understandably alarmed the staff. His successful apparition into the pet shop had taken him by surprise as well. Initially, he had only glimpsed the pet shop while casting the blazing fire spell. This time, it was merely an impulsive experiment, and he had not anticipated its success, deepening his understanding of the apparition spell significantly. It must be said that the response of these shopkeepers is remarkably swift. They quickly regained their composure and approached Xiao An with cheerful demeanor. Of course, this cordiality does not stem from Xiao An being a customer. For these individuals in the magical realm, attending to patrons is hardly an act of genuine attentiveness. Their approach typically oscillates between indifference and a brusque "buy if you wish" or "leave if you do not." They simply provide what is requested, accept payment, and send customers on their way, devoid of any sense that the customer is king. The only reason they displayed such eagerness towards Xiao An was due to their astonishment at the illusionary teleportation he had just executed, recognizing that he was not to be trifled with, hence the forced smiles. However, what puzzled Xiao An was the fervor reflected in the shopkeeper's gaze. Had the proprietor not been a woman, he might have been tempted to cast an Avada Kedavra. However, Xiao An did not concern himself with such matters. This time, his primary purpose was to rent an owl to deliver a letter to Luna. After all, it had been nearly a year since they had last seen each other, and he had not sent her any correspondence. Xiao An genuinely missed Luna. After all, regardless of the activities undertaken, nearly a year without any contact with Luna made him feel like a failure as her boyfriend. Thus, after resolving his affairs, he hurriedly made his way here to convey his message to Luna. Otherwise, their relationship would have truly reached its end. However, Xiao An estimated that even if he were to send a letter to Luna now, and given her gentle disposition, his future would likely not be very promising. After leaving behind over 20 gold galleons and entrusting his heartfelt letter to the shopkeeper, Xiao An swiftly departed, for his status was not particularly favorable in relation to Voldemort. Among ordinary wizards, Xiao An's reputation was quite respectable, though some particularly traditional wizards harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Chapter 130. Let the magical world dance for us indeed. Xiao An's erratic speeches had profoundly impacted these traditionalists and those entrenched in the status quo, compounded by the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny, resulting in a rather tarnished reputation for him. After leaving the pet shop, Xiao An made his next appearance at a hotel in Paris. With a flick of a Confundus charm, he secured a room. Fortunate that his previous earnings in Las Vegas were still substantial. Otherwise, finding accommodation would have posed a significant challenge. Xiao An resided there for 2 months, during which he did not leave France, diligently attending to matters concerning the Crimson Fire organization. Although somewhat busy, the experience was largely positive, and he received numerous gifts, though all were merely sheets of A4 paper filled with various languages. He lacked the inclination to read them, only noting that the English ones contained a multitude of formulas and instructions for crafting equipment, all of which held no interest for him. Today marked the first day of the 3rd month of Xiao An's stay in Paris. At 8:30 in the evening, he returned to the Père Lachaise cemetery, as he was once again anxious about an upcoming assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to announce but one thing today. After our lengthy preparations, the time has come for our long-awaited revelation. Come forth, my friends, let the magical world dance for us. After the assembly concluded, he instructed all wizards from countries other than France to return to their respective pasts, as he would address the affairs of the French magical community, subsequently visiting each magical realm one by one. Please remember the matters concerning the French magical community and refrain from intervening in misunderstandings from other countries. Thank you, everyone. After the assembly concluded, a multitude of wizards from other nations converged upon the Lachaise cemetery, leaving only the French wizards behind. In this instance, Xiao An once again employed the heart refinement technique. Once he ascertained that the remaining wizards were entirely his loyal followers, he promptly released the imprint of the heart refinement spell and began to orchestrate his plans, which were succinct and wrapped up in a mere 10 minutes. To Xiao An's delight, none of the wizards voiced any dissent. The entire venue transformed into a realm of his unilateral authority. The following day, Xiao An arrived early at the periphery of the Ministry of Magic. By 9 in the morning, a throng of individuals had swiftly gathered around him, numbering in the thousands at first glance. Fortunately, Xiao An, with his foresight, had cast the Muggle displacement and Muggle shielding spell upon arriving at the scene. Otherwise, the congregation of thousands could have incited chaos within the Muggle community. When the moment arrived, with a flick of his wand, Xiao An swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the Ministry of Magic, followed closely by the throng of wizards who also morphed into a blend of white and black light, trailing in his wake. Indeed, the spell of transformation into white and black light had disseminated among the members of the Crimson Fire, as nearly all adult wizards within the group had mastered it. The magic was not overly complex. Anyone proficient in apparition could easily grasp it. The journey was unhindered, although Oris attempted to obstruct their path, with Xiao An leading the charge and thousands of wizards following. They effortlessly dispelled these obstacles. As expected by Xiao An, within merely 5 minutes, all members of the Ministry of Magic were vanquished, regardless of their prowess, without exception. This was inevitable. After all, Xiao An led an overwhelming number of supporters, which is precisely why he chose France as the inaugural stage for his plans. Initially, when he discovered the abundance of followers in France, Xiao An was genuinely astonished. It is worth noting that his decision to come to France was primarily based on the knowledge of the Père Lachaise cemetery, as he was unfamiliar with any other locales in different countries. However, after convening a gathering here, Xiao An realized that his choice to host the assembly in France was indeed fortuitous. He had presumed that following Grindelwald's tumultuous escapade in Paris as the new Dark Lord, he would face considerable challenges here. Yet, the reality proved him gravely mistaken. In fact, he garnered the most support in France, while his followers were least numerous in Grindelwald's homeland, Germany. After expending 2 days to resolve matters concerning the French Ministry of Magic, Xiao An embarked on his journey once more. The truth is, managing affairs in France required little exertion on his part, given the overwhelming support he received. Additionally, many wizards within the ministry were sympathetic to his cause, allowing him to merely outline a general framework before leaving behind 9 identical tomes, all derived from the teachings of Confucius, meticulously compiled by his disciples. Naturally, a substantial portion had been omitted, resulting in a text roughly 1/3 the length of the original, focusing solely on principles of conduct and learning. Whether the wizards chose to engage with this material was of no concern to Xiao An. In a rather mischievous manner, he left 6 sentences untranslated, which he had personally added, unrelated to the Analects, perhaps as a means of avenging his past struggles with English during examinations. As for his decision to retain the Analects, it stemmed from his penchant for mischief, considering Chinese to be one of the most challenging languages to master, with classical Chinese presenting an even greater hurdle. Had he been versed in Oracle bone script, it is likely that the 3 sentences he left behind would have been inscribed in that ancient form. Moreover, during his time with Luna, he discovered her profound admiration for the Analects. Each evening, she would request him to share tales of Chinese culture and history. It was not until he playfully uttered the phrase learning and practicing what is learned, isn't it a joy, that Luna became completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, significantly reducing their time together. Initially, she tolerated his slow storytelling, but eventually, she could bear it no longer, compelling him to transcribe the Analects and translate them into English for her own study. Subsequently, Xiao An noticed that nearly every Ravenclaw witch and wizard had acquired a copy of the Analects, leaving him utterly perplexed. Eventually, Professor McGonagall, having learned from some source about the Analects being a record of the teachings of a great ancient educator from China, found her youthful spirit rekindled. Utilizing her privileges, she procured a copy, and from that moment on, the spread of the Analects became unstoppable, with nearly every young witch and wizard at Hogwarts possessing their own edition. Chapter 131. Niclame. Of course, Umbridge soon took note of this development, yet, as it originated from Xiao An, she dared not take action, choosing instead to feign ignorance and acquiesce. Is it not said that the denizens of the magical realm harbor a disdain for philosophy? Yet now, they are perpetually engrossed in the Analects. Am I to believe that the portrayal of the magical world I have witnessed is a mere fabrication? Or has the world transformed at an astonishing pace? Undoubtedly, Umbridge has exerted considerable effort in promoting the Analects. Otherwise, the myriad of chaotic antics she orchestrated at Hogwarts would not have provoked such widespread discontent. Moreover, many of the philosophical tenets found within the Analects resonate profoundly with the grievances expressed by those young wizards regarding Umbridge. Consequently, an air of fervor has enveloped Hogwarts in its study of the Analects. After all, it is the nature of humanity that in moments of disdain for an individual, any opposing sentiment is deemed worthy of acknowledgement, thus affirming the adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, how could Xiao An possibly remember the entirety of the Analects? It is far too lengthy. Consequently, the little wizards of Hogwarts were only privy to the fragments retained by Xiao An. Eventually, he found himself at an impasse and had no choice but to employ the memory charm upon himself to retrieve his recollections of the Analects, thereby managing to recall a portion. Nevertheless, in comparison to the complete text, it remained woefully insufficient. Yet, upon translating it into English, it appeared considerably more substantial. For a single classical Chinese sentence necessitates an elaborate passage for translation, which, when rendered into English, demands a plethora of words for elucidation. Following this episode, Xiao An truly began to comprehend Ravenclaw. After much inquiry, He ultimately discerned that Ravenclaw was comprised of a group of knowledge-seeking enthusiasts. Once the affairs of the magical realm were resolved, Xiao An spent an additional day in Paris, taking the time to gather his thoughts. Fortunate that there were references available from other countries' magical communities. He toiled until nightfall, finally achieving a semblance of order. At that moment, a sudden pop echoed through his room as a house elf appeared. Xiao An glanced over, instantly losing his composure. He swiftly sat up and rushed to the side of the house elf, seizing its hand with urgency, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Rocky, did Mr. LeMay send you? Has the project been successful?" "Indeed, sir," Rocky responded. "My master instructed me to bring this to you. He mentioned that he has fulfilled his promise to you and hopes that you will also honor your commitment and cease to disturb him." With that, Rocky placed a concealed expansion bag into Xiao An's hands, and with another pop, vanished from sight. "Oh, very well. Very well, I shall keep my promise." Xiao An hardly noticed Rocky's departure, his thoughts instinctively responding. At that moment, all of Xiao An's focus was on the expansion bag he held. This particular bag was unlike any other. Its most notable feature was its black hue, shimmering with a metallic luster, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, such matters are familiar to Xiao An. This is merely a seamless expansion bag crafted from dragon scales. Although rare, it may have originated from LeMay, and it is likely that only Xiao An possesses it. Regardless of its exquisite craftsmanship, it remains an ordinary seamless expansion bag, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Casually responding, Xiao An reached into the seamless expansion bag and soon 4 small orbs appeared in her hand. Upon seeing the objects, Xiao An was instantly filled with exuberance. After glancing at the other contents within the bag, she promptly stowed it away securely. "Ah, Rocky, please convey my gratitude." "Wait, where are you?" "No, where's the elf?" At that moment, Xiao An realized that Rocky had already departed. This Rocky is truly utterly unappealing. Much like Mr. LeMay, a master will always have a servant. Shaking her head and smiling, Xiao An chuckled to herself. The scene shifts back to 2 months prior, 3 days after Xiao An had hosted a gathering. Feeling bored, she decided to visit Nicole LeMay's abode. It must be said that the location of your home is exceedingly well concealed, enhanced by enchantments. However, as with all things, no plan is perfect. Although the unwavering loyalty charm was cast here, rendering Xiao An unable to perceive it, it did not prevent her from discovering that LeMay had once associated with Grindelwald. After extensive research, the charm's flaw was eventually uncovered by Grindelwald. Although still invisible and intangible, as long as one knows the location of the object, one can unleash magical attacks devised by Grindelwald. Xiao An had gathered information from numerous individuals to ascertain the address of LeMay. Upon arriving at Nicole's residence, she stood there politely, awaiting his arrival. After an entire day of waiting, Xiao An could no longer contain herself. Sitting upon a sofa chair, she conjured. She drew her wand and swiftly released 3 consecutive spells aimed at Nicole's home, using the magic she had acquired from Grindelwald. With each incantation, Xiao An felt assured she had not come to the wrong place, as she distinctly sensed the magical fluctuations. After casting 3 spells, she paused for 5 minutes before repeating the process. This continued for an hour until Nicole LeMay finally emerged from his estate, running slowly and appearing exceedingly adorable. Though his appearance utterly undermined this charm. "What are you doing, you little brat? Look what you've done to my home," he exclaimed. "Do you think I can see it like you do? Besides, you made me wait an entire day, you old coot, and now you dare reprimand me? You, what? Lost your words?" Seeing Nicole nearly lose his temper, Xiao An felt her irritation wane slightly but still managed to retort at LeMay. "All right. What brings you here, and how did you manage to do this? What an intriguing old man." Xiao An lay upon his bed, gazing at the ceiling, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he spoke. However, this old fellow truly possesses remarkable strength. Within such a brief span, he has managed to accomplish everything. Although he may be slow on his feet, his speed in crafting is exceptionally impressive. It seems I shall have to trouble this old fellow once again when the opportunity arises. A sly grin appeared on Xiao An's face as he muttered to himself. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lost in thought, he chuckled softly while reclining on his bed. Chapter 132. The Mechanical Dance Steps in the ensuing 3 months. Xiao An traversed the magical realms of various countries, visiting one after another, forging connections along the way. The other nations posed little challenge. He easily resolved their issues. Despite encountering obstacles, his formidable prowess enabled him to surmount them with relative ease. This was primarily due to the fact that the majority of powerful wizards in these countries were but a handful. with many adult sorcerers possessing abilities inferior to those of fifth-year students at Hogwarts. One could only wonder how they managed to survive in such circumstances. In each nation, Xiao An left behind 9 volumes of his treatises. Regardless of whether they chose to read them, he resolved their matters and established some preliminary guidelines before allowing them to fend for themselves. In one particular nation's magical realm, Young and nearly faltered and found herself trapped. This enchanted domain was none other than the German magical community. Although it constituted a vital segment of Grindelwald's organization, the number of wizards here who were averse to it was significantly fewer compared to those in other magical realms. Upon attending a gathering in the German magical community, Anne arrived at the meeting point the following day as usual. However, instead of encountering her followers, she was met by an overwhelming presence of over 100 Aurors. This predicament could be partially attributed to Anne's habit of arriving early at the assembly point. Yet there was a silver lining. She was spared from being ensnared all at once. The situation unfolded as follows. After waiting for merely 3 minutes, Anne brandished her wand and began casting spells to ward off any potential muggle detection. However, the Aurors lying in ambush had a different perspective. While the leading Aurors maintained their composure, the sheer number of them, over 100, featured a young Auror from a tense nation who, upon witnessing and spellcasting, could no longer contain his anxiety. Consequently, despite their magic being cleverly concealed, the actions of this one reckless Auror exposed them all, initially oblivious to their presence. Since the sudden surge in magical energy that dissipated almost instantly, raising her suspicions, she recognized that if it were indeed her followers, such behavior was utterly uncharacteristic. Thus, Anne discreetly unleashed a perception spell and soon detected the concealed magical signatures of countless Aurors, prompting her to heighten her vigilance. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she continued to cast her spells while stealthily retrieving a small orb, a gift from Nicholas Flamel, from her expansion pouch. Casually, she placed it in a corner as she fabricated a large armchair. Yet, as she turned to seat herself in the center of the chair, she suddenly lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Anne had strategically positioned the chair after locating the hidden Aurors, and her clumsy descent effectively obscured their line of sight. In the blink of an eye, Anne's hand shot up, grasping the armrest firmly. With a mix of feigned irritation and a hint of amusement, she kicked the chair and sat down, summoning a solid table to materialize in front of her, upon which rested a clearly antiquated gramophone. Moments later, she remained still, appearing to be in slumber, yet a subtle motion revealed her right hand extending towards the gramophone, her index finger twirling before retracting. The needle began to spin, emitting an exquisitely soothing piano melody. Curiosity piqued among the Aurors. They leaned in, straining to listen and discern the preferences of this dark sorceress. However, while their attention was drawn to Anne and the gramophone, an individual silently approached, moving stealthily towards the group of Aurors. This figure was none other than Anne herself. As she neared the unsuspecting wizards, she quietly cast a silencing charm that enveloped 2 of them, and with a flick of her wand, she unleashed a splitting spell that fragmented into 6 streams, targeting the Aurors. Unsurprisingly, 4 of the spells shattered the magical artifacts upon the Aurors, incapacitating 2 of them without a sound, while another Auror, merely a meter away, remained oblivious, still engrossed in the enchanting music. After deftly dispatching 10 individuals, Anne ceased her assault, not due to fear of detection, for her swift actions and the prior silencing spell had ensured her stealth, but because she realized that such tactics were not sustainable. Although she had cleverly angled the heads of the cursed Aurors away from their still conscious counterparts, it was clear this strategy could not last indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Anne resolved to take further precautions. Carefully producing a remote-like device from her robes, she pressed all the buttons in rapid succession before resuming her actions. Upon completing her commands, Anne began to levitate from her chair, and simultaneously, the gramophone's music transformed, the volume surging, allowing even Anne, at the rear, to hear it distinctly. Floating gracefully, she maintained her seated posture, and in tandem with the music's crescendo, her body moved with a rigid yet rhythmically intense grace. It was none other than the mechanical dance, a mesmerizing spectacle that left the Aurors on the ground utterly astonished. Meanwhile, as the Aurors' attention was diverted, Xiao An seized the moment to quicken his movements, casting 3 consecutive silencing charms in swift succession. He then deftly waved his wand, unleashing 3 concussion charms that, predictably, incapacitated 6 Aurors in an instant. At this moment, Xiao An, still dancing in the air to the rhythm of the music, continued his mechanical dance. Yet, just as he completed the second round of spells, the music abruptly shifted, prompting Xiao An to alter his dance steps in tandem with the melody. Chapter 133. Alas. We were deceived suddenly. Xiao An, who had been performing the mechanical dance, transitioned into Michael's space dance. The sudden change in music and choreography once again captivated the attention of all the aurors, allowing Xiao An to cast another 2 rounds of magic that took down 12 more aurors. As the music shifted once more, Xiao An's movements transformed into breakdancing, a style visible in this moment, and seizing this opportunity, he unleashed another 2 rounds of spells, defeating another 12 aurors. By this point, he had incapacitated a total of 50 aurors. Just then, the music changed to a waltz, and Xiao An, with arms encircled as if embracing an unseen partner, initiated a social dance. Witnessing this display, all the aurors were left dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Xiao An, now shedding any pretense, swiftly waved his wand, continuously casting the soul sensitivity charm, instantly targeting 4 aurors. Unbelievable, even the qualified Dark Lord has a penchant for this, murmured a few younger aurors. Panic swept through 2 clearly leading aurors, their faces blanching in shock as they exchanged incredulous glances before stiffly turning to regard Xiao An, who was still dancing. At that moment, Xiao An, who had been performing the waltz, suddenly began to spin wildly in place, whirling around so rapidly that it was hard to discern how many rotations he completed. However, it was but a fleeting moment. After a second, Xiao An abruptly halted, settling into a horse stance, his hands raised towards the aurors, each hand extending a solitary finger, both of which were the middle fingers. Alas, we have been deceived. As they beheld Xiao An's sudden display, the aurors finally comprehended the ruse. Ah, he is here. Just then, a startled exclamation echoed, sounding unmistakably like Xiao An's voice. Upon hearing this, all the aurors turned to look towards the source of the sound. As they shifted their gaze to the left, a loud crack echoed, heralding the arrival of Xiao An, who had just used apparition. Upon landing, he swiftly pointed his wand skyward, proclaiming loudly, "Phoenix descends from the heavens." A flaming phoenix struggled to emerge from Xiao An's wand, taking shape with remarkable perfection and solidity. This exemplified the distinction between casting and not casting a spell. Once the phoenix materialized, Xiao An swiftly waved his wand towards the aurors, and with a piercing cry, the fiery creature dove towards them. This was Xiao An's ultimate move. Unlike previous encounters where he allowed the aurors time to prepare, this time he granted them no such reprieve. In the fleeting moment of their distraction, he unleashed a formidable attack. This encounter was markedly different, as Xiao An had observed that each auror possessed at least 1 piece of protective magical gear, indicating the Ministry of Magic's earnestness. The aurors, brazenly adorned with this equipment and with it activated, were undoubtedly staunch supporters of the Ministry. Therefore, Xiao An resolved not to hold back. Previously, he had refrained from using conspicuous spells during their duel, but now he opted for the killing curse instead of the stunning spell. With the phoenix fully formed, Xiao An wasted no time. As if devoid of any preparatory motion, he instantaneously cast a single killing curse. Unlike before, when he had initiated a surprise attack, he now faced the aurors head-on in a decisive confrontation, necessitating the use of a spell that bypassed defenses. However, due to the urgency of the moment, he could not afford to cast a splitting spell. So he unleashed the killing curse to assert his dominance. Unsurprisingly, the aurors were still reeling from the unexpected assault, and one unfortunate individual fell victim to the curse, life swiftly ebbing away as he collapsed to the ground. Without lingering in place, Xiao An swiftly transformed into a blur of white light, utilizing the disillusionment charm. It was not that he wished to employ a more subtle method of apparition, but given the direct engagement with the aurors, there was no time for elaborate maneuvers. As Xiao An executed the apparition, the phoenix emitted another cry and plunged towards the aurors. What was happening? No, please, no? Ah! A cacophony of terrified screams echoed through the air, as a dozen aurors inexplicably vanished in the blink of an eye, evidently reduced to ashes by Xiao An's phoenix of fire. After a brief moment, Xiao An descended to the ground, swiftly brandishing his wand to unleash a spell that split into 3 lethal curses, directed towards the surrounding aurors. Upon witnessing the incantation of the killing curse, the aurors instinctively attempted to disapparate to safety. However, the small spheres Xiao An had previously deployed came into play. The aurors positioned themselves for disapparition, yet it appeared as though their attempts were futile, yielding no effect. Soon, these 6 aurors, much like their predecessors who had perished in flames, succumbed to their demise, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. In quick succession, Xiao An continued to disapparate, systematically eliminating more auras, until he was ultimately compelled to halt. For his phoenix had been vanquished by the remaining auras. Furthermore, the killing curse he had cast failed to achieve its full potential, as it could only dispatch 3 or 4 at a time, leaving some individuals to escape, including those who had been engaged with the phoenix. The survivors were adept at disapparition and reacted with remarkable speed, rendering Xiao An unable to gain the upper hand. "Greetings, I am An, the Dark Lord you speak of," he declared, elegantly bowing in a manner befitting nobility, exuding an air of utmost gentlemanliness. Avada Kedavra. The auras remained unmoved by his courteous demeanor and did not respond, swiftly raising their wands to mount an assault against him. "Is there truly no semblance of courtesy?" Xiao An remarked, discontented, after evading their attack through disapparition. "In that case..." Before he could finish, he unleashed a barrage of 6 bone-breaking curses. "Except you, Clearly, the remaining auras were no ordinary foes. They had been vigilant against Xiao An, and upon observing his wand movement, they quickly reacted. However, the auras misjudged the situation, as they anticipated the use of the killing curse, only to face the bone-breaking curse instead. Indeed, magic proves invaluable. A mere distraction was sufficient to eliminate so many auras. Little An felt a surge of joy. However, this was a battlefield, and there was no time for contemplation. Thus, Little An had to bottle up this happiness and immerse herself in the fight. It is worth noting that the small spheres she had deployed were not only effective against the enemy but also served her well, acting as an alchemical tool with a phantasmal displacement effect. As the battle unfolded, suspense lingered, with Little An's stealthy ambushes, assassinations, duels. In the onslaught of the Fire Phoenix, she had already dispatched numerous Aro. The remaining few Aro had little chance to resist and were swiftly dealt with one by one. After all, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Had they possessed numbers comparable to those before their arrival, Little An might have found herself in peril. Who else? Why compel me to take action? Little An disdainfully surveyed the fallen Oro, exuding an air of solitary heroism. Yet, despite her bravado, a smile lingered on her face, suggesting that perhaps she had been deceived by one of them. It was a bright morning, and not a soul passed by to witness her triumph. After indulging in her moment of glory, Little An chose not to annihilate the fallen Oro completely. Instead, she waved her wand to retract her grand chair and, with a flick of her wrist, transformed the scattered pebbles on the ground into a beach chair and a sunshade, reclining upon them. Moments later, seemingly dissatisfied with her surroundings, Little An pondered and, as if on vacation, waved her wand a few more times. Several items swiftly emerged from her inconspicuous expansion bag. "Now this resembles the scene I envisioned," Little An remarked, taking a sip of lemonade. Before long, Xiao An's followers arrived in groups, but upon reaching their destination, they found no sign of him and assumed he was merely late. However, a casual glance revealed a figure lounging comfortably in an oddly shaped chair not far away. Initially mistaken for an ordinary person, they soon realized it was indeed Xiao An. I urge you not to utter that word." He observed their presence without uttering a sound. Witnessing their startled expressions, Xiao An felt an indescribable sense of delight, though he maintained an air of authority and admonished them. As more members of the Chihua group arrived, Xiao An did not need to reprimand each one individually. Those who arrived earlier conveyed the necessary warnings. Meanwhile, Xiao An secretly relished the expressions of bewilderment on their faces, stifling a laugh. However, little time was required for Xiao An's companions to gather. Soon, they were all present. Alas, the number of Xiao An's followers within the German magical community was limited to a mere 200. These were the Aurors lying in ambush. Do take a moment to see if any friends or relatives are among them. If so, kindly escort them away for proper admonishment. Yet, upon Xiao An's utterance, not a single wizard stepped forward to check, leaving Xiao An utterly perplexed. Reluctantly, he reiterated, "Rest assured, your accountability shall not be pursued." Still as before, no wizard ventured to investigate. Is there truly no one? Well, no, it seems. After a moment of silence, a few of the leading figures in the German magical realm cautiously responded. "Very well then, let us depart and commence the battle." Upon hearing this, Xiao An did not seek further clarification. With a swift flick of his wand, he unleashed a fire spell, igniting all present, and promptly declared their departure. Without delay, he issued the formal entry protocols of the Ministry of Magic, opting instead for apparition, transforming into a beam of white light as he soared towards the ministry, passing through the recognition enchantments to gain entry. Charge forth. Engage in battle. Upon hearing Xiao An's call to arms, All members of the Crimson Flame immediately followed suit, operating in alignment with Xiao An's figure. The ensuing conflict was devoid of unpredictability, although Xiao An commanded a smaller contingent. His formidable prowess and relentless determination rendered the outcome inevitable, as they swiftly vanquished all ministry personnel without sparing any. Unlike previous encounters where Xiao An had allowed for a few survivors, this time he instructed his members to disseminate the news of their assault following the assembly. Coupled with the earlier ambush, every individual remaining within the ministry was viewed as an adversary in Xiao An's eyes. The subsequent handling of affairs proved to be significantly more arduous than before, leading to a protracted engagement that consumed an entire week to resolve all critical matters before he could resume his journey. At last, with all matters addressed, a profound weariness enveloped him. After traversing through every magical realm that had its own followers, Xiao An floated amidst the vast sky, gazing down upon the scenery below. Yet, the question lingered, where to next? It had been quite some time since he last visited Hogwarts, and he wondered how Luna and his godfather were faring. Very well then. The next destination shall be Hogwarts. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao An resolutely declared a statement, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. He relinquished all his strength and reclined against the sky, gazing at the moon above. 2 days later, at London Airport, a dapper young lad clad in a tailored suit surveyed his surroundings with palpable excitement. In an instant, however, the boy seemingly vanished from sight, unnoticed by those around him, who continued with their daily pursuits as if nothing had occurred. Mere seconds later, he reappeared beside an ancient castle, adjacent to a train station. This young man was none other than Xiao An, who had just resolved matters with the Crimson Fire organization. It was unclear what thoughts occupied Xiao An's mind, for upon his arrival at the train station, he stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrifying spell. His expression and demeanor occasionally shifted, leading one to believe he had indeed been enchanted. Upon his appearance, a look of pure joy graced his face as he beheld Hogwarts Castle. Yet, as if a sudden recollection had washed over him, his countenance swiftly transformed into one of poignant melancholy, a rather peculiar sight for a lad of merely 15 years. However, the feeling of melancholy did not linger for long, as Little and soon exhibited a beaming visage, clearly signifying the arrival of spring. Chapter 135, Hogwarts. Your Emperor has returned. Before long, Little and executed a disapparition spell, soaring towards Hogwarts Castle and landing atop its majestic spire. Gazing at the picturesque scenery below, Little and excitedly spread her arms wide and joyfully proclaimed, Hogwarts, your Emperor has returned. After striking this pose for a brief moment, she did not tarry, swiftly disapparating in a flash of white light towards Ravenclaw, disregarding the eagle-shaped doorknob, and brandishing her wand to forcefully attempt entry. At that moment, a rushing figure came panting into view. Upon recognizing Little An, the figure hastened forward without regard for the wand she held. My lord, you have returned. This is splendid news. Indeed, and you are? Ah, I am Weber, a devoted follower alongside my father. Oh, is there something you wish to discuss? Little An feigned realization, though she was completely unfamiliar with anyone named Weber. Actually, you are here to find Luna, but she has been captured by Voldemort. What did you say? In that instant, Little An could no longer maintain her composure, her mind racing, and she grasped Weber tightly, her tone growing increasingly urgent. Yes, we are all aware. Little An barely registered Weber's subsequent words. Upon confirming the grim news, she immediately disapparated to Snape's office. Ultimate explosion. Upon arriving at Snape's office, Little An did not consider using any secretive incantations to gain entry. She resorted instead to the simplest method of brute force. However, upon entering Snape's office, she was met not by the professor she sought, but by an unfamiliar elderly gentleman seated in the chair. Who are you? Where is Snape? Ah, this is my office. Snape has long ceased to be the potions master. Ah, you must be in. How delightful. I am Horace Slughorn, the potions master of Hogwarts and head of Slytherin House. I have always wished to meet you. It is a pleasure to finally see you. Where is Snape? Are you in such a hurry? Come, have a seat, and we can discuss this at length. Avada. Observing the new professor's lack of understanding, Little An had no desire to engage in idle chatter. She swiftly waved her wand, though she deliberately recited the incantation slowly, allowing Horace ample time to react. It is not that Xiao An is unwilling to utilize the legitimacy to seek out what he desires. Rather, he prefers to confront matters directly. However, the individuals capable of serving as professors at Hogwarts are certainly not to be underestimated. Even the rather lackluster defense against the dark arts professor from Harry Potter's second year commands a certain respect that Xiao An cannot afford to dismiss. Although that individual exemplified the term lackluster to an impressive degree, his mastery of the forgetfulness charm instills a sense of caution in Xiao An, dissuading him from employing legilimency or similar spells. After all, a person who wields the forgetfulness charm with such finesse is unlikely to be ignorant of magic that pertains to memory and the soul. Wait. Snape is now the headmaster of Hogwarts, though he has departed, and I am uncertain of his current whereabouts. Indeed. Upon seeing Xiao An ready to cast the killing curse at the slightest provocation, Horace immediately recoiled. What is the entrance password? Hearing Horace's inquiry, Xiao An promptly posed his question. However, Xiao An appeared exceedingly astonished, unable to fathom how circumstances had escalated to this point. Perplexed by Snape's ascension to the position of headmaster, with that old bee around, it seemed implausible that Snape could ever attain such a role. Wizard supremacy, how intriguing. With that thought, Xiao An executed a disapparition and soared toward the headmaster's office. Upon arrival, without pausing, he uttered the password and descended the staircase. Indeed. Upon entering the office, he found it completely devoid of occupants, leaving him to wonder where Snape had vanished to. Noticing the absence of anyone, Xiao An abandoned any pretense of reverence and unceremoniously plopped into a chair. It was simply too exhausting to maintain a facade, especially in this core of Hogwarts, a place personally established by the four great founders. Given Xiao An's current capabilities, he stood no chance of mischief in the headmaster's office. While he might have dared to use disapparition elsewhere in Hogwarts, he was acutely aware that causing a ruckus within the headmaster's domain would likely lead to a dismal fate. After all, during his first visit to the headmaster's office, he had sensed something amiss, enough to instill a rare sense of awe in someone as audacious as himself. To claim there was nothing unusual here would be utterly implausible. Thus, he sat leisurely in the headmaster's office, surveying his surroundings. As he gazed upon the familiar perch, memories of the phoenix he so dearly longed for flooded back to him, yet everything had changed. In the span of over a year, all had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, a wave of melancholy washed over him, compelling him to quell such thoughts with hunger. He idly tapped the table, and a house elf promptly materialized. Having witnessed Dumbledore summon one in a similar manner, Xiao An was hardly surprised. After issuing a few casual commands, he sent the elf away. Not long after, another elf appeared beside him in a flash of light. The elf swiftly set down a tray, then took a step back to bow. Gazing at Xiao An with palpable excitement and fervor, it was evident this little creature recognized him. Oh, it's you. It has been such a long time. Xiao An set aside his spell book and reached for a rack of lamb. Just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed the bowing house elf seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the little fellow. It was none other than Sherman, his closest companion. Master, you have finally returned, Sherman exclaimed, tears welling up in his large, expressive eyes. Yes, I am back. Please, no tears. Come, have a bite. Overjoyed to see this amusing little elf once more, Xiao An felt a wave of warmth and nostalgia wash over him as he witnessed Sherman's tears. Thank you. Knowing Xiao An's temperament, Sherman did not hesitate to accept the lamb Xiao An offered, then disapparated away from the headmaster's office. Just like old times, Xiao An mused. Little and initially intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Sherman, but upon witnessing Sherman's abrupt departure, he paused momentarily before shaking his head. He picked up a lamb chop, took a bite, smiled, and casually uttered a remark. To the readers, I sincerely apologize to those who enjoy this book. The speed of updates is limited, and it certainly cannot compare to the prolific output of other authors. Therefore, I express my apologies. Moreover, creation is a challenging endeavor, and I hope that whether you are reading the legitimate version or a pirated one, you might consider leaving a collection on the bookshelf at Qidian to provide some encouragement. Lastly, if any of you possess recommendation votes, I would be grateful if you could cast one in my favor. Donations and monthly votes are unnecessary. A recommendation vote suffices and incurs no cost. I appreciate your support. Chapter 136. Long time no see, Godfather. After quietly savoring the long-awaited delicacies, Little waved his wand, conjuring a reclining chair upon which he reclined, closing his eyes in anticipation of Snape. A hazy hour drifted by as he lay there in a semi-conscious state. At last, circumstances took a turn. The walls of the headmaster's office began to slowly shift apart, revealing a door in their wake. Shortly thereafter, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and soon a middle-aged wizard accompanied by a woman rushed in, panting. Snape, you aren't. Indeed, you have come in search of Snape. The two did not wait to hear the rest of little Anne's words upon his utterance. They swiftly retreated, moving at a remarkable pace. Do not be so anxious, little Anne said in a relaxed tone. Yet, the middle-aged wizard collapsed in a faint. Observing their lack of respect, little Anne refrained from further conversation and cast a splitting spell, sending 3 incantations each towards the two. Unsurprisingly, although both individuals were equipped with alchemical artifacts, they were unable to withstand the formidable power of Xiao An's spells, which struck them consecutively 3 times. In a moment of negligence, how could they possibly defend against such an onslaught? After managing to block the first 2 spells with their magical devices, their activation speed had already diminished. Before the third artifact could be activated, the third stunning curse struck, rendering the 2 of them unconscious without fail. These 2 Death Eaters possessed only mediocre strength. When compared to formidable wizards like Snape, their capabilities were vastly inferior. Had Snape been struck by Xiao An's stunning spell, despite Xiao An's formidable prowess, he would still not be incapacitated without the possibility of retaliating, for even in a state of unconsciousness, his mind would remain alert. Given a moment's oversight from the caster, he could employ silent, wandless, and gestureless magic to dispel the stunning curse. Of course, at this juncture, Snape was not capable of such a feat. Perhaps in the future, Xiao An and Voldemort might achieve it. There was also Grindelwald. Though this old man had not engaged in battle for many years, leaving Xiao An uncertain of his current capabilities. Returning to the main narrative after incapacitating the two, Xiao An wasted no time casting a silencing charm, then approached the fallen individuals and cast an extensive detection spell over them. In a matter of moments, all the magical artifacts belonging to the 2 individuals were unearthed by Xiao An. Without hesitation, he conjured a monkey through magic, which retrieved all their magical possessions. Subsequently, with a fierce incantation of fire, he incinerated the alchemical tools completely. It was not that these artifacts were inferior. Even the most mundane of tools held value for Xiao An. However, as these items were acquired from Death Eaters, he could not ascertain whether they bore any hidden dangers. Rather than laboriously examining each one, he opted for a swift resolution by obliterating them in one fell swoop, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. Once the flames of destruction had extinguished all traces of the artifacts, Xiao An showed no further restraint. He first lifted the enchantment of unconsciousness from the male wizard and immediately cast a soul-binding curse upon him. What is your name? Electocaro. Your identity, including your affiliations with the Death Eaters, the Magical Realm, and Hogwarts? I am a provider of resources and funding for the Death Eaters, the head of the Caro family, and a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. What is your purpose? The purpose is to monitor. Before he could finish, Electo clutched his head in agony, letting out a loud cry of pain. Remarkably, he managed to break free from the soul-binding curse, yet for reasons unknown, he continued to grasp his head, blood streaming from his eyes. Observing this distressing scene, Xiao An quickly grasped the situation and, devoid of any inclination for admiration, waved his wand towards Electo. A flash of green light ensued, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Turning his attention to the fallen female wizard, Xiao An employed the same method, swiftly ensnaring her with a soul-binding curse to continue the inquiry into the matters Electo had left unspoken. Your name? Electocaro. Your identity, including your affiliations with the Death Eaters, the Magical Realm, and Hogwarts? A mere Death Eater, sister to Electocaro, the head of the Caro family, and a professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. Now, write down the actions you are to undertake following Voldemort's directives. Yes, master. In his heart, Xiao An silently cursed. The word he dared not utter was on the tip of his tongue, for Electo was still ensnared by the soul-binding curse. Should he speak it, the consequences were unfathomable. Yet, to be addressed as master by a middle-aged woman of diminutive stature was a struggle to suppress his disdainful thoughts. However, this time disappointment washed over him, as he witnessed Electo, after penning a few lines, succumb to the same fate as his brother, Amicus, clutching his head in agony before swiftly breaking free from the curse's grip. Realizing his scheme had once again failed, Xiao An resignedly waved his wand, a flash of green light illuminating the air, and Electo followed in his brother's footsteps. Observing the two sprawled on the ground, Xiao An casually cast several routine detection spells to ascertain what had transpired with them, subsequently watching in a state of melancholy. Just then, the door to the headmaster's office began to stir. Noticing this development, Xiao An lost interest in the fallen figures and redirected his gaze toward the entrance. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in black, his hair gleaming with an oily sheen, approached. It was none other than Severus Snape, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. And what brings you back? Snape inquired, his voice laced with concern. What have you done to them? It has been quite some time, Godfather, Xiao An replied, noting Snape's evident agitation, which he promptly suppressed upon recalling Luna's abduction by Death Eaters. His expression soured, and, in a calm tone, he said, Of course, you can hear my displeasure. Snape sensed the tension in Xiao An's voice, yet his mind was preoccupied with other matters. And what have you done to them? Do you understand the repercussions of your actions? Chapter 137. Apologies, I do not care, Humph. What repercussions could there be? Xiao An retorted. Now, what is the situation with Luna? To hell with Luna. Do you even comprehend what you've done? Do you realize the time we are in? Almost all the students of Slytherin are descendants of Death Eaters. We are on the brink of a holiday. And you brazenly kill the most trusted subordinates of the Death Eaters. Are you attempting to incite war at this moment? Let war come if it must. What is there to fear? If you wish for secrecy, then eliminate every Slytherin student. What's the big deal? Xiao An stated with an air of indifference. You. Snape stammered, completely flustered by Xiao An's cavalier remarks, unable to articulate his thoughts. Do not be alarmed. Come, take a seat. With a flick of his wand, Xiao An moved the designated chair of the headmaster behind Snape. Now, Godfather, let us cease this discussion. What happened to Luna, and why did Voldemort capture her? Oh. Never mind. I can no longer concern myself with you. Do as you wish. All that you seek is contained herein. Peruse it for yourself. With that, Snape withdrew his wand and, pointing it at his temple, extracted a fragment of memory. Without even glancing at the chair that Xiao An had brought over, he turned and exited the office. Unlike Harry Potter, Xiao An did not necessitate the use of a pensieve or any similar alchemical apparatus to delve into memories. Observing the strands of memory floating in the air, Xiao An did not even require the use of a wand. He merely focused his gaze upon the threads and, employing a wandless incantation, entered into Snape's recollections. Before long, Xiao An emerged from the depths of his memories, comprehending the intricacies of the situation. Over the course of the past year, he had come to grasp all the significant events, both grand and trivial, that had transpired within the magical realm. Moreover, Xiao An had uncovered a secret belonging to Dumbledore, which instantly alleviated his concerns. Without hesitation, he swiftly exited the headmaster's office. Upon leaving, he did not linger but instead utilized apparition, transforming into a shimmering white light as he sped towards the direction of Slytherin House. Before long, Xiao An arrived at Slytherin House, disregarding any passwords or barriers. He swiftly welcomed and seized a nearby Slytherin student, effortlessly performing a soul projection to gain entry into the hallowed halls of Slytherin. Upon reaching the common room, Xiao An, still clad in the attire of the Muggle world, could not escape the unmistakable disdain of the pureblood and half-blood wizards who surrounded him. However, those upperclassmen only took a fleeting moment to react, for the distinctive appearance of Xiao An was unmistakable within the halls of Hogwarts. After all, there were only two individuals of East Asian descent in the entire school. One was the Chinese student Zhang Qiu, and the other was Xiao An, a boy and a girl respectively, making them exceedingly easy to identify. However, the younger students of Slytherin were quite different, particularly the first-year students. Upon arriving at Slytherin, they may not have mastered much, but they certainly donned their prejudices like badges. Upon seeing Little An in his Muggle attire, they mistakenly assumed he hailed from the Muggle world. Yet, Little An's yellow skin instilled a sense of apprehension in those from illustrious families, while those of mixed heritage or lesser-known lineages remained undeterred. When Little An boldly walked in, one could only wonder what had possessed him. As before he could comprehend the situation, he quickly uttered words he would regret for a lifetime, and did so swiftly that the older students, who possessed more discernment, had no chance to intervene. Mubblood, this isn't your place. Return to your Muggle world and spare us your disgrace, a young wizard exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Little An. What? Little An stood there, momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity of this individual. Yet, in that fleeting moment of confusion, the older Slytherin students were equally stunned, all eyes turning towards the one who had spoken out. Fueled by the reactions of their peers, the young wizard grew bolder, strutting with an air of authority, while some of the obviously less knowledgeable first-year wizards could no longer restrain themselves, witnessing this same year peers' boldness. They quickly followed suit, rising to their feet and pointing accusing fingers at Little An, unleashing a torrent of insults. Mudblood, leave now. Do not taint the air of Slytherin. What is going on? At that moment, Little An had just regained his composure, initially contemplating how to outsmart and intimidate the young wizard who had insulted him. However, upon seeing three individuals standing to berate him, he was instantly flummoxed. Was it that I wielded my wand ineffectively, or were they simply too arrogant? Little An pondered. Undeterred, he cast a spell at the first young wizard who had stood up. Upon being struck by the curse, the young wizard collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony, unsure of where to clutch for respite. Seeing Little An retaliate, the other three young wizards, despite not recognizing the spell he had cast, rallied their courage, shouting, "This fellow is bullying a student of Slytherin. Let us all join forces and take him down." However, the others were not foolish. Upon witnessing the fallen figure, they discerned the nature of the spell cast upon him. A recollection of Xiao An's complexion flashed through their minds, and they instantly recognized who Xiao An truly was. Hence, these individuals dared not pursue their attack any further. Ultimately, only three of them drew their wands and directed the few spells they were capable of at Xiao An. To these assaults, Xiao An remained utterly indifferent, neglecting even the semblance of defense, allowing the spells to strike him as he continued his purposeful approach towards the crowd. With a rhythmic flourish of his wand, he unleashed a series of heart-piercing curses upon each assailant, concluding with a levitation charm and a silencing spell. He summoned Draco over casually, meandering to a seat where, without uttering a word, the occupant graciously made room for him. Xiao An accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat and commanding, "Now, let us proceed. Carry on with what you must, do not be anxious." As Xiao An traversed through the throng, all the young wizards fell into a hushed silence, terrified of incurring his wrath, leaving them too intimidated to speak. Reluctantly, Xiao An attempted to offer them some reassurance, though his intentions were insincere. He merely sought to feign concern, well aware that even his words would not restore their composure. Chapter 138. Even if they were allowed to live, it would be a waste of resources. After teasing the young wizards present, Xiao An lost interest in further jesting, finding it rather tedious. However, he could not simply let these individuals off the hook for their failure to intervene during the earlier incident involving the young wizards. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the silencing charm, surrounding himself with a barrier that promised an entertaining spectacle. The anguished cries of the four young wizards resounded unabashedly in the ears of those present. Before long, a few young wizards could no longer contain themselves and surreptitiously drew their wands to cast their own silencing spells. Yet, such trivial maneuvers could hardly escape Xiao An's notice. Upon observing their furtive actions, he feigned ignorance. Once the spells were unleashed, he pretended to have just become aware of their antics and retaliated with a splitting heart-piercing curse. Without a doubt, two conspicuously advanced little wizards were instantly struck by a curse, meeting the same fate as the previous four. All the young wizards, upon noticing Little An's movement, immediately froze, their gazes fixated on the two fallen individuals. They quickly grasped the reason behind Little An's assault. The two were lying on the ground, writhing in agony just like the earlier quartet, yet no sound escaped their lips. It dawned on them that the silence was due to the two having cast a silencing spell, prompting Little An's retaliatory strike. Before long, the four little beings sprawled on the ground ceased their cries, evidently indicating the cessation of the curse's effects. The excruciating nature of the heart-piercing curse lies in its cruel design. Once afflicted, the victim remains conscious, forced to endure the torment. The cessation of their wailing did not lead to their rising, and soon enough, Xiao An comprehended the reason. He observed the four young wizards slowly rising, only to crawl on the ground in a frenzied manner, clearly driven mad. Despite Xiao An having deliberately tempered the curse's potency, it remained too severe for these young wizards, all of whom were first and second graders. They could not withstand the strain and had succumbed to madness. Madness? How intriguing, since they had lost their sanity. They held no value. Individuals like them, even in existence, were a waste of resources. To spare them further suffering, I shall extend my kindness and grant them a final passage. Avada Kedavra. With that, four death curses swiftly erupted from Xiao An's wand, and the four ceased their crawling, never to rise again. You, go find Draco. After unleashing the curses, Xiao An scanned his surroundings and casually selected a senior wizard, casting a speed and strength enchantment upon him. Immediately, when he noticed the wizard frozen in place, Xiao An's tone grew considerably more forceful. After a brief wait, the enchanted wizard sprinted towards him, and amusingly, Draco was cradled in his arms, carried along as he ran. Draco, I never expected you to have a taste for this. What will become of the Malfoy family? And you have returned. Upon hearing Xiao An's remark, Draco swiftly waved his wand, casting an upside-down jinx on the one who was carrying him, then quickly rose from the ground to join Xiao An's side. It is not that Draco is cowardly or afraid to contradict Xiao An. Perhaps he is a bit hesitant. However, the ultimate reason lies in Draco's understanding of Xiao An's temperament, recognizing that Xiao An is merely jesting. Thus, he refrains from denying it and instead greets Xiao An. This situation is also understood by Xiao An, as they have spent a considerable amount of time together. Upon seeing Draco approach, Xiao An's smile faded. Draco, what is the situation with Luna? Xiao An inquired with a serious tone. Well, this really isn't my concern, and I even advocated for her, Draco replied. Oh, if that is the case, then the fact that Voldemort has captured Luna, despite your plea, signifies that he is preparing for war against me. All right, thank you, Draco. Farewell. Xiao An said, turning toward the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Wait, hold on, and Draco was genuinely startled by Xiao An's words, realizing that she was implying a direct confrontation, and it was all due to him. Seeing Xiao An attempt to leave, Draco hurriedly jogged a few steps to dissuade her. What is it, Draco? Is there something else? Don't rush. I'll try to reason with him again. That's unnecessary, Draco. However, I do need you to do me a favor. Tell Voldemort to return Luna unharmed within 2 days, or else it will be outright war. Go on. Head straight to your gathering point. Without waiting for Draco's thoughts, Xiao An proceeded to the Slytherin entrance, pushed the door open, and immediately disapparated toward the station. Following several swift disapparitions, Xiao An found herself in the heart of London. After taking a brief respite to recover, she checked the time and deemed it appropriate. She swiftly cast a muggle-repelling charm and disapparated to Diagon Alley. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley, Xiao An did not linger. After a cursory glance around, she flew up to the rooftop of Gringotts. Once there, she drew her wand and pointed it toward the sky. Conjuration of Scarlet Flames. After casting the spell, Xiao An remained seated on the rooftop of Gringotts, taking in the view of Diagon Alley. However, the sight was far from pleasing, as nearly all establishments in Diagon Alley were shuttered. However, what captivated Xiao An was not these trivial matters, but rather the wizards dashing across the ground. Moments ago, several of them had noticed Xiao An arriving in Diagon Alley clad in Muggle attire and attempted to confront her. Yet, Xiao An offered them no opportunity. After a brief assessment, she soared to the rooftop of Gringotts. Witnessing this remarkable display, the wizards were momentarily rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend how such a seemingly insignificant young witch possessed such formidable power. However, upon observing Xiao An's subsequent actions, it dawned on them. After all, the incantation of the Crimson Flame was unmistakable. If these wizards failed to recognize it, they would truly have wasted years in the company of Wushiji. Not only were the wizards at the entrance of Diagon Alley astonished, but upon witnessing the gathering of the exclusive high-profile Black Curtain of the Red Fire, all wizards, irrespective of their factions, began to rush, though their intent remained unclear. Chapter 139. Let us break up after casting the spell. Xiao An lingered on the rooftop of Gringotts for a while, noticing that no one sought to trouble him and finding the desolate scenery of Diagon Alley uninteresting. He decided to leave without delay, utilizing apparition to transform into a beam of white light and swiftly exiting Gringotts. Upon returning to the Muggle world, Xiao An did not tarry. He hailed a taxi and, upon the driver's recommendation, checked into a hotel. After resting for several hours, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he apparated away from the hotel to the meeting location. This gathering held no significant matters. It followed the usual routine of discussing a plethora of persuasive rhetoric, followed by outlining plans for preparation. However, this time in England, Xiao An had previously instructed attendees in his message to wear masks to evade detection by Death Eaters. After the meeting concluded, Xiao An made his way to Hogwarts. This time, he arrived stealthily, not alerting anyone aside from Snape. After a brief conversation with Snape, he returned to his dormitory. The night passed without incident. The following day, Xiao An awoke early, a result of his biological clock. Despite feeling fatigued from the previous day, he found himself awake at 6 o'clock, a habit cultivated over the past year, as he had little time to indulge in sleep. Once awake, Xiao An found sleep elusive and decided to rise. After freshening up, he retrieved a spell book and reclined on his bed to study, only taking action when hunger finally struck. Thus, the morning slipped away. By noon, Xiao An was not hungry. Although he had studied throughout the morning, his prone position had masked any sense of appetite. Yet after hours of reading, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. So he set the book aside and engaged in some physical exercise to stretch his limbs. It was only when hunger began to gnaw at him that he contemplated moving to the dining area. However, just as he was about to do so, the alert spell he had set up triggered, indicating that someone was seeking him. With a wave of his hand, he checked the source of the disturbance and was instantly thrilled to see that it was none other than Luna standing outside. Upon seeing Luna, any remnants of hunger vanished. The saying that beauty is indeed appetizing rang true. Forgetting everything else, Xiao An quickly opened the door and rushed outside. Previously, Luna could freely enter his room. But after Xiao An had adjusted the enchantments the day before, she had triggered his alert spell. Otherwise, she would have already entered without him noticing. Rushing before Luna, Xiao An embraced her without hesitation. However, he did not notice that Luna, though initially delighted to see him, soon wore a contemplative expression, her joy fading. Let us break up? What? Are you deceiving me? Why? Upon hearing that Luna intended to break up with him, Xiao An was instantly thrown into disarray. Initially, he could not accept it, but after releasing Luna's hand and witnessing the seriousness etched on her face, all that lingered in his mind was a singular question. Why? You are the Dark Lord, and I am merely an ordinary wizard. Luna spoke with a voice that lacked conviction. Observing Luna's demeanor and tone, Xiao An quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. As for the reasons Luna provided, they were swiftly cast aside in his thoughts. Such absurdity was hardly believable. These excuses were evidently mere pretexts, far more disheartening than mere astrological incompatibilities. Very well, but do not divulge this to anyone else, or your safety will be compromised. With that, Xiao An seemed to exhale all his energy, trudging back to his dormitory like a specter. As for whether Luna had fallen under the control of Voldemort, Xiao An harbored no doubts. Had she been in danger, his wards set outside the door would have alerted him long ago. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao An, swaying unsteadily, collapsed onto his bed, face down. It was unclear what plagued him until half an hour later, when he finally stirred. Suddenly, as if propelled by an unseen force, he shifted his body, turning over to lie on his back, his eyes, now red-rimmed, gazing at the ceiling. A few minutes later, Xiao An bolted upright, swiftly exiting his dormitory and racing towards the 8th floor, breathless yet determined. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he did not pause, hastening towards the headmaster's office, clearly intent on that destination. Arriving at the office door, he urgently uttered the incantation, "Wizards first." However, the entrance remained unresponsive, the statue standing rigidly in place. Realizing that the incantation had failed, Xiao An felt a surge of urgency and drew his wand, ready to strike the statue. Yet, in that moment of desperation, a spark of clarity ignited within him. He suddenly recalled an alternative password for the headmaster's office. Without hesitation, he cried out, "Albus Dumbledore." After Xiao An uttered the incantation, the door to the principal's office did not materialize, indicating that he had made an erroneous assumption. In a moment of impulsivity, Xiao An brandished his wand and cast a shattering spell at the statue. However, though the spell was unleashed, it failed to achieve its intended effect. Upon striking the statue, the spell ricocheted back towards Xiao An. Taken aback by this unforeseen development, he momentarily froze but, in a split second, managed to evade the spell. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. As Xiao An sidestepped the initial spell, it unexpectedly pivoted and shot back towards him once more. Fortunately, having remained in a heightened state of alert, Xiao An sensed the impending danger from behind and swiftly rolled aside to avoid the oncoming spell. At this juncture, Xiao An turned his attention to the situation with the spell, only to realize it was the very same spell that had rebounded. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within him, yet he refrained from retaliating. Instead, as the spell approached again, he chose to sidestep in anticipation, curious to observe its landing. However, the rebounding spell seemed to possess a will of its own, mirroring Xiao An's movements as it relentlessly pursued him. In Chapter 140, The Godfather, Xiao An recognized the nature of the spell as it veered back towards him, understanding that it was determined to persist until it concentrated on him. Armor of Protection. All spells shall cease. Unaware of the counter-spell, Xiao An, in a moment of desperation, unleashed 2 spells in response. How dare you? Do you think I would let this go unchallenged? After one spell created a protective barrier that neutralized the incoming magic, Xiao An, incensed, pointed at the statue and exclaimed, "Seriously? Is this truly the incantation?" Upon uttering his grievances, he observed the statue slowly ascending, revealing the entrance to the principal's office. Xiao An stood in stunned silence. "Very well, Xiao An, do come in. No need to embarrass yourself any further," came Severus Snape's voice echoing down the staircase. Realizing that Snape had facilitated his entrance, Xiao An disregarded everything else and hurriedly made his way down the passage towards the principal's office. "Godfather," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Xiao An beheld Severus Snape seated in a chair, engrossed in some unknown contemplation. The sight of Snape stirred an overwhelming wave of emotion within Xiao An, causing his eyes to redden and tears to cascade down his cheeks. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and enveloped Snape in a fervent embrace, burying his head in Snape's chest as he wept. After a while, Xiao An's sobs gradually subsided, at which point Snape finally spoke. Initially perplexed by Xiao An's sudden display of affection, Snape only comprehended the depth of Xiao An's sorrow upon realizing he was indeed crying. Though he remained at a loss for words and offered no consolation, he held Xiao An close. "Very well, whatever troubles you, share it with me. I am here. Godfather." "I was dumped," Xiao An managed to utter, his voice muffled. Upon hearing Snape's response, Xiao An lifted his head, his eyes still red, and gazed up at Snape. "Dumped?" Snape was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Xiao An's revelation. Meanwhile, at Boston International Airport in Massachusetts, a young boy of Asian descent, no more than a teenager, stood alone in the chilly atmosphere, surveying his surroundings. Interestingly, despite the cold, the onlookers seemed unfazed by the scant attire of this young lad, who was none other than Xiao An, recently arrived from Hogwarts. Before long, Xiao An spotted the object of his search. Without hesitation, he approached the target, deftly opened the car door, and entered with an air of ease. However, as he boarded, his left hand inadvertently moved, clutching a wand. The taxi sped along, carrying Xiao An to Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts. Upon reaching his destination, he skillfully paid the fare and, as he exited the vehicle, he waved his wand. This gesture had become a habit during his year-long solitary existence in America. Despite being the wealthiest nation in the world, the disparity between rich and poor is stark. Xiao An, though a wizard, preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon arriving at Harvard, Xiao An confidently ventured inside and sought out those who had initially invited him to study there. Without exchanging pleasantries, he cast a soul-binding curse, swiftly taking control before commencing his interrogation. After 2 days of relentless questioning, he had thoroughly investigated all suspects, yet yielded no substantial findings. However, it could not be said that he left empty-handed, as he had at least resolved one lingering question. When Xiao An first arrived in America to study magic, he had not bothered to inquire how many knew his middle name, dismissing it as unimportant. It was only after returning to Hogwarts and studying under Snape for a few days that he recalled this matter. With little else to occupy his time at Hogwarts, he decided to investigate further in America. Through his inquiries, Xiao An discovered that no one seemed to know his middle name. It became clear, through his interactions at Harvard, that middle names are seldom used and individuals rarely disclose them, typically reserving them for engagements or oaths. In the context of schooling, there was little necessity for such a name. The staff responsible for admissions had no inclination to delve into Xiao An's middle name, which meant his efforts had ultimately been in vain. "Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths," Xiao An muttered in frustration after concluding his investigation. Nevertheless, his endeavor did yield some results. He had successfully driven the 2 admissions officers to madness. As previously mentioned, certain individuals with formidable willpower or extensive knowledge were impervious to soul-binding curses and memory charms. Thus, in a moment of oversight, Xiao An had inadvertently driven these 2 evidently well-educated individuals to the brink of insanity. Nevertheless, Xiao An did not neglect them. After all, there was a certain connection between them. Hence, he took out the potion he had specially obtained from Snape to cure them. After concluding his journey to Harvard, Xiao An did not linger and promptly departed, merely inquiring about Kevin's situation, only to discover that the unfortunate fellow was still pursuing his graduate studies. Xiao An's next appearance was already within the magical realm of America, adhering to the customary practice of casting the seasonal spell to convene a gathering. However, this time, Xiao An was utterly astonished, for he had not anticipated that, on the night he arrived at the gathering site to seize the opportunity for conflict, the assembly proceeded as usual. Yet, after the gathering concluded and all arrangements were made, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the members of the Crimson Fire departed in droves, nearly 200 wizards remained on site. Observing this group, Xiao An found himself perplexed, unsure of why these individuals lingered. Thus, he directly inquired about their intentions. However, before he could finish his question, the 200 wizards suddenly drew forth their wands. Upon witnessing their actions, Xiao An swiftly reacted. Without hesitation, he executed a disapparition spell, vanishing from the scene. The process was seamless. Evidently, they had not set up any counter-disapparition charms. This was hardly surprising, given the substantial number of wizards in attendance, several thousand, making it evident that they dared not take action. Chapter 141. eliminate them after a fierce skirmish. The outcome was that Xiao An was forced to flee, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he was ultimately outnumbered and had no choice but to escape the gathering site. Of course, the Aurors did not emerge unscathed. Their pursuit that drove Xiao An to retreat resulted in the demise of over 70 of their ranks. After 3 consecutive disapparitions, Xiao An finally evaded his pursuers and erased his magical traces. However, he dared not return to the hotel he had previously occupied and instead sought refuge in an unoccupied apartment. Upon arriving at his temporary hideout, Xiao An was careful not to let his guard down. He quickly lay upon the bed of the apartment and promptly retrieved various potions to tend to his wounds. After a considerable ordeal, he nearly expended half his life. Once he managed to tend to his injuries, he swiftly brandished his wand, casting spells to restore order in the disheveled room. It took several incantations before he successfully eliminated any evidence of his presence. Subsequently, without lingering, Xiao An disapparated again, searching for several vacant apartments until he finally succeeded in addressing his wounds. It must be said that Snape is indeed a master of potion making. His creations yield remarkable results. Under ordinary circumstances, achieving such a therapeutic effect would be unattainable for Xiao An without considerable time and the assistance of a professional healer. After tending to his wounds, Xiao An hesitated to continue using apparition. Instead, he retrieved a vial of a complex potion, into which he placed a strand of hair he had discovered in the apartment, the gender of which remained unknown. Fortunately, all of Xiao An's thoughts were consumed by the urgency of evading capture and covering his tracks. These individuals were not mere wizards. They were seasoned Aurors, which necessitated Xiao An's extreme caution. Otherwise, he would not have felt compelled to flee, as he typically regarded ordinary wizards with disdain. Defeating them would merely be a matter of time, contingent upon their lack of prowess. With a calm demeanor, Xiao An consumed the potion, and rather than transforming into an odd or grotesque figure, he became a young black man. However, the current state of Xiao An appears exceedingly peculiar. As previously mentioned, after consuming the compound potion, one is unable to use their hands. Although Xiao An ingested the potion post-injury, the effects have proven to be rather lackluster. For instance, despite the flawless efficacy of Snape's compound potion, it is evident from various indicators that Xiao An's condition remains far from satisfactory. The injury on the chest area of his hand persists. While there is no bleeding, it is still a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. At this moment, Xiao An pays little heed to these concerns. After carelessly selecting a few garments from the wardrobe and donning them, he does not linger but promptly strides towards the door, hastening down the stairs and onto the street. At this juncture, Xiao An has truly evaded his pursuers. Yet he faces a pressing dilemma. He desperately needs a place to rest for the night. Unfortunately, at this late hour, not a single taxi is in sight. And given his inability to use magic, the situation has become rather awkward. However, this situation was easily resolved. Little An glanced at the street, noticed the absence of taxis, and promptly departed from the area, meandering aimlessly along the road until he stumbled upon a camp for the homeless. Before long, Little An encountered the leader of the camp, from whom he procured a tent for accommodation by presenting a $10 bill he had discreetly stashed in his pocket. In return, he not only secured a place to stay but also received the leader's attentions, thus gaining a modicum of personal space. However, when it came time to pay, Xiao An remained cautious. Instead of directly handing over the cash, he first emptied his pockets to demonstrate transparency to the local leader. Only then did he present the money. Furthermore, he offered his down jacket, yet the leader, displaying a measure of discernment, declined the garment. Instead, he merely inspected it momentarily, as if to ascertain whether any money was concealed within, before returning the jacket to Xiao An. This gesture primarily served to convey that he possessed little wealth on his person, for if the locals suspected he harbored a substantial sum, the night could unfold in unpredictable and perilous ways. However, after this series of events, Xiao An's resentment surged dramatically, and his animosity towards the Ministry of Magic escalated rapidly. Thus, after the battle commenced the following day, Xiao An had but one course of action regarding the American Ministry of Magic: to eliminate them. After a night of silence, Xiao An rose early the next morning. At that hour, everyone in the camp remained in slumber, and he chose not to disturb anyone. Instead, he placed the clothes he no longer needed outside the chief's tent and then vanished with a disillusionment charm. Upon reappearing, Xiao An found himself at the predetermined gathering point. Dressed in garments he had conjured himself and protected by a warming and moisturizing charm, he discreetly observed from a short distance. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Once all personnel had assembled, Xiao An led over 2,000 individuals towards the Ministry of Magic with great fervor. This time, the battle against the ministry was remarkably straightforward for Xiao An. It was executed with such ease that, in no time at all, every single child and member of the ministry was ruthlessly eliminated by Xiao An and his followers. Xiao An was no longer the naive newcomer to the magical realm. The eradication of these individuals bore no weight on his conscience, for he understood that the magical community was far more populous than he had previously assumed. In fact, there were over 200,000 wizards in Britain alone, while America had around 100,000. Thus, the obliteration of a mere 200 to 300 wizards from the ministry was inconsequential. There were plenty of individuals eager to step into its place. Subsequently, Xiao An dedicated 3 days to address the aftermath of the ministry's downfall. Following that, he felt truly liberated. He had traversed every corner of the ministry. And it is worth noting that some countries do not possess a ministry of magic, such as Mexico and Australia. Among these, Australia's magical community is particularly peculiar, rich in fantastical creatures whose circumstances remain unclear due to the abundance of magical beings. The wizards here primarily engage in the study of these creatures or are personnel from breeding facilities sent by other nations, all seeking to profit. As for other nations lacking a ministry, some resemble Australia in this regard, while others have few wizards or possess diminished strength, among various other reasons. To the readers, I extend my sincerest apologies to those who enjoy this book. The speed of my writing is limited, and updates will not be swift. I cannot compete with those prolific authors. Additionally, the creative process is arduous, and I hope that regardless of whether you read the legitimate version or a pirated one, you might consider leaving a collection on my bookshelf at Qijin to provide me with a modicum of motivation. Lastly, if anyone has recommendation tickets, I would greatly appreciate your support in casting a vote for me. As for rewards and monthly tickets, those can be set aside. Merely having a recommendation ticket suffices, as it costs nothing. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 142. After resolving matters with the American Ministry of Magic, Xiao An found himself devoid of tasks, having thoroughly explored and addressed every aspect of the ministry, with the exception of Britain. However, returning to the British magical community was not an option for him at this point. While he could technically go back, doing so would mean leading a life akin to that of a rat, hiding and scuttling about, far less enjoyable than his current freedom. After a few days of boredom in the hotel, Xiao An could no longer contain himself. He packed his belongings and embarked on an impromptu journey, setting his sights on Los Angeles. After checking out of the hotel, Xiao An took merely a second to determine his destination. He opted for the conventional mode of transportation, the train, rather than employing any magical means of transit. How slow, he murmured to himself as he settled into his seat, admiring the scenery outside the window. The train swayed and rattled its way to Los Angeles. However, Xiao An hardly felt any motion during the journey. One must commend the quality of train services in America, which are remarkably safe, albeit painfully slow. So slow, in fact, that it felt as though he could have traveled faster on a bicycle. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Xiao An hurriedly made his way to the Staples Center. Although he had set out early, the train's sluggish pace meant he arrived shortly after 6. As for the tickets, he had purchased a season pass well in advance. His seat was average, not particularly good nor bad, situated conveniently in the aisle. For Xiao An, this was the best position he could hope for. Although he entertained the thought of moving closer to the front, which would have been conspicuous given the few magical spells he possessed. Upon reaching the Staples Center and glancing at the time, he realized he had ample time before the game commenced. Feeling no urgency, he leisurely sought out a restaurant, where he enjoyed a comfortable dinner and bought several jerseys, all featuring the numbers 8 and 34. After donning one of the jerseys, Xiao An proceeded to the Staples Center. However, when Xiao An dons the basketball jersey, it resembles the elegance of a dress. There is little recourse, as Xiao An purchased the same size jersey worn by Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. For Xiao An, there exists only one jersey, albeit in 2 sizes. Yet it remains but one piece. Go Lakers, go Lakers. One cannot help but remark upon the fervor of fans in this era, as soon as the match commenced. Even before the players took the court and following the commentator's introduction of the competing teams, the audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers, which in turn swept Xiao An into a whirlwind of excitement, prompting a few enthusiastic shouts of his own. It must be said that among the spectators present, Xiao An appeared rather unconventional. This was not during the era of Yao Ming entering the NBA, when the presence of individuals of Asian descent was notably scarce in the league. Consequently, the sighting of such individuals among the audience was exceedingly rare, particularly for a young fan like Xiao An. This match featured the Golden State Warriors as they faced off against the Los Angeles Lakers. Prior to the game, the Warriors boasted a dismal record of 0 wins and 5 losses, while the Lakers held a pristine record of 3 wins and no losses. To many observers, the outcome of the game seemed predetermined, with the only curiosity being the margin by which the Lakers would triumph. However, Xiao An's intentions were far simpler. He was primarily there to witness the prowess of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. To be honest, he was unfamiliar with the other players on the Lakers, only recognizing these 2 stars. The din of the crowd was soon overshadowed by the commentary booth, which, equipped with a microphone, easily outmatched the audience's vocal efforts, as the endurance of human voices paled in comparison to the mechanical amplification. Shaq. The second player introduced for the Lakers was indeed O'Neal. Upon hearing his name, Xiao An erupted in excitement, disregarding everything else as he fervently cheered for O'Neal, rallying support for the charismatic Big Shark. The crowd joined in unison, chanting O'Neal's name, as he had already established himself as the star of the Lakers, surpassing even Kobe in prominence at that moment. Soon, the players took to the court, and one must commend Xiao An for his astute choice of location, as the Lakers players brushed past him. Kobe, go, crush the Warriors. The sight of O'Neal momentarily startled Xiao An, but after a brief pause, he gathered his wits to cheer him on. Alas, by that time, O'Neal had already made his way past. Yet, fortune favored the determined, as Kobe was still trailing behind. Hello, thank you. After Kobe extended his hand to shake with the young fan, he smiled and remarked. At this moment, Kobe's fame was not yet substantial, though it had begun to grow, especially after recently clinching the slam dunk contest title, which had garnered him a considerable following. Nevertheless, his renown paled in comparison to that of players like Shaquille O'Neal. When he heard someone cheering for him, the Mamba felt a warmth in his heart. Looking up, he noticed that it was an Asian boy clad in his jersey, which made him feel even more connected. Indeed, the young fan was wearing Kobe's number 8 jersey, a number considered to be quite auspicious. Seeing the boy's outstretched hand, Kobe felt it inappropriate to decline. Thus, he bypassed the other fans reaching out and firmly grasped the young boy's hand. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he was merely holding on, though Kobe's hands were relatively smaller than those of other NBA players. In comparison to the boy, they seemed colossal. Kobe held the handshake for an extended period, at least from the perspective of others, as the other players had already moved on, leaving only Kobe still engaged with the young fan. Security personnel were present in the players' tunnel to maintain order, yet they were hesitant to confront a child. Had it been an adult, regardless of their appearance, the security would have undoubtedly intervened to escort Kobe away, but with a child, they found themselves at a loss, unwilling to employ force. As the first quarter neared its final 3 minutes, Kobe was finally substituted onto the court. Upon his entrance, the boy immediately shifted his cheers from supporting Shaquille to rallying for Kobe. However, Kobe was not on the court for an extended period before being substituted. At present, he has yet to secure a starting position, though he has firmly established himself on the bench, occasionally stepping into the role of the 6th man. Without a doubt, the Lakers, equipped with the formidable combination of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, have little to fear against the current Golden State Warriors. As expected, by the end of the third quarter, the Lakers held a commanding 24-point lead, with the Warriors utterly overwhelmed by the dominance of the Big Shark. The game had officially descended into garbage time, and O'Neal had signaled his departure from the court. Chapter 143, Hogwarts, I have returned. The Battle of Hogwarts approaches, however. In the fourth quarter of the game, Kobe played for a considerable duration. Upon witnessing Kobe's presence on the court, Xiao An reignited his enthusiasm for cheering. Despite the fact that the cheers from the audience had diminished significantly during this seemingly uneventful fourth quarter, Xiao An remained fervently dedicated to supporting Kobe. In an anticipated turn of events, the Lakers triumphed over the Warriors with a staggering 35-point victory, thus securing their 4th consecutive win in the new season, marking a flawless start. Meanwhile, the Warriors faced their 6th consecutive defeat, experiencing a disheartening beginning to their campaign. Today, however, Xiao An did not merely enjoy an exhilarating match. He also acquired 2 jerseys, one bearing the number 8, belonging to Kobe, and the other emblazoned with the number 34, associated with Shaquille O'Neal. The situation unfolded as follows. After the conclusion of the game, when the Los Angeles Lakers players exited the arena, they had to pass by Xiao An. As Kobe approached and noticed the young enthusiast still present, he recalled how fervently this little one had cheered for him during his performance on the court. Unable to resist, he paused and removed his jersey, presenting it to the young fan, Xiao An, while also signing it. However, The journey for Xiao An to acquire Shaquille O'Neal's jersey was somewhat tumultuous. Upon witnessing Kobe signing a jersey for Xiao An, O'Neal felt a desire to gift his own jersey to the young admirer, especially since he had heard Xiao An's cheers of encouragement. Nevertheless, with Kobe leading the way, O'Neal refrained from encroaching on Kobe's fans, considering himself the elder brother in this scenario. As for how the two were able to hear Xiao An's cheers, let us not delve into the realm of magic. Such matters are trivial and rather straightforward. However, would Xiao An let this opportunity slip by? Upon receiving the jersey from Kobe, he promptly seized the moment to retrieve the new jersey he had purchased before the game and handed it to Kobe for a swap. Observing that Xiao An had acquired so many of his jerseys, Kobe's cold demeanor softened once again, and he took a marker to sign not just one, but two jerseys for Xiao An, one being the jersey he had previously worn, and the other the one Xiao An was currently donning. Yet, Xiao An had not only purchased Kobe's jerseys, he had also acquired O'Neal's number 34 jersey. While presenting the jersey to Kobe, Xiao An made sure to discreetly display his O'Neal jersey, which, of course, did not escape Kobe's notice, as it was rather difficult to ignore when Xiao An was holding it up for admiration. It must be said that Kobe was remarkably gracious towards his fans. Upon witnessing the jerseys of both Little An and Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe displayed no signs of annoyance. Instead, after signing an autograph for Little An, he swiftly dashed a few steps away, only to return shortly thereafter with Shaquille O'Neal in tow. In this manner, Little An was fortunate enough to acquire two signed jerseys bearing the number 34, one of which was worn by O'Neal during an actual game. After both Kobe and Shaquille had departed, Little An carefully stored away the three jerseys amidst the envious gazes of surrounding fans. Subsequently, Little An did not indulge in selfishness. He took it upon himself to share the jerseys he had purchased with the fans present, keeping only 4 for himself, 2 previously worn by Kobe and Shaquille, and 2 others that were suitable for his own wear. However, they were still quite large, as Little An had purchased them according to his height as an adult, resulting in a fit that resembled donning a dress. In the ensuing months, Little An refrained from aimless wandering and managed to secure an apartment. His days were filled with watching games, as he did not engage in any other activities. Nevertheless, he remained dedicated to his passions for magic and martial arts. For the Lakers did not play every day, granting him ample time to hone his skills. During these months, whenever there was a home game for the Lakers, Little An could always be spotted at the Staples Center, occupying the same spot. However, he refrained from attending away games, despite his strong desire to go. It simply was not feasible. Several months later, upon learning of Xiao An's graduation from university, his relationship with Kobe and Shaquille had notably flourished. After all, Xiao An had emerged as a formidable figure in another realm, though he was acutely aware of his own limitations. However, these two individuals remained blissfully oblivious, particularly with Shaquille. Their camaraderie had blossomed into a genuine friendship, united by the commonality of being shareholders in Apple. Moreover, during these past months, Xiao An had realized 2 of his aspirations, to tease Kobe and to playfully harass Shaquille. As their familiarity deepened, when Xiao An extended an invitation for a meal, neither of the two declined. After a few generous outings, the fulfillment of Xiao An's ambitions unfolded effortlessly. Harassing Shaquille proved to be remarkably simple, under Xiao An's persuasion. Kobe quickly succumbed to his whims. A few parkour maneuvers left Kobe utterly astonished, and Shaquille was no exception. Once they were ensnared in the fun, the rest was a mere formality. Mastery requires diligent practice. Without it, one cannot achieve greatness, Xiao An remarked, to which Shaquille, without a word, feigned indifference, continuing to eat without sparing a glance at Xiao An. Even Xiao An's subsequent demonstration of the Bagua stepping techniques failed to pique Shaquille's interest. However, Xiao An noticed Shaquille's unspoken curiosity. He observed Shaquille intently watching him during the demonstration, and he was certain he saw Shaquille's ears perk up several times during his explanation. After the meal, both invited Xiao An to attend an away game, but he graciously declined, as it was now late April and Voldemort's affairs needed resolution. Thus, Xiao An hurried back to address the aftermath. This time, he chose not to fly, uncertain of Voldemort's machinations at the airport. Especially since the British magical community was largely isolated from the outside world, leaving him without any means of information. He casually sought out a locksmith and, tossing him a few galleons, procured a means of entry. With a flicker of space, Xiao An returned to England. Fortunately, this individual was a professional. Having chosen an excellent location on the outskirts of London, surrounded by vacant land, devoid of buildings, and firmly within the Muggle realm. Upon arriving in London, Xiao An wasted no time. He promptly disapparated towards Hogwarts. After a few swift apparitions, he found himself within the confines of Hogwarts Station. Hogwarts, I have returned. Gazing upon the Hogwarts castle, which appeared much as it had when he departed, Young An was filled with a myriad of emotions. However, he did not linger. Instead, he transformed into a stream of white light, soaring towards the castle's interior. Chapter 144. The Return of Harry Potter as an approached Hogwarts Castle. He descended, not due to an inability to enter, but rather because he deemed it inappropriate to make such a grand entrance. This return was markedly different from his previous one. Back then, he could have boldly flown in without concern, even if the Death Eaters had taken notice. Yet this time, he had no justification for such audacity. Thus, upon halting, he immediately cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and refrained from entering the castle, opting instead to head towards Hagrid's hut. Once he had distanced himself significantly from the castle and dispelled the charm and took to the air again. Soon, he beheld Hagrid's small abode. However, he was not there to seek Hagrid this time. Consequently, and did not approach the hut. Instead, he paused at a considerable distance, seated behind a large rock. He did nothing else but close his eyes, attuning his senses to the direction of Fong, the boarhound. This time, and had come to find Fong. And in the blink of an eye, the dog dashed towards him, instantly shrinking in size and leaping into an embrace. However, it was not long before the mountain cannon leapt from Xiao An's embrace, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. Roar, roar, roar. Oh, my leader. How have you changed so dramatically? Moreover, I sense a rather unpleasant aura about you. Perhaps so. Come, mountain cannon, I require your assistance. Can you enlighten me on what I should do? I am on the brink of battle with Voldemort, and without you, my victory is uncertain. Very well. But you are no longer suited for me. Once the battle concludes, I shall take my leave. Agreed. Godfather, I have returned. In the blink of an eye, Xiao An, mounted atop the mountain cannon, arrived at the headmaster's office. Fortunately, Severus Snape had imparted the password to him months prior. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable trouble. As for the anti-apparition charm at Hogwarts, it posed no challenge for Xiao An, while the school's enchantments could thwart apparition, they could not impede running. The mountain cannon's prowess lay primarily in its speed. Furthermore, the mountain cannon bore no trace of magic, relying solely on its swiftness. No matter how formidable the anti-apparition charm, it could not prevent someone from running. This creature, a descendant of the legendary Zouwu, was reputed to traverse the distance from London to Paris in a mere second. Though the mountain cannon's current abilities were not yet formidable, this distance was trivial for it. Are you leaving? For the time being, no. Very well. The 6th floor has an unoccupied office. You may reside there for now. All right. Godfather, please do not act recklessly. You are all I have left. Snape offered no response, merely gesturing to create a passage for Xiao An to exit the headmaster's office before resuming his focus on the items atop his desk, seemingly absorbed in his thoughts. Godfather, could you prepare some more potions for the bite inflicted by Nagini? I believe I may need them. Certainly. Farewell, Godfather, and take care. After leaving the headmaster's office, Xiao An did not proceed to the room that Snape had prepared for him on the 6th floor, but instead made his way to the kitchen, where he found Shulman. There, he procured a transfer table before riding back to the 6th floor atop his mount, cannon. For the subsequent week, Xiao An continued to rise early each morning, utilizing the transfer table to have Shulman deliver meals. After dining, he would practice in the Forbidden Forest until after 7 in the evening before returning to the dormitory. Throughout that week, Xiao An and Cannon struggled to synchronize their efforts. Their coordination was barely adequate. Initially, Cannon would run too swiftly, leaving Xiao An unable to cast his spells before his target was already out of reach. Conversely, when Cannon moved slowly, Xiao An's spells would be cast. Yet Cannon's potential remained unfulfilled. After a week of diligent practice, they had made slight progress, though they were still far from meeting Xiao An's expectations. On the evening of May 1st, 1998, after returning from a late practice in the Forbidden Forest and having dinner, Xiao An lay on his bed, resting. He had trained later than usual that day, aware that the impending decisive battle was drawing near, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. Had it not been for the oppressive darkness of the forest, he would have continued his practice for a while longer. However, not long after he reclined, he received a notification from Snape summoning all students and staff to assemble. This was a magical communication within Hogwarts, ensuring that every wizard present in the castle could receive the message, a special alchemical tool crafted by Hogwarts founders for the purpose of defending against muggles. Gathering at such a late hour? Xiao An murmured to himself upon hearing the announcement. Without spending much time pondering, he rose, washed his face in the bathroom, and made his way to the Great Hall. Although the reason for the assembly was unclear, he was certain that something significant was about to occur. As he arrived at the Great Hall, having used the disillusionment charm, he observed that all the young wizards were present, and Snape was speaking from the podium. It was fortunate that Xiao An had not dawdled. Otherwise, he would have missed overhearing the conversations of the passing students, arriving at such a late hour. If anyone knows of Mr. Potter's actions tonight, I suggest you speak up. Immediately, Snape declared, taking a few steps down. At that moment, Xiao An finally discerned the words spoken by Snape. However, as soon as Snape finished his last word, all the young wizards bowed their heads, afraid to meet Snape's gaze. This reaction was not unexpected. After all, few students dared to stand up when a teacher posed a question. What is peculiar is that a young wizard took several steps forward and positioned himself opposite Severus Snape. Upon closer inspection, the individual was none other than Harry Potter. The moment Harry Potter stood forth, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of young wizards. It appears your seemingly impenetrable defenses harbor significant vulnerabilities, Headmaster. Harry Potter declared fearlessly. At that instant, the grand doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall swung open, ushering in a formidable group led by Kingsley, Lupin, and Arthur, members of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry Potter noticed the newcomers and swiftly turned to glance behind him, finding himself bolstered by their presence. Chapter 115, The Battle of Hogwarts commences. The hidden dangers are indeed considerable, Kingsley echoed Harry Potter's sentiment. How do you still have the audacity to occupy that position? Tell everyone what transpired that night. Reveal how you gazed into his eyes, how he trusted you. Yet you betrayed him. Speak. Harry Potter demanded loudly, confronting Snape. In response to Harry's inquiry, Snape remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, swiftly drawing his wand towards Harry, yet refraining from casting any spell. Witnessing Snape brandishing his wand, the young wizards recoiled in fear, retreating to the sides, unwilling to stand beside Harry Potter. However, an elderly witch stepped forward, none other than Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, who also aimed her wand at Snape. The two remained locked in a tense standoff until Professor McGonagall initiated the first offensive, launching a fierce fire spell without hesitation. Yet, Snape effortlessly deflected both spells, maintaining a defensive stance. To young Anne's eyes, those fire spells were mere trivialities, easily countered with a simple incantation. It was evident that Professor McGonagall had held back. Subsequently, she cast two stunning spells towards Snape, which were of a higher caliber, deserving of serious attention even from Snape, however, conjured a large, rudimentary protective armor to thwart them. Ah, the Godfather has fallen for the trap, and mused inwardly upon observing Snape's reaction. Likewise, two professors dispatched by Voldemort, positioned behind Snape, recognized the implications and felt an urgent need to alert him, mirroring Anne's thoughts that Snape had indeed been ensnared. Yet, as the battle teetered on a precipice, Snape did not withstand the spells directly. At the moment the protective armor met the stunning spells, Snape deftly waved his wand to the left and then swiftly to the right, causing the spells to rebound and strike the two individuals behind him. Without any unexpected developments, the two individuals fell to the ground, utterly defenseless, as they succumbed to the curse. After executing these two actions, Severus Snape wasted no time. With a mere flick of his wand, he transformed into a shadowy figure, shattering the glass, and flew out of Hogwarts, vanishing in an instant. Oh dear. Upon witnessing Snape's retreat, all the young wizards, except for those from Slytherin, erupted in joyous cheers. Professor McGonagall, seizing the moment, stepped into the position recently occupied by Snape and waved her wand, restoring the Great Hall to its former splendor. Observing McGonagall's actions, Little felt a surge of happiness, for she detested the dark and gloomy atmosphere Snape had cast over the Great Hall. Yet, with her godfather's defeat, her joy was somewhat muted. However, this moment of relief was short-lived. A first-year wizard suddenly crouched down, clutching his head and screaming in terror. At the sound of his cries, the other young wizards quickly covered their ears and turned to ascertain the source of the commotion. Though disturbed by the noise, and did not shield her ears, instead, she focused intently on the frightened wizard, eager to comprehend the situation, before long, and grasped the cause of the disturbance. As the entire Great Hall was suddenly filled with an unsettling voice that seemed to come from a hoarse throat. I know many of you wish to resist, and some may even consider it wise to do so. However, such actions are foolish. Surrender, Harry Potter. If you do so, we can coexist peacefully. Hand him over, and I assure you that Hogwarts will remain unscathed. Surrender, Harry Potter, and I shall reward you. But you have only 1 hour. Upon hearing Voldemort's speech, with its rhythmic cadence, and immediately felt the stark contrast, Her own oratory fell woefully short. It was no wonder Voldemort could so swiftly captivate his followers. His eloquence was undeniable. "Someone seize him and hand him over," cried a Slytherin student after absorbing Voldemort's declaration, pointing directly at Harry Potter. Witnessing the Slytherin wizard step forward, and felt an inexplicable surge of indignation. It wasn't that she held any personal animosity toward him. In fact, she had never even seen him before. Yet, his actions were utterly repugnant, and while one could hope for good intentions, it was clear that this wizard harbored none. "The students are out of bed. They're all wandering about," cried Filch, clutching his cat as he rushed over, raising his voice. "Shut your foul mouth, Filch. They were summoned here, you imbecile." "I beg your pardon, madam," Filch replied, lowering his head and turning to leave. "Wait a moment. You're just in time, Filch. If possible, I would like to request that Miss Parkinson and all other Slytherin students be escorted away." Professor McGonagall descended from the podium and approached the Slytherin side. "To where, madam?" "The dungeons." A chorus of cheers erupted from the young wizards, while the Slytherin students, in stark contrast, appeared despondent, their heads bowed as they followed Filch. "You must have a purpose for returning, Mr. Potter. What do you require?" Harry Potter stepped forward from the crowd, hastening towards Professor McGonagall. She too moved a few steps in his direction, and as they stood face to face, before Harry could utter a word, Professor McGonagall interjected. "Time, Professor, the more, the better. Go and attend to your responsibilities. I shall safeguard the castle." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, turning to leave. However, after taking only a couple of steps, Professor McGonagall called out to him. "Potter, it is a pleasure to see you." "It is equally a pleasure to see you, Professor," Harry replied with a smile. After that, he turned towards the great hall doors, greeting acquaintances along the way and reminding them to protect the castle. "Harry, the room at the end of the 6th floor corridor. Come to me as soon as you have finished your business. I shall await your arrival." At that moment, Xiao An unexpectedly employed a spell to penetrate Harry's mind, stealthily leaving behind a phrase. Upon hearing Xiao An's voice, Harry Potter's steps faltered noticeably, and he glanced around before resuming his facade of nonchalance as he proceeded towards the grand doors of the Great Hall. Chapter 146. Draw Your Wand. Potter apologies for the title error in the previous chapter. After Harry's departure, Professor McGonagall took a few more steps and returned to the podium to announce the upcoming arrangements. However, these matters no longer concerned Xiao An. Observing Harry Potter's exit, Xiao An maintained the disillusionment charm and made his way toward the still open doors of Hogwarts' Great Hall. At this juncture, the Slytherin students had not yet dispersed, making it impractical for Xiao An to utilize apparition. Thus, he ambled along behind them until he reached the staircase, where Filch was leading the Slytherin students down to the dungeons, presenting Xiao An with an opportunity to apparate. However, it was too late, for a throng of young witches and wizards came rushing past him, evidently having heard all that Professor McGonagall had to say. The sight of these young students, oddly resembling a panicked exodus rather than a mere transition, puzzled Xiao An. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were first and second-year students. Not overly concerned, Xiao An noted the considerable number of young wizards and decided to abandon the thought of operating. Instead, he turned towards the exterior of Hogwarts, wishing to evade the wave of young students and savor the scenery before the impending battle. Xiao An understood that he might never behold such sights again. Thus, every moment spent appreciating them felt like a precious gain. He held no absolute certainty of triumph over Voldemort, and the most likely outcome seemed to be mutual destruction. Had Voldemort been as cruel and deranged as depicted in the original texts, Xiao An might have felt more assured. However, in the current confrontation, his greatest hope was to protect Snape while facing Voldemort, even if it meant perishing alongside him. Though there remained a sliver of hope regarding Harry Potter, it appeared exceedingly bleak. After several encounters with Voldemort, Xiao An had discerned that Voldemort's rationality and cunning were gradually resurfacing. With each meeting, the Dark Wizard grew more formidable. This was also the reason behind Xiao An's slap towards Hermione. Upon witnessing Hermione's safe return to Hogwarts, he felt a momentary relief for her. Yet a wave of dread washed over him regarding the prospects of war. Gazing into the distant sky, Xiao An's thoughts were far removed from the beauty surrounding him. His mind was consumed with contemplating his advantages and strategizing on how to confront Voldemort. Before long, Professor McGonagall emerged alongside most of the Hogwarts faculty, accompanied by several young wizards, including Neville and Finnegan, with a few parents trailing behind. "Professor, do you truly permit me to do this?" Neville inquired earnestly, inadvertently rousing Little One from her slumber. "Indeed, Mr. Longbottom." But that as an explosion came the response. Yes, an explosion, swiftly now. All right, but how am I to proceed? You might seek counsel from Mr. Finnegan. I recall he possesses considerable talent for explosions. I can blow it up. Now that is the spirit. Off you go. Professor McGonagall encouraged. You know, we cannot delay the Dark Lord for long. Before she could catch her breath, Professor Flitwick interjected, addressing McGonagall. We can hold him at bay. And his name is Voldemort. Phileas, you ought to refer to him as such. After all, he is coming to kill you. Professor McGonagall retorted sharply. Dismissing the others without further discourse, she abruptly turned, drew her wand, and pointed it skyward, while her other hand clenched into a fist. Fingers curling inward as she directed her incantation toward the passageway. Stone Sentinels, arise. The Stone Guardians of Hogwarts, our beloved institution, stands on the brink. Fulfill your duty and protect our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Once she had activated the Sentinels, she recited a series of powerful spells. And soon thousands of Stone Guardians marched in formation toward the perimeter of their domain, akin to soldiers wielding weapons to safeguard Hogwarts. Impenetrable armor, all protections enhanced. Several professors from Hogwarts, along with the parents of young witches and wizards, swiftly took their positions after leaving the stone platform, each standing in a defensive stance with their wands pointed skyward, slowly reciting the most formidable protective enchantments in the magical realm. Observing this, Xiao An lost interest and turned to enter the Hogwarts castle, making his way step by step towards his room on the 6th floor. As he passed by Professor McGonagall, he noticed her subtly nod in his direction, yet he chose not to respond and continued forward. As he walked through the castle, Xiao An observed that all the portraits were in the midst of relocating, leaving behind blank canvases devoid of figures and furniture. He chuckled softly and continued his leisurely journey to his room. Once back in his dormitory, Xiao An did not engage in any other activities. Instead, he waved his wand a few times to make the wall disappear and conjured a single armchair. He then tapped the transfer table, requesting Shulman to bring him some skewers of lamb and a drink, before settling down to enjoy the view outside while savoring a skewer and a sip of his beverage. Approximately an hour and a half later, Harry Potter, accompanied by his trio of saviors, approached. Xiao An had not locked the door, allowing the three to enter effortlessly. They immediately spotted Xiao An, as the room was cloaked in darkness, with only a faint light emanating from his corner where a solitary chair stood without any walls. Did you find it? Xiao An heard a voice but did not turn to see who it was. He knew it was Harry Potter and thus directly inquired. Yes, I found it. How did you know? Xiao An grinned, relishing the moment. It was no wonder Grindelwald had spoken to him with his back turned. The sensation was exhilarating. All right, take out your wand, Potter, Xiao An instructed, placing his belongings on the table and conjuring a ball of water while washing his hands. Oh, why? Take out your wand, Mr. Potter. Ignoring Harry's confusion, Xiao An finished washing his hands and, after wiping away the water, pointed his wand at Harry. Seeing Xiao An's demeanor, Harry, though bewildered, complied with the command and produced his wand. All right, let us begin. With that, Xiao An held his wand firmly in front of his chest, inclining slightly towards Harry, fixing his gaze upon him. Chapter 147. Now, you may leave. What is this for? Harry, Hermione, and Ron looked on, utterly perplexed by Xiao An's actions. They understood the implications of his movements, but could not fathom why he was doing so. Harry, witnessing Xiao An perform the dueling salute, was confused about the reason behind it and was uncertain about how to respond, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is the matter, Potter? Don't you even understand etiquette? Xiao An chided, observing Harry's bewilderment. Oh, all right. Though Harry could not comprehend why Xiao An acted in such a manner, he had no desire to engage in a duel. Thus he merely performed the customary salute of a duel. He resolved not to retaliate and to endure any mistreatment Xiao An might impose. Avada Kedavra. Upon witnessing Harry's salute, Xiao An wasted no words. He waved his wand and uttered a spell, unleashing a green beam directed at Harry Potter. Ah! Harry gasped, startled by the ferocity of Xiao An's attack. Instinctively, he waved his wand and cast a silent, disarming charm. Remarkably, Xiao An's deadly curse missed Harry, veering past him to strike a small acromantula lurking behind him, which succumbed without resistance, vanishing from existence. Conversely, Harry's disarming charm found its mark, striking Xiao An, who, predictably, had his lightning struck once sent hurtling toward Harry. Fortunately, Xiao An, being exceptionally powerful, severed his magical supply in the blink of an eye after releasing the spell. At that moment, Harry had yet to react and cast his own spell. Despite Xiao An's formidable strength, his abrupt cessation of magic resulted in him sustaining injury. Had he maintained his magical supply after hitting the acromantula, he would have emerged unscathed. However, his haste was driven by uncertainty regarding Harry's potential reaction time and spellcasting speed. In this instance, Xiao An's gamble did not misfire, for Harry swiftly regained his composure, responding almost instinctively. Thus, the minor injury Xiao An incurred was a small price to pay. Had he not acted promptly, the consequences could have been far graver, potentially costing him his life. "Now, you may leave," Xiao An declared, snapping his fingers to summon his wand back before turning away and taking a seat, not sparing Harry and his companions a glance. The three of them were bewildered by Xiao An's words, utterly perplexed by the intent behind his actions. "Leave," Xiao An snapped. Noticing their hesitation, "Let us go." Ron was the first to break the silence, casting a glance at Harry and Hermione. "Thank you, Xiao An." Hermione suddenly turned back after they had taken a couple of steps toward the door, expressing her gratitude. "Are we still friends, Xiao An?" As Hermione observed, Littlin remained silent, prompting her to inquire once more. In response, Anne brandished her wand, casting a repelling charm that propelled the trio outside. Subsequently, she gestured twice more with her wand, sealing the door and activating the room's protective enchantments. Once the three had been dispelled, Anne retrieved her undetectable extension bag and extracted a potion made from mandrake roots, consuming a vial of it. Within mere seconds of drinking the potion, Anne's right hand returned to normal. The petrification antidote derived from mandrake roots had the remarkable ability to heal the aftereffects of the killing curse. Indeed, while the soul may be severed upon being struck by the killing curse, the most critical consequence is the rapid aging and disintegration of the body. This curse was conceived as a derivative of the petrification spell. There exists a creature known as Medusa. It is said that those who meet her gaze are cursed to eternal stone, a fate that offers the paradox of immortality as long as the petrified statue remains unscathed. The individual shall never truly die. The creator of this curse did not intend it as a means to kill, but rather as a method of torment. Imagine a person condemned to eternal life, yet deprived of movement or speech, rendered less capable than a mere gargoyle, which at least retains some mobility. This individual would be eternally imprisoned in stillness, unable to close their eyes, forever gazing in one direction. The agony of witnessing one's most cherished things being tormented would incite profound fury and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This curse was originally devised to punish the most heinous criminals confined in prison. However, nothing is without flaw. Despite the inventor's intention to create a non-lethal spell, its very nature was destined for destruction. The afflicted must perish. Although the curse achieves the intended effect of complete petrification, this transformation also expels the soul, leaving behind an empty husk devoid of life, and not even of stone. Thus, in the realm of petrification, mandrake roots hold the key to reversal. There is an adage that states, "One thing overcomes another." Mandrake, thriving in the vicinity of Medusa, harbors no fear of her. Yet, it is only capable of reversing the petrification, unable to save those who have succumbed to the killing curse. However, for Xiao An, the release from petrification was sufficient. After consuming the antidote to the mandrake's petrification, his right hand returned to its original state. He did not engage in any other activities but continued to sit there, one hand holding a skewer of lamb and the other a beverage, gazing at the tumultuous scene of the Hogwarts battle below. At that moment, the conflict was reaching a fever pitch. Although the Death Eaters numbered over 5,000, bolstered by a multitude of magical creatures, Hogwarts was not entirely at a disadvantage. The forces on the Hogwarts side were also considerable, nearly matching the Death Eaters on a 1-to-1 basis. The ratio of young wizards to adult wizards was approximately 1-to-2, with most adult wizards being the parents of the young ones, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix merely a minority. However, it is evident that Hogwarts possesses limited strength under normal circumstances. It would be utterly dominated by the Death Eaters. Yet, we are not in a state of normalcy. Each curse directed at the young wizards of Hogwarts seems to be deftly evaded at precisely the right moment, rendering them untouchable. Thus, despite their limited prowess, the young wizards often engage in a back-and-forth with the Death Eaters. As for the narrative concerning the thick-skinned whale yearning for watermelon, it has extended to 300,000 words without interruption, with the whale earnestly seeking recommendations and rewards. In Chapter 148, titled Snape and Voldemort, the Young Wizard, Xiao An soon lost interest. At that moment, the lamb skewers had been entirely consumed by him. Suddenly recalling that something was amiss with Snape today, he set aside all distractions and focused entirely on sensing Toby's presence. In truth, Xiao An understood the peculiar behavior of the young wizards. They were not under the control of the imperious curse, as they had promptly consumed the Felix Felicis. The likelihood of being controlled by the imperious curse was nearly non-existent. Leaving only one plausible explanation, they had ingested Felix Felicis. Before long, Xiao An sensed Toby's presence, though he could not discern Toby's exact location. This was to be expected, as it was merely a contractual magic, making it natural for him not to perceive it clearly. Without further contemplation, Xiao An commenced the summoning of Toby. Responding to the call, Toby appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. "Toby, notify me immediately if the Godfather is in peril. I shall instantly apparate to his side. Meanwhile, attend to all matters and do not linger in the magical creature box. Remain close to the Godfather and be cautious in concealing your form," Xiao An instructed solemnly upon Toby's arrival. "Indeed, your will is my faith," Toby replied. And with a soft pop, his figure vanished from Xiao An's room. Once Toby departed, Xiao An found himself devoid of the desire to continue watching the ongoing battle. He reached out to grab a skewer of lamb from the table, only to realize his hand met with emptiness. Observing that all the food on the table had been consumed, a surge of frustration welled up within him. He abruptly drew his wand, retreated to his room, procured a piece of parchment, and deftly tapped the nearby table several times. Instantly, the table transformed, appearing brand new, with the previous mess entirely eradicated. After the tapping ceased, Xiao An's anger dissipated in an instant. It then dawned on him that all the house elves had likely engaged in the battle, and it was uncertain whether Shulman could receive his message or even if he was still alive. However, shortly thereafter, the altered table did not yield any change. Instead, a small elf materialized in Xiao An's room. "Oh, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be fighting?" Xiao An inquired as he sensed the magical energy and turned to find Shulman carrying skewers of lamb and a beverage. "I cannot. Shulman must serve the Graydon. How could I possibly engage in battle?" Shulman replied. "Very well, set the items down and remain here without wandering about," Xiao An instructed. After Xiao An finished speaking, he turned and returned to his chair, resuming his observation of the battle below. Toby, upon hearing Xiao An's instructions, devoted himself to executing them flawlessly. However, Toby undertook an additional task. Instead of placing the food on Xiao An's transfer table, he first moved it aside and brought over Xiao An's desk. Although Xiao An found this somewhat peculiar, he did not inquire further, allowing Toby to proceed. Soon enough, Toby did not disappoint Xiao An. He waved his hands a few times, and the appearance of Xiao An's desk rapidly transformed, quickly resembling that of a transfer table. Following this, Toby vanished with a disapparition, only to return shortly with another table that matched Xiao An's transfer table. Thus, Xiao An continued to indulge in the pleasure of eating lamb skewers and sipping beverages while enjoying the spectacle of the battle. It must be said that martial artists possess a hearty appetite. Not long after finishing his meal, Xiao An managed to consume even more lamb skewers. However, the delightful moments did not last long, as Xiao An soon sensed the message Toby wished to convey. As soon as this realization struck him, Xiao An's expression turned grave. He abruptly stood, drew his wand, and prepared to disapparate. Yet, he did not do so immediately. "Sherman, take care of the remaining matters. I have something to attend to. Also, there is a small wooden box on my bed. Please safeguard it for me, and I shall retrieve it upon my return." With that, Xiao An disapparated from the scene. Fortunately, the anti-disapparition charm at Hogwarts had already worn off, evidently due to the ongoing battle that had impacted the school. This, however, proved advantageous for Xiao An, as he could now disapparate directly instead of transforming into a beam of white light to traverse the distance. Yet, in the brief moment it took to utter those words, Xiao An's arrival was already delayed. Upon reaching Severus Snape's position, the first sight that met his eyes was that of the noseless man, Voldemort. Snape lay on the ground, his throat a gruesome mess, while a large serpent was viciously attacking him. Witnessing this horrific scene, Xiao An could no longer contain himself. Disregarding Snape, he unleashed a powerful fire spell aimed at the serpent. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Upon noticing Xiao An's sudden appearance, Voldemort momentarily froze, evidently taken aback at his presence, thus granting Xiao An the opportunity to cast his spell. Yet Nagini did not hesitate, although its focus had been solely on attacking Snape. Being a serpent, it quickly coiled its body into an S shape, evading Xiao An's initial assault. Nonetheless, this was a powerful fire spell, and despite Nagini's maneuver, the spell's inherent property of igniting anything it touched still managed to strike Nagini. Hiss, hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Help! As the cursed fire struck the ground, flames surged upward, igniting Nagini's body in an instant. The intense heat caused Nagini to soften rapidly, writhing on the ground and emitting a series of hisses. Although Xiao An could not comprehend the incantations being uttered, he could surmise their meaning. After hitting Nagini, Xiao An swiftly severed the flow of magic and hastily summoned Snape. Fearing the conflagration might consume him, for the curse showed no distinction between friend and foe. Witnessing Nagini's injury, Voldemort lost his composure, disregarding Xiao An's presence, and rushed to Nagini's side, wielding his wand to cast a counter-curse. Had Xiao An chosen that moment to act against Voldemort, the Dark Lord would undoubtedly have suffered greatly. However, all of Xiao An's focus was on Snape, and thus he lost this opportune moment. "You have done well," Voldemort remarked, his gaze piercing as he extinguished the flames engulfing Nagini. After uttering a menacing warning, he did not engage Xiao An in battle, but instead operated away with Nagini in his arms. Chapter 149. Healing Snape at this moment. Xiao An was attending to Snape's wounds, yet a portion of his thoughts remained fixated on Voldemort. Uncertain of whether the Dark Lord might strike while he was preoccupied with Snape, Xiao An was relieved that Voldemort prioritized Nagini and spared him further trouble. What is happening? Why is the potion ineffective? After swiftly applying the potion to Snape, its effects were not as Xiao An had anticipated. It seemed to elicit no response whatsoever. How did you come to be here? Upon hearing the voice, Xiao An instinctively pointed his wand towards the source. Wait, it's us. The newcomers were none other than Harry Potter and his companions. Leave. Do not disturb me. Upon recognizing them, Xiao An relaxed his guard and quickly retrieved a potion to administer to Snape. However, upon observing Snape's injuries, he felt a wave of uncertainty. For Nagini had nearly torn through Snape's neck. Were it not for Snape's magical resilience, he might have already succumbed to his wounds. Do not exert yourself, Snape uttered, his voice barely a whisper. You've arrived. Snape's gaze fixated on Harry's eyes. Godfather, do not concern yourself with him. Rest assured, I will heal you. Xiao An, seeing Snape's unwavering attention on Harry, feared he might relinquish hope for survival. He felt compelled to draw Snape back, aware that to Snape, Harry was not merely Harry, but Lily. Do not waste your efforts, and my time is limited. Harry, look at me. Severus Snape harbored a profound reluctance to accept the ministrations of young An, yet he found himself devoid of strength. Relegated to a state of repose as he began to impart his final wishes, disregarding An's actions. Take this, please, place it in the pensieve. Provide me a container, perhaps a glass vial. Harry Potter turned to Hermione, addressing her directly, while Ron was wholly overlooked. Unbeknownst to An, tears had begun to stream from Snape's eyes, the very tears he requested Harry to take. At that moment, An had just applied a healing salve to Snape and was frantically retrieving the antidote required for the Nagini bite from his undetectable extension charm bag. Look at me, Harry said, securing the vial of tears Hermione had handed him. Your eyes are just like your mother's. After uttering this sentiment, Snape averted his gaze, unable to endure the sight of Harry's eyes any longer. At this juncture, An had procured the necessary potion and, upon witnessing the scenes, understood that Snape was riddled with guilt, too ashamed to confront Lily, even in death. However, An was devoid of such sentiments, observing Snape's dwindling will to survive. He remembered his own fiery resolve, but in that moment, could devise no better strategy than to glare fiercely, forcibly turning Snape's head to meet Harry's gaze. Godfather, do you see those eyes? If you surrender now, I shall gouge them from their sockets and crush them beneath my feet. Trust me, as a Dark Lord, there is nothing I would shy away from doing. In a moment of desperation, and could conceive of no other recourse. However, it must be said that this method proved to be effective. Snape, no longer fixated on his demise, turned his gaze towards Little An. Yet, such a situation was not unfamiliar to Little An and had no impact on him whatsoever. Get lost. Don't make yourself a nuisance here. Remember, if my godfather dies, you shall lose your eyes as well. After applying a topical potion to Snape's neck, Little An turned to Harry Potter and spoke. At this moment, Snape had truly relinquished his will to survive. Had he done so completely, he would indeed have met his end. Just moments ago, Snape's vitality had been sustained solely by his desire to live, enabling him to wield magic to prolong his existence. Although his magical energy was nearly depleted, a small reserve remained, allowing Little An a fleeting opportunity. This situation resembled that of a robust individual who can endure injury longer than an ordinary person, similarly, a wizard, after sustaining magical injuries, can withstand more than an average mage. Little An, despite suffering injuries, could still summon the strength to fight and use apparition to escape. Unlike an ordinary wizard who would have perished from wounds akin to those he endured during his first encounter with Voldemort, The magical community had long acknowledged this phenomenon, with a dedicated research group at St. Mungo's investigating the matter, although they had not reached conclusive results. Many therapeutic spells and potions had been developed based on their findings. Save your breath, and she was attacked by Voldemort's curse, which severed her throat. And then Nagini bit her. There is no way we can save her. If it were, Hermione, noticing Little and anxious demeanor, attempted to offer comfort. Though she was unaware of Snape's true nature, she did not wish to see Little in distress. After all, had it not been for Little and Slap at the banquet, Hermione's survival would be in question. It was precisely that moment that spared her from torment at Voldemort's hands. Leave. At that moment, Little and harbored no thoughts of tenderness, glaring at Hermione as he roared, "Leave." Indeed, the curse inflicted harm, yet that does not seem right. The potion contains white flesh, and even a curse could heal. Suddenly, Little recalled Hermione's earlier mention of a spell, his mind racing as he contemplated the implications. After all, not only were the wounds unhealed, but the bleeding had yet to stop. A spell? What spell could be so potent? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Rapid restoration. Rapid restoration. Rapid restoration. At that moment, Xiao An recalled the shadowless spell, realizing that he must seize any opportunity that presented itself. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time. Snape's trachea swiftly healed, and he no longer appeared feeble. For a magician, external injuries, no matter how severe, can be treated as long as the head isn't utterly destroyed. However, there is one critical element: air. If a magician were cast into outer space without a spacesuit, they would perish like an ordinary person. Those spells such as the bubblehead charm can delay death. Magical energy is finite and cannot sustain life indefinitely. Chapter 150. Father, you may not know yet, but Lily, the godmother, is still alive. Haha, success. Seeing Snape's trachea mended, Xiao An exuberantly shouted in joy. However, after a moment of celebration, Xiao An dared not squander time. He swiftly waved his wand to continue treating Snape's wounds. With the healing of the trachea, Snape's condition improved significantly. Although he remained in a precarious state, at least he could breathe, indicating that his demise was not imminent. You fought valiantly. But it was all in vain. Just as Xiao An continued to cast spells to heal Snape, a loud cry from Toby heralded the sudden arrival of Voldemort's voice. The sound resonated, piercing through the air with a commanding presence. You dare defy me? Seeking trouble, are we? The moment Xiao An heard Voldemort's pretentious taunts, he quickly waved his wand to cast a silencing charm on Snape. Following that, he cast a sonorous charm upon himself, loudly cursing Voldemort. Xiao An was no match for Voldemort's incantation. The Dark Lord's spell was far superior to Xiao An's sonorous charm, which merely amplified sound. In contrast, Voldemort's technique was akin to a powerful speaker combined with a microphone, a simple yet effective combination. After all, Xiao An often organized gatherings, making these spells second nature to him. Voldemort's operation was an advanced form of a mind control or soul-stealing spell. While it bore minimal physical harm, one of its particularly insidious effects allowed his voice to penetrate the minds of others indiscriminately. Yes, within their minds. Xiao An's spell could be countered by a simple silencing charm, or even by covering one's ears. But Voldemort's enchantment required a sophisticated level of mental shielding to block it, rendering all other spells ineffective. Moreover, this spell could evoke deep-seated emotions, such as fear or joy. Naturally, Voldemort had no intention of inciting joy. He would only summon fear within hearts. As Xiao An's voice rang out, Voldemort's voice was abruptly silenced, clearly interrupted by Xiao An's sudden interjection. However, it was not long before the voice of Voldemort resonated once more. This time, he did not employ the same curse as before, but instead used a spell akin to that of Xiao An. And you have transgressed the rules. Yet I am not inclined to be your adversary at present. After I have dealt with Harry Potter, I shall engage you in a fair confrontation. For now, I wish no innocent wizard's blood to be spilled. The loss of each drop of wizard's blood is a grievous waste, and I trust you share this sentiment. Dark Lorden, aside from myself. Therefore, I shall announce a withdrawal, allowing you to properly lay to rest the deceased. His voice echoed far and wide, resonant and commanding. At that moment, Xiao An had dispelled the spell and was wholly devoted to the healing of Severus Snape. Upon hearing Voldemort's response, and cast another spell. Indeed, the shedding of wizard's blood is a waste. However, what of your act of murdering my godfather? The war has commenced, and it is a fight to the death. With that, and resolved to cease his magical incantations, determined not to respond to Voldemort's words, resolved to engage in battle without any further delay. Come, godfather, drink this. Once you do, you shall recover. Do not trouble yourself, and I have lived long enough. After Lily's death, I have felt as though I have already perished. You have grown strong now. I harbor no regrets, Snape lamented. Refusing to consume the potion, Snape remained obstinate, unwilling to engage in further discourse. Swiftly grasped Snape's mouth with his left hand, while with his right, he poured the potion down Snape's throat. Cough, cough, you cough, cough. Please do not be angry with me, Godfather. I do this for your own good. Very well, then let us commence the battle. After a moment of silence, Voldemort finally replied to it, offering no explanation for his desire to kill Snape. Harry Potter, my words are directed at you now. Tonight, you allow your friends to perish for your sake, refusing to confront me yourself. This is truly disgraceful. Come to the Forbidden Forest and face your destiny. Should you choose not to come, I shall annihilate all who dare resist, regardless of age or gender. A bloody war is inevitable. My mercy is finite, Harry Potter. And paid no heed to Voldemort's subsequent words, focusing intently on Snape. At this juncture, the wounds on Snape had been treated, ceasing to bleed, and he had returned to a semblance of normality. Yet this normality was far from ordinary, for a portion of flesh had been torn from his neck by Nagini. It is known that the flesh on one's neck is exceedingly delicate. The loss of such tissue greatly increases the likelihood of death. Yet at this moment, and was powerless, as he was not a specialist in healing magic, and this was all he could manage. Godfather, you may not yet know, but Aunt Lily is still alive. She resides within my magical creature box. Upon witnessing Severus Snape's eyes fluttering shut, it became evident to Xiao An that he was on the brink of losing consciousness. Realizing that Snape might slip away with that final closure of his eyelids, Xiao An hastily leaned in and whispered something into Snape's ear. Clearly, Snape had heard Xiao An's words as he slightly parted his lips. Yet Xiao An could discern no sound. His lips moved as if soundlessly. Toby, bring the magical creatures box and accompany me, Xiao An commanded, and with that, he executed a disapparition, transporting himself into the interior of Hogwarts, aiming to locate Madame Pomfrey. With a successful disapparition, Xiao An found himself cradling Snape within the castle's confines. Upon arrival, he paused, scanning the surroundings in search of Madame Pomfrey. It wasn't long before Toby arrived at Xiao An's side, carrying the magical creature's box. Toby, levitate my godfather and maintain control, Xiao An instructed swiftly upon noticing Toby's presence. With a snap of his fingers, Toby levitated Snape, allowing Xiao An to brace himself on his knees, exhaling heavily. Having held Snape without respite, Xiao An had relied solely on his arms, for disapparition necessitated physical contact. One could not transport someone via magic without physical means. Chapter 151. Goodness, this is quite a predicament. Thus, Xiao An could only embrace Snape in a princess carry for the disapparition. Upon reaching their destination, Xiao An found it inconvenient to release Snape, forcing him to maintain the hold. Fortunately, his frequent physical training and the fact that Snape was not overly heavy enabled him to manage. Though within that brief span of less than half a minute, Xiao An was already feeling fatigued. Let us find Professor Pomfrey, Xiao An declared, leading the way. Panting heavily towards the spacious area on the first floor, where a multitude of wizards congregated. Xiao An had previously observed Madame Pomfrey bustling about with potions. She must have been tending to the injured. As Xiao An entered, the wizards immediately took notice. He had been waiting there for some time, and though initially unnoticed, a few onlookers had alerted others to his presence. Consequently, as Xiao An stepped into the room, all actions ceased, except for a handful of wizards clearly engaged in medical duties. Although Xiao An was not particularly fond of such scrutiny, he had grown accustomed to it. Nonetheless, this attention bore fruit, as several working wizards instantly caught his eye. Glancing around, Xiao An quickly pinpointed Madame Pomfrey's location. Having found the person he sought, he wasted no time in approaching her. Madame Pomfrey, could you kindly assist in treating my godfather? Xiao An paid no heed to Madame Pomfrey, who was diligently attending to a patient. He swiftly approached and posed his inquiry directly. Although this approach lacked a degree of decorum, it proved remarkably effective. Madame Pomfrey, without responding, continued her methodical care of the injured individual. The wounds were not severe. She merely applied a bit of white ointment, delegating the potion treatment to an assistant nearby. Noticing that Madame Pomfrey was ignoring him, Xiao An felt a surge of impatience and considered casting a curse upon her. However, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment, he restrained himself, remaining silent as he awaited her completion of the treatment. If she continued to disregard him once this patient was attended to, he mused, she would have no one to blame but herself. However, this time, Little An was evidently disheartened, for after treating the injured man, Mrs. Pomfrey promptly rose to her feet, took a couple of steps aside, and said, "Come, place him here." "Ah, splendid." Upon hearing Mrs. Pomfrey's words, Littlin initially failed to comprehend the situation, but once he did, he swiftly reached out in an attempt to carry Snape over. However, Toby was significantly more diligent than Littlin. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's intention to treat Snape, he promptly used magic to place Snape in the designated position indicated by Madame Pomfrey. How could he be so gravely injured? Fortunately, the treatment was timely. However, it appeared that his body harbored a severe toxin. After a brief examination, Madame Pomfrey remarked, "Ah, is it that serious?" "Indeed," and she continued, "but his arrival was timely. Furthermore, the potion around his neck has mitigated the toxins within him. There is currently no immediate danger to his life, and he can still be saved." "That is a relief. Is there anything you require of me?" "No need. Just refrain from causing any disruption. However, I am uncertain how to treat the toxin within him." "Do you know the origin of the potion around his neck?" "Ah, I have it. I have it," Littlin exclaimed, frantically rummaging through his concealed extension bag. Before long, he produced a considerable assortment of potions. "Here, this one is for external application, and this one is for internal use. They should be able to counteract the toxins within him. I previously used these 2 potions to cure a similar ailment, but given his current condition, can he ingest the potions? Well, since you possess the potions, that simplifies matters greatly. Professor Horace, could I trouble you to prepare a potion for me?" Professor Horace, who had been observing the situation from a short distance away, promptly approached upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's call. "Very well, I understand. I shall prepare it at once." After examining Snape's injuries, Professor Horace stood up confidently, evidently aware of the necessary concoctions. With that, he moved to a small clearing nearby. Swiftly retrieving a plethora of materials and cauldrons from his concealed extension bag, he ignited all the cauldrons with remarkable agility and began to brew the potions. Clearly, Madame Pomfrey had entrusted him with this task several times prior, as he was the most skilled potion maker present, perfectly suited to undertake the preparation of the healing potions. "Thank you, Professor Horace, Madame Pomfrey." Littlin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully to both individuals. In less than 5 minutes, Horace had successfully prepared the potion, clearly finding this task remarkably simple. However, the first potion completed was the one required by Littlin. Once Horace finished, he swiftly poured the potion into a small cup and personally delivered it. While this task could have been accomplished merely by waving his wand, Horace chose to present it himself, evidently seeking to win Little's favor. Understanding his intent, Littlin refrained from being overly formal and, as Horace approached, offered him a respectful bow. Upon witnessing this gesture, a hint of joy appeared on Horace's face, and his steps became noticeably lighter. After delivering the potion, he promptly turned and returned to his potion making, but his gait had taken on an unusually buoyant quality. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached from another area where the injured were located. After taking the potion, she did not feed it to Snape immediately. Instead, she held it in her right hand while swiftly retrieving her wand with her left. She then uttered an incantation directed at Snape's neck. Littlin was unsure of Madame Pomfrey's actions, having no knowledge of her intentions. However, her curiosity was soon quelled when, after casting the spell, Snape's neck miraculously reverted to its original state. "Goodness, is that truly possible?" Littlin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at Snape's transformation. Seeing Snape restored, Madame Pomfrey kept her wand pointed steadily at his neck, took a generous sip of the potion, and then administered it to Snape mouth to mouth. "This is quite extraordinary," Littlin thought, his eyes wide in disbelief as a voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Chapter 152. Hoping for a stroke of luck, however, this seemed rather inappropriate. Littlin couldn't help but ponder the implications of the situation. After feeding Snape a dose of the potion, Madame Pomfrey quickly lifted her head, took another sip, and leaned down once more to administer the potion. What baffled Littlin was how, after such a series of actions, Madame Pomfrey could maintain her wand's steady aim at Snape's neck without ever obstructing it. Once the cup was emptied of its contents, Madame Pomfrey did not continue with Snape's treatment. She sheathed her wand, stood up, and walked towards the other injured. Snape's condition had stabilized, yet he would require potion every 4 hours. "You should go find Horace and request 5 doses to take with you. Remember to administer them punctually," she instructed. "Wait." As Madame Pomfrey walked away, Littlin felt momentarily disoriented, but soon he comprehended that her actions were not as he had initially assumed. Rather, they were the diligent efforts of a healer attending to her patient. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." as Madame Pomfrey continued her diligent strides toward the other injured. Xiao An expressed his gratitude with a bow to her retreating figure. After conveying his thanks, he proceeded to the location where Horace was preparing potions, seeking to request some elixirs. Horace, without hesitation, promptly handed Xiao An 5 potions upon his arrival, eschewing any unnecessary conversation. Xiao An, you should escort Professor Snape to the dungeons. It is a safer place. The ongoing battle here is not conducive to his recovery. Horace urged as he noticed Xiao An preparing to leave. Thank you for your concern, Professor, but it is unnecessary. I have a secure place for my godfather. Xiao An replied, turning back to Horace. With that, Xiao An departed, making his way to Snape's side. He bent down to retrieve the magical creature box from Toby's hands, placing it on the ground. Upon opening it, he waved his wand to levitate Snape. Toby, you should enter first, and then take care of my godfather, ensuring he is brought to a comfortable location. Understood, Toby replied, promptly entering the box. Once Toby had settled inside the magical creature box, Xiao An deftly guided Snape into it as well. Ah, a magical creature box? How did you come by such an item? Horace exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing Xiao An's possession of this extraordinary object. Hearing Horace's exclamation, all the wizards turned their attention toward them, observing Xiao An as he maneuvered Snape into the box. The adult wizards, possessing a discerning eye, quickly recognized the nature of the box on the ground. If you wish, you may all enter. My magical creature box was crafted by Newt and is of good quality, Xiao An remarked, noting the hopeful gazes of the wizards around him, and generously inviting them to join. Thank you. Thank you. The wizards expressed their gratitude in unison, swiftly moving to gather their injured companions and head toward Xiao An. Come in, Xiao An beckoned, leading the way into the box. Before long, a succession of wizards entered the room. A few minutes later, as no more wizards seemed to arrive, Little An waved his wand to cast a resounding spell upon himself and address the assembled wizards. All right. Let us have a moment of silence. Please feel free to find any available spot. Anywhere will suffice. However, I must insist that you do not enter or approach that particular building. Thank you. Oh, and the phrase for departure is Z and is the most handsome. With that, Little An vanished from sight, reappearing outside. Upon his emergence, he noticed that a significant portion of the crowd had dissipated. In truth, this gathering had been enhanced by a seamless expansion spell. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a multitude. Had it been under the influence of the Rama's curse, the space would have felt far more cramped. It is not that they are unwilling to employ the Rama's spell. Rather, it is due to the spell's extreme instability and their insufficient prowess to enact it. Even wizards of unparalleled strength and knowledge, such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, are incapable of casting it, for the Rama's spell belongs not to the contemporary lexicon of enchantments, but rather to the ancient canon of magic. Furthermore, the methodology required to invoke this spell is exceedingly intricate. It is not as simple as a mere flick of a wand. In the realm of magic, only those wizards dedicated to the intricate craft of conjuring magical tints invest the considerable time necessary to study this spell. Thus, when these wizards beheld Xiao An's marvelous creature box, they were taken aback, for the smaller the item, the greater the challenge to apply the Rama's spell. In the magical community, there are scarcely more than 3 individuals capable of creating such a creature box, and this count includes Newt himself. Upon emerging from the creature box, Xiao An noticed a multitude of wizards remaining outside, not daring to enter. He was not surprised, for those wizards were either deceased or injured, unfit to step into the magical confines of the box, and they ought to await healing. However, their demeanor was palpably anxious, as they were uncertain whether Xiao An would indeed wait for them. Do not fret. Anyone wishing to enter may do so. Xiao An reassured them as he grasped the creature box and approached the gathering of remaining injured individuals. Professor McGonagall, I entrust this box to your care. Its interior is spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Without waiting for McGonagall's response, he turned and exited, summoning the mountain cannon. Mountain cannon, take a look at this. I need you to bury these 4 spheres at specified locations, near the front entrance of Hogwarts close to Hogsmeade, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, on the opposite side of the Quidditch pitch, and near the station by the Black Lake. As he spoke, he gestured accordingly. Were it not for the potential to alarm others, Xiao An would not have tasked the mountain cannon with this endeavor. If he had assigned the task to others or to house elves, it would have posed no issue. He merely needed to show them a map and indicate the desired locations. However, given the mountain cannon's capabilities, reaching these positions would pose no difficulty, but fulfilling Xiao An's requirements remained uncertain, as it was indeed a formidable challenge. Having finished his instructions, Xiao An handed the bag containing the metallic spheres to the mountain cannon, who did not linger but swiftly grasped the bag and dashed towards its own familiar destinations. After the mountain cannon departed, Xiao An watched with concern as it vanished from view, clearly uneasy. Yet at this moment, there was little he could do but place his hopes in fortune. Chapter 153. The Untroubled Harry Potter. Thank you, Mountain Cannon. Soon, Sean Pao returned. This was precisely why Xiao An thought of sending him to undertake this task. With Sean Pao's speed, he could evade detection by Voldemort and swiftly accomplish Xiao An's mission. The 4 metallic spheres were crafted by Nicolome, previously utilized by Xiao An in Germany. They served as a de-phantom transmutation device, preventing anyone with lesser abilities within the area covered by the spheres from using apparition. Those significantly weaker would be unable to even transform into shadowy or luminous forms. Why are you here? Nothing much. Have you finished reading? Yes, I apologize. I had no idea he had done so much for me. Indeed, he is quite the fool. A fool? No, I am the fool. Even after meeting the professor in the Order of the Phoenix, I still doubted him, and I foolishly believed he was an undercover agent. You are so naive, child. Xiao An remarked dismissively as she glanced at Harry. Yes, I was indeed naive. Initially, I thought my father saved me, then I believed I saved myself. Now I realize it was the professor all along. How could I have been so foolish? I never realized that with my previous abilities. It was impossible to use the Patronus charm to fend off so many Dementors. Harry Potter was lost in his own thoughts, devoid of any spark in his eyes. Fully absorbed in Xiao An's words, subconsciously pondering the matter. However, you are not mistaken. It was your father who saved you. Upon hearing Harry's statement, Xiao An's lips curled into an involuntary smile, her tone oddly whimsical. My father? Oh, are you serious? Harry snapped out of his reverie at Xiao An's words. Nothing. I just said that offhandedly. Xiao An chuckled foolishly. All right, do not disturb me. Let me admire what might be the last scenery, she said. Losing interest in further idle chatter with Harry, she lifted her gaze towards the distant landscape beneath the night sky. Take care then. With that, Harry strode away with unwavering determination, exuding a sense of calm resolution. Interesting, perhaps today my experiment will finally succeed, Xiao An mused lightly as she watched Harry's retreating figure. Once Harry had departed, Xiao An did not linger but turned and headed toward Hogwarts Castle. Upon her entry, she noticed a significant reduction in the number of wounded and wizards lying on the ground, clearly a sign that she had entered her magical creature box. Finding Professor McGonagall, Xiao An wasted no time with pleasantries and leapt into the box. Initially, she intended to visit the house she had always kept off limits to others. However, upon her entrance, she was immediately surrounded by the wizards within the box. What is the matter? Is there something wrong? As the sorcerers surrounded him, the tone of young and was anything but cordial. I implore you, save my child, he pleaded, referring to his father and wife. Upon hearing his words, several sorcerers exchanged glances before swiftly kneeling before him, followed closely by their comrades. Let me save them. How can I? You ought to seek Madame Pomfrey. The great Dark Lord, my child, perished in battle. I am aware of your knowledge of resurrection magic, and I beseech you to heal him, a middle-aged sorcerer implored. Resurrection magic? Very well, but I cannot heal them at this moment, and replied, momentarily taken aback by the mention of resurrection magic, but ultimately conceding to their request. Yes. Upon hearing Anne's affirmation, the sorcerers felt a wave of disappointment, yet they resigned themselves to this fate. Could someone please step outside and summon Professor Horace for me? Thank you. Xiao An addressed the crowd of onlookers. After speaking, he transformed into a radiant white light and soared towards the building that he had always kept off limits to others. This edifice was, in fact, Xiao An's laboratory, more precisely. It was a children's bedroom. Previously, only one individual resided there, along with a domesticated sprite named Toby. Upon acquiring Lily's hair, Xiao An discovered that Severus Snape had not merely cut it, but had employed some unknown magic to extract it in its entirety, along with fragments of skin tissue. Initially, Xiao An intended to merely experiment with it, as cloning from hair alone posed an insurmountable challenge given the current technological limitations. However, the presence of skin tissue simplified matters considerably. After moving to the United States for his studies, Xiao An diligently gathered information on this subject during his free time. Fortune favored his perseverance. By a stroke of luck, he finally encountered a reliable biologist and pharmacologist. This scientist, however, possessed an eccentricity, perhaps a form of obsession, over cloning war machines. Despite numerous failures leading to the military's prohibition of his endeavors, he remained undeterred in his pursuit of this research. After enduring considerable hardship to escape from the military base, he found himself without savings, as most of his resources were under military surveillance. Faced with such dire straits, he reluctantly allied with a gang to produce illicit substances. Yet, the criminal underworld proved to be a challenging environment. After a year, he had not only failed to amass wealth, but had also fallen deeper into the gang's web of control. At this juncture, Xiao An cast a soul-binding curse to control a minor leader within the gang. Through careful inquiry, he learned about this individual, and the subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. A few spells later, Xiao An successfully rescued him. With Xiao An's financial backing and the opportunity to engage in work he excelled at and relished, the man accepted Xiao An's invitation without hesitation. 2 months of preparation, bolstered by Xiao An's magical support and the assistance of a few subordinates, though lacking in strength, they were still capable of providing aid, culminated in significant breakthroughs in their experiments. However, Xiao An found himself in need of funds and had to attend a storage auction. Although the experiments had yielded success, new complications arose following the birth of the newborn, gestated by the surrogate mother Xiao An had engaged. Chapter 154. The origin of events. 6 months after the newborn's arrival, it grew at an astonishing rate, maturing into the appearance of a 3-year-old child within that brief span. Initially, Xiao An suspected that the child had been swapped as a means of coercion. However, subsequent events would alter his perspective entirely. Who are you? Where's this place? After Xiao An rendered the nurse unconscious, he was suddenly taken aback when the child spoke to him. However, Xiao An was not taken aback, for it is generally expected that a 3-year-old child, aside from being mute, would have acquired the ability to speak. Hence, she disregarded any other trivialities and directly cast a memory extraction spell upon the child. What transpired next was truly terrifying. Her spell seemingly failed, not due to a botched release or opposition, but rather because Xiao An was utterly incapable of perceiving even a fragment of this little one's memories. Initially, the child was taken aback by the sudden display of magic and failed to respond upon realizing what had occurred. Xiao An found herself inexplicably propelled as if struck by a rebound spell, soaring into the air before executing a dramatic 720-degree spin and crashing backward. After some investigation, Xiao An finally discerned the identity of this child. It was none other than Lily. However, she remained perplexed by the rapid changes in the child's physical form, including the reasons for such accelerated growth. Driven by curiosity, she sought the insights of a biologist she had located, but he too was at a loss for answers. After consuming Xiao An's truth serum, he reiterated the same information he had previously shared. Disappointed by the ineffectiveness of this group, Xiao An resolved not to invest further in them. For those she had captured, she effortlessly employed a forgetfulness charm to erase their memories. Yet, when it came to the one she had inadvertently released, whom she referred to as the Count, a moniker he acquired while producing narcotics for the gang, she found herself at a loss. Ultimately, Xiao An resorted to administering a potion of Giant's essence, which obliterated his memories and subsequently expelled him. Following this, she reported the Count to the military. However, the Count, having consumed the potion, was now somewhat deranged, a side effect of the Giant's essence. As the name suggests, those who ingest this potion become akin to giants. Their physical strength enhanced, yet they remain within the realm of ordinary humans. Nonetheless, they suffer from a peculiar side effect. For every ounce of potion consumed, 1 year of memory is irretrievably lost. In this instance, Xiao An had administered a staggering 20 ounces, nearly exhausting severest supply of Giant's essence. Thus the effects were undeniably pronounced. As for the resurrection magic that Xiao An had mastered, it was a subject of discussion with Lily. Nevertheless, Lily was unaware of any additional details. Xiao An effortlessly revived Cedric, yet Lily remained in a state of incomplete resurrection. To describe it, Lily sometimes exhibited normalcy, albeit for a fleeting period, approximately 3 hours each week, while spending the majority of her time in a vegetative state, reliant on nutritional fluids for survival. It was perplexing. Despite this condition, Lily's physical health appeared robust, and after several years, her body had reverted to the form she possessed at the time of her death. Through her dialogues with Lily, Xiao An began to suspect that the issue might stem from the ancient love spell cast by Lily, a possibility Lily herself acknowledged as the most likely explanation. However, contemplating this potentiality left them both in a state of uncertainty. Lily chose to remain silent, consistently redirecting the conversation toward other matters. However, after some time, Xiao An began to contemplate this possibility. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao An endured for such an extended period. Otherwise, he would have already set off with Dumbledore and Harry Potter to vanquish Voldemort. A task that would have been exceedingly simple for the trio, given their overwhelming strength and intellect. Upon entering the wooden cottage's courtyard, Xiao An immediately spotted the formidable three-headed Cerberus, Lu Wei, standing guard. It was impossible to overlook Lu Wei's imposing presence, which remained concealed by magical effects outside, but became undeniable once inside the courtyard. He casually patted Lu Wei's three heads before stepping into the modest interior, which contained merely 3 beds, 2 tables, a few chairs, and a trunk tucked away in the corner, nothing more. Inside, Toby was seated, attentively observing Lily and Snape to avert any unforeseen circumstances, while Lily and Snape rested on the beds flanking Toby against the walls. "Master, your most devoted servant extends his greetings," Toby declared, rising to acknowledge Xiao An's entrance. "Toby, how are they faring?" The female guest awakened briefly, but has now succumbed to slumber again. "As for your godfather, he remains unconscious, though his wounds have shown some signs of healing, albeit at a decelerating pace. Thank you for your diligence, Toby. Gratitude for your benevolence, my master. Toby, I must undertake a perilous endeavor, one from which I may never return. I am no longer your master. He shall be your new master." "Yes, I shall heed your will, my master." Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Toby felt a twinge of sadness, though he understood the necessity of compliance, tears streaming down his face as he obeyed Xiao An's command. "Master, greetings. I am your new servant, Toby." After bowing to Xiao An, Toby also inclined himself before Snape. Xiao An felt a wave of melancholy at Toby's demeanor, but just then, a piercing scream erupted. "What is wrong, Aunt Lily?" Xiao An quickly located the source of the sound and rushed forward to support Lily's back, softly inquiring, "What is the matter?" However, Lily did not respond. She merely exhaled heavily. Before long, Lily had fully recovered and returned to her normal self. Turning to Xiao An, she noticed that Lily's complexion was remarkably vibrant, a stark contrast to her usual pallor. Previously, while Lily could manage to walk, her movements were slow, and her face bore a ghostly hue. However, at this moment, her complexion had visibly brightened, her skin radiating a healthy glow. It was then that Xiao An realized his assumptions were correct. Lily had indeed come back to life. Yet, it was likely that Harry Potter was in grave danger. Chapter 155. "Let the battle begin, Auntie. You're back to normal," Xiao An exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy as he gazed at Lily. "Yes, I am. How is Harry? Is he unharmed?" Lily initially responded with composure, but suddenly recalled the circumstances of her resurrection, swiftly inquiring of Xiao An. "Rest assured, he is safe." "That is a relief. It seems I was overly concerned. Auntie, may I trouble you with a request? Do not hesitate to speak your mind. There is no trouble too great." "Well, it is this. My godfather has sustained severe injuries and cannot ingest potions. He can only take them if administered orally. Therefore, I implore you to save him." "Oh, what has happened to Snape?" Upon hearing that Severus had been gravely wounded, Lily was taken aback, quickly rising to rush towards Snape's location. "Alas, how could he be so badly injured?" "Auntie, I must take my leave. Toby will inform you of the healing methods, so I leave it in your hands." With that, Xiao An bowed deeply to Lily and, enveloped in a radiant light, departed without waiting for her consent. However, Lily would undoubtedly assist Xiao An with this task, as Snape's condition was critical, and Lily, lacking medical expertise, could not discern the severity of the situation. Thus, she had no choice but to follow Xiao An's instructions. As for enlisting Toby's help, that was utterly impossible. If Toby were to act in such a manner, the moment Snape regained consciousness would coincide with Toby's own demise. Upon exiting the small courtyard, Xiao An swiftly located Professor Horace, handed him a piece of paper, and promptly departed from the magical creature box, emerging into the outside world. At that moment, Hogwarts was devoid of inhabitants. Not even a single house elf remained. All members of Hogwarts had been relocated into Xiao An's magical creature box, with only Professor McGonagall still outside. Upon emerging from the magical creature box, Xiao An observed Professor McGonagall standing at the top floor window, gazing at the scenery outside. The magical creature box set aside, lost in contemplation, Xiao An chose not to engage her in conversation. Instead, he offered a respectful bow before hastily departing, making his way to his dormitory on the 6th floor. Here lay an object of utmost importance for the impending battle, the small wooden box that Xiao An had entrusted to Schulman for safekeeping. Upon reaching his room, Xiao An discovered it was far from the pristine condition he had envisioned. Rather, it lay in disarray. He immediately called out for Schulman. Clearly, the place had also been attacked after Xiao An's departure, but he was somewhat prepared for such a scenario, having witnessed too many ravaged homes along the way. I am here, came a voice. Xiao An quickly turned towards the source and saw Schulman, hastening over to him. Here, I have completed Lorden's task. I have finally awaited your return, Schulman exclaimed, his relief palpable. Xiao An rushed forward and embraced Schulman, but alas, he had arrived too late. Schulman cradled the small box that Xiao An had asked him to keep, yet he was grievously wounded, his breath growing weaker. It was evident that he had been sustaining himself with magic until Xiao An's arrival. Had he not arrived in time, he would have discovered a lifeless body. After a final gasp, Schulman succumbed. Thank you, Schulman, Xiao An murmured, gently closing Schulman's eyes with his hand. I am sorry, it is my fault that you suffered. He carefully stowed the small wooden box, used apparition to entrust Schulman's body to the house elves, and softly spoke to the departing figure of Schulman, you are the greatest. And as Xiao An gazed at the departing Schulman, he uttered the incantation to exit the magical creature box. Once he emerged from the enchanted enclosure, he swiftly regained his composure, shedding any sentimentality. However, at that moment, his demeanor appeared unnaturally stiff. Had anyone been observing him, they would have noted the emotionless expression on his face. Resembling a blank slate, Xiao An stood at the corner of a wall on the first floor of Hogwarts, a location that puzzled him. As he could not fathom why McGonagall had chosen to leave the magical creature box in such a conspicuous spot. After stepping out, Xiao An cast a fleeting glance at the box without uttering a word, choosing instead to turn away and walk silently towards the exit. Before long, he found himself outside of Hogwarts. Throughout this entire sequence, he remained silent, his footsteps echoing within the castle's walls. Perhaps I am indeed correct, he murmured to himself while seated on a chair he had conjured, gazing at the stars above. If it is beyond comprehension, then I shall cease to ponder it. Let the battle commence. With a mix of embarrassment and resolve, Xiao An declared, magic, unfold. He pointed his wand towards the heavens. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted as one wizard after another appeared before him. Dark Lord, prepare to depart, came the resounding call. Tom, I trust you have noted that all my members are assembled. At 7 o'clock this morning, we shall commence our battle. I hope you will not exhibit the same cowardice as before, you disgrace of a wizard. After ensuring his Crimson Fire members were ready, Xiao An cast a spell upon himself, declaring war against Voldemort. Very well, at 7 o'clock this morning, we shall not be absent. At that moment, Voldemort had just awakened, still disoriented from the events that had transpired. Following Harry Potter's fall to the killing curse, Voldemort too had succumbed, losing consciousness. Now, upon regaining awareness, he heard Xiao An's voice ringing out, igniting a furious response within him. You, go and see if he is dead. Having spoken, Voldemort returned to his senses and immediately dispatched someone to ascertain whether Harry Potter had perished. Narcissa, initially intent on approaching, felt a surge of joy when Voldemort assigned her a task. Yet, it must be noted that women are naturally adept performers. Upon receiving her directive, she masked her elation and maintained an air of subservience. She approached Harry Potter, crouching down to carefully assess his condition. Women possess a keen attention to detail. As she leaned in, Narcissa observed a slight movement in Harry's ear, indicating he was still alive. However, she chose not to disclose this information, instead subtly shifting her position to shield Harry from the view of the Death Eaters behind her, and whispered, Is he still alive? Is Draco still alive? Chapter 156. Good morning, Tom. Chapter 157. Good morning, Tom. He is dead. After rising, Narcissa boldly proclaimed to the Death Eaters and Voldemort. At that moment, Harry Potter, lying on the ground, inexplicably shrank by a centimeter, perhaps due to a sudden relaxation upon hearing Narcissa's declaration. Haha, Harry Potter is dead. No one can stop me now, Voldemort exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter. Very well, splendid indeed. Prepare yourselves, we depart at 6 o'clock. First, we shall annihilate the lot at Hogwarts, and then we shall deal with that boy from China. Voldemort issued orders to the Death Eaters with great authority. My master, that boy from China is rather formidable. Should we not prepare ourselves first? Bella, though pleased by Voldemort's words, remained wary of the young adversary and quietly suggested to Voldemort. He is of no concern. My strength has been fully restored. Dealing with him will merely require a bit more effort, Voldemort replied resolutely. Understood. With that, Bella withdrew. Wait. Dispose of Harry Potter's body at Hogwarts. Remember to obliterate it into pieces afterward. I want them to understand the cost of defiance, Voldemort commanded as he halted Bella. As for you, be gone. The great Voldemort is a man of his word. If I say I shall not kill you, then I shall not. Now leave. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort removed the shrinking charm from Hagrid and kicked him, sending him several meters away, evidently employing magic. For how else could one move such a peculiar being? Returning to Xiao An. Approximately 5,000 wizards of all ages and genders were seated at a long table in the Hogwarts Great Hall, dining. Although the style of the table mirrored that of the Great Hall, it was considerably longer. After the meal, Xiao An expelled the Hogwarts members and outlined the battle arrangements and details to his followers, instructing them to disperse for rest, agreeing to reconvene at 6:30 in the morning. Xiao An then appeared outside with Sean Powell, setting up a recliner at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, casting a few spells before drifting into slumber, while Sean Powell lay beside him, appearing quite lively. This was hardly surprising, as carnivorous creatures tend to be more energetic at night, especially since Sean Powell was a wild tiger lion. Roar. As Xiao An slumbered peacefully, a sudden roar from Sean Powell jolted him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with the frantic sounds of the warning spell he had cast, indicating that a multitude of figures was rapidly approaching. Instantly alert, he rubbed his eyes and peered ahead, only to behold a throng of Death Eaters swiftly closing in, accompanied by numerous magical creatures. Not only giants and dementors, but even the eight-eyed giant spiders raised by Hagrid had joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. The means by which Voldemort achieved this eluded him. It was only 5:30, yet he felt a pang of hunger. Noticing the swarm of Death Eaters, Xiao An instinctively glanced at the time, realizing it was still early. However, he found it peculiar, for he had never believed that Voldemort would adhere to the schedule for their duel. Sleep was no longer an option, much to his dismay. What a downer, he muttered, disregarding the Death Eaters as he retrieved 2 chicken legs and a quickly roasted lamb chop from his concealed extension bag, along with a large cup of beverage. Thus, he sat in solitude, indulging in his meal. The Death Eaters certainly observed Xiao An's actions, yet they understood his identity well enough to refrain from approaching, vigilant with their wands at the ready, maintaining a safe distance. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Upon the arrival of Voldemort and his core Death Eaters via apparition, they were met with the sight of Xiao An eating undisturbed, eliciting an involuntary smirk from Voldemort. However, he quickly composed himself and remarked, Tom, good morning. Are you hungry? Care to join me? Xiao An, of course, noticed Voldemort's presence. At that moment, it was impossible for him to fully concentrate on his meal, as he needed to devote most of his attention to the Death Eaters to prevent any sudden ambush. Come, try it. The flavor is quite delightful, he said, levitating a freshly cooked lamb chop, dispelling its warming charm before sending it in Voldemort's direction. Don't, master. Be cautious of poison, Bella exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety as Voldemort took hold of the chop, raising it to his lips. Ignoring Bella's warning, he bit into the meat, savoring its taste before addressing Xiao An. You've arrived quite early, Tom. Indeed, it is rather early. But what of your followers? Let us commence the battle, Xiao An replied. There's no rush, Tom. Unlike you, I adhere to my word. I said the battle would begin at 7, and so it shall. My people will not act until then. Very well, since that is the case, I'll deal with this group from Hogwarts first. Do as you wish. I am indifferent. You are a person deserving of respect. As a token of my esteem and gratitude for the sustenance you have provided, I offer this to you, hoping it may aid you in your studies. How intriguing. Hearing Voldemort utter such words, Xiao An found herself both amused and exasperated. She had not anticipated such sharp wit from him. Nevertheless, she accepted the item he presented without hesitation. Without even glancing at it, Xiao An placed the notebook from Voldemort aside. This time, both parties exhibited a remarkable understanding, refraining from employing any sinister means such as poison or curses. Xiao An's offering of lamb chops to Voldemort was entirely genuine, and the notebook he gifted her bore no trace of dark magic, likely not penned by the Dark Lord himself. Xiao An, no, be cautious. Hermione suddenly called out from behind, alarmed at the sight of Xiao An, unguarded, accepting the notebook from Voldemort. In truth, as Voldemort and his entourage approached, a crowd began to gather, including Xiao An's followers, the members of the Crimson Fire. Surprised by Hermione's timely warning, Xiao An had not anticipated such a reminder from her at that moment. Chapter 157. Neville Longbottom. Chapter 158. Neville Longbottom. However, upon reflection, it became clear that with Hermione's meddlesome nature, It would indeed be peculiar if she did not offer a reminder. Mountain Fool, please assist me in locating a house elf within the magical creatures box. Littlin, after returning the wand to Voldemort with a delicate gesture, shifted aside to observe the unfolding events, transforming into a mere spectator, commonly referred to as a bystander. The Graydon, Cack is at your service. Might you assist me in roasting an entire sheep? Thank you. Certainly, please hold on. These house elves had all learned culinary skills from Littlin. However, previously, with Schulman present, Little Anne's meals had been prepared by him. This did not imply that the other house elves lacked culinary prowess. Harry Potter is dead, Voldemort proclaimed loudly to the assembled members of Hogwarts. No, that cannot be true. When Voldemort first arrived, Ginny had seen Hagrid cradling Harry Potter, but until that moment, she had been able to deceive herself. Now, hearing Voldemort's grand announcement, she could no longer maintain her delusions. Let us rewind time to the early hours, when, after arranging for Bella to transport Harry Potter's body to Hogwarts and releasing Hagrid, Bella suddenly suggested, "Master, it seems that the Chinese boy possesses knowledge of resurrection magic. Should we not consider this?" Among the Death Eaters, only Bella dared to challenge Voldemort's orders and offer counsel, establishing herself as the intellect of the organization. Well, you make a fair point. Then let us take the body with us in the morning to prevent any unforeseen complications. Go and prepare. Thus, Harry Potter's body was once again concealed, and Hagrid was placed under surveillance. However, this time, they refrained from shackling Hagrid. Initially, Voldemort and his followers intended to release him. But the issue was that Hagrid was unwilling to depart. All right, enough for now. Silence, you foolish girl. Voldemort impatiently rebuked Ginny. Originally, he had intended to cast a spell upon her, but for reasons unknown, he restrained himself. Harry Potter is dead, and from this moment forth, you shall all follow me. Harry Potter is dead, hee hee. The Death Eaters erupted in maniacal laughter, with Bella's laughter standing out as particularly distinctive. Now, declare your allegiance. Step forward to join me. Or face death. Voldemort opened his arms in a gesture of embrace. Just then, unnoticed by all, Littlin discreetly waved his wand several times at the ground, concealing it behind a chair with his left hand. Draco, Draco. Lucius suddenly called out, his voice firm and somewhat gritted, beckoning Draco with an outstretched hand. Come here. Draco glanced around, slowly raised his foot, and stepped out from the throng of Hogwarts students. Upon witnessing Draco's exit, every member of the Hogwarts faction gasped in disbelief. Well done, Draco. Splendid. As Draco passed by Voldemort, the Dark Lord extended his arms for an embrace, though it was evidently a hollow gesture, the reason for which remained unclear. At that moment, another individual emerged from the Hogwarts side, prompting an even louder chorus of sobs from the wizards present. This newcomer was not a Slytherin student or one of lesser significance, but rather Neville, whose parents had been driven mad by the Death Eaters, and he held the Sorting Hat in his hands. Ah, this is far worse than I had anticipated. Suddenly, Small and heard a few distinct sounds of insincere laughter. Following the source of the noise, she could not ascertain who it was. Who are you, young man? Neville Longbottom, he replied. The laughter ceased, and all the Death Eaters erupted in genuine mirth. All right, Neville, I believe you shall find your place among the Death Eaters. Voldemort began. But Neville abruptly interrupted him. The interruption visibly displeased Voldemort, who instinctively reached for a killing curse, yet ultimately restrained himself, clenching his fist in resignation. Very well, Neville. I am intrigued to hear what you have to say. It does not matter that Harry is dead, Neville proclaimed. Do not say that, Neville, Phineas suddenly interjected. Clearly having noted Voldemort's displeasure and wishing to dissuade Neville from speaking further, in an effort to spare him from losing his life. Their bond was unmistakable. Every day, people die, friends, family. Yes, we have lost Harry today, but he still exists within our hearts. Voldemort's countenance darkened further, though he maintained a facade of a smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that pretense is not without its consequences. Fred, Remus, Tonks, they are all here, Neville continued, naming those who had perished in battle. Strangely, Sirius had survived. Given his reckless nature, one would have thought he would be among the first to fall. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Yet yours will be, Neville retorted, turning to face Voldemort. The Dark Lord's smile had grown more sinister, clearly enraged. By the heavens, this is impressive. His oratory skills and adaptability far surpass my own, and mused silently as she observed Neville's impassioned speech. Because you are mistaken, they sacrificed themselves for us. This matter is far from over. At this juncture, Voldemort let out a laugh, albeit one brimming with fury. Bind him. Voldemort cast a binding curse upon the individual who dared to resist him. Ah, the Sorting Hat. How nostalgic it is. Yet it is destined to become a relic of the past. Watching the hat fall from Neville's grasp, Voldemort waved his hand, igniting it before placing it upon Neville's head, intending to teach him a lesson. This time, Voldemort succeeded. Neville's hair caught fire, the flames licking at his scalp. Yet, he did not utter a sound, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Voldemort. Suddenly, a cacophony of hoofbeats erupted from the left side of the Death Eaters. At that moment, Voldemort, who had intended to voice his fury, swiftly turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. However, at that moment, it was already too late. A torrential rain of arrows suddenly descended upon the ranks of the Death Eaters. Chapter 158, The Death of Nagini. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Death Eater army. Some sought refuge from the arrows, others attempted to wield their wands in defiance, while a few lay on the ground, lamenting in pain. The scene was more tumultuous than a bustling marketplace at its peak. Meanwhile, Little and noticed that Harry Potter had unexpectedly fallen from Hagrid's embrace, rolling onto the ground before crouching behind a pile of rubble. Upon witnessing Harry's series of movements, a broad smile spread across Hagrid's face, replacing his previous sorrow. With the chaos escalating, Little and swiftly drew her wand and, with a whisper of an incantation, she observed Neville, who had been struggling, suddenly intensify his movements. Unprepared, Neville stumbled and sat down hard, causing the burning Sorting Hat to tumble to the ground. Upon falling, Neville quickly turned and grasped the Sorting Hat, intending to extinguish the flames engulfing it. Observing his actions, Little and rolled her eyes in exasperation, struggling to comprehend why a wizard would resort to such a clumsy method to put out a fire. As the flames were extinguished, Neville unexpectedly discovered a sword hilt within the hat. Recognizing the significance of the sword, he seized it without hesitation and drew it forth with a swift motion. At that moment, Nagini happened to be positioned beside Neville. Without a second thought, he gripped the sword tightly, sprang to his feet, and delivered a swift and powerful strike at Nagini. Strangely, what should have merely been a severing blow resulted in Nagini rapidly transforming into a plume of black smoke. Ah! Allah! Roar! The dark smoke swiftly coalesced into the form of Voldemort, hovering in the celestial realm with a menacing roar. At this moment, Voldemort also beheld Nagini's transformation, and he instinctively took a step back, narrowly avoiding a fall. After a brief moment of instability, he regained his footing and immediately contemplated launching an attack on Neville. However, as he raised his wand to point at Neville, he abruptly halted, slowly and rigidly turning his head towards Hagrid's direction. At that moment, Hagrid had freed himself from his restraints. Although chains still clung to him, no one was pulling at them. He was now moving toward the assembly of personnel from Hogwarts. After staring blankly at Hagrid for a few moments, Voldemort suddenly pivoted, swiftly directing his wand at Little and, without any greeting, he unleashed a killing curse. Fortunately, and had been keenly observing the situation. Despite not grasping Voldemort's erratic intentions in targeting her, she reacted in an instant, springing forward to evade the curse, thereby allowing Neville to narrowly escape death. The Fiery Red commanded, now commencing battle with the Death Eaters, with no retreat and no surrender. After dodging the attack, and quickly cast a sonorous charm upon herself and boldly announced to her pursuers, Avada Kedavra. As her command echoed, all members of the Fiery Red rushed to the front lines of battle, without exchanging pleasantries, each confronting their own adversary, unleashing over 1,000 killing curses in unison. Hiss! 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 What a spectacle! Upon witnessing the fierce confrontation between the Crimson Fire and the Death Eaters, every member from Hogwarts collectively gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a ferocious clash. In the wake of this offensive, over 500 Death Eaters had perished. Had it not been for a few wizards who opted to sidestep rather than employ apparition, or who shielded their companions, the casualty count would likely have escalated even further. Typically, the killing curse is seldom employed during battles, reserved for ambushes or moments of undeniable superiority to swiftly conclude the conflict. However, this particular skirmish had been meticulously orchestrated by Xiao An, who had surreptitiously activated the anti-apparition devices while seated earlier. Consequently, the Death Eaters found themselves unable to evade through apparition. A glance at the faces of the fallen Death Eaters revealed many adorned with expressions of disbelief. Following this onslaught, the Death Eaters were compelled to retreat. Witnessing the demise of over 500 wizards in a single strike instilled fear within them. It is worth noting that during the previous day's battle, the cumulative death toll had not even reached 500. The overwhelming magnitude of this attack left the Death Eaters shaken. Although they had numerical superiority, their resolve was shattered. Their immediate instinct was to apparate away. Yet they soon realized the futility of such an attempt and found themselves momentarily frozen in place, though they quickly regained their composure in the context of warfare. Even a brief lapse is sufficient. During this interval, Xiao An's devoted members did not hesitate. Shun Jin unleashed another round of killing curses, toppling over 300 more Death Eaters. The Crimson Fire members did not relent, swiftly casting their most adept spells, while the Death Eaters, devoid of any fighting spirit, merely sought to retreat, desperately yearning to distance themselves from the fray. Fortunately, most of the Death Eaters were as anticipated, although a faction of hardliners existed. They were swayed by those wishing to escape. Otherwise, Xiao An's Crimson Fire would have stood little chance against the Death Eaters. Given the stark numerical disparity, 1,000 against 5,000 was an insurmountable challenge. "Tom, what troubles you so? Why the agitation?" Xiao An inquired. Having narrowly evaded a curse cast by Voldemort, yet refraining from retaliating, merely observing him. "Do you truly comprehend the resurrection spell?" Voldemort, maintaining his wand's aim at Xiao An, responded without pressing his assault. "The resurrection spell? What I know of such matters? Cedric's incident was mere happenstance. You did not slay the bully, he was merely petrified." "Petrified, I say. A single potion would suffice to remedy that," Xiao An retorted, speaking candidly and catching Voldemort off guard. Nonetheless, Xiao An was not mistaken. He possessed no knowledge of resurrection magic, only an understanding of the magic of love. While Voldemort had become incapacitated, Xiao An remained unscathed. Observing a fleeting moment of distraction in Voldemort, Xiao An swiftly waved his wand, casting a shattering curse. It is worth noting that the two had been pointing their wands at each other just moments before, and Xiao An's sudden incantation took Voldemort by surprise. Unsurprisingly, he fell victim to the spell. However, the curse did not yield the desired effect that Xiao An had hoped for. Although Voldemort was left bloodied and battered from the impact of the shattering spell, a closer inspection revealed that his injuries were not as grave as they appeared. Merely a superficial wound. Observing the lack of the anticipated outcome, Xiao An was not taken aback. With a swift motion of her wrist, she conjured another spell. Yet, at that moment, Voldemort had already reacted, evading her assault by using apparition to distance himself from Xiao An, retreating to the vicinity of his Death Eaters. Xiao An, unable to decipher Voldemort's actions, did not dwell on it, and quickly apparat to the front of the members of the Crimson Fire. With a decisive gesture, she commanded the members to halt, their wands poised menacingly towards the Death Eaters, remaining silent. "Do not flee, Tom. Steady yourselves. We shall prevail. Initiate the attack immediately." At the sound of Xiao An's taunts, Voldemort merely scoffed, disregarding her, and turned to reprimand his followers, directing them in battle. It must be said that Voldemort's presence was indeed formidable. When Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters were attempting to control the situation, they struggled to maintain order. However, once Voldemort took command, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiao An noticed that the Death Eaters launched their attacks with remarkable coordination. Some cast standard offensive spells, while others invoked the killing curse. What astonished her further was the sight of numerous Death Eaters conjuring large protective enchantments. However, these circumstances had long been anticipated by Xiao An. Without uttering a word of command, he suddenly waved his wand, and in an instant, he vanished through apparition. Simultaneously, the members of the Crimson Fire behind him followed suit, and in a fleeting moment, the sky was awash with an interplay of dark and white light. Observing the unfolding scene, Voldemort's lips curled into an unnatural smile. However, he soon followed with a vigorous wave of his wand, vanishing himself through apparition. Witnessing Voldemort's actions, the Death Eaters were left in a state of confusion, unsure of what had transpired. However, not everyone was perplexed. For instance, Bella and the core of the Death Eaters, upon witnessing Voldemort's disapparition, followed suit and successfully trailed his shadow, thereby evading certain doom. In the wake of Voldemort's vanishing act, over 300 figures abruptly emerged from the position formerly occupied by the members of the Crimson Fire, all of them unleashing spells from their wands. In an instant, hundreds of Death Eaters were struck down, particularly those wizards positioned near Voldemort and the core of the Death Eaters, who were swiftly rendered unconscious, leaving behind several vacuums in the area, with none remaining awake. After unleashing their barrage, these wizards did not linger and promptly disapparated towards Arthur's location, for he was now the commander of the Crimson Fire. Meanwhile, after Xiao An took flight, he did not venture far before alighting and swiftly retrieving a small wooden box. Without opening it, he held it poised for immediate access, casting a glance towards Voldemort, eager to observe his next move. Having narrowly escaped peril, Voldemort disregarded Xiao An and swiftly found a vantage point. Upon landing, he pointed his wand skyward and bellowed, "Reanimation of the dead." With a swish, the spell was cast, and Voldemort vanished, racing towards Xiao An's position. Realizing the gravity of the situation as Voldemort invoked a summoning spell for the Death Eaters, Xiao An felt an immediate sense of urgency. Without the luxury of reflection, he rapidly waved his wand in a rhythmic motion and opened the small wooden box. He dared not hold it for long, summoning all his strength to hurl the box into the sky, excluding your weapon. With the box airborne, Xiao An swiftly redirected his focus, aiming at the approaching dark energy. As Voldemort landed, Xiao An unleashed his spell, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort, undeterred, landed and immediately articulated his incantation with remarkable speed, releasing a lethal curse in response. After the encounter with the curse, Xiao An was not inclined to engage further with Voldemort. With a swift flick of his wrist, he deftly severed the connection to the curse, redirecting its intent elsewhere. Although Voldemort was in a weakened state, Xiao An remained uncertain of the extent of his foe's remaining power, despite having exchanged several blows moments earlier. The true condition of Voldemort eluded Xiao An's perception. Once the link was severed, Xiao An's wand trembled briefly before he unleashed a killing curse. Voldemort, however, was undeterred. He countered with a disarming charm. Upon witnessing Voldemort's invocation of this spell, Xiao An's eyes gleamed with determination, and he chose not to sever their connection again. Instead, he amplified his magical energy, launching an offensive against Voldemort. Yet, just as Xiao An intensified his power, Voldemort promptly severed the connection, his expression momentarily shifting, albeit fleetingly, a detail that Xiao An keenly observed. In light of this development, Xiao An felt emboldened. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of spells from his wand, casting one after another without regard for the outcomes. For a moment, Voldemort found himself defenseless, compelled to fend off Xiao An's relentless onslaught. However, Xiao An was no ordinary adversary. He was a master well-versed in the cunning strategies of the 21st century. As their battle appeared fierce, beneath the surface it was akin to a playful contest. Suddenly, the upper half of the small wooden box Xiao An had cast into the sky vanished, leaving only a crimson orb. With a piercing shriek, the red sphere erupted, sending sparks flying amidst a cascade of fiery embers. In an instant, 30 fiery phoenixes manifested in the sky, summoned by Xiao An's incantation, Feng Ming Jutian. However, it was not the creation of the Little One just now, but rather the fire phoenix conjured from a spell that Little One had previously crafted and preserved within a small wooden box. This box was a special alchemical tool that Little One had requested Nicolim to assist in creating, akin to the metallic sphere that Little One had activated earlier for teleportation. Of course, Little One had to pay a price to obtain these items. It was utterly impossible to receive anything from Nick, who adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange, without a cost. Moreover, since Nicolim had already transcended the understanding of life and death, persuading him to manufacture alchemical tools was an even greater challenge. Chapter 160. The Death Eaters, please surrender. Chapter 161. The Death Eaters, please surrender. However, Little One possessed something that Nick desired. It was not merely a trifle, but a spell capable of attacking objects protected by the unbreakable vow. Once Little One pledged to never seek Nick again and handed over the spell, all of Little An's requests were duly fulfilled. However, the small wooden box designed to contain the fire phoenix is a disposable item, a testament to Nick's extraordinary skills. Yet it can only serve a single purpose and for a brief duration. As the fire phoenix emerged with a piercing cry, it soared towards the Death Eaters at the wave of Xiao An's wand. With 30 fire phoenixes unleashed, the pressure on the Crimson Flame members significantly diminished, and a sense of resurgence began to manifest. After releasing the fire phoenixes, Xiao An's wooden box swiftly descended to the ground, now reduced to half its original form. The upper portion had been completely incinerated, while the lower half remained intact, albeit singed. Upon witnessing the array of formidable spells contained within Xiao An's discarded box, Voldemort hesitated to continue the confrontation, uncertain of how many of those spells were directed at him. Even if only one were aimed at him, Voldemort knew he would not emerge unscathed. Thus, before Xiao An could direct the fire phoenixes with another wave of his wand, Voldemort resorted to apparition, vanishing into a shadowy haze. But due to the overwhelming number of fire phoenixes, he could only circle around to evade them before retreating towards the castle. However, all of this was merely a figment of Voldemort's imagination. Little One had no intention of unleashing the phoenix to assault Voldemort, for in the realm of wizards of their caliber, No number of phoenixes could pose a threat to them. They could only serve to obstruct or delay. Upon witnessing Voldemort's retreat, Littlin refrained from pursuing him this time, instead directing his focus towards the location of the members of the Crimson Fire. Upon landing, he did not linger, swiftly launching an assault, employing lethal moves without the need for an unforgivable curse. A mere few ordinary attack spells were sufficient to deal with these Death Eaters. To Little's surprise, Voldemort did not come to assist the Death Eaters in battle. Moments ago, when Voldemort had flown into the castle, Littlin had assumed he was merely seeking refuge from the fray. However, upon reflection, he realized the true purpose of Voldemort's arrival. With this understanding, Littlin lost the desire to confront Voldemort one-on-one and instead continued to cast spells against the Death Eaters. Currently engaged in battle were Little's members from the Crimson Fire and the wizards from Hogwarts. As the fight erupted, they all retreated into the castle's interior. Most of the adult wizards had made their way down, while only a few young wizards remained, with the majority seeking shelter within Little's magical creature box. However, all the adult wizards exhibited peculiar behavior, for they seemed to be engaged not only in combat but also in silent exchanges of affection. During the battle, they frequently glanced at their fellow wizards fighting alongside them. Surprisingly, this distraction did not place them at a disadvantage. Instead, it fostered a remarkable synergy among them. It must be said that sometimes, unintentional efforts yield fruitful outcomes. As 5 minutes elapsed, under the leadership of Littlin, the members of the Crimson Fire achieved a series of victories, nearly vanquishing the Death Eaters. Although the Death Eaters still resisted, their defeat was merely a matter of time. Within 3 minutes, all of them would likely fall to the might of Crimson Fire. In truth, had the Death Eaters performed to their full potential, they would have had no fear of Littlin and Crimson Fire. Yet, Littlin's strategic foresight played a pivotal role. For 2 years, he had meticulously prepared for this battle, commencing his preparations immediately following the conclusion of the first semester. In contrast, the Death Eaters had only reformed for 3 years, and those years were largely spent on other pursuits, leaving them woefully unprepared for this confrontation. Consequently, under the weight of Little's extensive pre-battle preparations, compounded by his personal involvement in the fray, the Death Eaters suffered significant losses. Had it not been for the relentless assault from Littlin and Crimson Fire, the Death Eaters might have surrendered long ago. If Voldemort were currently leading them, they might have had a chance to turn the tide. However, it seemed that Voldemort had inexplicably chosen not to confront Littlin directly, instead opting to bully Harry Potter. Although Voldemort could indeed intimidate Harry, it was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Furthermore, he was employing the Elder Wand, which extended the time Harry could delay him. Great Dark Lord, please accept my allegiance. Just as Littlin was reveling in his triumph, several Death Eaters suddenly knelt before him, pleading for mercy and requesting to follow him. Disarm their weapons. Turn them all to stone. Upon witnessing these wizards kneeling in supplication, Littlin acted without hesitation, disarming them before petrifying them. Then swiftly turning his attention to the remaining Death Eaters. Great Dark Lord, please accept my allegiance. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the pleas for mercy from the recent Death Eaters, a wave of them immediately fell to their knees, desperately begging for clemency from Xiao An. They were genuinely terrified by the prowess displayed by Xiao An and his companions. It is crucial to note that since the onset of the battle, every fallen Death Eater lay lifeless. Their loyalty to Voldemort was not the issue at hand. Rather, Xiao An had issued a stern edict during the mission's briefing: no survivors. Complete annihilation was to be the order of the day. Thus, not a single fallen Death Eater remained alive. Furthermore, Xiao An's team had also refrained from sparing any lives. Prior to Xiao An's involvement, even the act of surrender was met with hostility, compelling them to resist. It was only upon witnessing Xiao An accept the capitulation of a few Death Eaters that their spirits were ignited with hope. However, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. Although Xiao An possessed the ability to utilize splitting magic, the time taken to disarm each individual was excessive. Consequently, he decided against personally engaging in the fray. With a simple wave of his hand, the members at his side comprehended his intent. They chose not to employ the killing curse against the Death Eaters, but instead adopted the method Xiao An had previously utilized, disarming first, followed by petrification. The engaged Death Eaters, witnessing a sudden collapse of numerous wizards, initially assumed that Xiao An, the Dark Lord, had unleashed some formidable spell, capturing their full attention. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix was merely a prelude to something even more terrifying? Such thoughts briefly flitted through the minds of the wizards who failed to grasp the true situation. Yet, in a mere second, their perceptions shifted dramatically. They realized that it was not an abrupt decimation of wizards, but rather that these wizards were kneeling in surrender. In the wake of this revelation, another wave of wizards fell to their knees, and it became evident that the intensity of the battle had escalated beyond previous levels. Xiao An, however, did not seek to eradicate those who had surrendered, acknowledging that the wizarding population was more substantial than anticipated. He recognized the value of these elite individuals and deemed it a shame to eliminate them. Thus, with another wave of his hand, his subordinates took over the task. Of course, Voldemort was also acutely aware of the unfolding events. Although he was situated at a considerable distance from the battlefield, the commotion was impossible to overlook. However, in light of this situation, Voldemort exhibited no signs of panic. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed, as though the surrendering Death Eaters were not his loyal followers at all, displaying a complete indifference. After casting a few glances, he withdrew his focus and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the noble endeavor of tormenting Harry. Voldemort did not intervene, with merely a handful of core Death Eaters. They were utterly incapable of hindering the progress of An and the members of the Crimson Fire. In less than 5 minutes, all the Death Eaters were vanquished by An and the Crimson Fire. The surrendering Death Eaters fared somewhat better, merely petrified, but their core counterparts were not so fortunate. Despite the members of Crimson Fire gaining the upper hand and easily capturing them, their refusal to surrender sealed their fate, death. The swiftness with which the battle concluded genuinely surprised An. Initially, he believed that even with his extensive preparations, eliminating these Death Eaters would not be an easy task. Yet, in the end, aside from a few unfortunate casualties among the gluttonous members, the rest emerged from the fray largely unscathed. However, An did not partake in the final segment of the battle against the Death Eaters, as he had opted to apparate beside Harry just before the conflict's resolution, shielding him from a lethal curse cast by Voldemort. "Tom, you have already lost. Do not resist any longer," An declared after casting a spell to create distance between them. "Lost? Huh, how naive. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? Turn the tide? No, merely holding you at bay is sufficient. And I possess the strength to retaliate against you," Voldemort replied, his gaze suddenly shifting skyward, simultaneously raising his wand in that direction. "This is bad." Upon hearing Voldemort's words, An immediately sensed something amiss. Reanimation of the dead. Rather than seizing the opportunity to attack An, Voldemort swiftly unleashed a spell for reanimating the dead. "Retreat. Disperse." Understanding Voldemort's intent, An swiftly cast a loudness charm and shouted urgently, "Hurry, for heaven's sake." Witnessing the bewildered expressions of the Crimson Fire members, An felt a surge of anger. "Cannon." As the members of Crimson Fire began to mobilize and called out urgently, he had already discerned Voldemort's hidden strategy. It was evident that magical creatures were on their way to join the fray, although he was uncertain about the nature of these creatures. He knew Dementors would undoubtedly be among them, leaving him no choice but to act swiftly and reveal a trump card. However, this time, Xiao An was mistaken. It was not the Dementors that had arrived, but rather the 8-eyed giant spider and a giant. It remains a mystery how Voldemort orchestrated such an appearance, as these magical creatures seemed to manifest as if by the art of apparition. Yet, Xiao An had no time for contemplation. Upon witnessing the emergence of these extraordinary beings, he hastily commanded Shan Pao and immediately launched an attack against Voldemort. What Xiao An failed to notice, however, was that at the very moment he turned to cast his spell, a swarm of Dementors suddenly surged forth from beneath the 8-eyed spider, swiftly heading towards the fallen Death Eaters. Avada Kedavra! This time, Xiao An unleashed a killing curse, having resolved to perish alongside Voldemort. As he cast the lethal spell, Voldemort momentarily froze, bewildered by the suddenness of the attack. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, opting not to confront the curse head-on. Instead, he utilized apparition to evade it, landing deftly and immediately resorting to dark magic. Observing Voldemort's evasion, Xiao An refrained from further assault, as if he could not predict Voldemort's whereabouts. He wielded his wand in accordance with Voldemort's position, employing a motion that was neither straightforward nor simple, but rather a combination of high and low movements. Recognizing Xiao An's intent, Voldemort grew vigilant, aware that the young sorcerer's actions were far from elementary. He swiftly cast a dark spell and assumed a defensive posture, scanning his surroundings to prevent Xiao An, that cunning old coin, from delivering a devastating blow. It must be said that after the destruction of the Horcruxes, Voldemort's intellect truly began to ascend. He swiftly discerned the predicament and, daunted, refrained from continuing his confrontation with Little An. promptly utilizing apparition to relocate to the position of the magical creatures. This time, however, Voldemort's cleverness ironically led to his own undoing. After vanquishing Voldemort's dark apparition, Little and swiftly unleashed a formidable spell, yet this time her efforts proved in vain, for Voldemort had already departed from that location. However, just as he had not yet touched the ground, the previously released wooden box, which had once summoned the Phoenix, suddenly erupted with a violent explosion, instantly releasing another 20 fire phoenixes that soared towards the magical creatures without hesitation. Sensing the surge of energy, the mountain cannon quickly turned to glance back. But before it could fully regain its composure, it vanished from its spot, leaving the Dementors engaged in battle with the mountain cannon momentarily stunned. Before the Dementors could react, the fire phoenixes dove toward them, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of Dementors vanished from existence, along with several surrounding Death Eaters. Fortunately, Voldemort's apparition was affected by the energy field of the fire phoenixes. Otherwise, he would have already gone to converse with Dumbledore. As the fire phoenixes completed their dive, they ascended once more into the sky, and it was at that moment that Voldemort finally touched down. Littlin, having observed this turn of events, redirected her focus entirely toward locating Voldemort. With remarkable ease, she pinpointed Voldemort's shadow and, upon identifying his position, swiftly waved her wand to redirect the fire phoenix's assault. Chapter 162. The Elder Wand. Chapter 163. The Elder Wand. However, the target was not Voldemort, but rather the eight-eyed giant spider. Although this small wooden box could contain the Fiendfire curse, it possessed a critical flaw. It could only strike a single target. To redirect its assault, the master who unleashed the spell had to manually adjust it. This time, Xiao An's maneuver was swift, in the blink of an eye. He had set his sights on Voldemort. Originally, Xiao An had prepared this wooden box to confront the Death Eaters, as anyone observing would have believed that his Fiendfire would falter before them. Yet, to his surprise, the Death Eaters proved to be remarkably fragile, surrendering after only a few moments of combat. Consequently, the second wave of Phoenix Fire went unused and was instead directed at Voldemort. As for those magical creatures, while formidable, Fiendfire could still vanquish them. After adjusting his target, 20 fiery phoenixes immediately dove towards Voldemort. In an instant, Voldemort found himself overwhelmed, frantically casting spells in a desperate attempt to evade, while Xiao An seized the opportunity to swiftly cast a weightlessness charm upon himself and rush towards Voldemort. Taking advantage of Voldemort's distraction with the phoenixes, Xiao An unleashed a disarmament spell. Despite Voldemort's precautions, after all, it was evident that Xiao An was approaching. He was left with no recourse but to watch as Xiao An disarmed him of his Elder Wand. Indeed, Voldemort was wielding the Elder Wand, the very one he had used to slay Harry Potter. Had it not been for this wand's peculiar nature of refusing to kill its master, Harry would have long since perished, as the Elder Wand cannot kill its own wielder. This was precisely why Xiao An had compelled Harry to relinquish his wand. After Xiao An entered Hogwarts and the Battle of the Great Hall ensued, the Elder Wand rightfully belonged to him, a fact Voldemort was aware of. Thus, he resorted to using the Elder Wand to kill Harry Potter, never anticipating that Xiao An would employ such underhanded tactics to transfer the wand's allegiance. Once he had disarmed Voldemort, Xiao An did not hesitate. Swiftly casting 3 ordinary spells, Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, and Shatter, Voldemort easily countered these spells, evading the onslaught of phoenixes and, before touching the ground, brandished another one to deflect the Phoenix's charge and Xiao An's assault. Just then, Harry Potter, who had just arrived, instinctively caught the wand that flew towards him. Glancing at it, Harry wasted no time and promptly directed his most proficient disarmament spell at Voldemort. However, Harry Potter's disarming spell proved ineffective, as Voldemort merely waved his wand to deflect it effortlessly. Yet, Voldemort was not in an advantageous position either. Although he successfully blocked the spells cast by Anne and Harry, he could not evade Anne's Fire Phoenix. 2 consecutive Fire Phoenixes struck him with precision. After being hit, Voldemort did not dare linger, promptly casting a featherweight charm upon himself and fleeing, simultaneously conjuring spells to extinguish the flames that clung to him. Alas, he could not outrun the Fire Phoenix. Just as he cleared the flames from his body, another Fire Phoenix surged towards him. Left with no choice, Voldemort steeled himself for confrontation. Yet, one must not forget that Anne had also cast a featherweight charm, allowing him to pursue Voldemort closely. Upon witnessing Voldemort's engagement, Anne wasted no time, unleashing the killing curse with a fierce wave of his wand. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation with Anne, deftly countered with a disarming charm to deflect An's attack before turning to flee into the distance. An was relentless, seizing the moment while his fire phoenixes still had strength. Hastily casting another featherweight charm to close the gap and launch another killing curse. Back and forth they went, although An had the upper hand. His fire phoenixes were nearly depleted, leaving him with but one. While Voldemort appeared gravely injured, An understood that Voldemort posed a significant threat. Once his fire phoenixes were exhausted, he would stand little chance against him. Meanwhile, Harry, gritting his teeth, struggled to keep pace in the battle. Realizing the precarious situation, An hesitated to continue engaging Voldemort. Slowing his pace and standing still, he swiftly conjured another fire phoenix, but chose not to pursue Voldemort further. Instead, he took a few quick steps to grasp Harry Potter, giving him a few instructions before Harry promptly cast a summoning charm. In no time, Harry's fire crossbow bolt came soaring through the air. Without delay, he seized his broomstick, mounted it, and set off in pursuit of Voldemort. This was a desperate measure. Although Voldemort was merely circling in within a confined space, his movements were erratic and unpredictable, and could not decipher Voldemort's intentions, and with no energy left to anticipate a battle upon catching up, he found himself unable to engage Voldemort decisively. An, observing Harry's frantic pursuit from behind, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and frustration at Harry's apparent foolishness. How could he be so oblivious? If he could not keep up, why not utilize his tools instead of relying solely on himself? And was nearly driven to exasperation, now that Harry had mounted his broom to chase Voldemort, and finally had a moment to rest and contemplate Voldemort's tactics. In the heat of the moment, An's usual composure had dissipated, and with the thought of Voldemort fleeing, all strategies vanished from his mind. He was solely focused on the pursuit and the desperate desire to confront him. Yes, an opportunity. 3 minutes later, the last two fire phoenixes in Xiao An's possession were entirely depleted. Fortunately, Voldemort had also expended considerable energy during the previous chase, allowing this confrontation to last for 3 minutes. Otherwise, how could Harry Potter possibly endure for 3 minutes, given his formidable prowess? Although Voldemort is wielding his own wand, rendering him incapable of vanquishing Harry. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, all else is rendered powerless. One cannot fathom J.K. Rowling's reasoning that the mere destruction of Horcruxes would suffice to eliminate Voldemort. Fortunately, Xiao An has consistently exercised caution and refrained from placing undue trust in this notion. Otherwise, he might not have even comprehended the manner of his demise. Conversely, as each Horcrux is eradicated, Voldemort's intellect seems to flourish. Had Xiao An underestimated him, he would have surely fallen into Voldemort's trap just moments ago. Chapter 163. The struggle commences. Chapter 164. The struggle intensifies with the phoenix recently extinguished. Xiao An suddenly observed Voldemort resuming his previous agility. This time, however, Xiao An was resolute in not allowing Voldemort to evade him so easily. After 3 minutes of careful observation, he had grasped Voldemort's strategies, and given that this latest maneuver bore striking resemblance to the previous one, Xiao An found himself with no reason to let him escape. Consequently, Xiao An sprang to his feet, abandoning his previous resting position, and hurried towards the likely location of Voldemort. As anticipated, Xiao An successfully cornered Voldemort, who was still fending off Harry Potter's assaults. The dark flames upon him were not entirely extinguished, and he intermittently seized opportunities to quell their fury. Assessing the situation, Xiao An swiftly cast a levitation charm upon himself. There was no time to contemplate other options. He channeled his magical energy to ascend with urgency. Once he reached an adequate height, he mentally summoned a powerful incantation and, with a sudden motion, retracted his wand, directing it towards the ground before executing a rapid turn in midair. In that fleeting moment of rotation, Xiao An deftly flicked his wand, unleashing a vibrant green light that surged forth, rapidly descending to the ground and encircling Voldemort in a circular formation. This luminous beam was none other than Grindelwald's fiery essence, a manifestation of true intent. With the spell cast, there was no opportunity left for Xiao An to reapply his levitation charm. The elegant figure he had maintained in midair was abruptly brought crashing down to the earth. And in a moment of panic, he managed to cast a cushioning charm just before colliding heavily within the infernal circle. Upon landing, he had no time for recovery. Despite the cushioning charm mitigating some impact, the fall from such a height still took a toll on him. Yet, with Voldemort now alarmingly close, Xiao An had no choice but to swiftly wield his wand and unleash his magic. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. Voldemort evidently had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle. Upon the briefest contact of their spells, he deftly redirected his wand, channeling the incantation towards Harry Potter. Suspended in midair, Harry was caught unawares by this unexpected maneuver. Nevertheless, one must commend Harry's flying prowess. Despite the dire circumstances, he skillfully evaded the lethal spell at the last moment. Unfortunately, his broomstick was not as fortunate, as it was struck and sent careening away, leaving Harry to reluctantly accept the harsh reality as he tumbled to the ground. Do not enter. Upon witnessing Harry rise, seemingly reckless and eager to charge forward, one could not help but think him a fool. Indeed, he was nothing less than a reckless youth. Did he not perceive the magic at play? He rushed in heedlessly, causing quite the commotion. With danger surrounding them, Little and, after intercepting Harry, paid no mind to whether he had heeded her warning. She swiftly turned her head, brandishing her wand to unleash a fiery assault upon Voldemort. Avada Kedavra! Noticing Anne's momentary distraction, Voldemort seized the opportunity, disregarding the peril of being scorched, and retaliated with a deadly curse of his own. Avada Kedavra! Yet, Anne was unfazed. Upon witnessing Voldemort's counterattack, she promptly retracted her wand and cast her own killing curse. Blimey! Observing Anne's unorthodox tactics, Voldemort uttered a profanity, beginning with before forcefully interrupting his incantation. With a deft roll, he narrowly avoided Anne's spell, almost colliding with the flames. However, for Voldemort, this was not necessarily a misfortune. He abruptly applied the brakes, evading the flames, and swiftly rose to his knees, forcefully thrusting his wand into the ground, invoking a powerful spell that would bring an end to all others. Yet, how could Xiao An let such an opportunity slip away? Observing Voldemort's movements, Xiao An's wand was quick to respond, casting a silent disarming charm without uttering an incantation. For adept wizards like Xiao An and Voldemort, the disarming charm was indeed an exceptionally formidable spell, not due to its sheer power, but rather because of its remarkable swiftness. However, this occasion diverged significantly from the previous encounter in which Harry Potter cast the disarming charm. In that instance, Voldemort had devoted all his attention to guarding against Little and allowing Harry to seize an opportunity. Yet this time, Voldemort had already anticipated Anne's disarming charm. As soon as he observed her movement, he swiftly abandoned his prior incantation and, with a flick of his wand, turned to cast a disarming charm at her. The two disarming charms cannot nullify each other, resulting in Anne's wand being snatched by Voldemort, while Voldemort's wand was wrested away by Anne. Both were simultaneously repelled, however. Given their formidable powers, the effect of the disarming charm was minimal for each of them. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, for Voldemort had just been perilously close to the flames. This inevitable push led him directly into the fire. It must be said that Voldemort truly deserves his title as the Dark Lord, had it been an ordinary wizard. Such a collision would undoubtedly result in death. Even the likes of Little would stand no chance against Voldemort in such a scenario. Yet, Voldemort endured, albeit severely wounded. For at that moment, the skin on his back had been reduced to ashes, and it was a mystery how he managed to keep standing, with bone exposed. Remarkably, he did not so much as blink, swiftly advancing a step to continue the battle with Little and Avada Kedavra. This time, Voldemort chose not to evade, unleashing a lethal curse. However, Little, witnessing this, did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and waved his wand. And just as the trajectory of his spell reached its culmination, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Avada Kedavra, without any unexpected developments. The fatal curse cast by the two individuals intertwined seamlessly. This time, Voldemort seemed to be utterly desperate, perhaps gravely injured and nearing his end. For he did not sever the connection with a mere touch. Instead, he fervently increased his magical energy supply. Witnessing this, Xiao An could not afford to miss the opportunity and likewise intensified his magical output, nearly exhausting all of his power. At that moment, both combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, as neither possessed the strength to terminate their magical supply. However, an eerie occurrence suddenly transpired. Both Voldemort and Xiao An bore smiles upon their faces. Soon, Xiao An discerned the reason behind Voldemort's smile. He felt an abrupt drop in temperature around him, and a shadowy figure draped in a black cloak materialized above him, its straw-like mouth directed towards Xiao An. This creature was none other than a Dementor. It became clear that Voldemort's desperate attempts to rip open a gap in the fiery circle were not motivated by fear of Xiao An's fire attacks or a desire to flee, but rather to create an entryway for the Dementor. The very same Dementor had been battling at the periphery alongside the members of the Chihua organization, which Xiao An had noticed but dismissed, thinking it insignificant. Little did he expect that Voldemort's ultimate trump card would be this creature. a grave oversight on his part. While Xiao An and Voldemort were locked in their fierce contest, Voldemort had deliberately amplified his magical energy to divert Xiao An's attention. Consequently, Xiao An fell into the trap, completely unaware of the Dementor's intention to breach the duel circle. As the Dementor prepared to attack, Xiao An found himself powerless to intervene. No one could enter the duel circle he had created. Only the members of Qihua could, as they were his staunch supporters. Regardless of the grotesque challenges Xiao An concocted, they could not be daunted. Yet, at that moment, all of them were engaged in combat with Voldemort's magical creature army, despite suffering heavy losses. With the werewolf faction nearly eradicated, the magical creature army continued to resist fiercely. The arrival of a Dementor within the duel circle only intensified their struggle, as they fought with a desperation akin to trading lives. Even as Chen Guan of the Qihua organization watched helplessly, he could only attack fervently, hoping to break free and assist Xiao An. At this juncture, Xiao An had already lost 300 to 400 members, while the Death Eater side faced even graver casualties, with over 800 fatalities accumulating in a brief span. It seemed that for every Dementor vanquished, another would execute the Dementor's kiss on a fallen Death Eater, birthing a new Dementor from the old. Thus, from the onset of the battle until now, the number of Dementors remained constant. Had it not been for the frequent execution of the Dementor's kiss, the members of Hogwarts would have quickly reacted to relocate the Death Eaters, resulting in even greater losses among the Qihua members. It is crucial to note that only a handful of Qihua members were proficient in the Patronus charm, and its effectiveness was subpar. Were it not for the meager protection offered by these few, the casualties among the Qihua members would have been significantly higher. In the beginning, nearly every Qihua member faced an attack from a Dementor as they battled against the onslaught of these malevolent creatures. Upon the arrival of the Dementor, heedless of the searing flames that had scorched its form as it traversed the fiery ring, it swiftly unleashed an attack upon Xiao An. Initiating with the lethal kiss of the Dementor, Xiao An had anticipated such an occurrence the moment she laid eyes on the creature. However, her capacity to counter the assault was limited to a mental shielding spell, designed to suppress her emotions and avoid being overwhelmed in the battle. Yet, the potency of the Dementor's kiss was overwhelming. Even as Xiao An employed her mental fortitude, her head was forcibly tilted upwards, compelled to face the Dementor. Fortuitously, her will was remarkably strong, and as her left hand trembled violently, she exerted herself to prolong the struggle against the onslaught. Nevertheless, a deep sense of tearing gripped her soul, as if it were being drawn out by the Dementor, simultaneously, due to the assault. The effectiveness of the spell Xiao An cast diminished significantly, and she found herself nearly subdued by Voldemort. Suddenly, at that critical juncture, a spell erupted from her left hand, and Xiao An's body slackened. Remarkably, she seemed oblivious to this change, summoning all her strength to maintain her magical prowess with her wand. However, this time, her attack did not yield the desired outcome. This was the hidden ace she had prepared, casting spells with both hands, enabling her to simultaneously unleash 2 incantations. After healing George Cooper, Xiao An had discovered this ability, though its execution was challenging. Yet, in her quest to vanquish Voldemort, she felt no certainty. Initially, she had placed her hopes in Harry Potter, but reconsidered this notion. If Voldemort were as foolish as depicted in the original narrative, she had no doubt Harry could defeat him. In a scenario akin to that of the story, Xiao An believed she could easily eliminate Voldemort. However, reality often diverges from fiction, with subtle differences capable of altering outcomes. After her first encounter with Voldemort, Xiao An realized she could not rely solely on the storyline. Her understanding deepened, especially after being disarmed by Harry Potter's spell, revealing that Voldemort possessed not 1, but 3 wands. It was then that she acknowledged Voldemort's cunning. The disparity between a clever Voldemort and a foolish one was monumental. Upon witnessing Xiao An's sudden spell, Voldemort momentarily froze, but as the Dark Lord, he could not remain dazed for long. His eyes quickly regained their focus, and he struggled violently. Then, in a shocking twist, Voldemort's body seemed to collapse at the waist. As if devoid of bones, blood streaming forth as he bent almost 70 degrees backward, while his lower body remained in place. In this manner, he narrowly evaded Xiao An's surprise attack. Although Xiao An's spell had missed, she seized the upper hand with the killing curse, propelling it towards the tip of Voldemort's wand in an instant. Yet, Xiao An's hidden trump card was far from simplistic. As Voldemort evaded her spell, her left hand swiftly traced a circle, exerting force downward. Miraculously, the spell that had missed Voldemort veered around the edge of the flames behind him and struck back towards him. This time, there were no surprises. Voldemort could not fathom that Xiao An's spell could curve, and it was as if the very fabric of reality had been upended. On this occasion, Xiao An employed a repelling charm. Although its power was modest, it sufficed in this context. Voldemort lurched forward, momentarily interrupted in his magical supply, thus allowing Xiao An's spell to find its mark. Why? She wondered. I had clearly won just moments ago. As Voldemort's grip loosened, his wand clattered to the ground. In his final moments, he gazed intermittently at Xiao An and uttered, "Because you are unaware of the three great illusions of electronic sports." Witnessing Voldemort's demise, Xiao An found himself devoid of strength to continue resisting the Dementors. He closed his eyes, releasing his grip, allowing his wand to fall beside him. Yet a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured softly before his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 165. The battle concludes. Chapter 166. The battle concludes. Seeing Xiao An fall, Harry Potter cried out, disregarding the fiend fire. He donned the invisibility cloak and dashed into the fray. Remarkably, the cloak seemed to withstand the onslaught of fiend fire, shielding Harry as he charged forth. However, the cloak's resilience was waning. Upon entering, it was already singed beyond recognition, and Harry himself bore the marks of the flames. Once inside, Harry swiftly cast aside the tattered cloak, paying no heed to the lingering flames on his person. With a determined flick of his wand, he pointed it at the Dementor and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A brilliant white light erupted from Harry's wand, swiftly coalescing into the form of a stag. With a powerful leap, the stag lunged forward, colliding with the Dementor, which was instantly propelled away from Xiao An. "No!" came a cry of despair as the Dementor dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, consumed by the flames and reduced to ashes. Yet, astonishingly, these ashes began to coalesce in mid-air, forming the shape of a skull, albeit lacking a nose. Recognizing this form, Harry was struck by an unsettling familiarity. It resembled the very skull he had encountered during his first year with Quirrell. How could this be? Stunned, Harry stood momentarily, grappling with the revelation. Ah, for heaven's sake! Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Harry Potter's leg, prompting an instinctive exclamation of frustration. Lowering his gaze, he quickly discerned the source of his discomfort. Leaving no time to ponder the implications of the Dementor's presence, Harry hastily attempted to cast the disarming charm upon himself, but despite several attempts, he found no relief. If Littlin were awake, he would undoubtedly have offered a sarcastic remark. Growing increasingly impatient after repeated failures, Harry's reason remained intact. After a brief pause, he devised a solution. He crouched down and drove his wand into the ground, invoking the banishing spell multiple times before finally dispelling the lingering flames that clung to him, leaving him utterly fatigued. This starkly illustrated the disparity between an ordinary wizard and a master sorcerer. A single powerful spell from him could easily drain an ordinary wizard's entire magical reserves. It was not merely a reflection of Harry's abilities. He was indeed gifted. Yet had he been anyone else, even the act of casting the banishing spell upon oneself would have been an insurmountable challenge. With Voldemort's demise, the rescue of him was straightforward. The members of the Crimson Fire breathed a collective sigh of relief, allowing them to focus on the immediate battle. Meanwhile, the magical creatures, witnessing Voldemort's defeat and an safety, descended into a frenzy, launching desperate attacks against the wizards in a bid to escape. However, the Crimson Fire members, well acquainted with strategies and having received prior battle instructions, understood the stakes. They were either to vanquish their foes or perish on the battlefield. Despite the ferocity of the creature's onslaught, the Crimson Fire members held their ground. Some wizards from Hogwarts, upon realizing Voldemort had been vanquished, swiftly disengaged from combat, racing toward its magical creature box in search of assistance. In no time, a throng of wizards surged forth from Hogwarts Castle, only to find no trace of Voldemort, which instantly alleviated their tension, allowing them to rejoin the fray. The addition of these reinforcements, though less powerful, proved beneficial. They managed to cast several offensive and defensive spells, significantly easing the pressure on the Crimson Fire members. Before long, the battle concluded with the magical creatures utterly defeated, save for the ongoing skirmish near the cannon, which was nearing its end as well. The Dementors, upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, immediately began to retreat. Yet, in their haste to escape, only those on the periphery managed to flee, while the remainder found themselves ensnared in a chaotic crush. As time progressed, many still managed to escape. Yet had their strength not been so slight, it would have been impossible to leave behind such a multitude of Dementors. Noticing that the cannon was still engaged in battle, though unaware of its identity, the wizards recognized it as an ally and pressed on. Some rushed to assist the cannon with their attacks, while others fanned out to the outskirts of the conflict, employing the guardian charm to encircle the Dementors and provide aid. This latter group predominantly comprised Hogwarts wizards. In swift succession, the battle concluded, with not a single Dementor left standing. They either fell victim to the cannon's relentless assaults or were incinerated by the wizard's flames. Fortunately, the wizards exercised restraint, and with many still on the periphery, the flames did not spread uncontrollably. Had so many been wielding the fiend fire spell indiscriminately, the situation would have been dire. As the battle came to a close, the wizards hesitated upon witnessing the still raging fiend fire, uncertain of their next steps. The Hogwarts wizards and the young sorcerers considered using the banishing spell to dispel the magic, yet seeing the members of the Crimson Fire remaining in place, they refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to stand by. "Let us bring him back," they proposed. Not long after, observing the wizards standing still, Draco Malfoy spoke up. The Malfoy family had betrayed their allegiance before the battle commenced, with Draco being the first to turn. Upon witnessing Voldemort's sudden attack on Xiao An, in the ensuing chaos of the battle, he acted without hesitation, swiftly breaking free from Lucius Malfoy's grasp. He charged towards the members of the Fiery Red and brandished his wand against the Death Eaters. Noticing her son's actions, Narcissa wasted no time, driven by maternal instinct. She rushed to assist Draco in his confrontation with the Death Eaters. Lucius, however, hesitated for a considerable period, perhaps believing that since his child had already joined the fray, even though he remained on the side of the Death Eaters, his family's fate would be grim should Voldemort emerge victorious. He too drew his wand and dashed forward, attacking several nearby Death Eaters in the process. As Draco's voice rang out, the wizards turned to see him, their expressions darkening. Almost all wizards in Britain were aware of the Malfoy family's affiliation with the Death Eaters, and their reputation was notably poor. They cast him a disdainful glance before resuming their silence, focusing instead on the unfolding battle. "It is my brother. If you won't go, I will," Draco declared, recognizing the scornful gazes of the wizards. Unlike his father Lucius, he did not bow his head in submission but boldly addressed them before sprinting towards the Fiery Red. 3 months later, a new academic year commenced at Hogwarts. The school, aside from the absence of numerous statues, bore little difference from its usual form, though some familiar faces, such as Harry Potter and Hermione, were notably missing. Fortunately, many new young witches and wizards had joined this warm and welcoming family. On this particular day, Hogwarts headmaster Severus Snape did not find himself in the usual solitude and despair of Spinner's End. Instead, he sat in his chair, beaming with delight as he awaited the arrival of lunch. The atmosphere in Spinner's End was far from the usual coldness. It buzzed with life and merriment. The sounds of chopping vegetables echoed from the kitchen, while clattering noises from the courtyard suggested a rambunctious child was venting their frustrations. "Lunch is served." A gentle yet vibrant voice called from the kitchen. "Harry, come, it's time to eat." The woman, who conjured all the food to emerge from the kitchen, beheld the living room where only Severus Snape was present, accompanied by the gentle call of Harry Potter resonating from the yard. Indeed, this trio consisted of Snape, Lily, and Harry Potter. However, Lily was on the verge of transforming into Lily Snape, or so Snape believed. Harry, steadfast in his resolve, would never yield. Had Lily wished to reside there, Harry would have long since whisked her away. Lily called out several more times, yet Harry remained unresponsive, the sounds growing increasingly louder. Observing this, Lily promptly rose and ventured outside. Before long, Harry was brought forth, ensnared by vines conjured by his mother, floating helplessly in the air. After enjoying a warm and delightful lunch, at least, that was Snape's interpretation, the three momentarily set aside their disputes and proceeded towards the room previously occupied by Little An. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a remarkably neat room adorned with a variety of decorations, exuding an atmosphere of warmth. It was evident that this room was designed by Lily. One must concede that a solitary man could never hope to rival a woman's touch. Had Snape been tasked with the decor, the result would likely have been nothing more than a series of gray walls, despite their original hue. However, only Severus Snape entered the room, while Harry Potter and Lily stood outside, silently observing. Upon entering, Snape appeared visibly melancholic, his movements unsteady as he approached Little An. He naturally knelt beside her, refraining from uttering a word, merely gazing at her quietly, occasionally reaching out to gently stroke her hair. This poignant scene did not endure for long. Snape eventually stood up and exited, his expression serene, betraying no hint of emotion. To comprehend the situation, one must first reflect on events from 3 months prior. After Draco rushed forward, The members of the Ashen Fire dared not linger, swiftly following suit. In a matter of moments, they surpassed Draco and intercepted him, forming a silent barrier for Little and as the group of Ashen Fire members stood vigil, watching the Hogwarts members from behind. In the end, however, Little and emerged from the flames, not by Draco's hand, but rather by Cedric's. All members of the Crimson Fire were aware that Cedric was responsible for Little's resurrection, and thus they placed their trust in him. Once Little was brought forth, several core members of the Crimson Fire, including Arthur, swiftly shielded Cedric from any potential harm. Without pausing, they promptly escorted Little into the magical creature enclosure, aware that Little did not permit others to enter the small courtyard. The food-loving members refrained from forcing their way in and instead opted to use a spell to notify those inside. However, upon the opening of the grand door, all core members were taken aback, for they beheld none other than Lily emerging from the courtyard. These individuals, belonging to the same era as Lily, regardless of their familiarity, could easily recognize her visage. While the older generation stood in stunned silence, Cedric remained composed. Upon seeing her, he swiftly navigated through the crowd, entrusting Little to Lily. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Those in need of healing received their treatment, and friends and family were resurrected. The resurrection ritual was conducted by Lily rather than Littleland, as the potion slag had been prepared in advance. The resurrection magic was a collaborative effort between Lily and Littleland, thus rendering the task straightforward. Although Lily was still quite frail, she persevered to revive the fallen. It was only when Lily commenced her work that some members recalled a certain individual had been left behind in the fiery circle, the forsaken Harry Potter. Yet, at that moment, no one was inclined to concern themselves with Harry. Their thoughts were solely occupied with post-war matters. It was not until Harry regained consciousness and called out loudly that the wizards took action to rescue him. Hermione and her companions wished to save Harry after the ordeal, but their abilities were insufficient to breach the fiery circle's defenses. Seeking assistance from others was not an option, for the minds of the fire members were consumed with Littleland, while those from Hogwarts focused on healing and resurrection. Having previously observed that Harry was seemingly unharmed, they offered him a few words of comfort before returning to their urgent tasks. Upon hearing this, Hermione and her friends, acknowledging the situation, consoled Harry briefly before attending to their duties. Once Harry was extricated, he learned from Hermione that his mother was still alive, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the castle. Approaching the small cabin, he had no time to announce his presence before the door swung open. Not pausing to contemplate, Harry rushed inside, his mind solely fixated on Lily. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a woman's silhouette. Recognizing her as his mother, Lily, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush toward her. However, as he took a step forward, an unseen force knocked him back several paces, causing him to land on the ground, clearly affected by a spell. Quickly recovering, Harry attempted to charge forward again, but Lily suddenly consumed a potion from her hand and leaned down to administer it mouth to the man lying on the bed. Witnessing this, Harry's heart momentarily skipped a beat, for he recognized the man as none other than Severus Snape, the very individual he had long despised, who had caused him much trouble and only recently revealed the truth about everything. Chapter 167, Godfather. I have resurrected Aunt Lily. End of this volume. As Snape closed his eyes in embarrassment, clearly lost in thought, Harry was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding around him. Unable to remain passive, he brandished his wand, intent on intervening. However, Littleland had previously instructed that Harry must be prevented from acting rashly, which is why Toby had cast a spell on him. Of course, had the situation necessitated intervention, Toby would have refrained from hindering him. Yet now, Snape found himself unable to act. Though he could see Harry, he was immobilized, his mouth silenced. Whether he would have acted otherwise remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lily remained blissfully unaware of Harry's presence, as Toby had already cast a spell to ensure her focus remained undisturbed. A plan orchestrated by Littleland. The events unfolded with clarity. After administering the potion to Snape, Toby lifted the spell, and Lily, upon noticing Harry, momentarily forgot her embarrassment. She hurriedly approached him, embracing him tightly. Snape's expression remained largely unchanged, though his thoughts were undoubtedly tumultuous. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lily and Harry reflected on the recent occurrences. While Lily hesitated to bring it up, Harry could not contain himself. Initially, he felt comforted hearing that Snape was injured and unable to drink the potion, but as Lily shifted the conversation to probe Harry's feelings about living with Snape, he was overwhelmed. bursting out of the courtyard before she could intervene. In truth, Lily's choice of whom to marry was of little consequence to Harry, who was now quite mature and no longer a child. What he could not accept was Lily's selection of Snape. Despite his newfound understanding of Snape as a good man, who had protected him for years, ingrained perceptions are not easily altered. It takes time to reshape one's impressions. When a person perceived as good commits a wrongdoing, it may evoke surprise or anger, yet one might still believe in their inherent goodness. However, as more misdeeds come to light, the perception shifts. Conversely, when a perceived villain performs a good deed, it may bring relief, and even if they accumulate good acts, acceptance remains elusive for many. Harry's relationship with Snape exemplified the latter scenario. While he recognized Snape's true nature, he could not accept him. The moment he fled, Snape's demeanor shifted dramatically. He had always harbored love for Lily, and after awakening and communicating with her, he had come to understand her feelings for him, which brought him immense joy. Instantly, Snape began to envision their wedding, for he had long avoided confronting Lily. Had he not sustained serious injuries that incapacitated him, he might have fled long ago. The reserved man, upon hearing Lily's feelings, nearly lost his composure, yet a mountain loomed before them: Harry's attitude. Snape found himself at a loss, grappling with Harry's strong reaction. Eventually, through Lily's patient guidance and the encouragement of friends like Ron and Hermione, Harry regained his composure. Though he continued to regard Snape with disdain, a sentiment that persisted for 3 months, only intensifying over time. After Snape departed the room, the trio returned to their previous state. The only time they could coexist peacefully was during their brief visits to Littlin. As for why Lily and Harry did not enter Littlin's room, it was simply because they could not. In the entire wizarding world, apart from Littlin and Snape, no one else could access that room. Any individual attempting to enter would trigger the protective magic set up within, summoning members of the Fire to attack any wizard other than Snape without mercy. Thus, Lily had only entered once, during the initial settling in. Now, regarding the state of the magical community, following the battle at Hogwarts, only a small fraction of the Fire members had perished, the majority of deceased wizards having been resurrected. The young witches and wizards from Hogwarts faced minimal issues, though some adult wizards remained unrecovered. As previously mentioned, Little Anne's resurrection magic was intricately linked with Lily's love protection spell. Therefore, to resurrect an individual, the most crucial prerequisite was that their soul, upon death, be drawn by the magic residing within Harry Potter. Although the magic had dissipated upon Lily's resurrection, the accumulation over the years allowed Harry's residual magic to provide a window for resurrection. Coupled with Little Anne's prior efforts to ensure their genuine desire to protect Harry, the Fire members were fortunate that only a small number remained unrecovered. Upon witnessing Little Anne in a comatose state, the wizards did not linger, leaving a handful to safeguard his safety while the others hastened to the Ministry of Magic, neutralizing its members, killing those who resisted and capturing those who did not, awaiting Little Anne's awakening to determine their fates. Following Little Anne's 3-month slumber, he remained unconscious, the reason for which was unclear. Logically, Little Anne's condition mirrored that of Sirius, who had nearly succumbed to the Dementor's kiss and should have awakened swiftly. Yet, Little Anne remained in a state of deep slumber. In truth, Little Anne had awakened while Lily prepared lunch, but he lacked the strength to open his eyes, creating the illusion that he was still unconscious. "Godfather, I have resurrected and Lily." As Severus Snape stepped out the door, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Snape trembled, his movements stiffening as he turned to face the direction of the voice, which belonged to Little Anne. Chapter 168. Please continue your performance. Chapter 169. Please continue your performance. With a series of thuds and a crash, Snape spun around and, upon realizing it was and who had called him, his defenses vanished in an instant. He quickly strode towards her, but after only a few steps, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet. Initially surprised to see Anne, Lily and Harry soon found themselves captivated by Snape's predicament, instinctively stifling laughter. While Lily managed to hold back, Harry could hardly resist such a splendid opportunity. Had there been a camera nearby, he would have certainly captured this rare scene. Although no camera was present, the magical world possessed a remarkable spell known as the thought capture charm, and it was likely that Harry would soon devote all his magical studies to mastering that particular incantation. "Hello, Godfather," Anne said, blinking her eyes. At that moment, unable to move or even turn her head, she was oblivious to Snape's disheveled appearance. Otherwise, her thoughts would have mirrored Harry's. However, unlike Harry, Anne had countless ways to preserve such a moment. "And you're awake," Snape replied. "Godfather, I have resurrected Lily, so now you can live with her without guilt. And stated, gazing at Snape's broad face, her tone calm yet barely concealing her excitement. What do you mean by godmother? Children shouldn't speak nonsense, Snape retorted. Upon hearing an S words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smile. But soon he seemed to recall something and stiffly turned his neck to glance at Lily, trying to curry favor. Godfather, your acting is superb. Had I not seen your smiling lips, I would have believed you, and teased. Snape quickly turned his gaze back to Lily, attempting to employ the Leonardo DiCaprio method of pleading with his eyes. However, it proved futile. Lily was entirely immune to Snape's pleading gaze and merely offered him a look that urged him to continue his performance. All right, and I understand. Let us not dwell on that. By the way, your followers are waiting outside. Shall I call them in? Godfather, your method of changing the subject is rather poor. And remarked, immediately exposing Snape's attempt at diversion. In truth, she had long been aware of Lily's presence nearby, but opportunities to tease Snape were scarce. And was not about to let this one slip away. Moreover, she had already envisioned this scene, and although it was not yet visible, she would not miss this chance. You enough, Godfather. Let us hold off on notifying those outside for now. I'll tell you when I regain my strength. Lest unforeseen chaos ensue. Please, enlighten me about the current state of affairs in the magical world. Seeing that Snape was on the verge of anger, Little and astutely interjected to conclude the conversation. Well, since your coma. 3 days later, Little N's body had recovered. Although his strength had not returned to its peak, he was nonetheless in fairly good shape. Subsequently, Little N ceased to feign illness, summoned the members of the Crimson Fire, and organized the ensuing tasks. Afterward, Little N found himself at leisure, spending his days contemplating ways to unite Snape and Lily, while Harry, on the other hand, was devising plans to thwart their union. However, as the adage goes, when one ascends, the other rises even higher. This was particularly true for Xiao An, the Dark Lord. The prolonged struggle between Xiao An and Harry culminated in Harry's utter defeat after 6 months of relentless conflict. Ultimately, Lily and Snape found their way to each other, despite Harry's reluctance and that of Sirius and Lupin. Yet, upon discovering that Lily genuinely cherished Snape, they too relinquished their reservations and extended their kindness to Harry. Throughout the half-year, the myriad issues plaguing the magical realm were resolved, rendering Xiao An increasingly obsolete and, in fact, a hindrance. The entirety of the magical community wished for Xiao An to remain dormant, had it not been for the proximity of the impending battle at Hogwarts. He would likely have faced numerous assassination attempts by now. Both Lily and Snape were acutely aware of this precarious situation, which prompted them to swiftly solidify their relationship for Xiao An's safety. Following the wedding ceremony, Xiao An refrained from engaging with the Snape couple, observing the jubilant Snape. He quietly departed from the celebration, retreating to a secluded corner where he retrieved a portkey from his undetectable expansion bag. Thus, Xiao An vanished from the scene. However, how could the youthful Xiao An possibly outshine the seasoned actor Snape, who has successfully infiltrated the Death Eaters for so many years? Upon witnessing Xiao An depart from the ballroom, Snape instinctively felt compelled to follow. Yet, it must be noted that women possess an astute attention to detail. Lily, of course, also observed Xiao An's movements. Upon realizing Snape's intent to pursue, she tightened her grip, subtly shaking her head as Snape glanced her way, and then resumed dancing as if nothing were amiss. Although Snape remained unaware of Lily's thoughts, he recognized the significance of her unwavering presence in the magical realm. The dance, after all, is steeped in silent communication. Consequently, Snape's gaze shifted to Lily's eyes as he employed the legilimency spell. 5 years later, in the American Airlines Arena, Miami, Florida, Shaq, having just completed his studies, Xiao An returned once more to the NBA arena to watch a game. Regrettably, this time, the venue featured only Shaquille O'Neal, devoid of his former teammate, Kobe Bryant. A year ago, when the duo dissolved their partnership, Xiao An could have altered the outcome with merely a few incantations. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from intervening. While Xiao An cherished watching the duo play, their separation also signified a new beginning. As for why Xiao An did not seek out Kobe Bryant immediately after finishing his studies, it was because his favorite player was Shaquille O'Neal. He greatly admired Shaq's dominance on the court. Although Shaq had aged considerably, his prowess remained undiminished. Yet, the true allure lay not solely in this. It was also the enchanting women of Miami. In this city, devoid of winter, each day brought forth ladies clad in attire that, while delightfully cool, could ignite a fervor within any man, a phenomenon that Xiao An found particularly appealing. Since departing from England, Xiao An had continued his studies in the United States, remaining disconnected from the magical world for 5 long years. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense the presence of wizards around him, uncertain whether they were there to protect or to surveil him. However, all of this was of no concern to Xiao An. At present, he desired no connection to the magical realm. Aside from his occasional use of magic, he was almost on the verge of forgetting its very existence. Chapter 169, Shark also acted. Chapter 170, Shark also acted after the competition concluded. Xiao An chose not to linger but rather proceeded to wait in front of the Shark's car in the garage. Although it had been 5 years since Xiao An had last seen Shark, the latter instantly recognized him upon entering the garage, likely due to Xiao An possessing Shark's phone number. As for the reason why Xiao An was waiting in front of Shark's vehicle, it was primarily because the meeting location had not been clearly communicated, thus he had no choice but to wait there. Furthermore, due to Shark's considerable size, his car was easily identifiable to Xiao An, who had done some prior research. After years of separation, the two old friends were filled with affection for one another. This was especially true for Shark, considering that today marked the opening game in Miami. The fact that Xiao An had come to cheer for him, especially after he had not attended the Lakers game the previous day, held immense significance for O'Neal during the period of tension between him and Kobe. However, Xiao An did not dare to reminisce with O'Neal, primarily due to the latter's imposing stature and immense strength. Without the application of magic, Xiao An's petite frame was no match for him. Although Xiao An now stood at 188 centimeters, he truly felt dwarfed in the company of others. After extricating himself from O'Neal's large hand, Xiao An refrained from engaging in further conversation. O'Neal, in a natural manner, invited Xiao An to join him at the bar for some amusement and warmly extended an invitation for Xiao An to accompany him as his passenger. However, Xiao An dared not drive that fellow's car, merely observing it felt perilous. Such a massive figure driving a sports car was truly unsettling. Consequently, Xiao An naturally shifted the conversation and settled into his own vehicle. His car was no luxury model, but rather an ordinary sports car, and it was a rental. Xiao An did not refrain from purchasing a car out of desire. It was simply unnecessary, as the model he yearned for had yet to be released. Moreover, he had no intention of lingering here, having long wished to return to his homeland. However, some matters do not unfold as one desires. Presently, Xiao An claimed to be on vacation, yet it felt more akin to imprisonment. His doctoral thesis had long been resolved, and ideally, Xiao An should have been able to leave. In fact, he had thought as much. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow. Each trip to the airport was met with rigorous scrutiny, and there were even staff members transformed by the Ministry of Magic present. Most frustratingly, there were magical devices inspecting the luggage of departing passengers to prevent any magical items from slipping through. As Xiao An understood, these wizards had not existed prior. They had appeared only after his graduation. It would be disingenuous to assert that this was not aimed at him, and Xiao An found it hard to believe otherwise. The current situation was such that the Muggle world prevented him from departing, and Wu Shiji also forbade his leaving the United States. Previously, there had been no issues, and Xiao An could travel to the UK or Germany, but now even leaving the United States was impossible. Even his desire to fly or sail to other states within America was met with meticulous checks. Yet, he could not afford to confront them, for if he did, he had no chance of success. After several attempts, Xiao An had astonishingly discovered members of the Red Flame among the personnel conducting inspections, indicating how dire the situation had become. Accompanying Shaq to his regular bar, they exchanged a few pleasantries before he began making arrangements. Judging by his proficiency, it was evident that Shaq had not been idle during his year in Miami. The bartender was exceptionally skilled, which explained why Kobe had mentioned that Shaq had also worked in such a role. After a brief conversation, Shaq sprang into action, even enlisting Xiao An as his wingman. However, it was apparent that Shaq was not in the right frame of mind for flirting. His approach was lackluster and merely performative. The women he pursued were certainly not to Xiao An's taste, leaving him feeling particularly powerless. Xiao An's standards had become quite refined. Ordinary women no longer captured his attention. To him, the allure of a woman lay not in mere appearance or physique, but rather in her temperament. Women lacking in grace were simply unappealing to him. Yet, Shaq did not share this sentiment. Before long, he had set his sights on an attractive woman with a captivating figure. Without a second thought, Shaq disregarded Xiao An and approached her. Observing this, Xiao An chose not to intervene. Instead, he indulged in his drink, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, Shaq returned. But the woman he had been pursuing was nowhere to be found. It was unclear whether their encounter had concluded or what had transpired. It wasn't until they exited the bar after the event that Xiao An understood the situation. That evening, Xiao An declined Shaq's invitation to his home, despite the warm entreaty. As their tastes diverged significantly, the sequence of events was as follows. Upon leaving the bar, Shaq invited Xiao An to his residence, hinting at a surprise he had prepared. Xiao An certainly picked up on this, but after witnessing Shaq's pursuit of various women at the bar, he recognized the disparity in their aesthetic preferences. To spare himself potential humiliation, Xiao An politely declined Shaq's invitation, opting to return to his hotel. However, he later learned from O'Neill the reasoning behind Shaq's decision to avoid those women while still spending money on other arrangements, primarily for the sake of discretion. Otherwise, considering the tendencies of American women, news of Shaq's escapades might have spread widely by the following day, and he could have even faced arrest. In the days that followed, Xiao An spent each day in Shaq's company until Shaq was scheduled to compete out of town. Only then did Xiao An venture to Los Angeles, not to attend a Lakers game, but rather to visit Kevin. Presently, Kevin was faring well in Los Angeles, managing a few celebrities and athletes, which brought him considerable earnings as an agent each year. However, he is not an agent for basketball players, but rather for football players. The reason remains a mystery. Perhaps it is due to the higher salaries of football players. Regardless, Xiao An is not well versed in this sport, yet this does not diminish his joy for his friend's success. Moreover, he still has a few stars in his orbit. Should a gathering occur, he would certainly have a valid reason to attend. Meeting Kevin is far superior to encountering O'Neill, as their bond is exceptionally strong. Over the course of several days, Xiao An found himself comfortably accommodated, to the point where the sorcerers who had been shadowing him seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him perplexed. All good things must come to an end. Despite his excellent rapport with Kevin, he cannot continually impose upon him. After spending a month here, Xiao An prepared to depart, as Christmas was swiftly approaching. Although he does not celebrate this holiday, Kevin does, especially as he is soon to marry, necessitating time spent with his fiancée during such festive occasions. Thus, after meeting Kevin's girlfriend, Xiao An wisely decided to find a hotel for himself. Chapter 170, Overthinking. Youth. Chapter 171, Overthinking. Youth. On Christmas Eve, in a bar, a handsome young man of Asian descent was seated at the counter, surveying his surroundings with a bottle of beer in hand. This striking figure was none other than Xiao An, disliking the Christmas festivities. He ventured to the bar alone in search of potential companionship. However, for an entire week, he had failed to find a suitable match, driving him to the brink of despair. While there were many beautiful women present, none captured his interest. He had grown weary of the same types. Yet, despite his efforts, an elegant woman who met his standards eluded him, which was quite frustrating, due to his preference for more sophisticated women, each possessing various forms of influence. Xiao An frequented different bars to avoid being recognized by the regular patrons. This particular bar was the last one in the vicinity of his hotel, and if he could not find anyone here, he would truly be at a loss. Fortune favors the diligent. After consuming a few bottles of beer and taking a trip to the restroom, Xiao An unexpectedly spotted a woman who aligned with his desires. However, instead of rushing over to strike up a conversation, he chose to observe her from a distance first. It is not that Xiao An is a foolish man, but rather that he seeks to gather information. Those men who approach beautiful women for conversation, regardless of their success rate, lack assurance and safety, particularly in a country like America, where firearms are not prohibited. One misstep could provoke a reaction from an irate boyfriend, leading to dire consequences. After half an hour, Xiao An finally acquired the information he sought. The young woman was merely accompanying a friend for leisure. As for why she was not celebrating Christmas with her family, that remains unknown. However, it is certain that she is single, and even if she were not, her partner is not nearby. With this newfound knowledge, Xiao An prepared to make his move. Equipped with information and a keen understanding of the dynamics at play, coupled with his experience in romantic pursuits, he felt invincible. Yet, reality offered Xiao An a stark lesson. Having spent his university years interacting primarily with fellow students, he was unprepared for the encounter with this woman, who was not a typical college girl. "Hi, beautiful. May I buy you a drink?" he inquired. "Get lost. I have no interest in dealing with your pathetic attempts at flirting," she retorted, splashing her vodka in his face. Xiao An was taken aback by the unexpected reaction, yet it only intensified his intrigue. Recognizing that he had missed his opportunity, he bore no resentment and simply called over the bartender. "Please, get this lady another drink." "My apologies for the wasted vodka," he instructed the bartender before turning to leave. Some opportunities are only realized through action, without taking the plunge. One remains forever bereft of chance. If one does not make an effort to engage, they may as well be invisible, with the object of their affection never even glancing their way. However, if one dares to approach, they leave an impression in her mind. By expressing interest, one acknowledges her worth, and who does not appreciate being regarded as exceptional? Only after such an approach can one hope for a favorable response, with their outstanding qualities earning them admiration. Upon returning to his seat, Xiao An refrained from further attempts and simply downed a beer with fervor. "Bartender, 2 more bottles, please." After receiving the drinks, he wasted no time, finishing them in quick succession. Even with a commendable tolerance, he found himself somewhat lightheaded. "Can I sing here?" he asked, pointing to the electric piano in the bar. "Of course. Feel free," the bartender replied. This establishment did not employ a resident performer. Instead, it offered various instruments for patrons to utilize at their leisure. At this moment, Xiao An found himself devoid of the energy to sing, preoccupied with the struggle to suppress the urge to vomit. His motivation for drinking so excessively was not rooted in sorrow, nor any other reason, but rather in the awareness that the girl from earlier was watching him, deliberately showcasing her cigarette. After a few moments of respite, Xiao An felt slightly better, without lingering. He settled the bill, grabbed another bottle of beer, and descended once more. Ding, ding, ding. There sat a lonely boy named Robert, his spirits somewhat dampened, who ordered a bottle of beer and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just that day, his girlfriend had broken up with him, casting a shadow over his thoughts. He settled at the bar, requesting the bartender to serve him a drink. It was at this juncture that he encountered the goddess who would irrevocably alter the course of his dismal life. Oh, she possessed the most exquisite visage in the world, entirely unlike any girl he had ever encountered. He understood that such beauty was beyond his reach, so he retreated to his seat, nursing the beer in his hand. Once again, there was Robert, that solitary boy, seated with a furrowed brow, singing. His girlfriend had just ended their relationship. Yet he held on to the hope that everything would eventually be all right. Upon concluding his song, Xiao An released his grip on the piano keys, took a sip from his beer, and chose not to linger further, rising to leave the bar. "Hi, I'm Acel." Just moments after Xiao An departed, the girl he had flirted with chased after him. Upon hearing her voice, he did not turn back. He merely paused briefly before continuing forward, his pace noticeably slowing and a natural smile curving upon his lips. "Wait." Observing Xiao An's brief pause, Acel hurried a couple of steps to catch up with him. "I'm sorry for how I treated you earlier." "It's all right. It was my fault," Xiao An replied, feigning surprise upon seeing Acel before responding. "May I treat you to something as an apology?" Sure," Xiao An replied calmly, though his inner thoughts were far from serene. Of course, he would agree. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, he mused. With that, Xiao An entered the beautiful girl's car, heading to a still-open French restaurant. After Xiao An's departure, a short Jewish man and a rather stout Indian man emerged, watching him leave with envious glances. "I must learn how to compose," the Jewish man remarked, gazing in the direction of the two. If Xiao An were present, he would have likely responded, "Young man, you are truly overthinking it." Chapter 171. I will return tomorrow. Chapter 172. I will return tomorrow. Only after Xiao An had walked a considerable distance did the two individuals regain their composure and turn back towards the bar. Yet, it was evident that their eyes still sparkled with envy, especially since the woman Xiao An had just charmed away was a striking beauty in her own right. The night passed in silence, and when Xiao An awoke the following morning, it was merely 5 o'clock. He dared not make any sudden movements, fearing he might disturb the slumbering woman beside him. He quietly rose, donned a bathrobe, and made his way to the kitchen. Indeed, Xiao An had not returned to his own hotel the previous night. Instead, he had spent the night at the home of the girl he had wooed. Initially, it had been a night of revelry, filled with joy, but upon discovering the nature of the family residing in the villa, Xiao An's intrigue deepened. He had unearthed firearms within the premises, indicating that this family was far from ordinary. "Good morning." Xiao An refrained from employing any magical means to prepare breakfast, as this was not his domain. By the time he finished, Isle had already awakened. "You are truly wonderful, Mo." "Oh, you are exceptionally beautiful." With little regard for food, he promptly pinned Isle beneath him, eager to initiate another round of passion. However, fortune often eludes the eager, and just as Xiao An was about to escalate the encounter, a loud bang resonated through the air as Isle's door was forcefully kicked open. A towering figure, a man of 2 meters, strode in with an imposing demeanor, brandishing a revolver in his hand. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao An paid it little mind, Yet he hesitated to proceed, for Isle's face had gone pale, and she stiffened in response to the intrusion. Sensing her fear, Xiao An lost his enthusiasm, ceasing his advances, and instead approached the formidable man. Who is he, darling? The imposing figure ignored Xiao An entirely, his fiery gaze directed solely at Isle. He pointed a finger at Xiao An, and it was clear that if Isle's answer displeased him, the man would not hesitate to unleash a barrage of bullets, for the revolver contained 6 rounds. Isle. He is my boyfriend. Despite her evident trepidation, Isle stood firm against her father's intimidating presence. Upon hearing this declaration, the man's grip on the revolver tightened, his trembling hand suggesting that any sudden movement could provoke him to fire. Who the hell are you to claim Isle as your darling? As Xiao An stepped forward, intent on delivering a slap to the towering figure before him, he stood not too far behind in height himself, already reaching an impressive stature of 1.92 meters. At 23, should he continue to grow, he might well find himself as a teammate alongside O'Neill. Upon hearing Xiao An's words and witnessing his advance, Arthur's composure dissipated in an instant. He swiftly raised his hand to block Xiao and strike while his other hand, gripping a revolver, aimed directly at Xiao An with the intent to fire. The sound of 6 shots rang out in quick succession, yet Xiao An remained unscathed. Truly, his training had paid off, particularly in Wing Chun, a martial art renowned for its speed. Given their proximity, unless Mike intervened to restrain Xiao An, the likelihood of landing a hit was virtually non-existent. You're quite ruthless, kid. But allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Beyond 7 steps, fist or swift. Beyond 7 steps. After deftly evading the final bullet, Xiao An scoffed. With a swift kick, he sent Mike sprawling, stepping forward with a slight smirk. His gaze filled with disdain as he uttered the final 2 words, fist or swift. Observing this spectacle, Acel was nearly driven to madness, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Xiao An Ding. From his elevated position, Xiao An looked down at Mike, extending his hand to his right and releasing his clenched fist, allowing a slightly deformed bullet to slide from his palm. Never fire upon a martial artist within 7 steps. Do you remember? He stated, leaning down to pat Mike's face, emphasizing each word. Please, Xiao An, he is my father. Perhaps unable to bear the scene any longer, or for reasons unknown, Acel quickly interjected, attempting to intervene upon witnessing Xiao An's actions. That Xiao An's hand halted mid-motion, rigidly pointing at Acel and Mike. Greetings, father-in-law. My humble self failed to bring an appropriate gift for our first meeting. I assure you I shall make amends next time. Did you hurt yourself? How careless to have fallen. With that, Xiao An reached out to assist Acel. However, Acel was unwilling to accept this gesture, forcefully swatting Xiao An's hand away and rising to his feet with a single powerful push. Listen here, I may not have a good relationship with Acel, but I absolutely do not consent to you two seeing each other, he declared, glaring at Xiao An with fierce intensity. That clearly. The relationship between Acel and Arthur was not as strained as Arthur claimed. Otherwise, Acel would not be displaying such a youthful demeanor, playfully appealing to her father. No. If I say no, then it is no. You two are not to meet again. Very well, here you go. Speaking thus, Xiao An produced a small mirror and a comb from her pocket, both conjured through magic. After retrieving them, she seized Arthur's hand, requesting his assistance in holding the mirror while she busied herself with the comb, arranging her hair. On the evening of December 25, 2005, I shared a fleeting moment with your daughter, a night of joy that, though brief, transformed us into lovers for that evening. We shall forever cherish this night. It is an undeniable truth, for it has become a part of our shared past. As Xiao An continued to preen her hair and dress, she nonchalantly remarked, I shall return tomorrow. Once satisfied with her appearance, she tucked the mirror into her pocket and, upon stepping out of the room, turned back with a smile directed at Acel, casting a teasing glance before departing without a backward glance. However, her notorious sense of direction faltered. As she had entered alongside Acel the previous day, her guidance had spared her from the usual disorientation. Yet, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by Acel and the villa's security, leaving her vulnerable to her own navigational ineptitude. Yet, let us not forget that within this world, there exists a profession that particularly appeals to individuals like Xiao An, who possesses an unfortunate sense of direction, the taxi driver. Chapter 172. The New Prey. Chapter 173. The New Prey. My dear brother, you are truly impressive. Although the individuals stationed at the entrance were impeccably dressed in suits, they were evidently not bodyguards or security personnel but rather henchmen. Xiao An recognized them as such, however. He was acutely aware that engaging them in conversation could jeopardize his exit from the premises. After all, Xiao An had once been a leader himself, a figure among leaders, and was well versed in their intentions. As I stepped out of the house, I knew that a pair of beautiful eyes were undoubtedly observing me. Yet I resolved not to look back, for I would return the following night. This sentiment struck an odd chord. In an instant, the attention of the 4 henchmen at the entrance shifted away from Xiao An. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Xiao An swiftly dashed through the slightly ajar door. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. Once he had distanced himself, he concealed himself beneath a tree, panting heavily as he spoke. Hello, beautiful. As Xiao An attempted to alleviate his tension, he suddenly noticed a tall and striking woman emerging from a nearby villa. Instantly, he cast aside his anxious feelings, embodying a newfound confidence as he strode forward, eager to engage her in conversation. Hello, thank you for the compliment, but I am quite busy. The woman, evidently seasoned in such encounters, deftly rejected his advances. Yet, Xiao An was not one to easily concede. Every scoundrel possesses an unwavering spirit, and Xiao An was indeed a scoundrel among scoundrels. Beautiful lady, could you kindly lower the window of your passenger seat? With that, he moved towards the window. Rest assured, my intentions are harmless. Upon hearing Xiao An's request, the woman grew wary, her expression betraying her displeasure. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao An hastily clarified. As he approached the passenger side, the woman deemed it a safe position, one where Xiao An posed no threat, and she instinctively lowered the window. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao An swiftly leaped forward, slipping into the vehicle with agility. You, start the car, please. A lady should never be without a knight to ensure her safety, he declared, denying her any chance to respond. All right, I will drive. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Please do not harm me, she replied, fear evident in her voice, as she complied with Xiao An's demands. Do not be afraid, dear lady, I harbor no ill intentions. I extend my sincerest apologies for my abruptness. I merely seek a ride. The woman, taken aback, expressed her profound regret. Upon encountering the beautiful lady, Xiao An felt a surge of nervousness and promptly offered his apologies. His every gesture reflected impeccable gentlemanly etiquette, and his words were articulated with such precision that it left no room for criticism. As previously mentioned, Xiao An had meticulously studied this repertoire of manners from Draco and Lucius, scions of an aristocracy that has endured for centuries. While they may falter in various aspects, their mastery of etiquette is beyond reproach, as it is the very foundation upon which their facade is built. Understanding the lady's apprehension, Xiao An recognized that any stranger unexpectedly entering one's vehicle would evoke fear. Consequently, he employed these learned behaviors to assuage her defenses. For if a lady remains perpetually guarded around you, it signifies that the prospect of winning her affection is virtually non-existent. It must be said that the noble etiquette of foreigners remains remarkably unchanged. Observing Xiao An's gestures and tone, the woman's initial wariness diminished significantly, leaving only a trace of instinctive caution that women often harbor towards unfamiliar men. However, this dramatic fluctuation in her defensiveness has notably lessened, indicating that their relationship has transitioned to that of ordinary friends. This suggests that the woman has unwittingly fallen into Xiao An's trap. The prior actions, such as approaching someone at their doorstep or leaning into a car window, are merely tactics that Xiao An is capable of executing. Through brief observation, Xiao An has gleaned a general understanding of this woman's characteristics. She possesses an admirable physique, with a harmonious balance of curves and contours. Her every smile and frown, even when rejecting advances, exudes a charm that does not provoke disdain. Were a typical rogue to encounter such a rejection, he would likely turn away without a second thought. All these nuances indicate that this woman has received exceptional education and guidance, as her demeanor is distinctly different from the congeniality often cultivated in professional environments. This signifies that her background is likely extraordinary, even if her economic circumstances are modest. Her social circle is undoubtedly comprised of individuals of considerable wealth and status, far beyond the ordinary. In China, such women are often referred to as ladies of refinement. To quickly engage with a woman of this caliber, one cannot rely on conventional tactics. Instead, one must employ ingenuity. Typically, such individuals find themselves captivated by the allure of charming rogues, often dismissing the earnest and sincere. Yet, upon brief encounters with these charming scoundrels, they soon come to realize that their true preference lies with gentlemen. This is precisely why Xiao An opts for unconventional methods to attract this high-caliber woman. In truth, the art of wooing is not particularly arduous. With a bold approach, one is bound to catch the attention of someone, even if it is merely a fleeting interest. Ultimately, Courting is a process of showcasing one's appeal. Those who excel in this realm often become adept at declarations of affection. Once one expresses their feelings, the woman will inevitably direct some attention towards him, regardless of his looks. During this brief period of heightened interest post-declaration, if even one of his qualities resonates with her, an opportunity may arise. The key is to amplify the traits she admires while minimizing those that do not engage her interest. For instance, if a woman is kind-hearted yet somewhat naive, one might weave a narrative of resilience, tragedy, and heartfelt vulnerability to effectively captivate her attention. However, this merely represents the preliminary stage, sufficient only to deceive naive young ladies. Seasoned scoundrels, on the other hand, often observe and gather information before they make their move, catering to the preferences of their targets. Consequently, the quality of the women they pursue is superior, and their success rate is notably high. Thus, Xiao An employed a method of infiltrating through the car window to initiate his endeavor, instantly capturing the attention of the beautiful lady. After she experienced a moment of fear, he swiftly transformed into a noble scion from an illustrious family, causing her to lower her defenses almost immediately. In Chapter 173, The Master, I Seek Your Guidance. This series of strategic maneuvers not only failed to repel the lady, but also diminished her wariness, subtly bridging the gap between them. After all, being confined within the same vehicle naturally brought them closer. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, the lady ceased to keep him at arm's length and promptly spoke, "It's fine. But please refrain from such actions in the future. What if someone mistakes you for a wrongdoer and harms you? This is America, after all. By the way, do you live around here? How come I've never seen you before? And why aren't you driving yourself? Where are you headed?" A barrage of inquiries erupted from her lips. Indeed, they were in America. Yet, Xiao An was oblivious to her relentless questioning, his gaze fixed vacantly upon her as he murmured, "What did you say? I don't understand." Hearing his mumbling, she too was perplexed since he spoke in Chinese. Despite having lived in an English-speaking environment, he rarely used Mandarin, but then again, it is known to be a rather difficult language, ha ha ha. "Excuse me, what did you say?" Startled by her gentle tap, Xiao An snapped back to reality. Gazing at her in confusion, "You're simply adorable," she exclaimed. "My name is Rebecca." Robert," he replied, instinctively extending his hand for a brief handshake, and then, without thinking, he leaned forward to kiss her. Surprisingly, she did not resist. It should be noted that Xiao An did not merely peck her, but rather advanced directly. "Do you live around here?" she inquired. "No." "Oh, then." The lady hesitated, still unable to voice her initial question, and quickly redirected her inquiry, asking where Xiao An was headed. "Please take me to Pasadena. I need to meet a friend." After some contemplation, Xiao An revealed the location. Initially, he intended to return to the hotel to prepare for another night of hunting for new prey, but the mention of America by the beautiful woman immediately extinguished his interest. Rebecca sensed that something was amiss, as Xiao An's dejection was apparent to anyone observing him. Consequently, she refrained from further conversation and altered their course toward Pasadena. For an extended period, the atmosphere in the car was eerily silent, with only the sound of aimless driving. Rebecca discerned that Xiao An was in a poor state, while Xiao An himself was simply devoid of spirits, engulfed in profound melancholy. It was not until they neared Pasadena that a hint of sound broke the silence, indicating that there were indeed occupants in the vehicle. The prolonged quietude finally compelled Rebecca to speak. Although she presented herself as a refined lady who appreciated the scenery, she was also attuned to the emotions of others. She had long recognized that her earlier remark about America had affected Xiao An, and a sense of guilt weighed on her. Thus, she could no longer contain herself. "Xiao An, are you from China?" Rebecca tentatively inquired in a soft voice. "Yes. I apologize for my earlier distraction. I was lost in thoughts of home," Xiao An replied. "That's perfectly understandable. It's a common human experience. However, I've never been to China. Would you care to share something about it?" "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid." "That's all right. I understand." One must acknowledge Rebecca's emotional intelligence. Upon arriving at their destination, Xiao An did not linger, yet habitually retrieved a few small gifts and some dollars from his pocket to offer Rebecca. The small tokens were not particularly extravagant, albeit precious, as they were conjured through Xiao An's magic. However, handing over money could imply a sense of humiliation. Generally, in America, compensating someone for a ride is not uncommon, yet it was essential to note that Xiao An's intention was to engage in conversation, and Rebecca was acutely aware of this. Thus, offering money now carried an ambiguous connotation. However, Rebecca remained expressionless as she accepted the small plush toy that Xiao An had transformed, which she genuinely liked. Despite her anger, she continually reminded herself that he was not American, particularly not American. She managed to suppress her fury, yet a smile eluded her. After bidding farewell to Rebecca, Xiao An promptly approached the door of the small courtyard and knocked several times. "Howard, open the door." A remarkably robust voice resonated from within. "Really? Is this how you respond to a knock?" "Thank you. I finally understand." An unmistakably impatient and slightly irate voice emerged, which, although raised, was considerably less aggressive than the previous one. "Hello. Oh, big shot. It's you. I seek your guidance." Upon opening the door, the initial inquiry was quite ordinary. But upon recognizing Xiao An, he unhesitatingly dropped to the ground, embracing Xiao An's legs. "Who are you?" Faced with this unabashed individual, Xiao An momentarily faltered and then replied, Howard Wolowitz." Upon hearing the esteemed figure speak, Howard swiftly responded. This was the same person who had stood at the bar entrance with that Indian. Watching Xiao An depart, seeing his admired figure appear at his doorstep, he disregarded all else, consumed by a singular thought. He could not let him leave. "Howard Joel Wolowitz?" Xiao An inquired, puzzled. "Yes, how do you know?" At this moment, Howard realized that the situation was more complicated than he had presumed. For a foreigner's middle name is typically not disclosed to outsiders. Only family and closest friends would be privy to such information. Some less scrupulous individuals might not even share their middle name with their spouses during marriage. "It's Zian, it's you." After scrutinizing Xiao An and noting his distinctly Asian features, Howard instantly recognized who this person was and was filled with elation, rising to his feet. "Howard, who is it outside?" The robust voice called out again. "Mom, it's an. Howard clutched Xiao An's arms, unwilling to release him as he pulled him toward the interior, fearful that Xiao An might depart. Upon hearing Debbie's inquiry, he did not loosen his grip. "Xiao An is here. Wait a moment, I'll be right down." As she spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from above, unmistakably indicating the presence of a remarkably large individual. Xiao An discerned this too, but unlike others who would speculate on the identity of the person, Xiao An was thinking about how Aunt Debbie seemed to have gained more weight since their last encounter, when she had already been quite plump. Chapter 174. This is acceptable. Chapter 175. This is acceptable, Aunt Debbie. Initially, I caught sight of a plump figure before I could discern their features, and instinctively rushed forward. For in this household, the only individual of such ample proportions could only be Aunt Debbie. "Oh, my dear little one. Come here and let Annie have a look at you. My goodness, you've grown so much. Quite impressive, tall and handsome. You must be captivating those young ladies. Far surpassing your cousin Howard. Hurry now, Howard, why aren't you assisting your cousin with his luggage?" With that, she embraced Little and entered the house. Fortunately, I had trained for this. I mustered the strength to step inside, and Little, caught off guard, suddenly found his legs giving way, collapsing onto the sofa. Luckily, Aunt Debbie also settled onto the sofa, so Little N's lapse in decorum went unnoticed. As he sat on the sofa, catching his breath, a sense of trepidation washed over him as he regarded Aunt Debbie, particularly her arm that had nearly crushed him. "Thank goodness I had trained for this," Little remarked after stealing a wary glance at Aunt Debbie's arm. However, Little did not rest for long, quickly attending to her skincare routine. Soon after, she began conversing with Debbie about various topics. "You two carry on. I'll wash some fruit," offered Howard, who, with the gifts brought by in hand, observed the two women engaged in animated discussion, noticing the incredulous expression on Debbie's face, and felt a twinge of confusion. Though she was related to them, it was not her place to pry into the matters between mother and son. "Please, take a seat. What brings you here? Go chat with your cousin for a while. I can manage on my own. You must taste your aunt's culinary skills. Besides, I have already used all the kitchenware. There's nothing left for you to utilize," she instructed. "All right, Aunt, just call me when you're done," Howard replied. Though Aunt Debbie appeared quite formidable, both in demeanor and action, she was genuinely kind-hearted. Her mannerisms were reminiscent of the robust women back in China, making him feel as though she had returned home. "Come in, since you are new here, after dinner, I'll introduce you to a few friends," Debbie suggested. "Thank you, but I must decline. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and need to prepare today," and responded. "Oh, I see. However, you know that Kaimin is your cousin, don't you?" "Yes, indeed." "Then surely you should assist your brother," Debbie prompted. "Of course, cousin. Do you need to borrow some money?" "Money? No. I mean, with such a beautiful girlfriend, shouldn't you have your sister-in-law introduce a friend for me?" Howard inquired. "Unfortunately, I am unable to assist with that, and replied apologetically. Really? Are you no longer a brother if you can't help with something so small? Howard retorted, visibly unsettled by Anne's refusal. He quickly shifted closer, fixing his gaze intently on her. Listen, it's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's just that matters like the Shun tea involve the women. You see? Those? Knock, knock, knock. Who else out there? Howard, go answer the door. I'm in the middle of a conversation with him. You go. I'm occupied at the moment. How insistent. Howard muttered under his breath before reluctantly getting up to answer the door. Throughout the afternoon, Anne found herself enduring Howard's persistent inquiries about dating. However, knowing the situation was amiss, she decided to employ a self-imposed spell of silence. Closing her eyes and pretending to sleep in an effort to escape the relentless barrage of questions. To her surprise, Howard did not relent. Instead, when she genuinely dozed off, she awoke to find him still chattering away. At that moment, and realized she was truly at a loss, ultimately concluding that the key to winning over someone was to possess talent. Hi there, beautiful. How may I assist you today? Initially quite impatient, Howard opened the door only to be greeted by the sight of a stunning woman standing outside. Recalling Little Anne's counsel, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, striking a pose reminiscent of ancient gentlemen, and spoke. Hello. May I inquire if Anne resides here? And who are you? Upon hearing the woman's query, Howard's guard immediately heightened, for Little Anne had previously informed him of his numerous romantic interests, advising caution in such encounters. Oh, I am. The beautiful woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Witnessing her reaction further intensified Howard's vigilance, prompting him to declare, Oh, and he hasn't been here. I haven't seen him in several years. Wait, that can't be right. I just dropped him off here this morning. The woman appeared bewildered, but soon realized that Howard was deceiving her. Upon this realization, she disregarded Howard's attempts to impede her, forcefully pushing him aside as she strode inside. A few steps later, she spotted Little Anne sprawled on the sofa. And why? Why did you let him deceive me? Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? This morning, when I tried to converse with you, you ignored me, and when I invited you to dinner, you didn't respond to my texts. Do I genuinely repel you? Upon seeing Little Anne, Rebecca swiftly approached him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stared intently at him. In truth, Rebecca did not harbor deep feelings for Little Anne. Rather, she held a slight affection. However, his actions had inflicted considerable heartache upon her, a wound no woman could bear, especially one as proud and noble as Rebecca. Thus, she found herself in such a state of disarray, seeking confrontation with Little Anne. Ironically, this encounter signified Rebecca's emotional capitulation. Little Anne had already resigned himself to the notion of giving up on her, yet unexpectedly, through a stroke of serendipity, this unintentional turn of events allowed him to gain a strategic advantage. Upon seeing Rebecca, Little Anne was momentarily taken aback, yet as her loud reprimands rang in his ears, he found himself laughing unexpectedly. However, Xiao An's self-discipline was commendable. He did not let joy illuminate his face, but instead wore his familiar smile. He rose gracefully and gently embraced Rebecca, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder, and then, with tender movements, led her upstairs to his room. This was acceptable. Watching the two ascend the staircase, Howard became momentarily frozen, staring blankly at them. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. Initially, when he saw the beautiful woman questioning Xiao An, he felt a pang of envy, wishing to be in Xiao An's position. For being chastised by such a lovely lady suggested that the man being reprimanded had a stunning girlfriend, and possibly several others. This was a dream that many men harbored. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Howard's home was rapped upon once more. Chapter 175. Get out by this time. Half an hour had elapsed since Xiao An had gone upstairs. Howard had transitioned from his initial state of idleness and swiftly resumed his original routine. Engrossed in a video game, when he suddenly heard the knock at the door, he briefly entertained the thought that another beautiful woman had come in search of her partner, which left him feeling a mix of confusion and a hint of mischievous excitement. Without overthinking it, he instinctively made his way to the door with light footsteps. However, reality did not align with his expectations. Standing outside were three men, two tall and one short, two robust and one lean, comprising two Caucasians and one Indian. Howard. It's Halo game night, the tall, slender one exclaimed upon seeing Howard. Guys, I forgot about this, but it's quite late now. Maybe next time? Howard awkwardly replied, glancing at the trio before him. No need. You have everything here. Let us play, the tall man said as he stepped into the house. Howard was momentarily taken aback, allowing the tall man to enter unimpeded. Sheldon, I have guests over. It's really not convenient today. Perhaps another time? Realizing the situation, Howard rushed inside to intercept Sheldon. However, the two other men followed closely behind him into the room. Is there someone here? Upon hearing Howard mention someone, Sheldon scanned the room and suddenly displayed an expression of alarm, clearly startled. All right, Sheldon, he's just teasing you. Let us play some games, said one of the newcomers. Teasing me? Really? Sheldon replied, still hesitant, casting furtive glances at Leonard and Rajesh. However, Leonard and Raj remained silent, seamlessly settling onto the couch, each grasping a controller as they began to calibrate the game. Seeing their lack of response, Sheldon grew increasingly impatient and promptly inquired. Yet, the two continued their adjustments. Undeterred by his presence, Howard, realizing he could not dislodge them, chose to join in, partly motivated by a desire to complicate matters for little Amy, and thus took a seat, picking up a controller to engage in the calibration alongside them. What on earth is happening? Sheldon's agitation intensified. Ah, there's an enemy behind you. Yes, right there. Splendid. Your skills have improved. Howard swiftly alerted Raj of an impending foe. Of course. I'm the gaming prince of New Delhi, Raj declared confidently. Just you wait. I shall engage you. With that, he restarted the game, switching it to battle mode. At this juncture, Sheldon, standing nearby, contorted his face in distress, resembling someone afflicted by a seizure. All right, there is someone upstairs, my relative and his girlfriend. I trust they are comfortable. Observing Sheldon's expression, the three found a peculiar amusement. You must ensure that you will not torment me any further. After taking several deep breaths, Sheldon finally regained his composure. 2 hours later, the quartet's Halo gaming night came to a close, not from a lack of enjoyment, but rather due to the encroaching hour. Sheldon adhered to a strict bedtime, a manifestation of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, which, one must admit, served him well. Howard, cease your gaming. Your brother requires rest. Coincidentally, Aunt Debbie descended the stairs to intervene. What is wrong with you all? How can you be so inconsiderate, disturbing others at this late hour? She bellowed at the trio, albeit in a somewhat restrained tone. Despite her ferocity, her voice, though controlled, was still quite formidable, ensuring that little Amy could not possibly remain oblivious. Consequently, hearing her, Amy felt compelled to abandon her intimate moments with Rebecca, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Rebecca's forehead before rising to leave the room. Fear not, Andy. If my cousin wishes to continue playing, let him do so. You would be better off returning upstairs to unleash your bombs. Oh dear, your words have reignited my spirit, Aunt Debbie exclaimed, dashing upstairs at an unprecedented speed. And, Xiao An? Is that you? Ah, it truly is you. I am Sheldon Cooper, the son of George. Do you not remember? Do you two know each other? Get out, Amy retorted, pointing a finger towards the door as she addressed Sheldon. Upon hearing Xiao An's command to leave, Sheldon felt a tinge of reluctance. Strangely, he emitted a sound akin to that of a puppy feeling wronged. However, after casting a glance at Xiao An, he rose and departed. Similarly, Raj and Leonard hastily exited as well, for in their eyes, Xiao An had become a figure of intimidation. They feared that lingering would result in bullying, particularly Raj, who, despite having encountered Xiao An the previous day and holding him in high regard, was the swiftest among the three in fleeing. Is there something between you and Sheldon? And if so, I shall cease my friendship with him, Howard inquired cautiously, noting Xiao An's unfriendly demeanor. Everything is fine. Please, rest easy, cousin. My friends will be delivering my car shortly, and I must wait for them, Xiao An replied as he settled onto the sofa, grasping a controller to engage in a game. Observing that Xiao An was disinterested in conversing, Howard resumed playing. At this moment, he had no desire to rest. After all, no boy engrossed in gaming would willingly take a break unless utterly exhausted. Thus, he took a seat, picked up another controller, and teamed up with Xiao An to play together. Not long after, as Xiao An and Howard were deeply engrossed in their game, a knock resonated from the door, perhaps the most frequent occurrence of the past year. Unperturbed by the interruption, Xiao An calmly paused the game, rose, and approached the door. As anticipated, it was a representative from Chevrolet, delivering Xiao An's car. Yesterday, while engaged in a lively exchange with Isel, Xiao An had received a message from Chevrolet indicating that his vehicle was ready. However, he had been too preoccupied with Isel's matters to collect the car, requesting them to wait a few days. Yet, following the earlier events of the morning, his enthusiasm for retrieving the car had waned. Consequently, upon arriving at Aunt Debbie's, he had called to arrange for the delivery and requested the cancellation of his hotel room, alongside the transportation of his luggage. The vehicle he had previously used was also from Chevrolet, so for the sake of convenience, he requested they take it as well. Chapter 176. The Dream Car of Every Man. Good day, Mr. Xiao. The customized Chevrolet McLaren you ordered has arrived. Please inspect it, a well-dressed middle-aged man stated, presenting a stack of documents to Xiao An as he opened the door. Thank you, Xiao An replied. As Xiao An approached, he surveyed his long-desired vehicle with keen interest. In a mere 3 minutes, he conducted a thorough inspection, the most time-consuming aspect being the test drive. Yet, unlike others, Xiao An's test drive was unique. He merely needed to ascertain whether it could captivate him. After all, this car was custom-made at great expense, and he could utilize magic to examine each component. As long as they met his specifications, he had no further demands. He simply required it to start and drive. Xiao An's expectations were distinct. He was commissioning Bumblebee, the iconic character from the yet-to-be-released Transformers film. Naturally, it was impossible to create a true Bumblebee under current conditions, but the individual parts could certainly be fashioned. The rest was left to Xiao An, as magic existed in this world. Bumblebee is a dream for every man, regardless of wealth. Every man yearns to experience it. Xiao An was no exception. Although he had not been particularly fond of the Transformers series, the prospect of owning a Bumblebee was irresistible. It is essential to clarify that this referred not merely to the vehicle model, but to the genuine, transforming Bumblebee, an acquisition no one would decline. Upon completing his inspection, Xiao An exited the vehicle, warmly shaking hands with the staff before approaching the individual who was evidently the driver. He presented $1,000 to him, saying, "If there are no issues, we shall take our leave, Mr. Zhao. By the way, I have placed your new belongings in the trunk." "Thank you," he replied. At that moment, Xiao An's thoughts were solely consumed by the car. The two older gentlemen were of little concern. After all, they were not beauties. "Wow, and is this your new car?" Upon hearing Xiao An's assurance that all was well, the two men wasted no time and drove away in the vehicle Xiao An had previously rented. This was when Howard seized the opportunity to interject. "So, what do you think? Isn't it handsome? Care to take a ride?" Perhaps not. It's quite late, and I wouldn't want to provoke any complaints from the neighbors." Howard was indeed eager to experience the car, yet his timid nature prevented him from engaging in any overtly reckless behavior. "Very well then, you head back. I shall cultivate my bond with it," Xiao An declared, disregarding Howard as he swiftly slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and roared away. Before long, Xiao An arrived at a desolate location. After disembarking from the vehicle, a sense of unease lingered, prompting her to swiftly draw her wand and cast a Muggle-repelling charm along with a Muggle-blocking enchantment around her. Subsequently, she embarked on her ambitious endeavor of transformation. However, after an hour had elapsed, she had barely completed a fraction of the task. This was perplexing. Had Arthur not assured her that the process would be swift? Why was it proving to be so arduous? As she gazed at the still untransformed Bumblebee, her frustration began to mount. However, little did Xiao An ponder for long, as he immediately retrieved his wand to continue the transformation. Despite his considerable depletion of both stamina and magical energy, the sight of a Bumblebee before him compelled him to press on. How could he possibly sleep soundly if he failed in this endeavor? Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the wilderness of Pasadena. An Asian man clad in pajamas squatted beside a vehicle, intermittently waving a pair of chopsticks, exuding an aura of peculiar eccentricity. Fortunately, Xiao An had cast a spell earlier, ensuring that no Muggles were within a kilometer radius. Even if there were, they would merely assume he was repairing a car and would not approach, nor would they even spare a second glance. After 2 hours, Xiao An successfully completed the transformation of the vehicle. Eagerly, he pressed the transformation button, and the Bumblebee began to gradually morph from its car shape into a robotic form. Wow, cool, an important sentiment worth repeating thrice, as he beheld his vehicle transform into the genuine Bumblebee, with its perfect proportions and striking appearance. Xiao An could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he cast a levitation spell upon himself and leaped onto Bumblebee's shoulder. "Bumblebee, charge forth towards the planet Cybertron," he commanded. At that moment, a sudden voice called out, speaking in Mandarin. "Stop, stop, stop." Hearing this exclamation, Xiao An nearly lost his balance atop Bumblebee and quickly instructed the robot to halt. Upon receiving the command, Bumblebee came to a swift stop. The abruptness of the brake caused Xiao An to clutch tightly to Bumblebee's head to avoid tumbling off. Once stabilized, he scanned his surroundings to identify the source of the voice. Soon, he located the culprit, who was not far from him. Although Bumblebee had already taken several steps away, this individual had managed to keep pace. "How did you get here? I mean, how are you here?" Xiao An inquired, sensing that this person was indeed a Muggle. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him, quickly reassessing and confirming that his spell was still intact. How had this person managed to breach that barrier? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I know Bumblebee is real. There must be a secret mission involved. Can I join? The individual, rather than displaying fear, appeared exhilarated at Xiao An's inquiry, his face radiating fervor. Xiao An thought to himself, great, I finally realize what is happening. This fellow is completely delusional. Little Anshin pondered. At that moment, she grasped why this individual was able to approach and perceive her. It was due to the Muggle repelling charm and the Muggle concealment charm, which compelled Muggles to envision their deepest desires or their most aversive sights, prompting them to swiftly vacate the vicinity of the spell's casting. Of course, a slight confundus charm was also involved. Consequently, these two spells proved ineffective against highly educated individuals afflicted with delusions of grandeur. Had Anshin intensified the spell's potency initially, this predicament might have been averted, yet she had not deemed it necessary. Chapter 179. I said I would return tonight, and explanation was warranted. As this locale was markedly different from her homeland, firearms were not prohibited here. What if Annie and Howard discovered an unfamiliar face in their home by morning and were alarmed? Or what if Lu Zhanbo were inadvertently shot by Andy Debbie, who was not frightened? Thus, Anshin felt compelled to clarify the situation, both out of courtesy, given that this was not her own abode, and for reasons of safety. The night passed without incident, and Anshin slept soundly, perhaps due to the comforting sense of home. Previously, she would cast numerous protective charms before slumber, but this time, she did not. Instead, she returned to her own bed, embracing Rebecca, and drifted into a deep sleep until dawn. Upon awakening, she found that Rebecca had already departed, and she was unaware of the time of her departure. After freshening up, she descended to the living room, but her previously buoyant spirits dissipated in an instant. For 5 individuals occupied the space: Lu Zhanbo, Howard, Leonard, Rajesh, and the one she least wished to encounter, Sheldon. Let us go, Zhanbo. I'll take you back. Upon seeing Sheldon, Anshin did not respond as she had the previous night by telling him to leave. Instead, she paused momentarily before calmly taking Lu Zhanbo by the arm and heading towards the exit. I'm sorry. In observing her intention to leave, Sheldon, having been nudged by Leonard, quickly rose, hastening a few steps to stand before her and bow in apology. Yet, Anshin appeared oblivious, guiding Lu Zhanbo around Sheldon and stepping outside. Once outside, she did not linger, making her way directly to her vehicle. Did you bring everything? Yes. Where to? Oh, the airport. All right. After this exchange, Anshin fell silent, pressing the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, Bumblebee's exhaust released a burst of blue flame, and they rapidly sped towards the main road. How long have you been here? She finally inquired after they had driven a considerable distance. 5 years. I came here right after high school graduation. Oh, what are you studying? Computer science. Computer science? Is there an issue? No. This is truly wonderful. Could you assist me with a favor? Currently, Bumblebee can only execute a limited number of commands, and I aspire to unlock its complete form. However, there are several technical issues that require improvement, and I lack knowledge in computer science. Therefore, could you lend me a hand? Upon hearing that Zhanbo studies computer science, Xiao An was filled with immense joy and began to enthusiastically introduce everything about Bumblebee. Is Bumblebee not from the planet Cybertron? Upon hearing Xiao An's lengthy expression of hunger, Zhanbo, not being foolish, instantly understood that his expectations had been in vain. The Bumblebee Xiao An was driving was one he had constructed himself. In that moment, Zhanbo felt as though his dreams had shattered, but after a fleeting instant, his fighting spirit reignited. Of course not. What are you thinking? Xiao An rolled his eyes and replied with exasperation. Oh, fine. As the two conversed, they lost track of time. Xiao An soon arrived at their destination, and without delay, Zhanbo found his classmates, as there were already individuals at the airport searching for Lu Zhanbo. After locating Zhanbo's classmates, Xiao An quickly exchanged phone numbers with him and swiftly departed, feeling as if he were fleeing. There was no denying that Zhanbo's classmates were quite intimidating, over 8 meters tall, weighing around 200 pounds, and sporting steel teeth. My goodness. Upon leaving the airport, Xiao An pondered how beings like Lu Zhanbo could grow to such a size. The girl named Shi Li was particularly striking. Xiao An's first instinct upon seeing her was to flee. It was no small feat to maintain a distance of 2 meters without succumbing to nausea. Yet, after receiving compliments from Shi Li, Zhanbo displayed an unexpectedly bashful expression, seemingly reveling in the attention. This left Xiao An momentarily stunned. questioning whether the world had changed too rapidly or if he had simply grown older. How could there be such a disparity in aesthetic preferences among Chinese men? Thus, as Xiao An drove while lost in thought, he inadvertently arrived at the villa district where Aesir resided. At this point, he ceased his contemplation, realizing he was nearly at Aesio's home. Sensing danger, Xiao An snapped to attention and immediately exited his reverie. Glancing at the villa in the distance and checking the time, he noted it was still early, only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Consequently, he decided against entering, turned the car around, and drove out of the villa area toward Chinatown. Chinatown had become Xiao An's most frequented location outside of school and his dormitory over the past few years, as it provided him with a modicum of belonging. In other places, he was perpetually enveloped by a sense of solitude, which prompted him to cast spells over his living space each night before sleeping. "Boss, I'd like 2 servings of stuffed buns and 1 roasted leg of lamb, please." Upon entering the familiar restaurant these past few days, Xiao An disregarded everything else and settled into his designated seat, calling out a few phrases. Strangely, the server who attended to Xiao An's order exhibited no surprise whatsoever, as if accustomed to his presence, continuing with their tasks with an air of nonchalance. After a few more calls, Xiao An reclined in his chair, a look of satisfaction washing over him, as if he had momentarily transcended into a state of enlightenment. After finishing his meal, Xiao An once again slumped in his chair, exclaiming in contentment. Satiated and refreshed, he chose not to linger any longer, playfully teasing the server who had attended to him before making his exit. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. Thus, instead of heading directly to Aesir, he meandered leisurely through the streets, absorbing the vibrant essence of Chinatown. For someone who had resided abroad for many years, this cultural atmosphere was the most enchanting spectacle and flavor. Xiao An spent the entire afternoon wandering through Chinatown, engaging in nothing more than aimless strolls. However, upon leaving, he found himself in possession of a new item. He then drove straight to Aesir's place, exuding impatience. "As I mentioned, I shall return tonight." Upon arriving at his destination, he parked the car, lit a cigarette, and sat within, gazing at the villa in the distance. With a hint of nonchalance, he exhaled smoke. Yet beneath this fade, Xiao An was not as tranquil as he appeared. Chapter 178, Lu Zhanbo. Thus, a moment of indifference from Xiao An had culminated in the arrival of this peculiar individual. Who could have anticipated that a highly educated individual, afflicted with a touch of eccentricity, would appear here at such a late hour? Would you like to join? After contemplating, Xiao An felt at ease. After all, this was merely a harmless eccentricity, devoid of any threat. Moreover, he had not witnessed himself wielding a wand. Had he seen such a sight while modifying the car, he would have departed immediately, as the confusion between magic and wands was paramount in those 2 spells. Is it truly possible? Come aboard if you wish. If not, then be on your way. Observing the struggles of the individual named Lu Zhanbo, it is evident that any straight man would find it difficult to resist the shy yet yearning gaze of such a large figure. Upon hearing Lu's words, the capable individual cast aside his pretenses. Grasping the legs of Bumblebee, he began his ascent. Meanwhile, Lu merely smiled, offering no assistance whatsoever. In truth, Lu could have easily issued a command to summon Bumblebee to carry him up, yet he chose not to do so. This Bumblebee was merely a rudimentary version, limited to a few basic movements. It lacked the capability to perform more complex actions, and its magical energy was insufficient. The transformation it could achieve relied solely on the solidified enchantment within it. Once the magic was exhausted, the entire Bumblebee would disintegrate into a myriad of parts. Consequently, Lu had to regularly recharge it with magical energy, specifically in its vehicle form. If only there were a voice command system, Lu mused, glancing at Bumblebee's head. Bring him up. After a while, noticing that the fellow was still climbing without gaining any altitude, Lu grew weary of the spectacle and, not wishing to squander more time, issued a command to Bumblebee. Wow, cool, the individual being hoisted exclaimed in awe as Bumblebee's hand lifted him. Do it over there, Lu directed, pointing to Bumblebee's opposite shoulder. Oh, all right. What's your name? My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Zhanbo. I am Zhao Zian, but you can call me Lu and Stroll. Lu intended to convey a casual walk, yet Bumblebee could only comprehend such phrasing, thus Lu had to articulate it this way. Why are you wandering about at this late hour? Oh, I came with classmates to watch the Lakers game. My sister has always wanted a signature from Kobe, so I thought I might find an opportunity. I mean, what brings you here? Lu asked with a hint of displeasure, gesturing downward. Oh, that? Well, after the game, I was returning, and while passing by, I noticed you beside a partially transformed Bumblebee, so I decided to stop and take a look. However, I don't know what she was thinking. After I got out, she just left me here and drove off. Upon hearing Lu Zhanbo's explanation, Lu instantly understood that the poor fellow had been abandoned by his own enchantment. The classmate who had fled was likely influenced by the magic he had cast, compounded by the fact that she was not a fan of Transformers, leading her to leave Lu Zhanbo behind. "Oh, where will you stay tonight?" Lu inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing that it was his plight that had resulted in the abandonment. This softened his earlier discontent, prompting him to ask about Lu Zhanbo's arrangements. "Ah, right, what should I do now?" Upon being reminded by Xiao An, Zhanbo finally realized the foolishness of his actions and instantly fell into despair. "How about this? Call your friend and have him come pick you up, so he can take us down," Xiao An suggested, issuing a command to the bumblebee to transport the two of them. After they landed, Xiao An instructed the bumblebee once more. "By the way, did you bring your phone?" "Oh, I think I left it in the car." "What about your identification?" "That S also in the car." "You." Xiao An was at a loss for words, tears welling up as they pondered the existence of such individuals in the world. How did he grow up to be like this? She mumbled after casting a glance at Lu Zhanbo. "Get in the car. Do you remember your classmate's number? We'll head to my place first, and then I'll use my phone to call him to come get you." After opening the car door and taking the driver's seat, Xiao An addressed the still standing and dazed Lu Zhanbo. "I don't know his phone number." Hearing this, Xiao An nearly choked on her frustration. Yes. "Shut up. I don't want to hear you right now." With that, she slammed the accelerator and sped toward the Wolowitz residence. "The kitchen is over there. Today, you can just sleep here. After we get home," Xiao An briefly explained to Lu Zhanbo, pointing to the sofa after fetching a blanket from upstairs. This was the only feasible solution. The Wolowitz household had only 3 bedrooms, one occupied by Aunt Debbie, another by Howard. And Xiao An was staying in the room that Howard had just tidied up from his childhood. There simply wasn't any other place to accommodate him. Had Rebecca not come here, Zhanbo could have shared a room with her, but circumstances dictated otherwise, so he had to make do with sleeping on the sofa. Good night. After exchanging their farewells, Xiao An went upstairs to rest. Instead of heading to her own room, she first visited Howard and Aunt Debbie, as it was only polite to inform the hosts of the presence of a guest. At that moment, Aunt Debbie and Howard were still awake. Debbie was engrossed in a book, while Howard was in Debbie's room, visibly agitated and worried about her, suggesting that something was amiss. "What is wrong, Aunt? Is something the matter?" Upon entering the room and observing the situation, Xiao An inquired of Aunt Debbie. "You're finally back. What is going on with that weight loss soup you made? Mom has been to the bathroom a dozen times, and now I can't get to sleep at all." As Howard observed Xiao An entering through the wide-open door, he promptly stepped forward, grasping Xiao An's arm and assuring him, "Do not worry. This is a normal occurrence. It is likely to persist throughout the night. By the way, I encountered a friend while I was out and, noticing the late hour, I invited him to spend the night on the sofa. My apologies, Aunt." Xiao An offered an explanation to Aunt and Howard. Chapter 179. I mentioned I would return tonight. An explanation was indeed necessary. After all, this place is not like home, as firearms are permitted here. What if Aunt and Howard were to discover an unfamiliar face in their home come morning? Or worse, what if the unperturbed Aunt Debbie mistakenly harmed Lu Zhanbo? Therefore, Xiao An felt compelled to clarify the situation, not only out of courtesy, but also for safety considerations. The night passed in silence, and Xiao An enjoyed a restful slumber, perhaps due to the comforting ambience of home. Previously, he had always cast numerous protective spells before sleep, but this time, he simply returned to his own bed and embraced Rebecca, drifting into a deep sleep until dawn. Upon waking, he found Rebecca had already departed, and he was unaware of her waking hour. After freshening up, he descended to the living room, but a mere glance extinguished his previously cheerful mood. Present in the room were 5 individuals: Lu Zhanbo, Howard, Leonard, Rajesh, and the last person Xiao An wanted to see, Sheldon. "Let us go, Zhanbo. I'll take you back." Upon seeing Sheldon, Xiao An refrained from the outburst he had displayed the previous night. Instead, he paused momentarily before calmly taking Lu Zhanbo's hand and heading for the exit. "I'm sorry," and as Xiao An prepared to leave, Sheldon, having been nudged by Leonard, quickly rose and hurried a few steps forward to bow and apologize to Xiao An. Yet, Xiao An appeared oblivious, guiding Lu Zhanbo around Sheldon and continuing outside without pause, making his way directly to his car. "Did you bring everything?" Yes. "Where to?" "Oh, the airport." "All right." Following this exchange, Xiao An fell silent, pressing the accelerator. With a roar, the bumblebee's exhaust expelled a burst of blue flame, and he swiftly accelerated onto the main road. How long have you been here? Xiao An finally spoke after they had traveled a considerable distance. 5 years. I came here after graduating high school. Oh, what are you studying? Computer science. Computer science? Is there a problem? No. This is truly splendid. Might I impose upon you for a favor? Currently, Bumblebee can execute only a limited number of commands, and I aspire to unlock its full potential. However, several technical issues require refinement. Alas, my understanding of computer science is rather limited. Thus, I seek your assistance. Upon learning that Zhanbo is majoring in computer science, Xiao An was overjoyed and could not help but begin to elaborate on everything regarding Bumblebee. Is it not true that Bumblebee hails from the planet Cybertron? Upon hearing Xiao An's lengthy discourse about hunger, Zhanbo, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly realized that his expectations had been in vain. The Bumblebee Xiao An was driving was, in fact, a creation of his own making. In an instant, Zhanbo felt as though his dreams had been shattered, yet before long, a spark of determination ignited within him once again. Of course not. What are you imagining? Xiao An rolled his eyes, responding with exasperation. Oh, very well. As the two conversed, they lost track of time until Xiao An arrived at their destination. Without much delay, Zhanbo found his classmate, as there were individuals at the airport already searching for Lu Zhanbo. After locating Zhanbo's classmate, Xiao An quickly exchanged phone numbers with him and made a hasty retreat. The reason for his swift departure was the intimidating presence of Zhanbo's classmate, towering over 1 meter 80 and weighing approximately 200 pounds, complete with steel teeth. My goodness! A shuddered exclamation punctuated this realization. What a perplexing situation. After leaving the airport, Xiao An pondered how creatures like Lu Zhanbo could grow to such proportions. Take that girl named Chili, for instance. Upon first sighting her, Xiao An's immediate reaction was to flee. Not to mention, merely maintaining a 2-meter distance without succumbing to nausea felt like a testament to Xiao An's improved endurance. However, Zhanbo, after receiving praise from Chili, displayed an unexpectedly bashful and content demeanor, leaving Xiao An utterly bewildered. He could not discern whether the world was changing too swiftly or if he himself was merely aging. How could there be such a vast disparity in aesthetic preferences among Chinese men? Thus, Xiao An continued to reflect while driving and inadvertently arrived at the villa district where Acio resided. It was only then that he halted his musings, realizing he was nearing Acio's home. Sensing danger, Xiao An abruptly snapped back to reality. He glanced at the villa in the distance and checked the time, noting it was still early, merely 2 in the afternoon. Consequently, he decided against entering, turned the car around, and drove out of the villa area, heading towards Chinatown. Chinatown had become Xiao An's most frequented locale over the past few years, apart from school and his dormitory, as it was the only place that offered him a semblance of belonging. In other places, a persistent sense of solitude enveloped him, prompting Xiao An to cast spells over his living quarters each night before sleep. Boss, I would like 2 servings of belly-wrapped meat and a roasted leg of lamb, please. Upon entering the familiar restaurant in the past few days, Xiao An disregarded everything else and settled into his designated seat, calling out a few times. Strangely, the waiter who attended to Xiao An's order exhibited no surprise, behaving as though accustomed to the routine. At ease, Xiao An, after calling out a few more times, sank contentedly into his chair, as if he had momentarily transcended into a sage-like state. After finishing his meal, Xiao An once again slumped into his seat, uttering a sigh of satisfaction. Once he had eaten his fill, he did not linger, playfully teasing the waiter who had served him before making his exit. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. Therefore, he did not immediately head towards Isle but instead strolled leisurely through the streets, absorbing the essence of Chinatown. This ambience, for someone like Xiao An, who had resided overseas for many years, was the most enchanting landscape and flavor. He spent the entire afternoon wandering through Chinatown, engaging in nothing but a casual stroll. However, upon leaving, he found himself in possession of an additional item. He then drove directly towards Isle, appearing eager. I mentioned I would return tonight, he mused. Upon reaching his destination, he parked the car, lit a cigarette, and sat inside while gazing at the villa in the distance, exhaling smoke and speaking softly. Yet, beneath his outwardly calm demeanor, Xiao An was anything but tranquil.